Under the scorching sun of early August, Gu Qingyuan found himself crammed into a bus akin to a can of sardines, his gaze vacantly fixed on the blindingly bright world outside, troubled by how he would manage the journey from the school gate to his dormitory. The mere thought of the heat was enough to make him sweat. Cough, cough, cough. The incessant sounds of coughing around him only intensified Gu Qingyuan's agitation. What has been going on these past few days? So many people seem to be coming down with colds. Could it be some sort of flu virus? Lost in thought, he glanced at the numerous maskless individuals around him who were coughing incessantly, feeling increasingly unsettled. He found himself glancing at the route map repeatedly. 17 stops to go. No, my life is more important. Taking a taxi would cost 30 to 40 yuan, but if I catch something, not only will I spend money, but I'll also suffer. Resolute in his decision, Gu Qingyuan dragged his suitcase, shouting "excuse me" as he elbowed his way through the crowd. At last, he fought his way to the bus door, feeling a sense of exasperation welling up inside him. The intensity of the night market bus was comparable to that of a typical sports arena. Squeezing onto the bus daily was a feat worthy of the title king of the road in this country. With a sudden screech of the brakes, Gu Qingyuan leapt from the bus, hastily making his way to the bus stop just 2 meters away. The infernal sun showed no signs of mercy. As he turned in the shade, he spotted a woman in a pink short-sleeve shirt tumbling from a bus. Without a moment to lose, he hastily released his suitcase and rushed over, intending to turn her over so she lay on her back. "Are you all right, ma'am? Are you all right?" He hesitated to help her up, not out of fear of being blamed for anything, but simply because she appeared quite elderly, and he was uncertain whether she had sustained any fractures from the fall. To assist her recklessly could lead to dire consequences. A shattered bone piercing an organ would be truly heartbreaking. Holy cow! Upon seeing her face flipped over, Gu Qingyuan shuddered, almost dropping her back to the ground. Was there some strain between her mind and limbs? Or she fell face first? Did her hands and feet offer no assistance? An innocent bystander? Merely a spectator? Her face looked as if it had been skinned, resembling a peeled tomato. Her nose was askew, and blood and froth spilled from her slightly parted lips after such a calamity. It was likely that few teeth remained intact. Gu Qingyuan need not pry open her eyelids, for the elderly woman had already rolled her eyes dramatically, resembling an exaggerated version of Hinata from the elder demographic. How could Gu Qingyuan, who rarely indulged in horror films, withstand such a sight? Suppressing the urge to let her head drop freely, he attributed his restraint to the well-rounded development he had achieved since childhood in intellect, physicality, aesthetics, and labor. As he placed the elderly woman's head on the ground, Gu Qingyuan stood up, intending to step back. To his astonishment, the woman, who had seemed lifeless a moment ago, suddenly began to flail and convulse on the ground, spewing blood from her mouth in a most grotesque manner. In this bizarre scenario, Gu Qingyuan hastily retreated behind the bus stop with his suitcase in tow, casting a glance towards the bus. But wait, setting aside the unfortunate fall of the pink-clad woman, how could no one emerge to witness this spectacle, especially as she seemed on the verge of a full-on seizure? This was quite uncharacteristic of the surroundings. From within the bus, a cacophony of panicked screams erupted. "What the hell? Why are you biting me? Let go. Don't bite me there. That's off limits. Driver, for heaven's sake, open the door. Driver, you're biting me too. Woo, don't come any closer." The sudden chaos left Gu Qingyuan momentarily stunned as he gazed at the visceral scene unfolding inside the bus. A middle-aged man was gnawing at the neck of a young girl dressed in scant attire, mercilessly tearing out a tubular object from her throat, crimson blood splattering across the windows. Moreover, an elderly lady clung fiercely to a young man, voraciously gnashing at his face, having bitten off his nose, while his futile attempts to fight back were in vain, as the old woman seemed to possess an unyielding strength. The level of carnage was such that even a cannibal tribe from Black State would be pleading not to be consumed. As Gu Qingyuan struggled to process the horrific sight, he turned to look at the pink-clad woman sprawled on the ground, only to find her upright, seemingly acclimating to her body, swaying unsteadily, drooling as she lunged towards him. In an instant, Gu Qingyuan's initial panic transformed into an eerie calm, his previously icy limbs regaining their strength. The scene before him unfolded as smoothly as a film that had finally buffered, flowing seamlessly. With a decisive motion, Gu Qingyuan lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the woman's abdomen. As the elderly woman stumbled backward from the force of the kick, she unexpectedly seized Gu Qingyuan's foot. Caught off guard, he lost his balance while standing on one leg and fell into her embrace. Faced with the gaping maw of the elderly woman, teeth bared and dripping with saliva, Gu Qingyuan summoned his core strength to alter his trajectory, tumbling beside her instead. However, her storm-like hands were quick to follow. Instinctively, Gu Qingyuan raised his arms to shield himself, disregarding any notions of gender norms, and seized both of the woman's wrists, momentarily halting her unlawful assault. In the struggle, the pink-clad woman mounted Gu Qingyuan, her bloodied mouth lunging towards his handsome face with fierce intent. In a moment of peril, Gu Qingyuan instinctively exerted force through his waist, executing an imperfect yet explosively powerful bridge maneuver. With a decisive thrust, the off-balance woman clad in pink was sent tumbling aside. Without allowing her a moment to react, Gu Qingyuan seized the opportunity, mounting her waist. As she lifted her head in an attempt to resist, his right hand encircled her neck while his left hand secured his right wrist. Leveraging his weight as he sat upon her waist, he extended his legs forward in a fan-like manner, stabilizing himself like a prop. With an unwavering grip on her neck, he forcefully leaned back, using his body weight to his advantage. Crack! In a state of exhilaration, Gu Qingyuan instinctively applied all his strength, causing the woman in pink to bend into an arched shape. In the blink of an eye, the woman who had been struggling moments before fell silent, her head limply resting against his arm, her entire being succumbing to lethargy. Gu Qingyuan maintained this position for approximately 10 seconds, ensuring her stillness before, in a final confirmation, he yanked her one last time and then slowly released his trembling hands. Thud! The liberated woman collapsed to the ground like a sack of flour. Gu Qingyuan stood up, devoid of any other emotion, his body trembling slightly. Have I killed someone? Ding! System activated. Congratulations, Commander, on achieving a kill. Unlocking the achievement defeated the woman in pink on the ground. Chapter 2. The War System a System? Was he hearing correctly? Gu Qingyuan's initial confusion was swiftly replaced by exhilaration. Having navigated various major websites since the 6th grade, he understood systems far better than any mere construct. Yet, this was not the moment for delving into the intricacies of his newfound advantage. Setting aside the old bus ahead that could barely contain the encroaching zombies, the scattered undead already noticing him and rushing forward posed a challenge he could not confront. Fortunately, the area near the 8-kilometer station was a transitional zone from suburb to city, surrounded by a few scattered self-built houses and a sparse flow of vehicles. Gu Qingyuan retrieved his phone, trembling as he selected a shared electric bike and began scanning the QR code, all the while keeping an eye on the approaching zombies. This sensation reminded him of the escape room adventures in Yuqing, where he had been chased by a ghost to a door, his nerves fraying as he fumbled to open it in the wrong direction. Ultimately, it had been the NPC ghost that had assisted him in opening the door. The terror he felt then was eclipsed by the present dread, for being caught now would mean real death. Ding! The lock has been released. At the sound of the delightful electronic chime, Gu Qingyuan let out a long breath, placing his small suitcase on the bike's footboard. With his left foot firmly on the ground, he twisted the throttle and maneuvered the electric bike in tight circles before shooting off like a dart. To be fair, the electric bike did accelerate remarkably fast. Several minutes later, dressed in a military green sun protection jacket with the zipper fully fastened, Gu Qingyuan lay flat against a massive mound of earth by the roadside, envisioning himself as a starfish, striving to minimize his presence. The mound was surrounded by farmland, offering a broad view with little human activity. Gu Qingyuan crawled low, thoroughly inspecting the mound twice to ensure there were no blind spots before he began to explore his system. A system? As the thought crossed his mind, a blue virtual panel materialized before him, reminiscent of the construction interface from Red Alert. At the top of the panel, the words War System appeared, the font somewhat akin to bold sans serif. Having recently written a holiday paper, he found himself automatically recognizing the formatting requirements, his mind filled with notions of various typefaces. How pretentious! Gu Qingyuan silently scoffed, while inwardly calling out, System Sprite? System Intelligence? War System? After a prolonged silence, there was still no response. Ah. It seemed that the standard intelligence system in web literature was indeed a fabrication. The authors had never possessed such knowledge. Soon, having reconciled with the absence of a system sprite, Gu Chengyuan earnestly examined the war system that resided in his mind. The system panel was remarkably simple and straightforward, as if it had been directly copied from Red Alert. It was generally divided into three main panels: personal, buildings, and troops. Under the personal section, there were subsections for personal information and troop configuration. Using his thoughts to control the cursor on the virtual screen, he opened the personal section and discovered a series of fundamental details. Name: Gu Chengyuan. Gender: male. Race: human. Height: 182 centimeters. Weight: 73 kilograms. Strength: 12, average for the race. 10. Endurance: 17, average for the race. 10. Speed: 11, average for the race. 10. Spirit: 20, average for the race. 10. Seeing his strength and endurance exceed the average, Gu Chengyuan was not surprised. After all, having served in the military during his university years, he found it unusual not to surpass the norm. However, how could his spirit be double the average? Could it be attributed to his habit of staying up late reading novels since 6th grade? Pondering this mystery aside, Gu Chengyuan opened the military unit configuration page, which, as expected, was utterly devoid of content. Upon accessing the construction page, he was taken aback. A vast empty space displayed a solitary gray-white barracks icon, evoking a sense of desolation akin to a dormitory with but one occupant. Below it, the price of 5,000 was inscribed in red font, indicating that construction conditions had not been met. Well, it's still commendable to have a barracks. One must learn to be content, Gu Chengyuan reassured himself as he navigated to the military unit interface. The military unit interface was divided into three subsections: naval, aerial, and ground forces. Both the naval and aerial sections were empty, but to Gu Chengyuan's delight, the army section presented two selectable icons. Although both were grayish, signifying their unavailability, at least there was something to consider. The two icons were as follows: Daxiao Regular Infantry Squad, 1,500, comprised of 10 soldiers, possessing competent military training. This squad forms the foundational component of the Daxiao National Defense Force, equipped with standard Daxiao weaponry. Daxiao Elite Infantry Squad, 3,000, comprising 12 soldiers. This elite squad boasts superior military training and serves as a model unit within the Daxiao National Defense Force, outfitted with advanced individual equipment for small-scale operations. Upon reading the descriptions of these two icons, Gu Chengyuan felt a tightening in his chest. As he suspected, this system allowed for the direct summoning of soldiers akin to a real-time strategy game, guaranteeing that summoned troops would possess maximum loyalty. In chaotic times, possessing soldiers is akin to wielding power. Talent is paramount. Gu Chengyuan had previously felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the system might resemble an arms depot. While that would be better than nothing, an arsenal without personnel raises the question of who would wield the weapons. The conflicts between individuals are far more enigmatic than the claws of the zombie matron encountered earlier. After a thorough examination of the system panel, Gu Chengyuan gained a general understanding of the system and arrived at the most crucial aspect. What currency does this system utilize? In the upper left corner, the words money were prominently displayed in bold. Money, 2.0? Gu Chengyuan furrowed his brow. Could this be the reward for defeating the zombie matron? 2 units seemed rather scant. It was improbable that it was a system bonus. Given the current pricing structure, 2 units could barely constitute startup capital. The system ought to, if not must, provide more. Thus, the truth became clear. This was indeed the reward for vanquishing the zombie matron. In that ordinary class, one would have to eliminate 750 zombies, while the elite class demands the slaughter of 1,500. No, I am not a seasoned fishmonger who has spent a decade at a bustling market. The threshold for embarking on this entrepreneurial venture is exceedingly high. The mere thought of a zombie matriarch is fraught with peril. Gu Chengyuan mused that there were still 749 such entities lurking about, causing a wave of darkness to wash over him. However, life must persist, and in comparison to others, he already possessed a glimmer of hope. Thus, Gu Chengyuan encouraged himself, raising his elbow to strike the soft earth beneath him while murmuring, "Be fierce. I refuse to believe that in this desolate wilderness, there are no solitary zombies." Digging pits, using clubs, igniting flames. A plethora of cunning strategies to outsmart these zombies danced vividly in Gu Chengyuan's astute mind, laid out like a tempting harvest. These solitary zombies are as good as mine. I assure you, even the arrival of Jesus himself could not deter me. After a surge of mental fortitude, Gu Qingyuan stood invigorated, ready to deactivate the system panel and commence his venture, when suddenly he caught sight of a red dot in the corner of the panel. Upon closer inspection, he discovered an envelope icon, prompting the cursor to move and unlock it. Newcomer Gift Package X1. Would you like to claim it? Chapter 3. Elite Infantry Squad, a Novice Gift Pack? Goodness. It appears that this wretched system is somewhat considerate of my plight as a liberal arts student, as it refrained from requiring me to bare-handedly strangle 749 mutated zombies. Claim it, claim it. Gu Qingyuan felt an eager anticipation. Ding. The host has successfully claimed the Novice Gift Pack. The host has obtained the following items: Elite Infantry Squad X1, Captain Supply Box X1. Please select a deployment location. As the mechanical synthesis voice concluded, a movable virtual cube materialized before Gu Qingyuan, its area approximately that of half a basketball court, resembling a preset phantom from a placement game. Elite Infantry Squad. Goodness, esteemed system. I acknowledge that my previous complaints may have been somewhat too loud. I would need to bare-handedly strangle 1499 zombies without dying to possess this. Wouldn't I? 1,499. That's enough to spawn zombie babies. Gu Qingyuan directed the preset phantom towards the road with his mind, employing a third-person perspective akin to operating a claw machine. He softly uttered, "Claim." As his words fell, the air at the predetermined deployment point shimmered slightly, akin to the surface of still water being gently disturbed. Suddenly, a vehicle appeared seemingly out of thin air. Adorned with a jungle digital camouflage, the Mengshi 3 armored assault vehicle. When Gu Qingyuan focused his gaze on the armored vehicle, its name and specifications automatically emerged within his sight. Mengshi 3 Armored Assault Vehicle Dimensions, LXWXH, mm, 5650 by 2380 by 2125 total weight kg, 8,000 maximum load kg, 1,800 top speed, 120 kilometers h maximum water depth mm, 1,500 maximum range km, 756. 75-liter inline-6 diesel engine, torque, 850 Newton-meters fully welded load-bearing body, easily protects against infantry mines. 5 centimeters thick windshield and vehicle armor, capable of withstanding 7.62 caliber bullets and grenades. As Gu Qingyuan absorbed the data that materialized before him, he felt enveloped by an overwhelming sense of security. This was akin to a small fortress capable of reaching a speed of 120 kilometers h. With an 8-ton weight, what could possibly overturn it? Never mind. I want to jinx it. Click. The distinctive sound of mechanical locks resonated as all 5 doors swung open. A squad of soldiers clad in summer combat uniforms, fully armed, leapt out of the vehicle in various postures, quickly taking their positions beside the armored assault vehicle. One soldier stepped forward and bellowed, "Count off. 1, 2, 3. Hearing the resounding counts from the soldiers startled Gu Qingyuan, prompting him to wave his hands in immediate protest. Stop, stop, stop. If you continue counting like this, you'll attract the zombies around us, and will likely end up counting into the hundreds. Observing the soldiers who had halted, gazing at him with a hint of confusion, Gu Qingyuan cleared his throat and addressed them. This is a critical moment. Soldiers must remain concealed. Courtesy and etiquette are essential. But we must also be mindful of our surroundings. Are you the class leader? What is your name? Gu Qingyuan inquired, directing his gaze towards a robust soldier with a slightly chubby face, whose cheeks flushed a deep red. The soldier, upon hearing the question, saluted with his rifle and responded in a clear tone, reporting to the commander, "My name is Jia Sanyu, holding the rank of sergeant. I am the squad leader of the elite infantry class." Excellent. Sergeant Jia, please provide an overview of your squad's firepower configuration. Yes, Commander. Our squad consists of 12 personnel, 3 riflemen equipped with QBZ, 191 assault rifles fitted with QMK, 171 white light sights, 3x magnification, 3 snipers, each armed with a 7.62 mm precision sniper rifle with a 32x scope, a 10 Type 12, 7 mm anti-material sniper rifle with an aiming aid, and a 191 precision marksman rifle with a QMK, 171 white light sight. One machine gunner is equipped with a 5.8 mm QJB, 201 squad machine gun with a QMK, 171 white light sight. One grenade launcher operator wields a QLU 130-135 mm grenade launcher with an electro-optical sight. 2 submachine gunners carry QCU 171 submachine guns, while 2 close-quarters combat specialists are also armed with QCU 171 submachine guns. Lastly, 2 shotgun operators are equipped with 18 4mm 9 type shotguns. As Jia Sanyu delivered his report, Gu Chengyuan observed the soldiers' diverse array of weaponry, particularly the notably thick barrels, which made the corners of his mouth curl upwards in a smile. 12, 7 millimeters, 35 millimeters. My goodness. Having served, Gu Chengyuan was no novice. These seemingly dry specifications concealed absolute truths. That 12, 7 millimeters anti-material sniper rifle can shatter a half-meter thick wall from over 1,500 meters away. What carbon-based life form could withstand such firepower? Even a ghost would be left trembling after a single shot. And let us not overlook the 35 millimeters grenade launcher. Although unfamiliar to me, it is not of the great Zhou manufacture. Yet a similarly calibered Weilong grenade launcher is capable of creating a 30 square meter devastation radius at 1,500 meters. One shot. One household registration. Firepower configuration report complete. Awaiting your orders, Commander. After Jia Sanyu stood to attention and saluted, the entire squad of elite infantry stood firm, rifles in hand. Chests out, and eyes gleaming with determination as they gazed at Gu Chengyuan. Excellent. The morale is remarkably high. Jia Sanyu. Here. Where is my equipment box? Take me to retrieve it. Reporting to the commander, your equipment box is inside the vehicle. Squad leader Huang Jiaqi. You are now in charge of leading the squad in vigilance. A burly man with a dark face stepped forward upon receiving the command. Understood. All personnel, be on alert. Immediately deploy. With that, under the leadership of Deputy Squad Leader Huang Jiaqi, the remaining 11 elite infantry soldiers quickly formed into 3 combat groups, dispersing 100 meters in different directions around the armored assault vehicle to scout advantageous terrain for vigilance. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 soldiers, armed with 9-type shotguns, positioned themselves at the front and rear of the assault vehicle, maintaining a vigilant patrol. Having entered the vehicle, Gu Chengyuan was struck by the disciplined scene before him, suddenly filled with a sense of invincibility, as if he were the sole conqueror amidst a world of zombies. The interior of the 3 assault vehicle was remarkably spacious, particularly with the more than 2-meter gap that created considerable room between the seats. In the center lay his equipment boxes, 2 black containers, one roughly the size of a 50-inch suitcase, marked as an arms box, and a slightly smaller one labeled as an equipment box. Gu Chengyuan first opened the topmost equipment box and casually rummaged through it, discovering summer training uniforms, winter combat attire, spring and autumn regular uniforms, and insignia. He retrieved a set of summer combat gear, donned desert combat boots, and affixed the insignia before beginning to change. The fabric of the combat uniform felt exceptionally comfortable, cool against his skin and gliding smoothly, while remaining lightweight and breathable. The tactical gloves hugged his long fingers perfectly, allowing for unimpeded movement. Most notably, the 3 golden stars of his captain's rank shimmered on the collar, adding an extra touch of brilliance to the already striking military attire. Standing at 182 centimeters, Gu Chengyuan possessed an ideal physique, with well-defined muscles that filled out the combat uniform and enhanced his imposing presence. Had the apocalypse not erupted, his striking appearance alone would have commanded respect from any observer. He then opened the arms box, revealing a detachable bulletproof vest equipped with ballistic inserts. After donning the vest, he filled his magazine pouch with fully loaded magazines for grenades, a water bottle, and a gas mask. Once prepared, Gu Chengyuan retrieved a handgun, checked to ensure the safety was off, secured it with a lanyard, and stowed it in his thigh holster, simultaneously sliding a military dagger into the adjacent sheath. Lastly, he uncovered a rifle unlike any he had seen before, distinct from any firearm of the Great Zhou or this world. The QBZ-191 assault rifle caught his eye immediately, and his mind echoed a singular thought. It was magnificent. As an advocate of aesthetics, Gu Chengyuan firmly believed that beauty equated to combat prowess. Any weapon lacking in aesthetic appeal could hardly be formidable. This rifle featured a triple QMK-171 white light sight on its rail, but unlike others, Gu Chengyuan's was additionally equipped with a laser sight and even a transparent red dot sight on the side. It was clear that the system had fully outfitted the weapon to ensure the host could achieve precise accuracy. After a brief period of familiarization and confirming he could operate it without error, Gu Chengyuan slung the rifle over his shoulder and began contemplating his next steps. He was no longer the naive youth reliant solely on brute force. His strategies moving forward would need to be refined and tailored to his own capabilities. Chapter 4. Journey to Night State University. The emergence of the elite infantry squad finally liberated Gu Chengyuan from the clutches of death. His taut nerves began to relax. Thus, Before plotting his next move, he hastily retrieved his mobile phone to call his parents. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the sporadic explosions in the urban area had been incessant. He had been preoccupied with survival and had no time to consider other matters. But if he did not reach out now, there was no telling when the signal might vanish. As he pulled out his phone, he noticed dozens of missed calls, with the caller ID displaying his mother, father, and younger brother, Gu Cheng-yun. The latest call from his parents was just a minute ago, while his brother had called mere seconds prior. Gu Cheng-yun promptly returned the call to his mother, who answered almost instantly. Before he could utter a word, his mother's anxious and frantic voice came through. "Hello, my dear, are you all right? Why didn't you answer my calls? Your father and I have been worried sick about you." It was chaotic out on the streets just now, as if people had gone mad, biting indiscriminately like rabid animals. Goodness, so many have been bitten and perished. It was bloody. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and told your father to shut the roller gate. Don't be afraid. Find a safe place to hide. Your father and I will come to get you right away. Don't be frightened. Your father is on his way. Hearing the tremor in his mother's voice, Gu Cheng-yun's heart tightened, and he quickly reassured her, "Mom, I'm fine. My phone was on silent, and I didn't hear it ring. Please don't worry about me. I'm with the military, and I'm quite safe. You mustn't come looking for me. It's too dangerous outside, and the highways are surely congested with those creatures. I'm with the army here. You two stay safe at home and don't go outside. Whatever you do, don't venture out. If one of those things bites you, it can spread the infection. Trust in the great Zhou. The Zhou dynasty has endured for 3,000 years. Just patiently await the military's rescue. It won't be long." Despite his words, Gu Cheng-yun himself harbored a sense of pessimism. The current Zhou dynasty system seemed grim, especially concerning the national defense forces. Imagine comrades who were once as close as brothers suddenly transforming into the undead. Many would likely be caught off guard. The initial instinct would surely be to contain and await treatment, not to exterminate. This disparity in information, compounded by the virus's contagious nature, posed a nearly catastrophic blow to the national defense forces. Yet, to soothe his parents, he could only speak reassuringly. After all, even if the great Zhou military did not arrive in time, he possessed the system himself. The signal could cut out at any moment, so he decided to call his younger brother to check on his situation in Yuqing. "All right, you ask him," he said. "I just spoke with him. Hello? Hello? Beep, beep, beep." Hearing the busy signal on the line, Gu Cheng-yun furrowed his brow, realizing the signal might be interrupted, but he hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon. "Fortunately, I managed to call home in time. Otherwise, the anxious parents would have driven over 300 kilometers, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. My younger brother should be fine. Being able to communicate with our parents about his situation is not too dire. At least he is alive. Although he has never been as quick-witted as I am, he is by no means foolish. His physical prowess offers him an advantage. Provided he remains sensible, he should survive." With circumstances as they are, Gu Cheng-yun, feeling somewhat helpless, found his desire for strength intensifying. Only by rapidly amassing power and accumulating resources could he hope to safeguard his loved ones in this apocalyptic world. After assessing the family's usual food reserves, Gu Cheng-yun set himself a goal to accelerate his growth and, within a fortnight at most, initiate plans to rescue his parents within the province. As for his brother, the nearly 1,000-kilometer journey across provincial lines would have to rely on his clever mind for the time being. Regarding the forthcoming developments, Gu Cheng-yun had already determined his next base of operations, his own school, Yezhou University. The primary reasons for this choice were threefold. First, its geographical location is exceptionally advantageous. Unlike many universities situated in bustling urban areas, Yezhou University is nestled in a remote cattle farming village by a stream, so secluded that wildlife, including monkeys, frequently roams the campus. Consequently, there is only a small resettlement area nearby, providing resources with minimal risk, ideal for initial growth. Second, the university boasts ample space and comprehensive facilities. As the sole key university in the province, Yezhou University stands as a shining beacon for Yezhou Province. The provincial government has invested significantly in the institution, resulting in superb infrastructure. The teaching and living areas encompass nearly 5,000 acres, capable of supporting over 50,000 students and faculty, along with an additional 1,000 acres dedicated to experimental farming. This setup not only meets daily living needs but also allows for agriculture, truly perfect. Lastly, the ease of occupation is a significant factor, With the semester not commencing for another week, there are virtually no students present except for those like Gu Cheng-yuan, who returned early to prepare for exams. At most, a few hundred zombies roam the expansive 5,000-acre campus, scattered throughout, given Gu Cheng-yuan's current firepower and capabilities. Seizing this location feels like a gift from the system. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Cheng-yuan immediately called out, "Jia Sanyu." Yes, order the troops to assemble swiftly and prepare to head to Yezhou University. Understood. Chapter 5. Cleansing the Undead on the Resplendent Golden Avenue. The formidable armored assault vehicle, akin to a steel beast, moved at a deliberate pace. The 12.7mm caliber machine gun atop the vehicle glinted ominously in the sunlight, its dark muzzle reflecting an unsettling glow. The marksman and team driver, Hu Junpeng, remained intently focused on the road ahead, vigilant for any potential sudden disturbances. Meanwhile, Gu Cheng-yuan comfortably occupied the passenger seat, typically reserved for the team leader, while a foldable stand propped a computer display before him, showcasing a starry electronic map along with their current location. In contrast, Jia Sanyu had prudently retreated to the back seat, squeezing in with his fellow soldiers. His perpetually squinted eyes scanned the outside world, alert for any signs of impending danger. 13 fully armed warriors, each burdened with tactical backpacks, were crammed into an armored vehicle designed for a mere 10 occupants. However, thanks to the robust air conditioning, the interior remained refreshingly cool despite the cramped conditions. As time progressed, the vehicle transitioned from the desolate intercity highway to the North Stream Road leading into the Water District. Nearly 2 minutes into this new route, Gu Cheng-yuan commanded a halt. Ahead lay a chaotic scene, with various vehicles scattered haphazardly along the roadside. Some still emitted wisps of smoke, while others bore severe deformities, having succumbed to flames that consumed them halfway. The charred remains of unfortunate souls could be discerned from a distance, their agonizing struggles before death lingering in the air. Several vehicles in better condition contained zombies, clawing at their doors in a futile attempt to escape. Observing the road conditions, Gu Cheng-yuan silently applauded the leadership behind the site selection for Yezhou University. If the sparsely populated North Stream Road presented such a grim tableau, one could scarcely imagine the chaos that awaited in the heart of the Water District, let alone the city center. A massive horde of undead, gridlocked streets, and survivors trapped in bustling areas with no hope of rescue. What could they do but await their fates? Could mere human legs outrun an inexhaustible swarm of zombies? Those who dared to confront them would find themselves ensnared, with no escape. Given the current density of the undead on North Stream Road, Gu Cheng-yuan resolved to disembark the soldiers and utilize the armored assault vehicle to clear the area of zombies. The cramped conditions within the vehicle hindered their firepower, making it difficult to maneuver, let alone ensure shooting accuracy. While a few zombies could still be glimpsed wandering the road, the majority were trapped inside vehicles. It was unlikely that even a small horde of 20 could be assembled, and such a prime opportunity for extermination was not one Gu Cheng-yuan intended to squander. All personnel, assemble, he commanded. I am now issuing the combat directives. First, the 3 of you will form a combat team, creating 3 groups, 1, 2, and 3. Disembark and utilize the armored vehicle to cleanse the zombies from the roadway ahead. The specific task distribution is as follows. Groups 1 and 2 will serve as the primary force for the offensive, while Group 3 will remain at the rear, vigilant for any potential flanking attacks. Junping, be mindful of the vehicle's speed. Should visibility ahead be obscured and ambushes be afoot, sound the horn to alert the troops. The machine gunner positioned atop the vehicle was instructed not to fire unless commanded. At last, a shotgunner followed closely behind me. Additionally, all combat teams were reminded to be vigilant should they encounter vehicles in good condition, robust in structure, containing solitary zombies unable to escape. They were to prepare signals and then leave the matter to me. Today, I intended to unleash a massacre. All units, commence action. Affirmative, as the command was issued. The armored assault vehicle's left and rear doors swung open simultaneously. Combat teams 1 and 2 swiftly disembarked, providing mutual cover as they advanced cautiously ahead. The team emerging from the rear door quickly split up, with 1 member trailing the back and 2 flanking the sides, maintaining armed vigilance over the surroundings. Under the gunner's control, the 50 caliber machine gun atop the vehicle began to shift its aim. Bang, bang. A series of sharp gunshots rang out as 2 zombies, lunging forward like rabid dogs, were instantly knocked back to the ground by the sheer force of the bullets. The squad leader, Jia Sanyu, a main assault operator, felt a slight perspiration form on his palms as he gripped the handle of his 191 assault rifle. The erratic movements of the zombies were indeed unnerving. They had previously staggered about, appearing unstable, yet upon spotting a human, they erupted into a frenzied charge. The sudden acceleration and chaotic sprinting made it difficult to aim accurately, even with a scope. It took several shots for the three of them to finally dispatch the two zombies with headshots. Everyone heightened their vigilance, prioritizing safety and conserving ammunition. Just disembarking, Gu Chengyuan was equally astonished by the scene before him. These creatures were nothing like the zombies he had encountered at the bus station today. He pondered with furrowed brows. The shambling corpses that had surrounded him then seemed like sprinting champions. He mused that he might have already met his demise. Was this an evolution? Or perhaps today's ability to escape was due to the zombies being newly transformed, struggling to control their bodies? With these questions lingering in his mind, Gu Chengyuan calmly opened the assault vehicle's door, re-entering alongside the shotgun-wielding guard. He decided to observe a bit longer after all. One's life is paramount. Each profession has its expertise, and one must possess a certain level of self-awareness. Although he had consistently excelled in marksmanship during his service, the shooting exercises had always been conducted at a distance of 100 meters, prone position, aimed at a chest target. For him, shooting was akin to a liberal arts student learning physics and chemistry, merely a cursory understanding. Initially, he had imagined the zombies to be slow-moving, feeble old women, planning to take advantage of them and practice his standing aim. Who would have thought that the experience he envisioned would turn out to be sprinters? It seemed as though the entire Beishui North Road was populated with athletes. Zombies, devoid of any martial ethics, did not afford him the luxury of lying down to aim. It appeared wiser to wait for Jia Sanyu and his team to draw them in. Bang bang. Another flurry of gunfire erupted. Gu Chengyuan opened a shooting window atop the vehicle, leaning out partially, peering through binoculars toward the front. Jia Sanyu and his team had dispatched 3 more zombies, lunging towards them like unleashed wild dogs. Feeling the slight sluggishness of the armored assault vehicle beneath him, Zhu Ping maneuvered the vehicle to nudge a small car obstructing the road aside. In the presence of this steel behemoth, ordinary civilian vehicles appeared as mere toys, easily pushed aside. Although a more aggressive approach could have been taken, Zhu Ping, mindful of the assault vehicle's exterior, opted for a gentler push to avoid scratching the paint. In this brief moment, the 2 combat teams at the forefront had already dispatched over a dozen zombies. Observations revealed that these undead were surprisingly athletic. The situation that he dreaded most had indeed come to pass, causing Gu Chengyuan to worry for the survivors residing in affluent areas. Determined to cease his futile ruminations, Gu Chengyuan summoned the system, eager to assess how many resources he had amassed. His eyes gleamed with anticipation akin to a farmer awaiting a bountiful harvest. What? Where are my resource points? Gu Chengyuan focused intently on the system panel, where the word money loomed large and bold. Following it was an even larger 2. Having taken down a dozen zombies, why was there not a single resource to show for it? Where is it? Where is it? Must I personally engage in the killing to gain anything? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. The system could not be so inhumane. If this was the case, would I need to slay thousands to earn a meager sum? Unthinkable. I must engage my clever mind to discern where the problem lies. Aha. Guangqiang. At once. The vigilant Guangqiang, clutching a shotgun as a guard within the vehicle, promptly responded. Disembark and excavate the brains of the slain zombies. Thoroughly search for any foreign objects. Understood. Despite the complex expression on Guangqiang's face upon receiving this command, he hesitated not a moment. Once outside, he retrieved a hammer and pickaxe from the vehicle's rear and picked up a plastic sheet from the ground. With a slight tremor, he approached the corpse of a fallen zombie. Chapter 6. Harvest. A dull thud resounded, accompanied by the suppressed retching of Pu Guangqiang. Fortunately, he had the foresight to cover the zombie's head with plastic wrap, ensuring that as the pickaxe shattered the skull, the crimson spray merely scattered across the dark asphalt. Reminiscent of a gruesome yet artistic scene. From a bird's-eye view, one could almost detect the essence of Van Gogh's Impressionism. Who would have thought Pu Guangqiang harbored a painter's spirit, wielding his tools like a brush? However, Gu Chengyuan was far from appreciating this macabre masterpiece of the post-apocalyptic era. He felt a wave of intense physiological discomfort wash over him. His limbs turned icy, and a sense of nausea threatened to overwhelm him. Yet, rather than turning away, he compelled himself to gaze intently, as if seeking to etch the image deeply into his memory. The world after the apocalypse would only grow more brutal. Adaptation was essential. Even with a system at one's disposal, failure to adapt would lead to inevitable elimination. Pu Guangqiang, with a shotgun slung across his back, meticulously sifted through the crimson mess with a piece of plastic in hand, before suddenly exclaiming, "Report, sir. I have discovered an unknown crystal within the zombie's head." Before entering the armored vehicle to present the crystal to Gu Qingyuan, he deftly rinsed it twice in the water skin at his side. Gu Qingyuan received the crystal with curiosity, observing its remarkably regular dodecahedral shape, exquisite and translucent. Approximately the size of a little finger, it contained wisps of pale gray mist that appeared to flow, evoking a sense of dreamlike wonder. "How beautiful," he mused, far surpassing those diamonds enhanced by filters. "This is the true blood diamond, born from flesh and nourished by blood." Upon witnessing this, Gu Qingyuan's thoughts were largely validated, prompting him to call forth the system panel. As expected, a red dot illuminated near the monetary frame, revealing a new conversion function. Gu Qingyuan opted to proceed with the conversion. Ding. Detected inferior biological crystal core X1. Would you like to convert? Convert. Gu Qingyuan declared without hesitation, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Ding. Conversion successful. Money 5. His monetary balance now stood at 7. Subsequently, Gu Qingyuan instructed 2 soldiers from the vigilance team, under Pu Guangqiang's guidance, to seek out the fallen zombies and methodically search their remains. Shortly thereafter, Pu Guangqiang returned, bearing 5 thoroughly cleansed crystal cores. Gu Qingyuan examined each one closely, noting their uniform size, as if produced from a single mold. However, the gray mist within displayed subtle variations in depth. For the subsequent conversions, Gu Qingyuan chose to proceed one by one rather than en masse. Ding. Money 2, money 3, money 5, money 3, money 1. At this moment, Gu Qingyuan's wealth has reached a total of 21. Through this series of tests, he discovered that the amount of money converted was intricately linked to the depth and thickness of the gray mist surrounding the crystal nuclei. The crystal nucleus, with the darkest and thickest hue, yielded 5 units of currency, while the one with the faintest color, nearly imperceptible, converted only a single unit. He gently tossed the completely transparent and now inert crystal nucleus to the rear of the armored vehicle. The alert team dispersed, maintaining a safe distance. "I will now commence firing at the crystal nuclei." Once the 3 members of the alert team positioned themselves on either side of the vehicle, Gu Qingyuan disengaged the safety on his 191 assault rifle, switching it to single-shot mode. With his elbows resting firmly on the armored top of the vehicle, he formed a stable triangle, leaning forward to press his shoulder against the stock, adjusting the weapon accordingly. Through the enhanced QNK 171 white light scope, which offered 3 times magnification, he locked onto the zombie crystal nucleus on the ground. With conscious aim and an instinctive pull of the trigger, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The crystal nucleus, no thicker than a pinky, was instantly shattered, leaving only faint remnants akin to crushed glass. It appeared that this zombie crystal nucleus was not as indestructible as described in previous novels. However, this revelation suggested that exterminating zombies could incur substantial losses. For instance, utilizing light weaponry to target the zombie's head might inadvertently strike the nucleus within. Not to mention the heavy artillery, such as grenades, or possibly even cannons that might emerge later. Such powerful weapons could evaporate dozens, even hundreds of square meters in a single blast, thus employing heavy firepower. While possessing great lethality, could yield exceedingly low returns, and in extreme cases, even result in losses. Consequently, Gu Qingyuan resolved that, unless absolutely necessary, he would strive to utilize light weaponry for extermination, as the early stages must primarily focus on development, where every resource is of utmost value. Chapter 7. The Cleansing in Progress. As Gu Qingyuan peered through the shooting sunroof of the vehicle, binoculars in hand, the walkie-talkie secured to his chest crackled to life. "We have encountered a Dongfeng Sanyong that has crashed and come to a halt. The door is slightly deformed, yet remains remarkably sturdy. Inside, there is one male zombie, restrained by a seatbelt, requesting tactical guidance. Dongi. Received. Dong Earth. Leave a marker and continue with the mission. Understood." After stowing away the walkie-talkie, Gu Qingyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Tactical guidance? Jia Sanyu, with his thick brows and expressive eyes, was getting into the nuances of human interaction, allowing himself to indulge in the thrill of the hunt while playfully adopting the guise of a strategist. Yet, truth be told, his words did resonate with a certain vigor. "Juping, stop the vehicle when we reach the marked car." "Yes," Hu Juping replied instantly. The armored assault vehicle, known as the Brave Warrior 3, rolled forward for over a minute before halting beside the Dongfeng Sanyong that had collided with the roadside barrier. Inside, The zombie's skin was a mottled shade of grayish-purple, its slicked back hair gleaming under the light, and its formal attire was wrinkled from struggling against the seatbelt. Its pale, pus-yellow eyes were filled with a chaotic ferocity, and its pupils were constricted to the size of pinpricks. The corners of its mouth had been torn apart from excessive exertion, creating an unsettling rift that seemed to stretch towards its ears, its gaping maw brimming with a dense array of jagged teeth. Upon noticing the approach of Gu Chengyuan and Pu Guangxiang, it frantically battered against the window, desperate to reach them. With the safety already disengaged, Gu Chengyuan aimed his gun at the zombie within the vehicle, experiencing for the first time such a close, prolonged, and meticulous observation of a zombie. If one were to believe the various films and literary works, zombies were the result of a virus. But what kind of virus possessed such immense power, transforming former humans into a near-alien species in less than half a day? Bang! The gunshot rang out. In an instant, the previously frenzied zombie's head jerked back, a small hole appearing suddenly on its nose. Simultaneously, a spray of red and white matter erupted from the gaping wound at the back of its head, splattering the interior of the vehicle with gruesome spots of blood. Having witnessed Pu Guangxiang's earlier display of skill with a pickaxe, Gu Chengyuan, while this was his first experience with a zombie's headshot, felt considerably less discomfort than he had anticipated. As he bent down to re-engage the safety, he called out, "Guangxiang, come." Before he could elaborate further, Pu Guangxiang's expression conveyed his understanding. "Commander, I comprehend," he exclaimed, shaking the pickaxe in his hand, while the shotgun that had been at the ready moments before was now slung across his back. As time progressed, Gu Chengyuan's unit had advanced nearly 10 kilometers. As the sun began its descent in the sky, an uncommon sight unfolded. A vast expanse of fiery clouds painted the horizon, a multitude of deep crimson clouds stretching endlessly, as if the very heavens were ablaze. The scene was breathtakingly majestic. Before today, such a breathtakingly romantic scene would undoubtedly have been fervently shared and admired by countless individuals on social media platforms after work or school. Gu Chengyuan felt a stir within, opening his phone to compose a post. The first day of the apocalypse. Accompanying this was an image of him clad in combat gear, cradling a firearm while perched atop a warrior assault vehicle, leaning against a 12.7mm caliber mounted machine gun. His face obscured by a black mask rendered his expression unreadable, while the backdrop featured a sky ablaze and a blood-red sunset. Upon clicking send, a notification of failure appeared, prompting him to check the current network. With a soft sigh at the red exclamation mark displayed on his screen, Gu Chengyuan put away his phone and instead retrieved the walkie-talkie. "Attention all units. Attention all units. This is Dong Yao. This is Dong Yao. Please respond if you hear me. Please respond if you hear me. Dong Air received. Dong Sen received. Dong Si received. The current operation is concluded. All units are to cease combat immediately and extract the zombie crystals. For the sake of efficiency, counting is unnecessary. But all must return to the assault vehicle before darkness falls. Dong Si will continue the vigilance mission and will only withdraw after all units have returned. Dong Air received. Dong San received. Dong Si received." As dusk rapidly approached, Gu Chengyuan prudently decided to withdraw his forces. The apocalypse had only just begun, and the precise circumstances remained uncertain, with unknown dangers lurking ahead. Moreover, the soldiers had been in a heightened state of combat focus for nearly 4 hours, despite a few brief respites. Their mental fatigue was palpable. Once night descended, without substantial lighting equipment, visibility would be severely compromised, relying solely on tactical flashlights attached to their firearms. They would also become vulnerable targets in the shadows, significantly increasing the likelihood of peril. Though these soldiers had been summoned by the system, through their interactions, Gu Chengyuan felt no distinction between them and real individuals. Each possessed a unique personality, preferences, and distinct ways of communicating and acting, even harboring their own stories. For instance, he had been chatting with Pu Guangxiang, who served as a bodyguard. Pu revealed that his hometown was the pinnacle of the internet arena. Having graduated from high school without pursuing further education, he had spent his days mingling in various bars as a marketer, surrounded by DJs and beautiful people. He had been compelled to serve by his father, initially resistant and constantly counting down the days, but gradually came to enjoy this place. He expressed a fondness for robust weaponry, choosing a shotgun as his armament, exclaiming, "Like a crow, just one shot, and it sends people flying. I relish that sensation." Faced with such a loyal and vibrant group, how could Gu Chengyuan bear to expose them to unnecessary risks? Approximately half an hour later, As the squads treaded upon the last vestiges of the sunset's crimson glow, they returned to the armored vehicle just before the sun vanished completely. Each combat team presented Gucheng Yuan with a small bag containing zombie crystals. The crystal cores were meticulously cleaned by the warriors in the small ditches by the roadside before being bagged. System. As soon as he acquired the crystal cores, Gucheng Yuan eagerly summoned the system, intending to assess the fruits of today's endeavors. At the current location of the armored vehicle, approximately 80 cars had been cleared. The number of zombies within these vehicles varied, with 1, 2, 3, or even 4 present in some instances. There were also empty vehicles, either abandoned by survivors who fled or those where individuals had been overtaken by zombies outside the car. Gucheng Yuan felt rather unfortunate today. Despite the naturally low traffic on Shishui North Road, encountering nearly 80 vehicles without a single survivor was disheartening. Was it that the humans were too capable and managed to escape, or were they too feeble to flee at all? Estimating an average of 2 zombies per vehicle, he had eliminated a total of 160 zombies today, subtracting 5% for the inevitable loss of zombie crystal cores due to misfires. Gucheng Yuan conservatively estimated that the 2 bags contained at least 152 crystal cores. Now, it remained to be seen how many of these cores would ultimately find their way into his possession. Converting to currency. Ding. Conversion successful, yielding 389 gold coins. Gucheng Yuan watched as the substantial currency bar leaped, bringing the total to 410. Chapter 8. The First Encounter with Survivors Report. Is that you, Guangqiang? What's going on? Commander. We have seafood fried noodles and Yangzhou fried rice. Which would you like? Gucheng Yuan had just finished tallying today's gains and closed the system interface when Pu Guangqiang approached with 2 steaming paper containers. The night had completely enveloped the surroundings. And Pu Guangqiang, whose skin was already quite dark, seemed to meld into the shadows, making him difficult to discern. However, his large eyes, fixed on Gucheng Yuan, sparkled with brightness. I'll have the Yangzhou fried rice. I'm not fond of seafood. By the way, Guangqiang, you don't dislike seafood, do you? Pu Guangqiang flashed a broad smile, revealing his white teeth, and replied cheerfully, Not at all, Commander. I actually quite enjoy it. That's good. You should eat quickly. Go inform your squad leader to arrange the rotation of the watch personnel. After a half-hour rest, we will board the vehicles and set off. Understood. After Pu Guangqiang left, Gucheng Yuan began to eat his self-heating rice. The system was rather generous. The squad's supplies included a new type of individual self-heating meals, with an impressive variety of flavors. Not only were there various fried noodles and fried rice to choose from, but the self-heating package also contained drink powders, chocolate, gum, energy bars, and dried fruits. The taste might not be exquisite, but compared to the other survivors who might still be suffering from hunger and fear, Gucheng Yuan could only exclaim, What a luxury! Half an hour later, as the watch personnel returned, the elite infantry squad boarded the vehicle. Gucheng Yuan began to issue the next set of orders. Soldiers, thanks to everyone's valiant efforts this afternoon, we have advanced nearly 10 kilometers along Shishui North Road. We have successfully accomplished our designated combat mission. We are now only 7 kilometers away from Naito University. Due to the darkness, I have chosen to advance using the armored vehicles. During the advance, unless absolutely necessary, all personnel are to remain in the vehicles and avoid engaging in combat with the zombies. As he spoke, Gucheng Yuan raised his hand to check the time displayed on the tactical screen. 2015. We aim to reach Naito University by 9:30 and find a resting point before 11 o'clock. During the journey, everyone should take the opportunity to rest. Junping. As the driver, you need to stay alert. The night brings complexities, and vigilance is even more crucial than during the day. Now let us depart. Received. With a deep, powerful rumble, the 6-cylinder diesel engine roared to life. The 8-ton Mars 3 armored assault vehicle slowly began its journey into the enveloping darkness ahead. At the intersection of Knight University Road and Shishui North Road, a severely deformed Maybach S680, with its left front tire blown, lay awkwardly across the road, surrounded by a throng of zombies. The cause of its predicament was a small overturned dump truck that had crashed into a nearby greenbelt. Inside the Maybach sat 3 individuals. A robust middle-aged man in the back seat was impeccably dressed, his hair meticulously styled, though his face was shrouded in darkness, obscuring any expression. The frequent action of glancing at the time revealed his inner turmoil and anxiety. The burly man in the driver's seat bore a weathered face marked by a bruise the size of an infant's hand, evidently a remnant of the recent car accident. His gaze was fierce, occasionally darting outside at the horde of corpses, as if calculating how to mount an attack. Beside him sat a young secretary. Impeccably dressed in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his demeanor exuding elegance, yet his expression was on the verge of collapse, filled with panic and terror. The three of them, each with their distinct emotions, felt the car jostle as it was pushed by the zombies outside. Within the silent confines of the vehicle, the only sounds were the pounding against the metal and the grating noises akin to nails scraping a chalkboard. Each sound seemed to claw at their hearts. Almost with a mere turn of the head, one could come face to face with the grotesque visage of a zombie, its gaping maw dripping with pus. In this suffocating atmosphere of despair, it was the young secretary who first lost his composure, hoarsely asking, "Mr. Are the rescue teams on their way?" Everyone in the car recognized this as a futile query, for under normal circumstances, the police would arrive within 10 minutes for a mere fender bender. Yet today, it seemed as though a series of unfortunate events had conspired against them. Not only had they witnessed multiple accidents around them, but they had also seen several homicides unfold. One such incident involved the driver of a dump truck, who barely escaped the overturned cabin, only to be surrounded and devoured by the zombies outside, reduced to a pile of shattered bones. When they attempted to flee, their engine faltered, not only failing to propel them to safety but also drawing the zombies closer, depriving them of even the chance to escape on foot. What to do? If I knew what to do, I would have fled long ago, he thought, recalling the days of his youth when he could fight his way through anything. Listening to the coarse remarks of Chairman Kai On-shin, the driver and secretary had long grown accustomed and displayed no signs of surprise. Despite Kai On-shin's outward appearance as the sagacious leader of the nearly $10 billion Home2 group, those familiar with him understood that he carried a heavy air of streetwise bravado and pride. He often reminisced about his days of dominance in high school, seemingly prouder of his status as the school's ruffian than of building a vast empire. His story was indeed legendary. Starting as a troublemaker in middle school, he ascended to the role of the school's kingpin in high school, earning the moniker Overlord. It seemed more like a script from a spirited youth film than real life. However, after graduating and serving in the military, he swiftly embarked on an extraordinary journey, transitioning from modest beginnings selling fried potatoes near Ijo University to establishing the billion-dollar Home2 group in less than 2 decades. In the face of great adversity, one must maintain composure. If worst comes to worst, death is but a minor inconvenience. And even if I fear death, I shall be the first to face it. I have a fortune worth billions and numerous lovers to protect. What do you have? Nothing at all. Should you perish, it would be of no loss. But for me, the stakes are monumental. I can still work for at least another 20 years. So many beautiful girls. Alas, although the young secretary was somewhat mentally prepared, he was still overwhelmed by the barrage of words. However, after such a scolding, his inner fears diminished significantly. It had never occurred to him before that being reprimanded by the boss could be rather relieving. "Boss, how about we charge out there?" suddenly suggested the driver, Abin. He had been brought into Kai On-shin's fold after his rise to success, previously working as a dump truck driver at a construction site. The two were high school classmates. Abin had been Kai On-shin's loyal subordinate, his unwavering confidant. His loyalty was proven when, during their sophomore year, he stood by Kai On-shin's side in a brawl with a group of delinquents. While others fled at the first hint of danger, he remained, enduring a beating alongside Kai On-shin, pinned down by a dozen assailants. Kai On-shin recalled that it was the only time in his life when he felt compelled to kneel and plead for mercy. "Are you out of your mind? There are zombies everywhere. How can we fight?" he exclaimed. "You only think about women and the landlady. Being scratched by a zombie will turn you into one. Do you have the confidence to escape from so many of them? If we rush out, we'll become zombies and die. If we can't get out, it's even worse, being devoured alive." Hearing Kai On-shin's reprimand, the burly man, Abin, looked somewhat innocent as he scratched the back of his head and retorted, "Boss, you know my high school grades were never impressive. I don't understand foreign languages, and those foreign films are uninteresting compared to domestic ones. Would you believe me if I told you I could slap you both right now? You can't comprehend foreign films on legitimate video platforms. Yet you seem to revel in those from Europe, America, and Japan on the web." Kai On-shin shot back, "Listen to me. Just stay in the car and think of nothing. If there's a rescue, we all survive together. If not, we perish together. Over 5 million in this coffin. Though it may be lacking for me, you too can enjoy such a fate. It's a legacy worth leaving, I assent it." Just as he finished speaking, the secretary in the passenger seat, who had been dejected from the scolding, suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Boss, look, there's light." Chapter 9 Arrival at Night State University. "What light?" Kai On-shin inquired, perplexed. "It appears to be headlights, boss. Over towards Shishue North Road." observing his secretary, who was brimming with excitement. Kyanshin instinctively turned his gaze in the indicated direction. Indeed, a faint glimmer of headlights emerged in the distance. His heart surged with anticipation, yet he maintained his composure, promptly devising a strategy and issuing instructions to the driver, Aben, and the secretary. Let us not rush into celebration until we ascertain the situation. We must observe quietly. Also, take out your phones. If it truly is survivors or a rescue team, our cries for help from within the vehicle will likely go unheard. Instead, we shall activate our phone flashlights to create a beacon for them to notice us. If that fails, Aben, remember to honk the horn, regardless of attracting more zombies. This may be our last opportunity. Damn it. We must go all out. Understood, boss. With that, the trio fixated intently on the headlights, akin to drowning individuals grasping for a lifeline. Reality did not disappoint them. Within 10 minutes, accompanied by the distinct roar of a diesel engine, a formidable armored vehicle materialized in their line of sight. As the armored vehicle maneuvered past a van, preparing to turn onto Night University Road, its warm yellow headlights illuminated the Maybach S680, which was encircled by a horde of zombies, nearly blinding the three inside. In any other circumstance, being subjected to such bright lights would have elicited exclamations of frustration from the occupants. However, at this moment, the headlights radiated a comforting warmth, almost bringing them to tears. Quickly, turn on your phone lights. Press them against the window and wave them. Inside the armored assault vehicle, seeing this familiar intersection, Du Chengyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Once they turned onto Night University Road and traveled another 200 or 300 meters, they would reach the northern gate of Night State University. Zombies continued to charge at the armored vehicle in sporadic waves. But under the might and resilience of the Warrior 3, they were either brushed aside or swept beneath the vehicle. Commander, there's light flashing from the black sedan ahead, reported the driver, Hu Junping, as he prepared to turn onto Night University Road. Light? Du Chengyuan glanced over and indeed observed 3 sources of light flickering within the luxurious black car, likely mobile phones, faint silhouettes discernible within. They must be survivors. Du Chengyuan felt a stir of excitement within. Humans are social creatures, and in times of calamity, the instinct to band together for warmth prevails. They must have seen us and are seeking help. He swiftly assessed the current rescue conditions. Although he had dispatched several zombies along the way, the assault vehicle's speed had been hampered due to obstacles, resulting in a trailing horde of nearly 20 to 30 zombies. Meanwhile, the Maybach was surrounded by approximately a dozen or 20, with some seemingly drawn to the commotion and now heading towards his assault vehicle. In the pre-apocalyptic world, there was no congregation of people nearby. As long as one did not make excessive noise, there should be no danger in attempting a rescue. Having made this decision, Du Chengyuan swiftly roused the warriors resting inside the vehicle. Due to the perilous environment, no one had truly slept. Most merely rested with their eyes closed. So they quickly regained their alertness. Junping's vehicle continued to advance. The road at the intersection was relatively spacious. Now, one could drive the assault vehicle to crush the zombies, exterminating the majority of them with a single charge. The other personnel prepared for combat, ready to disembark and establish defensive firepower as soon as Junping cleared a safe zone. The snipers and grenade launchers would remain inside the vehicle. Understood. With that, Hu Junping sharply turned the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the Maybach. Meanwhile, the remaining warriors, under the organization of squad leader Jia Sanyub, began to inspect their gear and conduct a brief tactical arrangement. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of relentless collisions echoed as the armored vehicle barreled forward like a bowling ball hurled with tremendous force. The approaching horde of zombies, numbering in the dozens, offered no resistance and were sent flying. They fell to the ground, against the guardrails, and into the landscaping like rag dolls. Some zombies that landed headfirst had their necks grotesquely bent at a 90-degree angle, falling silent, while others, with multiple bones shattered, suffered significant impairments in mobility. Yet Hu Junping continued to accelerate, adjusting his angle. With a thunderous crash, the zombies to the side of the Maybach were instantly obliterated by the 8-ton steel behemoth. The Shurji 3. Disembark and establish defensive firepower. Watch your step around the incapacitated zombies. Yes. The warriors, skilled in their movements, leaped from the vehicle. Pu Guangqiang, wielding a shotgun, led the charge. Upon exiting, he aimed at the zombies converging from the opposite side of the Maybach and fired. Bam! The deep, resonant gunfire rang out as a female zombie, her face a gruesome mess, had her head explode like a watermelon. Woohoo! Pu Guangqiang exclaimed in exhilaration, firing repeatedly at the remaining 7 or 8 zombies. The recoil of the shotgun made his face tremble. Within 5 seconds, he depleted his magazine. Each shot releasing 40 upon hearing the cry, Sania glanced in its direction, only to find himself kneeling on the ground. His hand inadvertently brushing against the severed limb of a zombie crushed beneath the tire. Meanwhile, the soldiers had already engaged in combat with the pursuing horde of mini-zombies behind them. Sania could scarcely afford to soothe his emotions. He swiftly grasped the individual and propelled him toward the vehicle door. Kaianshin, at the other end, quickly assisted in shoving the secretary Jean inside before scrambling up into the vehicle herself. Provide cover fire while boarding. Do not linger in combat, commanded Gu Chengyuan through the intercom. With the command issued, the 12 7mm heavy machine gun atop the vehicle rotated its muzzle, emitting its distinctive sound. Within moments, just 2 bursts of fire were unleashed, and the remaining dozen or so zombies lunging toward the rear of the armored vehicle fell as if harvested like wheat. The 12 7mm bullets struck the zombies, erupting in clouds of blood mist. Wherever they made contact, the creatures were severed in twain. As the gunfire swept across the area, only a field of dismembered limbs and scattered flesh remained. Gu Chengyuan paused momentarily, realizing he had underestimated the formidable power of the heavy machine gun. What was meant to be cover fire had turned into a complete annihilation. Nevertheless, he refrained from urging the soldiers to collect the crystal cores, knowing they could not escape here and that it would be safer to return for them in the daylight. Once the last soldier boarded the armored assault vehicle, the Morser 3 roared back to life and veered onto the darkened road. In under 2 minutes, it arrived at the familiar northern gate of the West District. Chapter 10. Unlocking New Units. Bang. Through the electric retractable gate, Sania skillfully dispatched a zombie within the northern security post using a Type 191 assault rifle. Meanwhile, the other warriors in the squad relied on the armored assault vehicle, the M3, to establish a formidable fire network on the spot. Rat-a-tat-tat. 2 warriors wielding QCQ submachine guns squeezed their triggers in short bursts, unleashing fiery tongues that obliterated several zombies' heads in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. Pu Guangxiang and another warrior with a shotgun fired continuously, each trigger pull erupting into a cloud of crimson mist amidst the horde of the undead. The zombies' bodies crumpled before the high-density tungsten alloy projectiles as though they were mere paper, without even engaging the vehicle's heavy machine gun. The trailing 20-odd zombies had already been cleared away. With a collective effort, Sania's 3-man assault team pushed open the powered retractable gate, allowing the M3 to enter. They then swiftly closed the gate again, sealing the school premises completely. All units accounted for, Hu Junping attentively controlled the vehicle's speed. As the machine gunner took position atop the vehicle, while the elite squad, excluding the sniper, followed closely behind. Understood. Meanwhile, seated in the corner of the vehicle were Kaianshin and 2 others, huddled quietly as they observed Gu Chengyuan directing the operation through the intercom. Wary of making any noise that might disrupt the mission. As the M3 entered Night State University, Gu Chengyuan had already claimed this territory as his own. Thus, before settling in, he intended to take advantage of the earlier commotion to scout the area. He sought to uncover any unknown threats within the school, preferring to lure out and eliminate potential enemies rather than be ambushed by them. The stretch of road from the school gate to the agricultural college, directly opposite the main entrance, was named Xiqing Road, measuring approximately 200 meters in length. To the west of Xiqing Road lay 9 open basketball courts and 4 badminton courts, due to the road being elevated about 2 meters above the courts. The vigilance required on the western side was relatively low, necessitating only the monitoring of the stairs connecting the two. Conversely, the eastern side presented a more complex scenario, featuring the Adult Re-Education Center, the national-level laboratory for computer science, and several abandoned buildings. Given the sparse human activity in this area, the eastern buildings were often overgrown with weeds and shrubs frequented by stray animals. As the warriors disembarked, they promptly lowered their night vision goggles from their tactical helmets. Through these devices, they could clearly observe their surroundings, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities during nighttime operations. As Gu Chengyuan had anticipated, the density of personnel at Night State University during the holiday season was exceedingly low, resulting in a correspondingly minimal zombie presence. By now, they were nearing the end of Xiqing Road, having encountered only a few scattered zombies, all of which were swiftly neutralized by the warriors armed with Type 191 rifles. With the 3x QMK 171 white light scope, as long as one remained steady and composed, it was nearly impossible to miss. Bang! Bang! The sporadic gunfire echoed across the vast expanse of the western stadium, resonating like the crack of firecrackers. In a moment of unexpected laxity, Pu Guangxiang suddenly shouted in panic and rolled to the ground. From the greenery in front of the empty building to the east, a dark figure surged forth, lunging directly at his head. As he rolled in a frenzy, he felt a fleeting brush from the shadow, and before he knew it, he was propelled away. Goodness! What strength! This was the only thought racing through his mind as he was knocked aside. Calm down. Jia Sanyu, the squad leader, reacted swiftly. To prevent chaos from causing friendly fire amidst the panic, he immediately shouted a command. Without taking aim, he raised his weapon and swept it in the direction of the shadow. Gunfire erupted, the flames of the muzzle igniting the air, and sparks erupted from the ground where the bullet struck. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, making it nearly impossible for Jia Sanyu to keep up, let alone hit it. Yet, his primary objective was to suppress its firepower, denying it the opportunity to attack and allowing his comrades time to react. The elite infantry squad, well-trained and disciplined, seized the moment created by Jia Sanyu's actions, and two QCQ-171 submachine guns roared to life. The 12.7mm heavy machine gun mounted on the vehicle swung around, prepared to fire, but was halted by Gu Qingyuan, who was concerned about the proximity of the target and the risk of ricochet wounding someone. Puff! Puff! Howl! Though the shadow was swift, it could not escape the pull of gravity, and under the barrage of bullets, it was struck repeatedly. Its long, dog-like body erupted in clouds of blood, its speed significantly diminished, and it was ultimately brought down by the oncoming hail of gunfire. Cease fire! Upon seeing the shadow roll to a stop beside the greenery, Jia Sanyu immediately issued the command to halt. Under the beam of the tactical flashlight, the squad members discerned that it was a dog, more precisely, a zombie dog. It lay on the ground, panting heavily like a deflating balloon, with multiple bullet holes oozing murky blood with each breath. As they approached with their weapons drawn, the creature's decomposed mouth revealed jagged, exposed teeth, and its blood-red eyes fixated intently on the humans before it. Goodness, what tenacity! Having endured numerous bullets, with its innards strewn about, it still dared to bare its teeth at us. Pu Guangxiang, are you all right? Confirming that the zombie dog had lost its capacity to resist, Jia Sanyu quickly inquired about Pu Guangxiang's condition. He had witnessed him being thrown aside, landing hard and rolling several times. Indeed, a nasty fall. Under the tactical flashlight's glow, while there were no visible bruises on his face, his left cheek was noticeably swollen, likely due to the impact from the dark creature. Pu Guangxiang grimaced and waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression of indifference. It's nothing. I hardly felt it. How could a mere dog injure me? Just a dog. Had it not ambushed me, I would have twisted its head off and made a dog meat hot pot. Ah, right. I was knocked away by a dog. At that moment, a short soldier beside him, wielding a submachine gun, suddenly spoke up. His voice was peculiar, as if he were speaking with something in his mouth, and it came out raspy. Upon hearing this, Pu Guangxiang's face appeared somewhat flushed, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. You little rascal. Is this really the moment to bring up that? Look at this dog. Its muscles are taut, resembling a devilishly muscular beast. If it weren't for my resilience, you, with your slight frame, would be sent back to your hometown in Guangxi without the need for a plane ticket. Jia Sanyu, after confirming that Pu Guangxiang was unharmed, paid no mind to their banter. Indeed, it was a necessary release of tension after narrowly escaping death. He still felt a chill running down his back. Had Pu Guangxiang not instinctively dodged, given the ferocity of the zombie dog's bite, he might have lost half his head. Report to the commander. The zombie dog has completely lost its ability to resist. Should we proceed with termination? Gu Chengyuan listened to Jia Sanyu's inquiry. His gaze directed at him, yet his attention was fixated on the system panel. Ding. Material activated. New unit added to the barracks. Military dog. Military dog. A genetically enhanced breed of Huaxia wolf dog, boasting significant improvements in all physical attributes. Its exceptionally high intelligence endows it with outstanding military qualities, enabling it to comprehend combat intentions and cooperate seamlessly with soldiers in joint operations. Its powerful sense of smell facilitates effective identification of friend or foe. Do not hesitate. Whoever it bites is the enemy. The only drawback is its large size, making it unsuitable for special operations. Chapter 11. Adjustment after perusing the information on military dogs. Gu Chengyuan found himself rather unimpressed. Although these canines possessed an exceptionally formidable enemy recognition feature, in Gu Chengyuan's estimation, their deterrent and pursuit capabilities far outweighed their offensive strength. In terms of combat prowess, even a scrawny monkey, reigning as the sovereign of Blue Star, would not be trifled with by mere dogs, even unarmed. Instances of individuals being chased by dogs often stemmed from sheer terror, rendering them incapable of retaliation. However, zombies do not experience fear and can also transmit infection. Thus, engaging in close combat with military dogs would likely result in a mutual demise. While the dog might succeed in dispatching a zombie, it would also become infected, rendering it a rather superfluous entity, neither particularly beneficial nor entirely dispensable, akin to a tasteless morsel that one might reluctantly consume. This was especially true given its exorbitant price of 500. Gu Chengyuan did not anticipate any martial capabilities from it. Rather, he viewed it as a biological radar, leveraging the canine's acute sense of smell to detect lurking dangers. Thoughts of combat were far-fetched. One could hardly expect a military dog, valued at 500, to engage with zombies worth a mere handful of coins. While mass summoning might not be feasible, the current situation necessitated the acquisition of a military dog. Had they possessed one today, perhaps they would have avoided such perilous circumstances. Beyond the new unit of military dogs, Gu Chengyuan was particularly intrigued by the new unit activation mechanism. Capturing a zombie dog activated the military dog? Did this imply that future armaments, such as planes and artillery, would also require direct acquisition for activation? After dispatching several more zombies, Gu Chengyuan and his team continued onward, ultimately arriving at their chosen encampment, Apartment 22. The dormitory area of the West Campus of Naizhou University was meticulously planned, with dormitories arranged in pairs, spaced 25 meters apart. A cafeteria was situated every 3 rows of dorms, typically nestled between 2 buildings. Apartment 22, located at the easternmost edge of the dormitory area, boasted an excellent geographical position, less than 100 meters from the West Campus Stadium and merely 200 meters from the school gates, with the cafeteria conveniently located below. Originally a female dormitory, the apartment spanned 15 stories, with 25 rooms per floor, each accommodating 4 individuals, yielding a total capacity of 500 residents. According to Gu Chengyuan's strategy, once the troops were stationed, it would be impractical to subsist solely on rations, and the proximity to the cafeteria would facilitate cooking. The expansive sports facilities to the east, including soccer and basketball fields, were located near the school gates, providing ample space for parking the captured military vehicles and logistical support units. Another advantage of Apartment 22 was that, while it served as a female dormitory, it was also the residence for sophomore and freshman girls. As it was currently a holiday, it remained unoccupied, allowing them to conserve energy by bypassing the need to clear out zombies and simply move in with their belongings. Even bedding and daily necessities could be easily procured, as it was uncommon for anyone to transport such items home during a break. The armored assault vehicle, Brave 3, came to a halt at the entrance of Apartment 22, its glaring headlights dispelling the darkness that had engulfed the dormitory area in this post-apocalyptic world, due to design constraints. The first floor of all dormitory buildings at Naizhou University housed only the dormitory supervisor's quarters, while a row of rooms on the northern side served as storage, remaining uninhabited. On the southern side, there are no designated rooms. Instead, it has been transformed into an activity hall, furnished with seating and billiard tables for students to relax and entertain themselves, to avoid a sense of confinement in the space. The southern side is not enclosed by brick walls but rather adopts an open design, surrounded by a 1-meter-high iron railing. This has resulted in the absence of any dormitory curfews at Night State University, with students frequently seen coming and going through the iron bars, treating the concept of restrictions as if it were non-existent. Individuals move freely, not to mention other entities that may inhabit the area. Consequently, Gu Chengyuan chose to locate the military dormitory on the 2nd floor, assigning the 3 survivors, including Kai Anshin, to the 3rd floor. Upon hearing this arrangement, Kai Anshin and her companions hesitated and approached Gu Chengyuan. Chief Gu, might it be possible for us to be assigned to the 2nd floor? I notice there are many vacant rooms there. Given the circumstances of this apocalypse, as you are aware, we are quite frightened and feel a greater sense of security among the soldiers of the Zhou military. Gu Chengyuan, observing the cautious demeanor of Kai Anshin and her group, could empathize. Were he in their shoes without a system, he would likely feel even more anxious in such a dire situation. However, the 2nd floor was his sanctuary, and due to the system, it was impossible to accommodate outsiders there. I'm afraid not, Mr. Kai. It is not that I lack compassion. It is simply that I cannot allow anyone to occupy the empty rooms. As you can see, we currently have only 1 squad of soldiers, and according to the group plan, additional combat units will arrive shortly. Therefore, I must reserve the rooms. Moreover, Mixed habitation of military and civilians is fundamentally prohibited. More troops are on their way. Upon hearing this, Kai Anshin and her companions felt a surge of joy. They had witnessed the formidable combat strength of Gu Cheng Yuan's unit during their journey. There had been virtually no match for them except for a surprise attack by zombie dogs, which nearly resulted in casualties. The prospect of more troops arriving only fortified their sense of security, although they were uncertain which army from the Great Zhou was involved. The connection to the group indicated that the command system had not been destroyed, and this small unit was not merely a ragtag band of survivors as they had initially presumed. Regardless of the speculations in Kai Anshin's mind, Gu Cheng Yuan had no intention of clarifying matters, deliberately fostering ambiguity. Both sides of the apartment are equipped with elevators and stairwells, but with the power outage, the elevators are inoperable. Even if they were functional, it is unlikely that any zombies or mutated creatures would utilize them. Thus, Gu Cheng Yuan organized the soldiers to lock the iron door on the side of the second floor, farthest from the dormitory entrance, and even moved some empty beds to block it. The same measures were taken for the third floor where Kai Anshin and her group resided. They assisted in sealing off the stairwell leading to the fourth floor from the main entrance, ensuring that anything on the upper levels could not descend. In this manner, a small refuge was established, with the sole exit being the stairwell from the second floor to the first. Gu Cheng Yuan arranged 3 rooms near the stairwell for the soldiers, while he and Pu Guangqi took residence in room 204. Although Pu Guangqi had a slightly darker complexion and a somewhat stubborn disposition, he possessed a sunny personality and was quite capable. Gu Cheng Yuan intended to cultivate him as his own bodyguard and aide. Guangqi, here, Gu Cheng Yuan called, handing over a pink notebook adorned with a cartoon cat. This is tonight's watch roster, 2 individuals per post, fully equipped with ammunition. The watch position is located at the front desk on the first floor of Haryuku. You may sit, but do refrain from dozing off. As my guard, you are exempt from standing watch. I have also assigned Kai Anshin and 2 others, which effectively adds an extra post. Please pass this information to your squad leader. By the way, remember to inform the 3 on the upper floor, and do so with a cordial demeanor to avoid any friction. In these apocalyptic times, we must stand united as one with the military and civilians alike. Upon hearing that he need not stand watch, Pu Guangxiang's eyes brightened, and a smile crept across his face. Anyone who has served knows the trials of a night watch, especially after a grueling day of combat. Understood. With that, as Pu Guangxiang turned to leave, Gu Cheng Yuan began to undress, intending to take a shower. He had just checked and noted that the water supply on the second floor was still functioning. Perhaps it was due to the lower elevation or the school's control center activating the backup power. Shampoo, body wash, and even a bath towel were conveniently found in his dormitory. Although he could not use his toothbrush, he discovered a suitable mouthwash alternative. When Gu Cheng Yuan emerged from his shower, Pu Guangxiang had already returned and made up his bed. The sheets and quilt were a soft pink adorned with playful cartoon patterns, exuding a youthful charm. Guangxiang, stop fussing about. While there is still water, you should take a shower as well. Additionally, please remind everyone to do the same. We all had a long day and should rest. With that, Gu Cheng Yuan climbed into bed. The sheets and duvet had likely been washed by the previous occupant before the holiday, and the scent of laundry detergent brought him a sense of comfort. With his eyes closed, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 12. Survivors on campus as Gu Cheng Yuan and his companions settled into their surroundings. The dormitory area remained abuzz with activity. Their arrival had captured the attention of several surviving students. In one of the male dormitories of Building 19, a crowd had gathered, covertly observing as Gu Cheng Yuan and his group paused at the entrance of apartment 22. Brother Jia, do you think they are military? Inquired a timid boy with a slender frame and pale skin, his voice barely above a whisper, brimming with excitement. Uncertain, replied Zhao Jieth, a tall man hailing from the northern regions, who had an affinity for military equipment and immediately recognized the distinctiveness of Gu Cheng Yuan's unit. Their armored vehicles are not manufactured by Zhoubang, and their combat uniforms differ significantly from those of the current military forces. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Jie added, yet, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility they might belong to a special operations unit, which often possesses equipment quite unlike that of active duty. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant. Further observation is imperative. The apocalypse has unleashed the darker facets of human nature, as anyone familiar with post-apocalyptic literature or films would know. It is evident that they are armed, and we cannot act impulsively. If we misstep, we may find ourselves in dire straits, with no recourse. Zhao Jie turned to address the other 8 individuals on the balcony, urging them, thus, ensure that the other brothers in the dormitory are calmed, communicate our considerations, and encourage them to exercise patience. The sudden outbreak of the apocalypse had spared Zhao Jie and Huang Juanrui of dormitory 1411 from infection. After a brief period of panic, Zhao Jie, an avid reader of apocalyptic fiction, swiftly recognized the importance of solidarity and utilized the large group in apartment 19 to connect with fellow survivors within the building. He consistently engaged in discussions to assuage fears, enthusiastically instructing classmates on self-rescue techniques and organizing efforts for rescue operations. With his imposing stature and commendable appearance, he quickly established a leadership presence, being elected as the head of the dormitory. With the 8 survivors under his direct or indirect influence serving as leaders of the temporary assembly of 8 dormitory heads. Rest assured, Brother Jie, we will certainly reassure our classmates, declared a muscular student around 180 centimeters tall, prompting agreement from the others. Once the dormitory heads dispersed, Zhao Jie lit a cigarette and leaned against the balcony, his expression clouded as he gazed at apartment 22. His feelings regarding the arrival of Gu Chengyuan's group were complex. In just half a day, he had begun to savor the taste of power. Before the apocalypse, his physical prowess and talent in basketball had earned him the respect of his peers. However, being surrounded by everyone now, with their rapt attention on him, executing his ideas, imbued him with a sense of control that was intoxicating. Yet, if they truly were the Zhoubang military, all his efforts might come to naught, and his ambitions for the post-apocalyptic world would dissolve into mere illusions. Unbeknownst to him, in the dimly lit dormitory, a pair of eyes were fixed intently upon him. The corners of their mouth curled in derision. In a certain dormitory of the female apartment 16, a girl named Jiai remarked, "There has been a commotion over by the stadium, reminiscent of firecrackers. I wonder what has transpired." A girl of ample figure and radiant skin stood on the balcony, addressing another girl. "Jing Wen, that cannot be firecrackers. I sense it is the sound of gunfire." The girl, now referred to as Jiai, was significantly shorter than the 172 centimeters tall Tang Jingwen, yet her adorably charming appearance belied a surprising maturity reflected in her eyes. "Gunfire? Could it be that rescue has arrived from Zhoubang?" Jiai exclaimed. "How should we call for help? Should we seek them out?" Tang Jingwen looked at Feng Jiai's collagen-rich, delightful face with a gleam of excitement under the moonlight. "No, we cannot seek help now. We must avoid being discovered. We need to ascertain their true identities before making contact. Have you never read post-apocalyptic novels? What if they are armed thugs taking advantage of the chaos? We would be walking right into a trap, captured as pawns." Far away in apartment 19, Zhao Jie, sharing Jiai's apprehensions, would undoubtedly wish to applaud her thoughts from afar, marveling at the shared insight of heroes. Upon hearing this, Tang Jingwen, exuding an air of elegance, parted her alluring lips in surprise. Such a delightful prospect. You can just perish. Stop being ridiculous," Jiai retorted, her expression one of disbelief at Tang Jingwen's absurdity. "I merely noticed your little face furrowed in concern and sought to lighten the mood," Tang Jingwen replied, playfully pinching Jiai's cheek like a rogue, mimicking the buzzing of a fly with a silent whistle. "Ugh, you are unbearable. I'm off to bed." With that, Jiai turned on her heel and fled, shattering the previously tense atmosphere. As soon as Jiai departed, the once bright expression of Tang Jingwen transformed, revealing an uncontrollable sadness in her eyes. Cautiously, she gazed towards the city, gently wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, hesitant to look further. Taking a deep breath, she hurried after Jiai. "Wait for me, my beloved. Tonight, I shall summon you to my bedchamber." "Do not," echoed Jiai's playful voice in the darkness, as if everything had reverted to the moments before. For the survivors of the entire West District dormitory, the arrival of Gu Chengyuan's faction would undoubtedly lead to a night of sleeplessness. That very evening, some could no longer contain their impatience and stealthily made their way over. Chapter 13 Establishing Rules the following morning. As Gu Chengyuan had just risen from slumber and completed his morning rituals, Pu Guangxiang approached him with news regarding the school's survivors. "Sir, the Sentinel reports that 12 students arrived at the dormitory area last night, 8 boys and 4 girls seeking refuge with us." Gu Chengyuan, upon hearing this, felt little surprise. After all, the commotion from the previous night had indeed been quite significant. It was only natural for anxious students to seek shelter. It would have been peculiar if no one had come. "Please gather the students and also invite Kai Anxin and the others. Assemble in the first-floor activity hall in 10 minutes. I have matters to discuss." "Understood." 10 minutes later, in the hall on the first floor. The 12 newly arrived students exhibited a variety of expressions. Some were fearful, others appeared bewildered, while a few wore disgruntled looks, murmuring under their breath. In contrast, Kaianshin and her companions remained notably composed, with the secretary and driver standing quietly behind her. Kaianshin surveyed the unexpected influx of people with a tranquil demeanor, seemingly contemplating something. The rhythmic sound of combat boots striking the floor echoed through the hall. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the staircase. Soon, they beheld Gu Qingyuan, clad in immaculate combat attire, his tall and imposing figure complemented by a handsome and resolute countenance, followed closely by Pu Guangxiang, fully armed and wielding a shotgun. Upon observing Gu Qingyuan's rank of 1 star and 3 stripes, a few of the male students who were veterans displayed expressions of astonishment, while the others merely regarded him as quite handsome. The 4 girls, without uttering a word or making unnecessary gestures, exhibited noticeably brighter eyes than before. "Hello, everyone. I am the commander of this small unit, Gu Qingyuan," he announced. "You are all aware of the current state of the world, so I will not dwell on it. I appreciate your trust in me, entrusting your safety to Gu Qingyuan. It is my responsibility to ensure your protection." At his promise, the eyes of those present sparkled with hope. Their perilous journey to apartment 22 had been undertaken precisely for this assurance. Thus, to ensure everyone's safety, it was imperative that I establish some rules. First, gender-segregated living arrangements. No interfloor movement. Second, military governance will be enforced. All actions must adhere to commands, and complete obedience is mandatory. Third, given the scarcity of resources in this apocalyptic era, a minimum living guarantee quota system will be implemented to regulate food distribution. Those above the threshold will receive provisions according to their labor. Those who work more shall receive more, and those who do not work shall receive nothing. Fourth, due to manpower limitations, we have more pressing tasks to accomplish. Survivors will be managed by Mr. Kai, the chairman of Hontu Group, of whom you may have heard. You can rest assured regarding his management capabilities. Please cooperate with Mr. Kai in this matter, and let us extend him some grace. Should you find any aspect of the management process unreasonable, you may appeal to me. These are the current regulations. They will be further refined to better serve you all. As Gu Qingyuan enumerated the rules, discontent began to simmer among certain individuals in the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall, slender boy wearing glasses could no longer contain himself. "Commander Gu, I believe there is an issue. According to your regulations, the military's power is excessive. We are students, not your soldiers. We live in a democratic era. Absolute power breeds absolute corruption. I firmly believe that power must be subjected to oversight. I propose the establishment of a regulatory body composed of our students as a third party to supervise the exercise of power." Upon hearing this, a tall, slender young man with glasses found an outlet for his frustrations and immediately echoed the sentiment. "Exactly. We are not soldiers. Why should we be compelled to obey orders unconditionally? Are we to march to our deaths without question? The very existence of the military is to protect us, is it not?" As the atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous, before Gu Qingyuan could interject, Kaianshin stepped forward and urged, "Classmates, may I have your attention for a moment? We are all educated individuals, capable of critical thought. I understand your concerns. Indeed, power requires regulation. However, we find ourselves in apocalyptic times, and I trust you are familiar with the adage that harsh measures are necessary in chaotic times. If we were to sheathe our swords in such disorder, diminishing the deterrent against those who sow chaos, we would only invite further turmoil. Thus, I personally suggest that if you're worried about safeguarding your rights and wish to establish a supervisory body, let it be one that oversees my actions. After all, I am the primary individual responsible for managing you all. The military is a state institution, and both logically and emotionally, we have no authority to supervise it. Moreover, the integration of military and civilian efforts has long been a tradition in our Zhou dynasty. In these dire straits, it is the duty and obligation of every individual to respond to the call of service. Kaianshin's words seemed to resonate with the tall young man, whose previously furrowed brow began to relax, as if convinced by her reasoning. "Chairwoman Kai, you make a compelling point. In times of national crisis, we all share responsibility and must contribute. I am willing to offer my service for the benefit of our country and our fellow students. I was previously the head of the discipline department in the student council. Is there anyone else willing to join me in establishing this body to protect our rights?" 2 male students who had previously shown their support immediately raised their hands, exclaiming, "I am willing." I wish to collaborate with Minister Liu to safeguard our fellow students' rights. Seeing this unfold, Kai Anshin raised an eyebrow but remained silent, turning her gaze towards Gu Qingyuan, who chose not to express an opinion, seemingly unfazed by the recent events. He clapped his hands and stated, "Since you have already discussed your proposal, I shall refrain from intervening in the details. I grant you autonomy. However, the mandates I have articulated are non-negotiable and must be adhered to. In these apocalyptic times, I urge you all to act wisely. Should anyone impede the execution of military duties, do not blame me for enforcing military law." His final words were a stark threat, articulated with grave seriousness. Kai Anshin and the tall young man, Lu Shenfu, promptly assured him that they would diligently fulfill their responsibilities and would not hinder the military in any way. Satisfied, Gu Qingyuan did not linger, instructing them to organize personnel for logistical support before departing. Remarkably, the earlier criticisms of military governance lacking democracy and freedom were no longer mentioned. Lu Shenfu, initially swayed by the ideals of democratic freedom, seemed to have shifted his stance entirely. Yet he was clearly no fool. When Kai Anshin remarked that in chaotic times one must resort to severe measures, he felt a jolt of alarm within, quickly regaining his composure. Indeed, the era of peace had long since passed. By daring to stand out, he risked becoming the very target of retribution. Thus, his mind raced, seizing upon Kai Anshin's intent to divert the conflict towards himself in order to extricate Gu Qingyuan, and he boldly offered his services in pursuit of power. Kai Anshin, on the other hand, believed that the principled Gu Qingyuan would never yield to the students, lest his authority be compromised. This maneuver not only showcased his understanding of the larger picture to earn trust, but also enabled Gu Qingyuan to view the students as ungrateful, thereby allowing him to assert his dominance and indirectly elevate his own standing. In the future, when students contemplated resistance, they would subconsciously associate it with an affront against the military. However, Gu Qingyuan observed all of this with keen insight. Though Lu Shenfu was a meticulous self-serving individual, somewhat hypocritical, Gu Qingyuan harbored no fondness for him. Yet Lu Shenfu's audacity unveiled an alternative approach, one that allowed survivors to establish internal checks and balances, positioning himself as the arbiter. In such a framework, both parties would strive diligently to fulfill the commands issued to them, while their compliance thresholds would diminish. It resembled a peculiar competition of sycophancy. Those unable to keep pace would inevitably find themselves cast aside. To manage the unruly, one must bestow upon them power. When a warrior transforms into a dragon, he will instinctively defend the dragon's order. The so-called youth reforming the workplace merely stems from their failure to secure a share of the benefits within that order. As they gradually become beneficiaries of the established system, they, too, will transition from skeptics to defenders, much like Lu Shenfu. Moreover, Gu Qingyuan himself had little inclination to oversee these survivors. His sole focus was the advancement of the military. All schemes and intrigues were but trifles in the face of true power. Seizing the barrel of a gun equates to seizing absolute authority. Chapter 14. Clearing the Resettlement Area, Part 1, Toot Toot. All personnel, assemble and board the vehicle. The assembly whistle echoed from apartment building 22, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. The elite infantry squad formed ranks beside the Warrior 3 assault vehicle. After confirming that all personnel were present, they boarded in an orderly fashion, setting off towards the campus outskirts. Today's destination was the Knight State University Expansion Phase 2 resettlement area, located opposite the northern gate of the Western District. Before the apocalypse, Gu Qingyuan frequently visited this area, as it transformed into a vibrant night market in the evenings, a prime location for satisfying culinary cravings. Over time, he became quite familiar with its layout. The entire resettlement area consisted of 8 buildings, each 20 stories high, with 2 units per floor and 4 households per unit. This configuration allowed for a total of 280 households. However, considering its remote location and the fact that it was not fully occupied, a conservative estimate suggested around 1,000 households. Assuming an average of 2 residents per household, and accounting for those yet to transform, there would be at least 1,000 zombies lurking within. Although clearing each room would be laborious and time-consuming, given the limited manpower, such a method was undoubtedly the most prudent approach. In the face of a promising future, maintaining a strategic composure without reckless advancements was paramount. As for the zombies residing in the school dormitories, Gu Qingyuan dismissed them as their density was too low, rendering minimal returns in a unit of time. The Warrior armored assault vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of the resettlement area. With the absence of any significant threats in the vicinity, Gu Qingyuan felt no reservations. All personnel, except for the sniper, disembarked and prepared for combat. Upon receiving the command, the elite infantry squad swiftly opened the doors and exited in tactical formation. Our primary objective was to eliminate the wandering zombies within the resettlement area. All personnel took cover behind the Warrior 3 armored vehicle to establish a defensive position, ready to unleash firepower upon the undead. With that, Jia Sanyu led a group to push shared electric scooters parked on the sidewalk towards the entrance of the community. They carefully arranged the scooters to form a makeshift barricade against the zombies. Once the barricade was complete, the soldiers positioned themselves behind it, ready to fire. Gu Qingyuan issued another command. Hu Junping, sound the horn. Yes. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing sound of the horn resonated at the entrance, quickly echoing throughout the resettlement area. Within moments, a stir arose among the undead within. The guttural growls grew closer, as the mindless zombies, seemingly summoned, emerged from the shadows of the community. Charging towards the source of the horn like a frenzied orchestra. Bang! Jia Sanyu steadied his rifle against his shoulder. And the first zombie in his sights crumpled to the ground. This felt like the overture to a grand symphony. More and more zombies materialized within view. And the gunfire intensified, bang, bang, bang. With each shot, a zombie fell, yet the soldiers armed with submachine guns and shotguns felt a surge of impatience, as they could not yet fire due to the optimal shooting distance. Fortunately, this anxious wait did not endure for long, as an increasing number of zombies congregated, entering a frenzied state upon sensing the scent of flesh and blood. Like wild boars, they launched a collective charge, their bloodthirsty roars resonating as a tidal wave of hundreds of corpses surged forth. The warriors, numbering merely a dozen, appeared as a solitary boat amidst a black tide, seemingly on the brink of peril. Confronted by this overwhelming sense of pressure, the expressions of all became involuntarily grave. Among the horde, several zombies caught Gu Qingyuan's attention. These particular zombies led the pack, rapidly distancing themselves from the throng, clearly exhibiting a speed far superior to their counterparts. Could it be evolution? Gu Qingyuan had no time to ponder further as he began issuing commands via the intercom. Grenade launcher, take your shooting position and await orders. Vehicle-mounted machine gun, prepare. Fire. As soon as the words left his lips, the machine gun atop the vehicle, eager and restless, unleashed a dazzling tongue of flame, roaring with ferocity. The dense barrage of metal projectiles swept through the air like windshield wipers, obliterating everything in their path, akin to droplets on glass being wiped away in clusters. Several of the speedier zombies at the forefront were instantly shattered by the metallic whips of gunfire, their remains splattering against the ground, mingling with the remnants of ordinary zombies. This scene vividly illustrated the principle of equality in the face of firepower. However, a single machine gun could not entirely suppress this small horde. Numerous stragglers swiftly approached the barricade erected to halt their advance. With a resounding crash, several zombies broke through the fire net, colliding against the shared electric bikes stacked as a makeshift barrier, causing it to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. Those zombies that initially failed to breach were soon blasted apart by the warriors wielding shotguns, each one exploding with a single shot. The splattered gore, due to proximity, even stained the combat uniforms of the soldiers. The submachine guns roared to life, targeting the nearing zombies with suppressive fire. While maintaining pressure, the soldiers adeptly managed their ammunition, alternating their fire to ensure a steady output. Under such intense firepower, the vehicle-mounted machine gun was about to exhaust its ammunition belt. Hearing the gunfire become intermittent, the frequency of gunfire gradually diminished in accordance with the density of the undead, ultimately vanishing within the confines of the settlement like a relentless tide of corpses. As the last zombie collapsed to the ground, Gu Qingyuan's racing heart began to calm. Only by confronting the horde directly could one truly grasp the terrifying nature of these creatures, devoid of fear and pain, completely governed by their bloodthirsty instincts. Once they amassed in number, their menace became palpable. Even a mere 100 zombies, under the relentless barrage of alternating light and heavy machine gun fire, repeatedly crashed against the makeshift barricades designed to halt their advance. Had they encountered this horde without any cover, the firepower of a single squad would have been utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, with foresight and a cautious approach, disaster was averted. After engaging in numerous low-stakes skirmishes against scattered zombies, it was easy to underestimate their ferocity. If a mere 100 zombies were so formidable, one could scarcely imagine the horror of encountering thousands in the district or millions in the city. Gazing at the scattered remains, The exhilaration of victory eased Gu Chengyuan's physical and psychological discomfort, and he exclaimed with a hint of excitement, "All personnel, take a 5-minute break." Then commence the cleanup of the battlefield. Chapter 15. Cleaning the Resettlement Area, Part 2. Report to the commander, the battlefield has been cleared. Approximately an hour later, Jia Sanyu, accompanied by a soldier, approached Gu Chengyuan. After a thorough count, they had successfully collected 176 zombie crystal cores. As Gu Chengyuan received the black satchel from the soldier, he opened it to reveal a collection of glistening crystal cores. A sense of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of scenes from crime films where criminals divide their spoils after a jewelry heist. Shaking off the peculiar thoughts that lingered in his mind, Gu Chengyuan promptly summoned the system. Transform. Since the soldiers were provided by the system, Gu Chengyuan felt no need for discretion. Ding, transformation in progress. Soon, a sound reminiscent of coins clinking echoed in his mind. Transformation successful. Current funds, 1104. Observing the 4-digit sum displayed on the system interface, Gu Chengyuan felt a surge of excitement. It seemed promising that he could summon a second infantry squad today, with the spoils collected here, combined with the upcoming cleanup, and the additional zombie brain cores from yesterday's takedown upon his return, he was certain it would suffice. Gu Chengyuan did not intend to continue exchanging for elite infantry squads for the next summon, as he felt that their cost-effectiveness against zombies was rather low. Although they wielded advanced weaponry, much of it remained underutilized. The presence of 3 snipers and a grenade launcher operator rarely came into play. Thus, for the immediate future, Gu Chengyuan preferred to pursue a strategy of quantity, focusing on overwhelming numbers to build momentum. Buzzing the armored vehicle, known as the Brave 3, roared back to life and slowly made its way into the resettlement area. Its robust, oversized tires rolled directly over the heaps of corpses, the 8-ton vehicle carving deep ruts into the ground. The crushed zombie bodies oozed fluids like rotten tomatoes, the blood seeping along the tracks and pooling into crimson puddles. Yet, Gu Chengyuan paid little mind to this. He had no intention of having the soldiers handle the bodies. For the sake of efficiency, he disregarded the environmental concerns. The tires left trails of blood as the vehicle parked beside the 3 buildings at the entrance of the resettlement area. This time, the snipers and grenade launcher operator were not left in the vehicle. Under Gu Chengyuan's orders, they set down their weapons and picked up shovels and pickaxes. Since their firearms would prove ineffective indoors, they would serve as support personnel, tasked with collecting zombie crystal cores, rather than remaining in the vehicle as he usually did. Gu Chengyuan decided to join the elite infantry squad in their operations. He organized the infantry into 3 combat teams and 1 logistics team. Team 1, led by squad leader Jia Sanyu, comprised a shotgunner and a submachine gunner. Team 2, under the guidance of deputy squad leader Huang Jiechi, included a submachine gunner and a rifleman. Gu Chengyuan himself led Team 3, consisting of a shotgunner and a light machine gunner. The logistics group was made up of 2 snipers and a grenade launcher operator, equipped with shovels, pickaxes, hammers, and a black satchel reminiscent of those used by notorious criminals. The remaining sniper, armed with a precision 191 rifle, was designated as the lookout, tasked with guarding the vehicle. After all, there was a heavy machine gun and several thousand rounds of ammunition on the vehicle, so caution was paramount. 3 combat teams cautiously entered the first floor of Building 3. Unit 1, maintaining tactical vigilance. After swiftly inspecting the corridor and confirming the absence of wandering zombies, each team selected a door. Gu Chengyuan, accompanied by the shotgun operator Pu Guangqiang and the machine gunner Lin Zijuan, arrived at the security door of Room 101. Lin Zijuan, a robust figure standing around 170 centimeters and weighing nearly 150 kilograms, was characterized by his large head and a simple, endearing smile. He was chosen as the machine gunner due to his physique, which was deemed suitable for stabilizing the weapon. Break the door. Received. Gu Chengyuan and Lin Zijuan pressed themselves against the wall beside the door hinge, while Pu Guangqiang positioned himself near the door lock with a shotgun at the ready. He concealed his body behind the wall, extending the shotgun barrel outwards to aim at the lock. 3, 2 Pu Guangqiang whispered 1. Boom. The shotgun erupted with a flash of fire, instantly penetrating the lock with high-density tungsten projectiles. Simultaneously, Pu Guangqiang stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to the security door. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open. Roar! Inside the room, zombies surged toward the entrance in response to the commotion. They were a pair of young male and female zombies, likely a couple in life. Bang! Bang! Firmly gripping his shotgun, Pu Guangqiang pulled the trigger again, unleashing 2 rapid shots. The shotgun, A formidable weapon in close-quarters combat scattered its pellets, sending the two shrieking zombies crashing to the ground. Following Gu Chengyuan's orders to aim for the chest and neck to avoid damaging the brain, Pu Guangqiang aimed at the male zombie's chest with one shot, while the other shot pierced the female zombie's neck. With 14 pellets striking her neck, it burst apart, leaving only a thin strip of flesh connecting it to the head, which could no longer bear its own weight and rolled beneath the dining table. Witnessing Gu Chengyuan's fierce and decisive start, the other teams quickly followed suit. The door of room 102, where Jia Sanyu's team was stationed, echoed with the sound of a shotgun opening the door. However, the second team, lacking a shotgun, a veritable master key, worried about the insufficient penetration of rifles and submachine guns, which could lead to ricochet injuries. They opted to seek assistance from the logistics team and resorted to the more rudimentary method of using a hammer to break down the door. Bang, bang, bang. The hammer struck the locking mechanism repeatedly, and the already subpar security door of the settlement was soon compromised. Yet, this time, instead of the growls of zombies, a girl's piercing scream rang out. Huh? Don't eat me. Chapter 16. The fairy Pu Guangqiang, after dispatching two advancing zombies, did not rush forward recklessly. Instead, he paused momentarily to ascertain that no further disturbances were present before cautiously proceeding inside. The room was rather confined, offering minimal reaction time in the event of an unforeseen incident, thus heightening the inherent danger. The most prudent course of action was to create some noise and then await the emergence of any threats lurking within. Leading the way was Pu Guangqiang, followed closely by Lin Zijuan, with Gu Chengyuan placed at the rear. Let us search for anything of use. The room was adorned with a warm and inviting atmosphere, featuring a fabric sofa, various hanging paintings, and charming trinkets. Beside the television cabinet lay a picture frame, which piqued Gu Chengyuan's curiosity. Upon lifting it, he discovered a photograph of a close-knit young couple. The boy, slightly plump, wore a bashful smile, while the girl radiated a sunny disposition. Gently placing the frame back in its original position, he turned to behold the two zombies sprawled on the floor, letting out a soft sigh. Guangqiang, give the male corpse another shot to ensure they depart in identical fashion. After speaking, Gu Chengyuan glanced at the ill-fated couple, adding, no need for thanks. This apocalyptic world is to blame, and I can only do so much. Lin Zijuan, have you found anything? Responding to Gu Chengyuan's voice, Lin Zijuan emerged from the bedroom with a surprisingly agile demeanor. Reporting, Sir, I found nothing of significance, but I did come across some chocolate snacks and balloons. Balloons? Gu Chengyuan turned to Lin Zijuan, noticing his eyes narrowed and his expression somewhat lewd. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, what on earth do you intend to do with those? Dispose of them. Wait. Gu Chengyuan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Never mind. Let us be kind to the end. Lin Zijuan, burn those balloons in front of the ill-fated couple, but do exercise caution below. With that, Gu Chengyuan led Pu Guangqiang toward the door. In truth, Gu Chengyuan held no expectations for discovering anything of value within the room. In terms of food, their current occupancy of Izhou University, with its 8 canteens, provided ample supplies for their small group for an extended period. As for money, it was an unnecessary concern. Those in the know understood its worthlessness in the current circumstances. Regarding gold and silver jewelry, Gu Chengyuan had already tested that theory, and the system had yielded no response. Thus, within these residential buildings, the most valuable entities for Gu Chengyuan were, paradoxically, the fearsome, foul-smelling, and decaying zombies. They were the ultimate prizes within this blind box, the SSR. Yet, searching through the rooms possessed its own allure. Was it humanity's insatiable curiosity, or perhaps a perverse desire to pry into the intimate lives of others? As Gu Chengyuan and Pu Guangqiang exited, they collided with Jia Sanyu, who had come looking for him. Reporting, Sir, room 102 has revealed a survivor. Upon inquiry, it appears to be a student from Izhou University. Understood. Instruct him to remain in the original room. As a makeshift community neighboring Izhou University, the discovery of students within the campus was hardly surprising. Many students, seeking comfort, chose to rent accommodations here, often in couples, which led to these shared spaces being humorously dubbed love nests by their peers. Uncle from the National Defense Army, take me with you. Don't leave me here. The conversation in the corridor was overheard by Tan Rao at the door of room 102. The phrase stand by led her to mistakenly believe she would be left to fend for herself. Uncle? Upon hearing this address, Gu Chengyuan turned his gaze towards the door of room 102. There stood a girl, ethereal in appearance, her delicate features evoking admiration, particularly her elongated, moon-like eyes. which appeared to have recently wept, glistening like a lost fawn. Dressed in a white t-shirt, she was tall, approximately 170 centimeters, with a slender waist and long legs. Her bosom full and ample. Ethereal? This was Gu Qingyuan's initial assessment of the girl at first sight. However, he quickly regained his composure, ensuring that the girl, whose eyes were red from crying, did not perceive anything amiss. "Hello, classmate. We are not abandoning you. We simply have a task to eliminate zombies. And it would be too perilous to take you along. We will return for you shortly, so there is no need for concern." Gu Qingyuan's voice was gentle, soothing Tan Rao's anxious disposition. Once she had calmed down, she began to observe the man in combat attire before her. He had a prominent nose, with sharply defined features, and his eyes were as clear as a pool of fresh snowmelt. Beneath his fitted military uniform, the outline of his muscles was subtly visible, exuding a fierce, agile aura reminiscent of a leopard, radiating an air of sternness and cold resolve. "All right, I will be good. Please don't leave me behind." The girl's soft, dependent tone caused Gu Qingyuan's heart to skip a beat. Nonetheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and responded in an official manner. "Rest assured, classmate, we will ensure your safety. Please return to your room, stay inside, and replenish your strength with some food. Then, tidy up your belongings. We will retreat around 6 o'clock. "Okay." Watching the girl retreat into her room, Gu Qingyuan exhaled deeply. It was no wonder they said that beauty could be a source of trouble. He still needed to cultivate his heart. After a self-deprecating smile, Gu Qingyuan led his elite squad to continue their sweep, leaving 3 teams to clear the remaining room 104. Gu Qingyuan, along with the first and second groups, stealthily ascended the staircase to the second floor. The combat formation remained the same, with 2 soldiers wielding shotguns at the forefront, as shotguns offered a wider spread and formidable close-range firepower, better suited for unexpected encounters than rifles. Bang! A pot lid clattered to the ground on the second-floor corridor, shattering the eerie silence. Gu Qingyuan and his companions stood at the corridor entrance for about a minute, waiting in vain for any zombies to appear, before proceeding into the second-floor hallway, repeating the previous floor's protocol. They thoroughly searched the corridor of the entire floor, confirming there were no stragglers, before the sound of the 09 universal key unlocking the door echoed through the air. Chapter 17. Summoning the infantry squad once again. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Qingyuan and the elite squad had finally cleared the 3 buildings of Unit 1. In the process, they rescued 16 survivors, including 4 couples, 2 of whom were students from Ijo University. The remaining individuals were ordinary working professionals residing there, predominantly young adults. Among them, 3 young men left a rather unfavorable impression on Gu Qingyuan. Their demeanor and movements exuded an unsettling air of restlessness. 2 of these individuals were not residents, but had come to partake in a gathering with friends. Gu Qingyuan arranged for these individuals to be accommodated in 3 other rooms on the first floor of Unit 1, deliberately excluding room 102, occupied by Qin Rao, from housing any survivors. One couple voiced their dissent, suggesting that the 3 rooms were too gruesome and requested to move to room 102. However, Gu Qingyuan firmly denied their request, citing the need to protect the rights of the original residents. Nevertheless, Qin Rao proactively invited the 2 couples to settle in her room, proposing that they assist in preparing a meal, considering that Gu Qingyuan and his team had spent the morning battling zombies and deserved a warm meal. Gu Qingyuan wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. After all, soldiers are human too. Although the self-heating meals were palatable, consuming them excessively could become quite monotonous. Rather than allowing these individuals to languish idly, it was far better to ensure the well-being of the combat personnel. Thus, he promptly instructed the logistics team to gather ingredients from the cleaned rooms on the second floor, as the apocalypse had only erupted less than 2 days prior. Even with power outages, the food in the refrigerators had not yet spoiled. They quickly collected several pounds of beef, pork, 2 fish, along with potatoes and various vegetables. Due to the time constraints, Gu Qingyuan decided to prepare a hot pot, which was relatively simple. They placed the gathered hot pot base into the pot to boil, subsequently adding the prepared ingredients in succession. While the survivors were busy with meal preparations, Gu Qingyuan immediately arranged for the soldiers to rest on site. The soldiers, organized by combat teams, ascended to the second-floor rooms to take a midday nap. Gu Qingyuan, meanwhile, slipped into the armored assault vehicle, the Mecher 3, stationed outside the door. The sniper left on guard had been assigned to assist in the kitchen, primarily to supervise. Human nature is hard to gauge. Caution is advisable to avoid potential treachery. Alone in the vehicle, Gu Chengyuan opted not to sit in the passenger seat, but instead reclined comfortably on the spacious back seat. Stretching luxuriously and enjoying the vehicle's air conditioning, Gu Chengyuan summoned the system. At that moment, the word money displayed on the system panel appeared exceptionally delightful to him. Money. 1504. This was the reward for his morning's labor alongside the elite squad. Gu Chengyuan controlled the cursor on the system's interface and opened the troop exchange page. Ordinary Infantry Squad, 1500. Viewing this option, Gu Chengyuan felt a surge of excitement and clicked to exchange. It had not been easy, although he had not saved for long. It felt like an arduous task. Exchanging for this infantry squad would effectively double the number of infantry squads at his disposal, accelerating the resource-gathering process significantly. The snowball effect would only grow. Gu Chengyuan could almost envision himself commanding an army of hundreds of thousands. Exchange. As the voice faded, a virtual blue frame materialized in sight. However, this time, Gu Chengyuan noticed two options within the blue frame, one for immediate placement and another for discrete placement. Discrete placement? Gu Chengyuan felt a twinge of concern that exchanging here might attract the attention of any lurking survivors. And the system's offer of discrete placement was precisely the remedy he sought. Given that the system claimed it was discrete, it should be reliable. With this thought in mind, Gu Chengyuan promptly selected the option for discrete placement. Ding. Ordinary Infantry Squad X1 is being distributed. Distribution successful. Where is it? Gu Chengyuan scanned his surroundings in confusion, noticing that nothing seemed to occur. After waiting a moment longer, just as he suspected a system glitch, a familiar vehicle suddenly turned the corner. What appeared before Gu Chengyuan was a jungle digital camouflage warrior 3 armored assault vehicle, a high-spec version equipped with a 12.7mm heavy machine gun. Incredible. The system truly exceeded expectations. The price was halved, yet the caliber of this squad's vehicle remained intact. Screech. The sound of brakes echoed as the armored assault vehicle came to a steady halt beside Gu Chengyuan's vehicle, presenting itself with a report akin to that of the elite infantry squad. However, Gu Chengyuan could discern a notable difference between the two squads. Firstly, in terms of disembarking. While this ordinary infantry squad was also relatively swift, it lacked the graceful fluidity exhibited by the elite squad. Perhaps this distinction lay in the difference between being competent and proficient in military training, as indicated by the system's description. Nevertheless, with such a significant reduction in cost and this level of configuration, who could ask for more? Moreover, military proficiency is something that can be cultivated, especially in this apocalyptic era, where combat experience is abundant. Attention! Reporting to the commander. Squad leader Lu Chong reporting. The squad leader, Lu Chong, stood impressively tall, around 1.90 meters, significantly towering over Gu Chengyuan. The squad comprises 10 members, all present. Please provide your orders. Lu Chong's stature was striking, his presence robust. At ease. Yes. Allow me to report on personnel and firepower configuration. Commander, our squad is composed of 10 members, organized into 2 combat teams, each led by the squad leader and deputy squad leader, each equipped with a walkie-talkie. Each team consists of 3 riflemen, 1 grenade launcher, and 1 machine gunner. The riflemen are armed with QBZ-191 assault rifles, with a total of 500 rounds. The grenade launcher is equipped with a 35mm grenade launcher, carrying 300 rounds for the rifle and 15 rounds of grenades. The machine gunner wields the QJB-2015 8mm squad machine gun with 700 rounds, while the team member carries an additional 600 rounds. Gu Chengyuan was thoroughly pleased with this firepower configuration, compared to the elite squad, which leaned towards specialized equipment. This squad's substantial and straightforward firepower was undoubtedly the most suitable for combating zombies. Have you eaten? At this question, Lu Chong displayed an unexpectedly bashful demeanor, his large hand instinctively scratching his head. Hee. Commander, I haven't eaten yet. Haha. Then organize your comrades to ascend to the upper floor in search of provisions, taking as much as they require. Once gathered on the first floor, the survivors will assist in processing the supplies. You should also seize the opportunity to rest, as we anticipate initiating a clearance operation on Unit 2 in approximately 1 hour. Understood. Upon hearing of the combat mission, Lu Chong stood at attention and saluted Gu Chengyuan. At that moment, Pu Guangcheng exuberantly dashed out, reporting, "Sir, it's time to eat." Chapter 18. The malevolence of human nature. The survivors did not express discontent at the arrival of the 2nd Battalion. Rather, they felt invigorated. After enduring days fraught with fear, they welcomed the increase in numbers among the soldiers. The meal they shared was immensely satisfying. Hot pot is inherently versatile, allowing even the most novice cooks to create a delightful feast. With an abundance of ingredients and hearty appetites, the soldiers savored their meal, even venturing to the fourth floor for additional supplies. Gu Qingyuan wholeheartedly encouraged this, recognizing that without consumption, the perishable meat and vegetables would soon spoil and go to waste. Once both teams had eaten their fill and taken a brief respite to digest, Gu Qingyuan issued a new operational command at 2:30. This time, the two battalions were divided into 6 tactical squads, with the elite 1st Battalion assigning 3 squads to clear the 3rd Building's 2nd Unit, while the 2nd Battalion dispatched 3 squads to sweep the adjacent 4th Building's 1st Unit, thanks to their prior combat experience and the utility of a Master Key shotgun. The 1st Battalion advanced swiftly in the afternoon. In contrast, the 2nd Battalion's squads moved at a considerably slower pace, prompting Gu Qingyuan to personally lead the team to mitigate any potential issues. From a military proficiency perspective, aside from the seasoned squad leader Lu Chong, the other soldiers in the 2nd Battalion exhibited a sense of inexperience, akin to those freshly elevated from private to non-commissioned officer. Thus, in terms of military acumen and experience in combating zombies, the disparity between the two battalions was pronounced. Gu Qingyuan could only oversee the operation, striving to prevent any loss of life. Although the system represented each soldier as a mere statistic, cold and quantifiable, to Gu Qingyuan, they were living beings under his command, and he bore the responsibility for their safety. Yes, spread out the formation. Do not rush. After breaching the door, increase your pace with the hammer. And when encountering zombies, refrain from firing until your comrades are in a secure position. While zombies may move swiftly, they cannot match the speed of your bullets. Maintain your composure. Are you out of your mind? I've already instructed you to wait 10 seconds after breaching the door, even if you kill a zombie. The confines of the room are narrow. If you enter recklessly and face a close encounter, will you be able to react in time? Zombies lack intelligence and do not ambush. Simply create noise and wait for them to approach. Throughout the afternoon's zombie clearing efforts, the corridors echoed with Gu Qingyuan's guidance. Occasionally, witnessing dangerous maneuvers would provoke him to utter expletives. In these moments, he truly grasped why superiors exhibited such low tolerance for errors and enforced severe penalties for mistakes during his service. In this profession, a mistake could spell the difference between life and death. Each misstep weighed heavily and was intolerable. However, the afternoon's operations did not belong solely to Gu Qingyuan. The cacophony of growling zombies was accompanied by the shouts of survivors from the nearby residential buildings. The survivors, initially cowering in their homes in a state of incessant anxiety, were electrified upon the arrival of the military. They flocked to balconies and thrust their heads out of windows, fervently shouting, "Help! Save me! I am trapped inside! Look at me!" Their desperate cries were accompanied by frantic gestures, with some waving bed linens in a bid for attention. Yet, these pleas did not summon the aid of Gu Qingyuan's troops. Instead, they attracted the attention of the zombies lurking within the buildings. The cacophony of the undead's roars, coupled with the sharp scratching at doors, intensified the terror of these individuals, akin to drowning souls grasping at the last vestiges of hope, pleading for salvation with escalating fervor. In response to the inquiries from Jia Sanyu and Lu Chong over the radio, Gu Qingyuan pondered briefly before resolutely issuing the command to continue with their mission. It was merely the 2nd day of the apocalypse. Considering their food supplies and the formidable security of their doors, these individuals were relatively safe. The survivors were scattered across the 8 residential buildings of the complex, and a rescue operation at this juncture would not only hamper efficiency but also compromise safety. Moreover, experiencing a measure of despair would serve them well. They needed to understand their precarious position and recognize who truly held the power to save them. Gu Qingyuan's steadfast demeanor did not escape the notice of the anxious survivors within the buildings, leading to a palpable sense of panic among many. Their fear morphed into a baseless anger, their cries for help transforming into venomous barbs. "You soldiers, why aren't you coming to save us? I see now. You're only here to rescue the officials, right? I often expose these truths online, and the fools there call me a spy." Some individuals brandished their smartphones, capturing footage. "Look, these are our soldiers from Zhoubang. They care nothing for our lives, spouting sweet words while only protecting the elite when danger strikes." One individual even resorted to a destructive frenzy, hurling kitchenware towards Gu Qingyuan, declaring, "Damn it, if I'm to perish, you shall not survive either. Let us all die together." Others joined in, tossing objects in a bid to divert the zombies away from themselves. Witnessing this chaotic scene, Gu Qingyuan maintained an impassive exterior, his expression cold and his demeanor heavy with suppressed frustration. Yet, internally, he felt an odd amusement. Yes, indeed, the more raucous, the better, without such turmoil. How could I exploit my psychological advantage in the aftermath? Amidst the turmoil, many of the rescued survivors found themselves stoking their own indignation, rallying to defend the military. How can people be so impervious to reason? Is the military composed of superhumans, expected to save everyone individually? Is it a conspiracy if you don't receive aid? What sort of logic is that? If we are saved first, does that elevate me, a mere construction worker, to a position of superiority? Am I now a puppet master? I'll give you all a taste of reality. What is the military doing? Are they truly going to be bullied by this motley crew? Indeed. In the midst of battling the zombies, one might forget to address these troublesome individuals, correct? Is this not an inconvenient matter? At such a critical juncture, internal strife continues. In a moment of fervor, the emotions of the rescued survivors reached a fever pitch, with some suggesting that the military should abandon them to their fate, their anger surpassing that of the armed forces. In response, Gu Chengyuan's silence spoke volumes, evoking even greater sympathy for his troops among the survivors. This is the true essence of the Zhoubang army, silent in the face of insults and unyielding against violence, the guardians of the populace. As dusk approached, Gu Chengyuan and his second squad arrived at the 18th floor of Building 4, Unit 1. Meanwhile, according to Jia Sanita's report over the intercom, they had completed clearing Building 3 and were currently engaged in the cleanup of the 4th floor of Unit 2 and Building 4. The operation progressed, with survivors being rescued in succession. However, in the face of their overwhelming gratitude, Gu Chengyuan maintained a stoic demeanor. Li Kuan, respond if you hear me. Received. Please inquire with the survivors whether any of the vehicles parked downstairs belong to them, as we need to requisition them for transporting personnel. We anticipate wrapping up here in half an hour. Understood, Commander. Li Kuan was a sniper whom Gu Chengyuan had specifically assigned to oversee the survivors temporarily. In these turbulent times, it was essential to instill a sense of deterrence to prevent chaos. Setting down the intercom, Gu Chengyuan addressed the soldiers of the second squad, who had just completed the cleanup of the 18th floor and awaited his next orders. There are 2 floors remaining. Once cleared, we shall prepare to return. Do not let your guard down. Ensure a safe conclusion. Understood. Chapter 19. The Peculiar Creatures. Half an hour later, Gu Chengyuan summoned his troops to assemble downstairs, organizing the survivors to board the vehicles. Fortunately, this area was designated for resettlement, where the residents' cost of living was relatively low, predominantly relying on SUVs, with a few 4-seater sedans. Had it been a villa district filled with 2-seater sports cars, the only option for transporting these survivors would have been to let them ride atop the vehicles. They could have walked, as the school was directly across the street. However, with so many individuals gathered in one place, exposed to the elements, it was inevitable that they might attract some mutated creatures. The harrowing experience of the zombie dog ambush that night had already served as a stark reminder for Gu Chengyuan, as 30 survivors queued to board 4 SUVs. Those who had been clamoring all afternoon, now exhausted and subdued, erupted into noise once more. Yet, this time their demeanor had markedly softened. Some survivors had even begun to plead, "Please don't leave us. We implore you, save us. Yes, I am not like those fools who cursed you this morning. I am afflicted. If you don't believe me, let me show you my medical records. Please save us. The children are innocent. Mine is only 2 years old." Esteemed leaders of the military. Observing these individuals, Gu Chengyuan found the scene surreal. Those who had hurled the harshest insults earlier, wishing for the demise of his group, were now the very ones discovering the cruel reality and begging for mercy, shifting blame onto one another. Seeing them, he couldn't help but recall the online commentators from the pre-apocalypse days, and he deeply resonated with Lu Xun's poignant phrase, "Pity the unfortunate, yet rage at the unresisting," encapsulating profound helplessness. However, this entire affair had been orchestrated by Gu Chengyuan himself, deliberately allowing them to spiral into chaos. How else could he suppress their arrogance through their own missteps? Now, amidst the uproar, should he choose to save them, it was certain that most would express their heartfelt gratitude. Such is human nature, succinctly summarized in one word: despicable. That which is easily obtained is seldom cherished. Only through trials and tribulations do we comprehend the value of kindness. Guangchang, go. Tell them we shall return tomorrow. Do not wander aimlessly. Yes, sir. Pu Guangxiang received the command and conveyed the message to the pleading survivors, instantly igniting a fervor among them. The atmosphere was charged, as if they awaited the return of their savior. Rest well, soldiers. Do not overexert yourselves. We shall await your return here. Absolutely no wandering. Yes, yes. After a day of slaying zombies, everyone must rest. We cannot be selfish. The soldiers are people too. If we do not care for our own troops, who will? Yu Cheng Yuan paid no heed to these sentiments, taking his seat in the passenger's side. Once all personnel were aboard, he promptly ordered the vehicles to start. Thus, a convoy led by Gu Qingyuan in the formidable Hummer 3 assault vehicle, flanked by 4 SUVs in the middle, and concluding with an armored assault vehicle, gradually departed the resettlement area of Night State University. As they exited, Yu Qingyuan dispatched 5 elite soldiers and 5 from the regular battalion to retrieve the brain cores of the zombies eliminated the previous night. However, it was too long before the radio crackled with reports from the reconnaissance team. Report, Commander. The Tolerance team discovered that the brain cores of the zombies shot dead last night are missing. The skulls bear puncture wounds inflicted by various sharp objects. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan's expression grew somber. Understood. The squad is to return and exercise caution on the way back. What could be the entity responsible for this? When we visited this morning, there were no signs of human activity. Could it be some mutated creature? Gu Qingyuan contemplated the phrase various sharp objects, and from this clue, it seems that the being responsible for this is not a singular entity, but rather a group. Although he couldn't ascertain what it was, Gu Qingyuan leaned towards the notion of an unknown mutated monster. It is not that he looks down upon humanity, rather. In this apocalyptic scenario that has only unfolded over the past 2 days, it is commendable if individuals can gather for self-preservation, let alone actively venture out to steal inedible brain cores, especially under the cover of night. The brain core serves little purpose beyond providing for the system, and Gu Qingyuan has yet to uncover its potential. Amusingly, the brain core of the zombie dog from last night remains in his pocket, having undergone various experiments upon waking this morning. These experiments included, but were not limited to, meditating with the brain core, concentrating his thoughts upon it in an attempt to absorb its essence, and even attempting to secretly drop blood onto it. He was just short of smashing it to drink its contents. Lost in thought, Gu Qingyuan's party arrived at the entrance of apartment 22. Hearing the commotion, Kai Anxin and Lu Shenfu immediately led a group of people running out from the building. As soon as Gu Qingyuan stepped out of the vehicle, Kai Anxin hurried over to report on the day's work, while Lu Shenfu, though lacking a report of his own, joined him. Commander and soldiers, you have worked hard. Now, please follow me to the 5th cafeteria. After sealing off the dormitory corridors today, I took the initiative to clean the kitchen of the cafeteria and personally eliminated 2 zombies. To lend weight to his words, Kai Anxin lifted a corner of his bloodied shirt. Indeed, I witnessed it myself. Chairman Kai is truly formidable, Lu Shenfu affirmed from the side. The scene today was indeed overwhelming for Lu Shenfu, not only due to the zombies but also because of Kai Anxin and his driver. After completing their tasks in the dormitory, the group discussed the necessity of cleaning the cafeteria, as relying solely on rations was not sustainable. Chapter 20. The infantry platoon Gu Qingyuan, accompanied by his soldiers, enjoyed a warm meal in the dining hall. Given the relatively small number of survivors, there was no formal division of labor. This meal was prepared collectively by all the remaining survivors. Those skilled in cooking took charge of the pots and utensils, while those less experienced handled the washing and preparation of ingredients. Despite the modest fare, simple home-cooked dishes such as tangy shredded potatoes and stir-fried beef with bell peppers, the flavors were delightful, leaving the soldiers with grease-laden smiles. Unexpectedly, there were challenges. For instance, Kai Anxin and others had not anticipated the sudden influx of new individuals. Nonetheless, the original survivors welcomed the newcomers. As people tend to gravitate towards unity in times of peril, the addition of an extra squad significantly bolstered their sense of security. After the meal, Gu Qingyuan entrusted the arrangement of the survivors to Kai Anxin, opting to distance himself from mundane matters. His philosophy was to focus on military affairs while outsourcing daily concerns to alleviate his mental burden. In the apocalyptic setting, there was no notion of power struggles. As long as he maintained control over force, authority was merely a thought away. Upon returning to his quarters, he revised the watch log, removing Kai Anxin and her team while incorporating the newly added squad. Thus, the defense duties were wholly transferred to his subordinates, resulting in a more professional and manageable operation. After freshening up, Gu Qingyuan reclined on his bed, contemplating development plans and reminiscing about his parents and younger brother, eventually drifting into slumber. When he awoke the following morning, the enticing aroma of steamed buns and rice porridge wafted through the corridor. Initially suspecting it might be an illusion, his doubts dissipated when Pu Guangxiang entered, bearing a tray. "Commander, it's time for breakfast," he announced. Kai and her team brought over the meal, a hearty pork bun and a beef bun. I've brought you 2 of each, along with a bowl of millet porridge and a carton of milk. At this, Gu Qingyuan felt his appetite awaken and inquired casually, did they prepare these? Indeed. Among the survivors we rescued yesterday, 2 were chefs. After dinner, they approached Kai, offering to take over the kitchen. Well done. It appears there are still those with initiative. Let the soldiers eat. We depart in half an hour. Understood. Half an hour later, Gu Qingyuan and his team boarded the vehicle and returned to the resettlement area. The survivors, eagerly awaiting their arrival, greeted the familiar armored vehicle with joyous cheers. The 2 squads resumed their combat formations from the previous day and quickly re-engaged in the fray. This time, Gu Qingyuan refrained from joining them, following the afternoon's cleanup. The second squad had garnered enough experience to operate independently. Whether he was present or not made little difference, and he preferred to relax. Perhaps fish for a while or enjoy the air conditioning in the armored vehicle. Nevertheless, even while reclining, Gu Qingyuan maintained a watchful eye over the 2 squads, as updates on their progress occasionally crackled through the radio. Through these reports, Gu Qingyuan could distinctly sense that Class 2 had made significant strides compared to yesterday, with their cleaning speed now closely rivaling that of Class 1. This was to be expected, as employing a firearm to open canned goods hardly requires substantial technical proficiency. Once the steps are delineated, it resembles the methodology of solving problems with a formula. By around 1 in the afternoon, when Kai Anshin arrived with the meal, both teams had successfully cleared Building 5. At this juncture, Gu Qingyuan's funds had also reached 1314, leading him to anticipate the establishment of a 3rd team before the day's end. Kai Anshin organized the survivors to dismantle the rear seats of yesterday's SUV, transforming it into a transport vehicle for meals. The increased capacity rendered lunch more sumptuous, featuring beef stew with potatoes, stir-fried green beans, a kelp and pork rib soup, alongside rice and steamed buns, complemented by 10 cases of bottled water and 5 cases of Red Bull. The provision was exceptionally thorough, further enhancing Gu Qingyuan's satisfaction with Kai Anshin. Initially, the plan was to scavenge a few items in the building for a light snack, but it was a pleasant surprise that lunch was proactively provided. Once they had eaten and cleared away the utensils, the 6 combat teams resumed their cleaning efforts. By 4 in the afternoon, Gu Qingyuan had exchanged for the 3rd team, expecting another group of 10. He was astonished when the door opened to reveal 11 individuals and a military dog. The term a dog was apt, for had Gu Qingyuan not meticulously checked the information of this creature through the system, he might have mistaken it for some form of large, ferocious beast. The military dog bore striking resemblance to a Chinese wolf dog, yet its size was vastly different, robust as a calf, with its head nearly brushing against Gu Qingyuan's chin when standing. Armored to the teeth, it sported a stab-resistant suit and a skeletal exoskeleton-like apparatus, greatly enhancing its capacity to withstand blows while also augmenting its strength. Each of its 4 paws was equipped with dark steel claws that glimmered ominously in the sunlight. Upon settling into the ranks, it sat upright, exuding an air of pride, resembling not merely a military dog, but a regal lion. However, a prairie lion might not prevail against this fully equipped, clawed canine. Despite the discipline keeping the military dog stationary in formation, its gaze towards Gu Qingyuan was filled with warmth and a desire to approach. Additionally, one individual from Gu Qingyuan's ranks had been formally organized into a platoon, a communications soldier gifted by the system. Together with Gu Qingyuan, this communications soldier formed a command group, supplemented by 3 infantry squads, thus constituting a complete infantry platoon. Chapter 21. The Cleansing of the Resettlement Area. Conclusion. In the ensuing days, Gu Qingyuan's unit diligently undertook the systematic cleansing of the 2nd resettlement area at Yezhou University. Along the way, they encountered a series of zombie dogs. As living standards improved, many individuals opted to adopt dogs as companions. However, once these gentle and obedient pets transformed into the undead, their capacity for destruction became alarmingly formidable. Frequently, when they encountered zombie dogs, these creatures were often the sole undead presence within an entire room, having devoured every morsel of flesh, including that of their owners. The scenes, stripped clean of blood, rendered it nearly impossible to ascertain whether the owners had succumbed to transformation before being consumed, escaping the virus only to fall victim to their beloved pet's betrayal. In the realm of transformation, a stark distinction exists between humans and animals. While zombies exhibit significant enhancements in strength, endurance, pain tolerance, and vitality, their inherent intelligence is obliterated, paradoxically rendering them weaker in certain aspects. In contrast, animals, upon transformation, experience an augmentation of vitality and physical prowess while losing their sense of pain, resulting in a qualitative leap in their capabilities. The human zombies evoke in Gu Qingyuan a sense of being the most expendable resources in this apocalyptic world, akin to the slimes found in a novice village or the wild dogs at the village entrance, with millions of minions perishing daily in the ravines. Consequently, the soldiers would rather face the encirclement of 20 zombies than contend with a single zombie dog, as the latter is exceedingly swift, robust, and possesses an unparalleled vitality. Even when struck down, akin to a tenacious adversary from the pre-apocalyptic era, the zombie dog retains its formidable bite. With the increase in personnel under his command, the daily tally of zombies cleared also rose. For safety's sake, Gu Qingyuan designated the daily combat tasks for each squad to encompass a single apartment building, amounting to 40 residential units. Yesterday, he exchanged for an ordinary infantry squad, and with the collaboration of 4 infantry squads, they could clear 2 buildings each day, yielding approximately 100 in monetary gain. However, this profit would only last for a day, as the second resettlement area at Yezhou University would be liberated from the clutches of the undead by this afternoon. Reclining in the armored assault vehicle, Gu Qingyuan enjoyed the cool air conditioning as intermittent reports on the clearing progress came through the radio, relayed by the squad leaders. Due to the expansion of the unit, micromanaging each 3-person combat team was no longer feasible, prompting Gu Qingyuan to delegate command back to the squad leaders. This approach granted them autonomy, enabling more effective on-the-spot decision-making while simultaneously alleviating Gu Qingyuan's workload. Today's cleansing proceeded remarkably smoothly, with minimal resistance encountered. In high spirits, Gu Qingyuan affectionately patted the massive head of the dog beside him. Xiao He, the military dog, squinted in delight, nuzzling its head against Gu Qingyuan's hand. Due to the operational role of the military dog, Gu Qingyuan chose not to deploy it for zombie-clearing tasks but rather kept it close for personal protection, more so for the joy of companionship. With the current disruption of the internet and the absence of entertainment options, lying idle without engaging the undead proved rather tedious. Moreover, Gu Qingyuan had harbored a fondness for dogs since childhood, yet it seemed a peculiar curse plagued his household. For every dog he tried to raise met an untimely demise, never surviving beyond a month. Embracing the philosophy of if you love it, do not harm it, Gu Qingyuan resolved to spare the dogs, thus refraining from raising any thereafter. Yet, unable to quell his affection, he often indulged in virtual petting online. With an air of youthful exuberance, he secretly mimicked trends, uttering nonsensical phrases like chubby baby and hajime, frequently daydreaming of the day he would graduate, secure a job, and rent a cozy apartment adorned with a lounge chair on the balcony, where he could welcome a dog into his life. Each evening, he envisioned himself reclining in the chair, the dog nestled beside him, gazing at the distant landscape, sipping wine until pleasantly inebriated. The recent appearance of Little Black seemed to fulfill one of his long-held wishes. However, rather than lounging in comfort, he found himself in an armored vehicle, with not a wine glass in sight but rather the stark presence of a 5.8mm firearm. Such fanciful musings did not linger long, as the sound of a report pierced the air. Responding to the commotion, he immediately straightened himself. A squad had arrived to replenish ammunition, transforming the 2 armored vehicles into a temporary supply point. Nearby, a Link Co. 05 SUV, stripped of its rear seats, stood laden with provisions, food, bottled water, various sports drinks, Snickers, chocolates, jerky, and vacuum-packed ready-to-eat meats. This was a supply vehicle arranged by Kai Anshin, dedicated to providing energy sustenance for the soldiers executing combat missions, staffed with 4 accompanying volunteers. Typically, after replenishing their ammunition, soldiers would come here to refill their water bottles, stow snacks into their backpacks, and take a moment to rest. Consequently, this vehicle had earned the affectionate moniker among the soldiers as the Strong Army Vehicle. By around 5 in the afternoon, various teams gradually concluded their assignments, returning to the armored command vehicle. The first to arrive were Jia Sanyu and his squad. Despite having 2 fewer personnel due to the presence of 3 snipers and a grenade launcher, they were an elite group with commendable military trainings, and thus the earliest to follow Gu Qingyuan. Their combat effectiveness was beyond question. Upon returning to the supply point, Jia Sanyu first reported to Gu Qingyuan before leading his team straight to the Strong Army Vehicle for a well-deserved respite. After completing their missions, soldiers favored congregating at the Strong Army Vehicle, not only for sustenance, but also for the delightful company of the volunteer ladies. whose charming conversation and engaging demeanor were immensely appreciated by the troops. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, with the final squad's return, the entire settlement area was fully liberated. Witnessing the rescued survivors boarding the vehicles, each bearing expressions of relief and gratitude, some in tears, offering heartfelt thanks to the soldiers maintaining order, was a poignant sight. An elderly woman even knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "Thank you. I remember you. You saved my life and that of my son and daughter-in-law." Jia Sanyu, taken aback, hastily gestured for her to rise, saying, No, please, get up." Observing Jia Sanyu's flustered demeanor and the genuine gratitude of the survivors, he suddenly perceived that the mission of eradicating zombies held a significance beyond mere survival. On the return journey, Gu Chengyuan sat in the passenger seat of the Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle, his gaze fixed on the setting sun in the west, his eyes narrowing slightly. As I contemplated the complete clearance of the resettlement area, a sense of relaxation washed over me, and the voice of Squidward floated into my mind. "Mr. Krabs, I'm off work." Chapter 22, the entertainment venue due to the completion of the resettlement area. Gu Chengyuan decided to grant the soldiers a day of respite. Although these soldiers were products of the system, they were, in every aspect apart from their unwavering loyalty, akin to ordinary individuals, prone to psychological issues. Lacking professional psychological counselors, Gu Chengyuan could only facilitate their relaxation through a day off. Thus, the following day, he allowed the soldiers to rest until 10 in the morning before sounding the wake-up call, ensuring they replenished the energy expended during several days of intense combat. Aside from the essential personnel on duty, all other soldiers were free to engage in recreational activities at the nearby gymnasium. The gymnasium of Night State University spanned 3 floors, encompassing an area equivalent to 3 football fields, with facilities for table tennis, basketball, badminton, volleyball, a gym, a climbing wall, and a combat training room. Such an array of venues enabled each soldier to discover an activity that piqued their interest. Moreover, upon learning of Gu Chengyuan's plan for a break the previous afternoon, Kai Anshin swiftly gathered a team to collect entertainment supplies, transforming the Taekwondo hall, which was adorned with soft mats, into a game room. Inside, one could find numerous chess sets, Go boards, military strategy games, Monopoly, Werewolf, and 3 Kingdoms Kill, all sourced from the female dormitory. They even procured 10 laptops equipped with standalone video games, creating a small gaming area. Clad in a jungle-patterned combat uniform and comfortable sneakers, Gu Chengyuan strolled through the gymnasium, his pant legs casually untucked. Accompanying him were Kai Anshin, Secretary Jean, and Lu Xingfu, the head of the supervision department. "Chief Gu, here's the area we prepared for the soldiers' relaxation overnight," Kai Anshin remarked. This restroom was originally equipped with shower facilities for the soldiers to cleanse themselves after exercising, but has been rendered unusable due to the water supply interruption. However, during last night's preparation meeting, Secretary Jean suggested transporting water to the rooftop tank and modifying the plumbing route, allowing these showers to be functional once more. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengyuan turned the faucet in the shower room, and indeed, water flowed forth. "Excellent, excellent. Secretary Jean demonstrates remarkable ingenuity," he praised, beaming with excitement. Secretary Jean bowed slightly and replied, "You may call me Xiao Jean, Chief Gu. I must also express gratitude to you for providing this platform and to President Kai for her guidance, which afforded me the opportunity to employ such clever solutions." "Ah, such humility." Gu Chengyuan chuckled as he exited the shower room, with Kai Anshin and the others promptly following. Kai Anshin, taking a half step behind Gu Chengyuan, continued, "Today, we invite you to inspect the area, primarily to identify any aspects requiring improvement. Given the hasty setup, there may be oversights that could hinder the soldiers' rest. Moreover, our perspectives are often limited, and we rely on your insights to align more closely with the needs of the troops. In a time before the apocalypse, it would have been hard to fathom that the leader of Hongtu Group, Kai Anshin, would adopt such a humble demeanor when addressing a company commander, likely leaving onlookers astonished. Given Kai Anshin's social standing, even as a military commander, it would be inconceivable for him to exhibit such humility. However, circumstances have shifted dramatically. It has been nearly a week since the apocalypse erupted, yet there has been no official response or even a whisper of news. This silence compels astute individuals like Kai Anshin to sense an unusual foreboding. Could it indeed be the end of days? Previously, he held a certain respect for Gu Chengyuan, but it was not to the extent of subservience. He merely sought temporary protection from him. Yet now, it appears that his future may hinge entirely upon this young man before him. Thus, he swiftly adjusted his mindset. As for pride and dignity, such notions are mere trappings for someone like him, who has clawed his way up from the depths. They serve as embellishments in times of fortune, not as tools for advancement. Who climbs a mountain without bending low? Therefore, even in the presence of Gu Chengyuan, who is nearly 3 decades his junior, he remains as humble as a servant, without a trace of mental burden. Meanwhile, Lu Shenfu, observing the encounter, felt a twinge of disdain for a prominent figure lacking integrity. Nevertheless, should an opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to ingratiate himself. However, the supervisory organization he belonged to, while capable of involvement in any affair, found itself voiceless until a crisis emerged, leaving him unable to engage in conversation or assert his presence. He could only laugh along with others and observe from the sidelines, serving as a mere backdrop. Attention! Salute! Upon arriving at the game room, the moment Gu Qingyuan appeared, a soldier spotted him and bellowed for all to stand. The other soldiers promptly rose from their seats, greeting him in unison. "Do not mind me. Please continue your games. I merely wish to see how everyone is faring," Gu Chengyuan said with a wave of his hand. Despite his casual demeanor, the soldiers regarded him with utmost respect. Gu Chengyuan wandered around the room, glancing at the games displayed on the computers. "Ah, Guangxiang is still playing Red Alert, and Kuner is as well. Are you two playing together?" No. Commander, Li Kuan and I are just playing casually," came the reply. "Which of you is the better player?" Kuno? Li Kuan, noticing Gu Chengyuan's gaze upon him, forced a sheepish smile across his acne-scarred face. "Well, I am a bit more skilled." At this, Pu Guangxiang immediately protested, "Commander, Li Kuan is just bragging. I just defeated him." Li Kuan, taken aback by the rebuttal, stammered in defense, that last match was, "I let you win. You tricked me into thinking you wouldn't play." Witnessing the stubborn expressions on both their faces, Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that attracts like two obstinate souls indeed. Sensing the soldiers might feel constrained, Gu Chengyuan decided not to linger and exited the room. Passing by the basketball court, he observed several soldiers engaged in a game but refrained from joining them. Suddenly, he recalled something. "Kai, are you there, Commander? What instructions do you have? Please, do not address me as Kai. That was in the days before the apocalypse. My life is in your hands now. As the ancients said, a life saved is a life pledged. You likely have no use for this old body of mine, so simply call me Old Kai. Referring to me as Kai is truly embarrassing." Kai Anshin ultimately retained a semblance of dignity and refrained from requesting Gu Chengyuan, who is over 30 years his junior, to address him as Little Kai. "Haha. Then let us call you Old Kai for a touch of familiarity." "Indeed, Commander, your guidance is noted." It cannot be termed as guidance. It was merely an observation inspired by witnessing the soldiers exercising moments ago. In this post-apocalyptic era, the threats to human survival have multiplied exponentially. I firmly believe it is imperative to enhance the physical fitness of the survivors. After all, zombies do not engage us in intellectual battles. They cannot be vanquished merely by drafting plans or creating PowerPoint presentations. Thus, we must focus on improving the survivors' physical capabilities. While I do not expect them to fight like soldiers, at the very least, we can augment their chances of survival. One must not lose the sense of crisis. We cannot predict how circumstances may evolve in the future. Observing the worried expression on Gu Qingyuan's face, Kai Anshin wholeheartedly agreed. The advent of the apocalypse has profoundly altered human survival patterns, making reliance solely on intellect insufficient, unlike in peaceful times. Rest assured, Commander, upon returning, I shall convene a meeting to devise a concrete and feasible plan to enhance the physical prowess of the survivors. Yes, I trust you to handle this matter. While the two were engaged in conversation, Lu Xingfu suddenly noticed a student approaching, hesitating at a short distance, seemingly with something to say. Yet Gu Chengyuan and the others were oblivious. Lu Xingfu promptly gestured for the student to come over, and after a brief inquiry, discovered that the cafeteria meals were ready and that the student had come to invite the leaders to dine, fearing that the food's quality would deteriorate if delayed. "All right. I understand. I shall take care of it," Lu Xingfu reassured the student with a comforting glance. The student, upon hearing this, expressed gratitude. He had felt anxious and somewhat intimidated about speaking to the leaders, but now that this daunting task was alleviated, his demeanor brightened instantly. "Thank you, senior." "No need for thanks. Such matters are best handled by seniors," Lu Xingfu replied with a warm smile. The student's fondness for him surged upon witnessing his amiable demeanor. Observing the grateful student rush away, Lu Xingfu felt a twinge of compassion. Some individuals tend to perceive opportunities as burdens. With a slight adjustment, he revealed a limited edition smile typically reserved for school officials and approached slowly. Coming to a halt half a step behind Gu Chengyuan, he bowed slightly, lowering his gaze and angling his body gracefully, akin to an elegant steward, and spoke, "Commander Gu, I am Liu, and the cafeteria is prepared. What are your thoughts on this?" Chapter 23. I am the protagonist. I am useless. After a day of rest, Gu Chengyuan organized a new mission for the troops the following day, to clear the West Campus. The objective of this undertaking was to establish a refuge devoid of zombies, allowing survivors to engage in activities and production within the West Campus. The circumstances had evolved significantly since the beginning. Gu Chengyuan now commanded 5 combat teams, utilizing the registration forms from the dormitory offices to accurately pinpoint the rooms that had previously housed individuals before the apocalypse. This enabled targeted personnel searches and zombie extermination. In addition to the bustling preparations for combat by Gu Chengyuan's troops in the morning, the survivors were also organized, contrasting sharply with their usual lethargy. After receiving Gu Chengyuan's directives the previous day, the Survivor Management Committee, led by Kai Anshin, convened an emergency meeting and devised a comprehensive physical enhancement plan for all survivors, which commenced implementation that very morning. At 6 o'clock, Kai Anshin and the committee awakened each survivor room by room, thanks to the methods Gu Chengyuan had previously employed in the second settlement area. Although many survivors displayed visible discontent and even grumbled, none dared to directly defy the order, as they all recognized that leniency was not to be expected from the authorities here. Under the organization of Kai Anshin and others, all 316 survivors, with the exception of children under 10, elderly over 70, and the chefs preparing breakfast, participated in morning exercises without exception. They were divided into approximately 6 formations, each consisting of around 50 individuals, energetically running on the plastic track outside the gymnasium. As the administrator, Kai Anshin led the charge at the forefront. Witnessing Kai Anshin, a man in his 50s and once the head of Home 2 Group, exerting himself so diligently, the other survivors began to shed their resentment. After arranging the day's tasks, Gu Chengyuan ambled over to the sports field to observe the proceedings. Satisfied with the spirited display of organization and enthusiasm, he returned with a sense of reassurance. Following breakfast, the troops departed according to the established plan. Due to the proximity of their destination, only 2 Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles were dispatched, serving as ammunition supply points and heavy fire support in case of emergencies. Aside from the drivers, the remaining personnel chose to follow on foot behind the vehicles, fully armed. The soldiers of the 5 teams, donning tactical helmets and vests equipped with bulletproof plates, moved fluidly behind the vehicles, wielding various weapons. Gu Chengyuan walked alongside the formation with his military dog, Xiaohei, who stood at chest height, continuously assigning tasks. Team 1, Building 21. Team 2, Building 20. Team 3, Building 19. Team 4, Building 18. Team 5, Building 17. As Gu Chengyuan issued each combat objective, the designated teams, led by their respective leaders, began to jog toward their targets. The scene resembled a stream branching outwards, the entire process executed with such training and precision that it was a pleasure to behold. Team 1, led by Jia Sanyu, was the first to arrive at Building 21. Upon nearing the dormitory, Jia Sanyu raised his hand to signal a halt before issuing the command to unholster weapons and advance tactically. As the sound of a sharp kada echoed, a group of soldiers crouched low, their rifle stocks pressed firmly against their shoulders, their cheeks resting against the cold metal of their weapons. Their eyes, peering through the 3XQMK 171 white light scope, remained vigilant, locking their sights on potential threats. Approaching the dormitory supervisor's room on the first floor, Jia Sanyu first leaned against the door to listen intently. After a moment, he signaled to his comrades behind him, took a deep breath, and then forcefully kicked the door lock. With a resounding bang, the door flew open, and as Jia Sanyu swiftly darted to the side, gunfire erupted. The zombified dormitory supervisor, caught off guard, was struck in the head by 2 simultaneous shots from 191 assault rifles. Her forehead punctured with 2 bloody holes and a massive gaping wound appearing at the back of her skull, collapsing lifelessly onto the floor. Following the demise of the supervisor, Huang Jiaqin advanced rapidly to the doorway, maintaining a shooting stance. He quickly peeked around the corner twice, ensuring no other zombies lurked within the dormitory, before giving an OK signal to the others. While securing his weapon, he casually slung it to his side and began rummaging through the desk inside. Squad leader. I have found something. Here's the list. Jia Sania took the A4 paper, which contained the names of the students remaining on campus. A quick glance revealed that only 21 students were left in the entire building, distributed across the 14th and 15th floors. In a bid to save time, he divided the class into 2 combat teams, one led by Vice Leader Huang Jiaqin and the other by himself. Once organized, Jia Sania led Team 1 swiftly up the stairs to the 15th floor, burdened with nearly 30 pounds of gear. The soldiers climbed the 15 flights with only slight breaths of exertion. While this feat might seem daunting to an average person, for these elite infantrymen, it was merely a moderate challenge. After all, during their training, they often began their day with an 8-kilometer warm-up jog, accumulating nearly 30 kilometers of running by day's end. 3-kilometer and 5-kilometer armed runs were commonplace, and even heavy 5-kilometer runs were routine. The military's rigorous training may not have made them stronger than the average person, but their endurance far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Silently traversing the hallway, the 4 soldiers reached the iron door leading to the corridor. Gently pushing it open, Jia Saniu angled his body and extended the muzzle of his rifle outward. In the corridor, 4 zombies clawed frantically at a security door in front of a dormitory. My name is Yi Qing, and I am currently in a state of panic. The apocalypse has been unfolding for nearly a week now. Initially, I was filled with excitement, feeling as though my time had come. The monotonous society had come to an end. Embracing the philosophy of survival, I found myself recalling countless scenarios from apocalyptic novels. I was convinced that I was the brightest golden scale, and that if I mustered the courage to step through that door, I would transform into a dragon upon encountering a zombie. I even began to envision the extraordinary skills I would acquire after defeating a zombie and extracting its brain, and how many pre-apocalypse beauties I would be able to charm. The cruel reality is that even now, I hesitate to touch the doorknob that is so tantalizingly close. The most unfortunate part is that, having already finished my snacks, I have spent 3 days licking the empty bag, yet I still lack the courage to venture outside. Just moments ago, in a state of starvation-induced dizziness, I stumbled and knocked over a chair, drawing the attention of the zombies who are now banging at the door. If only I had mustered the courage sooner, I would not be so weak and famished, devoid of even the strength to fight for my life. Lying on the ground, Yi Qing's body felt so feeble that he was reluctant to move, staring at the security door that had been clawed open by the zombies, the breach steadily widening. Even as his vision blurred, he could focus on the decaying face of the zombie, with its bulging, glamorous eyes and a mouth stretched grotesquely wide, oozing a foul yellow liquid. Am I, the esteemed emperor, destined to perish in such a repulsive maw? Though the zombie's appearance was grotesque, Yi Qing recognized it as his classmate, Zhao Xiaobang. Damn it, I used to mock him for borrowing money without repayment, likening it to him feasting on my very essence. And now it seems he truly intends to do so. Curse this shoddy security door at the school. I swear, even as a ghost, I shall report you. Oh. Yi Emperor Yi Qing, we share a name. Allow me to borrow your unparalleled power. Let me strike down Zhao Xiaobang. Who dares to consume my flesh after borrowing my money? Bang. As consciousness faded and incoherent mutterings escaped my lips, I thought I heard the sound of firecrackers. Where are they setting off firecrackers? Bang, bang, bang. The incessant sound of explosions continued. Damn it, I am still alive, and they wish to consume me? Whatever. I am so hungry. Can I have just one bite before I am buried? I am worthless. Don't shoot. It's alive. Chapter 24. Classmates after a day of diligent efforts. By 5 p.m., the dormitory area of the West Campus was declared clear. The scattered zombies posed little resistance against the fully armed soldiers. Fortunately, the generally reclusive nature of university students meant that most of the zombies were found confined within their dormitories, appearing remarkably weak due to the lack of sustenance. Furthermore, the limited number of students remaining on campus, along with their dispersed distribution, was crucial in facilitating the cleanup operation. The reason it still took nearly a day was primarily due to the zombie scattered locations, which consumed a significant amount of time in transit. The outcome of this day-long endeavor resulted in the extermination of over 400 zombies, thereby allowing Gu Qingyuan to summon an infantry squad. Upon the summoning of this squad, Gu Qingyuan's system indicated that he still possessed 562 units of currency. His strategy for maintaining reserves involved allocating a base amount for the current troop supply to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. In a post-apocalyptic world, the most dreaded threat is the zombie tide. Whether depicted in films or novels, the overwhelming and relentless waves of the undead are nearly insurmountable disasters. Thus, Gu Chengyuan must ensure that he has ample ammunition at his disposal, even if this approach slows his rate of development. While a smaller troop size might be manageable, a shortage of ammunition could prove catastrophic. Even if the number of survivors doubled, a lack of ammunition would necessitate retreat in the face of even a modest horde. Zombies, though devoid of intellect, possess tremendous strength, boundless stamina, and a complete absence of pain or fear, qualities beyond human endurance. Currently, Gu Qingyuan's forces have reached 2 platoons, and with the addition of another, he could achieve the organizational structure of a company, aligning with his current rank of captain. He felt an intuitive sense that when his actual forces reached the pinnacle of his military rank, the system would undergo significant changes. In addition to the resources gained from vanquishing the undead, he also rescued 113 students, serendipitously including several of his classmates. As they were liberated, many recognized Gu Chengyuan. Clad in combat gear, standing beside the armored assault vehicle, Mengshi 3, with his pet, Little Black, in tow. At that moment, he was seated by a flower bed, petting Little Black while listening to the communications officer, Zhang Zhichuan, report on the battle situation. Zhang Zhichuan, of modest stature and robust build, made a lasting impression with his striking mix of black and white hair, embodying the characteristics of a youth from Guangdong province. His voice soft and laced with a distinctive intonation, such as, "Sir, the situation is like this." Oh, this contrast in tone delighted Gu Qingyuan immensely. Meanwhile, Pu Guangqiang held his firearm aloft, vigilantly scanning their surroundings as he fulfilled his duty as a guard. It must be said that this earnestness in his responsibilities was one of the reasons Gu Chengyuan held a particular fondness for Pu Guangqiang, despite his various quirks. He approached his work with utmost seriousness. "Chengyuan?" A somewhat anxious voice called from among a soldier leading a survivor toward the safe zone. Gu Chengyuan looked up in confusion toward the source of the sound. As he turned his head, the voices in the crowd grew more animated. "It's me. I am Zhao Jie." "Zhao Jie?" Gu Chengyuan was somewhat surprised but not entirely taken aback upon seeing the tall and robust Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie had been the sports committee member in their class upon Gu Chengyuan's return from military service. Known for his hearty and enthusiastic demeanor, as well as his exceptional athletic skills, Gu Chengyuan had played basketball with him numerous times and held a favorable impression of him. "Chengyuan, have you been recalled?" Upon noticing Gu Chengyuan clad in combat attire, Zhao Jie expressed a face of envy, instinctively believing that, with the apocalypse looming, Gu Chengyuan, as a retired soldier, had been summoned back by the Ministry of Defense. This thought secretly delighted Zhao Jie, alleviating much of the earlier sense of futility regarding the future, as Gu Chengyuan's presence significantly mitigated his trepidation. Truth be told, Zhao Jie was not particularly well acquainted with Gu Chengyuan. He merely observed his solitary demeanor in class and felt a sense of loneliness for him, prompting him to frequently invite Gu Chengyuan to partake in activities. However, their acquaintance had not deepened beyond that. He only knew that Gu Chengyuan was skilled at basketball and, notably, quite handsome. Having played with Gu Chengyuan, Zhao Jie often found himself approached by peers and seniors from his college seeking Gu Chengyuan's contact information. To be candid, a tinge of jealousy resided within him. His incessant invitations to play basketball were tinged with a subtle desire to outshine Gu Chengyuan. Nevertheless, all those complex emotions dissipated the moment he laid eyes on Gu Chengyuan, replaced by an overwhelming sense of familiarity. It was akin to the moment a teacher approaches to check assignments, and one finds their own work blank, heart racing, only to discover that their deskmate's work is also devoid of content. Thus, when Zhao Jie called out Chengyuan, it was imbued with genuine affection and longing. More or less. What are you doing here?" Gu Chengyuan opted not to elaborate, choosing instead to shift the conversation, since they were merely classmates now. A detailed explanation would inevitably lead to further inquiries. When Zhao Jie eventually discovered the truth, he would be constrained by Gu Chengyuan's circumstances and would refrain from asking directly, burying his questions within. "I'm reviewing at school, preparing for the entrance exam." Oh, you should join them for now. We need to regroup the troops here. And once we return, I'll seek you out for a chat." All right. I won't disturb you any longer." Zhao Jie, concerned about disrupting Gu Chengyuan's mission, was aware of the strict discipline within the military and feared that his presence might lead to consequences for Gu Chengyuan. Although he too wore combat gear, his casual interactions with Gu Chengyuan had led him to believe that Gu Chengyuan was merely a volunteer soldier positioned at the very bottom of the military hierarchy, beneath seasoned veterans, squad leaders, and platoon leaders. His greeting to Gu Chengyuan stemmed purely from a sense of shared adversity. and he didn't dwell on any potential relationship that might arise from it. After concluding his conversation with Gu Qingyuan, Zhao Jie followed the survivor group as they made their way toward Building 22, oblivious to the fact that the entire team had halted in response to his words. Following Zhao Jie's departure, Gu Qingyuan sensed that there had been ambiguous glances directed at him from the crowd moments before. Having just left, within the survivor group, a muscular man named Zhao Hu, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive, Diego. You've got acquaintances even in the military." Immediately, someone beside him chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Jie possesses an extensive network. You must look out for us in the future." Although he held no intentions of leveraging his connections, Zhao Jie couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction from their flattery. He deliberately refrained from offering a detailed explanation, instead adopting an air of enigmatic nonchalance as he replied, "It's nothing. He is simply a very good friend of mine, and it just so happens that we crossed paths." The others were even more delighted upon hearing this. They had been following Zhao Jie for quite some time since the onset of the apocalypse, initially fearing that with the arrival of the military, Zhao Jie would face downfall. However, it appeared that his backing had grown even more formidable. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, two girls engaged in hushed whispers. "Aiko, is that name not the Gu Qingyuan from the Internet of Things class you mentioned to me?" The girl referred to as Aiko had a head of softly curled, light yellow hair, a delicate visage, and striking red lips with bright eyes. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, she exuded an aura of elegance, standing out amongst her peers. "Yes, it is he," Aiko responded, her voice husky, tinged with fatigue and distraction. "How could you remain so aloof in his presence? He is so handsome, yet you showed no desire to respond to his messages," exclaimed the shorter, plump girl with glasses, her tone brimming with excitement, as if reproaching Aiko for her apparent disregard. "Alwyn, what use is good looks? There are plenty of handsome faces around me. I have never been short of them." That day in the academic office, he was still scrambling for credits in his senior year. "Do you honestly think someone like that is worthy of me? But he has served in the military. Did you see how dashing he looked in his combat uniform?" The girl, Alwyn, evidently belonged to the faction that worshipped beauty. Served in the military? I'm not so naive as to overlook that. Setting aside how he performed during his service, even if he were exceptionally skilled, he is still just a private. Let's not discuss him any further. "We should be contemplating what we will do in our new environment," Aiko remarked, her expression subdued, concealing a sense of trepidation about the future. Chapter 25. Divergent thoughts upon their arrival at Building 22. Zhao Jie and the other 113 new survivors were greeted by Kai Anqing. She began with a brief self-introduction and proceeded to articulate the regulations of the sanctuary, emphasizing the boundaries that must not be crossed. For instance, mingling between male and female floors was strictly prohibited, as was any form of sexual harassment or physical altercations. Violations would result in penalties ranging from confinement to immediate execution. Dear students, we do not have prisons here. There are no opportunities for rehabilitation. Once a transgression occurs, we do not entertain remorse or promises of reform. Prepare yourselves for the next life as a new being, Kai Anqing advised, urging everyone to think carefully before acting. She concluded by announcing that the Survivor Management Committee was seeking new members. Those with a desire to serve and possessing a certain level of professionalism were welcome to apply for an interview. Following this, Kai Anqing organized the newcomers into groups of 4, essentially forming dormitory arrangements, leading them orderly to the 7th and 8th floors. Over 70 girls were assigned to the 7th floor, a privilege attributed to the lower stair climb. During the free grouping period, Aiko and An found themselves together, thus sharing a room. Upon entering, Aiko's expression soured at the sight of her bed's sparse furnishings, and she whispered to An, "Had I known, I would have brought my own bedding. There's only a mattress here, and after a long break, who knows how much dust has accumulated." "Aiko, why don't you take my bed? I have blankets and sheets," An suggested, pointing to her own bed. She explained that the condition of the beds depended on luck. Some previous occupants were negligent and left their belongings behind, while others, more fastidious, took everything home for cleaning. An's words tempted Aiko slightly, but she could not bring herself to let her friend suffer. "It's all right. I'm just venting. I can manage with this," she replied, dismissing the offer. At that moment, the other 2 roommates had also settled in and initiated conversation. They too were somewhat unfortunate, as their beds were devoid of anything but a bare mattress. An, the only fortunate one in the dormitory, had solidified her status right from the start. "Hello, I'm Tang Jin Wen, and this adorable one is Feng Jai. We're both majoring in economics." Tang Jingwen, with her voluptuous figure and radiant skin, spoke in a mature voice that exuded a subtle allure. As she introduced herself, she affectionately ruffled Feng Jiai's hair. Tang Jingwen, stop touching my head. It'll stunt my growth. Feng Jiai protested, scrunching her delicate nose in displeasure. Hello. I'm Aiku. I recognize you, the goddess of the economics department. This is Zhang Wanwen, but you can call her An. Aiku responded, mirroring An's introduction as she looked at Tang Jingwen. Tang Jingwen chuckled. The title of goddess is a bit too grand in the presence of the campus beauty. I've heard of you. Aiku. You've been the face of the school at numerous events. In the atmosphere of commercial camaraderie, the two soon grew familiar with each other, transforming the dormitory environment from unfamiliarity to warmth, and before long, they began to refer to each other as sisters. As for Feng Jiai and Zhang Wanwen, they were mere accessories, lacking any sense of autonomy, as long as Tang Jingwen and Aiku maintained a harmonious relationship. The entire dormitory would be in concord. Gradually, as they became more acquainted, the girls could not resist engaging in gossip. That soldier who just spoke to the boys in the group, isn't he Gu Chengyuan from the Internet of Things class? Why is he back in the military? Didn't he return to study in the Internet of Things class? Tang Jingwen inquired with curiosity. Who knows? Perhaps he was recalled, given the state of the world now. There's no signal on our phones, we have no idea what's happening outside. Observing Aiku's worried expression, Tang Jingwen sought to comfort her, saying, don't fret. Trust in the rescue efforts. Besides, they have dispatched military aid to the school, so conditions elsewhere should also be manageable. Look, the zombies are virtually powerless against the army. As she spoke, she nodded, seemingly reassuring Aiku while also attempting to comfort herself. I hope so. At this point, the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy, amidst such upheaval. Everyone who had been rescued was filled with concern for their families. Don't you think Gu Chengyuan is quite handsome? Someone previously posted a photo of him playing basketball on the school's confession wall. Our class has quite a few of his admirers, right, Jingwen? Feng Jiai, sensing the shift in mood, promptly redirected the conversation to Gu Chengyuan. Jiai is indeed correct. Our class has quite a number of girls infatuated with his looks. She's the biggest fan in our economics class. Haha, what's wrong with being a fan? Handsomeness is timeless. And now that he's back in the military, he looks incredibly dashing in his combat uniform. I'm even more enamored. Feng Jiai appeared to be lost in reminiscence, her face alight with infatuation. Aiku remained noncommittal regarding her words, but felt that focusing solely on appearance was rather superficial, or perhaps she harbored other sentiments. He is indeed handsome. But it doesn't really concern us, does it? Feng Jiai was about to respond, but at that moment, an announcement echoed through the corridor, signaling mealtime. Everyone, gather in the hallway by dormitory groups. Form a line to prepare to go downstairs for dinner. Woohoo, mealtime. I've had my fill of snacks these days. I want chicken. The announcement caused Feng Jiai to cast aside her impending rebuttal to Aiku, her eyes alight with desire for food. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, the boys rushed out of their dormitories at the sound of the mealtime announcement. No boy could resist the allure of a good meal. Anyone lacking enthusiasm for food must surely be lacking insanity. With over 40 new survivors on the 8th floor, most of whom had followed Zhao Jie in Building 19 after the apocalypse, Zhao Jie remained the center of attention as they queued in the hallway. A throng surrounded him, engaging him in conversation, yet Zhao Jie appeared somewhat distracted, his mind preoccupied with pondering the current state of the world. It has either spiraled completely out of control like the apocalyptic tales he has previously encountered, or it has been firmly governed by the authorities. This information is of paramount importance to him. If it is under control, he can continue to be a diligent student, patiently awaiting the restoration of order. Conversely, if the narrative unfolds as depicted in the novels, with societal structures collapsing, he must seek a means of survival. Presently, the most advantageous opportunity lies in enlisting in the military. In contrast to the identity of an ordinary citizen, that of an armed warrior undoubtedly affords greater status and security in a world turned upside down. Whether acquiring knowledge of external events or gaining entry into the military, the crux of the matter rests upon Gu Chengyuan. As a mere soldier, he cannot simply enlist himself, yet a recommendation should certainly be feasible. Zhao Jie pondered silently on how to further solidify his relationship with Gu Chengyuan. Chapter 26, Is Gu Chengyuan the commander? As the survivors lined up to enter the first floor of the cafeteria, the once spacious hall gradually filled with people. It was now past 7 in the evening. The outside sky had darkened, casting an even dimmer light within the cafeteria. Nearly 800 individuals were crammed into the first floor, creating a cacophony amidst the low visibility. Upon finding a seat, Aiku and her companions felt a pang of sorrow at the sight before them. Was this not reminiscent of the refugee camps they had seen online? The same gloom, the same clamor, mirroring the uncertainty of their future. As they overheard conversations around them, their spirits sank further. Wang's brother, how are your parents? Have you been able to reach them? I remember they lived in Yonghui community, right? Contacted them? Not a chance. There is no signal. I fear the worst. It had been a week since the apocalypse began, and the officials had remained silent, likely preoccupied with their own survival. Indeed, our Zhou has always prided itself on efficiency, yet there has been no response for such a long time. It's troubling. A middle-aged man nearby interjected, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I suspect that the troops rescuing us now might be the only military force left in the night market. At this, someone nearby scoffed, come on, mate, that's not quite right. Haven't you noticed the increasing number of troops? Perhaps the military is continuously reinforcing. Planning to use Night O University as a strategic stronghold for counteroffensive operations. The middle-aged man bristled at the dissent, his voice rising slightly in indignation. Counteroffensive? You really think this is the eastern coast? The extreme western plateau? Or the northern capital? There aren't enough troops for a counterattack. Don't forget, this is Naizhou province, nestled deep in the southwest, and it's mountainous. It hardly requires any defensive force. Having a battalion stationed at the night market is already excessive. He continued, now, consider how many people are in this community, how many are infected, and double that death rate. Apply that to this battalion. How many are left? Even if these soldiers are not the entire force of the night market, they represent a substantial portion. Do you really expect a counteroffensive with this few? His words struck the fragile hearts of those present like bullets from a Gatling gun, shattering their defenses. The atmosphere turned heavy, and a sense of despair began to permeate the air. Most of these survivors were residents of the settlement area, predominantly locals with familial ties in the city. They had hoped that their missing loved ones might also be rescued, or at the very least, that they could wait for the troops to regroup and launch a rescue operation in the city. Yet, the middle-aged man's analysis fell like a bucket of cold water, chilling their hopes to the core. Does that mean the people in the city can only await their demise? A gaunt young man voiced, unwilling to accept the grim reality. However, no one responded. The answer was all too apparent. With such scant resources, the prospect of rescuing anyone in a provincial capital teeming with millions was a fool's errand. Everyone was astute enough to do the math. Oh, does this not imply that Chief Gu is likely one of the most powerful figures within the current military framework of the night market? He appears to be merely in his 20s. Surely, that cannot be the case. He is only a captain, commanding a single company, whereas the district's armed minister holds the rank of colonel. What good is that if he lacks soldiers? Do you think it resembles the past? In this apocalyptic era, the significance of firearms cannot be overstated. Yet, that may not be entirely accurate. The conversation swiftly shifted to an unusual realm, transforming from anxieties about the apocalypse to a debate regarding Gu Chengyuan's current stature. Meanwhile, the four of them, including Aiko, sat in silence, particularly Aiko, who hailed from the local region of Night Province. Initially harboring aspirations, she now felt overwhelmed with despair after listening to the discussions. In contrast, Tang Jingwen and Feng Jiai maintained a more favorable disposition, as one was from the eastern coastal region and the other from the capital, Xinjiang. The eastern coast boasted the formidable eastern theater of Zhoubang, with over 500,000 troops equipped with the most advanced weaponry. Meanwhile, Xinjiang was guarded by 200,000 of Zhoubang's elite garrison forces. Comparatively, the survival prospects of their families appeared to be notably higher. Zhang Wenwen, however, felt little impact, having grown up as an orphan in an orphanage. She was unencumbered by familial ties and had relied on the support of the Zhoubang government and charitable individuals to attend Night Province University. It was not that she lacked gratitude or concern for those who assisted her. Rather, the forces aiding her were not embodied in specific individuals, but rather in a collective, making it difficult to worry about particular persons. Her concerns were more directed towards the entirety of Zhoubang and society, rather than on a personal level. While each of them harbored their own thoughts, a sudden exclamation pierced the air as the lights in the cafeteria flickered to life sequentially from left to right, illuminating the space as if it were day. The gloom that had weighed heavily on everyone seemed to dissipate somewhat in the glow emitted by the lights, lifting the somber atmosphere. Hey, Kai Anshin's voice rang out through a megaphone, crackling with static as it resonated within the cafeteria. Please, everyone, quiet down. I kindly ask for your attention. The assembly of survivors turned towards the source of the voice, discovering Kai Anshin standing at a newly placed table before the windows at the front of the cafeteria. Standing at about 1.7 meters, he was not particularly tall. Yet his protruding belly conveyed a sense of robustness rather than clumsiness. Due to the unstable voltage of the generator, the flickering lights cast alternating shadows over his features, revealing a rare inverted triangular face with deep-set, elongated eyes reminiscent of a venomous snake known as the Mongshan Ironhead. Greetings, survivors. My name is Kai Anshin. I trust that many of you are familiar with me, and perhaps some may have known me or my Honta group even before the apocalypse. However, that is of little consequence now. It is all a thing of the past. With my modest management experience and the trust placed in me by Chief Gu, I have now been appointed as the director of the Survivor Management Committee at Night Province University. I won't elaborate on myself tonight, as I believe our paths will cross frequently in the future. At this juncture, Kai Anshin's voice suddenly rose in intensity. Next, let us warmly welcome the protector of the night market people, who has braved life and death alongside the soldiers, placing his own safety at risk to save our lives, Comrade Gucheng Yuan. Let us invite him to share a few words. Please give a round of applause. The moment the words fell, the entire cafeteria erupted in thunderous applause, the fervent atmosphere nearly lifting the ceiling off. Hello, Comrade Gu. Thank you for saving my life. As Kai Anshin mentioned Gucheng Yuan's name, several survivors in the cafeteria felt their hearts constrict painfully when Gucheng Yuan, clad in impeccable battle attire, stepped onto a chair to stand atop the dining table. The shock was palpable as Yak and Zhao Jie exclaimed in unison, Gucheng Yuan, how could it be him? They stared in disbelief at Gucheng Yuan standing on the table, their faces betraying their incredulity. At that moment, the electric current stabilized, the incandescent lights ceased their flickering, illuminating him like a spotlight. With a prominent nose and sharply defined features cast in shadow, his resolute gaze, honed through days of combat, swept across the crowd with a tranquil demeanor. Gucheng Yuan had anticipated he might falter in front of such a large assembly, having never spoken to so many before. Yet, as he stood on that table, an unexpected calm enveloped him. Facing the hundreds of onlookers felt akin to confronting a legion of wooden stakes, his expression gradually sharpening with an eagle-like intensity. Gucheng Yuan is the commander? Zhao Jie was first taken aback, only to be swiftly engulfed by excitement. Initially, he had merely hoped that Gucheng Yuan could assist him in some capacity, but it appeared he might soar to greater heights. The other young men surrounding him erupted in exhilaration. Wow. Brother Jie is incredible. Your friend is the commander here. Brother Jie is amazing. We're bound to ascend from here. Me too. Brother Jie is amazing. Meanwhile, Yak could hardly fathom the revelation. She had never imagined that the man she had previously overlooked, finding him handsome yet lacking in substance, would transform into such a figure of authority. Her mind, clouded with disbelief, echoed the earlier crowd's murmurs. He might be one of the most powerful individuals in the current military structure of the night market. This statement felt somewhat exaggerated. Yet reason told her it was not entirely implausible. Chapter 27. The Apocalypse Rationing System. Gucheng Yuan stood at the dining table, offering little more than a brief mention of the execution of the cleanup tasks and the results achieved, essentially, a mere appearance to maintain his presence. As the ancients wisely stated, only tools and names cannot be borrowed from others. Although Gucheng Yuan was reluctant to engage in the tedious aspects of management, a diminished presence was unacceptable. Reputation, while often overlooked, proved invaluable in critical moments. His ambition was to cultivate an image characterized by minimal involvement, elevated prestige, and formidable influence. Following his brief appearance, the focus shifted back to Kai Anshin at the table. This evening's address was not merely a formality. It heralded significant reforms that would fundamentally affect the interests of all. With the military's cleanup efforts progressing, an increasing number of survivors had been rescued, bringing the total in Building 22 to nearly 800 individuals, which in turn intensified the demand for food supplies. The average daily consumption had surged to about 1 ton, and due to a week-long power outage, the supply of vegetables and meat had been cut off since yesterday, with provisions now solely allocated to combat personnel. Currently, the staple diet consisted primarily of rice, supplemented by easily stored potatoes and accompanied by pickled vegetables and spicy sauce. Kai Anshin and her team had devised a new supply system, which had received Gucheng Yuan's approval, to be implemented throughout the refuge at the West Campus of Izhou University, transitioning to a rationing system. This system was essential for the greater good and long-term sustainability, even though they were aware it would likely incite discontent among the survivors and possibly lead to chaos. At present, The number of survivors remained relatively small. Although the normal supply could be managed, the fewer people there were, the easier it was to make adjustments. It was imperative to plan ahead, design the system thoughtfully, and anticipate future challenges. Waiting until the population swelled into the thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands before enacting reductions and benefits would encounter formidable resistance. One could not expect the majority to possess a broader perspective. Humans often think narrowly, primarily concerned with their own positions and interests. As Gu Cheng-Yuan frequently encountered online before the apocalypse, I earned 3,000 a month. Why should I care? Despite the necessity of the reforms, Gu Cheng-Yuan would not assume the role of the villain. That responsibility would fall to Kai Anshin, the head of the Survivor Management Committee, who would take on the role of the stern enforcer. In preparation for any potential upheaval from a handful of agitated survivors, today's meal saw the soldiers arriving armed and ready, their gear still on, prepared for any eventuality. As Kai Anshin delivered her address, she adopted a demeanor starkly different from her usual warm smiles. Her expression was stern, and her tone resolute, devoid of any hint of negotiation or leniency. She understood that reform was not a mere invitation to a feast. Any misstep could lead to violent confrontations. The more conciliatory the approach, the more likely it was to embolden those harboring misgivings, potentially resulting in a stronger backlash. This reform of the rationing system primarily aimed to alter personnel benefits, shifting from a communal dining system, where everyone consumed as much as they could, to a model of distribution based on labor and contribution. The rationale behind this reform stemmed from two key objectives: to alleviate the logistical burdens and to enhance the survival rate of the majority. The end of the world has indeed arrived. This is a stark reality. However, the questions of when and how it will conclude remain unanswered. Therefore, to ensure long-term survival, we must be frugal and engage in a protracted struggle. We cannot indulge in the life-saving provisions meant for tomorrow in our quest for present gratification. Thus, a reduction in the basic entitlements of all individuals has become inevitable. Moreover, this is a matter of equity. Absolute egalitarianism is the greatest injustice. Those who are unwilling to work should refrain from doing so, while those who are capable must labor diligently. In the end, if all are compensated equally, what incentive remains to toil? Who would still be willing to work? At this juncture, the kitchen staff clad in white uniforms at the cafeteria could not help but nod in agreement or express their sentiments through their gazes. Among the survivor community, they are the most burdened, rising earlier than roosters to prepare breakfast and retiring later than dogs to ready provisions for the following day. Meanwhile, other survivors either sleep or engage in idle chatter, grumbling about their cooking skills. It is infuriating. Why must these hardworking individuals bear the brunt of labor when their compensation is the same as everyone else's? Some may question this approach, asserting that all are victims of the calamity and should strive to ensure the welfare of all, embodying humanitarian principles. But, dear colleagues, the world has undergone profound changes. Commander Gu recently emphasized in a meeting that the apocalypse is no longer merely a disaster. It is the new normal to which we must all adapt. Hence, our shelter's disaster relief operational model must also undergo necessary transformations. To survive in this new era, we must abandon the mindset of victims. We cannot wait for rescue or handouts. You are no longer disaster survivors. You must evolve into producers, as you were before the apocalypse. We must strive for self-sufficiency. Otherwise, who will provide us with resources? The zombies? The rescue organizations? Or should we simply expect manna to fall from the heavens? It is imperative for each of you to leverage your unique skills to create value within our existing survival framework. On a grand scale, it is for the continuity of humanity. On a personal level, it is for your own sake. Without the skin, where will the hair cling? After Kai Anshin concluded her remarks, a profound silence enveloped the room. The survivors exhibited a range of expressions. Some appeared bewildered, others anxious, while a few were incensed. Yet, no one ventured to speak out, all awaiting the specifics of the forthcoming policies. Now, I shall announce the details of the adjustments to the entitlements. Shortly, notices will be posted in the cafeteria and the dormitory bulletin board. Those who cannot remember can refer to them later. For ordinary survivors, those who do not undertake any roles within the shelter, the daily food ration totals 500 grams. For contributing survivors, those assigned tasks by the shelter, such as cooks and managers, the daily food ration amounts to 2,000 grams. High-risk survivors, those engaged in combat and logistical support, will receive entitlements equivalent to combat personnel. Highly skilled survivors, those whose expertise enhances the overall strength of the shelter, will also receive benefits akin to combat personnel. Additionally, infants may apply for special nutritional products such as formula and milk, while those under 10 years of age will receive entitlements as contributing survivors. The current stratification of treatment is merely a straightforward differentiation of contributions. Those who contribute nothing can expect only to meet the bare minimum of subsistence. The prospect of being adequately nourished is utterly unattainable. This design is fundamentally aimed at mitigating the presence of idlers by incentivizing these individuals through benefits. The intention is to rouse them from their lethargy. Otherwise, they might languish in their dormitories, indulging in a monotonous cycle of eating and sleeping, with the occasional diversion to the gym for entertainment. In the absence of mobile connectivity, one might argue they are living in conditions more favorable than those before the apocalypse. What, then, becomes of Gu Chengyuan's faction? Are they merely slaves and laborers for these individuals, existing solely to serve their masters? Hence, establishing a tiered system is of paramount importance, and the status of soldiers must be subtly elevated through special privileges. This sentiment resonates deeply among Gu Chengyuan, Cai Anqing, and their associates. As for the younger generation, while immediate returns may be lacking, the emphasis lies on long-term investment. Humanity cannot be permitted to perish with the current generation. Its survival hinges upon the subsequent one. The decision to designate the age of 10 as a pivotal threshold is rooted in profound considerations. Children under this age are relatively vulnerable, and the medical standards in the post-apocalyptic world have significantly deteriorated. It is far more prudent to ensure they enjoy a relatively comfortable existence, thereby reducing the mortality rate. Following the age of 10, they will be gradually introduced to the harsh realities of their world. This period serves as a critical phase for shaping their values and preventing the emergence of arrogance. It is essential to instill a sense of crisis and ensure that the privileges afforded to those under 10 are not taken for granted. With the implementation of such a system, one wonders if there will still be children who yearn to grow up. Chapter 28. The establishment of the militia after dinner. Gu Qingyuan, accompanied by Pu Guangxiang, encountered Zhao Jie on their way back to the dormitory. Upon seeing Gu Qingyuan approach, Zhao Jie immediately broke into a smile. Brother Yuan, what a coincidence. Did you just finish eating too? Yes, it seems we have crossed paths. Shall we walk together? Gu Chengyuan paid no heed to Zhao Jie's informal address. Nor did he ponder whether their meeting was indeed fortuitous. Rather, he was curious to hear what Zhao Jie had to say. Based on their previous interactions before the apocalypse, Zhao Jie was quite amiable. Although his knack for navigating social dynamics within the student body was not necessarily viewed in a positive light, it was, in fact, a commendable trait in the adult world. They had shared a certain camaraderie, and provided his request was not overly unreasonable, Gu Qingyuan was inclined to assist him. As they chatted casually, Zhao Jie eagerly initiated numerous topics, reminiscing about amusing incidents at school, and even recalling their first encounter. It was not until they reached the dormitory and were about to part ways that Zhao Jie finally could no longer contain his excitement and voiced his request. Brother Yuan, you know me. I thrive on activity and loathe idleness. I was greatly inspired by Director Kai's speech earlier. I cannot merely remain a passive recipient of aid. I wish to contribute. I want to create value for our shelter. Could you possibly allow me to join our military? I too yearn to slay zombies and wield a weapon to protect everyone. Gu Chengyuan regarded Zhao Jie, whose face was a mask of apprehension, and contemplated his request. He had assumed Zhao Jie sought some form of preferential treatment or authority, but was taken aback by the desire to enlist in the military. However, at present, Gu Chengyuan had no plans to incorporate ordinary individuals into the military. Firstly, the issue of weaponry was unresolved. The system's arms could not be exchanged individually. While there were ammunition supplies, it was impractical to distribute bullets without providing weapons. One could hardly expect someone to utilize a small hammer for combat. Secondly, there was the matter of loyalty. The current size of the unit was still insufficient, allowing firearms to proliferate among ordinary citizens whose loyalty could not be assured posed a significant risk. Integrating ordinary individuals would not enhance combat capabilities, as most lacked even the basic skills to handle firearms, thus only increasing their vulnerability without substantially boosting operational effectiveness. Consequently, Gu Chengyuan promptly dismissed the idea, albeit partially, for he conceived a compromise. He contemplated the establishment of a logistical unit akin to ancient auxiliary forces, tasked with supporting the regular army, responsible for transporting supplies, handling logistics, and retrieving zombie brain cores, directly accompanying the front line. From recent zombie eradication efforts, It was evident that tasks such as extracting brain cores and temporarily sheltering survivors consumed considerable time that detracted from the soldiers' combat efficiency. With this in mind, Gu Chengyuan spoke. I apologize, Jie, but at present, our military does not have plans to recruit combat personnel from among ordinary citizens. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie felt a tightening in his chest, a wave of disappointment washing over him, despite having mentally prepared himself for rejection. Hearing it spoken aloud instilled a profound sense of lost hope. Oh, I see. Brother Yuan, I was merely asking casually. There is no plan on my part. And it's perfectly fine to contribute elsewhere. Observing Zhao Jie's earnest attempts to conceal his disappointment, Gu Chengyuan decided against prolonging the suspense. Although there were no formal recruitment plans for combat personnel, a militia recruitment initiative was indeed underway. Are you interested? Militia? Zhao Jie's spirits were rekindled upon hearing this. Yes, it operates alongside regular forces without direct confrontation with the undead, focusing instead on battlefield support tasks. For instance, overseeing the transportation of supplies and providing logistical support to combat personnel, among other duties. Additionally, if the regular army later seeks to integrate civilians as combatants, priority will be given to those from the militia, which essentially functions as a reserve force. Yu Chengyuan's words flowed effortlessly, perhaps a testament to the skills acquired from his new leadership role, to criticize leadership, to comprehend leadership, and ultimately to embody leadership. Are you interested? Absolutely. Zhao Jie's emotions oscillated wildly, having transitioned from profound disappointment to the prospect of a viable alternative, seemingly a favorable outcome. At the very least, he would not lose face before others due to a failed endeavor. So, Brother Yuan, where do I report? Haha, there is no need for formal reporting. Simply report to yourself. What? Upon witnessing Zhao Jie's bewildered expression, Gu Chengyuan refrained from teasing him further and continued. This militia concept requires your efforts to bring it to fruition. I recall you have a good rapport among your peers. Henceforth, I appoint you as the captain of the militia squad, responsible for recruiting and managing the militia. Your first task is to enlist 50 members. Do you have confidence in this? Zhao Jie felt his head spinning with excitement. He had initially aimed to be a mere foot soldier, yet here he was, unexpectedly appointed as the captain of a militia squad. This authority was not self-bestowed nor the result of a childish vote among peers, but rather an official appointment. To the survivors, Gu Chengyuan's faction represented the government, embodying legitimacy and high credibility, even if they were merely a band of armed ruffians. Zhao Jie would have been pleased, yet a lingering sense of unworthiness would have persisted, akin to a peasant ascending to rule without proper recognition. I am confident. I will not disappoint the commander. With reddened eyes, Zhao Jie swiftly adapted to his new role. Observing Zhao Jie's uncontainable excitement, Gu Chengyuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Genuine emotion cannot be feigned, especially not by someone of Zhao Jie's youth. As for who would lead the militia, Gu Chengyuan was indifferent, provided the task was executed without hindrance. After all, he had no intention of equipping the militia with weapons, at least not for the time being. The term militia was merely a euphemism. In reality, it referred to a labor force performing various tasks alongside the troops. Gu Chengyuan's decision to have Zhao Jie recruit 50 individuals was strategic, primarily aimed at addressing the pressing issue of food scarcity. The rations at the mess hall were limited, and they could not afford to exhaust their supplies. Thus, prior to the 2-week deadline to rescue their parents, Gu Chengyuan intended to undertake a significant endeavor. After all, with provisions in hand, one can remain untroubled. He recalled a military supply store located on the central ring road of the stream area and decided to seize the opportunity to procure some resources. In that scenario, the militia would indeed prove useful. The soldiers would contend with the zombies while they took charge of transporting the food supplies. After receiving his assignment, Zhao Jie, filled with enthusiasm, bid farewell to Gu Chengyuan and returned to his room. He was eager not only to share this delightful news, but also to flaunt his new position in management. After all, what is youth without a touch of bravado? Such joyous occasions would certainly lack their vibrancy without a bit of exuberance and excitement. Chapter 29, Training the Militia after appointing the leader of the militia. Gu Chengyuan shifted his focus entirely, entrusting the operations to Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie, having laid a solid foundation during the initial outbreak of the apocalypse and possessing a talent for persuasion, quickly rallied a group of 32 members that evening, all of whom were students from Yezhou University. This was a deliberate choice, for despite the militia lacking specific incentives at present, the allure of joining a forceful organization in a chaotic world was not something many would refuse. However, recruiting a large number of civilians could hinder effective management. Seasoned individuals from society are not as easily swayed as fellow students. Thus, after careful consideration, Zhao Jie decided that the initial members of the militia would primarily be students, which would facilitate the consolidation of his leadership position. He planned to incorporate a few civilians later, leveraging the majority of students to establish a hierarchy of influence, thereby achieving complete control over the militia. The next morning, brimming with enthusiasm, Zhao Jie approached Gu Qingyuan to report that the militia had reached full capacity. He presented a training plan for approval. Gu Qingyuan examined the seemingly thorough militia training manual and inquired about its origin. Zhao Jie explained that it was a collaborative effort among his peers, drawing from their understanding of military training. The plan included various components, prominently featuring drills to enhance discipline and other military subjects such as first aid, tactics, grenade throwing, and light weapon shooting. Upon reviewing the manual, Gu Qingyuan decided to reduce the proportion of military training to just 1 day per week, maximizing the focus on drills and physical conditioning. The primary purpose of the militia was to support the regular forces with auxiliary tasks, not to engage in direct combat. What was urgently needed was a contingent that could follow orders, obey commands, and possess robust physical capabilities to ensure effective logistical support, carrying ammunition, for instance. Where a typical light weapon ammunition box weighs around 25 kilograms, and transporting the wounded, who average about 60 kilograms. Thus, the physical requirements for the militia were prioritized over military proficiency. Especially with upcoming military operations, these individuals would be the backbone for carrying supplies. Poor physical condition would render them incapable of handling even a couple of bags. After revising the outline of the militia training manual, Gu Qingyuan emphasized the importance of physical training to Zhao Jie, instructing him to adjust the soldiers' readiness within the next 2 days to ensure smooth logistical support during the forthcoming military engagements. Zhao Jie confidently assured him of his commitment to fulfill this task. An ardent sports enthusiast, he often indulged in athletic videos, making him somewhat of an authority on physical training. Following his report to Gu Qingyuan, he gathered the militia members and led them to the sports field for training. The group of 50 arrived at the soccer field, where Zhao Jie, having served as the sports committee member since middle school, efficiently organized the formation. Immediately, he summoned Zhao Hu from the ranks. This boy, sharing the same surname, had been known to him since his sophomore year and had a history of reservist service. Although through their conversations it became evident that Zhao Hu was somewhat of a slacker during his time in the military. Spending 2 years primarily contemplating how to coast through and when to discharge, he nonetheless possessed a rudimentary understanding of military training, particularly in drill exercises. Much like numerous leaders, while Zhao Hu may not have excelled personally, he had an eye for detail and knew how to demand excellence from others. Thus, a consultant lacking in personal aptitude yet possessing insight was perfectly suited for Zhao Jie. He felt no threat to his own position by entrusting Zhao Hu with military training. Privately, he instructed Zhao Hu to maintain strict training standards, which aligned perfectly with Zhao Hu's aspirations. Previously, due to his mediocre abilities, he had often been the one reprimanded. Now, he relished the opportunity to instruct others. Consequently, during the 3-hour morning drill, Zhao Hu's demands were exceedingly stringent. Any member of the militia team exhibiting improper posture faced his sharp tongue. Keep your thighs tight. Wang Hongbing, are you a coward? Can't you keep your legs together? Zhao Haoran, why are your legs shaking? Lacking strength, are we? Get in line and run 400 meters. Work those legs. Oh, Zhang Guifeng, feeling faint, are we? This is just the beginning. The more you look like that, the harder I'll train you. Keep your eyes wide open, chest up. Show me some spirit. Following his tirade. By noon, the entire militia team, aside from Zhao Jie, regarded Zhao Hu with varying degrees of irritation. What a pompous fool. Who does he think he is? If it weren't for the captain appointing him as a military instructor, I'd have knocked him out. He usually looks so pathetic, and now he dares to mock us. Hilarious. His stance is worse than my grandmother's. How does he have the audacity to criticize us? Perhaps we should keep our heads down to avoid his personal vendetta. Who knows? He might end up being our military instructor for all future training. A little patience can prevent greater chaos. As the training concluded, the exhausted members of the militia dragged themselves to the cafeteria, eager to take a seat. However, Zhao Hu's commanding voice immediately rang out. Who the hell told you to sit down? Did I give an order? Stand up. Have you all forgotten about obeying commands? You are no longer civilians but militia, combat personnel. Stand at attention. The commotion drew the attention of other diners in the cafeteria, who looked on in astonishment. Zhao Hu reveled in the attention, his pride swelling immensely. Especially gratifying was the sight of several attractive female classmates who typically ignored him, now gazing at him with admiration, enhancing his sense of authority. One by one, the militia members sluggishly stood up, their faces a portrait of reluctance, while about a dozen remained seated, utterly unmoved. As Zhao Hu was about to reprimand, Zhao Jia immediately interjected, "Wang Wei, are you and the others feeling unwell from this morning's rigorous training? If you're not feeling well, just endure a bit longer. I, too, am experiencing some aches, having only stood here for a short while. If it becomes unbearable, you may take the afternoon off." Zhao Jia spoke with considerable volume, prompting Wang Wei and the others to glance at the onlookers, particularly the girls, who began to rise from their seats. Initially resolved to confront Zhao Hu should he dare to retaliate, they found Zhao Jia's sudden interjection somewhat deflating. After all, Zhao Jia was their captain, a figure of genuine authority, tall and imposing, and they held a certain reverence for his leadership. Moreover, since the training was not organized by Zhao Jia, it would be unreasonable to direct their frustrations at him. With Zhao Jia's words hanging in the air, they were acutely aware that causing a scene might lead others to think them incapable of enduring hardship. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu felt a surge of pride, sensing that Zhao Jia was backing him up. Sit. With the formal commencement of the militia's meal, the brewing storm dissipated. Following their meal, the group engaged in a customary afternoon rest, reconvening at 2 o'clock to be taken to the athletics field for physical training. This time, Zhao Jia was the main instructor. Due to Gu Chengyuan's indication of imminent tasks necessitating a proper state of readiness, Zhao Jia opted against high-intensity training. Instead, he led the group on a leisurely 5-kilometer jog, followed by some basic strength exercises such as push-ups and sit-ups. The remainder of the time was spent engaging the team in games aimed at enhancing reaction time and speed. The afternoon training undoubtedly provided the team with a stark contrast. For every disparaging remark aimed at Zhao Hu, a corresponding praise for Zhao Jia followed suit. Through this interplay of criticism and commendation, Zhao Jia swiftly established a commendable reputation within the militia, earning the heartfelt recognition of nearly all its members. Chapter 30. Clearing Shuefu Street, Zhao Jia's militia engaged in fervent training, while Gu Qingyuan's regular troops remained equally industrious. Following breakfast, 62 fully armed soldiers from 2 platoons, equipped with an array of light and heavy weaponry and burdened with digital camouflage tactical packs brimming with ammunition and various combat supplies, swiftly assembled in front of the building. With Gu Chengyuan's forces now expanded to 2 platoons, the personnel arranged themselves in platoon formation, dividing into 2 small squares. The command issues arising from this increase in personnel were resolved during a military meeting held the previous night, attended by all 12 squad leaders and their deputies. Upon Gu Chengyuan's nomination, a vote was conducted, resulting in the appointment of the former elite squad leader, Jia Sanyu, and deputy squad leader, Huang Jiechi, as the leaders of the 1st and 2nd platoons, respectively. At the moment of their appointment, system supplies arrived, bestowing Gu Chengyuan with 2 sets of platoon leader supplies. These included lieutenant insignia uniforms, a specially allocated Type 92 pistol for officers, and communication devices for establishing platoon command, along with 2 copies of the infantry platoon tactics training and command manual. The vacancies created by these promotions were promptly filled after Gu Chengyuan expended 600 coins. The elevation of Jia Sanyu and Huang Jiechi ignited a flame of aspiration among the other squad leaders and deputies present. After all, no one desired stagnation. Yet, envy was absent, as none perceived the simultaneous promotion of 2 from a single squad as unjust, especially considering Huang Jiechi's leap of 2 ranks. Their advancement was indisputable, marked by their early allegiance to Gu Chengyuan, their prowess as elite infantry, and their commendable military acumen, thereby earning widespread respect for the appointments. On the roadway in front of the dormitory building, 6 Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles were lined up in 2 orderly rows, parked in perfect alignment. The soldiers, with resolute expressions, stood tall and proud in formation, their formidable presence drawing the attention of passing survivors. The gazes directed at them were infused with a blend of curiosity, envy, respect, and awe, prompting the soldiers to instinctively straighten their posture, as if undergoing the scrutiny of the populace. With lieutenant insignia adorning their epaulets, Jia Sanyu and Huang Jiechi, their Type 92 pistols holstered alongside tactical vests, busied themselves with the deployment of combat tasks at the forefront of their respective platoons. The military meeting from the previous night not only addressed personnel appointments but also extensively deliberated the combat plan for the day. Following the successful clearance of the 2nd phase of the Night State University resettlement area in the Western Dormitory District, the strength of the troops had significantly expanded, evolving from a single squad to 2 platoons. This augmentation in capability prompted Gu Chengyuan to designate the next operational objective as Xuefu Street. Situated adjacent to the western district of Night State University, Xuefu Street, developed to cater to the student populace, is a commercial thoroughfare defined by leisure and gastronomy, featuring primarily eateries alongside a gym and a cinema. The architecture consists of towering structures, with the first and second floors designated for commercial use, while the upper levels are allocated for the sale and rental of residential properties. In essence, although this street is primarily aimed at serving students, it also accommodates a significant number of residents, with over 800 households. For the current operational mission, Gu Chengyuan has provided clear directives to the squad leaders and team leaders. The primary objective is not rescue, but rather the eradication of zombies to accumulate strength. The nature of the mission dictates the approach, and this operation will not involve a methodical, house-to-house sweep within the buildings, as such an approach is fraught with danger and inefficiency. Instead, the strategy will focus on the concentrated extermination of zombies along the entire street. Akin to the previous operation that dealt with the wandering undead in the second phase resettlement area, the plan entails first identifying advantageous terrain, establishing defensive lines, and then creating noise to lure the zombies into a proactive assault, thereby achieving a tactical goal of large-scale, one-time extermination of the zombie threat. Gu Chengyuan stood by as the squad leaders, Jia Sanyu and Huang Jiechi, conveyed the operational intent and promptly issued the command for all personnel to board the vehicles. The convoy of the armored assault vehicle, known as Brave Warrior 3, positioned Gu Chengyuan's vehicle at the forefront, maintaining a distance of 20 meters between each vehicle. As they advanced toward Xuefu Street amidst the thunderous roar of diesel engines, exuding an aura of impending violence. Chapter 31. Clearing Xuefu Street, Part 1. The weather in September is just perfect, with clear skies and gentle breezes, the fluffy white clouds above resembling clusters of cotton candy. The convoy glides along the expansive roads of Night State University, flanked by dense greenery that sways slightly in the soft wind. Gu Chengyuan, seated in the front passenger seat, lowers the window, allowing the refreshing air to fill the vehicle as he observes the unfolding scene ahead, contemplating the specific tactical arrangements for the upcoming engagement. Before long, as the convoy passes the Moon Lake in front of the university library, they swiftly arrive at the gates connecting District West 1 to Xuefu Street. This grand entrance is quite remarkable, featuring a dual gate structure, meaning there are 2 large doors that connect the university to the commercial street, one constructed by the university and the other built by Xuefu Street itself. The gate from Xuefu Street resembles a sturdy iron barrier, simple in design, while the university's gate is crafted from reinforced concrete, necessitating passage through a turnstile before accessing the iron gate. By a stroke of chance, there are as many as 3 checkpoints from the university to Xuefu Street, which explains why students from District West 1 jestingly refer to leaving campus as akin to escaping from prison. The path leading from the main road of the university to the entrance of Xuefu Street spans approximately 20 meters and has been designed as a pedestrian walkway, obstructed at the entrance by massive concrete spheres, rendering it impassable for electric vehicles. Consequently, Gu Chengyuan's unit must park the armored vehicle at the side of the main thoroughfare and proceed on foot to the gates of Xuefu Street. Upon disembarking, 2 squads, operating under the commands of Jia Sani and Huang Jiaqing, swiftly form tactical formations. The first squad acts as the vanguard, quickly assessing the security booths at the pedestrian entrance and the entrance of Xuefu Street. The security booth at the pedestrian path is eerily vacant. Based on the arrangement of items within, it is inferred that the occupant likely fled. However, within the guardroom at the entrance of Xuefu Street, 2 zombies clad in security uniforms are discovered, identifiable as the university's property security personnel. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire erupts as the soldiers of the first squad, upon witnessing the zombies attempting to break free from the booth, easily neutralize them through the window. Blackened ichor mixed with milky fluid splatters against the pristine white walls of the guardroom. As the outbreak occurs during daylight, both the university's main gate and the entrance to Xuefu Street are wide open, saving the effort of opening them. Yet, this very circumstance has drawn the attention of nearby zombies, with several already shuffling through the gaping iron gate of Xuefu Street. The soldiers of the first squad react swiftly, establishing a rudimentary firing position behind the university's concrete gate. At the moment the zombies and soldiers lock eyes, it is a scene of fierce enmity. The previously limping zombies, upon spotting the living, instantly enter a frenzied state, drooling and baring their sharp teeth, lunging like wild dogs unleashed. With only about 5 meters separating the university gate from the entrance of Shuefu Street, the elite soldiers of the first squad remained composed, instinctively raising their weapons to fire. With a thunderous roar from the 191 rifle and the 09 shotgun, 7 relentless zombies fell to the ground in an instant. 3 were struck in the head by rifle rounds, collapsing as if in slumber, while the remaining 4 were obliterated, their jaws and necks bursting apart like watermelons under the devastating spread of the formidable 09 shotgun. Hurry! The entire squad swiftly exited the school gates, establishing a defensive line between the gate and the entrance to Shuefu Street. After neutralizing the advancing zombies, under the command of squad leader Huang Jiechi, the team quickly seized advantageous terrain. The school gate, nearly sealed by concrete walls with only 2 narrow doors for single passage, was deemed inadequate, leading them to adopt the Grand Iron Gate of Shuefu Street as their battlefront. This decision was made due to the school gate's limitations, which made it difficult even to deploy a single class. In contrast, the imposing Iron Gate of Shuefu Street, resembling a barricade, provided ample space for the squad to utilize the gaps as firing points, allowing them to deploy an entire platoon. Open fire. Observing the relentless stream of zombies pouring out from Shuefu Street like ants, Huang Jiechi promptly issued the order to engage. Simultaneously removing the intercom from his chest to report to command, "We are engaging the enemy." Chapter 32, The Colossal Zombie Bang. Bang. The command from Huang Jiechi to unleash a torrent of gunfire resonated through the air, with over 2,191 assault rifles firing in unison. Aided by the threefold QNK, 171 white light scopes, precision shooting was nearly achieved. Each shot echoed, heralding the fall of a zombie. While the sloped road directly facing the school gate, barely 8 meters wide, was completely saturated with gunfire, even spilling over with excess firepower. Consequently, the 3 machine gunners were halted by Huang Jiechi after only a few rounds, for although national strength had burgeoned and military budgets had expanded, the ethos of conserving ammunition remained deeply ingrained in every soldier's mind. Enough of this. Light weaponry is more than sufficient. Any further fire would be a waste. Snipers and grenade launchers. Ascend higher. Scale the school gate. The grand gate erected by the school, which incorporated a guardhouse, resembled more of a small structure blocking a gap in the school's surrounding wall than merely a gate. Standing 3 meters tall, 2 snipers formed a human platform, while another sniper lightly stepped on the improvised support, exerting force to grasp the eaves, using their arms to hoist themselves up. Following this method, another sniper ascended, and soon all remaining snipers were pulled up to join them. One by one, the snipers took their positions atop the guardhouse, briefly discussing their assignments before vigilantly scanning in different directions. Logically, the sniper's position was evidently at odds with tactical principles, as it offered poor concealment and was overly concentrated. Any military strategist would surely scoff at such an arrangement. However, given the constraints of the environment and the primary adversary being zombies, who lacked ranged assault capabilities, Huang Jiechi adapted his command, employing snipers as infantry. Bang! Bang! As gunfire echoed persistently, the entire commercial street of the academy began to resemble water heating to a boil, with the activity of the living dead growing increasingly pronounced. Zombies continuously emerged from the streets, hot pot restaurants, bubble tea shops, supermarkets, and residential green spaces, converging towards the school gate. Boom! Suddenly, amidst the ongoing gunfire, the soldiers were startled, catching a glimpse of a shadow soaring through the sky. A tremendous crash followed as a zombie broke through the makeshift barrier of corpses and the 20-meter void in front of the gate, crashing against it. The splattered filthy blood drenched the nearby soldiers, an odious stench immediately assaulting their senses. From a relatively distant position, Jia Sanyu quickly fired, eliminating the struggling zombie that had fallen to the ground after colliding with the gate. What on earth? Can zombies fly? No sooner had the words left his mouth than several more shadows darted past. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it! Engage! As the sound of flesh colliding with flesh reverberated, cries of pain erupted from the makeshift position at the school gate. Open fire! Jia Sanyu's urgent command mingled with the shouts and curses, causing what had once been an orderly defense to descend into chaos. 2 zombies crashed down between the soldiers, their cervical vertebrae shattered, bodies riddled with fractures. Their unsupported heads swung erratically, dangling with inertia, as they writhed on the ground like grotesque creatures, still attempting to launch an attack. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted in rapid succession, putting an end to the agonizing existence of the two fallen zombies. Their shattered brains splattered across the dark asphalt, releasing a foul stench that unsettled the nerves of the soldiers. Medic! Medic! Quickly! Transfer the injured to the secure room. After shouting this command, he swiftly grabbed the radio. Sniper! Look out! What on earth is happening? Can zombies fly? Regardless, whether they fly or jump, bring them down. Damn it, you all are now the anti-aircraft defense. Received. Moments later, Giasanio's radio crackled to life. Report, squad leader. The sniper team has identified a target. The sniper team has identified a target. It was not that the zombies could fly, but rather that an exceptionally robust zombie was hurling its kin. Boom. Before the words could settle, an explosion rang out, jolting Giasanio with unexpected intensity. Shortly thereafter, the sniper's voice came through the radio, calm yet resolute. Report, squad leader. Target neutralized. The large zombie's upper body has been obliterated by a Type 10 anti-material sniper rifle. Over and out. Chapter 33. The mutant monkey horde an enormous zombie? Gu Chengyuan expressed his astonishment. Could it possibly be a power-type evolved zombie, utilizing ordinary zombies as weapons to hurl? Even though a zombie is severely decayed, it must weigh around 70 kilograms. Hurling such a weight over 50 meters is no trivial feat. It is well known that during his service, a proficient soldier could throw a 260-gram 82-2 grenade approximately 40 meters, and he himself was considered exceptional, having achieved a distance of 54 meters. Although this was somewhat aided by the nature of his unit's equipment focus. Nonetheless, the basic physical capabilities of soldiers do not vary drastically, at least representing a body condition that exceeds the average. Calculating roughly, if we consider the zombie to weigh 35 kilograms, to throw at the same distance as Gu Chengyuan would require a strength nearly 130 times his own. An ordinary adult's strength is roughly equivalent to their body weight. Based on Gu Chengyuan's 73 kilograms, the strength of this enormous zombie must have surged to at least 9 tons. This revelation caused Gu Chengyuan to gasp in disbelief. Such terror. One could only describe it as utterly horrifying. Even if this creature's explosive strength were to double, its normal capacity for lifting and moving would still approach 5 tons. What does 5 tons signify? A standard compact car weighs merely between 1.2 to 2 tons. To this giant, such vehicles are akin to mere toys. And should a human engage in close combat, the likelihood of experiencing a scene reminiscent of a powerful combat scenario is high. A single punch could pierce through a torso, shatter a skull, and dismember limbs. In the face of such overwhelming strength, the human body would be no sturdier than a block of tofu. Yet, circumstances do not allow for hypotheticals. Thanks to the possession of firearms, Gu Chengyuan need not engage in melee combat. Did you say you're immensely strong? I have a 12.7 anti-material sniper rifle. Wang Chong exclaimed with elation, reflecting on the opportunity to finally unleash his weapon against a worthy foe. The previous zombies had been too small, easily penetrated by standard rifles. Using an anti-material sniper on them felt akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. After all, the initial design objective for the 10th model anti-material sniper rifle was to target light armored vehicles at a distance of 1,000 meters, as well as personnel, fortifications, and crucial targets such as radar systems. The emergence of this colossal zombie filled him with joy, almost bringing him to tears. Especially since his comrades had already claimed nearly 100 kills, while he had yet to fire a shot in his week-long existence in this world. He often faced teasing from his peers, who jested that he might as well carry a shovel to dig out zombie brain cores. Now, however, he could finally hold his head high. Just moments ago, the sniper beside him, armed with a 5.8 precision rifle, had failed to penetrate the skull of the giant zombie. He took aim and fired, successfully dispatching it with a single shot, in a bid to mitigate excessive damage. He targeted the creature's neck, only to inadvertently destroy part of its chest as well. Previously, he had mostly engaged in target practice. But this was his first encounter with the visceral impact of his weapon against carbon-based life. The explosion of flesh and blood upon impact was vividly clear to Wang Chang through his day-night-capable, combined sight and infrared imaging smart-assisted scope. After effortlessly dispatching a teammate's seemingly invulnerable target, he even took a moment to adopt the tone of a cold-blooded assassin from the movies, calmly pretending to impress the squad leader. Haha, what a thrill! Wang Chang silently cheered within. His rich inner thoughts were unbeknownst to Gu Chengyuan, who had no interest in delving into them, as a new predicament had arisen. According to reports from the Sentinels deployed by the 2nd Platoon, a group of mutated monkeys had appeared in the nearby mountains, seemingly observing and exhibiting a slight restlessness, eager to make a move. Monkeys? Gu Chengyuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this in the security room. He was aware that there were monkeys around Night State University, and quite a number of them at that, often infiltrating the student dormitories in the West District to scrounge for food and drink, endearingly referred to as seniors. This phenomenon was largely attributed to the university's somewhat remote location. The area surrounding Night State University was not merely suburban but also characterized by the mountainous geography of Yezhou Province. Consequently, the vicinity was rife with secluded forests, as affluence had diminished the economic necessity of foraging in the mountains. Why would anyone risk venturing into the wilderness when survival could be secured with minimal effort? This led to a proliferation of wildlife, such as monkeys, in the surrounding woodlands, with their notoriety stemming from their frequent incursions into residential areas. Moreover, according to campus legends known to Gu Chengyuan, the nearby forests were home to more than just the well-known monkeys. It was said that each night, a significant number of students would experience a phenomenon of ancestral regression, retreating into the woods and transforming into a rare species of wild mandarin ducks, which appeared only in pairs. After their activities, these wild mandarin ducks would often leave behind rubber, a necessity from the industrial era, which was not sourced from rubber trees. Indeed, it could be considered a unique specialty of the mountainous regions surrounding Night State University. Chapter 34. Fierce Battle with the Monkey Horde. According to the report from the 2nd Squad of the 1st Platoon, the monkey horde numbers approximately 50. A revelation that disrupted Gu Chengyuan's strategic deployment. The original plan entailed alternating sweeps between the 1st and 2nd Platoons, with the potential to advance the front line based on the combat situation, or even to conduct simultaneous fire sweeps by both units. However, the emergence of the monkey horde compelled Gu Chengyuan to retain the 2nd Platoon as a reserve force, in anticipation of a possible offensive from the monkeys. Gu Chengyuan assigned the 3rd Squad of the 2nd Platoon to serve as a rear guard for the 1st Platoon, while he led the 2nd Squad up the staircase to the rooftop of the Ziqiang building, located to the right of the school gate. Upon their arrival, the leader of the 1st Squad of the 2nd Platoon, Ho Xin, immediately approached Gu Chengyuan and saluted. "Report, sir. The monkey horde is just ahead in the woods." Grasping the military binoculars hanging around his neck, Gu Chengyuan gazed toward the mountains behind the Ziqiang building and indeed observed a multitude of monkeys congregating at the juncture of the forest and the school. They seemed to be drawn by the crackling gunfire, scattered across the treetops, peering curiously. From Gu Chengyuan's observations, these monkeys did not appear to be zombified, yet they exhibited visible, inexplicable changes. Firstly, their sizes had considerably increased. Monkeys that previously stood no taller than waist-high now approached the height of a human. Secondly, their fur had completely vanished, exposing their stark, pale skin, with their muscles grotesquely bulging, reminiscent of a character from a popular television series. The arrival of Gu Chengyuan and his men swiftly captured the attention of the monkey horde, as numerous bloodthirsty red eyes turned toward them. With a sudden roar, the largest monkey in the horde called out, prompting all the monkeys to collectively glare at the rooftop of the Ziqiang building, baring their enormous fangs. "Unlock safeties and prepare for battle." Gu Chengyuan promptly issued the command upon witnessing this scene. Deep down, he was reluctant to provoke the monkeys, especially without comprehending their capabilities, particularly at this critical juncture of cleansing the academic street of zombies. Nonetheless, the monkey's reaction necessitated caution on his part, although he still intended to refrain from firing prematurely, opting instead to observe the horde's intentions, with a distance of about 100 meters separating them. The Monkey King continued to intimidate Gu Chengyuan and his men with bared teeth. The soldiers, now fully prepared for combat, aimed at it with at least one light machine gun and 4 or 5 rifles, seemingly unable to withstand the provocation from the humans. The Monkey King emitted a shrill cry and, in an instant, leaped to the rooftop with a height of 4 stories, signaling the horde to launch an attack. Over 50 monkeys sprang from various treetops toward the Ziqiang building, the lowest among them leaping a height of 2 stories. The sudden onslaught of the monkey horde descended upon Gu Chengyuan and his men like a torrential rain. "Open fire," Gu Chengyuan commanded, and the soldiers' weapons erupted in a cacophony. The rapid fire of 2 5.8mm caliber light machine guns unleashed fiery tongues, their orange-hued ammunition belts striking fiercely at the oncoming monkey horde. In the air, the mutated monkeys struck by the gunfire burst into clouds of crimson mist, plummeting to the ground. However, due to the monkeys' remarkable leaping abilities, their swift movements rendered them almost unpredictable, resulting in minimal damage compared to the horde of corpses. Many monkeys, even when struck by rifle fire, continued their advance as long as vital areas remained unscathed, merely letting out a grunt. The soldiers' gunfire did not instill fear. Rather, it incited their ferocity, prompting them to screech and dart about. As Gu Cheng-yuan, who had been fixated on the Monkey King, observed it leap into the air, he finally discerned a fleeting trajectory and emptied his magazine through the 3x scope. Several small bursts of blood erupted from the Monkey King's abdomen, yet it appeared largely unaffected, swiftly climbing the trees surrounding the Self-Reliance building upon landing. The other monkeys followed closely, having sacrificed over a dozen of their kin to approach the base of the wall. "Grenade!" shouted Jia Sanyo. A portion of the soldiers armed with the 191 assault rifle ceased firing, retrieving the 82-2 grenades from their belts and hurling them towards the ground below after pulling the safety pins. Without a glance, they released the grenades to free fall before reaching for the next one, repeating the motion. Boom, boom, boom. Within a few seconds, a series of explosions erupted at the foot of the building, accompanied by the anguished cries of the monkeys. Each explosion of the 82-2 grenade unleashed a storm of 1,600 steel pellets, inflicting tremendous suffering upon the monkey horde. Within moments, a dozen monkeys were either killed or rendered immobile, lying helplessly on the ground. Caught off guard, the Monkey King too was struck by a grenade, the dense steel pellets scattering across its back, leaving a myriad of black holes in its flesh, resembling a honeycomb, enough to induce a shiver in anyone with a fear of tight clusters. Yet, as the Monkey King's skin rapidly reddened like molten steel, the pellets were abruptly expelled from its flesh, and the original wounds seemed to heal instantly. However, its skin appeared to take on a paler hue thereafter. Chapter 35, The Valuable Mutant Monkey's Chief, please retreat to a safe location, Huang Jiechi urged, observing that the flames of battle were about to engulf the rooftop. For the sake of Gu Cheng-yuan's safety, she swiftly made the suggestion. Gu Cheng-yuan, acknowledging the peril, did not indulge in bravado. After all, in the age of cold weapons, one always had to be wary of the unpredictable nature of blades, let alone firearms. A scion of wealth must not linger in the line of fire. With this thought, Gu Cheng-yuan acquiesced and retreated behind the others, moving indoors under the protection of Pu Guangchang. As soon as Gu Cheng-yuan stepped inside, a monkey leapt onto the rooftop. The Monkey King, seemingly rejuvenated after the earlier grenade incident, now possessed eyes that sparkled with clarity and intellect. No longer charging recklessly, it withdrew behind its troop, issuing commands through piercing howls. A monkey that had just landed on the rooftop let out a dreadful scream, quickly becoming a target for concentrated fire, collapsing into a pool of dark blood. Following this, 7 or 8 more monkeys sprang onto the scene, some clutching stones, launching them at the soldiers even before they had fully landed. Several fist-sized stones were hurled with ferocity, catching the second row of soldiers off guard, causing a few to grunt in pain and fall, rendered combat ineffective. However, those monkeys that had thrown the stones seemed to shine with a final burst of energy. The confined space of the rooftop soon led them to succumb to a barrage of gunfire, riddled with bullets as they tumbled to the ground. After 2 consecutive failed assaults on the building, combined with prior casualties during their charge, over 30 of the original 50 monkeys now lay dead or injured. The remaining few were also wounded, hesitating as they climbed the pipes leading to the rooftop. The Monkey King, witnessing this, exhibited an almost human-like expression of fear and hatred, and let out a mournful wail. Promptly, the troop of monkeys retreated down the pipes and, led by their king, hastened back into the jungle. After waiting for approximately 2 minutes without any sign of the monkeys, Huang Jiechi dispatched personnel to reconnoiter, only to discover that the monkeys had vanished without a trace. Reporting to the chief, the monkey horde has been repelled. 4 personnel are injured, 3 with minor wounds, and 1 suspected of a leg fracture. Gu Cheng-yuan, peering through binoculars from the rooftop to survey the surroundings, confirmed the absence of any monkey activity before issuing commands. Quickly relocate the injured to a safe area. Instruct Kai Anshin to establish a medical team based at the Western District Clinic. Ensure the injured receive proper care. Maintain a necessary watch to prevent any ambush from the monkeys, while the rest swiftly clear the battlefield. Understood, Huang Jiechi replied, immediately organizing personnel to clear the mutant monkeys from both the rooftop and below. The sporadic sounds of gunfire echoed as soldiers fired additional shots into the bodies of the mutant monkeys. Aware of the formidable vitality of these aberrant creatures, the soldiers would shoot twice at the heads of the corpses before extracting the brain cores. After about 10 minutes, Huang Jieqi approached Gu Chengyuan, holding a small bag containing the brain cores. Reporting to the chief, the clearance of mutant monkeys is complete. A total of 32 mutant monkeys were neutralized, and 30 brain cores were retrieved. 2 of the examined specimens were found to be shattered. Gu Chengyuan took the small plastic bag from Huang Jiaqing, opening it to reveal a yellow-hued diamond-shaped crystal. In contrast to the color of a zombie's brain core, this crystal was darker in hue. System, convert the crystal core. With the sound of the system echoing, the color of the brain core instantly transformed into transparency, as all its contents were extracted. Acquired currency, 1515. Goodness. This is worth more than a monkey. Had I known, I would have been more audacious earlier. Gu Chengyuan felt as though he had lost a fortune, calculating that a single monkey was nearly worth 50 in currency. Suddenly, the horde of zombies surrounding him seemed far less appealing. If only the number of these monkeys mirrored that of the zombies. No, shaking his head at the thought. Gu Chengyuan reminded himself that these mutated monkeys possessed formidable combat abilities, with their superlative physical prowess, intelligence, and sharp claws. Had they not fortuitously encountered the muzzle of his gun, they would likely reign supreme throughout the entire Shibei district. Any ordinary survivor encountering them would likely meet their demise. Chapter 36. The militia's first mission. Around noon, the supplies for the soldiers arrived at the entrance of District 1, escorted by the militia team led by Zhao Jie. Accompanying the supplies were all members of Zhao Jie's militia team. This contingent of 50 militia members unloaded all the meals prepared for the soldiers, which had already been portioned out in the mess hall for their convenience. Once the unloading was complete, the militia, having received no further orders, began to disperse and gravitated towards the direction of the gunfire. Many of the militia members had never even seen a firearm in person. The only instance of encountering one was through the soldiers coming and going. The sight of guns being used against zombies was a spectacle to them, and they eagerly approached the area. However, it wasn't long before their faces turned pale, and they turned their heads away. Some even found themselves crouching by the roadside, retching. The scene of zombie extermination was horrifically bloody, with brain matter splattered everywhere and layers of fallen corpses strewn about in gruesome positions. A cursory glance revealed that the least horrific sight was a head with a gaping hole, with a viscous red and white substance oozing out. The slightest breeze wafting from the direction of the corpses was enough to induce a wave of nausea, causing the militia members to roll their eyes back in revulsion, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Brother Jia, this is utterly terrifying. It's nothing like the computer games. Zhao Hu, who considered himself somewhat brave, having watched horror movies alone and confronted deceased bodies, had anticipated a significant amount of gore. He believed that his long-standing immersion in various zombie-themed games would grant him some immunity. However, he realized he had greatly overestimated himself. He had envisioned horror, but not to this extent. Even as he spoke with Zhao Jie, his face remained ashen, and his legs trembled. Zhao Jie sat silently on the side, smoking a cigarette. But his heavy breaths betrayed the internal struggle he was facing. Noticing Zhao Jie's silence, Zhao Hu feared that his display of weakness had displeased him, prompting him to attempt a joke to redeem his image. But Brother Jia, I must say that brain matter really does resemble tofu pudding. It's quite authentic. As soon as he finished speaking, the overwhelming nausea that Zhao Jie had been suppressing suddenly surged in his mind, and the food in his stomach erupted like molten lava. Zhao Hu, caught off guard, was splattered in the process. Upon seeing the vomit on himself, Zhao Hu could no longer hold back, and the two began to retch uncontrollably by the curb, as if in competition. When Gu Chengyuan arrived and saw the sorry state of the road, he couldn't help but frown. Was there something wrong with their lunch? He called over Zhao Jie, who was pale and had nothing left to expel. Upon learning the situation, Gu Chengyuan found it somewhat amusing yet expressed his understanding. He too had felt quite overwhelmed when he first encountered the gruesome scene. Rather than admonishing them, he directed them to swiftly carry the meals to the hall of the Ziqiang building. After all, the vomit-strewn ground was hardly conducive to dining. Once the soldiers finished their staggered meals and took a brief respite, Gu Chengyuan replaced the second squad with fresh soldiers while the first squad remained as a vigilant force to recuperate. As time progressed, the density of zombies diminished significantly. Gu Chengyuan estimated that the zombies on Xuefu Street were nearly depleted and issued a command for a proactive assault, dispatching a firepower team to cleanse the area of the undead. At this juncture, there was no longer a need for vigilance. All 56 warriors, minus the 6 injured who had been evacuated, mobilized towards Xuefu Street. As the gunfire gradually became sporadic, Gu Chengyuan instructed the militia team to don protective gear and enter Shuefu Street to extract the zombie brain cores. 50 militia members were clad in an array of colorful raincoats, their feet encased in bright yellow fire-resistant boots sourced from various buildings on the West Campus, and adorned with dishwashing gloves from the cafeterias. In their left hands, they grasped multicolored plastic bags, while their right hands wielded iron tools such as tongs, hammers, shovels, and picks, implements capable of delivering a fatal blow to the head. Their expressions were a mixture of anxiety and trepidation. Observing this motley crew of militia, Gu Chengyuan did not betray any disappointment. As ordinary individuals, their courage to stand here, even with trembling legs, was commendable. Their assistance in extracting brain cores would greatly expedite the process, enhancing efficiency compared to the soldiers doing it themselves, regardless of their performance. Before the assembled militia, Gu Chengyuan emphasized two crucial points. First, they must prioritize safety. Any accidental skin laceration must be immediately reported for disinfection. Concealment of injuries was strictly forbidden. The military would not abandon the treatment of any individual who had not yet succumbed to zombification. Should any concealment of injuries be discovered, the perpetrators would face immediate execution for crimes against humanity. Second, all zombie brain cores must be surrendered. Possession of any for personal use would result in immediate execution for wartime theft of critical military resources. Gu Chengyuan's declarations regarding immediate execution resonated with gravity, instilling a palpable sense of dread among those with wandering gazes, though some remained unfazed, dismissing his words as mere intimidation. After all, since the advent of modern times, there had been no recorded instances of troops firing upon civilians in Zhoubang. However, Gu Chengyuan paid little heed to their thoughts. The line had been drawn, and there would be no room for misinterpretation. As the militia entered, the soldiers had effectively cleared the zombies from the first and second floors of Shuefu Street, leaving a protective line to safeguard the militia. The second platoon, worn out, approached the nearby armored vehicle, selecting snacks and beverages for relaxation and energy replenishment. Scientific studies have indeed shown that snacking helps alleviate tense nerves. As the sun began to set and dusk enveloped the sky, Zhao Jie finally approached Gu Chengyuan. Chapter 37. Casualties of the Militia Report, Commander. All the zombie cores have been completely cleared, totaling 813. Zhao Jie saluted Gu Chengyuan with a semblance of military decorum, then gestured for the two militiamen behind him to bring forth the black duffel bags. Gu Chengyuan, however, did not hasten to inspect the contents within the bags, but instead, he patted Zhao Jie on the shoulder, his expression one of encouragement, despite the evident fatigue that cloaked Zhao Jie, which was now markedly different from just 2 hours prior. Well done. I never anticipated the militia's first mission would be executed so splendidly. I was indeed correct to entrust you with leading them. As Gu Chengyuan's words of praise washed over him, Zhao Jie felt a surge of warmth within, as if all his toils had been rendered worthwhile. He even experienced a profound impulse akin to the camaraderie one feels for a confidant. University students are far easier to sway than seasoned veterans of society. Despite their bravado in proclaiming, "My fate is dictated by myself, not by heaven," and their self-importance that positions them as the foremost. All it takes is a modicum of respect and recognition to render them emotionally vulnerable. It was not arduous. We serve the people. Seeing Zhao Jie's chest swell with pride, Gu Chengyuan continued to encourage him. We still have some time before returning. Please inform Kai Anshin to arrange a special meal for the combat personnel tonight. They deserve a hearty reward for their efforts. Were there any injuries among the militia? At this inquiry, Zhao Jie's previously buoyant demeanor dimmed abruptly, and with a hint of remorse, he replied, "There were 2 injuries. One occurred while moving the mobile zombies. I misjudged the sharpness of its claws and sustained a cut. The other happened during the extraction of the zombie cores, when one of our members slipped on the slick pile of corpses and fell, suffering a puncture wound from the shattered bones. I did not ensure safety protocols were sufficiently thorough. I ask for your reprimand, Commander." Observing Zhao Jie, who had moments ago been filled with pride, now bowing his head like a child caught in wrongdoing, Gu Chengyuan refrained from excessive reproach. Safety incidents can only be mitigated, not entirely prevented. Perfection is unattainable in all endeavors. Gu Chengyuan had anticipated the possibility of casualties among the logistical personnel on the battlefield. You have only recently embarked on this journey, and you have performed admirably. Do not dwell too much on guilt. Since issues have arisen, focus on devising solutions. Ensure that the isolation and treatment of these 2 individuals are conducted meticulously, avoiding any oversights. Furthermore, until the matter is fully resolved, refrained from publicizing it. Upon meeting Gu Qingyuan's profound gaze, Zhao Jian nodded in agreement, assuring that he would communicate with the militia members. Although this unforeseen incident was not anyone's fault, the occurrence of injuries during the militia's inaugural mission could have detrimental repercussions among the survivors if mishandled. Should survivors inadvertently perceive the militia as a perilous vocation, it would be challenging to recruit new members when life is at stake. Gu Qingyuan favored gently guiding the survivors to partake in the struggle against the apocalypse. For this is not merely the battle of one individual or a single group. It is a war of the people, a war for their very race. Therefore, aside from the system warriors, every available force must be mobilized. If the survivors are frightened away from participation at the outset, then coercive measures may become the only recourse. Although it is indeed feasible, it is not the outcome one desires to witness. Clearly, the struggle for humanity's survival should not come at the cost of one's own dignity. A more harmonious approach would be preferable. Thus, the guidance of public opinion holds paramount importance. This notion serves as a reminder to Gu Qingyuan that perhaps the establishment of a broadcasting entity should be prioritized, especially now that nearly 1,000 souls seek refuge. A certain great leader once proclaimed that public opinion is a battleground. If you do not seize it, others will. With the acquisition of the zombie crystal core, Gu Qingyuan felt no lingering attachment. He enlisted assistance to siphon gasoline from several abandoned vehicles along the roadside, dousing the dense piles of corpses on Xuefu Street with the flammable liquid. A convoy of 6 armored vehicles, accompanied by numerous civilian cars, ventured forth, piercing the darkness beneath the harsh illumination of their headlights as they entered the heavy twilight. Behind the convoy, Xuefu Street was engulfed in a thick cloud of black smoke, with orange flames twisting into various shapes atop the heaps of cadavers, resembling a voracious beast consuming all in its path. Intermittent crackles and pops echoed through the desolate streets, as the smoke billowed skyward, dispersing into ash that fell upon the earth. In this apocalyptic tableau, a pair of crimson eyes, filled with malice, fixated on the convoy as it gradually vanished into the night, leaping forth to follow, blending seamlessly into the shadows. Chapter 38, Promotion to Battalion Commander. During dinner, Kaianqin, following Gu Qingyuan's instructions, arranged for the kitchen to provide additional meals for the combat personnel. While fresh meat was no longer available, it was replaced by vacuum-packed braised beef, sliced and elegantly presented, with each militia member receiving a bottle of juice. The warm, aromatic beef was distributed among the plates of the combatants, its unique fragrance mingling with the rich flavors of the marinade, wafting throughout the dining hall. The other survivors, catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, could not help but swallow hard. After days of bland vegetarian fare, their mouths felt nearly desensitized, and the alluring scent of the beef had seduced them countless times in just a short while. To enhance the contrast and boost the morale of the survivors participating in military operations, Gu Qingyuan made no effort to segregate the dining areas for combatants and civilians. He was unperturbed by the potential discontent that might arise from unequal rations. His intention was clear: only those brave enough to confront the zombies deserved to partake in meat. For those lacking courage, mere survival was all they could aspire to. He had no excess provisions to waste on the idle. Setting aside the agitation of the other survivors, the militia members, unlike the system soldiers accustomed to the carnage, found themselves devoid of appetite at the sight of the fragrant beef, even feeling a tinge of nausea. The deep red hue of the braised beef triggered involuntary recollections of the afternoon's grim scenes: brain matter, pools of blood, and dismembered human remains. Gu Qingyuan did not dwell on the militia's discomfort. Humans are the most adaptable creatures on this planet, and he believed they would soon overcome this distress. He had more pressing matters to attend to, returning to his quarters to assimilate the day's gains and convert them into strength. In his dormitory, Gu Qingyuan stood before a black tote bag brimming with zombie brain cores, shimmering under the light with an entrancing glow. Even diamonds, often regarded as symbols of romantic commitment, would pale in comparison to this true treasure, one that could only be acquired once in a lifetime. Just imagine, if a man were willing to cultivate such a thing in his mind for you, what could that possibly signify if not love? System: exchange for currency. Ding. Exchange successful. Currency 4060. Total currency 6173. Gu Qingyuan felt a thrill at the sight of his newfound wealth. Over 6,000 units of currency could summon 4 entire squads. Yet, he knew he could not expend it all at once. With the expansion of his forces, it was essential to retain sufficient funds for unexpected contingencies. System: summon an infantry platoon. Understood. The infantry platoon will arrive by your side within half an hour. Ding. Your troop's actual organization is at full capacity. Your command authority has been upgraded. System functions upgraded. Please wait. Upgrade complete. Military position promotion. Battalion Commander. Your military rank has been elevated to Lieutenant Colonel. The infantry company template has been upgraded to a composite battalion. Additional recruitable units have been unlocked. The issuance of battalion-level rewards has commenced. The battalion consists of 20 members, including 1 deputy battalion commander, 1 company leader, 1 medical officer, 2 clerks, and 3 correspondents. The security team comprises 7 individuals, while the cooking team consists of 5. Additionally, there are 8 military vehicles, 1 armored command vehicle of type Mengsure 3, 1 battlefield ambulance of type Mengsure 2, 1 communication node vehicle of type Mengsure 3, 2 Shanxi automobile, 2190 transport vehicles, and 3 cooking vehicles. Upon witnessing the instant reward from the system, Gu Chengyuan's soul thought was one of sheer exhilaration. The previously parsimonious system had suddenly bestowed such a plethora of rewards, including 8 variously functional military vehicles. Furthermore, a battalion structure comprising 20 personnel was granted, accompanied by 3 officers, excluding the basic rank of company leader. This ensemble includes a technical officer in the form of a medical officer and a command officer in the shape of a deputy battalion commander. The value of a medical officer is self-evident. Injured soldiers, after receiving rudimentary treatment, were still recuperating in the medical office of the Western District. This was not due to Gu Chengyuan's lack of consideration, but rather a deficiency of medical talent among his subordinates, leaving him with the desire to assist but no means to do so. The arrival of the medical officer has effectively alleviated this pressing concern, enabling the injured soldiers to receive professional care. The deputy battalion commander, being a specialized military command talent, is precisely what Gu Chengyuan urgently requires. Previously, Gu Chengyuan was merely a minor conscript, possessing only a superficial understanding of company-level command and management, akin to having merely witnessed a pig run. After all, he was often the one being commanded. However, with the imminent expansion of the unit to battalion level, the absence of professional guidance could potentially result in an increase in size, but a decrease in combat effectiveness. Thus, the recent rewards from the system can indeed be described as a timely assistance, and it is no wonder that Gu Chengyuan is overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 39. Armored Units. Upon receiving his promotion reward, Gu Chengyuan was informed by the system that personnel from the battalion would accompany the 3rd platoon and arrive within half an hour. When Gu Chengyuan reopened the system, he noticed a change in the interface. A template option had appeared in the troop category, displaying the words Combined Arms Battalion. He wondered if new troop types would be introduced, filled with eager anticipation. Although the current infantry was sufficient, who would not desire a more extensive arsenal? Relying solely on infantry seemed rather inadequate. As Gu Chengyuan entered the Combined Arms Battalion template with a hint of trepidation, his heart raced at the sight of the multitude of newly added units. Template: Combined Arms Battalion, Tank Company, Armored Infantry Company, Firepower Company, Air Defense Company, Operational Support Company, Logistical Support Company. Wow! Gu Chengyuan exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at the plethora of new units displayed on the system screen. The richness of these troop types made him question whether he had inadvertently input a cheat code while dreaming. The joy was overwhelming. He had merely thought the troop types were somewhat lacking, yet the system had anticipated his desires and arranged it all for him. If the system could speak, Gu Chengyuan would have wished to exclaim, in this fleeting life, I have yet to meet a wise lord. Should you not forsake me, I would gladly pledge myself as your sworn son. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Gu Chengyuan eagerly opened the tank company option. A true man may not pilot a Gundam, but a tank serves as a splendid alternative. Large, robust, and powerful, who could resist? The tank company interface was remarkably straightforward. Perhaps aware of the agony of choice, it offered no alternatives, presenting only a solitary tank icon, prominently featuring a substantial cannon. ZZ-99A main battle tank, 8,000, first time enlistment, 10,000, the 99A. The 99A. It is indeed the 99A. As a military enthusiast, one cannot be oblivious to this formidable tank, boasting an equivalent armor thickness of an astonishing 1,000 millimeters. Revered as the wall of size, it is the pinnacle of main battle tanks. As Gu Chengyuan gazed at the icon of the 99A tank, a wealth of information flooded his mind. ZZ-99A main battle tank. Total weight, 55 tons length, 7. 3 meters width, 3. 5 meters crew, 3. Driver, commander, gunner, power, equipped with a 1,500 horsepower turbocharged engine. Maximum speed, 80 kilometers per hour. with a maximum range of 600 kilometers. A new type of fully automatic hydraulic mechanical transmission system allows for zero-radius 360-degree turns and double-flow transmission. Firepower, armed with a 125mm improved smoothbore gun, featuring a caliber of .48, the largest among contemporary main battle tanks. It employs tungsten alloy armor-piercing shells capable of penetrating 800mm of homogeneous armor from a distance of 2,000 meters and possesses automatic target acquisition and tracking capabilities. With a ready ammunition load of 41 rounds, equipped with a 14.5mm anti-aircraft machine gun, it serves both aerial and ground defense purposes. The armor consists of 3 layers: an inner sloped armor, composite ceramic armor, and externally mounted explosive reactive armor. Utilizing an external constraint-type composite armor technology, it is modular, allowing for repairs at the site of damage. The equivalent armor thickness reaches an astonishing 1,000 millimeters. It also possesses battlefield situational awareness capabilities and information exchange, along with friend or foe identification capabilities. Truly, it embodies the epitome of land warfare. The pinnacle of main battle tanks produced by the Eastern Dragon, a consummate masterpiece of military engineering. Upon grasping these parameters, Gu Chengyuan was instantly captivated by the 99A main battle tank. If such a marvel were to be deployed, would it not dominate the battlefield? With a 125mm main gun and tungsten alloy armor-piercing shells, what carbon-based life form could withstand a single shot? With 1,000mm of armor, complemented by explosive reactive armor, even zombies or mutated beasts would be obliterated upon contact, not to mention the additional 2 layers of protection. An absolute fortress of war, capable of both defense and offense. Given the currently known zombies and mutated beasts, none could even scratch its surface. How formidable! How powerful! How I long to possess it. However, the glaring price marked beside the tank momentarily tempered Gu Chengyuan's enthusiasm. What? 8,000 per unit. Quite reasonable. Understandable. But why is the initial enlistment set at 10,000? Is the extra 2,000 a mold fee? Very well, I shall continue to understand. As a pauper with barely 2,000 to his name, Gu Chengyuan shifted his gaze to the next unit type, the Armored Infantry Company, setting aside the question of armor. Surely the inclusion of infantry in its title would make it more affordable, right? The interface for the Armored Infantry Company, much like that of the Tank Company, offers little in the way of choices, presenting only an armored vehicle icon. ZBD-04A Infantry Fighting Vehicle Squad, for 1,000, initial enlistment 6,000. Fortunately, it is only 4,000. Having just perused the tank prices, even if this is still beyond his means, the psychological comparison made it seem somewhat cheaper. Another 2,000 mold fee? Very well. That seems reasonable. Suddenly, Gu Chengyuan accepted the inexplicable additional 2,000. Since resistance is futile, I shall acquiesce and endure less hardship. At this moment, the information regarding the ZBD-04A Infantry Squad flooded back into his mind. ZBD-04A Infantry Squad composition: 10 personnel, 3 vehicle crew members, and 7 combat personnel. Vehicle parameters: length 7.2 meters, weight 24 tons, power 440 kilowatts 6-cylinder turbocharged engine, capable of reaching speeds of 90 km/h. Armor: in addition to the base armor, dozens of additional armor plates are installed, capable of withstanding 30mm armor-piercing incendiary projectiles from 500 meters in the front and 14.5mm armor-piercing incendiary projectiles from 200 meters on the sides. Weapons: a 100mm caliber low-pressure rifled gun, equipped with 40 high-explosive shells with a maximum range of 4,000 meters. And 8 laser-guided missiles. The 30mm coaxial automatic cannon, seamlessly integrated with the main gun, is designed to engage lightly armored targets as well as low-flying, slow-moving, or stationary adversaries. With a supply of 500 armor-piercing rounds. Adjacent to the main gun on its left side lies a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun, capable of neutralizing medium and close-range living targets, stocked with 2,000 rounds. Additionally, the vehicle is equipped with 10 smoke grenade launchers and possesses amphibious capabilities, featuring a large bow wave deflector at the front and dual water jets beneath the rear for propulsion. This vehicle is indeed formidable. The 100mm main gun can also launch artillery-guided missiles, providing a certain level of armor protection, and is priced at half that of the 99A. Upon examining this, Gu Chengyuan experienced a surge of inspiration. although its combat effectiveness pales in comparison to that of the 99A main battle tank for someone like him who lacks armored units. Its cost-effectiveness is presently adequate. With this in mind, he quietly elevated the priority of recruiting armored infantry squads above that of the 99A. Currently, neither the 04A infantry fighting vehicle nor the 99A main battle tank can withstand the zombie threat, rendering the additional combat power of the 99A compared to the 04A as a superfluous expenditure. The cost of a single tank could fund the recruitment of 2 armored infantry squads for Gu Qingyuan. The final armored unit is the Firepower Company, which Gu Qingyuan accessed to discover the PPL 05 120mm self-propelled howitzer. This artillery piece is built on the WZ-551 6x6 chassis with a combat weight of 16.5 tons and a munition capacity of 36 rounds. Its elevation range is between -4 to 80 degrees, and it boasts a 360-degree traverse capability. The crew consists of 4 members, a commander, a gunner, a loader, and a driver. It is amphibious, powered by a 320 horsepower engine, achieving a maximum speed of 80 km per hour on land and 8 km per hour in water, with a maximum operational range of 500 km. Featuring a fully enclosed turret, it is armed with a 120mm rifled gun and a 12.7mm QJC-88 vehicle-mounted anti-aircraft machine gun. The 120mm gun can fire explosive shells and rocket-assisted high-explosive projectiles at a rate of 6 to 8 rounds per minute, while the mortar can discharge 10 rounds per minute. Chapter 40. Expansion of Troop Types. After reviewing the armored units, Gu Qingyuan next turned his attention to the Combat Support Company and the Logistics Support Company. Combat Support Company. Engineer Platoon. 5,000 seasoned warriors skilled in earthworks, adept at forging paths through mountains and constructing bridges over waters. They expertly wield various manual and automatic tools. In the absence of heavy machinery, they serve as the most reliable engineering force. Transport Platoon. 5,000 veteran drivers familiar with diverse battlefield conditions, capable of speeding through even the most treacherous terrains. Communications Platoon. 10,000 technical talents who ensure battlefield connectivity and information exchange, adept in both wired and wireless communications, from vocal commands to computer networks. They can always establish a communication network in one way or another. Reconnaissance Platoon. 10,000 the phantoms of the battlefield, proficient in various stealth and infiltration techniques, capable of bringing intelligence from beyond the sand table. Logistics Support Company. Medical Platoon. 10,000 healing soldiers with just a glance, the angels in white on the battlefield. Masters of various rescue skills, significantly reducing casualty rates. Repair Platoon. 10,000 with nimble hands, they serve as the finest doctors for war machines. While they may not always restore them to full functionality, they can certainly get them moving. Culinary Platoon. 5,000 though they may appear greasy, grimy, and plump. Their exceptional provision of meals undoubtedly serves as the second line of defense for soldiers, aside from their firearms. Transport Platoon. 5,000 as drivers of the logistics unit. Their driving capabilities extend far beyond mere roadways. Upon reviewing this information, Gu Qingyuan noted a marked difference in the exchange method for these 2 companies compared to previous ones. Tanks and armored vehicles, including infantry, could be exchanged on a per-squad basis, while these 2 companies could only be exchanged on a platoon basis. However, this was not the focal point, importantly, when considering that each platoon comprises 3 squads. The cost of the squads in these 2 companies was higher than that of ordinary infantry squads. The higher-priced ones, particularly the reconnaissance unit, were comparable to special forces, while medical, communications, and repair units belonged to high-tech branches, justifying their elevated costs. Yet, the latter transport platoon. It seemed absurd that their driving skills could extend beyond conventional roads. Could proficiency in massage be an added advantage? After mentally venting his frustrations, Gu Qingyuan exited the system interface, leaning back in his chair, stretching languidly, and exhaling deeply. The system had now prepared everything. He merely needed to exchange the lives of zombies for his own gain. Pu Guangqiang, he thought, suddenly rising to his feet. Coming. Pu Guangqiang's voice echoed from the adjacent dormitory, likely from a card game with others. Upon returning from a day of combat missions, Gu Qingyuan typically refrained from imposing additional demands on the soldiers, allowing them to engage in leisure activities. Thus, after dinner, many soldiers often chose to play cards and chat in their rooms to unwind. Commander, what are your orders? Pu Guangqiang stood at attention before Gu Qingyuan. Gather the first squad and accompany me to the playground to receive the newcomers. Additionally, inform Kaianshin to prepare a meal sufficient for 60 people at the mess hall, and arrange accommodations for 52 personnel, including a separate room for the deputy company commander. Commander, are new brothers arriving? Upon hearing the news, Pu Guangxiang's face lit up with excitement. Yes, go quickly. Gu Qingyuan replied with a smile, his spirits lifted at the thought of the 52 individuals soon to arrive. The elite team, within mere minutes, donned their gear and assembled downstairs, fully armed and ready. The passing survivors, witnessing the impressive formation, speculated about the impending events, for they had observed that this protective unit rarely undertook missions at night. Kaianshin, upon receiving the orders, was filled with joy at the prospect of 52 soldiers joining their ranks, significantly enhancing her sense of security. She promptly instructed the staff of the Survivor Management Committee to organize a cleaning of the rooms and to notify the kitchen staff to prepare meals. Rather than expressing annoyance at the prospect of overtime, the kitchen workers eagerly took on the task, brimming with enthusiasm. As the call for cleaning went out, a wave of volunteers quickly emerged. Such fervor was undoubtedly rooted in the understanding that, while money had symbolized security before the apocalypse, nothing provided greater reassurance in this new world than armed soldiers. The news of an impending influx of military personnel stirred a subtle excitement throughout the 1,000-strong shelter, circulating like a tantalizing rumor. In their dormitory, Yak and her companions engaged in discussion, although their primary concern revolved around Gu Qingyuan's status. Have you heard? A new unit of over 50 soldiers is on its way, Feng Jiayi remarked mysteriously. Oh, if only I had known earlier. They were just organizing the cleaning. This is excellent news. With more protectors, we'll feel even safer. I heard the militia talking about how terrifying it is out there. Shuifu Street is littered with severed limbs. Just going out for supplies left them with significant psychological scars. It's hard to imagine how we would have fared without Gu Qingyuan's protection. They work so hard every day. The arrival of a new unit is a blessing that will help share the burden. Qin Rao perched on Feng Jiayi's table, swinging her long, fair legs as she spoke. It's likely a boon for us, but perhaps not for Gu Qingyuan. I just overheard that they need to prepare a separate room for either a battalion commander or a deputy commander, with instructions to be meticulous. That officer, whether a commander or deputy, surely outranks Gu Qingyuan. I heard some boys chatting earlier, saying Gu Qingyuan is a captain. Who knows, they might encroach upon his authority. Feng Jiayi's expression turned serious as she whispered, "This is worrying." Tang Jingwen, hearing this, playfully pinched Feng Jiayi's collagen-rich face. You scheming strategist, why are you fretting? If anyone should worry, it's Gu Qingyuan. Why are you frowning and looking so troubled? Do you have feelings for him? That's how it goes on television. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. I certainly hope Gu Qingyuan remains the leader. After all, we are classmates from the same school. And he should be afforded some consideration. What's wrong with liking a handsome guy? It seems rather reasonable to me. Gu Qingyuan cannot falter. If we were to replace our current leader with someone unfamiliar, what if they are even more lascivious? In this apocalyptic world, where humanity is in decline, we would be utterly doomed. At that point, who among us would be first to serve them? Although I dismissed Tang Jingwen's nonsensical ramblings, Feng Jiayi's remarks, along with a portion of Tang Jingwen's words, indeed cast a pall of silence over Aiko and others in the dormitory, as well as Qin Rao, who had come to visit. In times of peril, people invariably abhor the unpredictable nature of change. Chapter 41. The Arrival of the Camp. The thoughts of the survivors. Gu Qingyuan was oblivious to the thoughts of the survivors, or perhaps he simply did not care, for they understood little of the system's intricacies. Accompanied by the elite soldiers of his squad, he navigated through the inky darkness with a flashlight, swiftly making his way to the playground. Considering the training needs of both the survivors and the soldiers, as well as the proximity to the school gate, Gu Qingyuan chose to establish the staging area not on the rubber track, but rather on the adjacent basketball court near the entrance. Upon arriving at the basketball court, he instructed several soldiers from his squad, clad in reflective vests, to serve as guides at the school gate, directing the incoming deputy battalion commander and others. Gu Qingyuan then casually found a place to sit, while Pu Guangxiang took the remaining personnel to stand guard a short distance away, ever vigilant against unforeseen dangers. As Gu Qingyuan lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings, he was met with an expanse of darkness. Even the direction of the city seemed devoid of light. Typically, at this hour, the streets would be bustling with traffic and illuminated with vibrant lights. The basketball court, which should have been alive with the sounds of energetic youth engaged in the game, now lay desolate and shrouded in darkness. evoking in Gu Cheng-yuan a profound sense of apocalyptic desolation. He found himself staring up at the high heavens, where the stars shone ever brighter each night. This sight transported him back to a summer from his childhood, a sweltering evening in a remote southwestern town, where his father had taken him to catch dragonflies by the riverbank. On their way home, he had relished a bowl of long-desired shaved ice, gazing up at the starry sky. Now, as he contemplated the dimming stars with the passage of time, he wondered if it was only humanity that had faded amidst the brilliance of the celestial realm. His melancholic reverie was abruptly interrupted by the voice crackling through the radio. "Report to the commander, the lead vehicle of the deputy battalion has arrived at the school gate." Quickly regaining his composure, Gu Cheng-yuan seized the radio and responded, "Ensure the guides are ready to direct the convoy into the parking area." Received. Barely had he finished speaking when a bright beam of light pierced the darkness from afar, accompanied by the distant roar of an engine. The lights multiplied, forming a modest yet formidable conga line that sliced through the encroaching gloom. Witnessing this, an intense expression crossed Gu Cheng-yuan's face as he cursed with fervor. "Damn it! Even if humanity's brilliance has dimmed in this apocalyptic starry expanse, I shall wield artillery and armored vehicles to make the stars shine once more. Even if that brilliance comes from explosions." Before long, under the guidance of the directing personnel, a convoy led by a Hummer 3 armored command vehicle entered the basketball court. Following closely were a Hummer 2 battlefield ambulance, a Hummer 3 communications vehicle, 2 six-wheeled Shanxi military transport trucks, 3 kitchen vehicles, and 3 Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles bringing up the rear. The orange turn signals, red reverse lights, the calls of the directing personnel wielding tricolored traffic control lights, the beeping of reversing vehicles, and the distinctive air brake sounds of the transport trucks transformed the once quiet basketball court into a lively scene, dispelling Gu Cheng-yuan's sudden gloom. Observing the armored command vehicle, the Mengshi 3, as it maneuvered into the parking space, Gu Cheng-yuan, accompanied by Pu Guangqiang, approached with purpose. The door to the passenger seat swung open, revealing a major officer of approximately 36 or 37 years of age, standing around 6 feet tall. He possessed a robust physique, a square face adorned with a beauty mark on his chin, and narrowed almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with a piercing intelligence. This was Gu Cheng-yuan's immediate impression of the officer, an individual of remarkable presence. Upon noticing Gu Cheng-yuan, the major promptly raised his hand in a salute, reporting, "Sir." Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin and 51 soldiers have reported for duty. Gu Cheng-yuan reciprocated the salute, acknowledging, "Thank you for your hard work. Once the vehicles are in place, please direct the soldiers to the mess hall for their meal. After dining, arrangements for accommodation will be made." Understood. Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin then turned to summon the squad leaders from the battalion and the 3rd Company, relaying Gu Cheng-yuan's orders. The temporary detachment, comprising over 50 personnel, swiftly organized their accompanying supplies. Under the leadership of driver Hu Junpeng, they made their way to the mess hall for their meal and settling in. Meanwhile, Gu Cheng-yuan remained behind with a portion of the remaining personnel to oversee the parking area. He intended to establish a lookout point given the increased equipment and supplies, as safeguarding them was essential to prevent loss or damage. Once everything was arranged, Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin accompanied Gu Cheng-yuan to the mess hall, and they engaged in conversation along the way. Through their dialogue, Gu Cheng-yuan discovered that Wu Bin's credentials were quite impressive. A graduate of the esteemed Red Infantry Academy, often referred to as the Eastern West Point, he had ascended through the ranks from squad leader, participating in numerous significant domestic and international exercises. He had received multiple commendations, and during his tenure as a company commander, was recognized as one of the top 10 exemplary soldiers by the Ministry of National Defense of the Daxia Kingdom, earning 3 second-class and 4 third-class individual awards. Subsequently promoted to battalion commander, he led 2 companies to collective second-class honors and was bestowed with the title of Most Combat-Ready Cadre within his group army. With such an extraordinary background, it was evident that Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin was destined to achieve at least the rank of general. The realization that such a formidable individual had chosen to serve as his deputy filled Gu Cheng-yuan with a sense of humility and gratitude, alleviating his earlier concerns of inadequacy. "It seems we shall be a formidable team," he mused. Chapter 42, The Fierce Battle of the Great Zhou Internal Guard as the lights-out whistle echoed. The survivors of Night State University concluded their day, retreating into slumber, while the campus fell into a serene hush, save for the sentinels stationed at the gates of Building 22 and the parking lot. Conversely, across the city in Jing'an District, The cacophony of gunfire heralded yet another sleepless night. Within the brightly lit command building of the internal guard stationed along Fuxing Road in the southern part of Jingyang District, personnel clad in combat uniforms hurriedly moved about, their expressions marked by urgency, while outside, several diesel engines emitted a relentless, jarring roar. In the command operations room, Colonel Liang Yumming, his hair graying and weariness etched upon his face, sat at the helm, massaging his temples with one hand. Several captains diligently updated the operational status on the large screen, their data streaming in through computers. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a door being pushed open reverberated through the room as Colonel Liu Zhaoping, the chief of staff, strode in briskly. The abrupt noise startled the personnel engrossed in their tasks. "Old Liang, I've just received a call from Captain Wu Yuan of the 1st Battalion. The situation at Cross Street is untenable, requesting immediate reinforcements. Ammunition is depleting rapidly, and casualties are mounting." Upon hearing this, Liang's eyes widened fiercely. "We must hold the line. Damn it, they boast about their courage and fighting spirit, yet in this critical moment, they wish to abandon their post? What about the 2nd Battalion? And those thousands of civilians in transit? How dare they think they could speak to me like that? Believing you, Chief of Staff, would be soft-hearted. Xiao Wu, get Captain Wu on the line." "Yes." A captain swiftly seized a wired radio as communication had been severed, and the troops relied solely on the telephone lines laid by the Signal Corps for contact. On Cross Street in Jingyang District, over 100 internal guard soldiers donned in forest camouflage took cover behind the remains of vehicles, unleashing a frenzied barrage towards the northern end of the block. However, the bullets, like an unrestrained torrent, were swallowed by the endless tide of corpses, an overwhelming swarm of zombies surging forth. Even as the foremost zombies had their heads blown apart, the relentless horde behind them surged forward, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it exceedingly difficult for most soldiers to remain calm enough to aim for the zombies' heads. The majority of their shots found purchase in the limbs and torsos of the undead, resulting in lethality far below the volume of fire. Boom, boom. The crisp sound of 35mm grenade launchers echoed from the 1st Battalion's position, followed by bursts of flames erupting within the mass of corpses, each explosion toppling a dozen or so. Yet, from those felled, 7 or 8 would often rise again, a sight that sent shivers down Captain Wu Yuan's spine. "They just won't die," he cursed, watching the dismembered zombies stagger toward their position. Suddenly, dark shapes appeared in the sky, prompting Wu to shout, "Incoming airstrike." Indeed, Wu Yuan found the situation utterly absurd, as if absurdity had been given an open invitation to his doorstep. These seemingly lifeless beings had remarkably evolved to possess the capability of long-range attacks. No sooner had he spoken than several dark figures precisely struck the fortifications. The zombies, hurled through the air, appeared as though they were colossal beings swollen from immersion in water, their bodies inflated like balloons on the verge of bursting. Their skin stretched taut and translucent, threatening to rupture at any moment. As they hit the ground, these self-destructive zombies detonated instantaneously, unleashing a force akin to a methane explosion, obliterating several nearby soldiers in an instant. Limbs and flesh were scattered everywhere. Those stationed at a safer distance were not spared either, as the explosion of the zombies showered them with a corrosive green slime, comparable to sulfuric acid, causing their combat gear to emit hissing black smoke. Those unfortunate enough to have the slime splash onto their skin screamed in excruciating pain, as the rapidly advancing green liquid burned through their epidermis, leading to inevitable infection. With heads spinning, pupils dilated, and their sclera turning red, they experienced the horrifying loss of oral mucosa, which began secreting copious amounts of purulent saliva. The muscles at the corners of their mouths twisted uncontrollably, stretching their lips back to the roots of their ears, as sharp teeth erupted like bamboo shoots from their mouths. These soldiers, having lost control over their bodies yet acutely aware of their suffering, wailed for their comrades to end their lives. Wait, kill me. Please, kill me. I do not wish to become a zombie. It hurts so much. I am in such agony." With a series of sharp gunshots echoing through the outpost, comrades, with tears in their eyes, pulled the triggers at the foreheads of their afflicted companions. Wu Yuan, with reddened eyes, averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Once a battalion of 500, now scarcely 100 remained, and their numbers were plummeting at an alarming rate, likely to dwindle to double digits soon. These losses were not mere cold statistics, but familiar faces that had shared countless days and nights together. "Commander, the squad leader is on the line." A communications soldier rushed over, clutching a wired telephone. With a heart full of trepidation, Wu Yuan pressed the receiver to his ear. Hello, this is Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan, this is Liang Yuming. Let me make it clear, there will be no reinforcements. You must hold your ground, whether you can or cannot. Think of your oath upon enlisting. Think of the thousands of citizens retreating from Jing'an district. I now ask you, can you complete the mission? The roar from the other end of the line sent veins bulging in Wu Yuan's neck, and he shouted back, I guarantee the completion of the mission. A brief silence fell between them before Wu Yuan, his voice trembling, added softly, Uncle, please take care of yourself. The other end fell silent, followed by a sigh, and then the line went dead. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 43. The relocation of troops at the break of dawn the following day. Yu Chengyuan rose early, and after a refreshing wash, he donned his combat uniform, adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant colonel, commonly referred to as 2 stripes and 2 stars. While heading out for his morning exercise, he fortuitously encountered Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, who was also preparing to head to the training grounds. The two decided to accompany one another, engaging in discussions about the forthcoming developments within the military as they made their way to the field. Commander, I took a brief stroll last night and would like to present some suggestions, Wu Bin remarked, his expression contemplative yet cheerful, the corners of his almond-shaped eyes slightly arched. Oh, that sounds splendid. I am not an expert in this area and would greatly appreciate your professional insights. Gu Qingyuan responded with pleasant surprise, not expecting Wu Bin to take initiative so promptly. Allow me to be forthright then. Firstly, I believe our troop management lacks proper regulation, particularly evident in the rough handling of ammunition, insufficient security forces, and the mixing of military personnel with civilians. Our soldiers are armed, and during my inspection last night, I discovered significant safety hazards, such as ammunition not being properly stored separately and ammunition boxes carelessly piled. A moment's carelessness could lead to severe consequences. Our military has learned numerous hard lessons in this regard. Furthermore, there is a lack of adequate security forces. Certain areas that should have sentries are either unguarded or only monitored at night. We cannot afford to economize on our combat capabilities. Critical locations like vehicle parks and our dormitories must maintain a constant security presence throughout the day. Lastly, the cohabitation of military and civilian populations poses considerable inconvenience. As a combat unit, living among civilians is far from ideal. I have noticed many vacant spaces in local schools. I suggest we separate the two. Listening to Wu Bin articulate these various concerns, Gu Chengyuan felt no discomfort. Rather, he was quite pleased. Reflecting on the value of the system's rewards and recognizing the merit in Wu Bin's observations. This indeed reflects my oversight. After breakfast, let us convene a brief meeting with the Survivors Committee to address these matters. It would also be an opportune moment for you to meet the management personnel from the survivors' side. As they approached the training grounds, they were greeted by a bustling scene. Soldiers were running in formation, while hundreds of survivors were organized into several groups, engaging in morning exercises led by key members of the Survivors Management Committee, with Director Kai Anshin taking center stage. Although she had gained a bit of weight, her performance was commendable. With tasks ahead, Gu Qingyuan and Wu Bin did not overexert themselves, completing a leisurely 3 kilometers before heading to the mess hall. After breakfast, in the dormitory management office of Building 22, Gu Chengyuan called a meeting, primarily attended by officers at the platoon level and above, along with key figures from the Survivors Committee, including Kai Anshin. First, he provided a brief introduction of Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, along with Battalion Leader Chen Chang and Medical Officer Fang Yi, primarily for the benefit of the Survivors Management Committee. During the introduction, Kai Anshin was secretly astonished. She had anticipated the arrival of a superior to Gu Qingyuan, and had been contemplating how to establish rapport with the new leadership to secure her position. To his surprise, it turned out to be a deputy, and seeing Gu Chengyuan's rank of major today startled him. He was aware of the expedited promotion, but could it really be a 2-level leap? Gu Chengyuan chose not to dwell on the thoughts of those beneath him, instead following Wu Bin's advice to directly assign tasks. The first order of business was the relocation of the troops from Building 22 to the adjacent management college. This institution boasts 5 floors, each housing over 40 classrooms, along with restrooms, conference rooms, and offices. Most importantly, it features a spacious subterranean garage. By merely converting some classrooms into sleeping quarters, the accommodation needs of the troops could be entirely satisfied. Moreover, the underground garage was constructed to the standards of a nuclear and biochemical shelter, equipped with thick, half-meter sealed doors at both entrances, ensuring the safe parking of tanks and armored vehicles. With the ability to mobilize quickly from the garage, rapid response was assured. In terms of comfort, the offices and conference rooms of the management college, which were previously designated for the academy's leadership, far surpassed the dormitories in both comfort and professionalism. Meetings could be conducted in a much more spacious environment, unlike the current situation where a group of individuals was crammed into a dormitory. Reminiscent of desperate university students clandestinely gathering for gaming sessions. Next came the matter of gender-segregated sleeping quarters. The dormitories were to be divided by floors, with the female dormitory in Building 22 and the male dormitory in Building 21. Residents could choose to form their own groups or wait for distribution. The intention behind self-organization was to soothe frayed nerves. The apocalypse had already shattered many minds, and residing with familiar faces might provide some comfort. However, under no circumstances were members of the opposite sex to be permitted in each other's quarters. Previously, this was a mere slogan at the dormitory doors: girls' dormitory, boys stop here, and boys' dormitory, girls stop here. Yet now, when Gu Qingyuan addressed this issue, he rapped the table and underscored that this regulation was non-negotiable. Any violation would result in immediate execution. The chaos stemming from mixed-gender relations was seen as the genesis of all disorder, or so Gu Qingyuan believed. Whether a male intruded upon a female space or vice versa, all would be treated equally, punished with execution. As he uttered these words with an iron resolve, the members of the management committee were taken aback. This decree was not born of a lack of compassion, but rather a recognition that allowing such interactions amidst current circumstances could give rise to numerous dark issues: power dynamics, coercion, entrapment, seduction, and a multitude of problems. Gu Qingyuan's focus was on development. He lacked the energy to manage these complications. Thus, he sought to eliminate the potential for their occurrence. After concluding the internal meeting, Gu Qingyuan allowed several leaders from the survivors to depart before closing the door and continuing with the military conference. The discussion centered on the forthcoming actions for the afternoon. As the relocation task had consumed ample time that morning, Gu Qingyuan was racing against the clock, for in 2 days, he was to fulfill his 2-week promise and send someone home to rescue his parents. Lost in thought, Gu Qingyuan felt a shadow of melancholy wash over him, concerned for his parents' safety at that very moment. Surely, in 2 days, assembling an armored infantry platoon should pose no challenge. With 14,000 in funds, it seemed feasible. Gu Qingyuan meticulously calculated the ratio of crystal cores to zombies and concluded that approximately 3,000 zombies would need to be slain to assemble a squad of armored infantry. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to adopt a different approach. The essence of the war system lies in the exponential growth of troops. For the time being, it would be prudent to recruit ordinary infantry squads. The greater the number of soldiers, the more substantial the benefits. He aimed to bolster his forces while reserving a small surplus, ensuring that he could ultimately summon an armored infantry squad on the final day. At present, he was still relatively weak, and recklessly pursuing such high-cost units would hinder his development. The firepower of the infantry squads was sufficient for now, and summoning an armored squad solely for the purpose of enhancing firepower would suffice. Chapter 44. Strategy for Chaoyang Street. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Gu Qingyuan, after considering the Council of Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, designated the next operational zone to be Chaoyang Street in the eastern district of the school. Chaoyang Street comprises 2 thoroughfares, Upper Street and Lower Street, lined with self-constructed bungalows dating back several decades. Due to its proximity to the east campus of Yezhou University, it has evolved into a vibrant dining street catering to the university's faculty and students, resulting in a significant daily foot traffic that is advantageous for swiftly obtaining zombie brain nuclei. Furthermore, Chaoyang Street serves as a vital connection between Yezhou University and the center of Shishui District. Typically, students wishing to visit the bustling areas of Shishui District must traverse Chaoyang Street. Therefore, from a geographical standpoint, securing Chaoyang Street is imperative. It would provide a strategic base to establish a defensive line, effectively choking off the westward advance of the zombie horde from Shishui District. After rising from his midday rest, Gu Qingyuan summoned the troops and set forth towards Chaoyang Street in the eastern district. This marked the first full battalion military operation, deploying a single Hummer 3 armored command vehicle as the command center, 3 Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles for firepower support, 1 Hummer 2 battlefield ambulance for medical assistance, and 2 Shaanxi military trucks for personnel transport and ammunition supply. The personnel arrangement consisted of Gu Qingyuan and Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, accompanied by 2 communication soldiers in the Hummer 3 command vehicle, while the medic and 2 medics traveled in the battlefield ambulance. Classes 1, 4, and 7 boarded the Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles, while the remaining 6 classes were grouped, with 3 classes sharing one Shashi military truck, simultaneously transporting ammunition. Initially, Gu Chengyuan had intended for the entire battalion to travel in the Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles, which would amount to 10 vehicles equipped with 912 7mm heavy machine guns. Coupled with the light and heavy weapons carried by the soldiers, this firepower would render them capable of engaging smaller towns, albeit lacking artillery. However, Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin dissuaded this notion, citing that Chaoyang Street is an older thoroughfare with inadequately defined two-lane roads, while civilian vehicles could barely navigate past one another. The presence of large armored assault vehicles would render such passage impossible. With an excess of vehicles, they would either become mired in the streets or be forced to park within the East Campus, which would not only negate their firepower advantage, but also restrict troop mobility. Gu Qingyuan, receptive to the analytical recommendations from the seasoned combat personnel, acquiesced to Wu Bin's advice. The Hummer 3 armored command vehicle, piloted by Gu Qingyuan and Wu Bin, led the convoy, followed by 6 assorted military vehicles as they departed from the underground garage. The gleaming black gun barrels atop the vehicles reflected a sinister glint under the sunlight, emanating an aura of lethal intent. As they traversed the campus road, Gu Chengyuan initiated a communication check with the following vehicles via the onboard intercom, and subsequently, he and Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin utilized the onboard computer's map to finalize the battle deployment. Although the satellite network was compromised, rendering navigation impossible, the onboard map still functioned adequately as a conventional map. Gu Chengyuan, having received training in military map utilization as a new recruit, and Wu Bin, a military academy graduate, adeptly navigated without incident, avoiding any embarrassment associated with misinterpreting military maps. However, if an ordinary person were to take their place, they would likely be at a loss, perhaps even unable to ascertain their location on a map. The two individuals manipulated the map, ultimately deciding to position the battleground at the small eastern gate, the juncture between the school and Chaoyang Street. Chaoyang Street takes on a Y shape, with the bifurcated ends representing the upper and lower streets, while the lower segment connects Chaoyang Street to the small eastern gate. Establishing the front line here is advantageous as it increases the density of zombies, narrows the combat area, amplifies unit firepower, and enhances the effectiveness of penetration and destructive capabilities. Furthermore, the congested environment serves to restrict the zombies' movement. After all, when they sprint, they resemble unleashed wild dogs, exhibiting a rapid and explosive advance. As the convoy entered the eastern campus, sporadic gunfire began to resonate. Due to the lack of prior clearing, the eastern area still harbored a few wandering zombies, predominantly elderly ones with gray hair. This is largely because the Eastern District is in close proximity to residential neighborhoods, where retired seniors frequently utilize the Eastern Campus as a park for activities such as walking and dancing. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Beside the fountain in front of the auditorium, a frail, tall zombie collapsed, blood splattering onto an overturned wheelchair. If the virus did not obliterate the host's consciousness, it could indeed be regarded as a miraculous medical remedy. Gu Qingyuan still recalled that old man, who was said to be a retired faculty member of the school, paralyzed for over 10 years, often pushed by his spouse to watch himself and others dance. This incident had even made it to the campus confession wall, and Gu Qingyuan had laughed heartily upon reading it. Little did he expect that this zombie virus would enable him to stand again, albeit briefly before collapsing once more. As they neared the eastern gate, the command vehicle carrying Gu Chengyuan began to decelerate and come to a halt, while 2 armored assault vehicles, the Manhwa 3, accelerated past, crashing into the barriers flanking the gate. One vehicle on the left and the other on the right effectively blocked the entrance, and suddenly, a rear window of the command vehicle slid open, revealing the muzzle of a 191 assault rifle, which was aimed unhesitatingly at the security booth nestled between the 2 vehicles. Bang, bang, bang. A few precise shots rang out, and the 2 mutated security zombies within the booth toppled backward, their inertia causing them to knock over various items inside, creating a cacophony of clattering noises. The slowly shuffling zombies on the street turned their heads in unison upon hearing the commotion, and upon confirming the presence of the living. They charged forward as if activated by an unseen system, their gaping, pus-dripping maws wide open. Roar! Roar! The 2 machine guns mounted atop the Manhwa 3 armored assault vehicles, under the guidance of the gunners, rattled as the belts of ammunition were unleashed. The gun barrels swung towards the horde, eagerly spewing forth bright yellow tongues of flame. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Both machine guns opened fire simultaneously. However, given the current low density of zombies, they opted for short bursts instead of a continuous spray to conserve ammunition. With the aid of the machine gun's triple magnification, each brief burst was capable of shredding several zombies apart, their entrails, including severed intestines and kidneys, scattering chaotically in all directions. Meanwhile, the other soldiers inside the vehicle, donned in masks and burdened with tactical backpacks, swiftly disembarked, their bodies slightly bent as they executed tactical maneuvers to reach their designated positions, pulling the triggers to fortify their defenses. A preliminary defense line had been established. The voice of the squad leader resonated through the intercom as Gu Qingyuan grasped the device, issuing the next command: all combat personnel, deploy as per the plan. The 3rd platoon, supported by the armored assault vehicles of the 7th squad, is to establish a defense line at my rear. The 3rd platoon acknowledged the order. To ensure safety, Gu Qingyuan allocated a platoon's strength to safeguard the rear. Although the scattered zombies in the eastern district encountered on their journey seemed to pose no significant threat, rendering the deployment of an entire platoon unnecessary. Ancient wisdom counsels: caution ensures the longevity of a vessel. Gu Qingyuan's approach emphasized stability, striving to quash any risks in their infancy. Moreover, given the constraints of the battlefield's expanse, the addition of this platoon would merely hasten the clearing process. However, an ambush from the rear could potentially lead to the collapse of their front lines. There was no need to gamble for the sake of output. Survival was paramount for any chance of contribution. Chapter 45, The Death of Wang Hu. Quickly, follow me. Charge forward. Hurry and seize the shooting positions. The urgency in the air was palpable as the remaining 4 squads from the 1st and 2nd platoons, under the insistence of their leaders, Jia Sanyu and Huang Jiechi, leapt from the transport vehicles and hastened towards the residential buildings on either side of the small eastern gate. Break down the door. Hurry. Jia Sanyu commanded as he led his squad to the 3-story building on the right, observing the tightly shut door. Without hesitation, he opened fire at the approaching zombies. Here they come. Just as he uttered those words, a soldier wielding a battering ram shouted and struck the lock of the security door with a powerful blow. With a resounding crash, the door was splintered open. Go, go, go. 2nd squad, cover the 3rd squad as they enter the building. Watch out for zombies inside. The sound of gunfire erupted as the 2nd squad successfully contained the influx of zombies from the residential area. The 3rd squad, shielded by their comrades, surged in, executing their tactical maneuvers as per their training. Before long, the inside of the building reverberated with gunfire as the squad leader of the 3rd squad led his team to breach, eliminating 7 or 8 zombies that roamed the corridor. Just as they prepared to ascend to the rooftop, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Due to the proximity to the school, the astute homeowners had made simple renovations to their houses, renting them out to students. Each floor contained 4 or 5 rooms, almost all occupied by different households. The cramped quarters led some students to pile their belongings in the corridor, creating a complex environment filled with shoe racks, books, and luggage. Wang Hu, the 3rd squad leader, feeling somewhat relaxed after the easy breaches on the lower floors, had only dispatched a few zombies lurking in the corridor before hastening towards the top floor. However, unbeknownst to him, a fully grown, slick-coated, muscular teddy bear-sized zombie took advantage of the cluttered pile of belongings behind him and lunged forward. Curse it! As Wang Hu turned to ascend the stairs, he suddenly felt an immense force push against his back, causing him to tumble down the staircase. A sharp pain pierced his neck, and as he lost consciousness, he heard the sound of gunfire and what seemed to be someone calling his name. Zhang Jian, who followed closely behind Wang Hu, noticed his squad leader giving an OK hand signal and instinctively assumed that the 3rd floor had been cleared. However, in the split second that he turned his weapon around, a shadow flashed past him. By the time he realized what had happened, he saw his squad leader being tackled by a grotesque, muscular, and grotesquely deformed zombie. Although he should have fired decisively, he hesitated for a moment, fearing friendly fire. Yet, in that fleeting second, the repugnant creature had sunk its teeth into Wang Hu's neck. The delayed bullets struck the zombie teddy bear, spraying blood, yet the creature, now devoid of pain, had already severed Wang Hu's neck. After dispatching Wang Hu, the zombie turned its attention to Zhang Jian, who found himself with no extra time to react as the creature lunged at him from close range. In a moment of haste, Zhang Jian fired a few shots at the charging zombie teddy, but the bullets merely struck its torso, resulting in nothing more than a few spattering blossoms of crimson. Suddenly, a series of gunshots erupted. The zombie Teddy convulsed violently in midair before crashing into Zhang Jian, its head tilting at an unnatural angle as it collapsed atop him. Instinctively, Zhang Jian shut his eyes, yet he did not experience the anticipated pain. Upon opening them, he found the grotesque creature sprawled in his embrace. Its gaping maw filled with a multitude of jagged teeth glistening with bits of flesh, exuding an overwhelming stench that churned the stomach. Is this flesh from the squad leader? A bizarre thought surfaced in his muddled mind. Zhang Jian, are you all right? The voice of Wang Weifeng, the vice squad leader, pierced through his disorientation, pulling him back to reality. I'm fine, Zhang Jian stammered, his voice trembling. This was the second time he had faced death so closely. Once, he had witnessed the squad leader being bitten right before his eyes, and now, he had narrowly escaped a similar fate. Then get up quickly. With that, Wang Weifeng dashed toward Wang Hu, crouching to inspect the gaping, irregular wound on Wang Hu's neck, roughly the size of a palm. The trachea and carotid artery had been brutally severed, blood pooling beneath his body. After a brief moment of silence, Wang Weifeng gently closed Wang Hu's wide, incredulous eyes with his gloved hand, murmuring softly as if addressing Wang Hu, yet also speaking to himself. No one dares to believe that it could be oneself who dies. But we are indeed mere mortals. To the building. Let us combat this wretched apocalypse. Chapter 46. The Resurrection of the Monkey Troop with a resounding bang. The gunfire rang out, a bullet piercing through the center of Wang Hu's brow. Wang Weifeng led his men, heedless of backward glances, as they surged onto the rooftop. The soldiers, bearing a 5.8mm caliber squad machine gun, swiftly located a gap in the railing support post, deploying the weapon with precision. Under Wang Weifeng's command, the remaining soldiers hastily took their positions, their movements efficient and purposeful. Wang Weifeng promptly issued the command for unrestricted fire. In mere seconds, the rooftop of the opposing guest house erupted with a cacophony of gunfire, as second platoon leader Huang Jiaqing and his men seized the high ground, launching a counteroffensive against the advancing horde. The relentless tide of undead was momentarily halted and visibly pushed back by a barrage of metal projectiles, stalling just meters from the small eastern gate. In the center, two squads coordinated their efforts with the dual 12.7mm caliber heavy machine guns mounted atop the Mengshi 3 armored assault vehicle, delivering devastating blows to the throng of corpses. These 3 points of fire combined to form a ferocious trident of destruction, the frenzied tongues of flame weaving an immense net of fire that tore into the undead horde, which crumpled like wheat in a tempest. Before the might of the 12.7mm tungsten core projectiles, the zombies were as fragile as tissue paper. As the barrage swept through, clouds of crimson mist erupted, saturating the air with a pungent scent of blood, while shattered flesh and gore splattered across the surroundings. The once bustling and vibrant Choyang food street had transformed into a gruesome meat grinder, mercilessly pulverizing the advancing undead. With a thud, Lin Zijuan, standing atop the Mengshi 3, felt a fierce gust of wind whip past his scalp, followed by a resounding crash from behind. Instinctively, he turned to glance back. An electric motorcycle had crashed into a heap of refuse, shattering a rigid plastic garbage bin and even chipping the sturdy concrete ground beneath. At that moment, the voice of Gu Qingyuan crackled through the radio. Attention all units. We have encountered a powerful variant of zombie. Exercise caution against thrown projectiles. Snipers, commence operations. Locate and eliminate within 1 minute. The sniper team acknowledged the order. Gu Qingyuan and Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin sat in the rear seat of the vehicle, studying the military map displayed on the onboard computer, integrating data relayed in real time by the observers, marking points of interest on the map. The first casualty had been reported just moments ago. Platoon leader Jia Saniyu informed them that 2nd Squad leader Wang Hu had fallen victim to a stealthy attack by a zombie dog during the assault on the building. Wang Weifeng had now assumed command in Wang Hu's stead. Listening to Deputy Commander Wu Bin's report, Gu Qingyuan fell into a brief silence before responding. What if we consider Wang Hu as a case study? Once this battle concludes, it is imperative that we conduct a cautionary lesson for everyone. Sacrifice is the highest tribute of a soldier, yet not the greatest contribution. Such avoidable losses must serve as a valuable lesson. Upon hearing Gu Qingyuan's words, Deputy Commander Wu Bin's eyes shone with approval. He had been concerned about how Gu Qingyuan would take the news, considering that just days prior, he had been an ordinary university student. However, Gu Qingyuan's current performance has evidently surpassed his expectations. Compassion does not command troops. Righteousness does not manage wealth. A competent commander must learn to perceive the essence beneath appearances, extracting meaning from the superficial. In the wake of casualties, one should not merely focus on the losses themselves, but rather contemplate the significance behind them or the values that lie beyond the casualties. This is not a manifestation of Gu Qingyuan's cold-heartedness. Rather, it reflects the awareness shared by all soldiers that they must always be prepared for sacrifice. If one were to linger in sorrow over personal losses, the commander would be rendered useless in warfare, weeping from beginning to end without accomplishing anything. Contact squad leader Lu Chong. Instruct him to heighten vigilance. I have an ominous premonition. Understood. The communications soldier within the vehicle promptly relayed Gu Qingyuan's orders. At the school's fountain, Lu Chong, accompanied by his squad, established a rear defensive line utilizing the Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle as a firepower center. Listening to the dense gunfire at the school gate, Lu Chong felt a surge of restlessness. Having recently been promoted to squad leader from his previous position as the original class leader during the military expansion conference, he was eager to prove himself. Damn it. It's so intense up front, yet here there are hardly any zombies. Huh, are there any zombies? Little Ben, show me. I propose we send our squad up as well. One squad is sufficient to hold this position. Otherwise, fighting zombies feels akin to chasing monsters. As Lu Chong idly bantered with the communications soldier, a sudden light sound echoed, as if something had struck the soldier's tactical helmet. Damn it, who threw something at me? If you're a dog, bark. If you're a person, show yourself. The communications soldier, known for his rough demeanor, cursed impulsively. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chong chuckled. Waving his large hand at the soldier, you're overreacting. Who would throw something at you? There are hardly any zombies here. It's probably just a pine cone falling from a tree. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Chong's tactical helmet was struck with a thud. A rock the size of a fist hit him, and though cushioned by the shock-absorbent layer, it still jolted his head. You son of a, who threw that at me? Come out. I'll make you regret it. Cursing, Lu Chong raised his QCQ submachine gun and disengaged the safety. Bang, bang, bang. A dark shadow swooped down from the sky, and Lu Chong shouted, Air raid. He swiftly rolled to the side of the Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle, a surprising agility that belied his large frame. However, the other soldiers, engrossed in shooting zombies, were not so fortunate. Several were caught off guard, screaming in pain. Although wearing tactical helmets, the stones were painful enough to cause considerable discomfort. What the hell? Where did those stones come from? That hurts. Damn it, this is killing me. From the northeast trees. Squad 9, maintain vigilance against ground zombies. Squads 7 and 8, fire at will. Taking cover behind the armored assault vehicle. Lu Chong quickly deduced the enemy's position based on the trajectory of the stones. Damn it, it's that group of wild monkeys from last time. Upon recognizing the assailants, Lu Chong let out a furious curse, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger with the rifle but pressed against his shoulder, sweeping towards the northeasternwards. At that moment, the Monkey King, positioned behind the troop of monkeys at the treetops, let out a piercing scream as he observed the human's weapon pointed in his direction. The troop of monkeys promptly began to scatter and retreat, seeking refuge deeper within the forest. Chapter 47. The emergence of the corpse tide. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the troop of monkeys, yet, owing to the timely retreat of their leader, only a few unfortunate creatures fell victim, emitting piteous cries. What on earth are you doing? Not a single one downed. Your aim is atrocious. You'd better practice your shooting tonight. Lu Chong cursed in exasperation, his vigilance towards the monkey horde reaching unprecedented heights. Previously, the skirmish on Shuefu Street had led Lu Chong to believe these foolish monkeys had succumbed to the virus, mindlessly charging towards the gunfire. However, it now appeared that they possessed a semblance of guerrilla tactics, striking and retreating with remarkable swiftness, displaying no inclination for prolonged combat. Moreover, their behavior suggested a capacity for grudges. Had it not been for the foresight of their superior in preemptively preparing for such an eventuality, a stealthy ambush from these creatures might have resulted in casualties. What troubled Lu Chong the most was the difficulty in dealing with these monkeys, lurking in the shadows, occasionally darting out to jab at him before fleeing. This was exceedingly vexing. Should he allocate sufficient forces for defense, they would feign an attack, yet if he did not, he risked a formidable onslaught. Forget it, let the higher-ups worry about it. I'm merely a squad leader. Overthinking this will only lead to baldness. With that thought, Lu Chong rubbed his forehead, attempting to soothe his receding hairline, while calling over to the communications soldier beside him. Xiao Ben, hand me the walkie-talkie. I just broke mine. Commander, this is Lu Chong. This is Lu Chong. Upon hearing the calm and magnetic voice of Gu Qingyuan emanating from the walkie-talkie, Lu Chang's restless heart instantly found solace, his tone becoming steadier. My third squad was ambushed by the mutated monkeys, but there were no casualties. Preliminary assessments suggest they are the same group from Shuefu Street. The monkeys hurled stones at us, missed, and then retreated with remarkable decisiveness. These creatures appear to possess considerable intelligence. Received. Continue to heighten vigilance. Listening to the ever-calm voice on the walkie-talkie, Lu Chong opened his mouth to emphasize a point, but ultimately refrained from pressing the talk button. Gu Qingyuan was not surprised by the appearance of the monkey horde. As relatives of humanity, monkeys are inherently intelligent and possess a strong sense of vengeance. Gu Qingyuan had suspected the intelligence of the mutated monkeys during the earlier skirmish. For unlike the equally infected zombies, monkeys could run. This alone was telling. However, the casualties inflicted by the third squad were relatively minor. A more pressing concern loomed. According to reconnaissance reports, the zombies in the Shishui area, including Qinghua, Taiyan, and Wangshui streets, appeared to be moving in this direction. The combined number of zombies from these streets likely totaled in the tens of thousands, and if this trend continued, localized extermination efforts would swiftly transform into a defensive battle. The cascading effect could very well turn the clearance of Chaoyang Street into a catalyst, inciting a massive horde of zombies from the entire Shibei area, potentially attracting hundreds of thousands. With merely a company of soldiers at his disposal, Gu Qingyuan doubted even a battalion could hold the line against such overwhelming odds. In the current circumstances, the most prudent course of action is to seek a swift resolution. To minimize the time spent on the aftermath, Gu Qingyuan has summoned Zhao Jie, preparing to have the militia team transported to the site. The objective is to concurrently clear the undead and manage the battlefield. Otherwise, should a tide of tens of thousands of zombies materialize, the efforts would be in vain if the cleanup cannot be executed promptly. Zhao Jie and the militia team arrived in a remarkably short span of time. Within 10 minutes, they were on the scene. Once equipped with protective gear, they swiftly entered under Zhao Jie's command, one hand grasping a bag, the other wielding a pickaxe. The militia, having previously engaged in battlefield cleanup on Shuefu Street, believed they had sufficiently fortified their resilience. However, it became apparent that they had either overestimated their capabilities or underestimated Gu Qingyuan's faith in them. Despite the soldiers instinctively elevating their weapons to avoid friendly fire as the militia commenced their work, the task proved daunting for those scrambling amidst the heaps of corpses, trembling as they collected the zombie brain cores. Who could comprehend this? The leaders commanded them to sift through the bodies, striking them one by one. Yet the relentless bullets whizzing overhead added an entirely different layer of peril. Gu Qingyuan, seated within the command vehicle, observed the noticeably diminished pace of collection with a sense of resignation, yet he refrained from urging them on. After all, it was indeed rather unkind of him to expect them to undertake such a hazardous endeavor amidst a hail of gunfire. The mere fact that they had mustered the courage to enter was, in itself, a remarkable feat. He could only hope that the horde would not materialize and that they could collect as much as possible. Meanwhile, in the nearby neighborhoods of Chaoyang Street, the surviving inhabitants were far more exhilarated by the gunfire than by the presence of zombies. Particularly, the survivors located within the Yonghui supermarket on Qinghua Street. Chapter 48. Summon the Armored Squad. Yonghui Supermarket is a 24-hour convenience store located at the end of Qinghua Street. When the apocalypse erupted, Zhang Chao, who had just awakened from a late night at the nearby Kaihuan nightclub, with disheveled hair and bleary eyes, sat with his 4 subordinates at one of the dining tables within the supermarket, enjoying a lunch of freshly purchased delicacies. However, there was a more significant purpose behind their meal: to admire the high school girls in their uniforms and short skirts from Qinghua High School who came and went. As a prestigious private institution, the students of Qinghua High often come from affluent backgrounds. It is said that money nurtures people. Thus, the girls exude a graceful demeanor, radiating confidence from within, their figures elegant and well-developed, many adorned with delicate makeup. The advantage of youth and the distinction in demeanor meant that even when made up, their attire lacked the alluring aura of the nightclub girls. Every time Zhang Chao mentioned bringing his subordinates to observe the high school girls, he harbored a deeply hidden secret. His gaze was indeed fixated on one girl in particular, Xiong Yuding, a radiant beauty whose very name felt like a sacrilege to utter in admiration. Since Yonghui Supermarket was run by a retired couple renowned for their delectable cooked dishes, a multitude of students, unwilling to dine in the school cafeteria, frequently fabricated excuses to venture out for lunch. It was during one such occasion that Zhang Chao fortuitously encountered Xiong Yuding in the convenience store. From that moment on, the dazzling girl embedded herself deeply in his heart, becoming the lone sentiment he could never articulate amidst the bravado of his usual bravado. On the day the apocalypse commenced, Zhang Chao, as per his routine, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived at Yonghui supermarket just before class dismissal. Seated at the dining area, he exuded a carefree demeanor, engaging in ribald jokes with his companions and occasionally critiquing the passing girls, his lewd laughter causing them to frown in disapproval. Yet, his attention remained unwaveringly fixated on the entrance, dreading the possibility of missing a single moment. Each time the cheerful welcome resounded, he instinctively turned his gaze toward the door. When the 48th greeting echoed, a beam of light illuminated the entrance in Zhang Chao's eyes, and time seemed to slow. A girl entered, clad in a white shirt and a blue plaid pleated skirt, her high ponytail bobbing as she walked and wearing round-toed leather shoes, bringing with her a breeze that carried the fragrance of gardenias. Standing at an estimated height of nearly 1.7 meters, beneath her pleated skirt were long, captivating legs that seemed to have stepped straight out of a comic, a slender waist that could be grasped with ease, and a shirt straining at the seams. Her fair, subtly made-up face featured twinkling eyes, a proud nose, and lips like polished rubies. Her laughter shared with friends radiating warmth akin to the sun, leaving Zhang Chao spellbound, oblivious to his subordinates calling out to him. Yet, this exquisite tableau was shattered in an instant. A sudden frenzy among the crowd, splattering blood and flesh, and anguished cries transformed this dreamlike noon into a scene drenched in dark crimson. Among the instigators of this turmoil lies Xiong Yuding. She is transformed into a grotesque entity. Her once bright eyes now embody a lifeless gray, saturated with a ravenous thirst for blood. Her slender, elongated fingers have sprouted obsidian, razor-sharp nails, and her once alluring pearly teeth have morphed into a gaping maw, fissured to the very roots of her ears, brimming with dense, menacing fangs akin to the jaws of a shark. Yet, what does it matter? Zhang Chao continues to revere her as a deity. Armed with a butcher's knife from the supermarket's preparation area, drawing upon years of martial training and the ruthless tenacity honed in the shadows of society, he is genuinely committed to her protection. Zhang Chao has succumbed to madness. As the chaotic scene within the Yonghui supermarket settled into a semblance of calm, Zhang Chao leaned against a shelf, panting heavily, the blade of the knife he wielded, now dulled and stained, pointing downward, dripping with dark crimson droplets. He gently traced the deep, bone-exposed gashes on his face, his fingertips smeared with warm, fresh blood that bore the metallic tang of rust, bringing it to his lips for a tentative taste. This image, etched into the minds of the survivors, was far more striking than the grotesque visage of the zombies. For it was Zhang Chao alone who had felled 8 of these fiends with a single blade. This incident has become legendary among the old and new survivors of Yonghui, recounted with reverence. As the most resource-rich location in the vicinity, Yonghui Supermarket has become the refuge of choice for numerous survivors fleeing the apocalypse. Consequently, the number of survivors has steadily increased over the many days of this cataclysm. With the influx of newcomers, the atmosphere inevitably became a melting pot of diverse personalities, some of whom, in their folly, sought to prey upon the female students sheltered within Yonghui. However, when one such individual met his demise, his head placed atop the counter in place of a fortune cat, the mood within the refuge shifted to one of tempered civility and decorum. What is that sound of firecrackers? Wang Kaisen, huddled in a corner of the supermarket, suddenly opened her eyes and pressed her ear against the wall. Moments later, her voice rose an octave, trembling with anticipation. There truly are firecrackers. Wait, is this a joke? Where? Let me listen. The Yonghui supermarket, previously a stagnant void, erupted in fervent excitement. Despite the ample supplies within, the oppressive darkness had rendered each individual as isolated as a castaway, with despair and fear for the future prevailing as the dominant sentiments. The sounds from outside ignited a spark of exhilaration among the survivors within. But this was no mere firecracker, it was unmistakably the sound of gunfire, intense and relentless. An enthusiastic member of a shooting club from the time before the apocalypse exclaimed, "Gunfire! The military has arrived! Good heavens! Are we to be saved?" Finally, I was on the brink of collapse. Upon hearing the news of the military's appearance, many survivors in the supermarket wept tears of joy. Could this prolonged period of despair, devoid of hope, finally be coming to an end? Yet, amidst the collective jubilation of the crowd, Zhang Chao in the lounge furrowed his brow. The setting sun bled into the horizon, casting a golden hue across the sky, while dusk enveloped the earth like a flowing tide, obscuring the landscape's contours. Somewhere, A raven cawed mournfully, adding to the haunting atmosphere. Gu Chengyuan and Deputy Commander Wu Bin sat within the command vehicle, each cradling a meal box in silence, the atmosphere steeped in tension. The gunfire from the Eastern District's small gate persisted, unrelenting, showing no signs of abating. For over 6 hours since noon, the density of zombies remained unabated. The narrow end of Chaoyang Street had transformed entirely into a hellish battleground, with corpses of the undead piled high, nearly 2 meters tall. While the putrid blood coalesced into a torrent, gushing through the antiquated drainage ditches flanking the street, Gu Chengyuan was unaware of how many zombies he had slain, only knowing that he had resupplied ammunition twice, resulting in an expenditure of over 1,000 currency units for the entire battalion. However, the rewards were equally impressive. Thanks to the efforts of the militia team, the system now displayed a total of 13,452 currency units. Report, Commander. Zhao Jia's voice echoed from outside the vehicle. Wu Bin opened the door, and after taking a bite of his meal, Gu Chengyuan turned his gaze to Zhao Jia. Commander, here are the recently collected zombie cores. A total of 282, Zhao Jia announced, as Pu Guangqiang, standing outside, extended his hand to receive the black satchel. Have the militia team members eaten? Gu Chengyuan inquired, choosing not to mention the course. Report, Commander. The militia members are taking turns to eat, to ensure the efficiency of core collection. We rotate 10 members at a time for meals, and currently, 30 members have finished their dining. At this, Gu Chengyuan's expression softened with satisfaction. Excellent. Organization is key. We must proceed in an orderly fashion. By the way, is everyone safe? No injuries? Report, Commander. Following the lessons learned from the previous injuries, we have implemented significant reforms. Now, all personnel entering the field are equipped with padded trousers and jackets, and they wear 3 layers of gloves. It may be a bit warm, but safety has greatly improved. This reform is commendable. You are a capable individual. I trust you with the militia team. Upon receiving Gu Chengyuan's praise, Zhao Jia felt a surge of emotion. His relentless efforts to lead the militia team were driven by the desire for such recognition. With Gu Chengyuan's endorsement, his standing felt more secure. After Zhao Jia departed, Gu Chengyuan converted the cores from the black bag into system currency before Wu Bin. System exchanged successful currency 1410 current currency 14862. Gazing at the system's display of 14,862 currency units, Gu Chengyuan promptly chose to recruit an armored infantry platoon. System, recruiting an armored infantry platoon. Chapter 49, 04, A infantry fighting vehicle ding. Please select placement. Concealed placement. The armored infantry platoon will appear beside the host in 10 minutes. Please be attentive. Upon hearing the successful summoning notification from the system, Gu Chengyuan felt a significant alleviation of the gravity that had shrouded his thoughts. Initially, it was intended that all these resources would be converted into infantry squads, yielding an entire infantry company. However, given the current battlefield conditions and reconnaissance feedback, it seemed that the movements of the zombies in the entire creek area had been stirred by his actions like a butterfly effect, subtly indicating a trend towards this direction. While this remained speculative for the time being, it had become a fact that zombies were congregating in the surrounding blocks. Otherwise, from noon until now, the zombies on the small Chaoyang Street Wunti have remained largely intact, nor would there have been any notable change in their density. Faced with what appeared to be an inexhaustible horde of zombies, even Gu Chengyuan, equipped with the system, felt a twinge of anxiety and irritation, perpetually sensing a lack of firepower. After conferring with Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, he resolved to replace the infantry company with an armored platoon, primarily for the 100mm smoothbore cannon and laser-guided artillery missiles mounted on the infantry fighting vehicles. This decision would significantly bolster their firepower. After all, relying solely on machine guns as heavy weaponry left them feeling precarious in the face of potential unforeseen circumstances. Approximately 10 minutes later, the thunderous rumble of tracks grinding against the ground echoed as 404A infantry fighting vehicles, illuminated by their night lights, emerged from the shaded campus road in the Eastern District like fierce beasts. The 3rd platoon, serving as a vigilant force, promptly dispatched personnel to intercept them, capturing the attention of the militia members who were resting and dining. Hey, old Tang, look, here comes the big guys again, exclaimed a militia member, excitedly nudging his companion with his elbow while perched on the curb with his meal box. Wow, armored vehicles. How impressive, shouted the man known as Old Tang, his exhilaration piquing the interest of other militia members. Look at that cannon. It packs a punch compared to a machine gun. One shot, and it'll have the zombies wailing. I was thinking we might need to retreat, but it seems the higher-ups are determined to take Chaoyang Street. Old Tang murmured to his nearby companions. This sentiment resonated within the militia, as they collectively perceived that capturing Chaoyang Street might be an unattainable goal, prompting thoughts of retreat. After all, the shells that had rained down since noon were piling up like small mountains, and the density of the zombies showed no signs of diminishing. It was evident to any discerning observer that this small unit could not sustain an endless supply of ammunition against the relentless horde of zombies. The lack of cost-effectiveness was apparent. Though they were uncertain what purpose collecting these shattered skulls served, it was clear they could not be transformed into ammunition. In a scenario where the input did not equate to the output, retreating seemed the wisest choice. Yet, the arrival of 4 armored vehicles caught them off guard. Old Tang, where do you think this unit came from? I haven't seen them before, inquired a militia member. They must have come from some military base. It's best not to pry too much into military matters. They're confidential. Be careful, or you might get shot. Unbeknownst to the survivors, Gucheng Yuan, accompanied by Wu Bin, had arrived at the checkpoint established by the 3rd platoon. From the foremost armored personnel carrier descended 5 individuals, while 11 emerged from the 2nd vehicle. And the remaining 2 each released 10. Upon noticing Gucheng Yuan's approach, the entire armored infantry platoon swiftly organized into 4 neat rows, with the first 3 rows comprising 10 personnel each, and the 4th row containing 5. At ease. Attention. Reporting to the commanding officer, I am Li Kuan, the captain of the Armored Infantry Company, presenting my platoon of soldiers to you. For armored personnel carriers? A company commander? It was only then that Gucheng Yuan grasped the situation. The initial summoning of 2,000 gold coins likely represented the recruitment fee for company-level officers, intended to establish a command structure, along with the provision of a command vehicle for the captain. At ease. Yes. Gucheng Yuan gazed with exhilaration at the armored infantry platoon, noting 2 captains and 1 lieutenant, corresponding to the roles of company commander, deputy commander, and platoon leader. Good heavens! Just moments ago, he had been quietly criticizing the system, unaware that the system's benevolence was akin to a father's unwavering love. With 2,000 gold coins, he had acquired 2 company-level officers and a valuable infantry vehicle worth 4,000. This stroke of fortune felt akin to Emperor Qin Shi Huang discovering electricity, an absolute win. Chapter 50. The Blood Mine Project. The sounds of gunfire echoed through the night, with a relentless cadence of da-da-da-da-da and the thunderous booms of explosions resonating until 8 o'clock. Darkness enveloped the eastern campus, illuminated only by the lights of armored vehicles and the fiery tongues of various armaments. In the intermittent lulls of fire, distant booms could be heard, followed by colossal fireballs erupting amidst the piles of corpses, their brilliant light casting a glow over much of the street. After being violently torn asunder by 100mm shells, the remnants of human bodies scattered in irregular motions. Tactical squads, stationed at the street corners, might find themselves fortunate enough to receive charred and hardened remnants of unknown origin descending from above. For instance, a piece of scorched animal hide or a small digit bone. Either would have garnered significant societal concern before the apocalypse. Yet here, in this desolate world, the unfortunate soldiers struck by such remains could only exclaim in astonishment, "Wow! A relic!" Before casually discarding it like refuse, their focus swiftly returning to tightening their grip on the triggers, eager to compensate for the precious seconds lost with a more rapid rate of fire. The density of the undead showed no signs of abating, and the battlefield's trajectory was aligning with the assessments of Gucheng Yuan and Deputy Commander Wu Bin. What was initially intended to be a decisive annihilation had devolved into a protracted struggle, a reality neither man found themselves flustered by. Although the developments exceeded expectations, they understood that reality does not unfold like scripted narratives in an RPG. They had long been prepared for such a divergence. Inside the armored command vehicle, the back seats were reclined, and both men lay at an angle, bathed in the soft, yellowish glow of the overhead light, creating an unexpectedly tranquil atmosphere. They had just received a report from the drone unit, revealing through reconnaissance images that the northern part of the creek area had seen the undead coalesce from a dispersed state into dense clusters across 9 streets. These conglomerates of corpses now resembled quicksand. Wherever a piece was missing, others would float to fill the void, effectively sealing it. Chaoyang Street had become the outlet for this quicksand. Fortunately, the majority of the undead remained oblivious to the situation on Chaoyang Street, aimlessly filling gaps. Only upon entering the northern streets of the creek area did a faint agitation emerge. However, the aggressive attacks would only be incited within a few streets surrounding Chaoyang. As Wu Bin handed Gucheng Yuan the printed aerial photographs from the drone, he He continued, "We currently have two options. One is to disregard Chaoyang Street and make a swift withdrawal, allowing the quicksand to spill forth. If we escape quickly, the loss of target will enable them to be dispersed across the eastern campus. This would liberate us from the pressure and danger posed by the tens of millions of undead in the Northern Creek area. The second option is to fortify the defenses along Chaoyang Street, transforming it into a firepower stronghold with a permanent garrison. By leveraging the narrow terrain, we could firmly grasp the neck of this undead tide, ensuring it continues to bleed. However, the drawback lies in the fact that a significant portion of our strength is constrained in the early stages, compelling us to bear the risk of a full-scale outbreak of the undead due to unforeseen circumstances." After Wu Bin expressed these thoughts, a profound silence enveloped the vehicle, interrupted only by the faint rustling of photographs as Gucheng Yuan turned them over. This tranquility persisted for approximately 2 minutes until Gucheng Yuan ceased his perusal. Presenting the photographs to Pu Guangqiang in the back seat, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Wu Bin. "I desire both of our plans. What is our objective in exterminating the zombies? Is it to liberate the occupied territories? Not entirely. Is it to amass resources? Not wholly. Is it to rescue survivors? Merely a secondary concern. Our true aim is to acquire the brain cores of the undead. We must plunder resources from the zombies to facilitate our development. Presently, we have the opportunity to constrict this slender vein of blood on Chaoyang Street, safely draining the undead. How can we let go? Should we release our grip? The horde will invade the eastern district, and the scale of the zombie surge will multiply exponentially, transforming a vein into an artery. With our current strength, not only can we not hold it, we wouldn't even dare to touch it. The western district will also face oppression, forcing us to live cautiously like mice, fearful of provoking them. Our development will resemble that of a rodent stealing scraps, daring only to pilfer a morsel from the zombies while remaining vigilant against discovery, lest we lose our nest or be crushed by a horde numbering in the tens or hundreds of thousands. But what if we secure this vein?" At this juncture, Gu Qingyuan paused, his gaze piercing as he looked at Wu Bin. "We must keep the enemy at bay. The vast and intricate expanse of the eastern campus, combined with its distance from the western campus, creates a substantial buffer zone. The narrow terrain of Chaoyang Street, coupled with the current fluid-like state of the zombie horde, can indeed be transformed into a continuous bloodletting for the undead, establishing a stable brain core production site for us. Therefore, why not implement both plans concurrently? Should Plan A, our brain core mine, falter, and the horde erupt uncontrollably, we can then execute Plan B. For now, our focus must be on how to construct this location into a viable mining site." Chapter 50. The construction of the blood mine. Beep beep beep. Attention! Please be cautious while reversing. The taillights of a transport vehicle, caked in yellow mud, glimmer ominously in the darkness. Hurry, everyone! Clear the way. Reverse. Reverse. Keep reversing. Good. The bricklaying team is swiftly transporting bricks to the wall building crew. Move quickly. Each member of the cement team carries a bag towards the signpost. Kaianshin, clutching a megaphone, stands atop the fountain near the East District gate, urging everyone to hasten their movements. Everyone, be agile. The zombie horde is advancing rapidly. We are racing against time. It is imperative to establish a defensive structure before dawn. To survive, for the sake of our wives and children in the rear. After finalizing the blood mine plan, Gucheng Yuan and Wu Bin immediately notified Kaianshin via radio to organize the personnel for execution. However, to mitigate potential backlash, the true purpose of the blood mine plan was publicly framed as a defense against the uncontrolled horde of zombies, aimed at ensuring the safety of survivors. Even the plan's title was altered to the Project Wall of Hope, to further enhance work efficiency and consider the emotional state of the survivors. They exaggerated the danger and urgency of the zombie threat on Chaoyang Street, instilling a sense of imminent peril that the horde could breach at any moment. The effectiveness of this approach was evident. Within 10 minutes of the radio broadcast at 9 o'clock, the first batch of nearly 100 construction workers had already arrived at the East Campus. Half an hour later, survivors from the adjacent construction site brought in engineering transport vehicles loaded with building materials. From the West District, a staggering 638 able-bodied men had come forth. Kaianshin, with his robust command over field operations, efficiently directed the proceedings. As most survivors were students or office workers, he designated a select few construction workers as the leadership corps. By pairing the experienced with the novices, the survivors quickly adapted. His central command and coordination allowed this makeshift engineering team to operate with commendable organization. The primary reason for this smooth operation was the looming threat of zombies hanging over everyone, in the face of death, no one dared to falter. Additionally, the defensive construction was not overly complex, requiring only basic physical strength to move bricks and mix cement. The project primarily involved constructing a reliable barricade along the 3 pathways leading from the small square at the East District gate into the campus. The first phase aimed for a barricade height of 6 meters, approximately 2 stories, while the thickness facing the zombies needed to reach half a meter. The wall would feature shooting ports on both the upper and lower levels, with the top sealed to prevent aerial assaults by the undead. The second phase would establish fortifications based on the barricade, providing shelter for stationed soldiers to rest, wash, and dine. 3 fortifications would connect in a linear formation, effectively trapping the horde within the small square of the East District. A crucial element of the Blood Mine plan was the construction of an electric sliding door at the East District's small gate. When a designated number of zombies were neutralized in the small square, this sliding door would descend like a reservoir dam, temporarily halting the influx of the horde. Meanwhile, militia and logistical personnel could then enter the square to utilize a combination of manual labor and machinery to transport the zombie carcasses to a secure area for brain extraction and incineration. In this manner, not only has the safety of logistics personnel in extracting zombie brain cores been enhanced, but it also aids in controlling the accumulation of zombie corpses, thereby mitigating the risks of epidemics and the hazards posed by elevated terrain. Within the armored command vehicle of the brave warriors, the soft glow emitted by the pale yellow interior lights creates a gentle ambience. Yu Chengyuan reclines on a fully reclined seat, a military green blanket draped over him. He had only just fallen asleep when he was roused by the sounds of a report from outside. Startled, he instinctively raised his hand to check his tactical watch, which read 2:13. Simultaneously, a white flash streaked across the horizon, illuminating the trees outside the window in a ghostly pallor, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Like a silver serpent tracing the heavens, Gu Chengyuan would have been startled by such an abrupt sound before the apocalypse. However, now, merely hearing the booming cannonade was enough to almost desensitize his ears, rendering him impervious to such noise. Enter. Upon receiving permission, the door was opened by Zhao Jie, who appeared in a raincoat stained with blood, his fatigued eyes laced with crimson, complemented by the distant lightning illuminating the scene, resembling a malevolent figure from a dark tale. Report, Chief. This is the new zombie brain core, Zhao Jie declared, handing a travel bag to Pu Guangqiang, who stood guard at the door. The hand that held the bag, in stark contrast to his disheveled attire, seemed almost deliberately washed, presenting a pristine appearance. Gu Chengyuan, disregarding the nauseating stench emanating from Zhao Jie, inquired with concern, "Didn't Ti instruct you to rotate shifts? Why aren't you resting?" Report, Chief. I have conveyed your orders, but everyone is aware of the zombie tide crisis, and the militia brothers have voluntarily requested to work overtime. Although we are uncertain of the brain core's significance, witnessing hundreds of brothers in the Western District laboring through the night, we wish to contribute our share. Faced with Zhao Jie's flushed but resolute eyes, Gu Chengyuan could only shake his head in resignation. If you feel unwell, you must rest promptly. Your health is of utmost importance. Yes, Chief. I shall continue to extract brain cores. Watching Zhao Jie hurriedly depart, Gu Chengyuan opened the travel bag, which was filled to the brim. System exchange. Ding. Converting. Conversion successful. As the words fell, the brain cores within the travel bag instantly lost their luster, dimming to a shadowy state. Funds 7786 total funds. 10332 Chapter 51. The Resurrection of the Undead? Devoid of any mystical elements, this is a pure apocalypse, lacking in phantoms or celestial beings. Thunder rumbled as silver lightning cleaved through the dense black clouds, revealing a sliver of the indistinct distant mountains. Torrential rain cascaded down like a burst dam, pounding against the eaves of the trees, coalescing into a waterfall that hung from the awning of the Yonghui supermarket. The howling wind, akin to the wails of tormented spirits, swept through the streets, swirling the sheets of rain into a tempest, as opposing gusts collided and tore at each other in a chaotic dance. In the restroom of the Yonghui supermarket lounge, the transformed corpse of Xiong Yuding lay submerged in a bathtub, leaving only her head exposed. Her pallid face, marred by intricate blue veins, bore twisted, dark red scriptures inscribed with a brush. The mouth, torn asunder by the transformation, was masked by a copper coin facade woven with red string. Zhang Chao knelt before the tub, draped in a black robe, his right arm adorned with countless scars from incisions. His gaze tranquil as he murmured incantations. The sun and moon unveiled the spectral demons, defying the heavens. With the outbreak of the apocalypse, Zhang Chao, having subdued Xiong Yuding, believed he could finally possess her entirely. Yet, in her zombie state, She had morphed into a bloodthirsty beast devoid of reason. This reality was unbearable for Zhang Chao. He could not accept that the woman who had once radiated beauty had now become a monster confined to a cage. He pondered whether, by transforming Yuding into a zombie, she might regain her intellect. With his limited education, Zhang Chao found himself at a loss. Placing his hopes on the mystical realm, or rather, he perceived this apocalypse as a calamity descending from the enigmatic. His thoughts were influenced by familial legacy. His ancestors had long been practitioners of yin and yang, a lineage that had only ceased with his father, who turned away from the path of a wandering Taoist in favor of more lucrative pursuits. Although he did not pursue the Taoist way, Zhang Chao, raised as a left-behind child under his grandfather's care, was not immersed in the likes of Andersen's fairy tales, but rather in peculiar tomes such as 300 Explanations of Yin Corpses, Secrets of Raising Corpses from Mang Mountain, and Illustrated Guide to Dual Cultivation of Yin Corpses. What he once deemed ordinary now proved unexpectedly useful. Zhang Chao buried Xiong Yuding's body in the restroom's 4 yin zones, crafting a dilapidated arrangement with the bathtub. The soil for the burial was clandestinely taken from beneath an ancient locust tree by the public restroom, known for its extreme yin properties. The copper coin mask adorning her face was sourced from a nearby pawn shop, crafted from 5 imperial coins, reputed to capture the last breath of the deceased. Utilizing feng shui to nurture the corpse and the copper coin mask to gather energy, Zhang Chao altered his daily offering of crow's blood to his own, hoping that upon her transformation, Xiong Yuding would recognize him as her master. Tonight, at the stroke of midnight, as 2 days converged and yin and yang inverted, the moment of the zombie's rebirth would finally arrive. Yuding, everything I do is for your own good. I believe you will recover. After reciting the incantation, Zhang Chao remained in his kneeling posture, his eyes filled with tenderness as he slowly reached out, seemingly to caress the haunting visage of Xiong Yuding. Beep, beep. At that moment, the clock within the supermarket struck 12, the chimes resonating through the silence. Xiong Yuding, with her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide, revealing only the whites of her eyes. Witnessing this, Zhang Chao exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he let out a low, ecstatic laugh. Haha, Yuding, Yuding. You have finally awakened. Oh, Yuding, no one shall ever separate us again. Yuding, you must be hungry. He rambled incoherently, staggering to his feet. In his fervor, the dark robe he wore slipped away, revealing his severely decayed flesh. The skin on his upper body had largely disintegrated, exposing crimson ribs clinging to shredded remnants of meat. With the faint rhythm of his heartbeat discernible within, his only intact area, the back, appeared crumpled and layered like dragon scales. Yet, Zhang Chao seemed utterly unfazed. Hastily seizing a platter beside him laden with dozens of translucent crystal cores, which reflected an eerie red glow under the dim, crimson candlelight, he picked one up and gently fed it to the gaping mouth of Xiong Yuding, as if offering her a grape. Yuding, you must eat more, so you can recover swiftly. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the night, casting a ghostly pallor over Zhang Chao's sinister visage, revealing a network of blue veins pulsating beneath his skin. Chapter 52, Prime Minister's Town. Prime Minister's Town, located in the southwestern region of Yezhou Province, is a subordinate township of the Southwest Ethnic Autonomous Prefecture, formerly known as Makang Town. It was renamed in honor of Lu Yu, who served 2 terms as Prime Minister of the Great Zhou Empire a century ago. During Lu Yu's administration, he implemented numerous favorable policies for the southwestern region. Consequently, Makang Town, his hometown, experienced significant development, transforming from an obscure and remote settlement into the second-largest township in Yezhou Province, with a resident population nearing 300,000. The infrastructure of Makang Town is nothing short of opulent, surrounded by 248 tourist attractions, replete with orchards, hotels, and agritourism establishments. Plans for an airport and a high-speed railway station, modern transport facilities typically absent in county-level cities, have also been laid out. To express gratitude for Lu Yu's contributions to the town's development and to enhance Makang Town's cultural landscape alongside its natural beauty, the town was officially renamed Prime Minister's Town 2 years ago, accompanied by the restoration of Lu Yu's former residence. Gu Chengyuan's family resides on the pedestrian street of Prime Minister's Town, where his mother runs a small supermarket, while his father serves as an ordinary civil servant in the empire. The apocalypse has shattered the once picturesque and tranquil Prime Minister's Town for nearly 2 weeks, leaving streets cluttered with charred remnants of automobiles, obstructing countless escape routes. Dark crimson stains of blood are ubiquitous, and aimless zombies wander the streets, converging frantically at any hint of movement, akin to sharks sensing blood. the southern ring road of Prime Minister's town, designated as a focal point for future planning, has already seen government departments relocate there in anticipation of development. As construction has only just begun, this area remains relatively desolate, with the government offices and a few under-construction resettlement communities as the sole inhabitants. Fortunately, due to its remoteness and sparse population, when the apocalypse erupted, the local police station, led by Chief Fong Wu, swiftly managed to stabilize the situation and initiated rescue operations. This allowed the governmental bodies present to retain some semblance of vitality in the aftermath of the calamity, preventing their complete annihilation. Under the leadership of the surviving government, Prime Minister's town has established a nascent gathering point reliant on the Southern Ring Road. However, a series of challenges soon emerged: how to conduct rescue operations, the role of the government, and the organization of efforts. In the face of such a cataclysmic transformation of human civilization, the grassroots leaders rooted in the town found it exceedingly difficult to navigate these complexities with their limited capabilities and perspectives. Merely maintaining the small gathering point and managing the influx of survivors from various areas was an exhausting endeavor, let alone addressing issues of base development, sustainability, and planning for rescue missions to the cities. At this juncture, Chief Fong Wu had a moment of inspiration, recalling Gu Jiangwo, who was on leave at home. As the mayor of the neighboring Tianzi city, Gu Jiangwo is a significant figure. Not only could he lead the town's rescue efforts, but he is also well qualified to oversee the entire autonomous prefecture. Gratefully rescued by the police, Gu Jiangwo accepted the invitation and began to spearhead the operations of the gathering point. In the gathering place of the Prime Minister, Gu Jiangwo had just concluded a day's work. He casually turned off the desk lamp, stood up to stretch his stiff shoulders and neck, and strolled to the window of his office, gazing quietly towards the northwest, an indelible sorrow etched across his brow. The click of a lighter echoed, illuminating the dim room with a flickering red glow. As the smoke wafted through his lungs and escaped from his nostrils and mouth, Gu Jiangwo felt a significant portion of his stress dissipate. Following his vigorous efforts at reform, the previously chaotic gathering place had gradually stabilized. However, having been deeply involved in its affairs and witnessing the devastation wrought by the apocalypse leading to countless shattered families, his concerns for his two sons grew ever more acute. In a county with such a low population density and survival rate, how could his sons, residing in a metropolis of over 10 million, possibly navigate the challenges of survival? Though he remained the leader of his domain, the resources he could wield paled in comparison to those of the pre-apocalyptic era. So meager that even a gathering place of a few thousand harbored numerous factions and individuals requiring his concessions. Among these factions were remnants of the nefarious forces that had once been suppressed before the apocalypse. Just as the gathering place had begun to stabilize, the embers of power struggles flared anew, as many sought to claw benefits into their own hands. Gu Jiangwo found himself unable to consolidate power within the gathering place, trapped and overwhelmed, leaving him little hope of rescuing his sons. Recently, he had contemplated fleeing with his wife to search for his children, but the thought of the ordinary people in the gathering place weighed heavily on him. Even with his pre-apocalyptic authority, he struggled to protect them. If he were to leave, what would become of these innocents in his absence? Moreover, as time dragged on in this new world, the court of the Great Zhou had fallen silent, and the rogues and bandits within the gathering place seemed increasingly emboldened. Particularly concerning was the subtle shift in attitude from the police chief, Fong Wu, who had always been supportive of him. Gu Jiangwo was acutely aware of the reason for this change. He had ordered the execution of Fong Wu's distant relative, a ne'er-do-well who, emboldened by the apocalypse, had attempted to exploit his newfound power, along with a group of dubious friends. This individual had the audacity to assault a middle school girl within the gathering place, provoking Gu Jiangwo's ire. Ignoring Fong Wu's pleas for mercy, Gu Jiangwo resolutely executed the culprits, but this decision had inevitably created a rift between them. Rumors of discord reached Gu Jiangwo's ears, suggesting that Fong Wu remained steadfastly loyal, while Gu Jiangwo showed no compassion, treating him as a mere pawn. The shifting loyalties within the armed factions of the gathering place began to undermine Gu Jiangwo's control and authority. It seemed he could care for neither his family nor the people. As these thoughts consumed him, Gu Jiangwo felt a heaviness in his chest, a pent-up frustration seeking an outlet. Chapter 53. Summoning the 2nd Infantry Company. The potential of humanity is boundless, oftentimes. One may not recognize the excellence of others without a gentle push. While enjoying breakfast and inspecting the construction progress, Gu Qingyuan found profound resonance in this sentiment. The project had reached its final stages, with hundreds of survivors diligently engaged in the finishing touches, resembling a line of marching ants. Following closely behind Gu Chengyuan was Cai Anshin, drenched from head to toe. The wet white shirt clung to her ample figure, accentuating the layers of flesh around her waist, resembling a buoyant ring. More conspicuous was the shirt's semi-translucent state, revealing her delicate skin, coarse chest hair, and certain features that required discretion. Yet, Cai Anshin seemed unperturbed. For the torrential rain the previous night had left all present resembling drowned rats. In the face of survival, one could hardly be swayed by mere wetness. Indeed, the attendees would have willingly bared themselves. Sir, the construction is now in its final sprint, and it will be completed within 2 hours at most. Had it not been for last night's deluge, it would have been finished by now. Indeed, the influence of uncontrollable factors is understandable, and the progress is commendable. You have worked hard, Gu Chengyuan replied, although a shadow of concern crossed his face. But when will this project be operational? The situation on Chaoyang Street is becoming untenable. This statement was not merely a scare tactic. The reality was that Chaoyang Street was indeed on the brink of collapse. It was not a matter of waning firepower, but rather an overwhelming accumulation of zombie corpses threatening to overflow the streets. Despite the militia's relentless efforts to clear them, they could not keep pace with the rate of the undead's demise. Just prior to Gu Chengyuan's arrival, some areas boasted corpse piles nearly 3 meters high. Cai Anshin felt a tremor of concern at Gu Chengyuan's words and pondered seriously before responding. Sir, to solidify the structures to withstand a certain level of impact, it will likely take until noon. Until noon? Gu Chengyuan glanced at his watch. It read 8:33. We have 4 hours. At worst. We can deploy all 9 armored vehicles and 4 infantry fighting vehicles from the Warrior 3 Battalion. Surely, they can hold out for a while? Understood. I will ensure they expedite the finishing touches, allowing us ample time for clearing the area and positioning personnel and weapons, Cai Anshin affirmed. Very well. I trust you to handle this. I shall proceed to the front lines, Gu Chengyuan stated, turning to leave. Take care, sir. Once Gu Chengyuan had departed, Cai Anshin took the loudspeaker from Secretary Jean and swiftly made her way to the fountain at the construction center. Gu Chengyuan paid little mind to how Cai Anshin arranged matters. As long as the final outcome met his expectations, he was satisfied. Upon returning to the Warrior 3 armored command vehicle, Pu Guangxiang reported that while he was away, Zhao Jie had delivered a bag of zombie brain cores. Recently, the yield of brain cores had surged, and Gu Chengyuan no longer scrutinized their quantity as he once did. Brain cores? I am not interested in them at the moment. Gu Chengyuan replied, opening the travel bag and proceeding with the exchange. With a wealth of 15,774, Gu Chengyuan contemplated summoning an entire infantry company, eager to test whether such a summoning would unveil any hidden mechanisms. According to the original system, summoning in increments of a squad would necessitate that the company and platoon leaders promote from among the soldiers. While they could manage, they would inevitably lag behind officers trained in professional command and combat education. If armored infantry could receive command personnel, surely regular infantry should not be overlooked. System. Summon 1 infantry company in its entirety. Ding. Summoning in progress. No such summoning item detected. Ding. Infantry category updated. Update successful. Commencing summoning. Please choose between immediate summoning or covert summoning. Covert summoning. Ding. Summoning successful. The 2nd infantry company will arrive at the host location in 10 minutes. The 10 minutes passed swiftly, and soon Gu Chengyuan received a report from the squad leader, Lu Chong, indicating that a company had appeared at the rear checkpoint and inquired whether they should be allowed through. As he commanded their passage, he and deputy battalion commander Wu Bin made their way to the small square near the eastern fountain. Upon arrival, Gu Chengyuan observed several brand-new Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles swiftly taking position under the guidance of the soldiers from the 3rd squad. After a quick count revealed 10 vehicles, a smile crept onto his face. It seemed his intuition had been correct. Summoning an entire unit indeed yielded benefits. Originally 9, the armored vehicles now numbered 10, with the additional vehicle likely being the command vehicle for the company. As the troops assembled, the system did not disappoint Gu Chengyuan. The entire armored infantry company formed into 4 small formations, 1 minor and 3 major. Each of the larger formations featured a first row of 12 individuals, while the second and third rows consisted of 10. The extra 2 in the first row included a lieutenant serving as the squad leader and a radio operator carrying antenna equipment. The smaller formation stood alone with just 6 personnel, presumably the company headquarters, as a captain, likely the deputy company commander. stood at the forefront, while the company commander organized the troops to report to Gu Qingyuan. At ease. Attention. Reporting to the chief, Company Commander Zhu Jun of the 2nd Infantry Company, consisting of 103 personnel, is here to report. The captain stood tall, a serious demeanor etched on his face as he addressed Gu Qingyuan. Simultaneously, Gu Qingyuan scrutinized the officer bestowed upon him by the system. Zhu Jun was of modest height with a youthful visage. His skin slightly darkened by prolonged exposure to the elements, yet his gaze was sharp and resolute, displaying a hint of iron resolve. Impressive, was Gu Qingyuan's first assessment of Zhu Jun. At ease. Yes. Comrades, you have endured a long journey. We shall hold the welcoming ceremony upon our return. However, the situation is dire, and the brothers of Company 1 have been awake for nearly a day and a night. Thus, he concluded. So, without further ado, Zhu Jun. Upon hearing his name called, 2nd Lieutenant Zhu Jun responded loudly, his gaze towards Gu Qingyuan filled with anticipation for the forthcoming mission. The time has come to evaluate the combat effectiveness of your 2nd Company. I shall grant you 10 minutes for pre-battle preparations. In 10 minutes, take your company and advance. Can you accomplish the task? Report. We shall ensure the mission is completed. Action. As Gu Qingyuan's words echoed, Zhu Jun saluted him and assumed command. All units shall adjust their equipment and prepare supplies for battle. Gather back here in 5 minutes. I will issue the operational orders. Dismissed. With that, the entire company, led by their respective squad leaders, dispersed in an orderly fashion, jogging towards their armored assault vehicles. Meanwhile, Zhu Jun, accompanied by the company headquarters personnel, hurried towards the small gate on Chaoyang Street, presumably to scout the battlefield conditions. Observing the 2nd Company swiftly entering wartime readiness, Gu Qingyuan turned back with a smile and inquired of Wu Bin, "How is it looking?" Wu Bin returned the smile, his eyes, shaped like phoenixes, twinkling with delight. At present, their combat capabilities seem formidable, potentially surpassing the overall strength of the 1st Company. The appearance is promising. However, true utility shall only be revealed in battle. Hearing this, Gu Qingyuan couldn't help but chuckle. The emergence of the 2nd Company alleviated the previously strained manpower, lifting his spirits as if the clouds had parted to reveal the azure sky. Chapter 54. The Blood Mine Operation at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The soldiers of Company 1 descended from the small gate of Chaoyang Street, organized into platoons. Each platoon took position behind a barricade, preparing for combat. Rifle barrels of varying calibers protruded from the firing slits in the wall, glimmering with a perilous metallic sheen. After a morning of rest, the soldiers had enjoyed a brief respite, managing to snatch a few hours of sleep, though their slumber had not been ample. It was a luxury amidst the exigencies of battle. Most of the soldiers had regained their vigor, calibrating their weapons and engaging in light-hearted conversations with their comrades to ease the tension. The shooting wall was divided into 2 tiers, with a squad stationed on each level. The surplus squad remained as a reserve, ready to rotate or provide support during urgent combat scenarios. Despite the relentless onslaught of zombies expected over the next 24 hours, the troop numbers were perilously insufficient. However, this was the utmost force they could muster. Recently, Zhao Jie had delivered the crystal cores collected by the militia, but this time, they only yielded over 2,000 units of currency due to the increasingly dire accumulation of corpses on Chaoyang Street, rendering the advance of the undead unstoppable. Observing the dwindling returns, Gu Qingyuan ordered the militia to withdraw from the battlefield for rest. Continuing to gather resources was proving to be of minimal value and fraught with danger, fostering an atmosphere of fear and resistance. It was more prudent to allow the militia, who had been working for nearly 24 hours, to rest, as they were the primary force against the zombies under the Blood Mine Initiative. Once the militia fully withdrew, Gu Qingyuan's command vehicle also retreated behind the barricade to the East District Sports Stadium. Company 2 was instructed to evacuate without leaving anyone behind, maintaining an orderly retreat through the East District small gate while ensuring the main gate was closed. Remember, you have only 5 minutes to exit the blood mine. Those 5 minutes mark the time for the main gate as closure. The retreat route would take them along Shuefu Road, where the gate of the barricade had already been opened. Once the troops completed their evacuation preparations, they promptly reported back. Received. Zhu Jun set down the radio and immediately conveyed the evacuation orders to the entire company, issuing the retreat plan while instructing the communications officer to notify the commander of the Armored Infantry Company, Li Kun. All members of the rear guard from the 3rd Platoon boarded their vehicles, with 3 digital camouflage-painted Warrior 3 armored assault vehicles forming a line at the roadside. As the sound of the machine gun's mechanism echoed, The gunners took their positions. 404A infantry fighting vehicles revved their engines, their tracks leaving shallow impressions in the asphalt of the school gate, arranged in a trapezoidal formation outside the East District Gate, allowing 2 gaps for the Warrior 3 vehicles to pass through. Jujun, this is Li Kuan. The first squad of the Armored Infantry Company is ready to receive and can proceed with the withdrawal. Received. Company 2 began their evacuation, with high ground firepower retreating to board their vehicles. All platoon leaders must account for their personnel, leave no one behind. Report any emergencies promptly. First platoon received. Second platoon received. As the words fell, within a minute, soldiers in orderly formation, led by their squad leaders, emerged from both sides of the small gate. Equipped with helmets and protective goggles, they clutched their rifles and carried tactical backpacks as they sprinted towards the fountain in the Eastern District, consciously ensuring that the sights on their firearms were directed away from themselves. To facilitate their retreat, the previous armored vehicle, the Mengshi 3, had already been driven away by the second company, while 2 Shaanxi transport vehicles remained behind. By the time the 2 squads arrived, the transport vehicles had already started and their rear doors were wide open. The 40 soldiers, well trained in military discipline, swiftly boarded the vehicles. The Shaanxi transport trucks, showing no hesitation, turned their heads towards the interception gate along Shueisha Road. Meanwhile, the gunfire at the small gate in the Eastern District not only persisted but intensified with the withdrawal of personnel. The gunners on the 2 Mengshi 3 armored assault vehicles unleashed a ferocious barrage from their heavy machine guns. The oncoming horde of zombies was met with a deluge of 12 7mm rounds, bursting them into clouds of crimson mist. However, the rate of destruction was futile against the relentless advance of the undead. Just as the horde was about to close in on the Mengshi 3 armored vehicles, Jujun's voice crackled through the radio. Second Company's armored units retreat along the designated route immediately. Covering fire from the Armored Infantry Company, Commander Li Kuan, execute without delay. Received. Echoed the response. As the 2 Mengshi 3 armored vehicles unleashed a hail of gunfire, they began to accelerate in reverse, swiftly passing through the wedge formation of the 04A infantry fighting vehicles. Observing Jujun's forces retreat, Li Kuan hesitated no longer. He seized the internal communicator and issued the command to fire. Prepare armor-piercing rounds. Fire. The thunderous roars erupted in succession, accompanied by the recoil of the smoothbore cannon, sending vibrations through the vehicle that splashed the rainwater on its surface. The immense kinetic energy propelled 3 tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds into the horde. The first zombie struck, instantly disintegrating into a gory mist, followed by the second, third, and fourth. Waves of sanguine clouds erupted like signal flares. The 3 armor-piercing rounds plowed effortlessly, listening to the commands emanating from the walkie-talkie. Li Kuan felt a tinge of melancholy despite his momentary satisfaction. Yet he did not hesitate to issue the retreat order. The sharp, jarring sound of metal grinding echoed as a robust, 30-centimeter thick alloy closure, salvaged from an underground parking lot in the Western District, slid through the newly constructed rail, sealing the small gate entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Kuan's armored infantry platoon executed a swift maneuver. The 04A infantry fighting vehicle elegantly executed a turn, leading Li Kuan's vehicle as they accelerated along Bachelor Road towards the interception gate adjacent to the Eastern District Gymnasium. On the interception wall, Yu Chengyuan and Mu Bin stood watch, observing the last 04A armored infantry fighting vehicle exit. Once the closing gate slid into place, sealing the path completely, Yu Chengyuan picked up the walkie-talkie once more. Control room, please open the large gate of the Eastern District. Let the guests in. Received. At that moment, the corpse barricade, besieged by a frenzied horde, began to retract to the right, revealing a narrow opening. The amassed bodies, piled high like a mountain, surged forth like a torrent breaking free, scrambling eagerly into the eastern campus. Witnessing the overwhelming tide of corpses, the soldiers stationed behind the interception walls instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, as if this gesture could somehow impart a sense of security. As the horde encroached within 20 meters of the interception wall, Gu Qingyuan spoke calmly into the walkie-talkie. Commence fire as per the original plan. Chapter 55. The Brain Core Sorter simultaneously. The 3 interception walls unleashed a torrent of fiery projectiles, weaving an immense net of firepower that mercilessly mowed down the frenzied horde of zombies. The once darkened pavement of the campus was instantly stained crimson by the flying dismembered limbs and blood as the foul, dark liquid flowed along the asphalt's grooves into the drainage ditches, quickly transforming into a trickling stream. Atop the first interception wall, Li Dayao and Zhang Fuchuan, engaged in waterproofing, stared blankly at the scene before them, momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief spell, they exchanged glances, as if words were on the tip of their tongues, yet nothing emerged, ultimately culminating in a shared sigh of disbelief. Time, akin to the fleeting life of a zombie, sped by rapidly, within an hour. Gu Chengyuan surveyed the multitude of lifeless corpses within the blood mine and issued a command to the control room to close the gates. With a harsh screech, the East District school gates began to slide open, propelled by the might of the motor, pushing the horde aside with a slow yet unstoppable force. One unfortunate zombie found itself wedged between the wall and the closing gate, and after a brief standoff of 2 to 3 seconds, it was crushed against the school's wall, bursting like a ripe tomato against the gray, decaying barrier. The horde within the walls, severed from reinforcements, was rapidly consumed under the onslaught of modern weaponry, dwindling until only a few straggling zombies remained, their final breaths silenced by sporadic gunfire that ultimately faded into stillness. As the gates of the 3 interception walls swung open simultaneously, bulldozers and transport vehicles, under the guidance of militia members, began to enter the scene. The militia members, seasoned in relevant tasks, adeptly maneuvered the machinery, pushing the scattered bodies into heaps as if they were mere potatoes. Meanwhile, the bulldozer operators swiftly scooped up the remains into the truck beds, occasionally crushing a zombie under the blade, eliciting silent apologies from the drivers, who continued their relentless work with vigor and precision. In this grim reality, respect for the deceased was a luxury. The commander had emphasized efficiency above all, disregarding losses. Under the collective effort of a dozen heavy machines, the bodies strewn before the interception walls were swiftly cleared, with several trucks laden with twisted, overlapping corpses slowly departing, the noxious black blood seeping from the seams of the barriers. The massive tires left a trail of crimson imprints upon the ground, while the surviving onlookers, still lingering on either side of the road behind the interception walls, covered their mouths and noses, some trembling with fear, their legs weak and their heads spinning with nausea. What a gruesome sight. I should have returned sooner. I truly regret staying to watch. I think I just saw my great-grandmother. What nonsense. Don't scare me in broad daylight. It gives me the chills. No, I'm serious. There seems to be something of my great-grandmother in that truck bed. Damn it. Let us go take a look. Maybe we can retrieve something, at least ensure she has a complete body. Brother Chien, perhaps it's best to refrain. I find myself trembling uncontrollably, unable to take a single step. Very well, let us proceed in this manner. Do you possess any photographs? I have friends in the militia. They can transform your milk into soap for you. What scent would you prefer? Perhaps strawberry, which is rather youthful in essence. Oh, Brother Chien, please, no? The engineering vehicle, laden with corpses, arrived at the basketball court in the Eastern District. Due to historical remnants of school construction plans, there exists a vast pit, approximately 10 meters deep. Adjacent to the court, Gu Chengyuan, upon observing this, resolved to utilize it as a cremation pit. The extraction of the zombie brain cores would take place on the spacious and level basketball court. The iron mesh wall separating the court from the pit had already been dismantled, allowing for the convenient disposal of processed zombie bodies into the pit with a simple push from a cart. As the engineering vehicle entered the basketball court, militia members clad in white protective gear promptly approached to provide guidance. With the rhythmic beeping of the vehicle's alarm, the cargo bed elevated, depositing the bodies at the designated location. Surrounding them, fully armed militia members in white suits rushed forward, sorting through the zombie corpses according to their assigned tasks, performing craniotomies to extract the brain cores. After days of intense and psychologically taxing work, the militia members had gradually acclimated to their grim duties, now accustomed to what would have terrorized them before the apocalypse. The act of extracting zombie brain cores had become as simple as puncturing holes in soda crackers. They would begin by prying open the skull with a sharp pickaxe, enlarging the wound, before reaching in with hands clad in several layers of medical gloves to search. The process of searching was straightforward. Grasping the brain, they would crush it. The hard fragments revealed the zombie crystal core, while the pulverized matter was deemed useless brain tissue. Of course, this method relied on brute force, suitable only for the less skilled core sorters. Those with talent, however, wielded tweezers, able to intuitively locate the brain core's position. With precision and grace, they would insert the tweezers into the zombie's brain and delicately extract the core. Such masters were exceedingly rare. Within a militia of 50, only one emerged, team leader Zhao Jia. This artistry brought Zhao immense satisfaction, and over time, He had grown unperturbed by the gore surrounding him. The blood-soaked piles of corpses seemed to serve as his artistic reservoir, from which he selected materials as if in a creative endeavor. The zombie brain core represented the essence of life. To extract such a core necessitated a profound reverence for life, employing techniques that were exquisite and almost philosophical, ensuring that life was not desecrated in the process. It was with this mindset that Zhao Jie honed his skills, striving for perfection, finding joy in the pursuit, and even becoming somewhat entranced by it all. Chapter 56. Potential threats. Gu Qingyuan observed the operations of the blood mine until 5 in the afternoon. Once he confirmed its steady functioning, he boarded the armored command vehicle, the Warrior 3, and returned to the Western District. Meanwhile, Deputy Commander Wu Bin remained behind to oversee the site. Given that 2 infantry battalions and an armored infantry platoon were stationed at the blood mine, the command structure among the 3 equally ranked battalion leaders was complex, making Wu Bin's presence the most suitable choice. Moreover, the blood mine was a crucial element of Gu Qingyuan's strategy, yielding nearly 3,000 zombie brain cores daily. However, this was far from its potential, as production was hampered by personnel limitations. With only a 50-member militia and casualties from unforeseen injuries, even the most fervent efforts fell short of matching the pace at which the troops were exterminating zombies. Thus, the next focal point would be civil mobilization, ideally rallying 200 individuals to partake in the formidable task of brain extraction. However, this remained a mere thought for Gu Qingyuan. Transitioning from a civilized society to a post-apocalyptic world, he found it hard to believe that anyone would willingly engage in such a grisly endeavor. His first instinct would likely be to apprehend them, suspecting psychological instability. Therefore, he could only rely on a 3-step approach: guidance, cultivation, and habituation, with a primary emphasis on an incentive system. As the saying goes, someone is always willing to engage in the business of killing, but no one will take on a losing venture. Yet, how could he entice ordinary survivors to undertake this gruesome task? Would monetary compensation suffice? Hardly, as even the most menial chores would be met with disdain. Providing food? While this might work for standard labor, the bloody nature of brain extraction would likely deter participants. Presently, Gu Qingyuan's meal standards barely ensured that an individual could fill their stomach, offering little more than a vegetarian diet. Would anyone truly be motivated to engage in such a morbid task for the sake of a more substantial meal? Beyond sustenance, Gu Qingyuan found himself at a loss for methods to enhance incentives in this desolate world. With the prospects of increased compensation limited and incentives insufficient, he contemplated lowering basic standards, thereby reducing individual food rations to compel survivors to actively partake. However, this was the most unfavorable approach. Contingent upon the survivors' willingness to respond to the call, let us hope for a stronger spirit of sacrifice among them. Otherwise, we may have to resort to coercion. Gu Qingyuan pondered silently. Beyond civil matters, the military faced significant manpower shortages. Despite a surge in recruitment over the past few days, the situation remained dire. Firstly, at the blood mine, the 2 stationed battalions plus an armored infantry battalion seemed adequate at first glance. Yet they were tasked with overseeing a zombie population numbering in the tens of thousands, if not more. Any mishap could lead to being overwhelmed by a horde, particularly by evolved zombies, peculiar and formidable entities. The concept of zombie evolution had been accepted by Gu Qingyuan's forces, having encountered various types of gigantic zombies repeatedly in different locations, thereby largely dismissing the notion of unique mutations. Drawing from experiences depicted in past cinematic works, it was probable that they would encounter an array of diverse zombies in the future, perhaps still scarce in the initial outbreak of this apocalypse. However, with such a vast number of zombies to contend with in the Eastern District, the accumulation of quantity could lead to a qualitative shift. Who could guarantee that strange, powerful zombies or mutated beasts, impervious to existing weaponry, would not emerge? In Gu Qingyuan's meticulous planning, it is imperative to station at least 1 infantry battalion in the Eastern District blood mine as a cleansing force, along with a mechanized infantry company and a tank platoon. Only then can one feebly grasp a semblance of security. Furthermore, the current security issues in the Western District are pressing. Nearly 1,000 individuals reside there. Yet due to the exigencies of the Eastern District blood mine, all armed forces have been withdrawn, leaving the Western District alarmingly devoid of any defensive presence. This situation is in dire need of resolution. Although the Western District has undergone a thorough sweep, the threat of mutated creatures still looms, such as the vengeful monkeys that may be lurking in the shadows, watching intently. Contemplating this, Gu Qingyuan opened the black bag beside his seat. revealing the bounty from the Bloodmine's operations that afternoon, 845 zombie brain cores. Without hesitation, he opted to exchange them. Ding money 5070 current funds, 6457 as Gu Cheng Yuan perused the system interface. Pu Guangqiang, seated in the back, suddenly interjected, "Report, Commander. Just moments ago, as our vehicle passed the academician forest, I briefly glimpsed several dark figures leaping among the trees, seemingly tracking us. Could they be the mutated monkeys?" Pu Guangqiang's words tightened Gu Cheng Yuan's chest. Indeed, the monkeys had arrived. It remained uncertain whether they were merely stalking or intent on launching an assault on this small contingent. Junping, maintain vigilance of our surroundings. Everyone else, prepare for combat. Understood. As Gu Cheng Yuan's orders echoed, the 4 accompanying guards and the communicator within the vehicle exchanged alarmed glances, swiftly checking their combat gear. Chapter 57. Darkness. The armored command vehicle, under a somewhat tense atmosphere, ultimately arrived safely at the current military headquarters, the former management college building. Only after the armored vehicle had completely entered the underground garage did the security personnel aboard finally relax. Initially, upon detecting the presence of a monkey troop, Pu Guangqiang intended to call for reinforcements from Bloodmine, but was halted by Gu Cheng Yuan. The rationale was that the armored vehicle's defensive capabilities would suffice to withstand any sudden assault from the monkeys until support arrived, given the unclear situation. There was no need to make a fuss and cause unnecessary commotion. "Chief, we have arrived," the driver, Hu Junping, announced after securing the vehicle in its parking space. Addressing the motionless Gu Cheng Yuan in the back seat. Let us not disembark just yet. I need a moment," Gu Cheng Yuan replied. Upon hearing his words, the other soldiers exchanged glances and ceased their preparations to exit, quietly returning to their seats in an effort to avoid creating any noise that might disrupt Gu Cheng Yuan's contemplation. Sitting quietly in the passenger seat, Gu Cheng Yuan kept his eyes half closed, his long, fair right hand gently stroking the grip of the 171 assault rifle cradled in his lap. His attractive brows were slightly furrowed, revealing a restless mind, as if he were anticipating something. Approximately 5 minutes passed in this manner, when suddenly, a panicked voice broke through the static of the intercom nestled against Gu Cheng Yuan's chest, accompanied by a cacophony of frantic shouts. "Chief! Calling Chief! This is Kai Anshin. A help! Don't come over. The Western District gathering place is under attack by mutated monkeys. Requesting protection." At this moment, Kai Anshin was completely flustered. His previously composed demeanor shattered. Just moments ago, he had been in the cafeteria, overseeing the dinner preparations for the Eastern District Defense Forces, when a scream erupted from outside, immediately followed by chaos. Frowning, he leaned out from the second-floor window of the cafeteria, intending to scold those causing the disturbance, when a gruesome scene struck him like a thunderbolt. Before him lay a horde of long-limbed, hairless, humanoid creatures, mercilessly slaughtering the survivors fleeing from the building. Even robust adult men appeared no more substantial than toys in the clutches of. From a distance, it appeared as though the man's neck had been elongated. The humanoid creature extended a tongue as slender as that of an anteater, ensnaring the entire bundle of connective tissue, drawing it into its mouth to sever and chew. Despite the distance of several meters, Kai Anshin could almost hear the crisp crunching emanating from its maw. The creature casually discarded the man's mangled body to the side, akin to casting aside a worthless rag doll. It lifted the severed head, positioning its mouth at the neck's gaping wound, as if drinking coconut water, capturing the trickling blood. Subsequently, it sucked at the wound, the rapid movement of its cheeks revealing the effort it exerted to consume this fresh head. With each powerful gulp, the man's eyeball retracted, following the remnants of his mind into the maw of the mutated monkey. Witnessing the creature standing still, vigorously chewing with red and white fluids spilling from its lips, Kai Anshin nearly retched. The humanoid monstrosity had extracted the entire contents of the skull through the severed neck. Was its mouth truly capable of such suction? Had even the ocular organs, not fully embedded in the brain, been drawn out? Or had it utilized that elongated tongue resembling that of an anteater? But who cared about such details? Shaking his head vigorously, Kai Anshin cast aside his peculiar curiosity. The mutated monkey. After enduring severe psychological turmoil, he began to regain his composure. As a high-ranking member of the Enclave, he had heard of the mutated monkeys, though he had never witnessed them. Yet these creatures perfectly matched the descriptions. Realizing this, he swiftly retrieved his walkie-talkie, calling for assistance from Gu Cheng Yuan. "Commander, requesting support. Mutated monkeys are attacking the Enclave. The casualties have already exceeded dozens." Yu Cheng Yuan, upon hearing the quaking voice over the walkie-talkie, exclaimed in shock. The Enclave has been attacked? Dozens have already lost their lives? I order you to immediately organize personnel for resistance. You must control the casualty situation. Ensure your own safety. Reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes. Acknowledged. After setting down the walkie-talkie, Kai Anshin was in a state of frantic urgency. In the brief span of their conversation, several more survivors had been ambushed and killed. However, the pace of the slaughter had noticeably diminished. Nearly all of the wandering survivors had been slain, while the mutated monkeys were now reveling in their spoils. Quickly, retreat to the kitchen. Seal the doors. Also, notify the news broadcasting room. Sound the alarm. Personnel should find sturdy shelter and remain vigilant until the troops return. Upon receiving the order, the news broadcasting room immediately activated the air raid siren. The piercing, mournful wail echoed from the tops of the dormitory and dining hall, startling the pack of mutated monkeys into a halt. Their alertness heightened as they surveyed their surroundings. Mutated monkey attack. All survivors, seek shelter and hold your position until rescue arrives. All survivors, seek shelter and hold your position until rescue arrives. Gu Qingyuan, in the command vehicle within the underground garage, heard the air raid siren blaring outside and focused his mind on the system interface. System, summon an infantry platoon. Ding, please select the summoning method, immediate summon or covert summon. Upon hearing the system prompt, Gu Chengyuan's eyes flickered with hesitation. Covert summon. Ding. In 10 minutes. The infantry platoon will arrive at the host location. Having completed this, Gu Chengyuan casually switched off the interior lights of the vehicle, plunging it into darkness. Wu Bin. Continue with the blood mine mission. Understood. Wu Bin had just received news of an attack in the Western District and was preparing to request support. Given the proximity of the Western and Eastern Districts, he could certainly arrive within 5 minutes. Ending the call, he remained in the same posture until the intercom screen went dark. Deputy Camp, are you all right? Noticing Wu Bin's unusual demeanor after the call, the communication soldier responsible for his support felt a twinge of concern. Deputy Camp? I'm fine, just a bit tired, perhaps. Wu Bin regained high Chapter 58, the arrival of the troops. For all the survivors in the West District, today marks the darkest day since they entered the stronghold of Night State University. It is also the Apocalypse's response to all survivors, those who believed that merely entering the stronghold would ensure their safety under the protection of the military. Those who thought the end of days was merely a fleeting nightmare, and those who attempted to lay back and wait for death have all been met with a gruesome reality. Outside the 5th canteen of the West District, hairless, grayish zombie monkeys wielded their sharp claws, mercilessly slaughtering every living being in sight. The survivors resembled lambs startled by a pack of wolves, paralyzed by fear, their only reactions being screams and desperate attempts to flee, lacking any courage to resist. The scattered remains of their kind served as a stark reminder, enough to deter anyone contemplating retaliation. At this juncture, the nature of the massacre had shifted. Survivors no longer fixated on battling the monsters, but had turned against one another, realizing they only needed to outrun their fellow humans rather than the mutated monkeys. In this moment, Yi Qing felt an immense sense of gratitude for his identity as a university student, which had afforded him the opportunity to engage in physical training under the pressures of academia. The sweat he had once loathed now bore fruit in the face of many physically weakened office workers. As Yi Qing navigated through the throng, he caught a glimpse of a mutated monkey rapidly closing in on him, its limbs moving with alarming speed, causing his heart to race almost to a standstill. Observing a middle-aged man nearby gasping for breath like a panting dog, Yi Qing made a split-second decision, better a dead comrade than himself. With a sudden burst of speed, he surged ahead, pulling a lead over the middle-aged man, convinced that if he could maintain this distance, he would soon leave him behind. Just as a sigh of relief began to escape his lips, a foot suddenly stepped on his leg from behind, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground, rolling over 2 or 3 times before landing flat on his back. The middle-aged man, who had just been a step behind, leaped over him without a glance, his silhouette quickly receding into the distance. In that moment, Yi Qing disregarded the pain, his heart ablaze with fury. This fool had undoubtedly stepped on him intentionally, intending to use him as a shield. The pursuing zombie monkeys cared little for human treachery. The prey they had to chase had conveniently delivered itself to them, and they could only express gratitude for nature's bounty. As the bloodied claws, still glistening with fresh gore, lunged toward him, Yi Qing was suddenly engulfed with regret. Regret for his weakness, regret for his laziness. for believing that reliance on military protection would allow him to languish in complacency, while other survivors eagerly enlisted in the militia and construction teams. He had mocked them as fools for being unwise, for choosing to suffer for a meager meal, for serving the military. In this apocalypse, what was the point of being a mere beast of burden? To allow the military to exploit him? Was he that sheer madness? The military belonged to them, while life was his own. Did the prosperity of the stronghold have anything to do with his vegetarian diet? Reflecting on the frequent private criticisms shared among this so-called intelligent group, Yuqing finally recognized his folly. If given another chance, he vowed to be braver. Feeling a prickling sensation on his skin, Yuqing instinctively closed his eyes. Surprisingly, the proximity of death did not evoke the anticipated terror. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of tranquility and liberation. Farewell, cursed apocalypse. I am retreating. With a resounding thud, blood splattered, yet the anticipated pain never came. Instead, a warm, foul liquid struck his face. As he opened his eyes, now smeared and blurred, Yuqing faintly discerned the familiar camouflage. In that moment, he was nearly rendered speechless with excitement, his lips trembling yet unable to utter a sound, only tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. The army has arrived, someone shouted, and a beam of light pierced through the despairing darkness of the West District. The army is here. The army is here. These 4 brief words seemed to possess an extraordinary magic, instantly dispelling the fears and gloom within the hearts of all survivors. Even those huddled in the corners, trembling and afraid to make a sound, summoned their courage to join the cries. Aiko! Aiko! The army has returned. Look quickly. In the girls' dormitory. Zhang Wenwen was so exhilarated she nearly leaped up, embracing Aiko and shaking her fervently, her voice tinged with tears. Chapter 59. Annihilation of the monkey horde. Zhang Wenwen's fervent demeanor inspired the 3 trembling individuals huddled within the confines of the room, urging them to muster their courage and approach the balcony, peering cautiously downwards. Just as the monkey horde descended upon them, the quartet had coincidentally reached the entrance of their dormitory, and at the first hint of chaos, they swiftly retreated into their refuge, narrowly escaping disaster. Yet, the gruesome scene before them rendered them momentarily paralyzed with fear. Even the typically audacious Feng Jiayi found herself in tears, while the once impervious campus goddesses, Tang Jingwen and Ai Ku, appeared pale and frigid. Witnessing the tragedy unfold before their eyes instilled a profound sense of helplessness, awakening the realization that their long-held pride was utterly inconsequential in this apocalyptic reality. When genuine peril loomed, they recognized their fundamental similarity to ordinary individuals, powerless to act. They could only cower in trepidation, yearning for the mercy of fate. Upon spotting the familiar camouflage from the balcony, a wave of immense reassurance enveloped the 4, as if they were embraced by an overwhelming sense of security. Simultaneously, a particular phrase echoed in their minds. There is no mercy from fate. Only a group of equally ordinary individuals who gathered the courage to stand before them. In that moment, the survivors congregated at Night University experienced an unprecedented peak in their admiration and reliance upon Gu Qingyuan's forces. As the newly summoned infantry battalion entered the dormitory path, combat personnel disembarked and proceeded alongside the 3 gleaming armored beasts, their metallic sheen reflecting cold determination as they advanced towards the horde of zombie monkeys. The rapid-fire sound of gunfire erupted, with the 12.7mm mounted machine gun unleashing a torrent of orange-hued projectiles, under the meticulous guidance of the gunner. The densely packed monkey horde bore the brunt of the assault. The mutated monkeys, engrossed in their wanton pillaging and ravenous feasting, were caught off guard by the devastating onslaught. In an instant, the once lively zombie monkeys were reduced to mere clouds of crimson mist, their remains scattered across the ground as the high-caliber rounds continued their relentless assault, pulverizing the concrete beneath them and sending debris flying. With the skilled operation of the soldiers, the 3 mounted machine guns transformed into the most ferocious of agricultural implements, their trajectories carving bloody furrows through the throngs of zombie monkeys. The soldiers following closely behind unleashed their firepower. And even those monkeys that had narrowly evaded the gunfire were not spared, falling one by one into a heap of mangled flesh. Within the cafeteria, the Monkey King, indulging in a half-consumed human, was momentarily stunned by the unexpected upheaval, its eyes nearly bulging with rage. A piercing shriek pierced the air, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard. In mere moments, the tribe had suffered catastrophic losses. With a resounding crash, the tempered glass wall of the cafeteria shattered, and the once grayish-white mutated Monkey King burst forth like a cannonball. The soldiers stationed on the right flank instinctively opened fire upon the Monkey King. A series of dull thuds echoed as bullets struck its body, erupting tiny dark blood splatters. With astonishing agility, the Monkey King turned, and while the rifle rounds, lethal to ordinary monkeys, failed to strike its head, they only served to ignite its ferocity. As the Blink Monkey King advanced, it did not immediately target the vulnerable ordinary soldiers. Instead, it chose to confront the formidable greenskin monstrosity that was ruthlessly slaughtering its kin. In its perception, the other diminutive beings posed no threat, save for this trio of beasts before it. With a resounding scratch, akin to nails on a chalkboard, the armored assault vehicle, the Berserker 3, bore the brunt of the attack, its alloy chassis marred by a shallow half-meter-long scar. The gunner atop the vehicle sensed a violent tremor in the air. Summoning strength from his core, he maneuvered the CSLM 512, 7mm rotary machine gun, pivoting at 90 degrees in a swift, decisive action. His muscle memory, honed through years of rigorous training, allowed him to lock on to the Monkey King, assaulting the vehicle in an instant. As the gun's barrel whirred, unleashing a terrifying rate of fire at 3,000 rounds per minute, it delivered a relentless metallic deluge upon the undead simian monarch. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty, ferocious creature was reduced to mere fragments, its body disintegrating under the onslaught of the metal storm, blackened blood erupting forth and coating the vehicle, as if smeared with a layer of apocalyptic paint. The cacophony of gunfire gradually subsided, revealing the once pristine entrance of the cafeteria now littered with shattered glass and scattered limbs. The mingled flesh of the zombie monkeys and humans lay grotesquely intertwined upon the ground. Dark, tainted blood trickled along the uneven surface, etching slender lines upon the pale concrete. A gentle breeze swept through the pile of corpses, carrying with it the nauseating stench of blood, reminiscent of a cesspool left to fester for weeks, reeking of decay. Chapter 60, Boundless Love and Ruthlessness. With the confirmation that the primary force of the monkey horde had been annihilated, the infantry platoon leader ordered a squad of soldiers to remain vigilant, while the remaining 2 squads methodically approached the fallen monkey corpses to deliver finishing shots. Even in the face of the grotesque, mangled remains of the zombie monkeys, the cautious warriors spared no bullets, determined to obliterate their skulls entirely. Those familiar with science fiction understand that such mutated creatures possess an extraordinary resilience, with critical vulnerabilities that are ever-changing. Only by utterly eliminating any possibility of their survival could these soldiers find peace of mind. As the combat mission transitioned into its concluding phase, the infantry platoon leader promptly retrieved his walkie-talkie to report back to Gucheng Yuan. Report, Commander. The designated mission has been successfully completed. The monkey horde, including the Monkey King, has been eradicated, with only 2 or 3 injured ones fleeing. Please issue the next set of orders. Count personnel casualties, assist survivors in restoring order. Understood. Ending the call, Gucheng Yuan switched his walkie-talkie to Channel 2, designated for communication with civil affairs personnel. Kaianshin, this is Gucheng Yuan. Received. Commander, this is Kaianshin. I am alive. The troops have cleared the mutated monkeys. Please give your orders, Commander. Through the walkie-talkie, Kaianshin's voice trembled with a palpable excitement, akin to one who has returned from the brink of death. Organize the survivors, retrieve the bodies, conduct disinfection, and restore order. Yes. Rest assured, Commander. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Gucheng Yuan's succinct commands ignited a fervent sense of duty within Kaianshin, a reverence that was previously unfathomable. Although he had shown respect prior to the attack, it was rooted in survival. After all, adults are but actors in the grand theater of life. How deeply he had revered a battalion commander, in contrast to his casual banter with generals before the apocalypse, was a truth known only to himself. Yet, following the attack, he had an epiphany. He was merely a humble, ordinary soul striving to survive. When faced with peril, the only recourse was to cower in the shadows like an ant, praying to remain unnoticed. What did it matter how monumental his past achievements had been? In the face of danger, he was as vulnerable as any common man, awaiting his fate. In this moment of shattered resolve, the arrival of the troops felt like heroes descending upon a cloud of auspicious colors, brutally dismantling the threats that had plunged him into despair. Thus, the once mighty tycoon Kaianshin perished in this assault, and the living embodiment of him now erected an inner altar dedicated to the deities of firepower and caliber. In his heart, Gucheng Yuan became the anchor of this martial divinity in the tangible world. After concluding the call, under Kaianshin's guidance, the survivors emerged from their makeshift shelters, seeking out their loved ones among the crowd. When they discovered that those they sought were still alive, they embraced each other with fervor, Upon learning of the demise of their kin, they wept inconsolably. Hope and despair intermingled upon the blood-soaked mire, painting a surreal tapestry of a post-apocalyptic world. Gu Qingyuan's armored command vehicle, the Beast 3, emerged from the subterranean garage and came to a halt on the main road beside the dormitory. Through the thick bulletproof glass, his gaze traversed the gruesome remnants strewn across the ground, resting on the agitated survivors nearby. The tragic spectacle of humanity laid bare before him caused a barely perceptible tremor in his resolve, yet he swiftly regained his steadfast demeanor. Indeed, the slaughter wrought by the zombie monkeys was a deliberate indulgence on his part. He could have swiftly dispatched a platoon from the Eastern District or summoned one at once. Yet, he chose to remain still, opting for a covert summon that would take a full 10 minutes. Behind this seemingly callous decision lay his acute awareness of the ominous signs of imbalance within the survivor enclave. Individuals akin to Yi Qing were proliferating, and the atmosphere within the settlement was undergoing a transformation. Some survivors, having arrived at the enclave, found themselves under the protection of force and with a stable food supply. And thus, the selfish nature of humanity began to surface. They commenced weighing their own interests, and while Gu Qingyuan did not oppose personal gain, it was imperative that such interests did not impede the larger picture. He astutely discerned troubling trends. The most compelling evidence being the rising acceptance of the defeatist rhetoric espoused by individuals like Yi Qing. A direct purge was impractical. Having just transitioned from an era of peace, punishing those for their words could backfire, invoking sympathy for the fallen among the remaining survivors. A great leader once proclaimed that the struggle must be strategic, cultivating many friends and few enemies. Thus, upon discovering the presence of the monkey hordes, Gu Qingyuan suddenly realized an opportunity to cleanse the negative voices, consolidate internal forces, and enhance cohesion. True unity, comprised of those willing to strive for the collective, was found in the Eastern District, while the Western District primarily housed those shirking responsibility, slackers feigning illness, and unassigned women. Cooks and girls typically remained indoors, while only the idly wandering men loitered outside. A mere 10 minutes could suffice to mitigate further casualties. This was the extent of Gu Qingyuan's considerations. For the innocent victims caught in the crossfire, all he could offer was a silent apology. If blame were to be cast, it would be upon this apocalyptic world. Having acquired the system, Gu Qingyuan, as the head of this collective, could only make decisions based on the broader perspective. His father had instilled in him from a young age that no perfect solution exists in this world. A leader who seeks to cater to everyone is destined to be a fool. Every decision carries the inevitability of harm to some. And a leader's responsibility is to ensure the majority benefits. As the saying goes, great love is often devoid of sentiment, when love is directed towards the collective. The choices made can be chillingly indifferent to the few individuals affected. From the feedback gathered on-site, Gu Qingyuan felt vindicated in his choices. He had heightened the trust of the ordinary people, instilled a sense of crisis awareness, and he believed that for a considerable time, the entire enclave would unite as one. Devoid of petty schemes, focused solely on collective progress and improvement. Chapter 61. Fight to the death. In light of several days of grueling combat, both the soldiers and the survivors engaged in support roles were thoroughly exhausted. After 2 rounds of operation at the blood mine, Gu Qingyuan issued the order to close the mine and allow for an early rest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, over 600 survivors, who had contributed to the construction in the Eastern District, returned on foot to the Western campus, protected by a platoon of infantry. The news of the mutated monkey attacks in the Western District had already spread, yet this weary group of survivors bore little sorrow. The reality of the apocalypse had only unfolded over the past 2 weeks, but to them, it felt as though centuries had passed. Their hearts were as cold as a sledgehammer dissecting corpses on a basketball court for a decade, except for a few who had lost loved ones in the assault. The others appeared almost desensitized to death. They had no inclination to mourn. Their thoughts were more occupied with how to survive under the guidance of the military. Even those among them who had previously harbored ulterior motives had curbed their schemes, realizing that it was not yet time to lay down and surrender. As evening fell, the 5th cafeteria was brightly lit, and the survivors sat in silence, awaiting their meal. Despite the area having been cleaned, a faint metallic odor lingered in the air, a constant reminder of the recent brutality. The instinctive sense of crisis urged them to draw closer to the military, as evidenced by their choice of seating. The tables guarded by the troops were particularly sought after. Cough, cough. Everyone, please direct your attention this way. Gu Qingyuan's calm voice resonated through the loudspeakers around the cafeteria, prompting the somber survivors to instinctively look towards the front. Clad in a crisp combat uniform, Gu stood tall and composed atop a makeshift table. His expression was neither overly serious nor relaxed, yet it instilled a sense of reassurance, as if there were no need to fear even if the sky were to fall. Meeting the hopeful gazes of the survivors, Gu Chengyuan did not shy away but rather scanned the crowd with his eyes in acknowledgement. In this atmosphere of unease, he stood before the anxious survivors, and the cafeteria's lights seemed to focus on him like divine illumination. Comrades, I trust you are all aware of the tragedy that transpired today. On behalf of the military, I extend my heartfelt condolences to each victim. I ask you all to rise and observe a moment of silence for those who lost their lives today. All rise. Remove your hats. As Gu Qingyuan's words echoed, nearly 800 individuals in the cafeteria stood in unison, bowing their heads and closing their eyes. A somber atmosphere quickly enveloped the space, awakening some of the more sensitive souls from their numbness, causing them to weep involuntarily. Moment of silence concluded. Upon concluding this solemn observance, Gu Chengyuan did not allow the survivors to resume their seats. Instead, he continued, under the watchful eyes of the many survivors, the deceased have embarked on their own journey. As the living, we must seek our own path. To honor the dead is a testament to the living. Yet to dwell excessively on their loss is not the desire of those who have passed. As he spoke, Gu Chengyuan's voice grew increasingly passionate, the veins in his neck subtly protruding and his right hand lifted high. Comrades, no longer harbor false hopes. The apocalypse has indeed arrived. We, the people of Zhou, never lacking the courage to defy the heavens, nor the indomitable spirit to fight to the death. In this apocalyptic era, the division of land and age is rendered meaningless. Every individual bears the responsibility to resist, embracing the spirit of self-sacrifice. I implore you all to join me in this fierce battle. Fight to the death. As his voice echoed, a pin could have dropped in the hushed atmosphere, and the anxious breaths and thunderous heartbeats of the over 800 survivors reverberated in the air. In that moment, it was as if a tsunami had reached its zenith, poised to unleash its fury. The next instant, the colossal wave crashed down, threatening to drown the cafeteria's roof in a cacophony of fervor. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Annihilate this damned apocalypse. We shall rend the heavens asunder. Every survivor's face flushed crimson as they shouted with all their might, desperately releasing their pent-up anxiety and fear, fervently demonstrating their resolve to confront the end of the world. Even the typically composed and rational Aiko and Tang Jingwen could not resist the infectious fervor emanating from the man on stage, joining the frenzied crowd in their wild cries. Standing beneath Gu Chengyuan's table, Kai Anqing gazed up at the man before him. Under the glaring lights, Gu Chengyuan's visage appeared to be cloaked in a divine radiance, and a profound belief quietly took root in his heart. At this moment, every survivor present was imbued with the conviction that Gu Chengyuan could lead them through the darkness and restore civilization. I hereby announce the expansion of the militia by 200. Chapter 62. The transformation of Yi Qing following Gu Chengyuan's rousing speech the previous night. The survivors gathered at Night University exhibited a notable transformation in their spirits the next day. Particularly, the announcement of the militia's recruitment drive for 200 additional members spurred an enthusiastic wave of applicants, with even some women clamoring to join. Faced with such overwhelming eagerness to enlist, the militia members could hardly contain their delight. Several squad leaders, neglecting their morning routines, stationed themselves at the recruitment point, eagerly observing the influx of hopefuls. Each militia leader, a cigar gripped between their lips, perched on the curb, scrutinizing the line of applicants as if they were assessing livestock at a market. By heavens, that lad looks promising. Strong legs, perfect for hauling and dragging. That one is not too shabby either. Look at those biceps. He'll swing a sledgehammer with great might. Gui Feng, why are you just smiling silently? With them joining, I can afford to take fewer heads. Dream on. Even if our sledgehammers spark, they won't match the speed of a Gatling gun. Enough of the laughter. It was no wonder that the militia leaders celebrated their recruitment efforts as if it were a festival, indulging in the heavy cigars they usually reserved for special occasions. The militia had endured considerable hardships, a surfeit of corpses, scant personnel, and an overwhelming workload. The psychological toll was nothing short of extreme. Who would have imagined that someone who once needed the market's assistance to process a live chicken would now be responsible for dispatching dozens of heads in a single day? The brutality of it all would make even Hannibal salute in respect. However, humanity's greatest strength lies in its adaptability. The apocalypse compelled them to confront these grim realities. And gradually, their mindsets began to shift. Through persistent self-affirmation, many no longer regarded zombies as akin to humans. Instead, they perceived them as simian-like creatures, Thus, the act of decapitating became less burdensome, and conversations among them about their daily kills bore a resemblance to casual discussions about fishing. Of course, not everyone could adjust. Those unable to cope psychologically were relegated to secondary roles, such as operating bulldozers for corpse removal or incineration duties. It seemed that, before long, a hierarchy would naturally emerge within the militia, with those proficient in the gruesome extraction of brains reigning supreme, while others would be looked down upon as lesser ranks. The recruitment process for the militia was remarkably swift, governed by a singular principle: first come, first served. Arriving early demonstrated high motivation and a positive mindset. Those who managed to push forward proved their physical prowess, while those who lagged behind were simply outmatched. Why couldn't they keep up? Oh, were you being courteous? That would be disastrous. Survival in the apocalypse demands a competitive spirit, and such temperament would lead to immediate elimination. It was as straightforward as that, simplicity at its finest. In order to facilitate the rapid integration of new recruits into the militia, after consulting with Zhao Jia, Gu Chengyuan decisively elevated the militia to the rank of a formal company. This thrilled Zhao Jia immensely, regardless of his personal rank. The elevation of the management unit's status was tantamount to his own advancement. At just 22 years old, being part of a formal company was an impressive feat, especially in the pre-apocalyptic world. Now, old Zhao has officially secured his position. Moreover, he has attained the rank of a legitimate company-level officer. Elated, Zhao Jia promptly promoted all veteran members of the militia team by one rank. The ordinary members became leaders managing 10 individuals, while the 4 squad leaders ascended to manage 50. This decision was not born out of arrogance, but rather a strategic approach to ensure that the new recruits swiftly acclimatized to their roles. Thus, employing the old to mentor the new was essential. With this arrangement, each group of 4 new recruits would be assigned a veteran for guidance, effectively conserving a significant amount of instructional time. Due to the collective elevation in rank, the morale of the entire militia team surged. After breakfast, Gu Chengyuan intended to offer Zhao Jia a few more words of advice. However, upon inquiry, he discovered that under Zhao Jia's leadership, the militia team had already reached the Eastern District, where they aimed to enhance productivity and not lag behind their frontline comrades. If efficiency fell short, they would simply compensate with time. Hearing Zhao Jia express the collective resolve of the militia over the radio, Gu Chengyuan could not help but chuckle, offering a few words of encouragement before setting down the device. Could it be that I possess a latent talent for oratory, akin to a failed art student? Yi Qing, are you all right? Perhaps you should consider transferring to the corpse handling team? In the Eastern District's zombie processing facility, the squad leader He Wei observed Yu Qing, who was immobilized by fear, yet he did not press the matter further. The task of extracting brain cores was not suited for everyone. He did not want to frighten her into illness. There was no shame in serving in logistics, where she could also shine and make a difference without necessarily being on the front lines. Yi Qing, however, did not dwell on the logistics division of the militia or the emerging distinction between frontline and support roles. Her mind was solely fixated on conquering her inner self. If she were to overcome her fears, she must strive to be in the most challenging environment. The thought of having already faced death twice haunted her. Retreating was not an option. Would she merely wallow in regret the next time she faced death? The helplessness that accompanied the inevitability of dying was an experience she never wished to endure again. With this resolve, Yu Qing's gaze hardened as she raised her skull-crushing hammer, cursing vehemently, "Damn it! I fear not death, nor shall I cower before you. Vile creature, come forth and meet your demise." With a resounding thud, the first blow struck, and it was as if she had unleashed a dormant fury, her strikes coming in rapid succession, leaving a blur in their wake. The zombie beneath her was utterly obliterated. Its brains splattered gruesomely. Good heavens! We do not desecrate the dead. Young benefactor, observing the Chapter 63, A Tremendous Harvest. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhao Jia, accompanied by 2 squad leaders, arrived at the military headquarters with practiced ease. After a thorough inspection by the guards, they were escorted to the operations room. Report. Enter. Gu Chengyuan, clad in combat attire, stood with his back to them, his gaze fixed on a vast map of the river valley displayed on the wall. A civilian staff member, under his command, was busily marking various points on the map with colored markers. Zhao Jia cast a glance and refrained from looking further. His rudimentary understanding of military affairs told him that the annotated map was classified. While he found his caution somewhat excessive, after all, it was unlikely there would be any leaks from the undead. He recognized that in the presence of authority, the perception of diligence mattered more than the actual necessity. Yu Cheng-yuan turned around and noted that the three men were behaving respectfully, which elevated his opinion of them slightly. Obedient and well-mannered individuals are always favored, particularly by leadership. Report, Commander, we are here to present today's harvest. With that, He Wei and the others behind Zhao Jie produced 2 bags. They had been thoroughly cleaned and disinfected, containing a total of 231 zombie brain cores. Ah, splendid. I trust the new recruits from the militia performed adequately today? Gu Qingyuan inquired, glancing at the bags. To be honest, he found the yield somewhat unexpected, considering that for ordinary individuals to engage in such high-stakes work, merely completing the day without incident would have been commendable. The output was indeed impressive. Report, Commander. The militia adopted a mentorship model, pairing experienced members with newcomers. Although there were initial challenges, the new recruits adapted remarkably well. Zhao Jie hesitated briefly before continuing. Among them, a recruit named Yi Qing distinguished himself, collecting 40 zombie brain cores on his own today. 40 cores? Gu Qingyuan expressed surprise. Setting aside the fact that he was a newcomer, it was noteworthy that he had allowed the new recruits to return early for rest and hygiene at 4 o'clock, prioritizing their mental well-being. Sustainable development is paramount. A high-intensity first day could lead to psychological issues, ultimately diminishing their productivity. In total, the militia had only spent 8 hours in the field that day, and 40 brain cores meant an average of 1 core every 12 minutes. Even without considering the physical toll of the task, harvesting brain cores is labor-intensive. Zombies do not line up willingly for dispatch. Those accustomed to handling corpses know well how heavy they can be. Let us conduct a thorough review. Yu Cheng-yuan began to voice, but then changed his tone. Before dinner, let us publicly commend them in front of all the gathered survivors. Tonight's meal will be at my table. With that, as Zhao Jie prepared to leave, Yu Cheng-yuan instinctively offered encouragement. You've done well leading the militia. It's quite impressive. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you. Thank you for your praise. Commander, I promise to lead the militia to achieve even greater contributions. After Zhao Jie departed, Gu Cheng-yuan chose to convert the zombie brain cores within the bag. A notification chimed. Money 25, 386. Current funds 26, 843. Has the amount surpassed 20,000? Gazing at the substantial sum resting in the system, Gu Cheng-yuan felt a surge of excitement. His blood mine plan had indeed proven to be astute. This was not merely a one-time transaction like clearing out a residential area, but rather a sustainable source of income. Considering the militia's increasing proficiency and the efficiency with which the blood mine could exterminate zombies, a combined estimation suggested that the blood mine could yield approximately 5,000 brain cores daily. This implies that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he could anticipate daily earnings exceeding 30,000 gold coins in the near future. To sustain the operation of the blood mine, the station troops would incur a significant daily expenditure on ammunition. A single infantry company required a baseline supply costing around 450 gold coins. Thus, 2 infantry companies would amount to 900 gold coins. Li Kuan's armored infantry company, comprising only a single platoon, would occasionally fire a few rounds under heavy defensive pressure, rendering their consumption negligible. Therefore, even after accounting for ammunition expenses, he could still expect a stable daily income of approximately 30,000 gold coins. Ascending. Suppressing his excitement, Gu Qingyuan began to ponder how best to allocate this newfound wealth. Simply saving it would yield no offspring. He must invest it to enhance his strength and create a snowball effect. Chapter 64. Troop Reorganization. Strengthening Firepower. During dinner, at the behest of Gu Qingyuan, Zhao Jie prominently praised Yi Qing in front of all the survivors, urging everyone to learn from him. Standing on the platform, Yi Qing could hardly recall the specifics of Zhao Jie's commendation. He was overwhelmed with excitement, his head spinning and his body trembling. A profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him, lifting him slowly, making him feel as if he were about to ascend to the heavens. What a euphoric experience! Is this the reward for shattering the skulls of zombies? Tomorrow, I shall seize my sharp-headed hammer and deliver a decisive blow to those damned creatures. Yi Qing vowed silently within himself. Little did anyone know, it was precisely due to today's commendation that a new door opened for Yi Qing, giving rise to an ultimate champion within the Night Academy. While dining with Yu Qing, Gu Qingyuan exchanged a few casual words and offered encouragement before departing the cafeteria, heading towards the military headquarters under Yi Qing's fervent gaze. Good day, Commander. At the entrance of the military headquarters, armed guards immediately saluted Gu Qingyuan upon his arrival. Ah, splendid. Gu Qingyuan reciprocated with a wave of his hand in acknowledgement. Although the incident involving the monkey horde's assault on the Western District was something Gu Qingyuan had deliberately allowed, it served as a reminder of the lurking dangers in this apocalyptic world, where threats could emerge from the shadows at any moment. Adhering to his steadfast principles, Gu Qingyuan subsequently appointed the infantry squad summoned for emergency assistance as the garrison for the headquarters, ensuring both the safety and the protection of the military's core. Currently, all external windows on the first and second floors of the military headquarters have been sealed, reinforced with steel bars by welders among the survivors. Additionally, an infantry squad has been stationed on each of these floors to serve as daily security forces, with an extra squad available for support and rotation. Gu Qingyuan soon arrived at the operations room located on the second floor. Upon pushing the door open, he found the deputy battalion commander, Wu Bin, along with 2 other company commanders already seated within. Haha, old Wu, you are always the swift one. The Eastern District has arrived before me. Of course, it's because the command vehicle led the way. The Eastern District is a stronghold, and they tend to dine earlier, allowing me to arrive sooner. Wonderful. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gu Qingyuan took a seat at the head of the long table and officially began the day's proceedings. There were 3 topics on the agenda for today's meeting. The first concerned the position of the first company commander. The first company holds a special place in my heart, being my former unit. Due to the pressing nature of combat, the position has remained vacant since my promotion to battalion commander, which is detrimental to operational efficiency. Therefore, I propose that Jia Sanyu, the squad leader of the first company, be appointed as the new commander. What are your thoughts? Agreed, came the unanimous response. When it comes to personnel appointments, the system soldiers, unwaveringly loyal to Gu Qingyuan, had no inclination to voice dissent. This was merely a formality to ensure the process appeared official. Xu Guhong, please draft the appointment document, affix the battalion seal, and deliver it to Jia Sanyu tonight. Gu Qingyuan instructed the battalion clerk casually. Understood, Commander. As the situation escalates, the scale of operations has significantly expanded compared to the earlier days when I managed only a couple of squads. It is imperative that we formalize our processes, otherwise, the communication of orders could easily devolve into chaos. Now, onto our second agenda item, the reconfiguration of troop units. This adjustment primarily concerns the platoon and company levels, while the fundamental squad units remain unaffected. I had a discussion today with the deputy battalion commander, and through recent observations in actual combat, we have discerned that the current configuration of platoons and companies is inadequate to meet the demands of apocalyptic warfare and firepower requirements. Hence, after our deliberations, we have formulated a proposal. A smaller vessel can change course more swiftly, thus, it is better to act sooner rather than later. Now, I shall invite the deputy battalion commander to announce the specific changes in configuration. Upon hearing his name called, Wu Bin sprang to his feet and saluted the assembled personnel. Zhu Jun and Li Kuan, the 2 company commanders, exchanged concerned glances, eagerly awaiting the orders that directly pertained to them. The announcement of the battalion commander's reconfiguration order is as follows. In response to the insufficient firepower within our units during the confrontation with zombies, we will implement the following changes. The composition of the platoon will be revised to include 1 elite infantry squad alongside 2 regular infantry squads, supplemented by 1 platoon leader. 2 communications personnel, resulting in a total platoon strength of 35 individuals. The company will expand by adding an additional infantry platoon, consisting of 4 infantry squads, and will be comprised of 1 company commander, 1 deputy company commander, 1 driver, 1 clerk, and 2 communications personnel, culminating in a total company strength of 146 individuals. The battalion commander's orders have been delivered. Are there any questions? Clear. Zhu Jun and Li Kuan responded in unison. Excellent. Let us now proceed to the final agenda discussion regarding the selection of troops for the rescue of my parents. Report. At that moment, both Zhu Jun and Li Kuan simultaneously raised their hands, exchanging surprised glances, evidently taken aback by the unexpected response from one another. Enough of the contention. The consensus between the deputy battalion commander and myself is to dispatch Company 1. This company is well established, having participated in multiple zombie purges, urban warfare, and building clearing operations, thus possessing ample combat experience. The distance to Prime Minister Town is nearly 300 kilometers, making the task complex, and entrusting it to Company 1 would be most suitable. Hearing this, Zhu Jun and Li Kuan gradually settled back down. While neither wished to concede weakness within their own units, The commander's words were irrefutable, after all. They had arrived late to the fray. Ultimately, he had precedence over them. Moreover, those were the commander's parents. Should they fail in this mission out of pride, the consequences would be dire. Li Kuan, you will need to allocate an armored squad to reinforce Company 1. Thinking he was no longer involved, Li Kuan's face lit up at Gu Chengyuan's words, casting a slightly provocative glance at Zhu Jun recently. He had been teasing his own armored company for its lack of personnel, likening their armored vehicles to mere mobile homes. Observing Li Kuan's triumphant demeanor, Zhu Jun tilted his head, feigning ignorance. All right, is there anything else you wish to address? If not, the meeting is adjourned. Sir, I have a matter to discuss. Company 2 Commander, what issue do you have? It's just I would like to inquire if we could receive a greater allocation of ammunition. Although our current supplies are sufficient, we only receive resupplies when we are nearly out. The brothers expressed their concerns. Feeling somewhat anxious without a few boxes of ammunition stacked up, unable to fully unleash their capabilities. Haha. It seems the fear of insufficient firepower has struck again. Today, Gu Chengyuan, having just received a substantial income, confidently declared, very well, distribute the supplies. Starting tomorrow, the Eastern District combat units shall maintain a stockpile of 3 times the standard ammunition. He instructed that someone should come to collect the ammunition first thing in the morning. What could possibly be the cost of 3 times the ammunition for 2 companies? Merely a little under 3,000. Is that even a significant expense? Gu Chengyuan pondered grandly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jun's expression brightened. Goodness. I, old Zhu, have never fought such a prosperous battle. Now, they could train without reservation. The first company. With its wealth of combat experience? Humph. I shall feed them with bullets. Let us see to whom the commander assigns the next mission. With such thoughts, Zhu Jun departed with a spring in his step, while Li Kuan scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Who truly lost today between himself and Zhu Jun? It seemed he had salvaged his pride while Zhu Jun had gained substance. Well, perhaps it could be considered a draw, Li Kuan reassured himself. Chapter 65. The 3rd Infantry Company at the break of dawn the next day, as the militia team arrived at the zombie disposal site. They were greeted by a formidable sight. 13 armored assault vehicles and 104A infantry fighting vehicle lined up in a precise formation along the road adjacent to the northern side of the Eastern District sports field. What captivated their attention even more were the ominous, dark heavy machine guns mounted on the vehicles and the imposing, thick barrels of the armored cars, truly the embodiment of masculine romance. A group of fierce-eyed warriors, whose very steps seemed to carry the scent of blood, were preparing to board. This was the company led by Jia Sanyu. After receiving the appointment letter from the regiment's clerk, Zhou Guihong, the previous night, Jia Sanyu was overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude towards Gu Chengyuan. Transitioning from an ordinary soldier to a position of command at the company level was once a mere dream. Yet it had materialized with astonishing swiftness. Amidst the exhilaration lay a heavier burden. The trust the commander placed in him by assigning a mission to rescue loved ones underscored the weight of responsibility. Resolutely determined not to disappoint his superior, Jia Sanyu turned to the 2nd Company commander, Zhu Jun, and requested a platoon from the 2nd Company. In military tradition, the 1st Company is always composed of elite forces. This was a heartfelt extraction, leaving Zhu Jun gasping for breath, unable to contest the decision. Jia Sanyu justified his request by asserting that to better fulfill the rescue mission, the 1st Company should rightly be prioritized for structural adjustments, and drawing seasoned combat forces from other brother units was perfectly aligned with operational requirements. It was as if Jia Sanyu could hear Zhu Jun's silent lament. Just last night, Zhu Jun had ardently vowed to surpass the 1st Company, only to find himself dealt a painful blow by the very same unit he aspired to surpass. His heart was pierced. The pain was excruciating. While Zhu Jun was more than willing to execute the commander's orders, a tinge of frustration lingered, especially as he observed the nonchalant demeanor of the Armored Infantry Company commander, Li Kuan, who was slurping kanji while spectating the unfolding drama. 1st Company Commander, 1st Company Commander, came the voice of Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin over the radio. Received. Deputy Commander, please advise. The 3rd Company has fully occupied their positions and the handover is complete. You may proceed. Understood. The 3rd Company had been summoned by Gu Chengyuan that morning. Initially, Zhu Jun pondered whether the restructuring would necessitate assembling one squad at a time. But upon entering the system, he discovered the company's configuration was programmable, allowing for flexible arrangements. How fortunate it is to have resources, Gu Chengyuan mused. uncertain if money could indeed facilitate miracles, but it was clear the system was eager to comply. First company, start the vehicles and set off. Jia Sanio's voice resonated clearly through the intercom, reaching every squad within the company. The lead vehicle activated its left turn signal and gradually commenced its journey. The entire convoy flowing like a massive serpent, heading toward the Western District Gate, with an 04A infantry fighting vehicle trailing behind. According to the Commander's directive, today marked the adjustment period for their rescue team, intended for acclimatization to marching on the road and tactical coordination with the 04A infantry fighting vehicles. This mission would revolve around the night circuit highway, practicing responses to ambush scenarios and rehearsing potential tactical maneuvers. As they prepared for the forthcoming drills, everyone was urged to remain vigilant. Safety was paramount, followed by the necessity of efficiency in their exercises. Each subject was to be approached with utmost seriousness, striving for success on the first attempt. The commander mentioned that once we complete the designated training exercises today, we shall be afforded a respite. Surely, none of us wishes to forego this opportunity for rest, correct? The mere mention of relaxation invigorated the entire company, as if they had been electrified. We are determined to accomplish our tasks. Listening to the excited voices of the squad leaders crackling through the intercom, Jia Sanyu couldn't help but smile. The East Campus Sports Field, currently serving as a processing site for the undead, had not quieted after the departure of the troops. Rather, it had grown even more raucous. Captain, where do you think the troops are headed? I noticed they seem to be heading towards the school gate. Are they embarking on some mission? Who knows? I've enough to worry about with you lot, let alone concerning myself with the military. They were armed with rifles and ammunition, and even brought armored vehicles. Surely, they weren't merely going out for a feast, he thought, casting an exasperated glance at Zhang Tao beside him. This lad had many commendable qualities, but his insatiable curiosity and incessant chatter were rather bothersome. Nevertheless, it was a welcome distraction. Dealing with zombies was inherently a grim task, and this young man's lively demeanor lightened the atmosphere, making the gruesome task of dispatching the undead somewhat more bearable. At the very least, he was preferable to that fellow, Yu Qing. Contemplating this, He Wei covertly glanced at Yu Qing, who was wholly engrossed in his work, oblivious to everything around him as he relentlessly smashed zombie craniums. Was it truly that entertaining? Observing Yu Qing's fervor, He Wei began to question himself. Was there an aspect of this task he had overlooked? What was it that captivated him so? Hey, Captain, what exactly are we doing with these zombie cores? Zhang Tao suddenly lowered his voice. Well, the reason we are collecting these zombie cores is certainly because they must have some utility. As for how they are used, that remains to be seen. Stop overthinking it. Knowing too much is not always beneficial. Besides, we have discussed this matter numerous times already without arriving at any conclusions. Zhang Tao's clever mind appeared to have sparked an idea, and he exclaimed with excitement, Captain, do you think these zombie cores could facilitate human evolution? Just like in the novels, with powers of wind, fire, and lightning. How dashing. Upon hearing this, He Wei's expression turned grave. I advise you not to indulge in such fanciful notions. Currently, we lack for nothing in terms of sustenance and safety, though life may be a bit grimy. We've adapted. Do not court danger. If evolution were truly possible, wouldn't our militia team, which spends every day alongside the military, have noticed? The troops that have gathered so many cores have not evolved. What makes you think you would? From now on, do not mention this again. And regardless of what others say, our team members, including you, shall not discuss the zombie cores in private. Only after confirming that each team member, Yi Qing included, nodded in agreement did He Wei cease his scrutiny. What purpose do the zombie cores serve? It was not just the new recruits who were curious. The seasoned veterans of the militia, having traversed mountains of corpses and gunfire, were equally intrigued by this mysterious phenomenon. In truth, they had conducted various clandestine experiments, yet all yielded no results, gradually extinguishing their curiosity regarding the matter. It is indeed a blessing to be alive. Pondering too much is futile. One might as well indulge in a few extra moments of slumber, for upon awakening, a myriad of zombies awaits to be dealt with. The burdensome work has gradually extinguished their spirits. Chapter 66, The Marauders. Upon exiting the gates of Night University, Jia Sanida led his troops to commence the cleansing of the streets from the undead. Fortuitously, the remote geographical location of Night University had resulted in a relatively low volume of traffic at the onset of the apocalypse. Thus the congestion on the roads was not particularly severe. Abandoned vehicles lay strewn along the roadside, with only a few immobilized in the middle, preventing widespread blockage. Deploy in advance formation. With the command issued, the convoy of the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicles began to decelerate, while the 04A infantry fighting vehicles accelerated to overtake and position themselves at the forefront of the fleet. Weighing 25 tons, the 04A infantry fighting vehicle was undoubtedly more suited for breaching obstacles than the 8-ton Mengsher armored vehicles. With a roar, the 6-cylinder water-cooled diesel engine of the 04A infantry fighting vehicle emitted a thunderous growl, attracting the wandering zombies along the road. The dormant beast within them awakened. The zombies, activated from standby mode, surged forth with a ferocious intensity, baring their teeth in a ravenous thirst for flesh. As the cannon turned, the 7.62mm coaxial machine gun showed no mercy to the zombie horde, unleashing a torrent of fire that swept through the group, sending limbs and body parts flying. The cold, unyielding tracks of the 04A infantry fighting vehicle ground forward, crushing the remains beneath, splattering viscous blood like overripe tomatoes, leaving the streets stained with the dark ichor. Given the desolation surrounding Night University, the unit encountered little formidable resistance. The charging zombies, without exception, became nothing more than flesh clinging to the tracks of the battle vehicle. The most significant achievement was perhaps the infantry fighting vehicle's sheer size and weight, which allowed it to clear numerous obstructive wrecks, thus restoring the transport route around Night University. Along the way, when confronted with zombies trapped within vehicles, the driver of the battle vehicle, exhibiting a semblance of compassion, ended their suffering. With a press of the accelerator, he drove the vehicle over them, compressing them into a compact mass. The mischievous Ja Sanyu did not admonish him. After days of high-intensity combat, such playful yet safe handling of the undead was not deemed inappropriate. Glancing at his tactical wristwatch and then at the electronic map highlighting the fuel station, Ja Sanyu resolved to refuel before returning. Who knew? Perhaps they might encounter a fuel tanker and manage to stockpile some fuel for future reserves. All units, proceed to the Julin fuel station. Understood. With the command given, the lead vehicle, the 04A infantry fighting vehicle, began to accelerate. Its 440 kilowatt robust power ensured that even as a tracked vehicle, it was not significantly hindered on the highway, achieving a maximum speed of approximately 75 km/h. At this moment, the Julin fuel station was occupied by 2 modified pickup trucks, their windows and windshields fortified with steel bars, while the tire areas were protected with wire mesh. The front of the vehicles boasted solid steel crash bars, reflecting a cold, harsh light, clearly honed to a razor-sharp edge, resembling colossal blades. The generator roared as 2 middle-aged men busily climbed up and down, collaboratively filling the barrels in the truck bed with fuel. At the gas station, 3 short-haired men armed with police shotguns stood guard in 3 different directions. Their exposed skin bore intricate tattoos of dragons and phoenixes, and they occasionally cast impatient glances at 2 clumsy middle-aged men who were struggling with the task at hand. Come on, hurry up. Have you eaten too much? Why are you so slow with refueling? If you make too much noise, I'll be the first to use you to feed the zombies. One of the armed men suddenly barked. The 2 middle-aged men flinched, and one of them stumbled and fell from the truck bed, dropping the fuel spray gun and spilling gasoline everywhere. Damn it, was that intentional? I'll make you pay for this. Just doing a simple job and you mess it up. Ah Chong, just give him a light beating. Don't hit too hard. Delivering fuel is important. We can deal with him later. All right, Longo, I promise to make it both comfortable and efficient for him. The youth named Ah Chong grinned wickedly as he approached the middle-aged man, raising his police shotgun and delivering a fierce blow with the butt of the gun. As the man tried to rise, he was knocked back down, blood immediately staining his head. Ah Chong flipped the gun over and mounted the man, unleashing a flurry of slaps that left the man's face swollen and bruised. Still pretending, huh? Speak up. Chong-gu, I'm not pretending. I haven't eaten much in days. I'm just too weak. Are you saying I'm abusing you? Want some food? Here, eat this. Ah Chong indiscriminately grabbed some unknown scraps from the ground and shoved them into the man's mouth, sneering as he pinched the man's chin and spat a thick glob of phlegm into it. Consider it a gift, my precious nectar. With that, Ah Chong tossed the man harshly to the ground and stood up laughing heartily. This apocalypse is absolutely exhilarating. Back in prison, that old dog lorded over us. But now we can do whatever we please. It's a pity we haven't encountered any women on this trip. Those at the military factory are all mothers. Too old and not enticing at all. I've heard there's a university nearby. Shall we refuel and take a stroll? We might even meet some female students. Play the hero and take them back for some fun. As they spoke, a Chong and another armed youth's eyes sparkled with excitement. Long Gu, think of the fair-skinned, tender female students. They would be so delightful. The other, with a sharp face, chimed in eagerly. Long Gu felt parched and conflicted. Today he was supposed to collect fuel. Yet the university was not far, and with their firepower and vehicle, it likely wouldn't be too dangerous. All right, let us refuel and... Wait. What is that noise? A cacophony of approaching vehicles pierced the air, suggesting a convoy was hastily drawing near. Brother Long and his companions exchanged knowing glances, each donning a sinister grin. Perhaps we shall find young girls to entertain us without even needing to attend school. What a delightful stroke of fortune, remarked his gaunt companion with a lecherous expression. Let us proceed as we did with the guards at the military factory, conceal our firearms, lure them out of their vehicles, and then deal with them when we are close enough. Excellent. Director Wong, you must be obedient. Should you jeopardize our plans, your demise matters not to me. I shall merely take my frustrations out on those two odious prison guards. With those words, the once flickering gaze of Director Wong returned to that of a marionette under control. Chapter 67. Lousy sees at a glance that you are not human. Brother Long and his companions concealed their firearms beneath the seats of the pickup truck, standing on either side of the open door, poised to seize their weapons at a moment's notice. As the sound of an approaching engine grew ever closer, their excitement escalated, their eyes sparkling as they fixated on the bend of the road leading to the gas station. Surely, there must be women. Beautiful women. As the angular front of the infantry fighting vehicle 04A turned the corner, the turret with its deep cannon pointed ominously in their direction. A chill surged from their feet to their heads, extinguishing the fervent desires that had been igniting just moments before, rendering their legs weak as jelly. The arrival of several armored assault vehicles, each equipped with heavy machine guns, completely deflated their spirits. Hey, come over here. One of the armored vehicles halted nearby, its bulletproof window sliding open to reveal a large hand clad in camouflage and black tactical gloves. A Chong, I'm calling you. Hurry up. Brother Long whispered urgently to a Chong. What? No way. Brother Long, I think they're calling you. A Chong's legs trembled, despite his bravado moments ago. The memory of the state's violent machinery loomed large in his mind. I told you to go. Just go. Brother Long scolded him in a low voice, too frightened to lift his gaze towards the vehicle's window. Fine. Under Brother Long's intimidation, a Chong nervously shuffled to the window, forcing a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. Military smack. A dull thud resounded as the gloved hand struck him across the face, leaving a Chong seeing stars. Did I call you? You just stroll over? Get back. Tell him to come here. The one with the worm tattoo on his neck. With a tone of impatience, Lu Chong directly berated them, recognizing that these tattooed individuals were not to be trifled with. Yes, I'll go right away. Tears welled in a Chong's eyes from the slap as he hurried back to Brother Long, his voice laced with resentment. Brother Long, I told you they were calling you, but you insisted I go and made me take a hit. What do you mean by I? Though I have a dragon tattoo on my neck, I'm not fat. It must be referring to chicken feet. You go. Big brother, I don't have a dragon tattoo. The frightened chicken feet stepped back, terrified of being the next target. Damn it. Stop dilly-dallying. Lu Chong, growing impatient, exited the vehicle, and soldiers behind him armed themselves as they disembarked. The mounted machine gun atop the armored vehicle swiveled towards them. Standing at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters, Lu Chong strode over to Brother Long with long strides. He raised his hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps that made Brother Long's cheeks quiver like jelly. Have you gone deaf? How many times must I call you before you respond? Do I need to come and fetch you myself? Is it truly so difficult to move a vehicle? With a sharp slap, Lu Chong struck the scrawny, sharp-faced man, causing him to spin in place, caught off guard. And what manner of creature are you, looking so grotesque? You resemble a filthy rat from a gutter. Clearly, you are no good. Execute them. Execute them. Drag them away for execution. Upon hearing Lu Chong's decree, the dazed Long Gu immediately regained his senses, kneeling and grasping Lu Chong's trousers. What? Military officer, we are good people. Please spare us. The other 2 also fell to their knees, their eyes clouded with dread. Are these truly soldiers? They are even more fearsome than us, resembling thugs. Not only did one of them deliver 2 resounding slaps, but they also demand execution for our appearance. Is there no law left? Is there no sense of justice? Squad leader, this. As a communications soldier, Xiaowei Bin hesitated. These individuals certainly did not appear virtuous. Yet to condemn them to death solely based on their looks seemed an egregious act of indiscriminate slaughter. Report, squad leader. We discovered 3 firearms in their pickup truck. One soldier in the squad excitedly raised a police shotgun he had retrieved from the driver's seat. Upon seeing the weapon in the soldier's hands, Long-gu and his companions felt a wave of despair wash over them. They had been so preoccupied with ambushing that they had left the car door ajar, and now, without even a search, their guilt was laid bare. I could see at a glance that you were not human. Bring them forward and execute them immediately. Lu Chong commanded with a sweeping gesture, summoning a squad of soldiers. Officer! Officer! I wish to report. At that moment, the long-silent Warden Wong suddenly raised his voice. Chapter 68, The Armory. For the esteemed leader, an additional update. Report, Commander, it is indeed these 5 individuals. Within the operational chamber of the military building located in the western campus of Yezhou University, Long-gu and his 2 companions were bound and kneeling on the floor, while 2 middle-aged men, having fulfilled their vendetta, stood nearby. Seated in a chair, Gu Qingyuan, after listening to Jia Senyu's report, turned his head and stretched his neck, calmly observing the 3 miscreants on the ground. According to Jia Senyu's interrogation, these 3 belonged to a criminal syndicate, all of whom were once incarcerated in the East Suburb prison as serious offenders before the apocalypse. The leader, Zheng Ge, was even a death row inmate, while Chen Staolong, referred to as Long-gu, was merely a minor figure within the ranks. When the apocalypse erupted, this group, under the leadership of Su Zheng, capitalized on the chaos to violently escape, armed with firearms. During their flight, they fortuitously passed by the 1411 factory, also located in the East Suburb. Su Zheng dispatched several trusted subordinates, disguised as survivors, who deceived the factory's guards into opening the gates, subsequently ambushing and effortlessly overpowering the factory as security personnel. Gu Qingyuan had not anticipated that sending Jia Senyu's team for adaptive training would yield such significant results. This significant catch, however, did not refer to the petty criminals before him, nor the so-called Zheng Ge. In Gu Qingyuan's eyes, they were mere insects easily crushed beneath his heel. What truly captured his attention was the 1411 factory. According to the report from the warden standing nearby, Wang, the 1411 factory was a subsidiary of the Zhou Bang Weapons Group located in Yezhou Province. Although the factory was not the main production site, it still handled a portion of ammunition manufacturing capacity. Not only could it produce bullets, but it was also capable of manufacturing small-caliber shells. This was undoubtedly good news for Gu Qingyuan. Even though the proportion of ammunition replenishment expenses relative to daily monetary income was not substantial, being able to replenish resources in reality could save a significant amount. Such savings could equate to the cost of nearly an infantry squad per day, especially as his forces expanded, with the future prospect of a fully staffed combined battalion, possibly even a combined brigade or army. One could only imagine the consumption required if relying solely on system replenishments. Therefore, the 1411 factory, and even the main factory, were targets Gu Qingyuan was determined to seize. His only concern was the number of skilled workers remaining at the factory and whether the production line could be activated. Of course, these questions could not be answered by the 3 lowly individuals before him. Su Zheng was no fool. Upon realizing they had taken over an armory, he promptly secured both the production line and the workers. Currently, only Su Zheng and his 10 or so trusted aides had access to the core production workshops, and the specifics of the situation were beyond the comprehension of peripheral figures like Chen Xiaolong. The 3 possessed police-grade shotguns, which were of extremely crude quality, resembling homemade contraptions disguised as police firearms. Preliminary estimates suggested they were crafted using a lathe, possibly experimental products. Kneeling on the ground, Chen Staolong and his companions dared not move, yet they could faintly sense the oppressive gaze of Gu Qingyuan. In the face of death, they were drenched in sweat, their clothes thoroughly soaked, akin to loaches pinned to a chopping board, utterly immobile. During their transport, they had only just begun to grasp the nature of the formidable individuals they had encountered. This is a modern army, intact, organized, and possessing a complete command system. What terrifies them even more is that the apocalypse has not only lifted their restrictions but also unleashed the ferocity of this formidable force. This was strikingly evident in the platoon leader, whose constant threats of execution revealed his ruthless disposition. To comprehend the unfolding events, Gu Qingyuan reclined slightly, relaxing against the back of his chair, his tone measured and indifferent. Let these 2 remain. The 3 on the ground should be taken out and dealt with. Understood. As soon as the words left his lips, the soldiers, eager as wolves, advanced. Pairing up, they seized each of the 3 men and dragged them out. Chen Xiaohu and his companions, formerly brimming with the ferocity of tormenting the innocent, now cried out in desperation, pleading for mercy. "Sir, please don't kill me. Spare my life. I'm still of use. I can serve as your informant. Yes, military gentlemen, spare us. We will serve you like dogs. We will return as your informants." Gucheng Yuan did not even raise an eyebrow at their pleas. The trio was swiftly removed from the operations room, their cries for mercy fading into the distance. With the sound of gunfire echoing, Chen Xiaolong and his companions hastily met their grim end. It was only moments before his demise that Chong realized the truth. In times of peace, ordinary people were indeed protected, safeguarding those who, like him, were so self-righteous in their beliefs. In the past, mistakes could lead to imprisonment, unlike now, when even a cell was a luxury beyond reach. Chapter 69. Su Zheng. The gunfire outside did not disrupt the conversation within the command room. After days of relentless battles, Gucheng Yuan and his companions had grown accustomed to the specter of death. They did not disregard life, yet they did not overly cherish it either. "Sanyo, since this matter was apprehended by your squad, it is your responsibility to resolve it. Just endure a bit more before we depart." Jia Sanyo instinctively straightened his posture, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Please, Commander, issue the orders. You are to set off immediately, guided by Warden Wang. Today, we shall seize this military factory." Every time Gucheng Yuan thought of national assets being held hostage by a band of thugs, his heart ached. How many weapons and ammunition could be produced daily? What profits could these munitions yield? He felt a twinge of regret for receiving this news only now, yet it was not too late. By nightfall, it would belong to them. As for those thugs, it seemed they were destined for annihilation. Extirpate the malevolence. Understood. Commander, if the thugs threaten with survivors. Jia Sanyo could not help but voice his concerns. Warden Wang, upon hearing this, also cast a furtive glance at Gucheng Yuan, their expressions tinged with apprehension. Gucheng Yuan did not directly address the matter, instead shifting the conversation. "Lu Chong performed admirably today. Let us reward him with an extra meal tonight." At this, Jia Sanyo trembled slightly. Lu Chong's demeanor towards the ruffians had been unyielding. Had he not dismissed Lu Chong's counsel, those three men would not have survived to see the military headquarters. Thus, the commander's stance was clear. The sacrifice of survivors was not to be factored in. "Yes, Commander, we shall ensure the mission is completed." Time was of the essence. "Please, follow me." With that, the remaining soldiers in the room, without waiting for Warden Wang's response, surged forward, escorting him out. Standing before the window of the command room on the second floor, Gucheng Yuan watched as a convoy sped away from the campus, disappearing from view without stirring a flicker of emotion within him. He understood that innocent survivors would likely perish because of his words, but so what? He was but a man, not a deity. Even in Marvel films, countless ordinary lives were lost each time the superheroes saved the world. Yet, who truly cared? Not even the moviegoers, who were themselves ordinary, seemed to mind. What mattered was the upward trajectory of overall interests. As for those individuals consumed by the fray, they were merely part of the natural attrition. In the office of Factory 1411, Su Zheng lounged in a spacious executive chair, his legs casually crossed atop a dark red hardwood desk, exuding relaxation and self-satisfaction. What does it mean to find light after darkness? What does it signify to rise from the brink of death? Su Zheng, who had barely completed elementary school, could not fathom these concepts before, but now he grasped their profound significance. Who could have imagined that just a week away from execution, he would not only evade death, but also rally a band of subordinates to seize control of a military factory? The manufacturing of firearms had commenced successfully. With weapons in hand and an uninterrupted production line for ammunition, they were poised for ascendance. Soon, he too would be a figure of great authority. As he contemplated this, Su Zheng's emotions surged, and he couldn't help but break into a wide grin, leaning back in a tactical pose. Brother Zheng, Chen Xiaolong and his companions, who went out early this morning to gather fuel, have yet to return. The report from his subordinate interrupted his ongoing plans, leaving him somewhat displeased. After all, he had envisioned himself ascending to the throne, restoring the dynasty, and was pondering what imperial title to adopt. This conundrum vexed him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. How could he ascend without a title? Unfortunately, his knowledge was limited to a few readings of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Young and Dangerous, leaving him at a loss. Impatiently, Su Zheng remarked, "So what if they're delayed? No need for such alarm. Perhaps they've simply found some women." The mention of women ignited a spark of anger within him. That wretched Chen Xiaolong, if I discover he's been sneaking around with women behind my back, I swear I'll deal with him. Su Zheng had always looked down upon Chen Xiaolong, After all, a hierarchy existed even among prisoners. At the top were individuals like Su Zheng, a notorious criminal facing the death penalty, while at the bottom were rapists who, if identified in prison, would inevitably become targets for bullying and abuse by other inmates. Ironically, Qin Xiaolong was one such rapist, having recently arrived and not yet endured the prison's brutality before the apocalypse erupted. If not for the shortage of manpower, Su Zheng and his group would have long since dealt with him. Thus, Su Zheng felt free to express his disdain for Qin Xiaolong in front of his subordinates. But Brother Jing, all three of them took a gun when they left. I'm worried they might flee. Who allowed them to take firearms? The younger subordinate awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that it was only because Qin Xiaolong had offered him a substantial reward and promised to procure a beautiful woman for him in the future that he had consented to let Qin Xiaolong take a weapon. Being Su Zheng's trusted confidants, they had been entrusted with the most secure guarding duties, which also meant they rarely had the opportunity to venture outside. When they were filled with untamed desires, the only outlet was to direct them toward a few female employees of the former 1411 factory. However, the youngest among them, hailed as the flower of the 1411 factory, was merely 5 years away from retirement. Brother Zheng, the outside is crawling with zombies. If they don't have guns and something goes wrong, I'm more worried about our 2 modified pickups. How dare you? Su Zheng suddenly erupted, delivering a powerful kick to his subordinate's chest, sending him flying more than a meter away. As he watched the subordinate curled up on the ground, clutching his abdomen, Su Zheng's eyes glinted with rage. Do you take me for a fool? When I was spinning tales, you were still in your diapers. Speak. The subordinate, writhing in pain on the ground, began to spill the whole story, knowing Su Zheng's temperament all too well. After hearing the account, Su Zheng's forehead bulged with veins. He kicked the subordinate hard in the abdomen once more. You fool. In this apocalypse, what we lack most is firearms, not women. With guns, you can have countless women. Without them, you'll only face countless bullets. You imbecile. Go summon the others. Were it not for your long-standing companionship, I would have surely ended you today. Hurry. Upon hearing this, the younger brother stifled his pain and struggled to rise, only to collide headlong with a robust figure. Brother, the troops have arrived. Chapter 70. I dare him not to fire. What is this? An army? Su Zheng's anger suddenly dissipated, replaced by confusion. In the days of this apocalypse, he had scarcely seen any officials. Several policemen had already been killed. How could an army suddenly emerge? Could they be operating under the same pretense as himself? Su Zheng couldn't help but recall the time he had dressed someone in a uniform to masquerade as a prison guard. Indeed, Brother Zheng, it is truly an army. Outside our factory, there are over a dozen armored vehicles, and one even has tracks and a cannon. It's ominous and quite frightening. Su Zheng inhaled sharply, pausing for 2 seconds. What did they come for? His mind raced as he contemplated the army's intentions. Could it be for supplies and ammunition? They certainly wouldn't be able to engage in direct combat against his people, but what if they disguised themselves as factory workers? In this chaotic world, the opposing forces would likely be unable to verify their identities, right? Even if discovered, he still had the factory survivors and workers to use as hostages. Surely, they would hesitate to launch an assault. If all else fails, he could threaten them with the entire armament factory. With these thoughts, Su Zheng regained his composure. Second brother, we all know what we've done since our escape. 100 executions before the apocalypse wouldn't suffice. If we are truly captured by the army, none of us will survive. Therefore, we must burn our boats and seek life amidst death. You take a few clever and reliable brothers and rig the factory with explosives. Connect them with fuses, ensuring they can be detonated at the first opportunity. I will negotiate with them. If they refuse to let us live, we shall not give them an easy victory. Upon hearing this, second brother swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting madness. Understood, Brother Zheng. If they do not allow us to live, we will go down fighting with these scoundrels. Observing the resolute figure of second brother, Su Zheng added, aren't there several types of explosives? Let's use the C4. I've seen it used in movies for demolishing buildings. And its power is incredible. Very well, brother. I guarantee we will use C4. As Su Zheng's most trusted confidant, he felt utterly secure in second brother's capabilities. Once the arrangements were complete, Su Zheng adjusted his ill-fitting suit and tidied his hair in the full-length mirror behind the door. He spat twice into his hands, rubbed them together, and smoothed down his somewhat unruly buzz cut. He pushed open the office door, revealing a corridor filled with his loyal subordinates, armed and ready. Having received the alert, outside Factory 1411, Jia Sanyu surveyed the factory gates, growing increasingly impatient and contemplating whether to simply ram the 04A infantry fighting vehicle through the entrance. A young man with a buzz cut, dressed in factory attire, timidly approached the door. "Soldiers, do not fire," he exclaimed, setting down a speaker before turning and fleeing. Just as Jia Sanya braced himself, suspecting a bomb, a raspy male voice emanated from the speaker. "Greetings, esteemed soldiers. I am the director of Factory 1411. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" The entire group erupted in laughter at this statement. "Damn it. These foolish individuals think they can play Mission Impossible with us." Lu Chong chuckled as he patted the car door. "We are here to resupply weapons. Please open the factory gates to allow the troops to enter, so we can ensure your safety." Jia Sanyu did not rush to expose the other party's clumsy lies. Instead, continuing the conversation. "What if they actually let us in? I'm sorry, gentlemen, but our factory cannot accommodate you." "To hell with that. Open the door immediately, or I'll be forced to shell the place." Upon hearing just half a sentence, Jia Sanyu realized that subtle tactics would not work, and he had no time to waste on idle chatter. The commander demanded that the base be captured before nightfall. There was no time to waste. In the warehouse not far from the main gate, Su Zheng and the others exchanged glances. So aggressive? They would fire at the slightest disagreement? "I'll count to 3. If the door isn't opened, I'll fire." 3. Observing the panic in his subordinates' eyes, Su Zheng quickly reassured them. "That won't happen. We have so many civilians inside. The army has discipline. They would never fire." Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the ground as the 04A infantry fighting vehicle trembled violently, stirring up dust and debris. A 100mm high explosive shell was fired from the barrel, effortlessly piercing through the gates of Factory 1411, collapsing the concrete walls of the warehouse almost instantaneously. Listening to the resounding blast from the adjacent warehouse, Su Zheng and the others broke into a cold sweat. Did they really dare? How could they be so reckless? So wild? The driver floored the accelerator, and the menacing 04A infantry fighting vehicle charged forward, barreling straight into the warehouse where Su Zheng and the others were located. Jia Sanyu knew the target was likely there. Does this old fool think he can hide behind a microphone and evade capture? He forgot that his underling ran back to us in broad daylight. Before the group could recover from the shock of the blast, the grinding sound of tracks scraping against the concrete floor filled the air. With a tremendous crash, the 04A infantry fighting vehicle ruthlessly smashed through the wall of the warehouse where Su Zheng stood, sending bricks flying and dust swirling. Caught off guard, the vehicle struck true, crushing through the crowd, its frame barely grazing Su Zheng as it passed. The protruding edges of the vehicle snagged his suit jacket. As Su Zheng regained his senses, he saw that most of his subordinates had been ground into the floor by the iron beast, crimson fluid splattering everywhere. Su Zheng's expression turned blank as he glanced at the tattered suit clinging to the vehicle's edge, then looked down at the only remaining piece of clothing, his white vest. A sudden chill enveloped him. Chapter 71. The Consequences of Ignorance. With a derisive chuckle, Su Zheng observed the successive appearances of the mongoose 3 armored assault vehicles. A bitter smile crept across his face, realizing that it was all an illusion. If that were the case, let these individuals bear the consequences. A resounding slap echoed, abruptly halting Su Zheng's laughter, as if a duck had its throat seized. Lu Chong had been harboring a tempest of anger. He insisted that for such a vile creature, one should simply unleash the cannon and obliterate him. Why complicate matters? Yet, he had no choice but to heed the orders of his commander, Jia Sanni, and at the moment the 04A infantry fighting vehicle fired, he felt an exhilarating rush. The Mongoose 3 armored vehicle he was aboard barreled in closely behind the 04A, and upon disembarking, he was met with the sight of Su Zheng grinning foolishly, which only fueled Lu Chong's ire. "What the hell are you laughing at?" he seethed. "Now that I've caught you, I won't let you off lightly. You dare to dawdle at the gate? Execute him. Drag him away for execution. Finish him off while he lies there." With a fierce countenance, Su Zheng shouted, "Old two. Ignite the explosive device. Let us perish together." "Understood, Brother Jing. Let the corrupt officials die with us." At that moment, Lu Chong finally noticed the communicator strapped to Su Zheng's waist. Their SA bomb. Retreat. In an instant, Lu Chong grasped the urgency. This old fool intended to blow up the arms factory. He swiftly seized Su Zheng and dove into the Mongoose 3 armored assault vehicle. The entire battalion immediately received the news of the impending explosion and began to hastily retreat. The explosion of the arms factory was no trifling matter. The immense storage of explosives meant that even hiding in a vehicle or a fortified structure would not guarantee survival. The sheer force of the blast could wreak havoc beyond imagination. The entire battalion evacuated rapidly, with the 048 infantry fighting vehicle executing a sharp turn, crashing through 2 walls to make its escape, while the drivers of the Mongoose 3 vehicles exhibited their prowess. After several minutes, the entire company had retreated nearly to the borders of the monks' village, yet still, there was no sign of an explosion. The sound of slapping filled the air once more as Lu Chong, crimson-faced, unleashed a torrent of curses at Su Zheng. "You fool, do you dare to mock me?" Su Zheng, however, paid no heed to Lu Chong's large hand slapping wildly at his face. His mind was consumed with thoughts of why the explosion had not occurred. Lying several kilometers away in the dry earth, covered in grass and resembling a rodent, Old Tu was equally perplexed. He had locked all the factory personnel inside the control room, and without a key, there was no way to open it. Fearing that this so-called explosive device would fail to detonate, he had even pulled several fuses and witnessed the flames engulfing them before making his escape through a small hole. It made no sense. Old Tu stroked his stubble thoughtfully. "Fine. If it doesn't explode, so be it. Consider it a stroke of luck for these corrupt officials. It's just a shame my good brother has to perish in vain." Reflecting on the care Su Zheng bestowed upon him like a brother during their time in prison. Even the merciless heir found his eyes glistening with unshed tears. With a solemn expression, he slowly knelt towards the direction of the munitions factory, bowing his head forcefully several times. The dull thuds resonated across the desolate expanse, and soon a small pit was formed in the dry earth beneath him. "Brother, may you and the comrades rest in peace. With my current abilities, I am powerless to avenge you. Yet, if I cannot seek vengeance for you, how can I still bear the face to call myself your brother? Therefore, today I sever all ties of brotherhood with you. This blood feud, I shall repay in my next life." Having spoken these words, he rose, his face smeared with dirt, and turned swiftly to stride into the distance. His robust legs soon moved with the swiftness of a whirlwind. The setting sun, resembling blood, elongated his shadow dramatically. Before long, the elite infantry squad dispatched by Jia Sanyu to scout the munitions factory returned, each one with a flushed face. "Report, Company Commander. My squad advanced to the munitions factory for reconnaissance and discovered that there are indeed bombs present, and they are still in a state of combustion. Then why hasn't it exploded?" Jia Sanyu inquired, momentarily bewildered. "Because it's C4. At this moment, the reporting squad leader could no longer contain his laughter. And soon the entire group erupted in a hearty guffaws. It is well known that C4 requires a detonator to explode. Burning it is safer than kindling. And not even a spark would leap forth. Blast it. I warned you to study diligently, and now you've paid the price for your ignorance." Chapter 72. The bullet production line as the camp clerk approached Gu Qingyuan to deliver a report. He was strolling in the expansive playground at night, with Deputy Commander Wu Bin. Not far from them, an elite infantry squad responsible for security was stationed. Before dinner, Zhao Jie had delivered 455 zombie brain cores, a slight increase from the previous day, indicating that everything was progressing in a positive direction. Feeling affluent, he decided to replace the previous guard unit with an elite guard composed entirely of elite infantry, believing that with wealth comes the value of life, warranting greater security investment. The original guard unit was reassigned to the second company to fulfill Jia Sanyu's request for troops. The elite veterans had been swapped for a regular infantry unit. And Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but smile at the memory of Zhu Jun's resentful expression. The gentle breeze brought a refreshing chill from the forest, making the evening stroll quite pleasant. Both he and Wu Bin took a moment to relish this rare tranquility amidst their busy lives. "Commander, the report from the first company has arrived. They have successfully completed their designated mission, annihilating the criminal gang led by Su Zheng and fully reclaiming the 1411 sub-factory." Upon hearing this, Zhou Guhong respectfully presented the report with both hands. Gu Chengyuan took it, flipping through the pages, and couldn't help but laugh aloud. He then passed the report to Wu Bin, who looked on with curiosity. Before long, the top brass of the military gathered, and they all shared a hearty laugh. There was nothing particularly humorous about the situation. In a world fraught with predation and survival, finding a flicker of joy, even if stained with blood, was a rare and precious occurrence. After a brief respite, the two men returned to serious matters. "I wonder how the commander intends to handle the 1411 factory?" Wu Bin inquired, gazing at the magnificent crimson clouds on the horizon. Gu Chengyuan pondered for a moment. "I plan to relocate the bullet production line from the military factory. Given the current shortage of troops, dispersing our forces would be unwise. Moreover, the report indicates that only 24 workers remain at the military factory. and most of the management has been swept away by the criminal gang, leaving only the workshop director. Moving it to our headquarters will allow us to rejuvenate the workforce and rapidly restore production. It is unfortunate, however, that half of the artillery production line has been dismantled, and the crucial hydraulic press was also removed. Otherwise, we could have acquired a complete artillery production line. At this point, Wu Bin interjected with a reassuring tone. The report mentioned that the company commander stated that these two production lines combined have a capacity of producing 100,000 rounds of ammunition daily, which significantly exceeds our current consumption. Just these two lines could at least support us in doubling our forces. Indeed, this is excellent news. Currently, our most significant expenditure is ammunition. Acquiring these two production lines would essentially cover our daily needs. With this realization, Gu Chengyuan felt his spirits lift, chiding himself for being overly greedy. With such a substantial gain already in hand, what more could one desire? However, what caught his attention was the final piece of information in the report, which mentioned the 1411 main factory located in the Guanshan district. This central factory is truly remarkable. Established with the investment of the Zhoubang Armaments Group, and is a fully automated intelligent factory. The workshop director mentioned that the factory's artillery production capacity could reach a staggering 50,000 shells per day, while bullets could exceed an astonishing 1 million per day. If he could secure such resources, Gu Chengyuan could hardly fathom how joyous he would be. Were it not for the fact that the Shishui district and the Guanshan district are separated by an urban area, and considering the current military strength, even a detour would not facilitate an occupation. Gu Chengyuan would have been compelled to take action. However, upon reflecting that this central factory is situated within the night market, his urgency diminished. The night market is mine. It will undoubtedly remain unclaimed, and should someone seize it, he could reclaim it effortlessly. He truly did not believe any faction within the night market could match the strength of his own troops. Having contemplated these matters, Gu Chengyuan turned to his aide, Zhou Guhong, and said, Guhong, draft a command for the battalion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guhong promptly retrieved her pen and notebook. Order the 4th Infantry Company to transport 4 batches of ammunition to Factory 1411 and hand over defense duties to the 1st Infantry Company. 3 batches of ammunition are to be delivered to the 1st Infantry Company as supplies for tomorrow's mission in Prime Minister Town. This transfer must be completed by midnight tonight. Understood, Commander. After Zhou Guihong departed, Gu Chengyuan accessed the system interface. Money, 13,573. His earnings over the past 2 days amounted to approximately 25,000. Yet Gu Chengyuan had no habit of saving. Aside from a small reserve for emergencies, he converted everything into military resources. The 4th Infantry Company was the first unit he summoned after converting today's cerebral nucleus earnings. The unexpected emergence of the military factory disrupted his military reform plans. Realizing that his current economic strength could not support the extended demands of the new military reform, Gu Chengyuan had no choice but to continue building his company according to the old structure. The 3rd Company, along with the newly summoned 4th Company, although each comprised of 4 infantry platoons like the 1st and 2nd Companies, lacked the presence of elite infantry squads. One could only say that the new military reform plan had a long, arduous path ahead. It echoed the saying, the only flaw of expensive things is their expense. After just 1 day of being a wealthy magnate, Gu Chengyuan suddenly felt impoverished again. Despite the increasing revenue, why did he feel increasingly short of funds? Chapter 73. The Armory at 5 in the morning, as the distant sky began to blush with the first light of dawn. The road leading to the 1411 Armory was alive with the glow of headlights, resembling a great dragon. The hum of engines filled the air as the soldiers meticulously inspected their supplies, making final preparations before boarding their vehicles. Among the convoy, which was dominated by the formidable Warrior 3 armored assault vehicles, a solitary 04A infantry fighting vehicle at last welcomed a similarly isolated companion, a Shaanxi 6-wheel transport truck laden with ammunition. The Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle accommodates 10 individuals, and even squeezing in 12 elite infantrymen is a tight fit. Adding a base load of ammunition stretches it to its limits. The commanding officer had assigned 3 base loads of ammunition, presenting a delightful dilemma for Jia Sanyu. While abundant ammunition is undoubtedly a boon, the challenge of transporting it is considerable. Fortunately, the battalion headquarters had anticipated this issue and dispatched a dedicated Shaanxi 6-wheel transport truck to accompany the 1st Company, specifically tasked with logistical support. Otherwise, Jia Sanyu would have faced quite a headache. Although he could procure civilian vehicles, He felt uneasy about using them to transport ammunition. Captain Jia, I wish you a safe journey. May you flawlessly execute the mission entrusted to you by the commanding officer. At the entrance of the Warrior 3 command vehicle, Company Commander Wang Haoyang came to bid farewell to the first company. Indeed, this armory is entrusted to you. The mission is of utmost importance. So I shall refrain from further pleasantries. We shall gather upon your return. Safe travels. Take care on the road. Farewell. As Jia Sanio's voice resonated through the intercoms of the entire company, the convoy, illuminated by headlights, began to glide along the suburban village road, resembling a luminous sword piercing through the encroaching darkness. It was not until the convoy vanished from sight that Huang Haoyang turned back towards the 1411 factory. Beep, beep, beep. Awaken. The first company is on a mission, and the fourth company has its own duties to attend to. Their task was to escort the bullet production line safely back to the Night Daxia campus. Thus, as soon as the first company departed, he had ordered the wake-up call to be sounded. Why are we rising so early? Inside the factory dormitory, workshop director Wang Dahai stirred awake at the commotion outside. His eyes still heavy with sleep, remnants of slumber clinging to the corners of his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The urgent knocking echoed at the doors of the dormitory, with voices of encouragement ringing through the corridor. Rise and shine. Quickly, quickly. Assemble in the open area in 5 minutes. Get up. No more sleeping. Just 5 more minutes until assembly. Listening to the soldiers' insistent calls outside, the survivors within the factory dared not delay, hastily scrambling out of bed and fumbling in the darkness to don their clothing. Hey, where are you grabbing? This is not your soft, flimsy belt. Where are my shoes? Who the hell took my shoes? Step back. Step back. You're pushing against me. After a brief but chaotic flurry, a formation of 28 survivors managed to assemble just in time to meet the deadline. However, in stark contrast to the fully armed and regimented formation of the fourth company, they appeared as a group of defeated soldiers. Huang Haoyang cast a cursory glance and noticed several individuals with mismatched shoes, clothing worn inside out, and even one misguided soul who had draped a pair of shorts over his chest. Upon closer inspection, he observed a bare-chested youth at the back of the formation, shielding his torso with a pair of trousers. Huang Haoyang chose not to admonish them, opting to feign ignorance. After all, it was commendable that these ordinary individuals, untrained as they were, managed to assemble on time within 5 minutes. A testament to the efforts of the previous day's instruction. To be precise, it was that sergeant named Lu Chong who had done well in training them. It was said that during the execution of Su Zhang's criminal gang, he had forced all survivors to witness the event and required each of them to articulate their thoughts, threatening those who failed to meet a 500-word count or lacked depth with the same fate as the perpetrators. This ordeal had inflicted significant psychological torment upon the survivors, leaving them as frightened as quail, thoroughly traumatized. Given their obedience, Huang Haoyang felt a pang of reluctance to impose any further hardship upon them. This predicament left him in a quandary. The compliant demeanor of the survivors brought a sense of disappointment to Huang Haoyang. He had contemplated making an example of those who failed to arrive on time, but such intentions now seemed futile. However, this sense of dismay was fleeting as he swiftly transitioned into work mode, first distributing breakfast to each survivor, a can of 8 treasure porridge, a bag of bread, and a vacuum-packed marinated egg. While everyone consumed their meal, he began outlining the day's tasks. Today's objective was rather straightforward: to dismantle the bullet production line and any useful equipment from our factory and transport them to Yuzhou University. The logistics would not require our factory personnel. Assistance would be sent from the assembly point. Your role is to provide technical guidance, such as which machines to dismantle, how to disassemble the production line, the transportation of raw materials for bullet manufacturing, and how to categorize them, among other responsibilities. I shall refrain from interfering in specialized matters, leaving them to you experts. My duty is to eliminate any potential threats posed by terrorists intent on sabotaging the production line, ensuring that the bullet production line is safely escorted to the assembly point, intact and unharmed. Lastly, let me clarify how we define those who must be resolutely eliminated. At this point, Huang Haoyang raised his voice, his expression turning grave. Anyone who causes damage to the production line is deemed a terrorist. As his words echoed, the entire clearing fell silent. Even the sounds of chewing ceased, with the few survivors who had been eating now as quiet as autumn cicadas. Wang Dahai, seated among the group, seemed to sense the palpable scent of blood in the air, and the sweet taste of the 8 treasure porridge turned faintly metallic. The previously relaxed dining atmosphere turned tense in an instant due to Huang Haoyang's proclamation. After the meal, Wang Dehai, determined not to allow his group to become terrorists, promptly gathered the workers to commence preparations. However, among them, four individuals remained amidst the workers' bewildered expressions. "You are Wang Chunhua, aren't you?" Compared to his earlier cold demeanor, Huang Haoyang's tone was now considerably gentler. "Yes, Chief," responded the woman, who appeared to be around 50, clad in a drab factory uniform. Her hands tightly twisting the hem of her garment, her head bowed in trepidation. "What are your plans moving forward?" Moving forward? Reflecting on the harrowing experiences she had endured in recent days, Wang Chunhua found it difficult to conceive of any future. The only thing she could do was tilt her head slightly upward, striving to control the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. "You all can cook, correct?" Wang Chunhua opened and closed her mouth several times, but could not utter a word, fearing that her voice would unleash her tears. For crying is the most futile act in the world, and she wished never to cry again in her lifetime. "I can prepare some home-cooked dishes." One woman among the four, her neck marred by bruises, suddenly spoke up. "Enough. I will report to the commanding officer and arrange for your transfer to logistics. You will be reassigned from Factory 1411. Is that acceptable?" Huang Haoyang endeavored to keep his tone as gentle as possible. "Acceptable, acceptable." Upon hearing this, the four women's somewhat numb gazes finally exhibited a flicker of change. Each passing moment spent in this place was a torment for them. Everything here, every individual, was a wound upon their souls, conjuring memories of their desperate and excruciating experiences. "Very well, you need not participate in the upcoming tasks. Shortly, you will return to the gathering site and report directly to Director Kaianshin in Logistics. Just mention that it was arranged by me, Old Huang. Do not harbor any psychological burdens. It is all in the past. Life must continue. Let the past remain in the past. All right, you may rest. I have other duties to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Watching Huang Haoyang's retreating figure, Wang Chunhua and the others could no longer contain themselves. They embraced one another and wept inconsolably. Chapter 74. Constructing an informationized military force. Report to the commander. This is a report from Huang Haoyang, the captain of the 4th Company. Zhou Guhong, having left the operations room next door, entered Gu Changyuan's dormitory and handed him the freshly printed report. As Gu Changyuan savored his breakfast, he perused the document. He had recently relocated from the student dormitory to the military headquarters building to facilitate the command of troops, with his accommodation conveniently adjacent to the operations meeting room. As he bit into the braised beef bun, the aromatic spices intertwined with the unique richness of the beef tantalized his taste buds, while the crumbled tofu within counterbalanced the greasiness, providing Gu Changyuan with immense satisfaction. A delightful day begins with a delectable breakfast. Gu Changyuan refrained from smoking, drinking, or gambling, and he was hardly interested in the company of women. For nearly 2 decades, he had diligently practiced his martial skills, with his sole indulgence being food. Since assuming command of the troops, he had not actively sought personal pleasures or overtly expressed his preferences. However, he was unwittingly catered to by the astute logistics officer, Pu Guangqiang. Having mingled in nightlife and managed a bar, his instinct for discerning people's tastes was as sharp as a military hound's. Did the leader's silence imply a lack of desire? Certainly not. Fully aware of his responsibilities, Pu Guangqiang discreetly ensured that Gu Changyuan's meals were prepared in a smaller pot by dedicated staff, having ascertained his culinary preferences. Due to work commitments, Gu Changyuan had recently dined less frequently in the mess hall, so he attributed the enhanced quality of the food to an overall improvement rather than a personal favor. Even if he were to discover the truth, it would not concern him. He was accustomed to the lifestyle of leadership from a young age. Becoming a leader inevitably attracts the ambitions of those around, as they seek to fulfill desires, whether real or fabricated, based on subtle cues, expressions, or glances, which many interpret like a mathematical puzzle. So what if you were aware? Gu Changyuan was an ordinary man who simply relished the experience. Power is indeed an aphrodisiac for man. This notion is more than mere rhetoric. Yet, he remained grounded, for the fleeting pleasure soon gave way to moments of introspection. All were merely struggling souls. He would address this with Kaianshin, ensuring proper arrangements were made. Understood. As Zhou Guhong departed, she also took the empty plate from the table. Having satisfied his hunger, Gu Changyuan leaned back in his chair and began to contemplate the development of the military. Once again, he sensed a bottleneck in the expansion of power. Stemming from 2 primary factors, the scale of the military was confined by the limits of financial returns, which in turn were restricted by labor resources. Given the output of blood mines against the hordes of zombies, under optimal rotation within the troops, Slaying over 10,000 zombies daily should be feasible, translating to approximately 70,000 to 80,000 in monetary gains. Yet, the current daily yield hovered around 26,000. Though it was on the rise, the increase was insufficient. The root cause lay in the inadequacy of labor resources. After all, handling the remains of zombies, ensuring logistical support for the troops, maintaining the operation of the settlement, overseeing civil engineering projects, and the imminent resumption of ammunition production all demanded substantial human investment. Where do humans originate? Recapturing the zombie-occupied zones is one approach. Yet it remains insufficiently swift. Suddenly, Gu Chengyuan seemed to have an epiphany. He summoned the system panel within his mind and swiftly navigated to the section on troop summoning. Combat Support Company Communications Platoon, 10,000 Specialists in Battlefield Communication and Information Exchange, adept in both wired and wireless technologies. Capable of establishing a network of connectivity through verbal communication or physical movement. Yes, this is precisely what I need. I can indeed construct a high-powered radio station, broadcasting uninterrupted signals 24/7 to the survivors scattered across the city and even within a radius of several hundred kilometers. I shall inform them of ample food supplies, pristine water sources, and the protection of our forces. In doing so, it is certain that survivors will willingly come forth to join us. If we tackle the recapture of zombie-occupied territories alongside this endeavor, the issue of manpower scarcity will be swiftly resolved. Stealth summon. Ding summoning successful. The communications platoon is en route. 10 minutes later, upon hearing the sound of vehicles outside, Gu Chengyuan rose and approached the window to gaze outside. In front of the military headquarters, a large and two smaller vehicles with peculiar designs were parked. The larger vehicle was an 8-wheeled box military truck adorned with digital camouflage, its cargo roof topped with a semicircular cover and a chimney-like pipe welded to the rear. With 2 years of service experience, Gu Chengyuan recognized at a glance that this was a comprehensive radio access command vehicle, also known as a node command vehicle, designed for regional networking and command centralization. The two smaller vehicles were armored radio access node vehicles, based on an 8x8 wheeled armored chassis, equipped with radio node access modules. The arrival of this node command vehicle signifies that Gu Chengyuan can achieve interconnectedness among all his troops even in the absence of a network or satellite signals. It is noteworthy that whether it be the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle, the 048 infantry fighting vehicle, or the future 99A main battle tank, all are equipped with information modules that can connect to the unified network established by the node command vehicle, facilitating real-time information exchange, interconnectivity, and battlefield situational awareness. This will greatly enhance the collaborative combat capabilities of his forces. In modern warfare, the strength of military capability is rooted in information technology. The emergence of the communications platoon suggests that Gu Chengyuan's combat proficiency, without relying on the heavy artillery of major powers, can nearly be restored to pre-apocalyptic levels. When it comes to battling zombies, and even when contending with wild survivor factions, it can be achieved at a level akin to overwhelming primitive tribes. Who knew that in my pursuit of creating an apocalyptic radio program, I would inadvertently conjure a formidable weapon? Life truly abounds with unexpected surprises. Chapter 75. Establishing the radio station, apology and update. Under the influence of Gu Chengyuan's will, the preparations for the radio station at the night gathering place progressed with remarkable speed. Once the communication platoon was in place that afternoon, they immediately commenced the setup of the radio station. For the professional soldiers of the communication unit, establishing a civilian radio station is considered fundamental knowledge. Utilizing the powerful antenna atop the box-type command vehicle, the task was successfully completed before dinner. Simultaneously, the selection of the station host and related staff was underway. The talent within Gu Chengyuan's ranks predominantly leaned towards military capabilities, unafraid of violence and skilled in its execution. Take someone like Lu Chong, for instance. He thrives in combat, effortlessly delivering resounding blows to his adversaries, employing a myriad of methods to eliminate enemies. However, when tasked with speaking, he can only muster the elegant language of the military, beginning with mother and concluding with pressure, which is a peculiar form of grace. Clearly, the purpose of establishing the radio station is to attract, rather than intimidate, making the selection of a professional and reliable host exceedingly important. Survivors can bridge the gap in specialized talent within the wartime system, which is also Gu Chengyuan's objective in gathering them. The more individuals he collects, the greater the reserve of talent becomes. Human development encompasses an extensive array of fields. Relying solely on violent institutions is ultimately unsustainable. The matters of human civilization must ultimately be resolved by humans, with the system merely serving as a tool in Gu Chengyuan's hands. In selecting the radio host, Kai Anshin took this responsibility to heart. Recognizing that the radio serves as a calling card for external promotion, the host's performance reflects the overall image of the gathering place and its leader. Kai Anshin could not forgive himself if human error compromised the leader's reputation. Therefore, from the outset of the selection process, he established stringent standards, not only restricting applicants based on relevant specialties and work experience, but also conducting one-on-one interviews personally. Despite these high demands, the office was inundated with candidates vying for the position after dinner. This surge was driven by the benefits outlined in Gu Chengyuan's proposed compensation for radio positions, which clearly stated that the remuneration for the host would be on par with frontline combatants. After all, the battlefield of public opinion is no less critical than the physical front lines. If wielded effectively, its influence can rival that of artillery. Of course, the target audience is limited to humans, as zombies comprehend nothing of what is said and merely express a desire to feast upon one's brain. Modern military strategies have also explicitly included psychological warfare as a primary tactic. A well-known example is the tactic employed by the Americans during their conflict with the locals, where hacker techniques were utilized to broadcast a fabricated video of the local leader purportedly surrendering on the local television station. With compensation equivalent to that of frontline soldiers and tasks devoid of life-threatening risks, this role is akin to a golden opportunity in the eyes of the survivors. Given the current climate and regulations of the gathering place, attaining the status of a frontline combatant typically requires either the sacrifice of one's body or life, alternatives that are few and far between. Consequently, the competition for the radio host position became exceptionally fierce, culminating in the selection of one male and one female victor by the late hours of the night. As the interview progressed, Kai Anshin began to experience auditory hallucinations, feeling as if someone was reciting tongue twisters in his ear, regardless of his activities. His auditory system was nearly in knots, intricately tangled like a Chinese knot. However, he found solace in the fact that his efforts were not in vain, as he emerged successfully from a multitude of candidates to be selected as one of the finest hosts. Unexpected yet not surprising was the revelation that both hosts hailed from Night State University, yet neither specialized in broadcasting. The only source of trepidation for Kai Anshin was the uncertainty of whether Gu Chengyuan would be satisfied after listening to the broadcast the following morning. This was a shared concern among the two hosts, for it was well known that the one who held authority in this realm was none other than their senior, Gu Chengyuan. Nonetheless, this was also a source of pride for them, as the essence of humanity is to admire the strong. Thus, nearly all students of Night State University regarded Gu Chengyuan as an idol to emulate, taking pride in their affiliation with Night State University as a mark of distinction akin to being a direct disciple of Gu Chengyuan. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future, a Night State gang might even emerge within the gathering place. Chapter 76, The Black Great Wall Note. The author struggles with naming, so readers who are not fond of this title should not let it affect their subsequent reading. This name will scarcely appear again, as the narrative will continue to follow the path of the reality of the XX Group Army and the XX Combined Brigade. Early the next morning, Kai Anshin arrived punctually at the Military Operations Command Room. Report. Enter. Upon hearing Kai Anshin's voice, Gu Chengyuan did not turn around but continued to steep his tea. The food had indeed improved lately, albeit slightly greasy. A bit of pu'er tea would be perfect to cut through the richness. Old Kai. The tea leaves are by the kettle. Help yourself. We are quite familiar, so I shall not serve you. Gu Chengyuan returned to his office chair. Leaning back to find a comfortable position, Kai Anshin keenly detected the familiarity in Gu Chengyuan's words, and his heart swelled with joy. What did we mean? It undoubtedly indicated camaraderie. The leader's address signified his regard for him, treating him not as an outsider. With this thought, his tone became even more deferential. Thank you, sir. Unfortunately, I just had 2 large bowls of soybean milk, so I fear I shall have to forego your fine tea today. Saying this, Kai Anshin patted his round belly with mock seriousness. Haha, go on, you wouldn't come here without a purpose. Hee, indeed, nothing escapes your notice. The radio station setup task you assigned yesterday has been successfully completed on our end. With just a word from you, we can broadcast our voice within a radius of 500 kilometers. Really? So soon? Gu Chengyuan's expression turned to one of surprise as he instinctively scrutinized Kai Anshin, only to notice the bloodshot eyes and the sheen of oil on his face, revealing signs of exhaustion. Kaianshin, aware of Gu Chengyuan's gaze, subtly adjusted the angle between his face and the light, ensuring the leader could see his pale complexion and weary demeanor. Meanwhile, he silently urged, "Sir, ask me. Inquire whether I have been working through the night to fulfill your command." Seeing the gleam in Kaianshin's eyes, Gu Chengyuan felt it was peculiar. This fellow appeared both exhausted and spirited. Considering he still needed this capable chief steward, Gu Chengyuan finally asked, "Old Kai, have you been working all night?" The moment those words left his lips, Kaianshin felt as though he had taken a refreshing gulp of ice water on a sweltering summer day. It was utterly revitalizing. Why had he stayed up? Was it merely to accomplish the task? No. It was to demonstrate to the leader his unwavering commitment to executing orders. To show that he prioritized everything for him. That is professionalism. Yes, sir. After all, it was a task you personally assigned. I simply could not rest until it was complete, and with the enthusiasm of the young men and women, we decided to work through the night to ensure your directives were fulfilled. After listening, Gu Chengyuan, although aware that this fellow's words were somewhat exaggerated, could not help but feel a sense of pleasure bubbling up within him. Even Kaianshin, in his disheveled and lethargic state, appeared a tad more endearing. "Oh, Lao Kai, your diligence and responsibility are commendable. Yet, do take care of your health. This gathering place cannot thrive without you. I am counting on you to manage it well. Commander, everything is in service to you. My life was saved by you, so it is only natural that I assist you with it." After the two foxes played out their delightful rapport, they finally arrived at the crux of the matter. Kaianshin handed a manuscript, hastily compiled by the radio station's editors overnight, to Gu Chengyuan. "Commander, we have completed the broadcast script for the first issue of our radio station. Please review it and let me know if there are any issues. Furthermore, during our external promotions, it is unavoidable that we mention you and the glorious achievements of your troops to inspire and uplift the spirits of the surviving humanity in their struggle against the apocalypse. This brings up a question. How should we refer to you and your troops? Alternatively, what is the designation or code name of your unit? I dare not overstep. So I come to seek your guidance." Gu Chengyuan did not take the manuscript. Instead, he casually pushed it back to Kaianshin. "There is no need to review the manuscript. I trust your judgment." The document itself did not warrant his attention, being merely a trivial material that would not affect the larger scheme of things, thus not deserving of his energy. His greater interest lay in the mention of the unit's code name or designation. In the blink of an eye, the scale of the system's army had reached that of an infantry battalion, and as time passed, it would soon evolve into a formidable entity. Naming this future war behemoth was indeed an urgent matter. It would be quite inappropriate to delay bestowing a title, akin to a wayward man failing to acknowledge his impending fatherhood. In truth, Gu Chengyuan had contemplated the naming of the unit for some time. His indecision stemmed not from the name itself, but from the dilemma of how the unit should exist. Should it continue to shroud itself in ambiguity under an official FAAD, or should it boldly establish its own identity? This was a pressing concern. Yet, as the unit steadily grew and evolved, his thoughts began to crystallize. Why was he reluctant to shed the official guise? At its core, it was rooted in an unrecognized insecurity that often plagues the newly prosperous. Having just acquired the system, he had yet to cultivate the confidence to assert control deep down. He did not believe he possessed the capability to lead the survivors or that they would trust someone named Gu Chengyuan. Thus, he felt compelled to don the official mantle. Was this akin to a fox borrowing the authority of a tiger? Gu Chengyuan did not think so, for he never considered himself a fox. He was, in fact, a tiger, a cub learning to roar in the presence of the matriarch. Now, having endured the crucible of blood and fire, this cub had grown fangs and claws. He commanded the loyalty of the most devoted soldiers in the world. He had also nurtured within himself the heart of a king. That is, confidence. Confidence. Indeed, unwavering confidence. Thus, let the roar of the tiger resonate through the mountains and forests, proclaiming the true voice of one's own sovereignty to the world. The Black Great Wall. The name of the battalion symbolizes resilience. Through trials and tribulations, one achieves greatness. Chapter 77, the first radio broadcast after breakfast. Aiko, who had tied her hair in a high ponytail to appear more professional, donned a simple khaki work uniform. With a bun in her mouth and a broadcast script in hand, she walked towards the military headquarters, reviewing her notes as she went. Although she had no formal training in broadcasting, her extensive experience as a host and her remarkable improvisational skills allowed her to carve a path through last night's selection process, emerging victorious and securing this coveted position. This morning, She had also relished the delectable meat bun she had longed for. Coming from a privileged background, she had never imagined that such a simple treat could evoke such profound joy, bringing her to the brink of tears. Standing before the building, Aiko observed the structure, which lacked grandeur and was architecturally unremarkable, with a newfound seriousness. Despite having passed by countless times, she had never scrutinized it as intently as she did now. Towering and robust, the armed guards stood like statues at the entrance. The fleeting figures within moved with urgency, reminiscent of the precise gears of power in motion. Amidst the military green camouflage, an air of solemnity enveloped the place, instilling a sense of reverence. Even the sharp, angular edges of the building appeared as formidable as a finely honed sword, sending a chill through her with just a glance. After passing through the guard's inspection, Aiko finally stepped into the heart of the Night University's Power Center. In a corner of the first floor, the former multimedia classroom had been covered by a simple A4 paper sign reading Military Broadcasting Room in clean, bold letters, exuding a rugged minimalism. As the broadcasting room prepared to commence operations, Gucheng Yuan decided to integrate it into the military framework, recognizing the importance of having a controlled voice for public opinion. The personnel present that morning were visibly elated upon hearing of this affiliation. Everyone knew that the military was the apex of authority within the gathering. Being associated with the military elevated their status significantly, allowing them to stand taller within the community. Even the staff of the Survivor Management Committee would bow their heads in deference when discussing work at the military headquarters. After several rounds of procedural rehearsals, the interim head, Kai Anshin, finally declared that preparations were complete and the formal broadcast would commence shortly. Aiko performed admirably, exuding confidence and poise. Huangju and Rue, relax a bit more. You mispronounced a word earlier. Pay attention next time. Today marks our first broadcast from the military room. We must ensure it goes smoothly. With that, Kai Anshin signaled to the equipment operator. 3, 2, 1 as the green indicator light illuminated before Aiko and Huang Junrui. The Night University gathering made its inaugural voice heard across the apocalyptic landscape. Greetings, fellow human survivors. I am your broadcaster, Aiko, and I am broadcaster Huang Junrui. We are broadcasting live from the Night University gathering in the Yeshi Water District of Yezhou Province. We are transmitting our voices to you through wireless radio. The gathering place of Yezhou University spans over 5,000 acres, encompassing more than 1,000 acres of private farmland, capable of accommodating 100,000 inhabitants. We are blessed with ample food, pristine water sources, a comfortable living environment, and a formidable military force. The Yezhou University gathering place was established by the Black Great Wall Army, led by Commander Gucheng Yuan. Under his command, the powerful combat forces are dedicated to carving out a space for humanity to thrive in this apocalyptic world, striving to eradicate threats. As the 20-minute broadcast script was smoothly delivered by Aiko and Huang Junrui, the green indicator light transformed into red. All personnel in the military broadcasting room, led by Kai Anshin, erupted into applause, celebrating the successful conclusion of the inaugural broadcast. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the broadcasting staff, I proudly announce the successful completion of our first broadcast session. The applause echoed through the room, and though the smooth transmission was anticipated and not a monumental event, it marked a promising beginning. At the very least, we had achieved a sense of stability for the time being. As the staff envisioned the privileges they could enjoy in the future, their applause grew more fervent, and their smiles radiated even brighter. Aiko, amidst the crowd, smiled as well. But the corner of her eye remained fixed on the doorway, absurdly pondering whether he would arrive at this moment. Chapter 78, The Voice of Hope. Following the conclusion of the live broadcast, the military broadcasting station did not cease its operations. Instead, it commenced a repetitive airing of pre-recorded content. Gucheng Yuan mandated that the military station must maintain a continuous 24-hour broadcasting schedule. However, fulfilling this task solely with carbon-based presenters would undoubtedly prove unsustainable. Thus, Kai Anshin envisioned a method of live and recorded broadcasting. The decision to broadcast continuously was a reluctant one, primarily aimed at maximizing the chances of survivors tuning into the Blackwall broadcasts. By transmitting around the clock, it was hoped that anyone equipped with a radio receiver would eventually be able to catch a signal. Prior to the apocalypse, the rapid advancements in technology had rendered mobile phones exceptionally convenient and powerful, significantly encroaching upon the viability of radio equipment. Beyond radio enthusiasts, the only exposure ordinary individuals had to such devices was likely through car radios. Therefore, theoretically, the efficacy of using radio to gather survivors might not be exceedingly high. After all, many households had ceased to use televisions, let alone the more antiquated radios. Yet, this remained a theoretical perspective. One should never underestimate humanity's capacity for adaptation and resilience. Shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, many resourceful individuals and groups, accepting the reality of severed internet connections, began to employ radio devices for information dissemination and to establish communication networks. The regional information network constructed through radio communication, having developed over 2 weeks of the apocalypse, could even be characterized as flourishing. The foundation of this prosperity lay in the ubiquitous and accessible nature of radio equipment. Although its usage had diminished prior to the apocalypse, the sheer abundance of devices meant that one could easily dismantle a radio from a random vehicle. And if dismantling seemed daunting, simply sitting in a car to listen for a while before departing was also an option. This practice became a source of spiritual support for many survivors striving to endure. In summary, the threshold for utilizing radio communication was remarkably low, allowing individuals to assume various roles within this newly established radio network based on their technical expertise. Those knowledgeable in radio technology transmitted information, while the less informed huddled in corners, clutching their devices and diligently absorbing advantageous information for their survival, like sponges. Mr. and Mrs. Ding, residing in the night market of Qinghe Town, served as recipients of radio information. During the apocalypse, the couple fortuitously remained at home, avoiding both transformation and the initial wave of zombie attacks. In their 50s, the Dings were traditionalists, showing little interest in the thriving world of the internet. One was fond of mahjong, while the other enjoyed fishing. After grappling with the confusion brought on by the outbreak, Mr. Ding suddenly recalled the radio left behind by his father. It was a radio as large as a pillow, capable of playing tapes as well as receiving broadcasts. In his father's lifetime, it had been inseparable from him, like a sycophantic servant, disregarding others and loudly catering to his hard-of-hearing father. At that time, Mr. Ding had harbored a deep-seated resentment for the old radio, loathing its antiquity and the disturbance it brought to his peace. Upon the passing of his father, old Ding hastily relegated the old device to obscurity, casting it into the storage room. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, old Ding revived it, continuously drawing sustenance for survival from the radio information network. The outbreak of the apocalypse has fostered an unprecedented unity among humanity, as numerous technological savants disseminate the most essential and pragmatic survival knowledge to the trapped survivors scattered across the desolate expanse. This endeavor is devoid of ulterior motives, driven solely by a collective hope for survival. Old Ding had not anticipated that his father, long departed, would once again shield him through such an extraordinary means. Now, Old Ding's daily existence revolves around meals and vigilantly attending to the radio, gathering information that proves beneficial to him. He has genuinely reaped the rewards of information reception, evolving from a state of bewilderment at the onset of the apocalypse to gradually gaining the fortitude to endure. It is no wonder that people often proclaim the necessity of lifelong learning. In the past few decades, even during his youth, Old Ding had never yearned for knowledge as intensely as he does now. This morning, as per his routine, he positioned himself early before the radio, tuning into several familiar survival knowledge channels and diligently making notes. During this process, he discovered one channel had turned into a void, which instilled a wave of concern within him. Several favored information-sharing channels had also vanished into silence after a similar fate. The loss of his father had once led him to believe that life and death were the gravest matters in this world. However, it seems trivial now. In the apocalypse, human life resembles the ginkgo leaves clinging to branches in autumn, easily dislodged by a mere breeze. After silently offering a prayer for the channel's host, Old Ding set the radio to automatic frequency hopping and nibbled on the wild bread he had gathered from a neighbor yesterday. It was his first experience with killing, more accurately, dispatching the undead. Utilizing the knowledge gleaned from the broadcasts, he fashioned a makeshift cardboard armor and, after memorizing the weaknesses of zombies and practicing his dispatching techniques, he successfully eliminated a zombie in the vicinity at the age of 50. Recalling the look his wife cast upon him last night, he felt as though he had reverted to the vigorous young man he had been 30 years ago. Suddenly, a cacophony of static echoed from the radio. Accustomed to prolonged waiting, Old Ding did not rush. Instead, he retrieved a jar of black goji berries from beneath the coffee table. 1, 2, 3, 8. Ah, such a fine delicacy. 8 will suffice. He chuckled to himself, for Old Ding's engine power is substantial, with minimal fuel consumption. Reflecting on this, a mischievous grin spread across Old Ding's face. Indeed, He felt as if he had returned to 30 years prior, with his vigor seemingly enhanced in this post-apocalyptic world. Just as old Ding turned to fetch water, the static from the radio abruptly ceased, replaced by the poised and composed voice of a woman accompanied by a steady, resonant male voice. Greetings, fellow human survivors. I am the broadcaster, Aiko. I am the broadcaster Huangjuan Rue. Old Ding sat motionless, listening to the radio report, until the hot water overflowed from the cup, scalding his hand. Hiss. Crash. The sound of the glass shattering echoed. Old Ding, unable to lament the loss of his 8 goji berries, turned excitedly towards the bedroom and shouted, Wife. Wife. Official news. Finally, there is official news. A shelter has been established. Quickly, come here. Humanity is not doomed. After shouting, Old Ding, fearing that this broadcast was but a fleeting moment, hastily grabbed a pen and paper, his hands trembling as he quickly transcribed the location of the gathering point. Old Ding's reaction was merely a microcosm of the many survivors who, upon receiving this broadcast, were filled with exuberance. They were unconcerned with whether the information was official or unofficial. Their thoughts were simple and earnest. Who can save them? Whoever that may be is their beacon of hope. This glimmer of hope had been long awaited for over half a month. Thus, in the night market, and within a radius of 500 kilometers centered around it, countless survivors utilizing radio reception devices were overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing the announcement of the gathering point at Night State University. Their fervor was understandable. In the immediate aftermath of the apocalypse, various organizations had been too preoccupied with their own survival to consider rescuing others. This led to a pervasive silence among the powerful institutions within the burgeoning radio network. Such silence only intensified the atmosphere of despair that accompanied the end of the world. Human beings are social creatures. In times of danger, they instinctively seek to band together, though the apocalypse had only erupted 2 weeks prior. For those stranded on this survival island, the ordeal felt far longer than mere days. Now, amidst the hopelessness, a ray of light had finally emerged, perhaps due to distance. Most survivors may find it difficult to reach this sanctuary, but it nonetheless instilled within them a sense of direction and an additional reason to persevere. The metaphorical Black Great Wall would provide spiritual refuge for the survivors that far exceeded any tangible shelter. At the very least, a significant human force had finally emerged to speak. Human civilization has not yet perished. Chapter 79. The reaction of the internal guard's knock, 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 report. As the lieutenant pushed the door open with the report in hand, he was immediately engulfed by a pungent cloud of smoke. The room was shrouded in a thick haze that made it nearly suffocating, as if he were submerged in the very essence of smoke, his pores seemingly clogged. The dimly lit lamp emitted a murky yellow glow, saturating the entire chamber with a stifling atmosphere, prompting Luo Qing to instinctively hold his breath. Buried in the smoke, Liang Yumming was hunched over his desk, his silver hair, sharp as needles, pointed towards the entrance. Beside him, the ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts, forming what resembled a miniature mountain. Speak. What is it? Recough, cough, cough. Luo Qing inadvertently inhaled a mouthful of secondhand smoke, causing tears to well up in his eyes, given his non-smoking habits. Report, sir. The radio equipment at headquarters has just received a broadcast. According to the broadcast, a military unit codenamed Black Great Wall has established a settlement in the Shishui area, near the former Yuzhou University, capable of accommodating 100,000 survivors. They released a message this morning inviting those in need of refuge. What? Liang Yumming abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Luo Qing, his bloodshot eyes shimmering with surprise. Seeing this, Luo Qing hastily extended the report towards him. Liang Yumming rubbed his bleary eyes vigorously and placed the report under the lamp to read. The contents were succinct, primarily detailing the announcement from the Black Great Wall. Liang Yumming skimmed through it effortlessly and soon finished reading. Excellent, excellent. Upon concluding, Liang Yumming sprang to his feet. The flick of a lighter broke the silence. In an apparent attempt to calm his racing heart, Liang Yumming took a deep drag, exhaling through his nostrils. To my knowledge, there should be no forces in Yi City capable of sustaining such a large settlement, he pondered, slowly pacing towards the office window. Never mind. As long as they can hold it, who cares? As long as they are not zombies. Xiao Luo, here. Informed Chief of Staff about contacting the Black Great Wall unit. The room suddenly fell into a brief silence. Forget that. Old Lu just sacrificed himself. Liang Yumming's voice was low, as if speaking to Luo Qing, yet also as if reminding himself. During the evacuation of civilians from the city, Chief Lu had led the rear guard and was overwhelmed by the horde. Call Deputy Chief Xiao Lei and have him follow up. Investigate their background. See if the broadcast is merely boasting. It is vital to ascertain the origins of this military force and ensure that no conflict arises. Understood. As Luo Qing turned to exit, Liang Yuming yanked the curtains open, allowing the brilliant sunlight to flood the room. Bathed in warmth, his gaze fell upon the rolling emerald mountains surrounding him, with a small stream winding like a jade ribbon. Flanked by willows swaying gently in the breeze, a picturesque scene of nature's beauty. Feeling slightly uplifted, Liang Yuming wished to express his thoughts but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to a frustrated exclamation, "Damn it! Being wealthy is truly wonderful." The internal security forces have now withdrawn from Jingyang District to the present Wanfushuxiang District, accompanied by over 20,000 ordinary citizens. Although the Wanfushuxiang District boasts ample space and complete living facilities, accommodating such a large number of people is barely feasible. However, the challenge of managing this gathering has left him utterly exhausted. The myriad demands, complex thoughts, conflicts among groups, issues of material supply, and security concerns have all taken a toll on him. He finds himself burning the midnight oil, and within just 2 weeks of the apocalypse, his hair has turned completely white, and he appears aged by several years. Knock, knock, knock. Once again, the door is rapped upon. Young Yuming furrows his brow slightly. He has developed a nervous reaction to such sounds, as each knock heralds only bad news. "Come in," he calls out, and a middle-aged, portly man in a suit deftly squeezes through the door, wearing a sycophantic smile. Liang Yuming, having encountered all manner of demons and monsters throughout his life, sees through the arrogance hidden behind that smile. Yet, this man does possess the means to be arrogant. Not only does he run a substantial business with assets in the billions, but his brother-in-law is also one of the leaders in the night market, wielding considerable power. Before the apocalypse, although Liang held a respectable rank as a colonel, his authority paled in comparison to this man's. However, through their recent interactions, Liang Yuming has discerned the true nature of this rotund individual, a duplicitous opportunist. They had had a fierce argument the previous day over the matter of rescuing his brother-in-law from the city center. So he is curious as to why this man has the audacity to return. Liang raises his guard, contemplating the visitor's intentions. "What do you want?" he asks, showing no courtesy now that the facade has been shattered. Jade Ao's face momentarily pales, caught off guard by the bluntness. He has spent years accustomed to being treated with deference and has rarely faced such directness. Ahem. Commander Liang, after reflecting deeply on yesterday's incident, my subordinate has recognized his mistakes, and I have come specifically to apologize on his behalf today. I hope you can overlook this matter for the sake of my brother-in-law and grant me forgiveness this once. As he speaks, Jade Ao produces a bottle of liquor as if by magic, presenting it with both hands. Liang Yuming does not even glance at the bottle, instead pondering where this man had concealed it. He hadn't noticed it upon his entrance. Can he truly hide such items on his person? Seeing Liang scrutinizing him, Jade Ao mistakenly believes that the commander is hesitant to accept the gift for fear of being discovered. Rest assured, this gift will remain a secret. I, old Jia, have always been discreet in my dealings. He puffs out his belly, claiming it was hidden right here. Not even the guards at your door noticed. Liang Yuming remains unmoved, neither reaching out for the offering nor altering his tone, which carries an air of indifference. If you have business, Mr. Jia, please state it directly. My time is quite valuable. Frustrated by yet another rebuff, Jade Ao feels a surge of anger within, yet he dares not express it. Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. I do have an ungracious request. Since I am aware it is an imposition, why even voice it? Please take your leave. Liang Yuming, disinterested in his ramblings, promptly interrupted the incantation and declined. Very well, Chief Liang, then I shall take my leave. At this juncture, Jia Ao discerned that further discourse with Liang Yuming was futile. He grasped his drink and turned to exit the office. A surge of indignation coursed through him as he silently berated Liang Yuming, that scoundrel who truly believed himself significant. Once I rescue my brother-in-law, just wait and see how you maintain that haughty facade. Should I fail to bring you to ruin, I shall have my name, Jia Ao, written in reverse. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, upon departing the villa where the internal security forces were stationed, Jia Ao hurled his drink forcefully into the underbrush and stormed away. Yet, not long after his departure, a voice from the head of security rang out. Young man, retrieve that bottle from the bushes for me. Yes, sir. Chapter 80. The Gathering of Chancellors. After nearly 2 weeks of development, the Gathering of Chancellors has blossomed from an initial population of a few thousand to over 10,000. with this number continuing to rise as time passes and the flow of information expands. Currently, the survivors predominantly reside in the South Ring Road area, where a plethora of constructed yet unoccupied buildings facilitate immediate relocation, offering great convenience. The rapid growth of the Gathering of Chancellors is attributed not only to the leadership and comprehensive planning of Gujiangwo, but also to its inherent advantageous conditions. As the second-largest town in the province during the apocalypse, Gujiangwo sincerely marvels at its exceedingly favorable circumstances. With a stronger armed force, there exists a genuine opportunity for it to emerge as the central hub of southwestern Yezhou province. Its infrastructure, far surpassing that of an ordinary county-level city, enables it to accommodate a significant number of survivors. Nestled in a rural area, its geographic location signifies a sparse population density and expansive arable land. This unique geographical advantage inherently bestows the Gathering of Chancellors with enhanced safety and an abundant granary compared to other cities of similar stature. Gujiangwo once had an estimate made. Even without immediate cultivation, merely harvesting the crops currently planted would suffice to feed 50,000 people for an entire year. This calculation is based solely on the administrative boundaries of the Gathering of Chancellors, should it extend to surrounding towns or even the entirety of Fengmao County. This figure could multiply several times over. Thus, while survivors in the night market tremble in their respective quarters, relying on radios for external news, some audacious survivors in the Gathering of Chancellors have taken to riding their motorcycles with abandon, buzzing. A few kilometers outside the Gathering of Chancellors, in a nearby village, several youths with brightly colored hair rev their engines on motorcycles adorned with colorful lights, looping around the village entrance. A handful of aging zombies, their hair graying and dressed in antiquated attire, trail behind them, howling in frustration yet powerless to catch up. Ha ha ha, non-go, watch me toy with this old granny zombie. The blue-haired youth exclaims, revving his bike and lifting the front wheel off the ground, performing a circle around an elderly zombie before playfully tapping its head as he departs. Ha ha ha, am I not cool? Just like a real-life violent motorcycle stunt. The yellow-haired youth slows down, deliberately approaching an old male zombie, and kicks out with his right foot. The zombie, clad in a checkered shirt, loses its balance and tumbles into the muddy rice paddy by the roadside, becoming ensconced in yellow mud. Ha ha. No wonder you're my subordinate. You're also courageous. Ha ha. Let us find a target tonight and have some real fun with the brothers. Non, with his purple hair, laughs heartily as he makes this promise. Nanga, if we get caught by the Gathering, we could die. The last time that Director's nephew was executed, we should lay low for a bit. A green-haired youth riding beside him cautions with concern. Indeed, none good. Let us just have some fun with those girls from the underworld. They're quite entertaining. During this period, the well-behaved girls ought to refrain from their antics, for being caught could lead to dire consequences. The incident 2 days ago truly startled me. She had the audacity to leap, and I initially thought it was merely an attempt to frighten us. Although the situation was resolved without a hitch, I wonder if she will be discovered. Just now, the young man with yellow hair, who had kicked the old zombie, rode his bike over to Nan's side, his face reflecting lingering fear as he spoke. The others, upon hearing this, couldn't help but recall the girl they had caught on the small hill, weeping profusely and threatening to jump if they dared to act recklessly. They had assumed her threats were empty, but after a moment of raucousness, she truly jumped. Surely, it couldn't happen again, with so many people entering the gathering place daily. The officials above are overwhelmed with work. They hardly have time to intervene. Listening to the discussions of his subordinates, Nan suddenly exclaimed, "What are you afraid of? Who has ever intimidated us in Luabwa village? Even before the apocalypse, the authorities dared not act against us. What more now? In the current gathering place, who doesn't know that our Luabwa village boasts the most courageous and tenacious individuals? If they wish to move against us, they must first seek the consent of our village." Though Nan's words were tinged with arrogance, they were indeed backed by confidence. Luabwa village, prior to the apocalypse, was renowned as the largest minority settlement in the town, famous for its bravery and unity. Incidents involving sensitive ethnic issues make local authorities hesitant to intervene, often pretending not to notice ambiguous situations. This has further emboldened the youth of Luabwa village, providing Nan with the courage to speak as he does. "In Haven Tea, you heard? It's been rumored that the leader of the police station, whose nephew was executed, might be toppled. Is it true? I heard he is a high-ranking official. Who could possibly challenge him? No matter how powerful he is, if he fails to act wisely and targets our local people, we won't tolerate it. So, shall we proceed tonight? No pressure. Those who are timid may opt out." Upon hearing this, his subordinates struggled momentarily, but ultimately chose to join. Their lust was one matter. It was primarily the sense of conquest brought about by coercion and the satisfaction derived from flouting rules that had become addictive. Very well. Let us set off and seek our targets. Ha ha ha. Hunting zombies is no match for the thrill of pursuing girls. With a roar of motorcycles, Nine and his companions twisted the throttle to the limit, swiftly evading the frail old zombies and racing toward the gathering place. By the time the old zombie from the rice field crawled out, the group had long vanished from sight. Chapter 81. Arrival. The waning moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light shrouded by heavy clouds, as a road carved through the mountains suddenly illuminated a powerful beam from around the bend. One beam, two beams, three beams, four. Soon, a massive convoy composed of light broke the silence of the mountain road, stretching over 100 meters in length. The long quiet National Route 213 reverberated once more with the thunderous sounds of human civilization. Seated in the passenger seat of the armored command vehicle, the Warrior 3, Jia Sanyu glanced at the electronic map displayed on the onboard computer. He casually picked up a can of Blue Bull from beneath his feet. The crisp sound of the pull tab slightly alleviated his drowsiness. Come on, Daji. Give it your all. Daji, whose full name was Yu Daji, was an experienced sergeant driver. After Hu Junpeng began driving for the camp headquarters, Daji took over the driving duties for the company commander. Damn it, Jia Sanyu exclaimed, startling the three soldiers resting in the back. To his astonishment, Daji was driving with his eyes closed, observing his steady, rhythmic breathing. It seemed he was ensnared in deep slumber. You bastard. Jia Sanyu swiftly grabbed the crowbar resting beside him and jabbed it hard into Daji's side. Daji's eyes shot open, gasping in pain. Were you sleeping just now? Faced with the commander's inquiry, Daji, resembling the legendary figure Lu Jishan, wiped his mouth and vehemently denied it. No, Commander. How could I sleep while driving? I'm an experienced driver. There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. I always remember that. I saw your eyes closed. You weren't asleep? Jia Sanyu retorted. There are so many people in this vehicle. You're driving an armored command car, not a hearse. Understanding Daji's fatigue, Jia Sanyu refrained from further scolding, knowing that sometimes exhaustion could lead to unintentional slumber. Get back to it. As Daji freed one hand to accept the Blue Bull, he promptly opened another can, merely holding it without drinking, his gaze fixed on Daji. Drink up, Daji. Once you finish this one, there is another waiting. Commander, I can't drink anymore. I've already downed nearly 10 cans this afternoon. Even my urine smells like Blue Bull. Spare me. Daji pleaded with a pained expression. Drink. Under Jia Sanyu's command, Daji resignedly gulped down another can as if it were medicine. Glancing at his tactical watch, he noted the time, 1:02 a.m. They had been on the road since early yesterday morning, and after countless stops, the convoy had been traveling for nearly 20 hours. The steel-bodied 048 infantry fighting vehicle had nearly worn down the obstacles on the highway. Looking at the annotations on the Qixing electronic map, Jia Sanyu encouraged Daji. Hang in there. We're just 13 kilometers away. As he spoke, he retrieved a photograph from his pocket. The picture was taken in a scenic area, featuring a sprawling expanse of pink peach blossoms. A couple embraced intimately, the wife with her hair elegantly styled and wearing a qipao, exuding grace and beauty, while the husband sported a neatly combed hairstyle and donned a formal jacket, both beaming with joy as they faced the camera. In the corner of the photograph, a young man with eyes reminiscent of Gu Qingyuan's grinned foolishly, peeking into the frame as if yearning to seize the spotlight. I hope the commander's parents are still alive, thought Jia Sanyu quietly. Time slipped by, though it felt interminable, and the fatigue from the long journey rendered Jia Sanyu somewhat numb. Unlike the ordinary soldiers who could catch a nap in the vehicle or the drivers who could rest at service stations, he, as the company commander, had persevered from the moment of departure until now. While the troops were en route, he needed to maintain a vigilant oversight of the entire convoy, ensuring the safety of both personnel and vehicles. During rest periods, he had to analyze routes and plan subsequent operations, while also taking the time to inspect the temporary resting area for potential safety hazards. The unfamiliar route, the perilous environment, and the safety of over 100 individuals along with several pieces of equipment weighed heavily upon him, leaving him no room for complacency. Commander, it seems we have arrived. There are many houses ahead. Suddenly, the weary Daji perked up, his tone elevated by a remarkable degree as he sensed their destination was near. Chapter 82. Coercion. As the day's work concluded, Gu Zhangwo casually switched off the desk lamp, removed the coat draped over the chair's backrest, and grasped a black umbrella in hand, making his way outside amidst the staff's cordial greetings. The wind howled fiercely this evening, rustling the few osmanthus trees planted outside the administrative building, their verdant leaves being swept away by the capricious early September gusts. Drip, drip. As Gu Jiangwo stood entranced, watching the osmanthus trees sway in the wind, a sudden light rain began to fall from the heavens, thousands of tiny droplets cascading down, leaping over rooftops and treetops, drifting past him. A flash of white light flickered across the sky, illuminating the dark, undulating mountains in the distance, as if a silver dragon had swept through. Tonight, a torrential downpour was imminent. With this thought, Gu Jiangwo unfurled his black umbrella and strode directly into the rain. As the situation in the gathering place gradually stabilized, his position as the leader afforded him better treatment, including a two-story building near the administrative block as his residence. Material possessions held little allure for him, yet he did not refuse the goodwill of the gathering place. The rationale was simple. His personal disinterest did not equate to the preferences of those beneath him, while he refrained from discussing his own privileges. The conditions of his subordinates were equally unmentionable. Despite the blackout casting the streets into darkness, Gu Jiangwo navigated through the winding paths, relying on his exceptional sense of direction to locate his new home. Standing before the door, a flash of lightning momentarily arrested his attention, his deep-set eyes fixating on a vivid red X painted squarely in the center of the door. The slightly pungent scent of fresh paint reminded Gu Jiangwo that this mark had likely been made recently. His gaze lingered on the crimson X for a moment before he casually picked up a half-wet piece of cardboard from the ground, wiping it haphazardly until the original shape was indiscernible, and then entered the house. "Creak back already?" A gentle feminine voice greeted him from the living room as soon as the door swung open. "Quick, wash your hands. After a long day, I'll warm up the dishes." At these words, warmth enveloped Gu Jiangwo's heart, and in that instant, all fatigue seemed to dissipate. After washing his hands, he donned his slippers and languidly settled onto the sofa in the living room, sipping tea while observing his wife busying herself around him. He cherished this scene. The warmth of family greatly soothed his weary spirit. Gu Jiangwo had always maintained a clear distinction between work and home life, serious and upright at work, relaxed and easygoing at home. In their parental roles, he and his wife exhibited a stark contrast. Gu's father resembled a gentle mother, never having laid a hand on his sons, Gu Chengyuan and his brother, and rarely reproached them. In contrast, Gu's mother embodied the strictness of a father. As a high school language teacher who presented a facade of gentleness and elegance, she imparted a type of paternal love to the brothers that Gu Jiangwo could not provide, disciplining them frequently, with minor beatings every few days and more severe reprimands at intervals. Consequently, the brothers would scurry away like mice at the sight of her. Ironically, Gu's father often defended them during these chastisements. Thus, Gu Chengyuan developed a unique understanding of the phrase "a mother is fierce for her children," realizing that even the gentlest of women could adopt a formidable demeanor when it came to their offspring. "Come, let us dine. Today, the local strongman has delivered pork, sourced from the rural heritage of free-range pigs, freshly slaughtered and of exquisite quality. I have prepared your favorite twice-cooked pork, enhanced with fermented black beans, its aroma enticing." After serving Gu Jiangwo his meal, Wenwan gracefully settled beside him, letting her hair down and loosening her apron, revealing a delicate yellow floral dress beneath. She transformed back into the elegant and dignified woman she was in public. With a flourish, she produced a bottle of wine from behind her. Casting a sidelong glance at Gu Jiangwo, her eyes glinting with playful provocation. "Shall we indulge in a drink?" "Ha ha ha, splendid. I shall fetch some snacks. There are some drunken peanuts left in the kitchen." As he watched his wife merrily stride towards the kitchen, Gu Jiangwo slowly reined in his smile, a chill settling in his gaze. Just this afternoon, he had emphasized the importance of resuming production, particularly the need to protect the 2 breeding pigs collected from the countryside yesterday. Yet, here they were, delivered as pork by none other than Fang Wu's men. Finding live pigs is relatively easy, but breeding stock is a rare commodity. Before the world descended into chaos, rural pig farmers would castrate their pigs to ensure rapid growth and good health, making it rare for them to keep breeding stock. To put it in an inappropriate analogy, these 2 pigs are akin to auspicious omens for the current stronghold, vital assets representing future generations and boundless potential. The future source of meat for the stronghold has been carelessly slaughtered by these fools in a display of defiance. Even the usually composed Gu Jiangwo felt a surge of anger. Entrusting the stronghold to these imbeciles could only lead to chaos. However, The pressing issue was that there was no turning back now. If the conflict were within the bounds of established rules, there would still be a line to uphold. Even with Feng Wu's current allegiance to the opposition, Gu Jiangwo had countless methods to dismantle their forces. Yet it was clear that the adversaries were no longer inclined to play by the rules. They were intent on turning the tables, resorting to threats of violence. The red cross at the entrance served as a warning of force, and Feng Wu's delivery of pork was a stark reminder not to expect any protection. "Come, old Gu." A plate of spice-coated drunken peanuts was placed before him, the crystalline white liquor swirling in the transparent glass. "Let us have a toast." Observing his wife's radiant smile, Gu Jiangwo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Water flows in accordance with its nature, and one must act accordingly. He had done all he could for the stronghold. Pursuing further would only risk their lives without altering the outcome. The distinction lay only in whether the leader of the stronghold resigned voluntarily or fell victim to a mutant creature. It was best to withdraw, securing some tangible benefits, and seek out their son at the night market. Family was paramount. With these thoughts clarified, Gu Jiangwo raised his glass with a calm demeanor. "Cheers. I shall handle matters outside the home. My sole duty now is to protect my family." Chapter 83. Reconnaissance amidst the sudden downpour. Jia Sanyu and his convoy finally arrived at the town of Zaixiang. The convoy halted by the roadside approximately a kilometer from the town, and for safety reasons, all lights were extinguished except for the indicators on the vehicles. As he noticed a flicker of light on the window, Jia Sanyu opened the car door. The moment the door swung open, a refreshing breeze laden with the scent of rain rushed in. "Report, Company Commander. The drone's test flight yielded unsatisfactory results. The rain is too heavy. We lost one drone and barely managed to gather a modicum of information, rendering reconnaissance of the entire town impossible." Wang Yu, clad in a military green camouflage raincoat, stood amidst the torrential downpour, as the rain cascaded upon him like a waterfall. He had to wipe the rain from his face intermittently to maintain his visibility. "Indeed, Company Commander, this wretched drone just crashed, costing us tens of thousands. It pains me to witness such loss. The downpour is too severe. The drone cannot maintain stability. Allow our third squad to conduct the reconnaissance." The tall Lu Chong, encased in a raincoat, pushed past Wang Yu, his gear causing the raincoat to balloon outward like a small mountain. "Just a modicum of information?" Jia Sanyu disregarded Lu Chong's remarks. It was nighttime, and under such heavy rain, visibility was reduced to less than 2 meters. Sending someone out for reconnaissance at this juncture was tantamount to courting death. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to issue such orders. "Indeed, Company Commander. Take a look at this." Wang Yu leaned into the vehicle, retrieving a display screen from his bosom. "Though my drone has crashed, it was not in vain. It managed to capture some footage before its descent. Observe this corner." Wang Yu magnified the dark image's lower right section. "See those few buildings? There are several faint lights. With my years of aerial photography experience, I can assert that these are signs of human activity. Moreover, considering the distribution and the shadows, I surmise there are likely quite a few individuals present." Wang Yu eagerly analyzed the situation for Jia Sanyu, desperate to validate his worth. Before the apocalypse, as an aficionado of drone photography, he loved traveling and documenting scenic views with his drone, subsequently editing the footage to share online for profit. This led him to become a small-scale influencer with a following of 100,000. With a stable income, his passion intensified, prompting him to convert his off-road vehicle into a miniature drone platform capable of carrying 12 different models of drones. However, 2 weeks prior, while en route to his next aerial filming location, the apocalypse erupted as he momentarily halted at a rest area. Having witnessed the horrific traffic conditions on the highway and the gruesome scenes of live cannibalism through his drone, Wang Yu and his assistant decided to remain motionless, taking refuge in their vehicle while awaiting rescue. Consequently, they remained in that state for 2 weeks. These two individuals truly epitomized caution, going to the extent of sealing their waste within the vehicle to avoid attracting the attention of the undead. When rescued by Jia Sanyu and his companions, the moment the car door opened, an unmistakable pungent aroma assailed the senses. With such a glorious act to their credit, Wang Yu and his ally were surreptitiously dubbed dog gods. Wang Yu remained unfazed by the jests of his comrades. After enduring the apocalypse, his aspirations had transformed. No longer did he yearn to be a carefree drone photographer. Instead, he longed to enlist in the military. He desired to dedicate himself to the service of the Zhou nation. Admittedly, he was haunted by the shadows of fear in a world ravaged by chaos. What could offer more security than aligning oneself with the military? Drones may possess an allure, yet how would one respond to my 12.7mm caliber, 3,000 rounds per minute, mounted rotary machine gun? Lu Chong. Here. In the midst of the thunderstorm, Lu Chong gazed at Jia Sanyu, his eyes aglow with determination. Take your squad and scout the location one you mentioned. Investigate whether any survivors are active in the area. Once confirmed, report immediately. This mission is of utmost importance. Proceed with caution and never let your guard down. Yes, we will ensure the mission's success. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Chong turned sharply, pulled out his walkie-talkie, and bellowed, Third squad, third squad. Those still outside, hurry and board the vehicle. Those who are indisposed, secure your weapons and wrap up quickly. We depart in 30 seconds. With that, Lu Chong lowered the hood of his raincoat and plunged into the torrential downpour like a formidable grizzly bear. Chapter 84. Such rudeness? Good heavens, the rain is relentless. Even with an umbrella, I am completely soaked. Observing the disheveled Zhao Lin shivering as he entered the guardroom, Ji Kong exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth? I don't know which fool neglected to cover the manhole after the construction. I nearly fell right in. Why didn't anyone warn me? Upon hearing Ji Kang's inquiry, Zhao Lin's anger flared even more. Damn it, the road outside is flooded like a small river. I could see the puddle from a distance and thought to myself, how deep could it possibly be? As it turns out, I stepped right in and the water came up to my scalp. He raised his hand to indicate the depth, his frustration palpable. Before I could even call for help, I was gulping down water. Zhao Lin cursed as he began to remove his drenched clothing. I mean, what is wrong with Gujangwell? The walls are built so high. Yet he still insists we patrol. Here we are, stuck out here in the cold while he snoozes away comfortably in bed with those foolish leaders. Hey, keep it down. Be careful, or someone might overhear. Ji Kong, noticing Zhao Lin's escalating tirade, quickly cautioned him. And what if they do? Gu Jiangwo is a leader. But what about my father? Zhao Lin's anger only intensified, transforming his frustration into a blazing fury. This is Zhejiang Town, not Tianzi City. Even in this apocalypse, I'm not afraid of him. If he pushes me too far, I'll rally the brothers from Luobo village to deal with him. Even Minister Fong has turned his back on him. I reckon he has done for. Beep beep beep. A cacophony of horn blasts suddenly interrupted Zhao Lin's venting. Instinctively, both Zhao Lin and Ji Kong turned toward the sound emanating from outside the iron gate. The guard booth, merely a makeshift security hut, offered no protection from the glaring lights. The beams shone like miniature suns, blinding them. What the hell? Blasting horns and shining lights at this hour? Aren't they afraid of attracting zombies? I'll go see which idiot survivor is trying to escape. Hey, let me handle this. You're already drenched. Take a break. Ji Kong, sensing that Zhao Lin was looking for someone to vent his frustrations upon, quickly grabbed his arm to prevent him from storming out. Go to hell. Just because I usually treat you nicely, you think you can take me seriously? How dare you try to hold me back? In a fit of rage, Zhao Lin needed an outlet for his anger. He lashed out at Ji Kong, disregarding any semblance of restraint. With a swift motion, he grabbed the sickle used for cutting straw in the guardroom and charged outside, leaving Ji Kong pale and rooted in place. Damn it, I'll see which bastard is honking. Zhao Lin, bare-chested and displaying tattoos on his chest and back, wielded the gleaming sickle, charging into the rain with an imposing presence against the blinding light. The downpour was heavy and without any cover above. Zhao Lin struggled to keep his eyes open as the rain, a vague sense of unease lingered in the air, yet in a fit of anger, he dismissed it from his mind. As a local power broker, he had long cultivated a habit of disregarding others. No matter how wealthy one became, they must remain humble in the presence of authority. What the hell? How dare you? Get down here at once. Lu Chong sat within the confines of his vehicle, observing the downpour outside, where a tattooed man, bare-chested and brandishing a large cleaver, danced wildly in the rain. Confused, he glanced back at the communications officer, Xiao Aben. Was he out of his mind? Was the local underworld truly so rude? Did they think they could intimidate him with a knife? Did they truly believe he was driving a bumper car? The window of the green SUV slowly descended, and a black tube emerged. In that instant, Zhao Lin, who had been exhilarated just moments before, suddenly snapped to attention, frozen in place and somewhat bewildered. The warmth of adrenaline faded, replaced by the chilling sensation of the rain upon his skin. A flash of lightning illuminated the dark skies above. At that moment, Zhao Lin discerned the terrifying truth concealed in the shadows: an armored vehicle. No, there were three. Two more remained stationary in the rear, their lights extinguished. The hand that held the weapon remained still while another gloved hand, clad in tactical gear, gestured towards him. Trembling, Zhao Lin extended the cleaver he held. The hand waved dismissively, indicating it was incorrect, then beckoned him once more. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Lin cautiously inched closer to the window. Bang! What the hell? Chapter 85. Will you also despair? Bang! The slumbering Fong Wu awoke with a start, sitting upright in bed. A streak of lightning illuminated his face, rendering it ghostly pale. What was that? Did I just hear gunfire? Brother Fong, there is no gunfire, it's just thunder, a sultry voice chimed in beside him. As a voluptuous figure lazily draped herself over him, akin to a seductive enchantress. Besides, in this room, you're the only one with a gun. With a lingering sense of dread, Fong Wu warded off the woman's advancing hand, wiping the beads of cold sweat from his forehead. Not now, let me have a smoke. With a flick, a small flame flickered to life in the darkened room. He inhaled deeply, the satisfying rush of nicotine filling his lungs, significantly easing his taut nerves. Why do I feel so restless tonight? Leaning against the headboard, Fong Wu pondered. Is it a mistake to side with the local gang? Should I lend my support to Gu Jiangwo instead? He shook his head. In this gathering place, nearly everyone, including himself, was aligned with the local gang. Casting a sidelong glance at the woman in his bed, he mused, she was now somewhat part of the local gang, essentially a son-in-law to the Radish gang. The outside world believed that Fong Wu harbored a grudge against Gu Jiangwo due to the death of a distant nephew, but in truth, he knew that there were not so many entangled emotions. Why would he confront the leader of the gathering place over a distant relative about whom he had little sentiment? Is everything all right? If it were, I might as well enjoy some dried plums. The underlying reason for his discontent lay in his lack of faith in Gu Jiangwo, doubting that an alliance with him could stifle the local faction. The gathering place was rife with intricate ties to the local faction, including the armed forces under his command. If a conflict were to erupt, would it be a son against a father? A nephew against an uncle? Or a brother-in-law against a brother-in-law? This is rural territory. Once you delve beneath the surface, the sprawling roots of kinship can be found intertwined within each person. Aligning with Gu Jiangwo would only lead to universal enmity, ultimately culminating in retribution, unless a formidable external force intervened, such as Zhou Bang. But is that even plausible? Why has he taken so long to make a decision? Because he has not awaited the right moment. It was precisely this realization that spurred him to take action and sever ties with Gu Jiangwo. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent rapping at the door startled Fong Wu, nearly causing his heart to seize, causing him to drop his cigarette. Minister Fong, open the door. There is trouble. Open up quickly. At the sound of the commotion, Fong Wu sprang from his bed like a spring, his bare feet rushing towards the door. What is going on? Outside, Ji Kong appeared soaked to the skin, covered in black mud, his slippers slipping down to his ankles, looking utterly disheveled. This is bad. Zhao Lin has been killed by the army. The alert team has sounded the alarm. I heard that Uncle Dong from the Radish gang is leading people over there. You must go check it out. If they clash with the army, it will be disastrous. Seeing Ji Kang's panicked demeanor, Fong Wu's mind became a whirlwind. The army? Where did they come from? How could Zhao Lin be killed? Zhao Dong has only this one son. How many troops have arrived? What impact will they have on the situation at the gathering place? In an instant, countless questions surged through Fong Wu's mind, causing his head to buzz. Yet, it was evident that this was not the time for contemplation. As someone who had retreated, Fong Wu was acutely aware of the military's methods during such critical periods. His heart sank as he fervently prayed for Zhao Dong to remain calm. Otherwise, a grave disaster was inevitable. Hurry. Lead the way. Grabbing a piece of clothing, Fong Wu followed Ji Kong out of the house, racing towards the entrance of the gathering site. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified, resembling a deluge from the heavens. Running behind Ji Kong, Fong Wu was pelted by rain, sharp as arrows, making it nearly impossible to keep his eyes open. With squinted eyes, he struggled to keep pace with Ji Kang's increasingly blurred figure, the torrential downpour nearly severing his senses, leaving him feeling utterly isolated in the vast world. Suddenly, a cry of anguish escaped Fong Wu's lips as he felt something trip him. In the next moment, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Gasping in pain as he tried to rise, he instinctively reached toward his chest, only to discover numerous sharp protrusions. How could there be so many shards of glass embedded in the ground? Struggling to roll onto his back, he lay on the uneven, muddy earth, the rushing water relentlessly battering his body. Ji Kong! Ji Kong! Fong Wu's feeble cries were swallowed by the rain. The shards piercing his chest rendered him unable to exert any force. Even the slightest movement sent agonizing sensations coursing through him. As the rain washed over him, Fang Wu could feel his body rapidly losing warmth, blood gushing from the multiple wounds on his chest. Weakness enveloped him, and thoughts of the military and the Radish village faded from his mind. All that occupied his thoughts was Ji Kong, praying that the fool had noticed his absence and was on his way back to find him. Gradually, his weakening vision began to blur, and he struggled to focus. Department Chief? Ji Kong? Fang Wu strained to open his eyes, attempting to discern the figure hovering above him. You fool, why did you take so long to come? Ji Kong stood above Fang Wu, his expression austere, coldly observing him with a gaze full of mockery. This scoundrel, even in such weakness, remained so disdainful of ordinary people. Is it because I wanted to see you struggle a little longer? Upon hearing this, Fang Wu's already unfocused pupils suddenly contracted, illuminated by a flash of lightning. He finally discerned that Ji Kong was holding a shard of glass identical to the ones embedded in his own chest. It's you, Ji Kong. What do you intend to do? You're still young. Do not tread the path of crime. Fang Wu desperately struggled to move away from Ji Kong, looking as pitiful as a maggot in a toilet. Ji Kong suddenly felt a profound sense of meaninglessness. It turned out that even the lofty figures, in the face of death, could panic like his sister, beg for mercy, and feel utterly helpless. He, too, feared death and experienced suffering. The thought of his sister, who had been driven to the brink of a cliff by the likes of Nan, twisted his heart in agony. Even through the thick newspaper, his right hand, gripping the shard of glass, drew forth crimson blood. Ji Kang's face contorted with fierce intensity as he stepped upon the multitude of glass fragments protruding from Fang Wu's chest. It was akin to crushing a cockroach. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. He meticulously angled the shards, embedding them into Fang Wu's body, as if this act could slightly alleviate the hatred simmering within him. Fang Wu's eyes bulged, desperately tugging at Ji Kang's pant leg. You cannot kill me. As Fang Wu's breath faded, Ji Kong, after a cursory scrape of his shoes against the lifeless form, slowly withdrew. Raising his gaze towards the direction of Fang Wu's home, Ji Kong reverted to his original disheveled state, panic-stricken as he fled towards that very place. Chapter 86. Uncle Dong. You outwit them. Zhao Lin lay supine in the rain, a bullet wound to his head rendering him motionless, like a large character sprawled across the ground. The sharp blade of a guillotine lay discarded nearby, and his blood had nearly drained away, the rainwater around him transitioning from a deep crimson to a pale pink hue. His pallid face bore wide-open eyes filled with disbelief, struggling to accept the reality that a gun had indeed been fired, that he was truly facing death. Not far from his lifeless body lay a collapsed iron gate, stained by the rain, now tainted a dark red, a mere reflection of rust. Thus, in the face of a violent machine, both the living and the dead were equally fragile and powerless. It was only in his final moments that Zhao Lin comprehended this truth. Lu Chong was seething with anger. He had not anticipated that Zhao Lin's death would lead to such complications. He had assumed Zhao was merely a petty individual. But it turned out there was more to him than met the eye. Damn it, had he stirred a hornet's nest? So many people the front of the armored vehicle. The Brave Three had crashed into the heart of the Prime Minister's gathering, and Lu Chong, clad in a raincoat, stood at the vehicle's front. His gaze dark and fixed on the swelling crowd. There were young and old, solitary figures as well as groups, all emerging steadily from the nearby residential area, holding lanterns that flickered like fireflies. This assembly brandished a motley collection of weapons, machetes, cleavers, hammers, shovels, and steel rods, numbering around 100, creating an imposing spectacle on the narrow street. Damn it, it was these soldiers who killed Zhao Lin, wasn't it? Rest assured, at your command. Not a single one of us from Radish Village will back down. Yes, Uncle Dong, daring to kill Zhao Lin is tantamount to opposing Radish Village. Soldiers are no exception. Zhao Lin treated me well. I must avenge him. Yes, let us chop them down. The villagers of Radish Village were incensed, shouting and brandishing their weapons as if mourning their own son. Witnessing this, Lu Chong issued a direct order to his squad to remove the oilcloth covering the turret-mounted machine gun atop the Brave Three armored assault vehicle. As the oilcloth was torn away by a soldier who climbed to the roof, the robust CSLM-5 12mm rotary machine gun was revealed, glistening in the rain. The cold droplets fell unimpeded onto the hard metal, and the scent of gun oil began to permeate the air, reminiscent of the onset of death. Silence. Everyone, remain calm. From the depths of the crowd, Zhao Dong spoke up, holding a black umbrella, dressed in a somewhat worn gray suit, and sporting black-framed glasses. He appeared gaunt and drab, akin to a rural elder with a modicum of education, utterly unassociated with the notorious Radish village, let alone the village head. Uncle Dong, what are you waiting for? Just go and chop them. For killing Shaolin, even the soldiers must pay with their lives. A stout man, brandishing a cleaver, was noticeably agitated, as if ready to charge forth at the slightest provocation from Zhao Dong. All right, Lao Air, you go, Zhao Dong commanded. Suddenly, the air grew still, and the villagers surrounding them turned their gazes toward Wang Lao Air. Me? Wang Lao Air questioned, disbelief evident as he pointed to himself. Yes, you. Go and slay them. Zhao Dong's voice reached Wang Lao Air's ears again, chilling as if heralding a torrential downpour. Feeling the villagers' hopeful stares upon him, Wang Lao Air sensed the watermelon knife in his hand, which seemed to weigh a ton despite its mere meter in length. He could hardly lift it. In the past, when significant matters arose, the residents of Lobua village would gather in such a manner, yet that was merely for show. Who would truly step forward? Only a fool would dare. Wang Lao Air believed he was no fool, so he stammered, unable to advance a single step. Finally, his face flushed crimson as he spoke. Uncle Dong, you should use your wits. Chapter 87. Dare to insult me? Wang Lao, who had retreated back into the crowd in utter dismay, felt the weight of Zhao Dong's presence. As Zhao Dong raised his right hand, a nearby individual promptly handed him a loudspeaker. After making slight adjustments to his emotions, Zhao Dong's mournful voice emanated from the distorted speaker, which had been compromised by water. Indeed, this somber tone resonated with a heart-wrenching quality, and Uncle Dong was quite pleased with its timbre. Addressing the officer across from him, he declared, I am Zhao Lin's father. May I ask, by what right do you dare to act against an ordinary citizen? He is but 22 years old. I am nearing 70. What a tragic tale of an elderly parent mourning a young offspring. There is a saying, the common man does not confront the authorities. Yet today I demand justice. I seek accountability. If not only will I refuse to acquiesce, but the 100 souls of our community shall also stand united. We shall risk our lives to bring you to justice. Zhao Dong's final cry was a poignant lament, akin to the sorrowful call of a cuckoo. Though there was an element of performance, the emotion was genuine, reflecting the anguish of a father. As his words fell, over 100 individuals from the community echoed his sentiment, shouting in unison, yes, we shall bring you to justice. We will hold you accountable. Meanwhile, Lu Chong stood amidst the torrential rain, even clad in a raincoat, feeling the dampness seep into his being, rendering him uncomfortable. After listening for a while, he irritably dug at his ears. What on earth are they blathering about? He muttered. What are they saying about wanting to harm me? As a native of Jiangnan, Lu Chong struggled to discern the muffled words, distorted by a heavy accent, a raspy loudspeaker, and the relentless rain, which only heightened his impatience. How absurd. They think they can attack a military vehicle and have a valid reason for it? These ruffians. Shoaibin, he called out, you're from Guangxi. Did you catch that? What are they saying? Are they threatening me? The communications soldier, standing nearby, hesitated before responding. I didn't catch it all. But it sounded like they said something about you being his father, demanding accountability, and that over 100 of them wouldn't back down, even risking their lives to confront you. They keep shouting about wanting to harm you. This is outrageous, Lu Chong exclaimed, his frustration boiling over as he slammed his fist against the engine hood of the armored vehicle. Have the tides truly turned? Those thugs in the military factory feared the sight of guns, yet these people repeatedly disregard me? Am I truly so ineffective? A band of armed criminals. Today, I shall witness how they dare to confront me. With that, Lu Chong drew his 92 style pistol from his waist. His gaze fixed on the elder in the crowd who had been berating him through the loudspeaker, and he charged forward. Seeing Lu Chong advance, Shoaibin quickly called 2 squads from the ranks to follow suit. A cacophony of the bolt being drawn echoed, signifying that these warriors were fully prepared to shed blood. Damn it! Lu Chong, towering like an enraged grizzly bear, surged into the throng, wielding his 92 style pistol as if it were a diminutive baton. He struck a young man with piercings in the front row squarely on the head. A howl of pain erupted as the young man felt as if his skull might shatter. Clutching the bloody lump on his head in terror, he staggered backward in a desperate retreat. After dispatching the young man to his right, Lu Chong swiftly pivoted to his left. The edges of his pistol were as sharp as a knife, and before a man with a buzz cut, wielding a watermelon knife, could react, he was met with a gash across his forehead, blood streaming forth. Yet, he harbored no thoughts of retaliation, only a frantic retreat into the crowd. You dare insult me? Lu Chong roared, his fury palpable. With unrelenting ferocity, He swung his pistol in sweeping arcs, forcing the thugs blocking his path to scatter in terror, their cries echoing in the air. In this relentless and fierce manner, Lu Chong, with his trusty 92 pistol, bulldozed through the crowd until he stood before Zhao Dong. Zhao, filled with dread, gazed up at the warrior who seemed to navigate this chaos unscathed, unable to fathom why he appeared angrier despite the loss of his own son. Was there no sense of justice left? Lu Chong, equally perplexed, could not comprehend how this old man had the audacity to insult him. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, he pinned Zhao Dong, who was around 1.6 meters, much like Xiang Yu overpowering a goblin, and began to rain blows upon Zhao Dong's head with his pistol. Such brutality. It was utterly ferocious. The surrounding villagers, witnessing this scene, hastily retreated in fear, desperate not to be caught in the crossfire. Just then, reinforcements arrived. As Company Commander Jia Sanyu stepped out of the vehicle, he beheld Lu Chong encircled by 100 armed individuals. What the hell is going on? Surround them. Anyone who dares to move will be executed on the spot. Chapter 88. Counterterrorism requires only a list. After the rain, the sun broke through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the earth. The osmanthus trees outside the administrative building, far from being battered by the downpour, appeared even more lush and vibrant. Seated in the conference room of the administrative building, Gu Jiangwo felt an almost surreal sensation. Had he merely awakened from slumber to discover that he had emerged victorious? Was this what the trending term online in recent years, lying wen, meant? Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he still found it hard to believe. He had been abruptly awakened by the frantic vice mayor, who informed him that a grave situation had arisen at the gathering site. Initially fearing a zombie invasion, he hurriedly followed, only to arrive at the gathering site and witness a multitude of familiar adversaries kneeling on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized that those on their knees were all acquaintances who had opposed him. While he felt a surge of joy seeing his enemies in misfortune, what thrilled him even more was the sight of armored vehicles and soldiers clad in full combat gear. For a fleeting moment, he almost believed that the Zhou dynasty had organized a military operation. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for why such valuable troops were dispatched to this remote township. Even if Zaixiang town was the second largest in the province, it would never warrant such priority. However, after conversing with the leader of this formidable unit, he discovered a revelation even more astonishing than he had anticipated. This contingent had been dispatched by his son to rescue him. His son. Upon hearing this news, Gu Jiangwo quickly reviewed his life, pondering whether he had ever exhibited any impropriety, before daring to contemplate the implications regarding his eldest son. How could it be that his boy, who he had urged to simply live well, had transformed into a commanding officer? Even after considerable time had passed since receiving this astonishing information, Gu Jiangwo still felt a tumult of emotions while seated in the conference room. Concerned about losing face in front of his son's subordinates, he had refrained from directly inquiring about his son's current rank. Yet, based on his understanding of the military and the current tense apocalyptic circumstances, the fact that a company had been mobilized to rescue him, while hard to believe, still suggested that his son had indeed made remarkable connections. At the very least, he had established ties within the province of Yezhou. Beyond this, Gu Jiangwo could not fathom any other means by which a company could traverse 300 kilometers from the provincial capital Yi City to retrieve him. Gradually, he processed this absurd yet singularly plausible possibility. Could it be that his son had inherited some of his fervor for public affairs, reflecting a shadow of his own past? Yet, this was all too outrageous. Gu Jiangwo found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend how, merely 2 weeks prior, his son had been a university student pleading for living expenses. And now, 2 weeks later, he could command a company to come to his rescue. Moreover, this was no ordinary company. Gu Jiangwo had observed that. In terms of personnel demeanor and their heavily armed equipment, not to mention the array of armored vehicles, they were undoubtedly elite forces. Lighting a cigarette, Gu Jiangwo sought to calm his racing heart. He could discuss the remarkable trajectory of his son's life upon their reunion. However, the pressing concern at hand was to eradicate the lingering threats posed by local factions, led by the likes of the Carrot Village, and restore clarity to the gathering site. As for Fang Wu, who was discovered lifeless in the alley this morning, a hint of regret flickered in Gu Jiangwo's eyes. He had once been a principled official, genuinely concerned for the welfare of the people, which had led him to take on the responsibility of overseeing the settlement's affairs. Unfortunately, the collapse of the system gave rise to a power vacuum that corroded his integrity, causing him to forget his original intentions and focus solely on preserving his authority. Gu Jiangwo, having served in public office for many years, had encountered numerous individuals of this ilk, neither despising them nor fully comprehending their actions, merely witnessing the frailties inherent in human nature. Thus, regarding Fang Wu, Gu Jiangwo did not intend to pursue the crimes he committed, nor did he plan to investigate who had taken his life. Weighing his merits against his faults, he deemed it appropriate to afford him a modicum of dignity. As for the others in the settlement, he had heard that counterterrorism merely required a list. Gu Jiangwo resolved to consult that company commander, inquiring whether such a matter truly existed. Chapter 89. The list. The sound of whistles echoed as soldiers, fully armed, swiftly assembled outside the administrative building where the Prime Minister resided. Count off. 1, 2, 3, 4. Report to the company commander. 1 row is present. At ease. Stand at attention. The commotion of troop assembly soon captured the attention of the surrounding survivors, who began to discuss this suddenly appearing battalion. The survivors felt as though they had awakened to a transformed world, with sensational news unfolding one after another. Recently, the Radish village had seen hundreds taken captive by the military, and the notorious Fang Wu from the former armed faction had been discovered gruesomely murdered in an alley. The onlookers were all too eager to express their approval of these developments. The people's eyes are keen. They may be unable to discern the grand complexities of right and wrong, but they are acutely aware of who wields power over them. Just like Fang Wu, who fancied himself an actor in a grand performance, the lower-class residents of the settlement were all too aware of his collusion with the Radish village and their nefarious deeds. Thus, the most common exclamation among the residents regarding Fang Wu's demise was, "Justice prevails." Ji Kong mingled among the crowd, his gaze anxiously fixed on the troops assembling before the administrative building, pondering whether they would come for him. Although Fang Wu was guilty of heinous crimes, Ji Kong had indeed taken a life, that of an official within the settlement. His act of killing Fang Wu the previous night was not premeditated. Rather, it was a spontaneous decision, driven by the chaotic storm that made him realize this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was then that he set a trap and ambushed Fang Wu. The apocalypse had forced him into this state, compelling him to take a life. Fang Wu ought to blame himself for driving the sheep to become wolves and good men to madness. Therefore, even though it was Ji Kang's first act of murder, he felt no remorse. To him, killing was a reciprocal act. Those who kill must face death. What was wrong with that? Moreover, he repeated his earlier tactic, cunningly deceiving his way into Fang Wu's residence. Armed with a shard of glass, and with precision, he plunged it into the artery of Fang Wu's mistress. Indeed, he left no survivors. For him, this was merely the beginning. According to his plan, he would slay more, eliminating these wrongdoers one by one, savoring the look of despair in their eyes as they faced death. Yet, the military's purging efforts interrupted his scheme. Why does justice always arrive late? Why must one wait for the victim to become a madman? Can I still turn back? Ji Kong pondered in confusion. At ease. Stand at attention. Comrade leader. The entire company is assembled and awaits your instructions. Jia Sanyu saluted Gu Jiangwo and proclaimed loudly. Gu Jiangwo gazed at the well-disciplined and well-equipped armed forces before him, a surge of emotion swelling within him. If only he had possessed such a force earlier, would matters have escalated to this point? Could he still afford to be cautious and engage in a futile dance with these ruffians in the settlement? They should have all been rounded up and shot by now. In these brief 2 weeks, it is no exaggeration to say that this has been the most frustrating period of his political career. As a dignified city-level leader, he found himself threatened by a band of thugs, utterly powerless. What a humiliating predicament. Fortunately, a magnificent son has been born. Reflecting on this, Gu Jiangwo cast a sweeping gaze over the armed warriors before him and exhaled a long breath of relief, feeling invigorated, refreshing, exhilarating. Truly, it is immensely gratifying. Captain Jia's words were rather harsh. At this moment, I am merely the leader of a small gathering place, and in terms of jurisdiction, we possess no hierarchical relationship. Regarding the eradication of the malignant tumor within our gathering, your willingness to assist, considering the multitude of citizens residing here, fills me with profound gratitude. Thus, this is but a request, not a command. With that, Gu Jiangwo turned to face all the soldiers of the first company, elevating his voice. Comrades, I, Gu Jiangwo, represent all the residents of our gathering place in beseeching you to take action to restore to our community a pristine and upright atmosphere. I implore you. Upon finishing, Gu Jiangwo bent slightly in a bow toward all the soldiers of the first company. Oh, no, that is unnecessary. The direction indicated by the commander is indeed our path forward. As the father of our leader, we are akin to family and there is no need for such formality. Jia Sanyu quickly helped Gu Jiangwo to his feet, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. How could the leader's father bow to them? That would be utterly inept. Jia Sanyu asserted that he was the captain and still had much to learn, aspiring for further progress. Nevertheless, although Gu Jiangwo's bow left the soldiers of the first company somewhat bewildered, it nonetheless fostered a profound admiration for him. This was undoubtedly influenced by the esteemed commander Gu Changyuan. It was equally attributable to Gu Jiangwo's personal charm. He garnered the soldiers' goodwill through respect. With the soldiers' favor secured, it heralded misfortune for some. All squad leaders, assemble. Collect the apprehension list. Let me reiterate, every individual listed must be captured without exception. Should there be any resistance encountered, execute on the spot. The first squad shall seal off all exits of the gathering place, allowing not a single soul to escape. As Jia Sanyu issued his orders, Gu Jiangwo simultaneously proclaimed, in the name of the gathering's management, the imposition of a temporary military control status throughout the entire community. Were there dissenters? Indeed. But that was in the past. Now, there is nothing that he wishes to accomplish that he cannot achieve. Chapter 90, Purification. As a series of orders were issued, a tense and somber atmosphere enveloped the gathering place of the Prime Minister. Survivors traversing the streets could not help but quicken their pace, while those who had just ventured outside hastily retreated indoors. Armored assault vehicles, laden with soldiers, rolled out from the plaza in front of the administrative building, trailing plumes of dust in their wake. These armored vehicles first sped along the main artery of the Southern Ring Road, and as they proceeded, one or two vehicles would diverge from the convoy, turning into or halting at the narrow alleys of various residential districts. Each squad leader possessed a list of targets to apprehend, with most names accompanied by a corresponding passport-sized color photograph for ease of identification. To prevent any oversight or wrongful capture, local residents were enlisted as guides to accompany the forces. Lu Chang's unit received the assignment to apprehend the remaining members of the Radish Village criminal faction. Gu Jiangwo harbored a profound disdain for this malevolent group, considering it the most significant source of instability in the Prime Minister's enclave since the onset of the apocalypse. The villagers entangled in crime had amassed numerous offenses. Given the inadequate conditions for investigation in this post-apocalyptic era, Gu Jiangwo resolved to forego inquiries and opted for immediate apprehension. A public trial would be convened later, allowing grievances to be aired and vendettas pursued. For those without grievances, death would suffice as recompense. In the face of an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. This vast criminal organization had oppressed residents, wielding power with impunity, and had directly or indirectly caused the demise of countless lives, even if their relatives and friends were uninvolved. They had benefited from the fruits of their crimes. When indulging in feasts, one can wield chopsticks, yet, when faced with punishment, decry innocence. Even if falsely accused, death would be deserved. In terms of ruthless governance, the Gu family had a legacy of unwavering resolve, exhibiting little compassion for individuals at the micro level. As long as the overarching direction was just and beneficial to the collective, the harm to individuals was entirely outside their sphere of concern. The military's apprehension efforts proceeded remarkably smoothly. Confronted with soldiers armed to the teeth, the once bold and combative villagers showed no inclination to resist. The rules that safeguarded them in peaceful times had completely disintegrated in the face of the apocalypse. The soldiers paid no heed to potential repercussions or public sentiment. Oh heavens! Oh divine beings! Neighbors, come to witness. This is what it means to serve in the military. They charge in to seize and kill. They want to arrest me. Cryojun. Oh heavens! At over 40 years of age, how can I withstand such a fate? In the alley, a heavily made-up middle-aged woman flailed about like a fish, tearing at her clothing while wailing in a manner reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Onlookers in the distance pointed and murmured, unaware of the words spoken. The soldiers from the 3rd Platoon, 7th Squad, found themselves at a loss regarding how to manage the woman the moment they approached to apprehend her. She would grasp their hands and flail about, her self-extracted brassiere twirling like nunchaku. Though the blows were not severely damaging, they were laden with humiliation. Several soldiers attempted to subdue her, only to discover that she was more difficult to restrain than a pig during the New Year celebrations. The mind, constrained by discipline, found itself momentarily immobilized. Upon receiving the news, Lu Chong hurried over from the adjacent alley, only to witness a woman on the ground, throwing a fit. For heaven's sake! Your squad is regressing. You can't even handle one woman. He demanded the list. Upon receiving it, Lu Chong swiftly matched the woman's details, Lao Rongji, the wife of Wang Laodong, a principal offender of the Luobua Zhai gang, who had forced dozens of women into prostitution and harmed young girls. Excellent. Confirming that this woman was indeed a nefarious character, Lu Chong snapped the list shut, tossed it to the squad leader, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Pay attention. I will only teach this once. With that, Lu Chong removed the QCU submachine gun from his chest, weighing it in his hands, but found it lacking in heft. He then took the QBZ-191 assault rifle from the squad leader and approached the woman. Lao Rongji, with disheveled hair, rolled on the ground while observing the soldiers. Upon noticing a tall soldier advancing towards her, she raised her voice, intensifying her theatrics. Heavens! Help! Help! Murder! Murder! For heaven's sake! Scream. As Lu Chong drew near, he abruptly raised his weapon and struck Lao Rongji violently with the butt of his gun. The impact sent her reeling, blood gushing forth, leaving her disoriented. Struggling to focus her vision on her assailant, she could only discern a vague red silhouette. Lu Chong, lacking the patience for a prolonged gaze, delivered a second blow when he noticed her defiance. For heaven's sake, you dare glare at me? With 3 successive strikes, powerful and relentless, he ensured that she remained subdued. After all, they needed to deliver her for a mission. Killing her would be counterproductive, so he aimed to preserve the integrity of the task. Once he witnessed Lao Rongji lying silently on the ground, her body only twitching involuntarily, he discarded the bloody QBZ-191 into the squad leader's arms and raised an eyebrow. See? She's finally docile. Capture operations will follow this template. Those who roll about in passive resistance will receive the butt of the gun. Those who attack actively will face a magazine emptying. We have plenty of ammunition to spare. The entire squad regarded Lu Chong with newfound respect, as if stepping into a new realm of understanding. And that is why one can become a squad leader. The squad leader, eyes glimmering with ambition, felt he had found his path to progress. Lu Chong nodded approvingly, exuding an air of mentorship, and was about to turn away when he noticed survivors in the distance still pointing and whispering. Frowning, he bellowed, "For heaven's sake, what are you looking at? Stop gawking." Upon hearing the words, the survivors were immediately frightened, scattering like birds and beasts. Lu Chong harbored a deep disdain for these onlookers, who, utterly ignorant, were eager to voice their uninformed opinions. Teaching educators to instruct, teaching police to enforce the law, teaching the military to engage in combat. What a load of nonsense. Humph. Lu Chong spat vehemently in the direction of the crowd he had just addressed. Chapter 91. Gu Jiangwo's Ambitions at Noon. The square in front of the administrative building, where the prime ministers congregated, was bustling with activity, filled with survivors attending the trial assembly, encircled in layers both within and without. In the heart of the square, nearly 200 individuals, men, women, and the elderly, were bound and kneeling on the ground, their mouths stuffed with rags and socks to stifle their voices and prevent any outcry. Gu Jiangwo stood atop a hastily erected platform, his gaze sweeping over the group below, a collection of individuals marked by resentment, supplication, and apathy. These were not mere miscreants. He had branded them as terrorists, a final judgment he had decreed upon them. In this apocalyptic era, their failure to unite against the undead, their infighting, and the harm they inflicted upon their compatriots could only be deemed inhumane. What else could they be but terrorists? The fate of these 200 souls, and whether any among them were innocent, was of no concern to him. He likened this to a surgical procedure to excise a tumor. Would one refrain from cutting simply because some healthy tissue might be lost? Compassion, he mused, was the gravest error. A tumor that is not completely removed will inevitably recur, had it not been for the potential ramifications. Gu Jiangwo would have preferred to bypass the trial altogether, opting instead for immediate execution, surely a more secure choice. Reflecting on this, he lamented his own softness of heart. Realizing he could not even fulfill his duty to eradicate evil completely, he vowed that his son must never emulate such weakness. The trial proceedings were starkly simple. The terrorists were brought before the platform, and if anyone in the crowd shouted that they were guilty and enumerated their crimes, they would be executed on the spot. No verification, no evidence required. As the fervor escalated, a frenzied atmosphere permeated the gathering, and the intoxicating thrill of wielding power over life and death quickly dulled reason. Thousands fell into a collective trap, each losing their individual thoughts and judgments, instinctively conforming rather than resisting the crowd. The moment a person was thrust onto the platform, they bore sins that transcended their individual existence, some of their own, others imposed by the collective. None would emerge alive. The outcomes of the trials were entirely in alignment with public sentiment, leaving no room for dissent. Gu Jiangwo had stated that a tumor that is not entirely eradicated would resurge. Thus he allowed democracy to assume the role of the surgeon. Do you truly desire this? Or are you being compelled to think this way? The gunfire in the square echoed into the deep night, each shot accompanied by fervent shouts, reminiscent of a funeral dirge before death. These once inconsequential rascals, who had lived in the shadows of society before the apocalypse, would never have anticipated that their own funeral would surpass even the grandiosity of a gangster's demise in a Hong Kong film. A throng of over 10,000 rang their death knell. Gu Jiangwo observed the trial assembly only briefly, primarily to witness the execution of the terrorist leader. Having once shared meetings with him, consider it a farewell to a colleague. He possessed enough decorum not to turn against a fellow worker after their demise. That would be undignified. Lacking any semblance of grace. After witnessing several farewell ceremonies, Gu Jiangwo retired to his office, sitting alone on the balcony, smoking a cigarette. He pondered his next course of action. Should he follow the troops to search for his son? Would he live off his son's successes? Would he hope for his son to achieve greatness? It seems that it is not entirely unfeasible. Yet Gu Jiangwo pondered a deeper issue: the future trajectory of the entire Zhou dynasty amidst chaos. The apocalypse presents a tumultuous scenario, yet it also heralds significant transformation. Contemplating this, Gu Jiangwo's gaze deepened, as if an inexplicable notion was beginning to germinate within him. He relished the study of history and sought answers within its pages. Although there had been no precedent for a zombie outbreak in the 3 millennia of the Zhou dynasty, on a macro scale, does this not epitomize the very essence of a chaotic era? Historically, the final dynasties were beset by peasant uprisings. Now, the turmoil arises from a viral plague. Regardless of the remnants of vitality left in the Zhou court, its control over the provinces has undoubtedly been weakened to the utmost. Perhaps this presents an opportunity, especially since his son wields such a pivotal authority over the military. This realization prompted Gu Jiangwo to feel that if he did not take action, it would be a disservice to the onset of this chaotic age. It is imperative to understand that neglecting the gifts of heaven could lead to dire consequences. A vacuum of power has emerged. If one does not seize it, another will. So why should it not be himself? His son's opportunity has arrived, though he wondered if the young man had noticed it. Yet, those thoughts could wait. The immediate priority is to firmly establish control over the Prime Minister's assembly. This location holds the potential to evolve into the southwestern hub of the Night Province. By securing this area and unleashing its potential, he could ensure a steady influx of food and population, essentially providing his son with a solid foundation. As the future unfolds, it would also offer a contingency plan. However, before that, Gu Jiangwo resolved to first visit the night market to safeguard his son. After all, the authority of the military is of paramount importance. He harbored concerns that his inherently kind-hearted son might falter and be deceived. His son is admirable in every way, save for his excessive kindness, which he inherited from him. With this thought, Gu Jiangwo extinguished the cigarette in his hand, his mind resolute with determination. Chapter 92. The production line commences after dinner. Gu Qingyuan made his way to the School of Mechanical Engineering aboard a Warrior 3 armored command vehicle. The School of Mechanical Engineering, one of the prestigious faculties at Yezhou University, stood in stark contrast to the rather modest management school, as it boasted a sprawling complex the size of 4 standard football fields, encompassing 8 large operational rooms and numerous smaller ones. 2 bullet production lines had been earmarked for assembly and production in the first operational room on the ground floor of the mechanical building. Upon hearing the news of the military commander's impending inspection, Acting Director Wang Dehai arrived early with several key personnel from Factory 1411, awaiting outside the academy. After much contemplation regarding the placement of Factory 1411, Gu Qingyuan ultimately decided to retain its original designation, appointing the former workshop director, Wang Dehai, for the role without placing any of his own associates. Matters of technical expertise were best entrusted to professionals. The greatest folly would be to allow outsiders to command those versed in the craft. Clearly, none of Gu Qingyuan's subordinates possessed knowledge of military-industrial production. With a firm grip on power, he felt no anxiety. The production lines were firmly established, and there was no reason for concern. He did not perceive a diminutive military factory as a source of upheaval. Furthermore, a cadre of security personnel had been positioned within the factory, a force that would undoubtedly prove resolute in critical moments. At the entrance of the School of Mechanical Engineering, a Warrior 3 armored command vehicle came to a gradual halt. Trailing behind the Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle, Wang Dehai, flanked by 2 key personnel, approached with beaming smiles, eager to open the door for Gu Qingyuan. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to pull it open, a moment of awkwardness ensued. Just then, the rear door swung open, and a line of armed soldiers filed out. As Gu Changyuan's chief bodyguard, Pu Guangqiang instinctively nudged Wang Dahai aside, brandishing his weapon and raising his hand in a gesture of compliance. Wang Dahai, momentarily taken aback, raised his hands in surrender upon meeting the steely gaze of the burly soldier. Pu Guangqiang advanced on Wang Dahai, conducting a thorough search from head to toe, even giving his trousers a squeeze to ensure no grenades were concealed. The other two key personnel underwent a similar scrutiny by other soldiers, their thoroughness exceeding even that directed at Wang Dahai. As Gu Qingyuan's influence expanded, he grew increasingly vigilant regarding his safety. He had heard whispers of his soldiers' conduct, particularly of Lu Chong, whose impulsiveness occasionally resulted in less than civil behavior. Such traits could potentially serve as motives for those with narrow minds to seek his demise. Yet, upon reflection, could this not also be a reflection of the survivor's own failings? The inherently good-natured soldiers, when pushed to their limits, might occasionally display a rough exterior. Surely, the inner turmoil they experienced when forced to act was no less profound than his own. Once the security checks revealed no abnormalities, Wang Dahai was finally permitted to approach Gu Changyuan within 3 paces. "Greetings, esteemed leader. I am Wang Dahai, the acting director of Factory 1411. It is a great honor to welcome you to our newly established Factory 1411 for your inspection and guidance." Wang Dahai, whose figure had grown portly, wore an obsequious smile, his already small eyes nearly disappearing in the process. Gu Changyuan extended his hand for a brief handshake before retracting it, his tone nonchalant as he remarked, "Shall we proceed inside?" Noticing Gu Changyuan's impassive demeanor, Wang Dahai felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that this young leader might be somewhat difficult to please. "Of course, please. Leader, follow me." Soon, under Wang Dahai's guidance, the group arrived at the operating chamber. The first operating room was approximately the size of 3 basketball courts. Upon entering, Gu Qingyuan immediately sensed a refreshing coolness. "It's quite pleasant in here," he casually commented, to which Wang Dahai promptly elaborated. "Our ammunition processing plant maintains a constant temperature and humidity due to the presence of gunpowder. Over there are several temperature and humidity control systems relocated from the original Factory 1411. As he spoke, Wang Dahai gestured towards the white metal cabinets positioned in various corners of the facility. A cursory glance led Gu Changyuan's gaze to the 2 main apparatuses within the operating chamber, the primary purpose of his visit being to inspect these significant pieces of equipment. However, after a brief examination, Gu Changyuan grew disinterested. Feeling utterly confounded as a liberal arts student, the technical jargon Wang Dahai employed, terms like extended processing, pointed punching, and reverse extrusion, were lost on him, and he quickly found his enthusiasm waning. Conversely, Wang Dahai, eager to showcase his expertise in his field, became increasingly animated as he spoke. After listening for a time, Gu Qingyuan could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Could you provide an overview of the production capacity?" He had little interest in the specific equipment or processes involved. Rather, he was keenly focused on the quantity of ammunition that could be produced. When it came to the factory's production data, Wang Dahai was well prepared and spoke with confidence. "With our current stock of raw materials, we can produce approximately 2 million rounds of ammunition. However, due to the limitations of our production line technology and a shortage of skilled workers, our current daily output is around 30,000 rounds of 5.8 mm caliber ammunition." Observing Gu Changyuan's expression, Wang Dahai continued, "Nonetheless, as our workers gain proficiency, production capacity is rapidly improving. In about 2 weeks, we should progressively return to peak capacity, reaching 100,000 rounds per day." After hearing Wang Dahai's report, Gu Qingyuan felt quite satisfied with the figures presented. Given that the ammunition production line had only just been assembled and most workers were newly recruited from the gathering site, achieving such output on the first day of operation was a testament to Wang Dahai's exceptional capabilities. With his expectations met, Gu Qingyuan's demeanor softened. He smiled and encouraged, "Well done. This production capacity exceeds my expectations. It is evident that Director Wang has put in considerable effort. What our gathering site truly needs are individuals like you, who are capable and willing to take action. Keep up the excellent work, Director Wang. I have high hopes for you." At these words, Wang Dahai felt a surge of joy within. The leader now refers to himself as Director Wang, signifying that his work has garnered recognition and that his position is momentarily secure. "I am unworthy of such praise," he humbly responds, acknowledging the multitude of talented individuals around him, asserting that he merely performs tasks within his capabilities to serve the leader, not deserving of such accolades. Observing Wang Dahai's modest demeanor, Gu Qingyuan turns and remarks, with director Wang appearing this way, it is evident he has a taste for delicacies. Guangqiang, upon our return, please deliver a platter of fresh lamb chops to Director Wang as a reward for the contributions of our gathering. And let us not forget a case of that aromatic liquor for him as well. Just look at him, he has grown gaunt. As he speaks, Gu Qingyuan reaches out to pat Wang Dahai's portly shoulder. Instinctively, Wang Dahai bends slightly, allowing Gu Qingyuan to do so with ease. He expresses his gratitude repeatedly while secretly swallowing hard. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Gu Qingyuan's quality of life, owing to his possession of the system, has not significantly diverged from that of the pre-apocalyptic era. In fact, he has been able to indulge even more. This is attributed to his formidable military strength. If he were to suffer, the zombies would find it equally impossible to feast. However, for ordinary individuals like Wang Dahai, the apocalypse has been akin to a hellish ordeal, with material resources in dire scarcity. Although shops are filled with goods, attempting to engage in a zero-cost acquisition in front of hordes of zombies demands careful consideration of one's own capacity. Surviving is already a blessing. Forget about being well-fed. One need only recall Yi Qing, who spent 3 days licking the empty instant noodle bags, a reality faced by the majority of survivors. During Su Zheng's control of the military factory, Wang Dahai and his companions were treated like beasts, reduced to the brink of starvation. Thus, the lamb chops, for Gu Qingyuan, felt like a mere token of reward, yet for the ordinary survivors, they represented a rare delicacy. After leaving the Mechanical Academy, equipped with a freshly produced arsenal of 10,000 rounds, the armored command vehicle, Mingshi 3, continued its journey toward the blood mine, safeguarded by the Mingshi 3 armored assault vehicle. Chapter 93, The Radiance of Humanity. When Gu Qingyuan arrived at the zombie processing site outside the blood mine, he found the atmosphere considerably more lively than usual. Based on prior experience, this was quite anomalous. If one were to rank the eerie locales of the night gathering, the zombie processing site would undoubtedly hold the top position, surpassing even the blood-soaked and oppressive blood mine, where the frenzied slaughter of zombies occurred. At the blood mine, the disposal of zombies was characterized by efficiency. A distant shot would suffice, and the unfortunate zombies caught in a machine gun's barrage would be reduced to mere fragments, emphasizing the principle of killing without cruelty. Conversely, the zombie processing site reveled in a different approach, one that indulged in the torment of the undead. For the more skilled workers, the task resembled merely cracking open a coconut, a simple lifting of the lid. However, for those lacking proficiency or natural talent, the scene could turn gruesome, akin to smashing walnuts, where only the core remained intact, while everything else was shattered. Due to the burdensome and oppressive nature of their work, the 200 or so skull crushers typically toiled in silence, the only sound being the relentless thud of blunt instruments against bone, creating an atmosphere that was profoundly eerie. Not even children under 18, nor friends in their 80s, could bear to witness this without parental accompaniment. Yet today, that would soon change. The catalyst for this transformation was the arrival of the semi-automatic brain extraction machine. This machine, developed under the guidance of a professor from the Mechanical Institute, possessed complete autonomy of intellectual property rights. Had it emerged before the apocalypse, it could have easily been patented, potentially even earning a Nobel Peace Prize. Reflecting on this grim contraption that would leave even the most stoic of engineers shaking their heads, Gu Qingyuan found himself momentarily stunned upon receiving the development application, struggling to comprehend the mental state of the professor who designed it. However, after perusing the materials, he discovered that Yi Qing was also from the Mechanical Institute, which rendered the situation less peculiar in his eyes. In the future, should another individual from the Mechanical Institute approach Gu Qingyuan, lamenting the plight of the flesh and advocating for mechanized ascendance, he would scarcely find it surprising. Such is the nature of engineering. The arrival of the semi-automatic brain extraction machine was akin to the advent of a sacred mecca for the dismemberers at the zombie processing site. It represented a revolutionary epoch in their industry. Perhaps, many years hence, the semi-automatic brain extraction machine would hold a place in the industry that rivaled that of the spinning jenny during the first industrial revolution. As the onlookers mingled in anticipation of the machine's final adjustments, the once numb expressions began to flicker with newfound hope. "Good day, Commander." As Gu Qingyuan traversed the scene, his desert-colored military boots squelched against the blood-soaked concrete, a pungent odor of decay assailing his senses, nearly drawing tears from his eyes. His gaze swept over the assembled militia, observing their eyes as they turned toward him, each reflecting a shared sense of anticipation, excitement, respect, awe, and a touch of fervor. Last time, Gu Qingyuan's speech in the cafeteria resonated deeply with many. In moments of despair, individuals instinctively seek spiritual solace. They harbor no doubt that only Gu Qingyuan can lead them to the end of this apocalyptic era and the revival of civilization. Observing this, Gu Qingyuan couldn't help but reflect on himself. Had his mindset shifted since acquiring the system, drifting further away from them? In early September, the weather remained swelteringly hot. Due to the inefficiency of manual processing, the pile of corpses had accumulated to nearly 2 or 3 meters in height, stretching from the basketball court into the track and field area. Furthermore, with the operation of the blood mine, the quantity continued to surge rapidly. Within the heap of corpses, some bodies had already begun to decompose severely in the oppressive heat. After a brief rain, the bodies became waterlogged, emitting a stench that was unbearable. It is difficult to fathom the conviction that drives these militiamen to persist in their labor here, enduring without a single complaint. Witnessing their determination, Gu Qingyuan suddenly realized where humanity's hope lies. It is undeniable that humanity possesses inherent flaws that are often immutable, yet, in times of calamity, there always emerges a group willing to step forward, to bear the burden, to protect others, and to illuminate the greatness of human spirit. For these radiant souls, perhaps it is time for him to alter his approach towards them. Bang, bang, bang. As he was lost in thought, Gu Qingyuan was abruptly jolted by the sound of dull thuds. Turning his gaze, he spotted a figure clad in dark protective gear, quietly seated in a corner. Starkly juxtaposed against the lively atmosphere of the scene, resembling a stubborn and resilient cactus. With each thud, he remained intensely focused, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding merriment. Possessing nothing but the zombie skulls beneath him, he resembled a modern-day Yugong, laboriously removing the ever-mounting mountain of corpses behind him. There was no need to ask. Within this processing facility, the only soul capable of shining so brightly was none other than that man, Yi Qing. Chapter 94. The Genius Upon the Arrival of Gu Qingyuan. The semi-automated brain extraction machine commenced its inaugural operation. As the generator roared to life, the designer Zhang Hengzheng personally pressed the activation button of this infernal apparatus. Initially intended for Gu Qingyuan, he felt an overwhelming sense of karma associated with such a violent act, opting instead to delegate the task to its creator. With a thunderous roar, the machine known as the semi-automated brain extraction machine began its first endeavor. Quickly, load the materials. Under Zhang Hengzheng's direction, 2 militia members hoisted a zombie corpse onto the conveyor belt, positioning it head first. As the conveyor belt whirred to life, the cadaver approached the first processing station. The aperture was narrow enough to allow only the head to pass, while the shoulders would become ensnared. As the infrared sensor illuminated, a sharp guillotine blade descended from above. The sight caused Gu Qingyuan's eyelids to twitch. Good heavens, is this the joyful platform of Louis XVI? Furrowing his brow, he discreetly glanced at the others. Almost everyone present appeared enthralled. Many sporting excited smiles, pointing and whispering as if witnessing some form of entertainment. Was it possible that he was the abnormal one? Redirecting his focus back to the machine. After the severance of the head, the remaining torso was pushed aside by a simple iron pusher onto a 2-meter-wide conveyor belt leading to the incineration pit at the front of the zombie processing area. The severed head continued onward to the second station, where an iron claw descended, gripping the head firmly, while sharp blades emerged from either side, executing a swift circumcision. Under the iron claw's control, the brain was extracted, its fresh tissue bouncing like gelatin as it slid down a slope into a sieve the size of a basin. With a soft thud, a similarly sized iron plate fell, shattering the brain instantaneously. The sieve then moved to a water tank containing several sieves of varying densities, where the fragmented brain matter was continuously filtered. At last, a lustrous gray crystal rolled forth from the conveyor's exit, striking the steel collection pit with a crisp sound. Immediately, the entire zombie processing area erupted in cheers from the butchers, as if they had witnessed the birth of a magnificent being. Wow! Incredible! Amazing! The automatic dismemberment machine is astounding. Fool, it's called the automatic shell-breaking machine. No, it's the automatic skull-chopping machine. To hell with its name, it's simply remarkable. Amidst his discomfort, Gu Qingyuan too clapped his hands in applause. Wasn't he ruthless enough? Now it dawned on him, the devils of the settlement were concealed right here. Particularly, upon witnessing Zhang Hengzheng's unperturbed demeanor and his exuberant high-fives with everyone present. Gu Chengyuan felt an overwhelming desire to detain all the faculty and students of the Mechanical Engineering Institute for a thorough investigation into what cult they might belong to. Report to the chief. The preliminary tests of the semi-automatic brain extraction machine have been remarkably successful. Calculations indicate that if the machine enters mass production smoothly, it could process approximately 500 zombie corpses daily. If operated in 3 shifts, running around the clock, the maximum capacity could reach around 2,000 corpses in a single day. Upon hearing Zhang Hengzhong's report, Gu Qingyuan was inwardly astonished. Just this one machine, at peak capacity, could rival half of the entire militia's output, significantly alleviating the workload of personnel who would merely need to rotate shifts and continually load corpses onto the machine. Indeed, science and technology are the foremost productive forces. Excellent work, teacher Zhang Hengzhong. You have accomplished a great feat this time. Is this machine capable of rapid expansion? Are there any issues that need addressing? Hearing his research achievements acknowledged by Gu Qingyuan made Zhang Hengzhong's face flush with excitement. He had never anticipated that some of his whimsical ideas from before the apocalypse would shine so brilliantly in these dire times. Report to the chief. The technical requirements for this assembly line are actually quite low. The devices needed are readily available within the institute and can be disassembled. We can assemble more than 10 machines. Very well. I shall issue a directive immediately, instructing Kai Anshin to unconditionally support your work, provide personnel and materials as needed. Assemble 10 machines as swiftly as possible. Ensure the task is completed. However, noticing the hesitation on Zhang Hengzhong's face, Gu Qingyuan assumed there was another complication and promptly inquired. Is there something else troubling you? No. I was merely contemplating whether the success of the semi-automatic brain extraction machine validates my research direction, thus hoping the chief could continue to support my development work. What direction are you referring to? Products of a similar nature to the semi-automatic brain extraction machine. Are you planning to develop a whole series? Perhaps a zombie happy family bucket? Certainly. Gu Chengyuan consented, reasoning that it would not consume many resources, perhaps. Like this time, there would be unexpected gains. However, the more he thought about the Mechanical Engineering Institute, the more he felt something sinister about it. Why do they exclusively produce such, genius creations? Indeed, they are truly ingenious, albeit rather macabre. Chapter 95, The Path to Promotion in the Combined Camp. As night fell, Gu Chengyuan returned to the military headquarters under the escort of the guard unit. After Pu Guangqiang placed the bag containing the brain nuclei down and exited the room, Gu Chengyuan promptly summoned the system. Converting funds. Ding. Conversion successful. Current funds, 54,332. Upon noticing the sum displayed by the system, Gu Qingyuan could not suppress a genuine smile. It was as if a diligent farmer, after 2 days of toil, had finally reaped a bountiful harvest, a simplicity that tugged at the heartstrings. With this money, I can summon a new army and decisively annihilate those zombies. As working hours increased, the proficiency of the militia members in extracting zombie brain nuclei was skyrocketing. For 2 consecutive days, the output from the zombie processing plant had been on the rise. Just today, the monetary gains reached an impressive 27,322. Not to mention the semi-automatic brain nucleus extractor, which had just successfully completed testing and was set to be put into production. Once all the semi-automatic extractors were operational, the daily earnings could potentially soar to around 40,000. What does 40,000 signify? Upon contemplating this figure, Gu Chengyuan found it beneath him to measure in terms of infantry companies, that amounted to 1 armored infantry company per day. We all have a bright future ahead. Calming his excitement, Gu Chengyuan directed the cursor in his mind swiftly to the troop exchange interface. However, as he gazed upon the troop exchange page, he suddenly found himself engulfed in hesitation. He was confronted with a serious dilemma. Should he continue to exchange for infantry companies or opt for other troop types? The advantages of exchanging for infantry companies were evident. It would allow for rapid expansion of military strength, given the current intensity of the zombies. The cost-effectiveness of exchanging for infantry companies was undoubtedly the highest. With minimal expenditure, one could achieve maximum military output, and their combat effectiveness was undeniably strong, perhaps even formidable. The infantry category could be deemed the king of cost-effectiveness within the entire war system. After all, it was a verified template of the strongest light infantry, boasting a record of 1v17. Its combat prowess was beyond question. Yet, the words combined camp displayed on the exchange page seemed to serve as a reminder to Gu Chengyuan that matters were not so straightforward. Logically, with his current 4 infantry companies, along with a guard squad, an armored platoon, a communication platoon, and others, the personnel count should have reached a battalion level. However, unlike before, there had been no triggering of promotion in rank and position upon reaching full capacity. Must I reach full strength in the combined camp to trigger a promotion? Gu Qingyuan mused, stroking his chin. It seemed that this was the only plausible explanation for the stagnation in his rank and position advancement. The system's promotion mechanism likely required the completion of the designated templates. To illustrate simply, the system structure was akin to the task points in an online game. Each time a structure was filled, a task point would illuminate, and only upon completing all structures could the conditions for advancement be met. If my speculation holds true, then the focus of future summons must be adjusted. It will be essential to summon in accordance with the system's templates, steering towards a multidimensional and multi-type approach. Though the thrill of summoning infantry and overwhelming forces is undeniably exhilarating, the absence of system upgrades diminishes that enjoyment. Logically deducing, it is highly probable that an advanced version of the combined battalion template will emerge as the combined brigade. Perhaps it will not merely be an ordinary combined brigade, but the legendary heavy armored combined brigade, a formidable asset of a great nation, the SSR of the military realm. There are even rumors that a single heavy armored combined brigade could obliterate a small nation. If the template truly ascends to become a heavy armored combined brigade, Gu Qingyuan can scarcely fathom the extent of his own exhilaration. With this contemplation, Gu Qingyuan suddenly felt that the allure of overwhelming forces was not as enticing as he once believed. As a soldier, who does not harbor a dream of becoming a Dongfeng courier? With clarity of purpose, Gu Qingyuan decided this time to summon 2 armored infantry platoons to complete the armored infantry company. Beyond the slight compulsive discomfort of viewing the incomplete company, the primary motivation lay in military strategy. The current individual combat strength is already sufficient. What is lacking is formidable firepower. The armored infantry company, besides serving as armored units, can also provide heavy fire support. After all, the 100mm high explosive shells with a maximum range of 4,000 meters and artillery-guided missiles are indeed formidable. During his observations at the blood mine, Gu Qingyuan often witnessed how a single high explosive shell could clear a vast area, proving exceptionally effective against hordes of enemies. Summoning 2 armored infantry platoons would require an expenditure of 24,000 gold, leaving approximately 30,000 gold remaining. 30,000? Gu Qingyuan pondered where to allocate this sum on the exchange page. With 30,000, it seems he could summon a platoon of 99A tanks. The thought stirred his interest. As the king of land combat, it is hard to resist the allure of a tank. Yet, while they are indeed impressive, his current arsenal is already well-rounded in both light and heavy firepower, and the cost-effectiveness of the 99A tanks is rather lacking. With these considerations in mind, Gu Qingyuan ultimately directed his attention towards the Logistics Support Company. Chapter 96, Light. Logistics and warfare. The phrase warfare is fundamentally about logistics has been revered by countless generals throughout history, manifesting itself in numerous battles. If weaponry represents the offensive capability of an army, then logistical support undoubtedly constitutes its lifeblood. As the troops evolve, Gu Qingyuan has come to distinctly recognize the significance of logistics. In encounters with zombies, potential casualties among soldiers, possible damage to equipment, and the necessity for rapid troop deployment all underscore the critical need for adequate logistical preparations. In the absence of such arrangements, or given the current logistical conditions, should the 04A infantry fighting vehicle encounter a malfunction, Gu Qingyuan surmises that he would be left helplessly watching. Furthermore, with the expansion of troop size, the provision of meals emerges as an urgent concern. Sustenance is the second pillar of a soldier's combat efficacy, a statement that is far from frivolous. As a combat unit, the risks associated with outsourcing meal preparation are substantial, and the historical intertwining of military and civilian resources has often been a desperate measure due to inadequate logistical capabilities. However, the establishment of a logistics support company promises to address this series of challenges impeccably. The logistics support company comprises medical, repair, cooking, and transport platoons, specifically formed to cater to the logistical needs of a combined battalion. It encompasses soldier medical aid, equipment maintenance, meal provision, and logistical transport, thereby offering comprehensive logistical coverage for the troops. With the logistics support company in place, a complete logistical framework for the combined battalion is achieved. Taking all of this into account, Gu Qingyuan no longer hesitated. He accessed the system in exchange for 2 armored infantry platoons and 1 logistics support company. Opting for a discreet transaction, Ding minus 54,000 currency balance. 332 exchange successful. Meanwhile, in dormitory 1505 of Building 22, Aiko and her companions had yet to succumb to slumber. A group of young women had gathered, bringing stools to the balcony, where they sat enjoying the evening breeze and engaging in leisurely conversation while admiring the nocturnal scenery. Since the apocalypse, survivors have tended to retire to bed as soon as darkness fell. The loss of internet and electricity has effectively cured many of their fondness for nocturnal activities. It has been proven that contemporary youth do not suffer from insomnia. If they do, it is merely due to their engagement with mobile devices. Oh my goodness. Aiko, you are incredible. So many people auditioned for the broadcasting and hosting position. Yet you were the one who succeeded. Feng Jai exclaimed, her lively nature instantly enlivening the atmosphere of the dormitory. Indeed. She lived up to her reputation as the campus belle, showcasing her remarkable talent. Woohoo. Coco, unlike them, I'm not solely focused on how high you can soar. I also care about whether you're eating well. She continued, speaking of which, the treatment for broadcasting hosts is certainly lavish compared to frontline combatants. It's no wonder some say the disparity between people can sometimes be greater than that between humans and dogs. Each time I glance at the dining area designated for frontline combatants in the same cafeteria, I find myself salivating uncontrollably, a condition that remains unremedied. An abundance of various meats is available, allowing for a satisfying feast, not to mention the post-meal fruits and the sheer variety offered. It feels even more sumptuous than certain buffet spreads in five-star hotels before the apocalypse. Alas, Coco, your arrival in this post-apocalyptic world seems to be one of fortune. While we are merely here to endure calamity, the three of us survive on meager rations. Our sizes have diminished, and recently, we have shrunk even further. On's tone resonated with indignation as he puffed out his chest before the crowd, revealing a pleasing contour, asserting that he spoke no falsehood. On, you must not indulge in such thoughts. You are clad in a white shirt. Nay, your sole piece of undergarment is still hanging out to dry. Ah, do not gaze. On exclaimed in surprise, inadvertently elevating his chest even higher. Observing his roommate's antics, Aiko couldn't help but smile sincerely in this desolate world. The camaraderie within their dormitory provided a rare solace. Unlike some absurd female dormitories, where 4 individuals create an abundance of chat groups. Should Mission Impossible film at a later date, it would surely serve as primary reference material. However, exhibiting caution, Aiko instinctively downplayed her achievements, stating, I possess a modicum of foundation, coupled with a stroke of luck. I never harbored grand expectations, yet I found myself selected. Frontline operatives indeed enjoyed ample provisions, and the chefs preparing their meals were remarkably skilled. As On remarked, Aiko was genuinely satisfied with the quality of the food. In this apocalyptic realm, the only pursuit left is sustenance. Gu Qingyuan was exceedingly generous with his frontline combatants, yet this generosity was underpinned by the formidable military might at his disposal. While the apocalypse is a hellish existence for the majority of ordinary individuals, for Gu Qingyuan, many areas resemble a veritable paradise ripe for the taking. The resources that remain out of reach for these ordinary survivors are merely incidental spoils for him during his zombie clearing endeavors. Fresh produce and similar supplies, constrained by preservation conditions, existed primarily as a means of inventory clearance. To prevent spoilage and waste, Gu Qingyuan naturally extended provisions to the frontline combatants, as any surplus would inevitably decay. However, even with an abundance that could not be consumed, he never contemplated distributing to ordinary survivors, for he could not set that precedent. Just as the group engaged in light conversation regarding Aiko's experiences in the military broadcasting room, the distracted Tang Jingwen caught sight of the lights illuminating the northern gate. Oh, there's light. Chapter 97. The Logistics Support Company. Not merely confined to the dormitory of AI Ku and her companions, as the vehicles gleamed under the light. The survivors from dormitories 21 and 22 were irresistibly drawn out of their rooms. One by one, they gazed excitedly toward the northern gate. Goodness! Look, dear, there's light! Exclaimed a middle-aged man, cradling a child in his arms as he stood on the balcony, shouting in astonishment into the room. My goodness! So many vehicles! Where on earth did all these vehicles come from? At the northern gate of the Western District, a leading Hummer 3 armored command vehicle entered the night campus, followed by an enormous convoy, its lights illuminating the surroundings like a dragon of fire. One vehicle after another turned from Bachelor Road into the campus. the headlights rendering the area near the northern gate as bright as day. As the leading Hummer 3 armored command vehicle came to a halt in front of the military headquarters, the relentless stream of vehicles entering from the northern gate showed no sign of abating. Jiagu, Jiagu, come quickly. Numerous military vehicles from outside are arriving. Many of them are unfamiliar. The lead vehicle has already reached the military headquarters, and the tail of the convoy is still out of sight. I can hardly believe my eyes. Am I destined to witness all the military vehicles in my lifetime tonight? Zhao, you've served. Come and see what these vehicles are. Zhao leaned over the balcony railing, observing the flow of vehicles from the northern gate to the military headquarters, his expression revealing a hint of embarrassment. Jiagu, I can't precisely identify the models, but there are 6 vehicles adorned with a red cross. They are likely battlefield ambulances. The most numerous and largest are transport vehicles, and the boxy military trucks trailing behind haven't been unfolded, so I can't discern their specifics. The astonishment of the survivors was beyond Gu Qingyuan's comprehension, yet standing in front of the military headquarters, he was indeed taken aback. Accustomed to the infantry company's scale, he instinctively assumed that all companies would present a similar magnitude. However, this unassuming logistics support company certainly imparted an insightful lesson today. In addition to 2 armored infantry platoons, a total of 49 military vehicles had arrived. According to the report from the logistics support company commander, there were 43 military vehicles in total. Highlighted among them was the 8x8 SX-2306 military transport vehicle from the transport platoon, consisting of 30 units capable of modular ammunition transport, with a road load capacity of 20 tons and an off-road load capacity of 10 tons, an absolute beast with over 300 horsepower. Beyond its formidable power, the vehicle's armor could withstand 7.62mm bullets and offered remarkable protection against landmines. The 400 G force generated by a landmine explosion could be reduced to a mere 20 G upon reaching the driver. As for the water depth it could traverse, it varied based on the driver's underwater breath-holding capacity. This single vehicle could serve as an apocalyptic fortress for the majority, excelling in capacity, protection, and power. Remarkably, Gu Qingyuan found himself in possession of 30 such vehicles. In addition to the substantial transport platoon, the medical platoon boasted 6 Hummer 2 battlefield ambulances, staffed by 30 professional medics with extensive experience in treating external injuries and even capable of performing minor surgical procedures. The maintenance platoon consists of 3 multifunctional 8x8 box repair vehicles, each equipped not only with a plethora of replacement parts but also a compact lathe. Lastly, the platoon that Gu Qingyuan eagerly anticipated was the cooking platoon. As the support unit of the combined battalion, the cooking platoon possesses 3 modular cooking vehicles, each housing a spacious kitchen. The kitchen is furnished with a primary stove, a secondary stove, a stewing stove, a dough mixer, a vegetable cutter, a refrigerator, an exhaust hood, and various other essentials. Each vehicle can prepare meals for 300 individuals within an hour and can even continue cooking while in transit. After listening to the introduction provided by the logistics support company commander, Gu Qingyuan felt that his investment of 30,000 was exceedingly worthwhile. The logistics capability had skyrocketed from virtually nothing to its zenith. Xiaogang, your logistics support company will be stationed at the Economic College. Furthermore, starting tomorrow morning, our battalion will rely on your company for support. Quickly make the necessary arrangements. I look forward to your breakfast tomorrow, he exclaimed with a laugh, concluding the discussion on a light-hearted note. Given the size of the company and the extensive equipment, Commander Xiaogang would likely be occupied until the early hours of the morning to settle the unit. Hence Gu Qingyuan merely grasped the situation briefly before allowing him to depart. Chapter 98. The fisherman's bait. As the entire settlement was engrossed in the spectacle, 2 figures stealthily arrived at the lakeside in front of the library. Son, are you certain this will work? Don't let it end with you getting caught and facing the consequences. The world has changed drastically since before the apocalypse. Being apprehended might lead to dire outcomes. The military is ruthless nowadays. I heard from Brother Wang that his malicious son deals with corpses by the truckload every day. Good heavens. You are the last of the Zhao lineage. You must. Listening to his father's incessant rambling, Zhao Wenhua turned impatiently to interrupt. You've asked several times along the way. Can you please stop? It's always danger, danger. If you hadn't discouraged me from signing up, would we be out here foraging for food in the dead of night? Hearing his son's complaints, Zhao Qiliang's eyes flickered, and tears began to flow as he wept softly. Your mother entrusted you to me before she passed, asking me to take good care of you. It's my failure that has led you to Hearing his father cry, Zhao Wen was mind-buzzed, and he quickly interrupted. All right. I was wrong. I didn't mean to complain. I just meant to say I don't want you to worry. We won't get shot for just looking for food. We aren't even taking from the military. Zhao Qiliang nodded, falling silent. Could you stop crying now? And please turn your head. Seeing your eyes floating in the air frightens me. All right. Is it a crime to be dark-skinned? The night is my best camouflage. How else can I operate in the shadows? Then hurry up and dig for some earthworms. I'll find something to bait. Zhao Wenhua, exasperated by his father's incessant lamentation, tossed him a small hand shovel. He then turned to snap off a branch from a nearby tree, pulling out some knitted line he had scavenged from his pocket, and began to tie it. After securing it, he attached a bent nail to the other end, just as he admired his newly crafted fishing rod. He noticed his father had not only remained in place, but had also sat down. My dear father, didn't I ask you to dig for worms? I know. I just got a bit tired from walking over here, so I'm resting for a moment. Father, I'm not trying to scold you. You're in your 60s. This is the time to strive. How can you afford to rest? Don't be harsh on me. I will get up shortly. Seeing his father finally stir, Zhao Wenhua seized his fishing rod and began to search for the perfect spot to fish. As a master angler, Zhao Wenhua was resolute in refusing any tasks involving the handling of zombie corpses. However, fishing? That was an entirely different matter. Settling into a position, Zhao Wenhua mused to himself, why can't the settlement offer a few fishing positions? Surely, the waters are abundant with resources. The leadership here is lacking. Their vision is too narrow. They expect me to toil? Not a chance. Just as Chindaozi won $37 million from a mere $20 in Macau today, Zhao Wenhua would fill his belly with just a fishing rod. Watching his father still digging for worms and not yet approaching, Zhao Wenhua, unable to contain his excitement, cast his empty hook into the lake. What if one could catch a fish in the air, it would be a tribute to the legendary angler Jiang Zia. With a gentle plop, the fishing hook was cast into the tranquil surface of the lake, sending ripples cascading outward, the water undulating as if the hook were the epicenter of a grand circle. Beneath the murky depths, a 10-meter-long cephalopod trembled slightly before it began to slither toward the source of the disturbance. After a moment of anticipation, the fishing rod remained still, while Zhao Wenhua's stomach grumbled audibly, prompting him to urge his father once more. Father, have you found anything yet? Must I truly descend to bait the area myself? Soon. My son, I've unearthed a plethora, though they appear somewhat peculiar. They're densely packed and rather unsettling. Never mind the aesthetics, hurry. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as a heavy object plunged into the water, silencing Zhao Wenhua's insistence. What? Hearing the commotion, Zhao Qiliang turned, exclaiming in shock. But his son's figure was nowhere to be seen by the lake's edge. No, this child has always had a fiery temper. Could it be? My son, my dear son, you are the sole heir of the Zhao family. You must not sacrifice yourself for bait. Rise, the water is too cold. The sounds of splashing and desperate gasps filled the air. Zhao Wenhua struggled fiercely, his limbs thrashing like a frenzied dog as he clawed at the monstrous creature beneath him, attempting to compel it to release its grip. Yet, the beast was too immense, and with a mere twist, it conjured great waves in the lake. Zhao Wenhua's resistance was akin to a gentle tickle to the creature. The icy, foul-smelling water surged around him, splattering against Zhao Qiliang's face. Revealing the grim reality, his son was not baiting the area but had become the prey of a monstrous entity. The worm-like creature was nearly as thick as a barrel and longer than the stone bridge spanning the lake. The colossal worm engulfed Zhao Wenhua's lower half, its myriad teeth resembling sharp saws, embedding themselves into his flesh, rendering escape impossible. With a dull thud, the giant worm hurled Zhao Wenhua toward the lake's bottom, effectively swallowing him whole. A crimson bubble rose from the depths, bursting and ultimately dissipating. Cursed beast, return my son. Zhao Qiliang, consumed by grief, raged at the lakeside, brandishing a branch and contemplating a leap into the water. Yet, in the end, he turned toward the direction of the military building. Chapter 98. The pitiful knock, report. Just as Gu Qingyuan had settled into slumber, he was roused by the insistent knocking of Pu Guanxiang. Come in. Gu Qingyuan switched on the light and sat up. The faculty and students from the Mechanical Institute had just assembled a large-scale generator, ensuring that the military headquarters enjoyed a continuous power supply around the clock. Report, sir. A survivor just came down and said his son was devoured by a monster while fishing at U Lake. U Lake? A monster? The mention of Yu Lake immediately conjured images of the artificial lake in front of the library for Gucheng Yuan. It was a picturesque spot with expansive views, often populated by the graduate students' thesis ducks. Rows of willow trees lined the shore, and before the apocalypse, he relished spending time there, lost in the beauty of the scenery. He had heard that Yu Lake was home to fish, shrimp, and crabs raised by the agricultural college. Had these creatures mutated in this new world? Though surprised, Gucheng Yuan felt little inner turmoil. His troops provided him with unwavering stability. What is the current situation? Captain Li Kuan, on duty at the military headquarters today, had already dispatched personnel to the scene, but there was no news yet. This is easy, duty room. Duty room. This is Li Kuan. This is Li Kuan. Please respond. As if summoned by fate, the intercom suddenly crackled to life with Li Kuan's boisterous voice. Gucheng Yuan took the intercom, pressing the talk button. Li Kuan. Li Kuan. This is Gucheng Yuan. What is the situation? Upon recognizing Gucheng Yuan's voice, Li Kuan's tone shifted to one of respect. Report, sir. My armored infantry company has arrived at the incident location and has secured Yu Lake. Currently, we have not detected any anomalies. Please advise, sir. As Li Kuan spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the lake's surface, his expression rife with vigilance. He contemplated how to establish firepower points to maximize the strength of his entire unit. Earlier, en route, he had conferred with Zhao Qiliang, and if the other party had not exaggerated, the monster in Yu Lake was indeed formidable. 0.5 meter in diameter and over 10 meters long, it would be considered a giant anywhere, especially given the description implying it was a mutated creature. Li Kuan could not afford to be careless. Once Li Kuan had relayed all known information via the intercom, Gucheng Yuan pondered briefly before issuing his order. Li Kuan, I command you to prioritize containment, ensuring the monster remains within the lake and does not escape. How to handle it shall be decided at dawn. Yes. Upon receiving the order to maintain a perimeter, Li Kuan felt a slight sense of relief. While the task could also be managed at night, the risks were undeniably higher. Completing the mission was vital, but he also had to consider the safety of his soldiers. After all, with visibility so poor at night and the monster lurking in the water, any misstep could lead to casualties. Attention, Armored Infantry Company. Tonight's combat mission is cancelled. Withdraw to a safe location. Each platoon should maintain vigilance in their respective sectors, while the rest may rest in place. Standing nearby, Zhao Qiliang felt a surge of urgency upon hearing Li Kuan's orders. Sir, I implore you, save my son. He is still so young. In the Zhao family, we have but a single scion, cherished like a precious gem throughout his upbringing. Now, faced with peril and the uncertainty of life and death, how can you find rest? Observing the tearful Zhao Qiliang, Li Kuan felt not a shred of empathy. Instead, his anger flared. Hey, you damn fool. A singular heir, you say? What nonsense. You claim he is on the brink of death, but do you not know in your heart whether he lives or perishes? As you mentioned, old dang. If a monster dragged him down for half an hour, he would have been pulled back up if the pace were quick enough. You two truly are a pair of talents. Instead of tending to the safety of our sanctuary, you come here at night to seek your demise. And now you wish for my soldiers to gamble their lives? Let me tell you, such fortune does not exist. Were it not for my old-fashioned sense of decorum, I would have slapped you silly for your son's misfortune. Begone. If you truly wish to avenge your son, do not impede my mission without proper rest. How shall the troops seek retribution tomorrow? Feeling thoroughly chastised by Li Kuan's tirade, Zhao Qiliang could only stand silently, tears streaming down his face. As he observed Zhao Qiliang's graying hair and woeful visage, Li Kuan was suddenly reminded of his own father. His heart softened momentarily. Su Song, come here. Bring this old man some food and take him to your unit for a rest. Watching Zhao Qiliang's desolate figure depart, Li Kuan could not help but sigh. Those who evoke pity often harbor elements worthy of disdain. Had they followed the community's arrangements honestly, rather than attempting to deceive, would this tragedy have unfolded? The greatest folly lies in believing oneself more astute than others. Chapter 100, The Subterranean Giant Worm. As dawn broke, 5 brand-new SX-2306 transport vehicles ferried the entire militia team from the 5th Mess Hall in the Western District to the Blood Mine in the Eastern District. The enthusiastic militia members, seated in the cargo area, eagerly explored their surroundings, indulging their curiosity about the unit's equipment while reflecting on their own surprising advancement. What rank does the militia hold? Engaged in the dirtiest and most arduous tasks, they now had dedicated transportation for their commutes. Such a privilege would have been considered a top-tier employee benefit before the apocalypse, wouldn't it? Just last night, they thought they were merely spectators. yet it turned out to be directly related to them. Apparently, the higher-ups were indeed aware of the militia, who said the militia was invisible to the leadership. When good fortune arises, it is the militia that springs to mind first. Many members of the militia could not help but display expressions of pride reminiscent of Wang Yuxing from Bright Sword. The commander truly values us. As the militia members lounged and reclined comfortably in the spacious cargo area of the SX-2306, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Wow! There are so many armored vehicles at the Reading Lake. Is there some military operation underway? It feels like the area has been completely sealed off. Boom, boom, boom. On the top floor of the library, Gucheng Yuan held a cannon-like telescope, surveying the entire Reading Lake, with the roar of 10 pumps operating simultaneously by the lakeside ringing in his ears. At times, Gucheng Yuan genuinely felt like a military genius for having the foresight to establish the command post on the library's top floor. The library, located near Reading Lake, consisted of 10 stories. Positioning the command post on the top floor not only provided a splendid vantage point for overseeing operations, but, most importantly, ensured safety. What is the most vital aspect of a command post? Undoubtedly, safety. 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 And once again, safety. However, there was a slight downside. It was a burden for the signal soldiers, as they had to run telephone lines up 10 stories. With the sluice gate of Reading Lake opened and all 10 pumps operating at full capacity, the water level in the lake was receding at a visibly rapid pace. 2 hours later, Pu Guangqi arrived at the command tent on the rooftop. Report, Commander. The water in Reading Lake is nearly drained, yet we seem to have found no sign of the so-called giant creature. Company Commander Li Kuan mentioned that he hasn't even spotted any fish or shrimp. Not even fish or shrimp. Gucheng Yuan keenly sensed an anomaly. As the experimental site of the agricultural college, Reading Lake contained numerous projects from upperclassmen. How could there be no signs of life? For university students, this revelation is akin to a bank telling depositors that their savings certificates have been burned. Let me take a look. Gucheng Yuan stepped out of the command tent with the guard unit, raising the cannon-like telescope once more. As he adjusted the knobs, the image of Reading Lake magnified before his eyes. At this moment, Reading Lake was almost completely drained, with only a few small depressions retaining murky water. The rest revealed a foul, black sludge. After a brief scan and finding nothing amiss, Gucheng Yuan issued a direct order. Inform Li Kuan that I am entrusting this matter to him. He has full authority on site. I shall only observe the outcome. Understood. Historical experiences have taught Gucheng Yuan that meticulous maneuvers on the battlefield are ominous. By the banks of the Reading Lake, Li Kuan, upon receiving orders from the battalion headquarters, felt an immediate surge of excitement. At last, he could unleash his artillery without restraint. The anticipation had been building up within him. After saluting the figures atop the library from a distance, Li Kuan seized the radio and roared into it. Attention, Armored Infantry Battalion. This is Li Kuan speaking. All units, heed my commands and immediately form battle formations. Let us commence with a barrage to give those fellows in the lake a taste of what is to come. Received. Acknowledged. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 9048 infantry fighting vehicles of the battalion began to spread out, entering firing readiness. Report to the battalion commander. First platoon ready for firing. Second platoon ready for firing. Third platoon. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. The 100mm low-pressure rifled guns of all the battalion S-048 infantry fighting vehicles ignited almost simultaneously, the sky ablaze with thunderous roars. 9 high-explosive shells detonated at various points in Reading Lake, sending mud soaring dozens of meters into the air. Gucheng Yuan even felt specks of mud splatter near him. The tremendous shockwave, laden with shrapnel, instantaneously ravaged the once smooth surface of the lake, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Goodness, they're firing. Almost simultaneously, all the survivors in the gathering halted their tasks, instinctively gazing towards the direction of the cannonade, their faces etched with anxiety. In the apocalypse, nearly everyone harbors a disdain for the unknown. Such a barrage of artillery. Minds raced towards the worst-case scenarios. Had something dire occurred? Could the troops manage it? Fortunately, Kai Anshin from the Survivor Management Committee stepped in promptly, organizing staff to reassure the survivors and avert chaos. As the smoke from the shells began to dissipate, movement stirred within the muddy depths of the lake. The viscous sludge began to flow, as if a loach was weaving its way through, rapidly approaching Li Kuan's troops. Open fire. Li Kuan commanded over the radio, his gaze firmly fixed on the undulating path in the mud. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, the pre-established firing points along the shore unleashed a torrent of flames. The rapid projectiles traced arcs in the air, relentlessly pursuing the writhing figure. Pow, pow, pow. Release. As the command echoed, several rockets, leaving long trails of white smoke, were launched from hidden positions. Boom, 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 boom. The shoreline of Reading Lake erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Be careful. Watch your feet. Li Kuan's voice rang out. Suddenly, the cement ground beneath a platoon of infantry fighting vehicles was violently upheaved by an immense force. A creature, resembling a giant worm, emerged from the earth. Its head colliding with the chassis of an 04A vehicle, causing the entire vehicle to tilt precariously, nearly toppling over. At that moment, Gu Qingyuan finally discerned the form of this mysterious creature through the artillery sight in his hands. The creature measures approximately 10 meters in length and half a meter in diameter, truly a colossal insect. Its head lacks visible eyes or other discernible organs, dominated instead by an enormous maw that nearly engulfs its entire visage. If one were to disregard the dense array of serrated teeth within its cavernous mouth, one might be tempted to liken it to a massive water pipe. The gigantic insect rolled forward, sweeping aside two fully armored infantrymen, revealing several pockmarked wounds along its side, with one particularly large gash nearly severing its tail. What sent shivers down one's spine was the absence of blood oozing from its wounds. Instead, they were filled with numerous cysts and a multitude of parasitic creatures, the size of earthworms, writhing within. As these eggs and parasites splattered about with the creature's movements, they coated the ground in a grotesque display. My goodness! Witnessing this scene, Li Kuan's mind raced with alarm bells, prompting him to shout urgently. Parasitic infection? Biochemical protection. Hurry! The entire squad needs to initiate biochemical protection at once. Chapter 101. Annihilation. As Li Kuan's voice fell, the colossal insect lunged forward with an unexpected swiftness for its size, sinking its mandibles into the leg of a retreating soldier. The soldier let out a pained cry, a grimace crossing his face as he fiercely squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the creature's head. The dull thuds echoed as the bullets, akin to stones cast into a mire, disappeared into the insect's slick, glistening exoskeleton, splattering a dark green ichor. The wounded creature released its hold on the soldier's thigh, writhing in agony upon the ground. Two soldiers rushed forward, each grasping an arm, hastily dragging their injured comrade backward, seeking refuge behind the 04A infantry fighting vehicle. Damn it! Li Kuan's heart tightened, his voice muffled by the gas mask, laced with fury. The giant insect was evidently tough-skinned, while the bullets had penetrated. It was as though they had struck a quagmire, failing to inflict any significant damage. This was unacceptable. The commander was still observing from the library's rooftop. The armored infantry company had set out for their inaugural mission, intending to make a grand statement, yet they were momentarily stymied. All soldiers, disengage from the insect immediately. Crew of the 04A, prepare to engage with the autocannon and obliterate it. At the command, the soldiers swiftly provided covering fire as they retreated, unleashing a torrent of rifle rounds upon the monstrous creature. Agitated by the pain, the insect thrashed violently, attempting to burrow back into the earth. Observing its intent to escape, the armored infantry could scarcely tolerate such audacity. After all, it had left them in disarray, and now it sought to flee? Damn you! Confirming that his comrades had fully withdrawn, the 04A infantry fighting vehicle pivoted, its driver flooring the accelerator. With a roar, the 6-cylinder variable power diesel engine surged to life, propelling the 25-ton beast forward with over 400 horsepower. The collision was catastrophic, crushing, deforming, and exploding. The insect was nearly bisected by the weight of the steel behemoth. Dark green ichor mingling with countless black cysts and parasites, scattering in all directions. Another 04A vehicle surged forward with full power, crushing the creature from the opposite side, akin to bursting a carton of yogurt. As the dust settled on the library's rooftop, Gu Qingyuan withdrew his gaze from the telescope and returned to the command tent. A plate of fruit had mysteriously appeared on the makeshift field table, and Pu Guangxiang, with a broad grin revealing his white teeth, welcomed him. No sooner had Gu Qingyuan seated himself in the folding chair than Pu Guangxiang promptly offered him a cup of brewed honeysuckle tea. Commander, the weather is quite warm. This will cool you down. Accepting the teacup, Gu Qingyuan relaxed into his chair, slightly squinting against the bright sky. The honeysuckle flowers danced within the cup as steam rose, while above him, a clear sky was adorned with a few delicate, fluffy clouds. He felt as though he had been transported back to the pre-apocalyptic days. As if he were camping. Camp Command. Camp command. This tranquil atmosphere was soon shattered by Li Kuan's call, yanking him back into the harsh reality of the apocalypse. I am Gu Cheng Yuan, reporting to you, Commander. The giant worm has been confirmed eradicated, with 2 light injuries and 1 serious injury among the entire company. Please provide your directives. Li Kuan's voice was noticeably weaker than usual. Standing beside the 048 infantry fighting vehicle, he appeared somewhat uneasy, holding his breath as he listened intently to the intercom, mentally preparing himself for reprimand. With 9 infantry fighting vehicles and a preemptive tactical deployment, failing to subdue a mere bug on the spot was regrettable enough, but to have casualties arise was simply unacceptable. The battalion command received the report and swiftly initiated a battlefield cleanup, ensuring proper care for the injured. Listening to Gu Cheng Yuan's calm voice over the intercom, Li Kuan found it hard to believe. Had it been himself in charge, he would have undoubtedly berated his own failure mercilessly. After all, that's the essence of leadership. Isn't it? In terms of vision and composure, Li Kuan could only bow to his superior. After not receiving a reprimand, Li Kuan immediately brightened upon putting down the intercom. Little did he know that Gu Cheng Yuan was oblivious to his thoughts. Even if he were aware, it would merely evoke a chuckle. In a world rife with uncertainty, encountering minor setbacks was entirely normal. Li Kuan's on-the-spot reactions and handling of the situation posed no issues. The responsibility for the casualties did not lie with him. If blame were to be assigned, it would be directed at this damned apocalypse, where even earthworms had seemingly evolved and preyed upon fishermen. A fitting retribution, indeed. Before being summoned by the system, Li Kuan had already established himself as a seasoned grassroots soldier, having participated in numerous tasks and acquired a wealth of experience. The sight of the giant worm scattering its offspring instantly conjured thoughts of parasitic infection. Thus, during the subsequent battlefield cleanup, Li Kuan insisted that all personnel involved not only wear gas masks but also don protective chemical suits. Parasitic infection was no trivial matter, once contracted. It may have been manageable before the apocalypse, but in this new world, it was a near-certain death sentence. This was a direct consequence of the catastrophic decline in medical conditions following the collapse of human society. The logistics unit transported several barrels of gasoline from the Zelinkio gas station, which the armored infantry soldiers proceeded to douse over the giant worm's carcass. 1 barrel at a time. The demise of the mother creature had no bearing on the writhing, worm-like parasites, which surged in a frenzied tide through the giant worm's remains, sending shivers down the spines of the soldiers present, triggering their fear of dense clusters. Boom accompanied by the sound of gasoline igniting and friction with the air. The entire giant worm carcass was engulfed in flames. Countless parasites twisted and struggled, taking on various forms, resembling a massive coral reef. The logistics support unit brought in a water truck, its tank infused with a significant amount of disinfectant. In truth, Li Kuan was uncertain whether this was indeed a case of parasitic infection, but for safety's sake, all personnel and equipment exposed to the giant worm today were required to undergo disinfection. Puff, a soldier clad in a chemical suit, activated the water cannon, while the remaining soldiers skillfully formed a queue to receive the disinfection in an orderly fashion. This procedure was a fundamental training requirement within the unit, typically mandated after traversing contaminated zones. Company Commander. Company Commander. The condition of the injured brothers is not looking good. The medical unit has sent me to call for you. Chapter 102. Parasitic infection. Upon completing the disinfection, Li Kuan rushed to the health team, where he encountered Xiao Gang, whose expression was grave. Xiao Gang. How are my soldiers faring? Hearing Li Kuan's flat intonation, the veins on Xiao Gang's forehead twitched unnaturally, prompting him to correct. My name is Xiao Gang, not Sa Gang. Xiao, not Sa. Very well, Xiao Gang. How's the condition of my soldiers? It's Xiao, not Sa. At this point, why are you still fixated on your name? I merely wish to inquire about my soldier status. You. All right, it's my fault. Xiao Gang was taken aback by Li Kuan's sudden outburst, momentarily stunned by the shouting. The military doctor is currently performing a debridement procedure inside, he said, his tone somewhat sullen. This was not the time for a discussion about names. Yet his irritation only grew. Why was he being shouted at for a simple mistake? I need to see for myself. With that, Li Kuan pushed past Xiao Gang, intent on entering. Hey, stop. What are you doing? Are you trying to create more chaos at a time like this? Do you not care about your soldiers' recovery? Xiao Gang seized Li Kuan and shouted back, his voice resonating throughout the entire floor. Li Kuan, momentarily dazed, rubbed his ears, his mind buzzing. He couldn't believe that this seemingly refined individual could unleash such fury. It seemed that the stout and spirited Xiao Gang harbored a strong sense of retribution. Li Kuan suddenly felt he had met his match. Enough of the noise. A more irate voice erupted from within the ward, interrupting the standoff between the two men. Upon hearing this voice, Li Kuan and Xiao Gang instantly transformed into obedient children. After all, it was a doctor. No one dared to engage in mischief with a physician. Who could guarantee that the next patient lying on that bed wouldn't be themselves? Even a minor skin abrasion can lead to complications. Just ask yourself, are you afraid? As the outside finally descended into silence, Ling Ran felt somewhat relieved. Damn it. Work was already tedious. Bearing the rank of lieutenant colonel, he was drenched in sweat as he tended to the wounded. He had initially anticipated a simple procedure, perhaps stitching a wound or removing foreign bodies, when he heard that injured personnel were on their way. However, upon seeing the injuries, he felt a wave of numbness wash over him, his skin crawling with goosebumps. The attack by the subterranean giant worm not only inflicted severe injuries, but simultaneously introduced numerous minute parasitic larvae into the wounds. These larvae rapidly proliferated, forming clusters of cysts. By the time Wang Chao was brought in, he was already in a state of high fever and unconsciousness, completely devoid of awareness. His wounds were covered in a dense array of black cysts, with visible wriggling larvae beneath the skin surrounding the injuries. In such a grim scenario, even Ling Ran, despite his medical expertise, could not help but feel his sanity slipping away. However, who else in the entire medical team possesses the capability to perform surgical procedures? Moreover, Zhang Chao's symptoms clearly indicate severe complications arising from an infection. If not addressed promptly, it could result in systemic organ failure and death. The complexity of the surgery is considerable, and he must act swiftly to eliminate the parasites at Wang Chao's wound site before they spread further, followed by standard wound care. Yet, this situation is akin to eradicating cancer cells. It is imperative to ensure complete removal, for even a single oversight could lead to a resurgence of myriad parasites. The medical team currently operates from what was once the West District Health Clinic, typically a facility for treating minor ailments like colds and headaches, with perhaps some medication dispensed. The medical equipment is hardly worth mentioning. If one were to count the beds in the room as equipment, they lack even the most basic shadowless lamps. Within less than half an hour of the surgery, Ling Ran felt as though his eyes were on the verge of failing him, perceiving everything as a dense haze of overlapping images. Not to mention the subsequent post-operative care, which would further test the limits of their medical conditions. There is a saying in the medical field, good post-operative care can be as effective as half the treatment. Were it not for this saying's widespread acceptance, Ling Ran would gladly take responsibility for it. Indeed, it was I who articulated this. The surgery lasted nearly 5 hours, concluding around 3 in the afternoon. Upon receiving the news of its completion, Li Kuan rushed over. As the company commander, he had many responsibilities to attend to, which is why he had departed earlier after a brief wait. How is it, Dr. Ling? What is Wang Chao's condition? His life should be secure, correct? Ling Ran, appearing fatigued and pale, looked somewhat weakened. The surgery was relatively successful, but his complications are quite severe. Our conditions here are too rudimentary. I fear for the post-operative care. Ling Ran hesitated, unable to continue. The conditions here, to say nothing of maintaining a sterile environment, meant that even adjusting the hospital bed required the use of cushions and pillows. Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope. If Wang Chao possesses sufficient willpower, he should be able to endure. Li Kuan could no longer hear Ling Ran's subsequent words, and it was only long after Ling Ran had departed that he suddenly struck the wall with his fist in frustration. Damn it. Chapter 103, Ambitions for the Healthcare System Chief. Is something the matter? Gu Qingyuan had just finished his dinner and was preparing to leave the military headquarters to take a leisurely stroll on the playground to aid digestion. I am here to report on Wang Chao's condition. Wang Chao? The young man who was injured this morning, correct? All right, let us discuss it as we walk. As Gu Qingyuan passed through the military gate, the guards immediately saluted him, and he and Li Kuan, who followed closely behind, returned the gesture. Upon reaching the campus road, Gu Qingyuan gazed at the distant sunset while inhaling the fresh air outside, feeling quite content after a satisfying meal. Speak freely, old Li. Chief, I have come to implore you to save Wang Chao. Li Kuan's demeanor was subdued, lacking the spirited vigor he usually exuded. The military doctor informed me about Wang Chao's condition. The surgery was relatively successful, yet he is now suffering from severe complications. If the nursing conditions do not improve, his chances of survival will be exceedingly low. You are aware of our medical conditions here. Aside from Ling Ran, the military doctor, we have merely a few beds available. Wang Chao is truly an exceptional young man. He was at the forefront during the siege against the giant insects. This is all my fault. My misjudgment in command has led to his current state. It was never my intention to trouble you. I merely feel distressed that a soldier fell not on the battlefield, but in logistics. Upon hearing Li Kuan's words, Gu Qingyuan felt a stirring within. Indeed, the surface development of their settlement appeared satisfactory. Yet when the time came to utilize their resources, it was evident that their capabilities were lacking. The current level of medical care was, without a doubt, a far cry from that of the pre-apocalyptic era. In the future, should he face illness or disaster, would he also be reduced to lying in bed, gambling on the elusive strength of will, much like Wang Chao? However, Gu Qingyuan refrained from making any immediate declarations. He understood that, given Li Kuan's character, his approach indicated he had already devised a plan, with his only need being Gu Qingyuan's consent. Moreover, as a seasoned commander with extensive combat experience, Gu Qingyuan doubted that he would display such vulnerability merely due to the casualties among his soldiers. His affection for his troops manifested in their daily lives, not merely in the context of loss. It was clear that his feelings of sorrow and the desire to save Wang Chao were not mutually exclusive. Oldly, let us dispense with the circumlocution. Just present your plan directly. At these words, Li Kuan's expression shifted, revealing no trace of sorrow. Chief, you truly see through everything. I have already selected a location for you. With just a word from you, I, Oldly, will lead a team to capture it today. Observing Li Kuan's eager demeanor, Gu Qingyuan felt a slight tinge of caution. Could this fellow be contemplating an assault on the city hospital? Yet, it seemed that only by directly seizing a hospital could they swiftly enhance their medical standards. Suddenly, an appropriate target emerged in Gu Qingyuan's mind. Could it be that Li Kuan was also considering that location? You mean, Chief, the Yexing Workers' Hospital adjacent to our settlement. While I was providing support near the blood mine, I frequently saw the prominent sign of Yexing Workers' Hospital. Thus, it dawned upon him. Indeed, Gu Qingyuan mused inwardly, Old Li was on the same wavelength as himself. If one were to acquire a hospital, there could be no more fitting choice than the Night Province Workers' Hospital. This institution, a tertiary comprehensive hospital, was formerly a military medical facility, but in recent years, it had been restructured under the auspices of the Night Province Federation of Trade Unions. The entire hospital had only recently been completed and put into operation, with an investment exceeding $1.5 billion in construction alone, encompassing a vast area of 160,000 square meters, with 500 open beds and more than 40 clinical and technical departments. Most crucially, the Night Province Workers' Hospital was almost adjacent to the West District of Night University, where Gu Qingyuan had previously undergone his military enlistment physical. He recalled being too lazy to walk, opting instead to scale the wall from the campus. Securing this hospital would significantly alleviate defensive pressures. One would merely need to extend the existing perimeter wall of the school to encompass it. The only uncertainty lay in the aftermath of 2 weeks of apocalyptic turmoil. How many doctors remained within the hospital, and whether any were still alive. If any survived, it would represent a tremendous enhancement to his feeble medical resources. As this thought crystallized, an even bolder plan emerged in Gu Qingyuan's mind. What if he were to establish a rescue team to scour the entire Shishui district, and indeed, all the hospitals throughout Night Province, in search of medical practitioners? He envisioned gathering those who had survived, the experts and luminaries of the medical field from the pre-apocalyptic era, into his refuge. Moreover, it seemed that the Shishui district housed a medical university, which should harbor an abundance of medical talent. As he pondered this prospect, Gu Qingyuan felt as though his thoughts had expanded, shifting from the confines of a single institution to encompass the entire city. Li Kuan observed Gu Qingyuan, who remained silent and deep in thought, his own heart beginning to waver with doubt. Was his vision too radical? Old Li, you are far too conservative, Gu Qingyuan remarked, a contemplative tone gracing his voice. Chapter 104, Combat Deployment Meeting Deputy Battalion Commander. Greetings, Deputy Commander. Beside the East District Gymnasium, Company Commander Zhu Jun and Company Commander Ren Lin Tao were engaged in conversation as they made their way over, standing beside the Mengshi 3 armored command vehicle. Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin wore a beaming smile as he observed the two. Deputy Commander, you are quite swift. I thought Lin Tao and I were fast enough. Jun chuckled. "Ah, I haven't been here long myself," Wubin replied with a wave of his hand. "Have the arrangements been made on your end?" "Everything is in order. We left a deputy company here." Zhu Jun and Ren Lin Tao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as they broached the matter at hand. Before the three could continue their discussion, a voice called out from afar. "I'm here. Sorry for being late." Huang Haoyong rushed over, clutching a military notebook. "My apologies. Our company just arrived, and I was a bit anxious, so I had to reiterate a few points. Not to worry, being cautious is wise, especially now when everyone bears significant responsibility. A moment's negligence could lead to grave consequences. We must learn from Haoyong. By the way, is there anything amiss at the third gate where your company is stationed? Thank you for your concern, Commander. There are currently no issues. Everything is in order. At present, 3 companies were stationed at the blood mine. The second, third, and fourth companies arranged to ensure clear management and delineation of responsibilities. With the approval of Gucheng Yuan, Wubin had positioned the 3 companies at the mine's 3 gates. This arrangement not only clarified the previously muddled responsibilities of the mixed garrison, but also enhanced the firepower at each gate, yielding multiple benefits. Well then, time is of the essence. Let us board the vehicles now. Wubin raised his hand to check his tactical watch, leading the way into the waiting Mengshi 3 armored command vehicle, with Zhu Jun and the others following closely behind. The Mengshi 3 glided smoothly along the campus road, the only disruption being a slight jolt when traversing speed bumps. During the ride, the officers inside felt no discomfort. "Deputy Commander, I heard tonight's meeting concerns combat deployment. Are we preparing to launch another offensive?" Zhu Jun, with a lively mind, could not help but inquire. The 3 companies had been stationed at the blood mine with little freedom of movement. While they were said to be locking down the zombie tide, one could argue that, conversely, it was the zombie tide that had them confined. The only task for the 3 companies each day was to guard the gates, continuously pulling triggers and firing bullets to eliminate one zombie after another, taking brief respites before the next wave of the undead arrived. The newly arrived 3rd and 4th companies were faring decently, but the 2nd company had been stationed there for several days, leading Zhu Jun to ponder a bit. He yearned for a new mission to take the 2nd company out for some fresh air. While daily target practice honed their marksmanship, prolonged confinement dulled the soldiers' spirits. A unit devoid of zeal, lacking the fervor to roar, could hardly be considered an elite force. Nor could it hope to surpass the 1st company and become the commander's ace unit. "You're doing quite well with intelligence work while holed up in this mine, aren't you? Is it that rascal Li Kuan who told you?" With a wry smile, Zhu Jun couldn't help but recall Li Kuan's cheeky demeanor during their recent phone conversation. "Oh dear, old Zhu, how did you know I was leading the team to the hospital? What? You even know I'm going tomorrow? Hello? I haven't even spoken yet. I've already informed the commander that the responsibility is significant. Our infantry company is arriving later than the 2nd company and requires additional training." Guess what the commander said? He remarked that among our battalion, only you, old Li, are capable of handling tough battles with exceptional military qualities. This mission is yours alone. Oh, old Zhu. Considering how much the commander values our infantry company and me, Li, what can I say? I can't even propose the 2nd company anymore. Alas, it is all for the trust of the commander. No way, old Li, don't you dare pretend with me. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended amidst Li Kuan's laughter. "I must reveal to you that tonight we will convene a strategic deployment meeting. The target for this operation is the Provincial Workers' Hospital adjacent to the West District. Look, that very hospital." As the vehicle approached the intersection of the East District and West District, Wubin pointed. And the 3 company commanders in the vehicle could see the outpatient department of the Provincial Workers' Hospital standing tall in the distance. The sky had not yet fully darkened, and the large characters of Night State Provincial Workers' Hospital were still clearly discernible. Attacking this Provincial Workers' Hospital? The car fell into silence as the 3 company commanders began to ponder, contemplating their respective units' advantages and whether they could partake in this mission. Damn it, who doesn't desire military merit when it comes to combat? In their daily lives? They are brothers. However, when the real task arises, these 3 commanders combined possess a multitude of cunning strategies. At this moment, their silence was merely a reflection of their thoughts on how to claim the mission for themselves. Given the scale of the hospital, both in terms of operational modes and the required troop deployment, it was clear that Li Kuan's armored infantry company could not handle such an undertaking. The gathering of all company commanders for a meeting tonight undoubtedly indicated that reinforcements would be needed for this offensive. Otherwise, calling everyone together would hold little significance. After all, The commander is not one for formalism, frequently convening meetings whether matters are pressing or trivial. With this thought, the atmosphere within the Mengshire 3 armored command vehicle grew increasingly subdued, yet the minds of all within were becoming ever more active. Before long, the Mengshire 3 began to decelerate, finally coming to a steady halt at the entrance of the military headquarters. Before disembarking, the 3 company commanders exchanged glances, and sparks seemed to ignite between them. Chapter 105. Activation of the Special Forces template in the operations conference room. When Gu Qingyuan pushed open the door, all the battalion military officers had gathered, except for Jia Sanyu, who was on a mission with the first company. Upon seeing Gu Qingyuan enter, the officers immediately ceased their discussions and, at Wu Bin's cue, stood in unison. Sit, Gu Qingyuan commanded as he took his place. A cup of tea was already prepared before him, and he noticed similar cups resting on the tables of others. Quite satisfactory, Gu Qingyuan mused inwardly, appreciating the enhancement in logistics support since the arrival of the supply battalion. As all the company commanders turned their attention toward him, Gu Qingyuan wasted no time, diving straight into the matter at hand. Guangchang. As his voice resonated, Pu Guangchang entered with 2 soldiers, carrying a blackboard adorned with an aerial view of the Provincial Workers' Hospital. Given the slight sheen of perspiration on Pu Guangchang's forehead, it was likely that the image had been hastily torn from a promotional board at the hospital entrance. I trust that the Vice Battalion Commander has briefed you on the purpose of today's meeting, Gu Qingyuan continued. In order to enhance our medical capabilities, I have made the strategic decision to occupy the Provincial Workers' Hospital adjacent to Zone West 1. The mission units have been confirmed. The 2nd Company will serve as the main assault force, while the Armored Infantry Company will provide fire support. Is that clear? Clear. Upon hearing his name, Li Kuan and Zhu Jun promptly stood, excitement barely concealed beneath their serious expressions. Have we secured it so swiftly? Both 3rd Company Commander Ren Lintao and 4th Company Commander Huang Haoyang were taken aback, initially expecting a more competitive selection process. As the 2 contemplated their disappointment, Gu Qingyuan continued, due to this mission, Zhu Jun's 2nd Company will be withdrawn from the blood mine. Upon your return, the 3rd and 4th Companies must ensure the completion of troop rotation tonight, guaranteeing that operations at the blood mine proceed flawlessly tomorrow. Is that understood? Understood. Lastly, I intend to establish a special rescue unit dedicated to the recovery of senior talents, codenamed Spark, tentatively designated at the level of a company. This unit will receive the utmost resource allocation and policy support. You may consider candidates for the commander of the Spark unit, either self-nominating or recommending others. The battalion will give due consideration to all suggestions. All right, it's getting late. The meeting is adjourned. Prepare accordingly. As the meeting concluded, several company commanders exited the conference room in small groups, enveloped in silence as they processed the discussions. The offensive task against the Provincial Workers' Hospital had been firmly established, leaving the 3rd and 4th Companies devoid of aspirations. However, the prospect of the Spark unit ignited a spark of ambition in Ren Lintao and Huang Haoyang. From the commander's words, it was clear that the Spark unit would be positioned as an elite special forces team. Who among the commanders would not yearn to lead such a distinguished force? However, there lies a conundrum. The several company commanders present hail from ordinary military backgrounds, possessing scant experience in special operations management. While they certainly aspire to lead, the question remains whether they can do so effectively. Watching everyone depart, Gu Qingyuan leaned back in his chair, sipping his tea. The Fire Seed unit was indeed a notion he had proposed on a whim, primarily influenced by the recent search and rescue efforts for medical personnel. Previously, he had been inclined towards a quantity-based approach, as the strategy of overwhelming the zombie horde with sheer numbers was evidently impractical for a specialized force. Yet, this incident illuminated for him the significant role that elite forces can play in a post-apocalyptic world. Although their impact on repelling the zombie tide may be negligible, the benefits they could confer in other areas could very well outweigh the losses incurred from the undead. With this realization, and now endowed with ample resources, he was naturally inclined to establish not merely a squad or a platoon, but an entire company. A bold gamble. It reflected a certain wisdom. He had conceived a plan for the unit's composition, intending to form it entirely from elite infantry squads. However, he found himself troubled by the command aspect. The military talents at his disposal were predominantly conventional warfare specialists, and none appeared to possess expertise in special operations. Thus, he devised a rather unorthodox method to encourage self-nominations. He summoned the system interface, navigating to the troop exchange page. Funds, 31,213. With the gradual deployment of semi-automatic brain core extraction devices, his daily income was soaring, having recently surpassed the 30,000 mark. Observing the notation for elite infantry squads at 3,000 gold, Gu Qingyuan quietly calculated that under a 3-squad system, the funds should suffice. A company comprising 9 elite infantry squads would amount to 27,000 gold. However, in line with his current reinforced company structure, 12 elite infantry squads would require 36,000 gold. After some contemplation, he decided to leave the dilemma for the system to resolve, curious to see how it would respond. System, summon a company-structured elite infantry squad. After a few moments, the system remained unresponsive. System? Has this incompetent system frozen? Congratulations, host. Sensing your desire for soldier quality, the new troop type template, Special Forces, has been activated. Would you like to continue the summoning? No. Upon hearing that the Special Forces troop type had been activated, Gu Qingyuan was disinclined to summon them. Did he not find them appealing? After canceling the summoning, he promptly returned to the troop summoning interface, where the words Special Forces glaringly appeared. Special Forces, Squad 6000? Gu Qingyuan scrutinized the details once more. Wait, system, are you certain there is no error? A single Special Forces squad costs nearly as much as a Type 99A tank. Chapter 106. The Spark Assault Team. Clearly, Gu Qingyuan's complaints were utterly futile. The system remained as aloof as ever. The price was set, and one could either choose to exchange or not. Gu Qingyuan vacillated between the cost of the Special Forces and his meager savings, ultimately deciding to lower the original objective from an entire company to just a platoon due to his financial constraints. System, summon a Special Forces platoon. Ding, summoning successful. Moments later, the serene campus pathway was abruptly filled with the familiar roar of engines. Hearing the sound, Gu Qingyuan descended to the front of the military building. Soon, 3 armored assault vehicles, the Hummer 3, appeared, gradually slowing to a halt before him. Is this it? He mused, noting that the vehicles were no different from those used by ordinary infantry squads. He was eager to discern what made them so special. While he had many grievances regarding the price, past experiences had taught him that one could criticize the system for being expensive but not for being untrustworthy. If one was willing to pay, the system would indeed deliver quality. Just look at the neighboring squad mobilizing with the 56-style rifle and wearing the 80 helmet. In comparison, this system truly knew how to deliver. Bang bang, the sound of doors opening echoed as 3 teams of Special Forces personnel streamed out of the 3 Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles. The entire process unfolded with fluidity as if rehearsed countless times, captivating the eye. Align right. Forward look. At ease. Attention. The imposing lead soldier swiftly organized his unit. Reporting to Gu Qingyuan with a robust voice. Report, sir. Special Forces Platoon 1 is assembled, with an expected attendance of 27 personnel, all present and accounted for. Please provide your orders. The first platoon formed 3 rows, with the soldiers slightly tilting their heads back, their gazes resolute and sharp, their bodies leaning slightly forward, akin to poised leopards ready to pounce, exuding an aura of fierce determination. This spirit alone surpassed that of the elite infantry squads under Gu Qingyuan's command. Turning his gaze to the equipment of these special warriors, he was astounded to see them adorned with an abundance of gear. A cursory glance revealed each soldier wielded more than 2 weapons, with some even carrying 3. Are you the commander of this Special Forces unit? Report, sir. My name is Wang Wu, and I am the platoon leader of this Special Forces unit. Platoon leader? Gu Qingyuan exclaimed, glancing at Wang Wu's captain insignia. Then please introduce the personnel distribution and composition of your unit. Yes, sir. Wang Wu saluted Gu Qingyuan before turning to address his troops. First team, step forward. Ta'ada. Upon hearing this command, the first platoon of soldiers moved in unison, 9 men stepping forward, embodying the spirit of indomitable warriors. Report, sir. I will use the first team as an example to explain the personnel distribution and firepower configuration. Our Special Forces platoon primarily operates in small team formations, with each team functioning as a complete combat unit. Each team consists of 9 members, divided into 3 groups of 3, the firepower group, the assault group, and the support group. First, allow me to introduce the basic configuration of the Special Operations Team. Zhang Hao. Present. A soldier adorned with the rank of 2nd lieutenant stepped forward and briskly approached Gu Qingyuan. "Sir, please take a look," Wang Wu said decisively, pointing towards the fully equipped Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao donned the Dragon Cavalry 3 tactical helmet, which could be augmented with night vision devices and infrared imaging apparatus, among other tactical gear. His body armor was the Dragon Scale Armor 3, capable of withstanding 7.62mm bullet fire at close range, weighing merely half of comparable protective vests, thus allowing for agility and ease in combat. Zhang Hao's primary weapon was the QBZ-191 assault rifle, equipped with a rail for attaching a laser sight, tactical flashlight, and a 3x QMK-171 white light scope. His magazine was transparent, and he could customize it with either a red dot sight or a holographic sight according to personal preference. Here, he opted for the latter. In the holster on his right was a Type 92 pistol, and he carried a total of 7 rifle magazines, 3 on his chest and 2 on each side. His left tactical pouch contained a multifunctional folding tool, 2 breaching detonating cords, while the right side held an extra magazine for the pistol. A red flashlight was affixed to his chest armor for nighttime operations, effectively minimizing the risk of detection by distant enemies. A radio was secured at his waist, accompanied by a carabiner and rope for rappelling, and a monocular night vision device was positioned at the rear right, capable of being mounted on the rifle's rail or the helmet's bracket as needed. Within his backpack were drafting tools and a personal first aid kit, containing hemostatic bandages, splints, chest seals, analgesics, and an epinephrine auto-injector. With each item Wang Wu described, he gestured towards the corresponding equipment, leaving Gu Qingyuan dazzled by the array presented before him. Just the basic configuration of personnel was enough for him to feel it was worth the investment. This was not solely the case for Zhang Hao. Every soldier in the Special Forces possessed such a foundational setup, excluding only their primary weapon. No wonder the camel never inquired about prices when purchasing from the rabbit's abode. Who could resist such temptations? Although Gu Qingyuan had served in the military, his understanding of special forces was limited to that of an ordinary individual. The special forces of the Great Zhou were shrouded in mystery, inaccessible to the common soldier. Even in the realm of crime, they were not the ones to be apprehended. Perhaps they were merely the lesser beings. Next, I shall present to the commander the firepower configuration. First, the fire support group, typically led by the deputy squad leader, was equipped with the QBZ-191 assault rifle, carrying an anti-tank rocket launcher. The machine gunner wielded the QJB-201 squad machine gun, while the grenade launcher operator was equipped with the QLU-130-135mm grenade launcher. Following that is the assault group, commanded by a scout, with all members utilizing the QCQ-171 submachine gun. In addition to the QCQ-171, each primary and secondary assault position carried an 18mm Type 09 shotgun, while one reconnaissance member was tasked with operating a reconnaissance drone. Finally, we have the support team, led by the squad leader. The team consists of a sniper armed with a Type 1012 7mm anti-material sniper rifle, which is equipped with an auxiliary aiming system that accurately calculates the position of both the shooter and the target. The sensors can automatically assess wind speed, humidity, and other factors, providing the shooter with the optimal aiming point within the scope. The communicator carries squad-level communication devices, while the medic is equipped with a battlefield first aid kit, containing hemostatic clamps, medical scissors, tourniquets, emergency bandages, chest seals, hemostatic medications, adrenaline, and potent analgesics, enabling them to perform basic surgical procedures in emergencies. With the introduction of personnel equipment completed, it is worth noting that each member has undergone rigorous and specialized training in various combat disciplines, mastering skills such as vehicle operation, hand-to-hand combat, parachuting, rappelling, diving, decapitation, protection, and personnel rescue. Reporting to the commander, the basic information about the Special Forces unit has been presented. Please provide your directives. After listening, Gu Qingyuan no longer considered the cost of 6,000 exorbitant. This is worth more than my life. What reason or position could I have to find it expensive? They have never deemed me poor. The introduction of the Special Forces invigorated Gu Qingyuan, who spoke with heightened enthusiasm. The soldiers are truly exceptional. Welcome to this big family. I hereby officially name you the Spark Assault Team. I hope you live up to the name of Spark, fulfilling my expectations, and demonstrate your formidable military capabilities to achieve new feats in this apocalyptic world. Yes. P.S. Could we perhaps have some complimentary small gifts? What? None? All right. I didn't really want any either. How amusing. Has anyone ever told you that you were quite pretentious? TCH Chapter 107. When a healthy corpse on the third floor of the Provincial Workers' Hospital, which once served as the surgical ward before the apocalypse. It remains a sanctuary for surgical procedures. This level is fortified by a formidable iron gate at its entrance, acting as a steadfast guardian, shielding the chaos of the outside world before the cataclysm and now repelling the onslaught of the undead. With a clatter, the iron gate swings open, revealing two individuals clad in white coats, who maneuver a gurney into the operating area. Upon entering, they pause momentarily to ensure the gate is securely closed before continuing down the dimly lit corridor. In this shadowy passage, the flickering emergency lights cast an eerie red glow, and the only sound piercing the silence is the echo of their footsteps. Beneath their masks, their expressions fluctuate, and their lab coats are marred with dark crimson stains, reminiscent of graffiti. As they progress deeper into the corridor, they halt outside an operating room. The foremost figure knocks on the door, his voice reminiscent of a character from a children's cartoon. "Director Wong, I brought the cadaver with her Chang." Without awaiting a response, Su Daqiang boldly pushes open the operating room door, wheeling the gurney inside. What greets them is a scene illuminated by a soft glow, where a group of individuals surrounds the operating table, contrasting starkly with the oppressive darkness of the surrounding corners. "Daqiang, you've arrived so swiftly? Is there any issue with the cadaver?" inquires a balding middle-aged man beside the table. "Rest assured, Director, it's a cinch for us orthopedic surgeons to secure a cadaver. The major joints are already stabilized. I guarantee it won't even open its mouth." Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spreads across the middle-aged doctor's face. "Excellent. You two should come over and learn. How fortunate you are. In my 3 decades of practice, I have never had the chance to work with a cadaver alone." "All right, we'll be right there," replies Su Daqiang, as he and Su Erqiang casually shove the gurney into a corner before eagerly scurrying towards the operating table. "Hey, you rascals. Be gentle with the cadaver. Remember the hardships we endured. Though times are better now, we must not forget our past struggles." "Oh, Director, don't worry. There are cadavers aplenty on the streets now. With our physiques, we could capture as many as we like." With that, Su Daqiang proudly displays his robust build. "I chose to keep you two as my apprentices in orthopedics precisely because of your strong physiques. In our field, we do not nurture frail individuals." "Shoo, old goo. Keep it down, can't you see I'm in the midst of an autopsy?" Wang Aigua, engrossed in his work on a zombie, responds without looking up, and the room falls silent. At over 50 years of age, Wang Aigua is a senior attending physician and the head of emergency medicine at the Provincial Workers' Hospital, as well as a leader in a key provincial discipline with a plethora of personal publications to his name, establishing him as an eminent figure among surgeons. "Xiongda and Xiong you've both worked hard. The next cadaver will be your turn to dissect. Cherish this opportunity, for before the apocalypse, few orthopedic surgeons possess the privilege of conducting a comprehensive dissection of a cadaver." Upon hearing this, the brothers Su Daqiang and Su Erqiang displayed expressions of exhilaration, akin to grooms eager to consummate their unions. It is well known that, in any era, cadavers available for dissection are exceedingly rare. Early pioneers of surgical practice often resorted to theft, lurking in mass graves or cemeteries to procure their specimens. Take, for instance, the medical students of the Great Zhou. Scarcely any of them could independently dissect an entire body. Statistically, a clinical physician in their lifetime might only have access to 1 cadaver for every 10 practitioners. A considerable number of medical students rely on cherished anatomical specimens passed down through generations, much like the venerable hens found in some establishments' complimentary chicken soup. You are fortunate to be living in such a prosperous time. It was only due to my academic setback that I had the chance to dissect 2 bodies. An aged yet youthful attending physician chimed in. "By heavens, it's no wonder you were so astute. How did I not think of that? I only dissected once during my university days, and that was merely a quarter of a cadaver shared among a group. Oh dear, my stamina wanes. Lao Gu. It's your turn to take over." Wang Aigua straightened his back, sighed, and handed the scalpel to the orthopedic chief, Lao Gu. Under the surgical lights, Lao Gu's expression turned grave as he accepted the scalpel, reminiscent of a medieval knight receiving a sword, nearly bowing to Wang Aigua's boots. The other attending and deputy surgeons gathered around the operating table, their eyes filled with longing, resembling lions in the animal kingdom awaiting the feast of their king. Wang Aigua settled onto the stool that should have belonged to the anesthetist, retrieving glucose from his pocket and sipping it while surveying the operating table, akin to a satiated lion surveying his thriving pride. Apart from hunger, This was truly a golden age for medicine. When the apocalypse erupted, Wang Igua and his fellow surgical technicians experienced their share of panic, but they quickly regained composure, diagnosing the situation as a communicable disease. As physicians, they had long been accustomed to various forms of cadavers, mangled limbs, victims of accidents, those who had fallen from heights, all familiar sights. Thus, they harbored no fear of zombies. Enriched by their extensive medical knowledge, none understood better how to subdue the human form. Doctors are capable of saving lives, yet equally adept at taking them. Their expertise in handling zombies aligned perfectly with their professional skills. Of course, some unfortunate doctors were infected while subduing the undead. But this did not include the formidable orthopedic surgeons, these natural-born warriors. Before the end times, they were already proficient in wielding hammers and saws to dissect human bodies. The food supply for the surgical team was abundant, with the break room stocked with high-calorie sustenance to replenish the doctor's strength between procedures, along with crates of glucose and other medical nutritional supplements. They consumed energy in a scientifically measured manner, ensuring the dual sustainability of both body and sustenance. Under the guidance of Wang Jianjun, excessive energy was devoted to the exploration of corpses. This endeavor represented not only an inquiry into medicine but also an evasion of reality. It was evidently a global catastrophe, and as doctors, they found themselves powerless. Their sole recourse lay in utilizing their professional knowledge to maintain their mental well-being, to survive without succumbing to madness. As for their relatives and friends, they deliberately chose to ignore them. Director Wang, Xiaozhang refuses to take her medication. A nurse's head poked through the slightly open door of the operating room, whispering for Wang Jianjun's assistance. She dared not even glance at the operating table. Feeling that the doctors had lost their sanity, in this apocalyptic world, she could not comprehend why her colleagues would dissect zombies day and night, seemingly indifferent to their loved ones. If it weren't for Zhang Jiejia's dire condition, she would never have approached these madmen, a consensus shared by the group of nurses. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianjun immediately rose and followed Sun Qianqian out of the operating room. In the corridor, the 6 young nurses, having deemed the surgical doctors as deranged, clustered together in the farthest corner from them. When Wang Jianjun entered, the nurses surrounding Zhang Jiejia's operating table displayed wary expressions. Wang Jianjun observed their reactions keenly. His thick, weathered face momentarily showed signs of discomfort. He understood that, in the eyes of Sun Qianqian and her peers, his team appeared as perverse, medical lunatics. Approaching Sun Qianqian's bedside, Wang Jianjun conducted a cursory examination and discovered that she was merely suffering from a common cold and a high fever, which medication could address. However, the crux of the matter lay in Sun Qianqian's refusal to accept treatment. Why would she not take her medicine? She expressed that in this apocalypse, her family and friends were undoubtedly gone. Living in constant fear felt interminable, leading her to conclude that death would be preferable. Was the stark reality so despairing that it extinguished her will to live? Wang Jianjun fully comprehended Zhang Jiejia's psychological state. Their madness was, after all, a means to escape such despair. Life requires some form of solace. Take the medication. If you must die, let it be as a healthy corpse. Just as the nurses in the operating room exchanged glances at Wang Jianjun's words, a tremendous explosion erupted outside, followed by a series of sounds akin to firecrackers. Chapter 108. Breaching the provincial employee hospital with a thunderous bang, a high explosive shell detonated amidst the lifeless bodies at the hospital entrance, casting a brilliant blaze while simultaneously obliterating the surrounding zombies within mere meters. Li Kuan, momentarily stunned by the explosion, pressed his ears in an attempt to alleviate the ringing that enveloped him. Damn it! The dense buildings amplify the echo of the blast so intensely. Hey, Kuan, what are you doing? We're supposed to reclaim the hospital, not demolish it. You might enjoy firing the cannon, but if the hospital is reduced to rubble, how will we explain this to the superiors? Hearing the irate voice of Zhu Jun crackling through the intercom, Li Kuan offered a sheepish chuckle. Oh, come on. It's just a little bang to lure out the zombies. I'm providing cover for your 2nd Platoon's advance. Don't be ungrateful. As they conversed, the 2nd Platoon was gathering at the hospital's rear entrance, a point Zhu Jun had breached by scaling down from the West District Gymnasium and blasting through the hospital's perimeter wall. As General Douglas MacArthur once remarked, in the world, there are no doors, they are merely created through destruction. Thus, in urban warfare, conventional forces do not adhere to doors. Wherever they wish to go, that becomes a door. This operation had been meticulously planned by Li Kuan and Zhu Jun the previous night, establishing a comprehensive tactical strategy. Li Kuan intended to utilize the mobility and defensive capabilities of his armored infantry platoon to create a diversion, drawing out all the zombies capable of movement from the hospital. Their approach would be to engage and retreat, leading the undead onto the expansive roadway where concentrated firepower could annihilate them. Meanwhile, the 2nd Platoon's mission was to enter the hospital and conduct close-quarters combat after the wandering zombies had been lured away. At the entrance of the Provincial Employee Hospital, to facilitate a subsequent withdrawal, the security booth along with the barrier was deftly shoved aside by Li Kuan commanding an infantry fighting vehicle. To ensure the complete allure of the zombies and maintain mobility during withdrawal, he opted to dispatch 3 armored vehicles from a single squad into the hospital's interior, targeting both the outpatient and inpatient departments. The objective was straightforward: to generate as much commotion as possible to attract every zombie that could escape, thereby alleviating the pressure on the 2nd Platoon and enhancing their operational safety. The 3 infantry fighting vehicles, following the designated mission, navigated the internal roads of the hospital, simultaneously unleashing a volley of gunfire from their 7.62mm mounted machine guns at the approaching zombies. Although the vehicle crews had initially requested a 30mm coaxial autocannon, their plea was denied by Li Kuan, who reasoned that its destructive power was excessive. This was certainly not out of concern for the zombies. If it were up to him, he would hurl nuclear bombs as if they were grenades, and ideally, develop artillery-launched nuclear shells. Of course, not those with a range of 27 kilometers and an explosion radius of 30 kilometers. His primary consideration lay in preserving the structural integrity of the hospital. The roar of a 30mm autocannon would leave the building battered and bruised, with bricks scattered haphazardly. Having resolved to seize control, Li Kuan instinctively regarded the establishment as his own troops' hospital, feeling a sense of attachment that rivaled that of the original director of the Provincial Employee Hospital. The armored vehicles of the 1st Platoon advanced resolutely towards the depths of the hospital, heading towards the inpatient department. Along the way, zombies attracted by the noise appeared within the operator's line of sight and were promptly dispatched by precise bursts from the machine guns. Since the apocalypse erupted during daylight, and the provincial staff hospital served as a large regional medical facility, the premises were teeming with the undead. The sound of commotion drew zombies from every corner, surging forth like piranhas sensing blood, converging in a relentless swarm. Their horrid growls echoed through the air, and as the density of the undead increased, the 7.62mm coaxial machine gun atop the vehicle transitioned from single shots to sweeping fire, yet could only cover one direction at a time. Before long, the 3 armored vehicles found themselves encircled by the horde. The frenzied mass of zombies, akin to a swarm of ants attempting to move breadcrumbs, surged toward the 0.4A infantry fighting vehicle. Inside, the crew swiftly perceived the subtle vibrations of the vehicle, accompanied by the cacophony of thuds and the scraping of nails against metal. The zombies crowded around the vehicle, desperately attempting to climb atop it. Soon, 1, then 2, then 3 succeeded, and the turret became gradually cloaked in the undead, resembling a thick layer of crushed Oreos atop a molten lava cake. In stark contrast, the zombies before the 25-ton armored beast appeared minuscule, their strength utterly inadequate. It was as if they were mere insects against a juggernaut, relentlessly crushed beneath the treads, their blood and decaying flesh mingling with the asphalt of the hospital grounds, rendering the path a quagmire. From a bird's-eye view, it resembled 304A infantry fighting vehicles forcefully pushing through the horde. The drivers within the vehicles began to feel a growing tension. Their years of training had forged a deep connection with their trusty machine, and as time passed, they could distinctly sense the increasing resistance posed by the accumulating bodies of the undead beneath them. This realization compelled them to press the accelerator even further. A reconnaissance drone hovered above, surveying the scene. At the back entrance of the hospital, 3 squads, distinctly different from the 2nd Platoon, awaited their cue. The team leader, observing the drone's aerial footage, reported to Wang Wu, while Zhu Jun also approached, intrigued by the commotion. Captain Li Kuan, this is Wang Wu from the Spark Assault team. Our drone surveillance indicates that all wandering zombies within the hospital have been drawn away by your forces. We are now ready to proceed with the next phase of the plan. Received. Understood. Captain Li Kuan acknowledged, immediately switching to the company channel. 1st Platoon. We can retreat now. 1st Platoon received. The relief was palpable among the platoon leaders of the armored infantry as they received the order. Although it is understood that the zombies could not possibly breach the armor of the 04A infantry fighting vehicle, the incessant scratching sounds from all directions, coupled with the overwhelming horde of corpses, undoubtedly placed immense psychological pressure on the soldiers within. The six-cylinder diesel engine roared to life, executing a swift turn that flung several zombies from the roof, while the vehicle's body collided with others during its maneuver. As the 04A infantry fighting vehicle accelerated, it resembled a furious elephant rampaging through a pack of hyenas, mercilessly trampling the undead beneath it. The obliterated zombies left only a thin layer of flesh adhered to the ground, marked with the jagged imprints of the treads. Before long, 3 infantry fighting vehicles ground their way to the entrance of the hospital. Observing the dense throng of zombies surrounding the vehicle, Li Kuan immediately commanded for support. Outside the hospital, 604A infantry fighting vehicles lined the highway, and at Li Kuan's command, the 7.62mm coaxial machine guns mounted atop erupted in a blaze of fire. In an instant, 9 orange-tinted belts of ammunition lashed out violently at the horde, and the concentrated 7.62mm bullets, akin to a pen wielded by the hand of death, traced a line of demise through the masses. The relentless fire effectively barricaded the zombies at the hospital's entrance, obliterating all that dared to cross the threshold. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies flying in every direction. The congealed, dark blood swiftly formed streams, trickling down the slope into the roadside drainage, creating a cacophony of gurgling sounds. According to the original plan, they would retreat while engaging the enemy. Li Kuan's voice resonated through the communication systems of the vehicles as the 9 infantry fighting vehicles began to execute the planned formation, guiding the horde toward Creek North Road. Occasionally, an armored vehicle would inadvertently collide with a parked sedan, momentarily pausing before crushing it as effortlessly as it did the zombies. In the presence of this 25-ton behemoth, whether a 1 or 2-ton fragile sedan or a 100-pound zombie, both crumpled like paper. "Captain Zhu, we are ready to proceed," Wang Wu remarked with a smile, glancing at the aerial footage captured by the drone. "Understood. Second company, all squads, proceed to the hospital according to the operational plan. Maintain utmost vigilance." "Received. Acknowledged." Chapter 109. The courage to live is truly remarkable. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the horde of corpses was lured away from the hospital, plunging the entire facility into a profound silence. The warriors, who had entered the hospital in tactical formation, could distinctly hear the low hum of reconnaissance drones. "Report to the captain. Survivors detected on the 3rd floor of the inpatient department." The reconnaissance team from the Spark Assault Squad excitedly relayed the drone's footage to Wang Wu. The screen revealed a large white sheet being waved out of a window, upon which the words "help" were scrawled in congealed blood. "Bring the drone closer." "Affirmative." The scout maneuvered the drone toward the window, hovering before it. The camera captured a weathered face alongside 2 young female nurses. All 3 individuals displayed profound excitement, with the nurses frantically waving and wiping away tears. Wang Jianjun and Sun Qianqian, witnessing the troops' arrival through the window, were nearly overwhelmed with joy, yet at the critical moment, Wang Jianjun covered Sun Qianqian's mouth. Although the troops had now entered the hospital, they were still perilously close to the encroaching zombies. Wang Jianjun had no confidence that the iron gate on the 3rd floor could withstand the onslaught of the horde. It was ill-advised to celebrate prematurely. Thus, the two resorted to signaling the troops with the sheet in hopes of escaping their dire circumstances. News of the troops' entry swiftly reached all medical personnel in the surgical ward. "Old Gu, stop the dissection," Wang Jianjun exclaimed, bursting through the operating room door, panting with exhilaration. "Huh? Director Wang, I just got started. My incision isn't even complete." Old Gu, assuming Wang Jianjun was requesting a rotation, felt a pang of grievance. "Stop the dissection, for heaven's sake. The troops have arrived. They're outside," Wang Jianjun declared, brimming with excitement. "What? Is this legal?" "Oh no. It's true, Director Wang. This is illegal. We performed dissections without approval. And we've done so many. We're doomed. This could lead to serious consequences." Observing Old Gu's ramblings, teetering on the brink of madness, Wang Jianjun fell into a complex silence before bellowing, "Stop the hysteria. The troops are here to rescue us. No need for madness. Everyone, snap out of it." A moment of stunned silence enveloped the room before it erupted into chaos. "Finally, the troops have arrived. We're saved. Oh, we are saved. The world has not ended. We can still live. My wife and children must still be alive. They must be." Seeing the mixture of tears and laughter, the madness and joy in everyone's expressions, Wang Jianjun finally smiled. He leaned against the doorway of the operating room, one hand resting on his waist, eyelids drooping, and a weary expression on his face, tears glistening in his eyes. With a long, drawn-out sigh, he finally felt a semblance of normalcy return. It is not that they do not understand. Indeed, many matters hold greater significance than mere dissection, and many individuals weigh heavily on their minds. Yet, it is precisely because they comprehend this that they seek a reason to continue living, to stave off despair, to prevent their own collapse. They are but ordinary individuals, not the superheroes of cinema, unable to vanquish the hordes of the dead. Their only battle is against themselves. Thus, the operating room becomes their sanctuary, a place where they can invest their spirits, a refuge where they can retreat. They endure, living for the sake of their families. This encapsulates the helplessness of ordinary people in a post-apocalyptic world. Is it weakness? Perhaps, for they dare not venture beyond. Is it courage? Indeed. Simply having the bravery to live is already commendable. We are all ordinary individuals. Let us not force ourselves into the mold of superheroes. Accepting oneself, even in perceived inadequacy, is perfectly acceptable. The mere act of surviving is a remarkable feat. Good night. Chapter 110. Open the door. Troops to the rescue. Commander Zhu. The inpatient department is entrusted to our fire assault team, while the outpatient department is assigned to your second company. Is this arrangement acceptable? Upon hearing this, Zhu Jun expressed no dissent. The commander had previously stated in a meeting that resources and policies would favor the fire assault team, which naturally included the authority to allocate combat tasks. Although both units were of the same rank, special forces indeed possess the right to request assistance from regular troops to accomplish missions. Certainly, no problem. Wishing us a successful operation. To a successful operation. With that, Zhu Jun's second company and Wang Wu's fire assault team diverged at the fork in the road. The second company advanced towards the front half of the hospital, while the fire assault team stealthily approached the adjacent inpatient department. Bang, bang. The sharp, intermittent gunfire of the 191 assault rifle echoed. At the entrance of the inpatient department, Wang Wu instinctively raised his weapon and dispatched two zombies that had just charged down from the upper floors. Casting a cold gaze upon the fallen creatures, Wang Wu muttered, "They can't even catch up to a hot meal. Team, we anticipate entering the inpatient department in 3 minutes. You now have 2 minutes to adjust your gear and make final preparations for battle." Upon hearing Wang Wu's words, the members of the fire assault team began to inspect their equipment. They donned gas masks and confirmed their airtightness, as the known virus could be transmitted through blood, and the other routes of infection remained unclear. Thus, taking protective measures was essential. They retrieved suppressors from their tactical bags and affixed them to their firearms, not out of fear of attracting the zombies, but to mitigate the noise in the confined environment of indoor combat. Night vision goggles were another critical item to check, as the entire hospital building had lost power, rendering visibility within the premises exceedingly low. Thus, searching indoors would rely primarily on night vision. Once Wang Wu had adjusted his gear, he glanced at his tactical watch. All right. Time for gear adjustments is over. In the last minute, let me reiterate, we discussed our combat tactics last night, so I want to elaborate further. You are all elite, hand-picked individuals. Emphasizing tactics would be an affront, as none of you are mere children in kindergarten. Laughter erupted among the team members. However, I must stress, do not underestimate the enemy. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Do not assume that your military training and firearms grant you the right to recklessly assault zombies. They may make countless mistakes, but we can afford to make only one. Once injured, we lack the serum from films. The only remainder of your effort may be your own brain being harvested at the zombie processing facility. Action. Yes. Beep, beep, beep. As his words concluded, the alert from the tactical watch rang. The members of the fire assault team swiftly lowered their night vision goggles and entered the pitch-black inpatient department building in tactical formation, unit by unit. Through the night vision, the interior of the inpatient department appeared in cold shades of icy blue, unnaturally quiet, so quiet that Wang Wu could almost hear his own heartbeat. In the corridor, various medical instruments lay scattered on the ground, while dark stains on the walls suggested the presence of blood. Several grotesquely disfigured human remains lay scattered about. As if they had perished many years ago, their skeletal remains nearly stripped bare. It was evident that in this apocalyptic world, not only humans suffered from starvation, but countless zombies did as well. Suddenly, a soldier inadvertently kicked a tray filled with ammunition, the sound piercingly loud, causing the highly focused soldiers to flinch. The muffled cries of the confined zombies in the wards erupted once more, their restlessness escalating into a frenzy of pounding and clawing at the doors. Team 3 on the first floor, Team 2 on the second, Team 1 on the third. We must operate in squads. No one is to act alone. Wang Wu rapidly assigned tasks through his earpiece. From his observations, Wang Wu had discerned the distribution pattern of the zombies within the building, most of whom were trapped in rooms and unable to move. Thus, a division of labor was deemed the most efficient approach. Team 2 was currently clearing the outpatient department, and there was always an unspoken competition among the troops. It was only natural for the Firebrand team to outpace Team 2. Any delay would signify inadequacy. This being their first mission, Wang Wu was determined not to disappoint his superiors. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace as he led his squad upstairs. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Jun from Team 2 was also holding his breath. It was expected for ordinary troops to support special forces. Yet Zhu Jun felt a twinge of discontent. After all, they were all soldiers, and even if one belonged to an elite group, he felt compelled to prove himself. Team 2 will clear one floor each in the outpatient department and advance swiftly. Understood. With that, the soldiers of Team 2, donned in gas masks, began to enter the outpatient building in an orderly manner, and soon the sound of gunfire erupted. The muted yet sharp crack of gunfire rang out as Wang Wu dispatched yet another zombie that had rushed towards them. He signaled for safety, and his team members swiftly held their weapons, positioning themselves advantageously for shooting. The 9-member squad of Wang Wu advanced at an impressive pace, only needing to deal with the stray zombies lingering in the corridor. This efficiency was largely thanks to the armored infantry unit, which had drawn the majority of the mobile zombies away. Otherwise, given the density of zombies within the hospital, the situation could have escalated. Arriving at the third floor of the inpatient department, Wang Wu attempted to push the iron security door, but found it immovable. The medical staff gathered at the surgical level awaited their rescue at the door. The director seemed to sense some movement, his anxiety palpable as he feared attracting a horde of zombies, his lips moving silently. Listening intently, Wang Jianjun silently mirrored his anxious expression. The other medical personnel began to grow increasingly hopeful. Seeing this, Deputy Commander Wang Hao promptly retrieved a breaching charge from his tactical side pouch, assessing the structure of the iron door with the intent to blast it open. As a trained demolition expert, he was confident in his ability to bring down not just a door but even an entire building, provided he had sufficient explosives. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Wu waved his hand, signaling for him to hold off. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Rescue team. Chapter 111. Conclusion. As the sun set blood red and the crows circled above, the North Stream Road lay strewn with the corpses of the undead, their shattered limbs torn apart by 7.62mm machine gun fire, mingling with the flesh crushed by the 04A infantry fighting vehicles. The dark, foul-smelling blood pooled into channels, silently narrating the brutality of battle. Outside the gates of Knight State University, 904A infantry fighting vehicles stood parked, their camouflage paint spattered with blood, armor marred by various degrees of scratch marks, particularly noticeable on a trio of vehicles where the marks were most concentrated, their camouflage coating severely damaged. The pedestrian bridge spanning North Stream Road was littered with yellow-orange machine gun casings, and several sandbags, hastily arranged as makeshift gun positions, had been deformed under pressure. The gunners had moved aside, using the sandbags as pillows as they lay quietly, gazing at the sky, relishing the tranquility following the chaos of war. The soldiers of the Armored Infantry Company sat in an orderly fashion on the grassy verge beside the road, their helmets placed aside, hoping for a breeze to cool their heads, which had been stifled all day. Li Kun appeared weary, a cigarette dangling from his lips, leaning against a flower bed and gazing into the distance, exhaling wisps of smoke. The intensity of combat had indeed drained his spirit. The battlefield was devoid of pretension. Once the environment was deemed secure and a few sentinels were posted, he ordered the troops to relax and rest in place. The sound of the SX-2306 transport vehicle reversing echoed through the air as Militia Captain Zhao Jia organized his men to disembark in an orderly fashion, followed by engineering vehicles such as bulldozers and dump trucks. Currently, Gu Chengyuan's forces had thoroughly secured Knight State University, establishing a reliable safety zone, which emboldened the management committee to extend their reach into the gathering place. They organized the survivors to collect various supplies, food, equipment, vehicles, fuel, and anything deemed useful, stripping the area as if peeling the skin off a fruit. Zhao Jie surveyed the carnage of North Stream Road with a sense of detachment. This militia had grown accustomed to coexisting with the corpses of the undead, having witnessed countless scenes of carnage. Should a day come when they no longer encountered such sights, they might even feel a pang of anxiety. With the regular forces completing their mission, the concluding tasks now fell to the militia. Zhao Jia cast a glance at the iron behemoth sprawled at the school gate, envy unmistakably reflected in his eyes. Although the militia's status was commendable, with treatment akin to that of regular troops, their roles ultimately involved menial tasks, and even their attire mirrored this reality. Reflecting on this, Zhao Jia looked down at his protective gear, fashioned for safety, and realized that beneath the medical protective suit, he was merely concealing the bulky cotton shoes and pants he wore. The ragged garments he donned bore a striking resemblance to the tattered socks he had worn in elementary school. Were they mere socks? No, they epitomized a shattered self-esteem. Though safety was achieved, the appearance remained undeniably unrefined. When would he don a handsome military uniform and wield genuine weaponry? This sentiment resonated not only with Zhao Jie but echoed through the hearts of the majority of the militia members. None had joined the ranks of the militia without yearning to transition into regular forces, for that was the very aspiration that had drawn them here. As the situation continues to improve, their aspirations to join the regular forces grow increasingly fervent. The occupation of the hospital may seem trivial to Gu Qingyuan, merely a matter of necessity, yet for the ordinary survivors, its significance is extraordinary. It signifies that their stronghold can not only withstand the onslaught of zombies but also possesses the capability to launch counterattacks against the zombie-infested areas. The impact of this battle for the hospital on the survivor community is no less profound than the influence of Gu Qingyuan's previous speech. While eloquent words can certainly captivate the mind, genuine allegiance requires tangible results. The conquest of the hospital stands as Gu Qingyuan's exemplary submission to the survivors, affirming that he has not deceived them nor exploited their efforts. A bright future awaits all. Swiftly now. Everyone, move with alacrity. Our brothers in the regular army have slain countless zombies. As the support unit, we cannot lag behind. Understood. We pledge to roll up our sleeves and exert ourselves. Anyone who dares to slack off shall face my wrath. Indeed, I would even reprimand my captain for laziness. Do you dare to rebel? Defy the heavens. Ha! The militia members, confronted with the sea of corpses, exhibit a spirited and buoyant demeanor, unlike the somber atmosphere of the zombie disposal site. Their eyes brim with hope for the future. Dealing with zombies at the disposal site is a defensive struggle. Though victorious, it remains a battle of endurance. The current scenario is markedly different. Now they have taken the offensive. Thus, for all survivors, this is a tremendous morale booster. In the desolate apocalypse, nothing is more exhilarating than a military victory. Within the Provincial Workers' Hospital, the second company and the Spark Assault team have completed the thorough clearing of the entire hospital amid the last sporadic gunfire. The second company swiftly concluded the area clearance and provided support to the Spark Assault team. Wang Wu recalls the subtle expression on Zhu Jun's face during their meal. A seemingly ambiguous smile. Captain Zhu, are you smiling? Huh? I'm not. It seems you are. Absolutely not. Those who know me are aware that I possess a smile-less essence. Oh, all right. A boxy military vehicle stands parked in the hospital's small square, where Feng Jiai and Awan, as volunteers, are distributing supplies. Here, this is the milk, salted chicken leg, sauté beef, and bread you requested. Feng Jiai cheerfully hands the food to a soldier reeking of blood and disinfectant, her expression unperturbed by the odors. Had this been before the apocalypse, the pampered Feng Jiai would likely have retched at such a scent, but the apocalypse has imparted many lessons, teaching her adaptability. In their initial interactions, Aiko undoubtedly emerged as the most proud individual in their dormitory. Though her words are modest, her eyes betray her true sentiments. Yet, she was the first to take that step, relinquishing her pride from the world before the apocalypse to actively immerse herself in the reality of the new era. In recent days, Aiko's transformation has profoundly impacted their dormitory. Even Tang Jingwen, who was typically quiet and gentle as water, began to prepare for the upcoming military administrative recruitment. Today, as the remaining two idlers in the dormitory, Feng Jiai could no longer restrain herself and urged on to enlist as a volunteer accompanying the troops. Observing the blood-stained uniforms and the weary smiles of the soldiers, it became evident that these tangible individuals were safeguarding their very existence. The struggle against the apocalypse seemed less like a grand narrative and more like a specific endeavor, Simply taking action was, in itself, a form of resistance against the end of civilization. Who says that passing bread to the soldiers does not contribute to the reconstruction of society? The onset of the apocalypse and the collapse of civilization are irrevocable realities. Rather than indulging in melancholic reflections and becoming a hollow shell of despair, it is far better to step forward and contribute to the rebuilding of civilization. Move another box of marinated beef. The soldiers adore it. Got it. Chapter 112. Brother Ao, it's your turn. Under the cover of night, several rodents, each larger than a typical cat, scurried from the fields onto the road, their crimson eyes glinting like rubies in the darkness, ever vigilant. The leader, a giant rat surpassing the size of a small dog, seemed to have spotted a target. The other three followed closely, leaping onto a small car that had come to a halt by the roadside. With a crash, the already shattered window gave way as the rat leader squeezed inside, shattering the remaining glass into a million fragments. Within the car, a long-deceased human corpse lay slumped in the driver's seat, its head obliterated, the body so decayed it was nearly a mound, teeming with maggots. The rat leader circled the corpse, appearing to search for something, its whiskers vibrating with urgency. Its squeaks grew softer, tinged with disappointment. Suddenly, a low rumble of an engine echoed nearby, and the rat leader stood alert, its ears quivering as it discerned the sound. Without hesitation, it led its companions into the fields, vanishing into the dense underbrush. Meanwhile, a Range Rover crept along the creekside road, its headlights off, navigating cautiously by the light of the moon. Brother Ao, is this really wise? I'm feeling rather anxious about being out here. Had I known, I would have preferred to stay hidden in Wanfu. Even though you and Liang Yumming have your differences, at least we wouldn't be in danger. Just thinking about old Lu's screams as he was dragged away by that creature sends chills down my spine, Zhang Deitea remarked, his eyes fixed on the road ahead with an intensity he had never shown while reading his father's will. In the back seat, Jediao Ao fidgeted like a thief, glancing nervously at the windows, always alert to the outside world. What do you know? Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. How could I, Jediao Ao, endure such humiliation? Living like an ordinary person is hardly worth it. And as for old Lu, didn't I tell him to use the bathroom in the car? I didn't mind the smell, yet he was embarrassed by our presence. He insisted on getting out, and we couldn't stop him. Look what happened. He was dragged into the grass by who knows what. At this point, Jediao Ao glanced nervously back at the vehicle, an unsettling feeling that something was following them gnawing at his mind, his words tumbling out in a frantic stream. What lesson do you glean from this? Zhang Deitea suddenly raised his right hand, excitement coursing through him. I understand, Brother Ao. It's about defecating in the vehicle. Incorrect. Fool. It's about listening to Brother Ao. Damn, how did I end up with such dimwits? Jediao Ao felt exasperated but acknowledged there were no better alternatives. Only fools would accompany him in seeking one military force after another. Indeed, Jediao Ao's plan was to locate the army he had heard on the broadcast. Liang Yumming, that old fool, would not heed his words. He doubted any other army would either. Once I reveal my identity, the leaders of this night army shall undoubtedly treat me as an esteemed guest. Wait for me to leverage the strength of this army to rescue my brother-in-law and the other leaders, and I shall return to the life of a person of prominence. Even in this apocalyptic world, it seems reasonable to embrace chaos, right? As he contemplated some twisted yet forbidden visions of a splendid existence. Jared couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Ao, please refrain from laughing. It frightens me, Zhang Deitea stammered, his voice trembling. Could it be that Brother Ao has succumbed to madness? Is it possible that old Lu curses us for not rescuing him, transforming into a vengeful spirit demanding retribution? As these thoughts consumed him, Zhang Deitea gazed out at the endless mountains, shrouded in darkness, which only intensified his trepidation. Observing Zhang Deitao's fearful demeanor, Jared felt a surge of irritation. What are you afraid of? To achieve greatness, one must possess immense courage. You have no capabilities of your own, save for inheriting a few companies, several properties, and a dozen cars from your father. What are you really? What do you amount to? If it weren't for that monster sneak attack today, I would have made it regret ever crossing paths with me. Suddenly, the Range Rover came to a halt, and silence enveloped the air, leaving only the sound of Zhang Deitea swallowing hard. Have you gone mute? Speak, Jared exclaimed passionately into the microphone, annoyed by Zhang Deitao's sudden silence. Brother Ao, look outside. It's your turn to take action. Chapter 113. The mutated giant bat beneath the somber night sky. A shadowy figure, standing half a man's height, had inexplicably settled upon the hood of the car. through the faint glow of the moonlight. Jade Ao could barely discern the monstrous creature before him. It was a winged being, resembling an enormous bat, with sleek, hairless black skin. Its slightly unfurled wings could easily envelop any one of them, while its tail, adorned with sharp barbs, trailed across the hood, glinting ominously in the night. "Why did you stop?" Jade Ao's inquiry was abruptly cut short. With a piercing shriek reminiscent of a mountain spirit, the mutated giant bat lunged at the windshield with ferocity. Bang! The $1 million Range Rover's window shattered upon impact, splintering into a web of cracks. Jade Ao had no doubt that another strike would render it entirely useless. "Brother Ao. Help! This monster seems intent on devouring us." Zhang Daqiao, seated in the driver's seat, was left terrified by the attack. Feeling as though it was akin to being face-to-face with death, panic overwhelmed him, and he involuntarily released a few drops of urine, urgently pleading for Jade Ao's assistance. In his own state of alarm, Jade Ao had no time to question why this fool had stopped the vehicle. Bang! Crash! The mutated giant bat, evidently unwilling to allow the two morsels inside the metal box any time for verbal communication, launched a second assault, shattering the windshield completely. As the creature's claws reached for him, Zhang Daqiao, in sheer terror, shut his eyes tightly, convinced he was about to meet the same fate as old Lu. Suddenly, a series of deafening gunshots rang out. As Zhang Daqiao, trembling, opened his eyes, he discovered that the once menacing mutated giant bat now lay docile on the hood of the car. Its smooth hide slid down the incline of the hood, landing with a thud on the ground before the front of the Range Rover. In that moment, having narrowly escaped death, Zhang Daqiao felt tears welling up in his eyes. "Brother Ao, why didn't you use the gun earlier? You scared me to death. Do you understand anything? I was waiting for it to break the window. What was it waiting for? To die?" Jade Ao's expression remained calm, his tone nonchalant, as if everything were well within his control. Yet, in a place unseen by Zhang Daqiao, his hands trembled as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. "Damn it. I was scared out of my wits and almost forgot I had a gun." This handgun had been procured by Jade Ao before the apocalypse. But due to the severe penalties against private gun ownership in Dezhou, he had only used it as a toy in private. Little did he know it would ultimately save his life. Seeing Jade Ao's cold demeanor, akin to a heartless assassin, Zhang Daqiao couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Before the apocalypse, he had associated with Jade Ao, as the elite circles of the night market excluded him, deeming him too dull. Leaving him to play with someone equally foolish, Jade Ao. Birds of a feather flocked together. Yet now, Zhang Daqiao realized that Jade Ao was not just any fool. He was an extraordinary and formidable one. Zhang Daqiao was genuinely willing to follow Jade Ao from the depths of his heart. "Brother Ao, you are truly remarkable. From now on, you shall have my unwavering loyalty." "What? Surely, you are unwaveringly loyal to me." "Indeed, are we not expressing the same sentiment? The words are identical." Very well, very well. Jade Ao felt an overwhelming hunger. Otherwise, how could he have accepted every little brother? This is utterly foolish. "Ao, it's your turn to intervene again." "What? Again?" Jade Ao raised his gaze and nearly fainted in terror. The mountains loomed, casting shadows, and several dark figures swiftly approached from the sky. Their shapes and sizes were unmistakably akin to the mutated giant bats from earlier. They could very well be relatives. He had just dispatched their son or perhaps their husband. How could he expect any reprieve? "My life is forfeit." "Ah, here they come to meet their doom." These grotesque creatures are utterly unaware of my invincibility. Today shall be their day of reckoning. Jade Ao stared at Zhang Daqiao, who was prancing before him, rendered speechless. "What? Are you still reciting scripts? Do you truly think I am Digga?" In a moment of panic, he had instinctively emptied his magazine, leaving no spare peanuts to offer these mutated bats. With a heart racing like lightning, Jade Ao resolved that the best course of action was retreat. As for Zhang Daqiao, a dying friend is better than a living fool. This apocalyptic world was far too cruel for someone like him. It was better to restart in a realm devoid of zombies. Let the suffering of this end times be borne by himself. "Tao, this is the last thing I can do for you." Bang! The sound of a massive car door slamming shut resonated. Zhang Daqiao, in the driver's seat, reflexively furrowed his brow. "How many times must I say it? Close the door gently." Turning his head, he realized, "Where's my Ao?" Outside, in the night, Jade Ao dashed through the fields with an incongruous speed. In the blink of an eye, he had covered 300 to 400 meters, leaving Zhang Daqiao in a state of frantic bewilderment. At that moment, the mutated giant bats in the sky caught sight of this scene. elegantly altering their course and abandoning their iron box in pursuit of the small figure on the ground. Zhang Detao felt his mouth agape in disbelief. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and tears began to well up in his eyes. Ao, I will not let you down. I will live on with your spirit. In that moment, he sensed a paternal warmth emanating from Jared Ao. As the saying goes, love is a silent sacrifice. In a bid to ensure his survival, Ao had chosen to divert the mutated monsters away, leaving the hope of life to him. Ao's righteousness. Zhang Detao cried out in his heart, resolutely restarting the vehicle. In front of the car, the mutated giant bat, momentarily dazed from a bullet impact, had just opened its eyes when a black will loomed large before it. With a crunch, the small head of the mutated bat was swiftly crushed. Inside the car, Zhang Detao, eyes brimming with tears, was puzzled. Did I just run over something? Shortly after the Range Rover vanished into the darkness, a few crimson eyes flickered to life in the roadside grass. Chapter 114. What the hell? Jade Ao almost immediately noticed the change in direction of the mutated giant bats, a sight that nearly made him lose control of his bladder. Wasn't it enough? Did fate truly have it out for him? Am I some sort of tanksing? Oh heavens, I shall never again address you as grandfather. You have never regarded me as your grandson. As Jade Ao raced against death, a peculiar head resembling a fuzzy chestnut suddenly emerged from the overgrown field, its voice rumbling. Master Yi Ding, shall we not continue to be the watchers in this field of wheat? How many times must I reiterate? In the absence of others, refer to me as Master. Compassionate grace, having sincerely entered the Buddha's path, how can you bear to witness the slaughter of innocent beings? Beside the chestnut head, another head resembling a boiled egg popped up. Hearing the words of Master Yi Ding, the second one couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Damn it, how unfortunate can I be? After barely escaping the army's pursuit, I find myself lost and encountering this old monk who has seemingly gone mad from reading too many martial arts novels. He insists he is Chiu Qianqi, while I am Yi Ding, and has somehow managed to enlighten me. It was bad enough that the old monk was insane. He was also quite formidable. This was a unique and substantial kind of strength. The second one, who prided himself on his martial prowess akin to a dual-weapon hero in Hong Kong films, found himself unable to withstand even a single move from the old monk. However, he managed to endure, enduring a thorough beating for 2 hours before finally conceding to take vows and become a monk. Reflecting on this, the second one felt a swell of pride. Even as a monk, he remained a tough nut. Understood, Master. As he gazed at the approaching figure, he suddenly extended his foot. In a panic, Jade Ao felt something trip him, causing him to lose his balance and fall. However, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, a pair of warm, strong hands caught him. With a swish, the sound of grass being brushed aside echoed as Yi Ding swiftly pulled Jade Ao into a patch of grass. A moment later, several mutated giant bats swooped overhead like fighter jets, creating a gust of wind. Lying in the grass, Jade Ao was drenched in cold sweat. Had he been a second later, he would have been face to face with his deceased father. Let us go. Master Yi Ding's voice rang out. Although the field was lush, it was not deep, and once those creatures descended, they would likely be discovered quickly. The three of them immediately crawled on the ground like worms, assuming the role of the hidden. Fortunately, a dilapidated wooden house was visible 100 meters away, likely a resting place for the landowner after a long day of labor. With the shadow of death looming overhead, Jade Ao felt himself crawling faster than the dog he once kept before the apocalypse, gently pushing open the wooden door. The three of them safely entered the house from the field. As the second one was the last to crawl inside and shut the door, he peered through a crack in the wood, for mutated giant bats had landed from the sky and were now searching the very spot where they had just crawled. Seemingly unaccustomed to walking, the 4 mutated giant bats waddled on the ground like clumsy chickens, twisting and hopping as if their feet were burning. I express my gratitude, Master, for saving me. After confirming temporary safety, Jade bowed deeply to Master Yi Ding. Although the Master's robe was tattered, it could not conceal the aura of a truly enlightened being. Moreover, when Master Yi Ding had just lifted him, his strength was formidable, and the effortless way he pulled him from the grass was indicative of a profound mastery. Truly, this is a remarkable individual. In this apocalyptic world, what could offer more assurance than being in the presence of such a master? If only he could escort me. As for the second man, with his head resembling a chestnut, he was automatically relegated to the role of the master's novice, akin to the flute-playing disciples often depicted in novels. He was hardly worth mentioning. Well, he might be a bit older. Surely there must be an elderly novice among them. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. There is no need for gratitude, for in these times of great calamity, mutual assistance is imperative. Master, your noble spirit is truly commendable. After feigning gratitude, Jader's eyes darted about, curious if the master had a place to rest. The second man rolled his eyes. Does he not see me? I exerted great effort to trip him, and he can't even muster a thank you? Am I not human? My disciple and I have traveled far and wide without finding a place to stay. Upon hearing Master Eating's words, the second man rolled his eyes once more. I detest pretentious individuals. If you do not mind, you may find refuge at Night State University. There is a military establishment there, robust and capable of ensuring our safety. Furthermore, I have some minor connections there. At this point, Jader unveiled a modest yet polite smile. Oh, what kind of connections? The second man's voice turned ominous. Realizing that the FAAD was about to crumble, Jader hastily boasted, I share a deep bond with the leadership of that military. Once we arrive, simply mention my name, Jader, and we shall be treated as honored guests. Master you. Slap. A sharp sound echoed in the darkness. In the midst of Jader's astonishment, the second man roared, You are called Jader, huh? Damn it, I thought the vendetta with my elder brothers could only be avenged in the next life. Yet here I encounter a significant figure from the military. Truly, fortune has favored me. The second man's murderous intent ignited, and he resolved to eliminate this corpulent fool right then and there. A piercing shriek resonated. Bang! The wooden door crumbled like fragile parchment, instantly torn apart by a claw of steel. The second man, pressed against the door, was caught squarely by the monster's razor-sharp talons, which pierced through his shoulder. Ah! He cried out in agony, causing Jader to retreat in terror. Master, save me. The second man felt the flesh and blood of his shoulder ripped apart by the claws. The pain almost unbearable. The monster outside continued to tug at him with ferocity. Meanwhile, Master Eating remained unfazed, his face reflecting an unwavering tranquility imbued with profound Buddhist compassion. Disciple, every action, whether a sip or a peck, is predestined. Your past transgressions have been grievous. Today, this strike serves to shield the benefactor from calamity. Your sins are now absolved, and your merits complete. You are on the cusp of ascending to the Western paradise to meet the Buddha. With that, Master Eating clasped his hands in reverence and performed a Buddhist salutation. Benefactor, let us exit through the back door. Upon hearing this, the second disciple was consumed by fury, the veins on his forehead nearly bursting. With a furious roar, the mutated giant bat tore a chunk of flesh from his shoulder, allowing him to escape its lethal grasp. Having narrowly evaded death, the second disciple disregarded everything else and lunged ahead of Master Eating, scrambling towards the back door. The scent of blood fueled the mutated bat's rage. It thrust a claw through the wooden door, shattering a significant portion of it, and seized Master Eating, who had just expressed his thoughts. Its sharp talons sank into the flesh of Master Eating's rear. At the back door, Jade Rao, upon hearing the commotion, turned to see Master Eating ensnared by the creature and instinctively contemplated intervening. This was not out of kindness. He feared that if Master Eating perished, the malevolent young monk would surely end his life as well. The look in the second disciple's eyes had sent chills down his spine. Do not go. My master is on the brink of achieving enlightenment. He is soon to meet the Buddha. The second disciple would not allow Jade Rao to intervene. After all, this was a matter of fraternal vengeance. He must exact his retribution personally, torturing the fat man to death, ensuring he understands the meaning of cruelty. In homage to his elder brother's spirit in the afterlife, Master Eating grasped the mutated bat's claw, his compassion extinguished, his visage contorted with brutality. I Buddha your mother. Crack. The mutated bat emitted a wretched cry as its claw, embedded in Master Eating's flesh, was forcefully snapped. Damn. Master. Chapter 115. Arrival at the night market. At the west station of the Night Market Expressway, a formidable convoy emerged from the highway entrance, leading with a striking 048 infantry fighting vehicle. The sun glinted off its metallic surface, casting a cold, hard sheen that resembled a beast poised to pounce. Following closely were a dozen Warrior 3 armored assault vehicles, adorned with digital camouflage. The firepower they possessed, even before the apocalypse, was sufficient to wage a localized conflict against several smaller nations. Unlike the journey to the Prime Minister's gathering, on their return, Jia Sania's convoy was accompanied by a procession of civilian vehicles. These cars, encountered along the route back near the night market urban area, had converged after being drawn by the broadcasts from the Night University gathering. Most of these vehicles were sturdy off-roaders, large trucks, and rugged pickups, with a few showing signs of modification, protective mesh, reinforced bumpers, while ordinary sedans were conspicuously absent. Not a single vehicle from the land of the rising sun could be seen. Those familiar with such cars understood that while they were fuel efficient, they were as fragile as paper and offered little in terms of safety. Every vehicle bore traces of blood or dents from various collisions, underscoring the perilous nature of their journey. Jia Sanyu rolled down the window, allowing the languid sunlight to filter in. A gentle breeze carried the scent of fresh grass into the vehicle. Gazing outside, the world appeared brilliantly clear. Sunlight streamed through a delicate mist, casting a gentle glow upon the earthly realm, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. As they neared the base, a sense of relief washed over Jia Sanyu, easing the tension that had gripped him for so long. Gu Jiangwo and his wife sat in the Third Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle of the convoy to ensure the comfort of their superior's parents. Only the driver and 2 personal guards remained inside, while the other soldiers had dispersed into the remaining vehicles. Awakening from slumber, Gu Jiangwo's gaze fell upon the cityscape gradually coming into view. He was quite familiar with the night market, having frequently attended provincial meetings before the apocalypse. Now, the sight evoked a profound sense of nostalgia, a stark reminder of how much had changed. Prior to arriving at the night market, Gu Jiangwo had made numerous arrangements at the Prime Minister's gathering, even replacing several leaders who bore no guilt and promoting a few trusted allies to critical positions. His aim was to ensure that the gathering remained undisturbed during his absence. The significance of the Prime Minister's gathering had risen to a strategic height in Gu Jiangwo's mind, as it directly impacted the future of the Gu family. Thus, he could not afford any missteps. It was precisely this meticulous planning that had delayed his arrival by 2 days. Casting a glance at his still sleeping wife, Gu Jiangwo instinctively lowered his voice and spoke with concern to the driver. Xiaozhong, we have arrived at the night market. I suspect the route to the night university may be rather perilous. Just in the Prime Minister's town, the density of zombies is overwhelming. How dangerous must it be in the provincial capital of the night market, with a resident population exceeding 10 million? The sheer concentration and level of threat posed by the undead are utterly unimaginable. The leader need not worry. We have already cleared the road from Ijo University, and the Shibei Road has been swept twice, the first time under the direction of the commander. The driver, Zhang Wan, spoke in a nonchalant tone, his demeanor reflecting indifference. After spending the past few days together, Gu Jiangwo had come to understand that the only commander referred to by these soldiers was none other than his son, Gu Chengyuan. Had his son, concerned for their safe arrival, personally led a team to eradicate the zombies? A wave of emotion washed over Gu Jiangwo's composed gaze. What a remarkable young man. His efforts had not gone unnoticed. Yet, despite the heartfelt gratitude, Gu Jiangwo resolved to caution his son when they reunited. Their circumstances had changed. He could no longer take reckless risks. A child of privilege should not dwell in peril. Alas, his son was far too brave, a trait not inherited from him. Commander, this breakfast has been specially prepared for you by our company leader. Please have some, said a soldier who was closely guarding him, as he retrieved a lavish meal from the back of the vehicle, echoing the words taught to him by Jia Sanyu. Thank you. Gu Jiangwo accepted the food from the soldier, his gaze drifting toward the approaching night market, his emotions stirring with anticipation. He was finally about to reunite with his son. Alongside his overwhelming longing, he was filled with countless questions, all of which were about to be answered. How had this young man managed to attain the rank of commander? This question had plagued Gu Jiangwo over the past 2 days, often jolting him awake in the middle of the night. With no power or influence, having navigated the political landscape for over 20 years, achieving his current position felt like a remarkable feat. Could it be that his son was an exceptional talent beyond compare? Chapter 116. A visit from the Internal Guard Chief of Staff. We have entered North Stream Road. If the road conditions remain favorable, we should arrive at Night State University in approximately half an hour. On North Stream Road, a wheeled armored anti-terrorism assault vehicle traversed the path, its olive green body adorned with a mounted 7.62mm machine gun atop, while the doors bore the 4 crimson characters of the Great Zhou Internal Guard. Very well. Zhao Lei's brow furrowed. Just yesterday, he had been officially appointed as the new chief of staff by Liang Yuming, and today he was hastily en route to the assembly point at Night University. Originally, he was scheduled to meet with allied forces in the night market 2 days prior, but an urgent situation had arisen that required his attention until now. His hurried arrival today was also in response to this plea for assistance. As he observed the surroundings on North Stream Road, Zhao Lei noted that the route had evidently been cleared. There were no signs of zombies prowling about. and abandoned vehicles that had previously obstructed the roadway had all been pushed aside into the adjacent fields. Occasionally, he spotted survivor vehicles heading toward the gathering place at Night University, families in tow or small groups traveling together. Their vehicles stained with varying degrees of blood, a true depiction of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Upon sighting the armored anti-terrorism vehicle, the survivors' immediate reaction was to honk their horns in greeting, with some even rolling down their windows to shout in exuberance, expressing their elation. The sight of military presence reassured them of their safety. In a world turned upside down, nothing instilled a greater sense of security than witnessing the troops of the Zhou state. Inside a Raptor pickup truck, a young man clad in anti-stab gear could not contain his excitement, shouting, "Woohoo! Look, it's the army." The breeze flowed through the open window, enveloping everyone in a sense of relaxation. Indeed, it seems the broadcast was truthful. "The military has truly established a safe zone here," exclaimed another girl in the back seat, her face alight with excitement. "Finally, the roads have been cleared. Damn it, escaping was no easy feat." Thanks to Brother Xiao. Hearing his name mentioned, the man, dressed in work attire with a buzz cut, displayed a humble smile. "Oh, it's all thanks to everyone working together. I merely possess a bit of experience." The four youths in the vehicle had known each other before the apocalypse. Brother Xiao was a retired Special Forces soldier, while the other two men and one woman were thrill-seeking office workers. They had formed a small circle due to their shared interest in outdoor tactics, with Brother Xiao often taking the lead as the organizer and technical advisor for their activities. When the apocalypse erupted, they happened to be engaged in outdoor pursuits, and their survival was largely attributable to Lin Zhao's decisive role. The four carried 3 police handguns, which, among the survivor community, lent them a considerable sense of martial prowess. In contrast to the ordinary survivor's exuberance, Chief of Staff Zhao Lei found himself more contemplative, reflecting on the formidable strength of this gathering at Night University. His own internal guard unit in the night market was constrained by personnel losses and a lack of weaponry and ammunition, virtually immobilized in the Wanfu Villa area, barely managing to maintain stability without the capacity to expand outward. Although the stream area is situated on the outskirts of the city and does not boast a high population density, it still accommodates at least 1 million inhabitants. The Night University gathering place has established itself in the stream area and possesses the capability to connect surrounding transit routes, demonstrating formidable strength. In the brief span of 2 weeks since the apocalypse commenced, its remarkable power can only be attributed to the official forces, as Zhao Lei could not conceive of any other possibilities. It is essential to note that in the nation of Shou, civilians are prohibited from bearing arms, and no armed factions are permitted beyond the government. Even if a civilian group were fortunate enough to discover an arms depot, mere possession of firearms would not suffice for ordinary citizens to engage in combat. While self-defense may be feasible, sustaining such a vast enterprise necessitates a highly organized and combat-ready professional military force. After considerable speculation, Zhao Lei found himself unexpectedly optimistic about this appeal for assistance. Perhaps this Night University gathering place could indeed alleviate the current plight of the internal security forces. Half an hour later, the anti-terrorism assault vehicle carrying Zhao Lei arrived smoothly at Night University Road. As they progressed, the number of survivor vehicles increased significantly, culminating in a complete traffic jam. Observing the line of vehicles ahead, though not extensive, evoked a fleeting sense of nostalgia for the pre-apocalyptic world in Zhao Lei. Had this been before the end times, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to road rage by now. Yet in the current situation, Zhao Lei would gladly remain ensnared in this traffic for eternity. If only the apocalypse were merely a dream. What was once taken for granted has now transformed into the unattainable. And this stark contrast momentarily unsettled even a soldier like Zhao Lei. Chief of Staff, shall we reveal our identity to cut through the line? No. It's not a long wait anyway. Let me observe a little longer, Zhao Lei murmured, his eyes brimming with nostalgia for the world that existed before the cataclysm. Chapter 117. The Vision of the Mercenary Guild. Recently, Kai Anshin has been experiencing a blend of joy and anguish. In the initial days following the broadcast, the number of survivors gathered at the Night University's assembly area was disappointingly low. On the first day, merely 2 survivors arrived, and they were not drawn by the broadcast but rather happened upon the area by chance, discovering its relative safety from zombies. This led Kai Anshin to momentarily believe that the initiative to attract survivors through the broadcast had faltered, prompting him to ponder how to report this to Gucheng Yuan. However, to his astonishment, by the 3rd day, the influx of survivors surged dramatically, surpassing 100. Subsequently, every day, Hundreds of survivors began to converge from all directions towards the night market, a number that continued to escalate as the broadcast reach expanded and word of mouth spread among the survivors. The exponential increase in the survivor population filled Kai On-shin with immense delight, signifying his successful completion of the task entrusted to him by his superiors, which would undoubtedly enhance his standing with the higher-ups. Concurrently, his authority was subtly expanding. As the director of the Survivor Management Committee, he had previously overseen a few hundred individuals. Now, he was responsible for thousands, and it was anticipated that this number could multiply several times over in the near future. Goodness, at this rate, I might even run for mayor. What brought him even greater joy was encountering his former business rival, Fong Ziyuan, the CEO of Ziyuan Group. At the entrance of the gathering area just yesterday, Kai On-shin vividly recalled Fong Ziyuan dismounting from his horse, flustered during the inspection, and the sheer astonishment on his face upon seeing Kai On-shin. The thrill within Kai On-shin was almost overwhelming. The joy of human experience often springs from comparison. While personal success brings happiness, witnessing the downfall of a competitor can amplify joy exponentially. While the thriving development of the gathering area was a source of elation for Kai On-shin, the challenges posed by the influx of personnel and the management of their accommodation weighed heavily upon him. The housing situation was manageable. The West District of the Night University boasted 25 dormitory buildings, each capable of accommodating 1,500 individuals, with some even housing up to 2,000. In the short term, lodging was not a pressing concern. However, the placement of the survivors and the issue of resource allocation became increasingly troublesome. Thus far, the number of survivors received at the Night University assembly area had surpassed the original count, with the majority being able-bodied laborers. If these laborers were appropriately settled, they could unleash formidable productivity. Yet, if mismanaged, they could become a destabilizing factor within the community. Therefore, the proper arrangement of these individuals has been a focal point of ongoing discussions within the Survivor Committee. Additionally, the consumption of food supplies posed another significant challenge. Given the current population and its growth rate, estimates from the Survivor Management Committee indicated that the food reserves would be depleted by early October. Although the Agricultural College had organized students and survivors to cultivate over 1,000 acres of experimental fields, it was already September, and the variety of crops that could be sown was limited, mainly consisting of vegetables like radishes. While this would alleviate some pressure on food supplies, it did not address the fundamental issue. Kai On-shin was also contemplating the need to schedule a time to report these concerns to Guqingyuan. The Night University gathering place, once a bustling thoroughfare, has now been transformed into a checkpoint for survivors entering the enclave. The streets are teeming with personnel from the Survivors Management Committee, enforcing the latest regulations from the Night University Gathering Place Guidelines and the Night University Antivirus Protocol Trial Edition. Kai On-shin has established a zombie virus testing site on Night University Road, while the adjacent Night University resettlement area has been designated as a quarantine zone. Lin Xiao and his companions arrived at Night University Road ahead of Zhao Lei's group. After enduring a lengthy wait in line, they were guided by the staff to park their vehicle within the designated area. Please follow me. According to the management regulations of the gathering place, you are required to temporarily surrender all items in your possession. We appreciate your cooperation. The four exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern. They were armed with 3 firearms, hard-won from the corpses of transformed police officers. Is there a problem? The staff member inquired, noticing their hesitation. Simultaneously, a vigilant soldier raised his 191 assault rifle, casting a stern gaze in their direction. We have no concerns. Let's just comply, Lin Xiao thought, acutely aware that any further delay would invite the steely resolve of the armed soldiers. He had experienced similar situations before during his service. Reluctantly, they produced their handguns, placing them on the table before them. The firearms, so arduously acquired, were now being confiscated. Rest assured, we will take good care of them, the staff reassured, though Wang Yu couldn't help but silently scoff, as if they could manage them better than we could. Both Wang Yu and Lin Xiao believed that the Enclave's policy was to confiscate all weapons from survivors, reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic regime where private ownership of arms was strictly prohibited. Unbeknownst to them, the Survivors Committee had recently been deliberating a different possibility. Should survivors be allowed to bear arms? The world had irrevocably changed, and adhering to outdated protocols seemed increasingly impractical. Discussions were underway regarding the formation of a mercenary guild, aiming to arm a select group of inherently capable and restless survivors. incentivizing them to undertake tasks assigned by the Enclave. Would this not serve the community better? Currently, the Enclave's reliance solely on military forces appeared somewhat one-dimensional. Deploying troops for every trivial task seemed excessive. However, these discussions remained confined within the Survivors Management Committee, with the ultimate decision resting with Gu Qingyuan. The military controlled the arms supply, and without their approval, all conversations were mere speculation. After surrendering their belongings, each individual was issued a set of clean, albeit worn, clothing, along with a bag containing shampoo and body wash, before being escorted to 2 large shower tents. Men on the left, women on the right. I shall now escort you to this location. After you have completed your bathing, a designated individual will conduct a thorough examination of your entire body. Subsequently, you will be assigned to an isolation point, where you will be monitored for a period of 24 hours. If no issues arise, you will be granted permission to enter the gathering area. Thank you. Lin Xiao expressed her gratitude and gazed ahead at the 2 enormous army green tents, then glanced at the rows of isolation buildings nearby, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. The life in the post-apocalyptic gathering area is about to commence. Chapter 118, Arrival Commander. The radio from Company 1 has just reported that they are already on Creek North Road and will reach the assembly point in about 10 minutes. Inside the operations room, Zhou Guihong excitedly conveyed the news to Gu Qingyuan. As the battalion's clerk, he was well aware that the vehicle from Company 1 was transporting the commander's parents. Very well, have Junpeng prepare the vehicle. We shall go to the North Gate to welcome them. Upon hearing the news of his parents' safe arrival, Gu Qingyuan felt a surge of emotion. A perfect life encompasses not only professional success, but also familial harmony. With the system now at his disposal, as long as he remained composed and did not stray, achieving professional success would be within arm's reach. However, familial contentment was beyond the system's influence. Merely having his parents arrive safely was already a great blessing. As for his younger brother, Gu Qingyuan dared not harbor too many extravagant hopes and could only continue to rely on his brother's clever mind, wishing for him to tread a peaceful path, free from excessive tribulations. Dressed in his combat uniform, Gu Qingyuan stood before the mirror, adjusting his attire and smoothing his hair. Not bad. A handsome young man, he remarked. Let us go, Guihong. As they departed the operations room. By the time Gu Qingyuan and Zhou Guihong exited the military headquarters, Hu Junpeng had already driven out Gu Qingyuan's exclusive vehicle, the Hummer 3 armored assault vehicle, and parked it at the roadside. Commander, Zhou Guihong hurried a few steps to open the rear door for Gu Qingyuan. Once Gu Qingyuan entered the vehicle, the Hummer 3 swiftly made its way to the North Gate under Hu Junpeng's adept driving. Upon hearing that Gu Qingyuan was heading to the North Gate, Kai Anshin immediately sprang into action. Hey, little Lu, rally your team to tidy up the entrance quickly. The commander is coming soon. Understood, Director. Hurry, everyone. Grab your cleaning tools and sweep the entrance. Wipe down that door. And someone deal with the spider webs in the security room. Lu Shenfu, upon hearing of Gu Qingyuan's impending arrival, wasted no time and promptly organized the discipline inspection team to commence the cleaning. After issuing those commands, Kai Anshin dashed towards Night University Road. Hey, little Wong, quickly spread the word. The commander is arriving. Ensure that all staff maintain proper decorum. Look over there. Yes, I'm talking to you. Is that how you wear your protective suit? Get it sorted out quickly. How can the commander arrive to see such a sight? Also, the item collection station needs to be organized. It's a complete mess. The shower tent. Who is in charge of the shower tent? It's all waterlogged. Hurry and bring people to clean it up. Secretary Jean, come over here. Yes, boss. Secretary Jean promptly emerged from behind. How many times must I say it? When at work, refer to your title. Call me Director. Yes, Director. Immediately send a few quick-witted individuals to clear the path for the survivors. Company 1 will be arriving shortly. We must ensure that the commander and his parents can meet without obstruction. Can you manage that? Absolutely. Secretary Jin's gaze was resolute, as if he were preparing for a battle. Good, go quickly. As soon as Secretary Jin left, Gu Qingyuan's Hummer 3 armored command vehicle arrived at the school gate. Before Gu Qingyuan could step out of the vehicle, a fully armed security squad emerged in succession from the armored assault vehicle behind him, executing a practice threat assessment of the surrounding area. This spectacle captured the attention of the survivors outside, who began to speculate about which high-ranking official had arrived. Given the grand display, they were familiar with these staff members, and while they weren't particularly authoritative, their service demeanor left much to be desired. The heightened tension among the personnel suggested the presence of a significant leader, as the survivors craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the unfolding scene. They were swiftly halted by the soldiers on duty, who brandished their weapons ominously, compelling the onlookers to suppress their excessive curiosity. "Good day, Chief," Kyanshin called out, prompting the surrounding staff to respond in unison, as if signaled. "Good day, Chief." "Haha. Everyone, please continue your work. Do not mind me, I am merely here to observe," Gu Qingyuan remarked. "Old Kai, such pomp is unnecessary. We should prioritize practicality," he chided, though a smile graced his lips. Kyanshin, sensing she had struck the right chord, feigned a look of contrition while secretly relishing the moment. "Your critique is well-founded, Chief. However, I must implore you to recognize that this gathering was not orchestrated by me. While I can arrange for good day, Chief to be uttered, the affection the community holds for you is beyond my control." "Haha, you. Kyanshin feigned indignation, amusing Gu Qingyuan, who couldn't help but chuckle. It is no wonder that throughout history, emperors favored sycophants. Who wouldn't appreciate those who could bring joy and fulfill their emotional needs at any moment? In today's world, even women seeking partners emphasize emotional value, let alone a leader who holds sway over one's future." Subsequently, Gu Qingyuan, accompanied by Kyanshin, took a tour to inspect the arrangements for the survivors. After a thorough examination, he noted the orderly deployment and the systematic progression of the work, commending the efforts of the Survivor Management Committee. Soon, a piercing horn sounded at the intersection of Shibei Road and Yeda Road, prompting Gu Qingyuan to instinctively halt and gaze hopefully toward the junction. Chapter 119. Family Reunion. With the distinctive rumble of the 04A infantry fighting vehicle's engine, a formidable army turned off the intersection onto the night road. The vehicles, clad in robust armor and equipped with massive cannons, were followed by a long convoy of Warrior 3 armored assault vehicles, each mounted with a formidable machine gun. Bathed in sunlight, the entire battalion shimmered with a perilous metallic sheen, resembling a torrent of steel surging forth. This scene elicited a chorus of admiration from the surrounding survivors, who, in a pre-apocalyptic world, would have undoubtedly whipped out their phones to capture the moment for social media. "Wow, impressive," I marveled, though my lack of education left me with only a simple exclamation. If I had one of those, would I be in such a predicament? Surely, the zombies would fear me. Indeed, I felt reassured by the formidable display of armed forces. While the survivors were merely spectators, Zhao Lei, aboard the counter-terrorism assault vehicle, perceived the underlying significance. The night road was congested with survivor vehicles, and despite the presence of staff directing traffic, the convoy led by Jia Sanita progressed at a sluggish pace. Through the window, Zhao Lei could clearly observe the warriors inside the Warrior 3 vehicles, who were nearly all fully armed. In stark contrast to the under-resourced internal security, they appeared like militia. A fleeting exchange of glances revealed the soldiers' sharp eyes, exuding an undeniable aura of lethal intent. After a brief observation, Zhao Lei felt that 2 words encapsulated his impression: absolute elite. In terms of firepower configuration and the quality of personnel, they were indisputably exceptional. However, Zhao Lei was puzzled by the discrepancies in vehicle models, uniforms, and weaponry, which did not align with the standards of the Great Zhou. Could this be a covert unit? He pondered, somewhat bewildered. Thanks to the coordination of the Survivor Management Committee, the convoy successfully navigated the congested night road and arrived at the school gate. The astute Jia Sanyu had anticipated the presence of their superior, so he had already noted Gu Qingyuan standing at the entrance. "Attention, everyone. Straighten your attire. No slouching. The commander is right at the door. Let us present our best demeanor." "Understood. Understood." At this command, the soldiers, having been cooped up in the armored vehicle for nearly a day, promptly helped one another adjust their uniforms, striving to showcase their finest selves. Inside the armored vehicle, Gu Jiangwo and his wife, upon hearing Jia Sanyu's words through the vehicle's communication system, exchanged astonished glances. They gained a new appreciation for their sons standing within this unit. Given the ferocity displayed by this battalion in clearing the prime ministerial gathering, it was hard to fathom how their son had managed to command such discipline among a group of lethal warriors. Considering the implications, Gu Qingyuan chose not to orchestrate a heartfelt family reunion in front of the gathered survivors. Some matters, he believed, could be executed as a leader but should not be displayed openly. Although deploying a military unit to rescue family members is entirely reasonable from Gu Qingyuan's perspective, as he has invested resources to acquire this force from the system, ordinary survivors are oblivious to this context. They may perceive Gu Qingyuan as misusing public resources for personal gain, while Gu Qingyuan, possessing the system, may not be concerned about the survivors' opinions. The unity and progress of the community are paramount. No one should jeopardize the current harmonious and upward trajectory, not even the survivors themselves. Thus, Gu Qingyuan consciously chooses to avoid any actions that might disrupt such unity. Moreover, it is a form of kindness to refrain from appearing overly joyful when others are struggling. Gu Qingyuan has always regarded himself as a benevolent individual. He drove uninterrupted to the military headquarters, issuing commands via the intercom, and stood at the school gate in his impeccably tailored military uniform. As each vehicle from his unit passed by, the drivers slowed down and honked, while the officers in the passenger seats saluted him. Gu Qingyuan, with a serious demeanor, reciprocated each salute. When the armored assault vehicle carrying Gu Jianguo passed by, Gu's mother eagerly attempted to roll down the window to speak with her son, but Gu Jianguo promptly restrained her. Our son's position has changed. He is now a commanding officer. We must not disrupt his duties as he welcomes the soldiers returning from their missions. He also subtly reminded her to be mindful of their conduct. As the vice principal of Fengmao No. 1 Middle School, Wen Wan, although less experienced than her husband, was not entirely naive. Gu Jianguo's remarks quickly made her realize that her emotional outburst could cause complications for her son. She immediately composed herself, though she could not contain the tears streaming down her face. As a mother, her two sons were her entire world, and over the years, she had relinquished countless opportunities for advancement for their sake. Yet, she had never voiced these sacrifices, for this was her way of loving her children, not a performance for others. It was only after the last vehicle from the unit entered the school gate that Gu Qingyuan boarded the armored command vehicle. Upon reaching the military headquarters, he was informed that his parents had been escorted to the meeting room on the second floor by the capable Jia Senyu. With a heart full of anticipation, Gu Qingyuan pushed open the door to the meeting room, and his mother's familiar voice resonated, "My son." Before he could react, he was enveloped in a tight embrace by Wen Wan. "Mom, please don't cry. I'm here," Gu Qingyuan said, feeling somewhat at a loss for how to respond to his mother's emotional display as she anxiously checked to ensure he was unharmed. Only after confirming that Gu Qingyuan was whole did she finally exhale in relief. Her understanding of military life was still rooted in television dramas and exaggerated tales shared among acquaintances. In her mind, military existence was fraught with chaos, where bullets flew and her son struggled amidst a hail of gunfire, bloodied and battered. Especially after hearing that Gu Qingyuan had become the commander of the troops, her anxiety intensified. She worried about how much hardship her son must endure to ascend from a mere soldier to such a prestigious position in such a short span of time. Observing his mother's emotional turmoil, Gu Qingyuan cast a pleading glance at his father. Gu Jianguo, feeling helpless, shrugged his shoulders, indicating his inability to assist. His wife was wonderful in every aspect, gentle and understanding. But whenever the matter concerned their son, she transformed into a fiercely protective lioness. At that moment, he dared not speak, fearing he might unwittingly wear the label of an unsympathetic father. As a mere city-level official, he could hardly withstand such a burden. Thus, he unceremoniously abandoned his son's defense. As time passed, Gu's mother gradually regained her composure and began the familiar exchange between mother and son. "You've lost weight," she said, her face etched with concern, her maternal gaze unwavering. "Not at all. I've actually gained a few pounds since the apocalypse," Gu Qingyuan replied, puzzled. "I had a hearty meal," he insisted, "but I just weighed myself yesterday. How could this be? You're definitely thinner than before." Gu's mother raised her voice an octave. "Mom, you have a keen eye." Gu Qingyuan chose to respond from the heart. Chapter 120, Collaboration with the Internal Guard. A series of knocks resounded, interrupting the mother-son dialogue that was causing Gu Qingyuan a throbbing headache. While his mother's concern was undoubtedly warm, the headache was undeniably real. Upon hearing news of an urgent matter, Gu's mother promptly ceased her inquiries into her son's life and tidied her appearance, determined not to embarrass her son. "Come in." Standing at the door was Zhou Guihong, who, considering the leader was preoccupied with family matters, refrained from entering. He stood at the threshold, his gaze averted, as he reported, "I sincerely apologize for the interruption, but there is a rather urgent situation that necessitates immediate reporting." "An urgent situation?" Gu Qingyuan furrowed his brow, wondering if there was an issue at the blood mine. "Speak. What seems to be the problem?" "The personnel from the night market internal guard have arrived, one of whom claims to be the chief of staff." The existence of the night market internal guard did not surprise Gu Qingyuan. The military, equipped with modern weaponry, had been at a disadvantage due to organizational structure during the apocalypse, yet they were certainly capable of regaining their footing with the arms at their disposal. However, he pondered their intentions for approaching him. Was it due to the recent broadcast? Where are they now? They are currently outside the military headquarters. Their vehicles and firearms have been disarmed, and they are displaying a cooperative demeanor. All right, take me to see them. With his parents nearby. The urgency of family reunification could wait. Gu Qingyuan was determined to ascertain the purpose of the night market internal guard's visit first. Zombies represented a calamity for all humanity. Unless absolutely necessary, Gu Qingyuan did not wish to provoke a conflict with Zhou Bangqi, resulting in actions that could cause human suffering or expedite the zombies' advance. Mom, Dad, matters of importance take precedence. You should go. Don't mind us, his mother urged. Indeed, matters of importance come first. Can I sprout wings and fly? Off you go, his father added. Both Gu parents, being public servants, clearly understood the distinction between priorities and promptly encouraged their son to attend to his duties. Understood. Rest assured, Chief. I have already arranged logistics. Captain Xiao Gang will ensure both leaders are accommodated. Zhou Guiyang's timely voice alleviated Gu Qingyuan's final concerns. Very well. I trust you will handle it competently. With that, Gu Qingyuan exited the conference room and made his way outside the military headquarters. As he stepped out, he observed 4 soldiers clad in jungle camouflage stationed outside, surrounded by several armed guards. During his approach, Zhao Lei assessed the size of the gathering, the scale of the military, and estimated the infection ratio within the troops, concluding that this military unit was at least a brigade-sized formation prior to the apocalypse. However, witnessing the soldiers salute Gu Qingyuan as he emerged left him somewhat astonished. How can he be merely a lieutenant colonel? The commanding officer of a brigade should at least be a full colonel, right? Could it really be a battalion-sized unit? If so, how many personnel did this battalion encompass before the apocalypse? This is not the era of the sinking of Shenzhou, where a single regiment could stir up tens of thousands. Although shocked, Zhao Lei quickly adjusted his mindset, refraining from mentioning military ranks. This must be Chief Gu Qingyuan, renowned for his youth and capability. I am Zhao Lei, the Chief of Staff of the Night Market Internal Guard Brigade, extending warm greetings from our brigade commander Liang Yuming. Despite his rank being 1 level higher than Gu Qingyuan's, he was the first to extend his hand, greeting Gu enthusiastically. In this apocalyptic world, military ranks are but mere illusions. Everything must stem from genuine strength. The current reality is that their reasoning pales in comparison to Gu Qingyuan's prowess. Hello, Chief of Staff Zhao Lei. May I inquire as to your purpose for visiting? Gu Qingyuan inquired directly, smiling without unnecessary preamble. He had some familiarity with the Night Market Internal Guard Brigade, seemingly linked to the Jinong district. With so many zombies around, journeying across the night market to seek him out surely could not be merely for a meal, could it? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei was momentarily taken aback by Gu Qingyuan's straightforwardness, having intended to lay some groundwork first. However, since the other party had asked directly, it would be unseemly for a soldier to be hesitant, so Zhao Lei decided to speak candidly. I have come, rather audaciously, on behalf of the Night Market Internal Guard to seek collaboration. Collaboration? Gu Qingyuan's expression gradually turned cold. Is it possible you are considering a counteroffensive in the city? We have yet to firmly establish ourselves in the Shishui district. The city is far beyond our reach. Noticing Gu Qingyuan's changing demeanor, Zhao Lei hastily added, regarding a brigade-level ammunition depot. Gu Hong, come here. What is the matter? Chief of Staff Zhao Lei is a distinguished guest from afar. We have been conversing outside for so long, yet you have not prepared any tea. Yes, it is my fault, Chief. I will reflect on this. I will immediately instruct logistics to prepare tea. Apologies for the negligence of my subordinate, Chief of Staff Zhao. Shall we discuss further upstairs? After approaching Zhou Guihong, Gu Qingyuan immediately turned to Zhao Lei with a welcoming smile. A brigade-level ammunition depot. It holds at least 1 million rounds of ammunition. The specific brigade remains unknown. Yet regardless of its identity, the emphasis lies in the variety of ammunition, all representing an immense stockpile. Chapter 121. The ammunition depot of Qinghe Town. Gu Qingyuan warmly escorted Zhao Lei and his companions to the military's conference room, inviting Zhou Guihong to serve tea to the guests. Such a cordial demeanor left Zhao Lei and the others feeling a tad embarrassed. Commander Zhao, may I inquire what specific collaboration you have in mind? Once seated, Gu Qingyuan continued to probe the topic. The value of a brigade-level ammunition depot is considerable. especially in the apocalypse. In a certain sense, it holds greater importance than a granary. While provisions may stave off hunger, possessing firearms can determine who goes hungry. Nothing comes without a price. Every fortune and fate has long been marked by the hand of destiny. Gu Chengyuan was not blinded by the allure of the ammunition depot. Rather, he was keen to understand the cost he would have to bear. We hope to join forces with your military to seize this ammunition depot. This depot belongs to our night market internal guard brigade, containing 200,000 rounds of various light and heavy weaponry. A brigade-level ammunition depot belonging to the internal guard brigade? From Zhao Lei's brief remarks, Gu Chengyuan gleaned much valuable information. The most significant being an estimation of the current strength of the night market internal guard brigade. Typically, city-level internal guard brigades are regiment-sized, consisting of around 1,000 personnel. The possession of a brigade-level ammunition depot indicates that the night market internal guard brigade is also brigade-sized, likely comprising approximately 2,000 personnel before the end of the world. Considering the infection rates and casualties, even in the best-case scenario, the night market internal guard brigade should now be reduced to about 1,000 members. Is the ammunition depot located within the city? Gu Chengyuan inquired further. No, it is situated in Qinghe Town. Qinghe Town? Upon hearing the name, Gu Chengyuan felt a sense of familiarity. Qinghe Town is in close proximity to the night market, even nearer to the Creek District. At less than 30 kilometers from Night State University, he recognized it primarily because it also hosts a university town, albeit with only vocational colleges compared to the universities in the Creek District. Qinghe Town is considered a sizable town, with a population of around 100,000. Contemplating this information, Gu Chengyuan furrowed his brow. This endeavor appeared to be rather challenging. If I am not mistaken, the ammunition depot is likely located within Qinghe Town, correct? An ammunition depot situated in Qinghe Town could compel an internal guard brigade, with approximately 1,000 personnel, to humble themselves and seek collaboration by sharing the profits. Gu Chengyuan could think of no other reason for such a request, certainly not as a disguised benevolence. Many believe that military ammunition depots should be located in remote areas or deep in the mountains. However, this is not entirely accurate. Aside from certain sensitive special forces, many ordinary military depots are not particularly secluded. It is not uncommon for ammunition depots to exist even in the heart of urban centers, a legacy of historical circumstances. Upon hearing Gu Chengyuan's inquiry, Zhao Lei could only manage a bitter smile and nod in acknowledgement. When the ammunition depot was initially established, the higher-ups, considering that the internal security forces stored only standard munitions, decided to construct the depot within the existing training unit of the brigade to economize. This approach not only reduced costs, but also alleviated the burden of surveillance. In those economically challenging times, the military across the nation was tightening its belt, with the main forces enduring considerable hardship, even resorting to establishing farms for self-sufficiency, let alone the internal security forces, which were of a lower echelon. As the domestic economy improved and public security correspondingly enhanced, the necessity for relocating the internal security forces diminished. After all, the bureaucratic procedures for relocating an ammunition depot were exceedingly cumbersome, requiring applications to be submitted to the Zhoubang military headquarters, while a successful relocation yielded no rewards. Any missteps during the process could bring repercussions for a multitude of individuals. This exemplifies a classic case of laborious endeavors yielding no appreciation. Thus, subsequent leaders lacked the motivation to advance the matter. Consequently, the ammunition depot, situated at the town center, remained intact to this day. Gu Chengyuan's speculation was not unfounded. The internal security forces sought collaboration due to the overwhelming number of zombies. However, there was another reason that Gu Chengyuan had not accounted for. The actual strength of the night market internal security brigade was far worse than he had estimated. Now dwindling to less than 500 personnel, utterly incapable of mounting an offensive against the ammunition depot in Qinghe Town. In the early stages of the apocalypse, their troop strength had indeed aligned with Gu Chengyuan's estimates, but during the evacuation of residents from the city, nearly half of their numbers, including the chief of staff, were lost to the tide of corpses. The brutality of that situation is unimaginable. It is essential to recognize that ordinary civilians do not possess the same mobility as military personnel. Many individuals, even in the face of disaster, are prone to hesitation and distractions. Zhao Lei recalled an absurd encounter with an elderly woman who insisted that the troops assist her in transporting her belongings. Zhao Lei urged her to prioritize her life, to which she retorted that losing her decades of savings was tantamount to death itself. With no other choice, Zhao Lei had to enlist 2 soldiers to carry her supplies. Many soldiers from the brigade sacrificed their lives in such encounters, and each recollection of these events causes Zhao Lei's heart to ache. Had he been the person he is now during that time, he would have undoubtedly given the woman a sharp reprimand, one slap for her and another for his past self. The Zhoubang government had sheltered ordinary citizens too well. Although many enjoy expressing their grievances online, their true responses are strikingly honest in reality. Even the sound of firecrackers does not prompt them to take cover, but rather they seek free gifts and 5-star reviews. Chapter 122. Finalizing the collaboration. How shall we collaborate? What forces shall each side contribute? How will the ammunition be allocated post-operation? Upon recognizing the feasibility of the partnership, Gu Chengyuan directly posed the pivotal question regarding profit distribution, whether between individuals or organizations. The smooth progression of cooperation aimed at mutual benefit undeniably hinges on the equitable distribution of interests. If the allocation of benefits is mishandled, all discussions become futile. You provide a company, and we shall contribute a battalion. We will seize the ammunition depot and divide the spoils equally. Zhao Lei articulated the collaborative proposal he had previously established with Liang Yuming. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengyuan pondered briefly before inquiring, "Who will lead the assault?" "We shall take the lead," Zhao Lei responded without hesitation, as this had also been previously agreed upon with Liang Yuming. Although leading the assault entails a higher risk of casualties, since it was their side that sought collaboration, a definitive stance was necessary. To waver and hesitate is unbecoming of a soldier. "You will lead? Do you possess heavy firepower?" Zhao Lei, puzzled by Gu Chengyuan's tone, responded earnestly, "We have 7 62mm caliber light machine guns and vehicle-mounted machine guns." "Is that truly considered heavy firepower?" Gu Chengyuan's question carried an assertive edge. "Each of our squads is equipped with 12 7mm caliber vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns, along with 35mm grenade launchers. No offense intended. But what you refer to as heavy firepower would scarcely qualify under my command." Gu Chengyuan's blunt remarks left Zhao Lei feeling exposed. He understood that the regular army's equipment surpassed that of the internal security forces significantly, yet such a direct comparison was unnecessary. Such candor could jeopardize their cooperative spirit. Simultaneously, unease crept in. Was it possible that half was deemed insufficient? Was there an attempt to leverage the disparity in firepower to negotiate a higher stake? However, Gu Chengyuan did not afford him the luxury of contemplation. "Your firepower is inadequate. We shall take the lead in the assault. In addition to the infantry company, we will deploy a main battle tank platoon. However, in terms of ammunition allocation, we require an additional 10%. This proposal stemmed from Gu Chengyuan's meticulous deliberation. This operation differed from conventional annihilation missions, where time could be leisurely spent grinding down the undead. The essence of this endeavor to capture the ammunition depot lay in speed. A swift advance and rapid strike were essential to ensure a timely withdrawal before a horde could coalesce, thereby necessitating a high level of offensive efficiency. This called for exceptional firepower and breakthrough capability, as the leading forces must act like a sharpened blade, capable of swiftly tearing through the throngs of the undead. The quicker they advanced, the more time would be afforded to the following operations, thus ensuring greater safety for the troops. The horde, though terrifying, was not a unified entity. While a wave of zombies could be daunting, its formation required time. Therefore, this operation hinged on exploiting the temporal gap with the horde, necessitating a rapid ingress and egress. Has it begun? No, it has already concluded. It was upon these reflections that Gu Chengyuan willingly undertook the mantle of leading the assault. Since we have chosen to cooperate, we must act as one. If the internal security forces falter due to insufficient firepower and are unable to swiftly turn the tide, the safety of Gu Chengyuan's troops will also be jeopardized. As for the additional 10% of profits, it is due to the inclusion of an extra tank platoon. He is eager to witness the performance of the 99A main battle tank, weighing over 50 tons, in urban warfare. It is merely a tank platoon, which costs just 36,000 in currency. With a little determination, it can be arranged. Given the current state of the troops, it is indeed time for the king of land warfare to stretch its legs and breathe. What do you think of this proposal? Zhao Lei, however, heard little more than the words main battle tank platoon. How extravagant. Damn. He felt a surge of envy. A main battle tank, so casually referenced, is merely a platoon? Zhao Lei was nearly consumed by jealousy. Their internal security forces treat retired armored vehicles from the regular army as treasures. They are revered ancestors. practically begging for the vehicles to take them for a ride. A mere short drive necessitates a thorough maintenance check, fearing to tire this precious asset. Were it not for the recent death of the chief of staff, given Liang Yiming's character, he would have merely approved a Shijing Jeep for Zhao Lei this time. When will our internal security forces finally rise? In the past, during times of peace, it didn't seem so pressing, but now, amidst this apocalyptic situation, it has become painfully evident that the regular army lives so well while the internal security forces suffer. A 7.62mm machine gun is no longer even considered sustenance? How enviable. Yet, one wonders if they're in need of strategists. If they are, Zhao Lei suddenly felt indifferent about this long-range support behind him. Of course, there is no issue. It is only right that you contribute more and share a greater portion. Observing Zhao Lei's swift agreement, Gu Chengyuan began to question if he had asked for too little. Strength dictates everything, leaving Zhao Lei no room for refusal. Before arriving, he had negotiated a baseline of 30-70 with Liang Yiming. Ultimately, even with equal troop numbers, being able to secure 30% would be acceptable. This was a last resort, as the internal security detachment in the night market faced not only a severe shortage of personnel but also an extreme lack of ammunition. The usual reserves at their garrison were minimal, and after escorting ordinary citizens from the city, the entire detachment's ammunition, when averaged, barely provided each soldier with 3 magazines. This is precisely why there is an urgency to strike at the ammunition depot. They are nearly out of supplies. Very well, then, it is settled. When shall we set the date for action? As soon as possible. Delays may lead to unforeseen changes. Zhao Lei phrased this cautiously, not revealing too much urgency. Instead attributing it to the threat of zombies. How about 2 days from now? Our 2 forces will assemble at the expressway entrance to Qishui town. Does that sound acceptable? No problem. Hearing this time frame, Zhao Lei was exceedingly pleased. 2 days is just right, allowing the troops time to prepare without dragging it on too long. After solidifying their cooperation, Zhao Lei took his leave. He also plans to rush back before nightfall to report this splendid news to Liang Yiming. In a gathering of 20,000 people, there are fewer than a battalion of internal guards maintaining order, and soon another company must be dispatched. There remains a multitude of tasks to be accomplished. Chapter 123, Father-Son Night Conversations in the evening. Gu Chengyuan dined with his parents. Xiao Gang, the efficient commander of the logistics support company, brought forth the finest provisions for this meal. Delicacies such as braised beef, clear braised lamb chops, and steamed perch graced the table, accompanied by a bottle of 53-degree fragrant liquor. While such a feast might have seemed ordinary before the apocalypse, it now represented a dream unattainable for the average person, since the military headquarters resumed power supply. Xiao Gang had secured a spacious graduate classroom to store refrigerators collected from outside. These refrigerators were designated for preserving perishable ingredients, including various fruits, vegetables, and fresh meats. Xiao Gang intended to utilize this room as a dedicated warehouse to ensure Gu Chengyuan's sustenance. It was not as if the leadership craved the stars from the heavens. If this could not satisfy them, what face would Xiao Gang have left to enter the department in the future? After the meal, the father and son strolled across the playground, while Gu's mother, aware that they might have serious matters to discuss, refrained from joining them. What splendid weather awaited them tomorrow? Gu Zhangwo gazed at the evening glow and mused. Indeed, good weather is favorable. It does not hinder progress. Gu Chengyuan's gaze drifted beyond the school walls towards the direction of the resettlement area, where, in recent days, shadows of people seemed to flicker within the previously desolate buildings. The number of individuals gathering at the stronghold was increasing, creating a semblance of community. This evoked a sense of nostalgia in him. Who would have imagined that just 2 weeks prior, he was a struggling university student squeezing onto crowded buses, now providing shelter for so many? Was this not a testament to the system's ability to forge heroes? Gu Zhangwo followed his son's gaze, feeling a deeper sense of awe. The impact he experienced was far more profound than what he had heard from Jia Sanyu. Today, witnessing the absolute obedience of the stronghold's military to his son and the adoration of the survivors was astonishing. At his son's age, he had merely begun his career. They often say that the first 30 years are spent raising a son, and the latter 30 observing him. Yet he found himself reliant on his son far sooner than anticipated. Had it not been for his son's timely dispatch of troops, he and his wife would have been uncertain of their own safety. If he were placed in a position of native authority within the stronghold, he would certainly not allow himself to depart. Observing his son's gradually resolute and mature visage, Gu Zhangwo had many questions he longed to ask, such as what his son had endured and how he ascended to such a position. However, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, they seemed futile. Clearly, Extraordinary means were employed to reach this stature. Previously, he believed his son was merely promoted by others, yet now, within the stronghold, everyone appeared to revere him, as if he had donned the emperor's robe. The thought that his inherently good-natured son had encountered the darkness of humanity at such a young age filled Gu Jiangwo with remorse. If only he had climbed higher in life, his son would not have had to bear such burdens. Gu Qingyuan was oblivious to the intricate thoughts of his father, and a sense of unease washed over him at the prospect of having to explain the origins of the military. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation to his younger brother. Gu Qingyuan, "Dad, about my brother," he began, only to be interrupted by Gu Jiangwo's dismissive gesture. "Your brother is too far away. He must rely on himself. Your mother and I have already prepared ourselves for this. You need not carry any psychological burden. Every individual has their own fate." As Gu Jiangwo spoke of fate, a profound sorrow flickered in his gaze. As a father, who could fail to love their own child? Regardless of Gu Qingyuan's current superiority over Gu Qingyuan, Gu Jiangwo did not favor one son over the other. His silence stemmed from a parent's desire to maintain impartiality. If his eldest son possessed the capability to traverse thousands of kilometers to rescue his brother, their fraternal bond would surely compel him to act, even without prompting. Yet the reality was that Gu Qingyuan lacked the means to undertake such a journey. To mention it would amount to an emotional entrapment, an injustice to his eldest son. Thus, Gu Jiangwo's deeper frustration lay in his own inability. Is not a father's role to shield his family from harm? At that moment, Gu Qingyuan felt an internal sigh of relief. He too feared that his parents might urge him to send aid to his brother. He wished to rescue him, but his current capabilities were insufficient. Setting aside the distance of over 1,000 miles, what could he achieve upon arrival? With Yuqing being the largest city in the southwest region of the state, boasting a permanent population of over 30 million. Locating his brother amid such vastness would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, even if he brought all his forces. It would be far more prudent to focus on rapid development, for perhaps there would be an opportunity in the future. Having a system certainly grants one the power to act freely, but that is not the reality of the present. If it were so, it would not be termed a war system, but rather a system of dominion. Chapter 124. Father, you have caused me great suffering. Realizing the atmosphere had grown heavy, Gu Jiangwo swiftly shifted the topic, understanding that sorrow would not resolve problems. One must live in the present. What are your plans for the future? The abrupt transition from family matters to future aspirations nearly left Gu Qingyuan momentarily speechless. It felt reminiscent of his childhood when teachers would inquire about their ambitions. Back then, his classmates expressed desires to become police officers, scientists, or doctors, while he simply wished to be an ordinary citizen, as they all claimed it was to serve the populace. Ironically, Gu Qingyuan had always preferred being served by others. His dream had nearly earned him a reprimand from his teacher due to its simplicity. Although he was not an ordinary citizen now, it seemed he had nonetheless achieved that goal. The entire military system and community were, in fact, at his service. This service was not a base or vulgar indulgence, but rather a means to construct a shared human community in the apocalypse. Noticing his son's silence, Gu Jiangwo assumed it stemmed from a lack of direction and continued. Now that you are the leader of the community and command the military, you can no longer adopt the mindset of a college student from 2 weeks ago. As a leader, you must not allow daily tasks to confine your perspective. You must elevate your vision and strategize from a broader viewpoint. A leader is akin to a helmsman. You only need to determine the ship's course, not how to navigate it. The direction dictates everything. Do you have a direction now? As Gu Jiangwo imparted his earnest advice, Gu Qingyuan did not feel impatience. Rather, he began to reflect on himself. Recently, he had indeed only focused on immediate matters, lacking any planning or objectives regarding the expansion of his influence. Though it appeared he was progressing, it resembled a headless fly, merely addressing immediate needs. Contemplating this, Gu Qingyuan understood that his father must have had some thoughts, or else he would not have broached the subject so suddenly. With a seasoned advisor right before him, there was no better time to seek counsel. Please share your insights. The father-son dynamic had always been relaxed, and Gu Qingyuan instinctively made a jest. Haha. Then allow me to offer you a few pointers. I have gathered some insights regarding your community from Captain Jia. Today, as I had my own matters to attend to, I took a stroll and indeed formulated some thoughts that I would like to share with you. Let us begin with the internal structure of the community. It is far too rudimentary. Even a random company from the pre-apocalyptic era would possess a more sophisticated framework. For now, let us categorize it into 4 major sectors: politics, culture, economy, and military. In terms of politics and military, you are performing adequately. You have established a system of checks and balances. If you can maintain control over the military, there shouldn't be any significant issues, provided you hold onto the military tightly. Regarding military strength, Gu Jianguo may not have fully grasped its depth before the apocalypse, but having experienced the unrestrained power that comes with commanding an army, he developed a profound obsession with military might. So this is how politics can be played? What is the point of scheming? It's exhausting and mentally taxing. He greatly appreciated Lu Chang's phrase, execute them all, drag them out, and shoot them. The approach is quite straightforward and efficient. Regarding cultural endeavors, what kind of radio station have you established? The framework appears commendable, yet I have heard that it primarily focuses on external promotion, which is somewhat lacking. Both internal and external communications must be adeptly managed, with equal emphasis on both fronts. External communication serves to attract, while internal communication aims to maintain stability. Many formidable nations or forces have been dismantled from within. Do not assume that possessing a military guarantees invulnerability. Unless you annihilate everyone, public sentiment must be diligently attended to. Humans are emotional beings, sometimes so timid that thousands will not dare to resist a mere handful, and at other times, one individual may boldly challenge tens of thousands. As the saying goes, the fear of death can lead one to avoid certain perils. Gu Jianguo, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the sinking sun on the horizon, his tone imbued with reflection. Understanding human nature is a key to success. Lastly, we arrive at the economic aspect. You are currently implementing a rationing system, are you not? While rationing is suitable for emergencies, it can only serve as a temporary measure. Prolonged implementation will inevitably lead to stagnation, a lesson drawn from experience and history. At present, it is not the design of the system driving the survivors in the settlement upward, but rather passion, essentially, the fervor of love fueling their efforts. Once the population of the settlement increases, I advise you to restore the market. Control over energy, food, and arms, these vital elements, should be firmly in hand, serving as tools to manipulate the settlement while discarding the rest. However, this will necessitate the issuance of currency. At this juncture, Gu Jianguo suddenly turned to gaze deeply into Gu Chengyuan's eyes. Issuing currency? Gu Chengyuan suddenly comprehended. No wonder he sensed something amiss in his father's words. Yet he could not pinpoint the discrepancy. Was this what had been anticipated? Could such a task be undertaken by an ordinary individual? This falls under the realm of national sovereignty. His father's proposal to issue currency was tantamount to suggesting he declare independence. After expressing his thoughts, Gu Jianguo once more turned his gaze to the distant horizon, awaiting his son's reaction. He believed that, given his son's capabilities, he should grasp the underlying meaning. He had paved the way for his son, yet whether his son possessed the ability to tread this path remained uncertain. After all, he was still unaware of how Gu Chengyuan had assembled his army, so at this pivotal moment of decision, he chose not to interfere. Independence, while promising a grand future, also carries significant risks. He hoped for his son to achieve great aspirations, but more importantly, he wished for his safety. Upon grasping his father's intent, Gu Chengyuan experienced a revelation, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the clear sky. Previously, he had solely focused on the development of the military. Yet he had never contemplated the purpose of such growth. Now, with Gu Jianguo's words, it seemed as though a latent ambition within him was being ignited. Independence? Even. Feeling a surge of fervor within, Gu Chengyuan could not suppress a wry smile. Father, you have truly placed a heavy burden upon me. On the 2nd day of July, as a reward, I will send each of you a complimentary gift via V. Chapter 125, The Garrison Mode? Guangqiang, have my parents awakened? Early the following morning, Gu Chengyuan sat in his office, savoring the breakfast just delivered by the mess hall, casually inquiring of Pu Guangqiang. The breakfast was rather light, consisting of a basket of steamed buns, a bowl of millet porridge, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Last night, he had engaged in a lengthy discussion with Gu Jianguo, meticulously exploring future development paths. Primarily, Gu Jianguo spoke while Gu Chengyuan listened, for as a university student, he undeniably lacked the broader perspective that came with his father's 2 decades of political experience. While one could rely on innate talent and informal learning for strategic acumen, a comprehensive worldview was inextricably linked to experience and the honing of one's skills within the right environment. Not yet. Should I summon the leaders? There's no need. Let them rest a little longer. They've been working hard lately. Through their conversation, Gu Chengyuan gleaned insights into his parents' circumstances in this post-apocalyptic world. Gu Jianguo had shouldered the weight of the prime minister's stronghold almost single-handedly, a taxing endeavor, especially given his age. Please summon Kion Shin. Yes, sir. After Pu Guangxiang departed, Gu Qingyuan opened the system interface. Money, 63, 213. Contemplating the use of this sum, he determined that the first order of business would be to summon a tank platoon, as previously agreed upon with the internal security forces of the night market. In truth, an armored infantry company could suffice, however. The decision to deploy main battle tanks was primarily to project strength, although he had chosen to obscure his military identity within the ranks. The other party had tacitly refrained from probing further. Nevertheless, to avert any potential rash actions on their part, Gu Qingyuan felt compelled to employ the imposing 99A main battle tank as a preventive measure. This was crucial for his next phase of the resurrection plan. Gu Zhangwo, whether intentionally or inadvertently, had steered the conversation toward the issue of legitimacy in history. Historically, it has been said that those with strong soldiers and robust horses occupy the land. Yet, why did those same powerful warriors frantically seek the imperial seal? Even among those who turned against the heavens and usurped their ancestors' legacies, many sought the allure of legitimacy, which is deeply ingrained in the souls of every generation of the Zhou people. Hence, the tank platoon would cost 36,000. Furthermore, Gu Qingyuan aimed to assemble an infantry battalion before his father's return to the Prime Minister's stronghold. Yes, after their extensive discussion last night, Gu Qingyuan had come to understand his father's vision to transform the Prime Minister's stronghold, situated in the southwest region of Yi Province with its unparalleled geographical advantages, into a solid foundation. That area faced minimal zombie threats, boasted extensive arable land, was located along key transport routes, and was rich in natural resources, making it perfectly aligned with the strategy of stockpiling provisions. While the night market also had its merits, the millions of zombies in the urban center represented an unstable time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Even if Gu Qingyuan were granted a brigade, he held little confidence in maintaining its defense. Despite the zombies currently appearing feeble before the military, one must remember that sometimes a quantitative change leads to a qualitative transformation. With a base of over 10 million, who could predict what unsolvable monstrosities might emerge? Thus, it is of paramount importance to secure a retreat, allowing for a composed withdrawal should the situation at the night market spiral out of control. This foresight enables one to relocate and pursue development elsewhere, avoiding the humiliation of being driven away like a stray dog and having to start anew. In light of these considerations, the strategic significance of the Prime Minister's gathering place has been elevated to an extraordinary level, rendering it impossible to continue with trivial skirmishes as before. A battalion of troops resembles angelic investment, bestowing the Prime Minister's enclave with the capacity for self-sustenance. This infantry battalion can be deployed to clear the surrounding villages and towns, gathering resources and cores, all of which will be utilized for the development of the Prime Minister's stronghold, thus creating a virtuous cycle. Over time, barring unforeseen circumstances, this battalion will expand, and the Prime Minister's gathering place will flourish and grow stronger. This inevitably brings to mind the model of American global military presence extracting protection fees. As one's future expands, adopting this military model seems plausible, with unwavering loyalty from one's troops, free from concerns of betrayal. The advantages of such an approach are manifold. Firstly, from a resource perspective, utilizing the resources of these enclaves will sustain one's army. Although system soldiers are summoned, their needs for sustenance and other necessities mirror those of ordinary individuals, resulting in considerable expenses. Moreover, they can also engage in labor to earn additional income. If I slay the zombies, it is only fair that I claim the crystal cores, is it not? I have safeguarded you. Therefore, it is reasonable for you to provide me with a crystal core as a protection fee, is it not? Secondly, this method facilitates greater control over these enclaves. The term occupation can sound harsh and may breed resentment. However, framing it as protection appears far more amicable, preserving the dignity of all involved. By referencing the American military presence in Japan and South Korea, one can observe how minimal investment can yield substantial control and influence. A force of tens of thousands can compel these populous and developed nations to act obediently, occasionally performing acts of self-sacrifice for their protector. Contemplating this, I am increasingly convinced of the potential of the military model. It is no wonder that remarkable individuals often turn to historical texts. What may seem like mere reading is, in fact, meticulous transcription. While you foolishly attempt closed-book examinations in life's grand tests, they are already engaged in open-book studies, rapidly transcribing from history. In comparison, if you do not assume the role of a workhorse, who will? The system summons a tank platoon, a rifle company. Ding minus 56,000 money. 7,213 summoning successful. Chapter 126. Gu Min. Knock, knock, knock. Report. Please enter. Just after Gu Chengyuan's summons, Kai Anshin's voice resonated from outside the door. Chief. I heard you were looking for me. Yes, indeed. Come, have a seat, old Kai. Observing Kai Anshin, drenched in sweat and breathless, Gu Chengyuan urged him to sit down promptly. This man was one of his most capable aides. He could not afford to let him exhaust himself. Why are you sweating so profusely? Gu Chengyuan inquired, handing him a glass of water. Seeing this, Kai Anshin hurriedly stood up, bent over, and accepted the glass with both hands, somewhat flattered. Oh, Chief, I could manage on my own. I heard from the camp office that you were looking for me. In fearing you might wait too long, I rushed over from the North Gate. The North Gate? Gu Chengyuan asked, slightly puzzled. Yes. Although order has been restored at the North Gate, I still have some concerns regarding the numerous external survivors, so I felt it imperative to oversee things personally. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengyuan scrutinized Kai Anshin, noting the significant weariness etched upon his features since their last meeting. He could not help but exclaim, You've worked hard. Old Kai. Upon receiving Gu Chengyuan's praise, the 50-something Kai Anshin sprang to life like a coiled spring, his gaze resolute, his tone infused with fervor. It is my utmost delight to serve our leaders. You bear the burden of hope for civil reconstruction. You must take care of your health. Ah. Let us set aside such pleasantries and discuss work. Gu Chengyuan, still a university student, felt somewhat embarrassed by Kai Anshin's flattery and swiftly diverted the conversation. Nonetheless, he found the compliments genuinely warming. Report, Chief. I would like to first update you on the situation at the Provincial Workers' Hospital. We organized a cleanup operation involving 200 survivors. After a full day of work yesterday, we have managed to restore the outpatient department, which sustains most of the hospital's medical functions. The surviving medical staff at the Provincial Workers' Hospital commenced their duties this morning. According to Director Wang Jianjun, the hospital currently retains only about 10% of its pre-apocalypse medical capabilities, with only orthopedic and some surgical procedures remaining viable, while the inventory of medications is currently ample. Certain drugs require stringent storage conditions and specialized equipment. Therefore, Director Wang strongly recommends restoring electricity promptly to ensure the equipment operates effectively and to prevent the deterioration of the medications. Indeed, the storage of pharmaceuticals is a significant concern. Many essential medications are quite delicate and demand strict temperature controls. Failure to meet these requirements can easily compromise their efficacy. Very well. I shall issue a directive for you to coordinate with the faculty and students of the engineering department to restore power. Use this directive to also address the fuel requirements for the power station with Logistics Support Company Commander Xiao Gang. Understood. With Gu Chengyuan's deliberate separation, the faculty and students of the school were classified under the research system, independent of the gathering area and military, with only him possessing the authority to mobilize them. The issue of fuel was previously not his concern. It was readily available on the streets, with numerous unattended gas stations operating in a self-service mode. If one required fuel, they could simply find a vehicle by the roadside and siphon off some. Gu Chengyuan now deliberately emphasized this point, intending to gradually bring energy resources under his control. Kai Anshin immediately grasped the implication. The leader was poised to initiate structural separation, intending to personally oversee energy and scientific research. He held no particular thoughts on this, and even planned to convene a meeting upon his return to stress the importance of abandoning the previous lax approach, prohibiting unauthorized siphoning of fuel, and mandating that all fuel usage must receive approval from the Logistics Support Unit. Even the extraction of fuel from abandoned vehicles would require consent. Henceforth, there would no longer be such a thing as wild gasoline or makeshift gas stations. All would fall under the purview of the Logistics Support Unit. What does this signify? It embodies political awareness, aligning with the leader's directives. He was in full agreement with Gu Chengyuan's consolidation of power, fully aware that his position as the chief steward of this gathering was entirely reliant on Gu Chengyuan's assent and the backing of his forces. In other words, were it not for safety concerns, without Gu Chengyuan's military support, countless individuals within this community would claim authority and leadership roles. There would be no place for a senior like him to speak. He would likely have been swiftly overthrown by the younger, more ruthless individuals, or perhaps even betrayed from behind, succumbing to treachery. In a post-apocalyptic world, how could one maintain their standing without martial prowess? Did humanity truly uphold respect for the elderly and care for the young after centuries of internal strife? Kai Anshin possessed a clear understanding of the source of his authority. Thus, he wholeheartedly supported any measures beneficial to Gu Cheng-yuan, resolutely defending his interests. Supporting Gu Cheng-yuan equated to supporting himself, while opposing him meant opposing oneself. This encapsulates Kai Anshin's moral perspective in the Apocalypse, the Gu clan. Chapter 127. News of the helicopter. Are there any other matters requiring my approval? Gu Cheng-yuan jested, relishing the rare opportunity to converse. He was quite pleased with Kai Anshin's obedient demeanor, no matter what he said. She never questioned him, but instead chose to execute his directives with unwavering resolve. He appreciated this attitude immensely. What leaders detest most is when they express a notion, only to be met with a barrage of inquiries. Do you suppose it reflects a sense of responsibility or thoughtful suggestions for the leader? Apologies. But leaders merely perceive it as a challenge to their authority. Kai Anshin did not consider herself akin to Wei Zhang, regardless of whether Gu Cheng-yuan was correct or mistaken. She steadfastly adhered to his commands. In the realm of survival, what holds paramount importance? Loyalty. Loyalty. And above all, unwavering loyalty. Report to the leader. There is indeed a matter requiring your decision. The provisions in our gathering place may not last much longer. As soon as the topic of supplies arose, Kai Anshin instinctively adopted a serious tone. Humans are the most adaptable of creatures, capable of enduring nearly anything, yet the one thing they cannot tolerate is hunger. A perusal of history reveals that widespread chaos often stems from the impoverished populace's inability to procure food. You may scold me, strike me, or even threaten my life. But should you dare to deprive me of sustenance, I shall rise in rebellion. Thus, the issue of food is undeniably grave. Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng-yuan remained unperturbed. With a weapon in hand, he felt secure. His immediate thought was, where should they see supplies? However, Kai Anshin was far too astute to make the elementary mistake of deferring the problem to her leader. She promptly continued, I do have a suggestion. Due to our business dealings, our group undertook a project with the Night Province Grain Storage Group a few years back. They commissioned us to construct a granary capable of storing 100,000 tons of grain in the Yin-Nu district. A granary for 100,000 tons of grain? Gu Cheng-yuan's voice involuntarily rose in pitch. Goodness, that is an immense quantity of provisions. Sensing his bewilderment, Kai Anshin quickly added. The head of their group at the time stated that this granary would suffice to feed 1 million people for half a year. 1 million people for half a year? Currently, our gathering place comprises only about 2,000 individuals. Even if we amplify that number 50-fold to 100,000, this granary would still provide sustenance for 5 years. Wouldn't it? Moreover, with the gathering place's current super-efficient grain conservation model, that figure may well extend for several additional years. Old Kai, you are truly my fortunate charm. Gu Cheng-yuan exclaimed in admiration. His words reflected not only Kai Anshin's astute recollection of the granary, but also the relatively low difficulty in acquiring it. The Yin-Nu district was established only in recent years as a developing area, adjacent to the Shishui district. Gu Cheng-yuan had visited it before the apocalypse. It was a sparsely populated region. The density of buildings and inhabitants was minimal, making it rare to encounter anyone even after walking several hundred meters. For Gu Cheng-yuan, who commanded an army, this was akin to effortlessly devouring the granary itself. It was an opportunity too valuable to disregard. Ah, Lao Kai, you have indeed accomplished a remarkable feat, resolving the dining dilemma of our community. Speak up, what reward do you desire? As long as it is within my power, I shall grant it without a moment's hesitation. Gu Cheng-yuan is not a miserly leader. Having achieved such a significant contribution, Kai Anshin certainly deserves a fitting reward. To bestow merely 2 lamb chops for such an achievement would be utterly inappropriate. It would be akin to offering a mere banner in exchange for the donation of priceless artifacts. Upon hearing these words, Kai Anshin's eyes brimmed with tears. His expression uncharacteristically tense and awkward. What is the matter? Why does such joyful news bring tears? No, I assure you, Chief. It is merely thoughts of my daughter that have overwhelmed me. I wonder if I might use this opportunity for a reward to request the deployment of troops to rescue my daughter. As he uttered this plea, Kai Anshin's heart raced, and he fixed his anxious gaze upon Gu Cheng-yuan, his hands unconsciously twisting in his lap. He lacked the courage to even hear Gu Cheng-yuan's response. Only he knows how long he has awaited this moment. With his capabilities, as long as he worked diligently and maintained respect for Gu Cheng-yuan, he had no reason to demean himself in such a manner. As a former tycoon worth billions, could he truly so swiftly relinquish his pride? Yet, he chose to adopt a sycophantic demeanor, shamelessly currying favor with Gu Cheng-yuan. At times, when one stands before a mirror, they may feel rather akin to a lapdog. He toiled tirelessly, striving to ascend and enhance his worth, all in hopes of possessing greater leverage when making this request. What of being a lapdog? The salvation of his daughter would indeed serve as an invaluable bargaining chip. How splendid! Woof, woof, woof. Throughout the tumult of his life, he has gained clarity on many matters. The sole concern that remains is his daughter. From the moment he cradled that tiny life in the delivery room, he felt that all his struggles had found purpose. The emptiness of youthful triumph found an anchor in reality. His daughter became his entire spiritual refuge. This is why, despite having had numerous wives, a veritable legacy of 8, he possesses but one daughter. He had declared that she would be his sole treasure. His anxiety regarding her well-being reached its zenith yesterday when Gu Qingyuan's parents arrived. The news of Gu Qingyuan dispatching troops to escort his parents was known only to a select few high-ranking officials in the community, and out of consideration for its implications, they remained tight-lipped. But who among them emerged from the shadows? Everyone harbors concerns for their own family and friends. Even those in the know were stirred by the matter. Their silence stemmed from self-awareness. We are all adults now. It is wiser to question ourselves rather than others. What right do we have? It appears that none possess any substantial justification, hence the collective silence. Yet, Kai Anshin was unprepared for the opportunity to arise so suddenly. A daughter? How is it that I have not heard of your daughter? Gu Qingyuan displayed a hint of curiosity. His daughter, rather rebellious, seldom maintained contact with him, often residing at the Shishan Hotel in the city. Gu Qingyuan was well aware of the Shishan Hotel, a renowned 5-star establishment famous for its night market. A single decent suite there could easily equate to a week's salary for an ordinary person. Long-term stay? Yes, on an annual package. Suddenly, Gu Qingyuan felt a twinge of reluctance to rescue her. The situation in the city center was indeed troublesome, plagued by heavy traffic congestion and a multitude of zombies. Lao Kai, I shall be straightforward about our relationship, Gu Qingyuan stated. Upon hearing this, Kai Anshin felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. A rescue was feasible. But as you are aware, the circumstances in the city center are dire. The ground routes are undoubtedly completely obstructed, rendering armored vehicles incapable of entry. On foot, the sheer number of zombies presents a significant threat. The sound of gunfire would inevitably attract hordes of the undead. Given the current scenario, even if all the forces from the gathering were deployed, achieving any substantial impact would be exceedingly difficult. Kai Anshin's face bore a palpable disappointment, almost as if it could solidify as she sat on the sofa, looking utterly despondent. However, there was a glimmer of hope. Perhaps after some time, we would have access to helicopters, and by then it would surely pose no issue. This statement was not merely Gu Qingyuan attempting to uplift Kai Anshin's spirits. The troops were not far from achieving a full composite battalion, and with a bit more accumulation, once the battalion was complete, the prospect of advancing to a composite brigade would undoubtedly lead to the acquisition of armed helicopters. Planes? Helicopters? Kai Anshin's eyes lit up instantly. Commander, I know where there are helicopters. Recently, I have been preoccupied with examinations, but once the holidays commence in a few days, I shall provide everyone with additional updates. QEQ, would anyone be kind enough to encourage me with a few small gifts? Duh. Chapter 128. Tair International Hospital. Tair International Hospital, located in the Night and New District, boasts not one, but 2 Airbus H-135 medical rescue helicopters. The Airbus H-135 is a twin-engine helicopter with a range of approximately 600 kilometers, capable of accommodating up to 7 passengers and carrying nearly 1,500 kilograms of weight. After Kai Anshin spoke, she looked at Gu Qingyuan with hopeful anticipation, awaiting his response. The helicopters are stationed in the Night and New District, coinciding with the location of the granary. There would be no need to dispatch separate troops. A small squad from the forces occupying the granary could likely secure them with ease. Despite its name, Tair International Hospital has little to do with the international community. Kai Anshin is acquainted with several of the hospital's investors, who do not even possess the basic language skills to utter a "UK." These are merely a few wealthy entrepreneurs who made their fortunes in the coal industry and have now come together to seek transformation. Having invested over $5 billion to construct this hospital, far from being truly international, there are hardly a few staff members fluent in English. Did you actually conduct research on helicopters? Gu Qingyuan asked, astonished. Hadn't Kai Anshin previously been involved in the construction industry? How could she articulate the specifications of the helicopter so effortlessly? I had a brief interest at one point and purchased a few. Plus, I am quite familiar with this hospital, she replied. The phrases interested and purchased a few seemed rather niche, while the individual words were known. Their combination felt particularly foreign. Familiar with this hospital? Did you visit this place when you were ill before the apocalypse? Although Gu Changyuan had never been to Tair International Hospital, he had heard of its notorious reputation. There were tales of excessive tinnitus, where doctors advised patients not to listen too closely, of broken bones that took 15 minutes for doctors to manipulate, only to discover the next day that they were shattered, and instances where a 200 yuan consultation fee led to a specialist Googling the ailment. Anecdotes abounded about a gangrenous left foot resulting in surgery on the right, or patients unable to walk due to foot pain being prescribed merely 2 insoles. The hospital was infamous for its unreliability and disregard for human life. Well, I haven't been there as a patient, but our group constructed the hospital, and I signed off on it, so I know it quite well. Silence enveloped the evening like a serene bridge. Until now, Gu Qingyuan hadn't perceived Cai Anxin in any particular light, given her consistently obedient demeanor. He subconsciously regarded her as a straightforward and diligent steward. However, after their exchange today, he began to recognize the remarkable prowess she possessed prior to the apocalypse. Casual discussions about the past revealed a profound connection between them. It was not merely a matter of having encountered each other, but of having collaborated. Indeed, the true distinction of the affluent lies not in their seemingly infinite bank balances, but in the extensive influence they wield throughout society. This once again brought Gu Changyuan's thoughts to the film industry, where the affluent elite allow the exposure of their dark secrets through a continuous stream of revealing films. Some assert that at the very least, they possess the audacity to produce such content. Yet, it is precisely this allowance that signifies true suffocation. They no longer even bother to feign innocence. Were it not for the apocalypse that shattered the existing structures of human society and its economic systems, it would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary child from a family like Gu Qingyuan's to ascend to the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. In the 1,000 years of the Zhou dynasty, the aristocracy has remained a steadfast observer of the tumultuous rise and fall of dynasties. Although Gu Zhangwo holds the position of a municipal cadre, there is no saying that a child can surpass their parent in the political arena. Had Gu Qingyuan not possessed abilities that rivaled or even surpassed Gu Zhangwo, along with a fortuitous destiny stronger than his father's, the Gu family would have reached its zenith with him. In the political sphere, it is notably challenging for children to attain the heights of their predecessors. Conversely, those seemingly less powerful families, who engage in ostensible flattery, are quietly weaving an expansive web of influence within society. While power is difficult to proliferate, wealth can be easily generated. However, these matters are of little concern to Gu Changyuan now, for he possesses connections. Since you are familiar with this hospital, I need you to head to the adjacent camp and enlist Zhou Guihong's assistance to expedite the preliminary design plans. When you go to the camp, have Zhou Guihong summon Wang Wu and Li Kuan to me. Upon hearing this, Cai Anxin felt a surge of emotion, her eyes reddening once more, and her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Yes, thank you, Commander. Thank you, Commander. Cai Anxin repeatedly expressed her gratitude, while secretly resolving that, regardless of whether her daughter was dead or alive, she would dedicate her very life to this cause. What? She had already sold her life once? Then she would sell it again. Such is the nature of a merchant. Not long after Cai Anxin departed, Wang Wu and Li Kuan arrived at Gu Changyuan's office, brimming with enthusiasm. Reporting to the commander, we heard from the camp that you were looking for us. Is there a mission? Oh, have you all learned to respond eagerly? Gu Changyuan suddenly realized that his subordinates had become rather adept, leaving him feeling somewhat overshadowed. I indeed have a mission I plan to entrust to you. Your cooperation is essential. Rest assured, Commander, our armored infantry battalion will ensure the mission is accomplished. Yes, Commander. Our fire siege strike team also guarantees the successful completion of the task. Splendid. This mission entails the occupation of the Yexing Grain Storage Group's Yan'an Granary, as well as the acquisition of 2 Airbus H-135 helicopters located at the Tair International Hospital. A granary? Helicopters? Wang Wu and Li Kuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed. For this mission, my deployment arrangements are as follows. Upon hearing Gu Changyuan outline the mission, both Li Kuan and Wang Wu straightened their postures and adopted serious expressions. The two of you will first work together to clear the highway from the Shishui area to the Yan'an district, ensuring that the transportation routes remain unobstructed. This step is also a preparation by Gu Changyuan for the transportation following the occupation of the granary. The logistics between the Shishui district and the Yan'an area will undoubtedly become a regular occurrence. making it essential to ensure a smooth and secure transport line. It is likely that troops will need to be specifically assigned to guard this route and conduct daily patrols. After establishing the transportation routes, an armored infantry company will be tasked with securing the granary, while the Spark Assault team will be responsible for seizing the helicopter. Operating the helicopter is a technical endeavor compared to occupying the granary, and currently, only the Spark team is capable of such a task, as they are proficient in piloting various vehicles. If the armored infantry company were to take on this responsibility, these rough individuals, who treat the 048 infantry fighting vehicle like a tractor, would merely push the accelerator to the floor. Are you all clear about the mission? Report. Upon seeing Wang Wu raise his hand, Gu Qingyuan gestured for him to speak. Report, Commander. May I ask if the helicopter will be flown directly back to our gathering point? Yes, it will be parked on the rooftop of the military headquarters. That should not pose any issues, right? Although the military headquarters, as the former management college building, has a rather conventional design, it is spacious enough to accommodate 2 helicopters on the rooftop. I will have Xiaogong's team mark out the helipad on the roof shortly. Report. No problem. We guarantee the completion of the mission. Well, since there are no issues, proceed with the mission. Yes. Chapter 129. Journey denied a new district. As Li Kuan and Wang Wu exited Gu Chengyuan's office, they immediately seized their walkie-talkies to summon their respective troops. The two spoke at a pace that resembled a competition, each eager to outdo the other in the swiftness of their assembly. In less than 5 minutes, their forces had convened in front of the military headquarters. This rapid mobilization was not only a testament to the soldiers' rigorous training, but also a reflection of the current state of readiness in the Knight University garrison, where the troops remained perpetually prepared for action, weapons always at the ready and armor never shed, ensuring they could respond to any call to arms. The distinctive roar of 10,048 infantry fighting vehicles filled the air, drawing the attention of Kai Anshin, who was engrossed in her drawings at the battalion headquarters. Leaning out of the window, she exclaimed, Wait, you can't leave yet. My drawings aren't loaded. After calling out a few hurried words, she dashed downstairs with a speed that belied her age and stature, arriving swiftly by Li Kuan and Wang Wu's side. 2 commanders. The blueprints for Tyre International Hospital. She urged. Thank you, Director Kai, for your support of our mission, Wang Wu said, reaching out to accept the documents, nodding in gratitude. Of course, it's my duty. I appreciate the efforts of Captain Wang and Commander Li, she replied with a deep bow. It's all for the commander. No need to mention it, Wang Wu said, helping her to her feet. The military personnel, known for their assertive demeanor in the garrison, typically offered little in the way of deference to anyone. However, they were inclined to show respect to someone like Kai Anshin, clearly valued by Gu Chengyuan, and they managed to express a modicum of politeness. As the convoy departed, clouds of dust swirled around Kai Anshin, leaving her standing silently, gazing towards the city. Her thoughts already far away. Considering the need for breaching, Li Kuan's armored infantry company instinctively positioned themselves as the vanguard, while 3 Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles from the Fire Seat assault team trailed behind. Dozens of armored units surged through the northern gate, eliciting gasps and stares from the survivors waiting in line for health checks outside. The convoy sped northward towards Knight University, which boasted an advantageous location next to a toll station leading to the Knight and New district. With a dull thud, a solitary zombie was struck by one of the formidable 048 infantry fighting vehicles, sent flying like a mere scrap of paper into the roadside bushes. Struggling helplessly for a moment before lying still, its bones evidently shattered, it lay there, as helpless as a middle-aged man. The convoy of the armored infantry company roared past without a moment's glance, disregarding it entirely, as if it were nothing more than an insignificant insect crushed beneath a boot. With a distinctive sound, Wang Wu retracted his rifle from the window, its suppressor adding to the uniqueness of the noise. In the fleeting moment before silence enveloped it, the zombie, which had been convulsing and struggling by the roadside, now bore a bullet hole from which foul blood oozed, rendering it utterly still. Alas, my compassion seems to extend even to the suffering undead. Upon hearing the captain's lament, Zhao Yu, who was driving, could no longer suppress his laughter. Why did you shoot it? Because you're kind, he exclaimed, gesturing playfully with one hand from the steering wheel. The entire crew erupted into laughter, basking in a joyful atmosphere that belied their imminent confrontation with the undead. In stark contrast to the mirth and ease of the Fire Seat assault team, Li Kuan faced a more arduous reality. Confronted with an array of stranded vehicles blocking the road, He was compelled to assume the role of a road-clearing custodian. Climbing out of the command vehicle, Li Kuan stood atop the turret of the 04A infantry fighting vehicle, one hand pointing at the abandoned cars while the other clutched a radio. Yes, yes, Class 1, nudge the vehicle slightly to the left. Good, good. Now straighten it up a tad. Just a smidgen of pressure. Excellent. Class 2, you may push forward. Yes, yes. What on earth is Class 3 doing? Can't they aim straight? What about their future marriages? They're all over the place. Li Kuan's armored infantry unit had transformed into road management personnel, while the members of the Fire Seed Assault Team busied themselves, arming their weapons to systematically eliminate the zombies on the highway. A resounding gunshot echoed as Xiangjian, operating a Type 1012, 7mm anti-material sniper rifle from several hundred meters away, pierced through a distant white sedan, dispatching the zombie in the driver's seat. The sniper, lying atop the vehicle, flashed a toothy grin at Wang Wu, giving him a thumbs up. Captain, my prized weapon has finally been unleashed. During the last cleanup at the Provincial Workers' Hospital, I hardly exerted myself as a sniper, dispatching a few zombies with my sidearm. If I can't use my sniper rifle to eliminate targets, what significance does my role hold? I am meant for noble long-range strikes, to claim enemy heads from miles away. Boss, I must say, fighting zombies has become rather tedious. It feels no different from popping balloons in a park. Just as Xiangjian lamented, a sudden, thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Instinctively, he and Wang Wu dove for cover beneath the vehicle. Ah, now that is what I call exhilarating artillery, he exclaimed. The highway near Yi University was frequently traversed by semi-trucks, and a 10-meter-long overturned truck lay across the road. The 04A infantry fighting vehicle, not designed for obstacle clearance, had limited options for resolution. Yet, with a flash of inspiration, Li Kuan commanded an artillery strike. As the smoke from the explosion began to clear, the previously obstructing truck had been obliterated by a high-explosive shell, nearly severing it in two. Class 1, Class 2, move now and push it aside. Li Kuan's excited voice resonated through the vehicle's communication system. A new breakthrough method has been discovered, and amidst the resounding roar of artillery, the armored convoy has experienced a remarkable enhancement in its speed of advancement on the highway. Chapter 130. The gathering place of night and located at 123 Happiness Road in the Night and New District, the grain storage area is characterized by several towering cylindrical silos, reminiscent of watchtowers in ancient castles. The once haphazardly constructed walls of the storage area have been reinforced, bustling with a dense crowd either mixing cement or transporting building materials, continuously fortifying the perimeter. The Night and Granary, or rather, it ought to be referred to as the Night and Gathering Place, has risen majestically from this land laden with grain, establishing itself as the largest sanctuary for survivors in the entire Night and New District. As of yesterday, the Gathering Place ceased accepting new survivors, with a current population nearing 10,000. Standing atop the granary, adorned with a thick gold chain and sporting a protruding belly, Long Qijiang gazes down upon the entire storage area with immense satisfaction. Observing the orderly arrangement of tall, flat-roofed warehouses and the bustling crowd below, he feels a profound sense of contentment. Although his corpulent frame leaves him breathless and drenched in sweat each time he ascends, he adheres to this daily ritual, often climbing up the silos whenever he finds a moment of respite. Standing at the pinnacle of the granary, he often envisions himself as a majestic lion, surveying his domain, every sight before him a testament to his conquests and the territory that belongs to him. Indeed, this granary was seized by him and a band of former ruffians, subduing the former manager with brute force, leaving him in a state of disarray. The previous manager, with a face smeared in ketchup, was held down by Long Qijiang and his cohorts, kneeling at the entrance of the Night and Granary, facing the gilded letters of the Provincial Grain Storage Group, thus completing the transfer of power to Long Qijiang. He does not perceive his actions as theft. Having long since washed his hands of the underworld, he considers himself a law-abiding citizen. His managerial badge, proudly displayed on his chest, serves as irrefutable proof of his legitimacy. I am a man of the utmost principles. Brother Long, the campers from the Manhu gathering place have arrived, requesting to exchange some grain with us. A subordinate huffed as he hurriedly climbed the stairs, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Grain? Damn it, how many gathering places is this in a week? Are these people under the impression that I run a granary? How many times must I reiterate? We are not a gang, we are managers. Did you not attend the transfer ceremony? What good is it to resort to violence? We must strive for legitimacy and uphold the rule of law. Long Qijiang's brow furrowed in frustration, venting his irritation at the incessant demands from these gathering places. Who on earth leaked the information regarding their grain supply? He cast a contemplative gaze towards another towering silo across the way. And what about Zhang Wenyuan and his group? Eliminate them. Damn it. After all I've done for them. They dare to conspire against me. Do they not know what I detest the most? I despise betrayal. Brother Long, should I send the campers from Manhwa away? Wait. Long Qijiang displayed a moment of hesitation. Let us give them another 20 tons, he thought. After all, they were all from Zhou's faction. One couldn't simply watch them starve. Observing the retreating figure of his subordinate, Long felt a sense of loss. Each time they exchanged goods, what they received were nothing but worthless scraps. In a settlement where food was scarce, what could one possibly offer of value? The pretense of bringing items for trade was merely a facade, a reluctance to appear empty-handed. A heap of zombie brains was utterly useless. How could it be that even amidst an apocalypse, Zhou's faction still had a thriving population? It was no wonder Long Qijiang harbored such doubts. The population in the Nidan settlement had indeed become excessive compared to other regions, largely due to the underwhelming development of the Nidan New District, which resembled a ghost town with its vast land and sparse inhabitants. It was as if invisible walls of air provided a physical barrier, significantly enhancing the survival rate of its residents. The previous district leader, who had been criticized for missing the opportunity to develop the Nidan New District, had miraculously cleared his name after 2 years of blame. Now, the survivors in the district often expressed their gratitude with the phrase, "Thank you, Director Zhang, for sparing our lives." So busy, he thought. Acknowledging that today's chapter was released rather late, and he hoped for everyone's understanding. Love you all, kisses. Good night. Chapter 131, Cleansing of Tyre International Hospital at 6:30 in the evening. The 04A armored vehicle, tasked with breaking through barriers, pushed the last black SUV, which had been obstructing the toll gate, off the highway. The joint task force, comprised of the Fire Seat Assault Team and an armored infantry company, officially entered the Night Peace New District. Mission accomplished, Captain Wang, reportedly Kuan, the company commander, as the units bid farewell through the vehicle communication system before parting ways at the highway exit. The 3 armored assault vehicles of the Fire Seat Team made a turn, heading towards Tyre International Hospital via Huasher Road, while Kuan's armored infantry company continued straight along Lynching Avenue. Team 2 advanced for reconnaissance. As soon as they separated, Wang Wu's command echoed through the communication system. Received. In response, the armored assault vehicle carrying Team 2 accelerated, swiftly distancing itself from Teams 1 and 3 to conduct preliminary reconnaissance. The Night Peace New District was unfamiliar territory for the Fire Seat Team, necessitating the dispatch of a small unit for advanced scouting to effectively mitigate unforeseen circumstances. Should any insurmountable danger arise ahead, it would prevent a complete debacle. Seated in the passenger seat, Wang Wu meticulously observed his surroundings, mentally rehearsing potential emergencies. Through his observations, he noted the condition of Huasher Road, a new path flanked by greenery, showing signs of freshly turned soil, with sparse, bare trees propped up by wooden sticks, evidently just planted. The roadside shops appeared dreary, littered with broken tiles, glass, and various construction debris haphazardly piled on the sidewalks, left unattended. This desolate scene likely persisted even before the apocalypse. It was no wonder that, during their journey, they encountered only a few foreign zombies among the wrecked vehicles, with scarcely any local undead in sight. Captain, Team 2 has successfully arrived at the entrance of Tyre International Hospital. Please advise. Commence reconnaissance and clearing operations on site, awaiting further instructions. Understood. After disconnecting, Wang Wu felt a wave of relief. Although the specific conditions within the hospital remained uncertain, at least the journey had proceeded without incident, instilling confidence that subsequent evacuations would not encounter significant obstacles. A promising beginning. Shortly thereafter, the armored assault vehicles of Teams 1 and 3 also reached Tyre International Hospital without hindrance. Wang Wu glanced at his tactical watch, 1906. The sun had completely set, leaving only a dim twilight that divided the world into contrasting hues. The main building of Tyre International Hospital, styled in Western dome architecture, loomed like a severed head. Silently resting in the somber dusk, its cold white facade see undoubtedly. These are the remarkable feats of the reconnaissance team. The hospital's landscaping before the apocalypse was exceptionally well executed, with a high vegetation coverage, presenting a lush canopy of trees that cast deep shadows. The Warrior 3 armored command vehicle traversed the internal roads, nearly obscured by the dense foliage overhead. The sound of rustling leaves filled the air, as the unattended fallen leaves accumulated and were stirred up by the wake of the Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle, only to settle back down again, creating a desolate scene. Thanks to the prior reconnaissance and clearance conducted by the second team, 2 squads, led by Wang Wu, advanced without obstruction, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the outpatient department of the Tyre International Hospital. The Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle of the second team was stationed at the hospital entrance, with its 12.7mm mounted machine gun unleashing a relentless barrage upon the surrounding horde of corpses. The highly decayed zombies emitted a pungent stench, continuously advancing to face the wrath of bullets. Disembark. At the command, everyone exited the vehicle within 5 seconds and swiftly occupied their designated positions. As a special forces unit, they had undergone specialized training for boarding and alighting from vehicles, their speed and fluidity surpassing that of regular troops by several tiers. This rapid disembarkation alone afforded the special forces a significant advantage over ordinary units. In the chaos of battle, losing the upper hand equates to losing one's life. The distinction between special forces and conventional troops lies not only in tactical maneuvers but also in the relentless refinement of fundamental tactical actions. As the saying goes, a swift step leads to swift progress. In the event of an unexpected encounter on the battlefield, if the special forces have already unleashed a barrage of fire for 2 seconds while you are still hesitating to dismount, who, pray tell, is more likely to perish? It is akin to a game where the opponent raises their weapon and fires while you take half a second to aim. The sound of gunfire reverberated as the first and third teams took their positions, their Warrior 3 armored assault vehicles echoing with the roar of their 12.7 caliber machine guns. In the face of large-caliber metal projectiles, the ferocious zombies proved to be scarcely more resilient than paper. Bullets did not merely strike them, but rather detonated upon impact. Any zombie struck was almost guaranteed to be obliterated, with 3 heavy machine guns providing overwhelming suppressive fire. The warriors of the Fire Seed Assault Team could calmly take aim and eliminate the unfortunate few who slipped through the net of gunfire. The thunderous roars of the machine guns rattled the very foundations of the hospital, drawing a tide of zombies from every corner, converging upon the designated location of the Fire Seed Assault Team to meet their demise. Meanwhile, in the upper floors of the inpatient department, numerous pairs of crimson eyes glimmered in the darkness, fixated on the flickering beams of gunfire below. They bore witness to the merciless slaughter of the undead by humanity's modern weaponry. Within the shadows, these creatures exuded a chilling indifference. Yet in their slit pupils flickered a semblance of human fear. Chapter 132, Shadows in the Darkness, as if sensing an impending danger. Wang Wu suddenly felt a rapid constriction in his heart, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end in an instant. This was the instinct for danger he had honed over the years through numerous perilous missions, teetering on the brink of life and death. Had he received a premonition? What could it be? Wang Wu abruptly lifted his gaze towards the upper floors, but the night had fully descended, and from his vantage point below, he could see nothing. Nevertheless, he was nearly certain that something had been watching him from within the pitch-black hospital building. That malevolent and chilling sensation was unmistakable. Second team, fall back and secure the hospital building. Upon hearing this, the second team did not question further. They immediately withdrew from their positions of exterminating zombies and rearranged themselves into a defensive formation as per their usual drills. A reconnaissance drone buzzed to life, released from the scout's backpack, swiftly ascending into the air under the control of a remote. In fact, the second team had already conducted a reconnaissance sweep, confirming there were no anomalies before selecting this location for concentrated zombie eradication. However, given the captain's insistence, there must be an issue, and the second team dared not be negligent, promptly reorganizing for another reconnaissance. In the theater of war, any oversight could be fatal. Thus, extreme caution was the order of the day. As the drone soared into the sky, the shadowy entity within the upper levels of the hospital seemed to comprehend its purpose and silently retreated into the darkness. The reconnaissance officer, controlling the drone, nervously fixed his gaze on the live feed displayed on the screen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The combat position had been chosen based on his reconnaissance. Should any problems arise leading to casualties within the team, he would undoubtedly bear the blame. Moreover, as an elite member, he could not fathom committing such a grievous error. He was torn between the fear of discovering something amiss and the dread of finding nothing at all. The former would imply a failure in his reconnaissance efforts, a testament to his incompetence. The latter, however, would suggest the presence of an unseen threat, a hidden time bomb jeopardizing the safety of the entire team. Typically, reconnaissance soldiers hold a high status, Yet they also bear the heaviest burdens. Any inaccuracies in their reports could lead to catastrophic losses, potentially resulting in the annihilation of the entire unit. First team, third team, withdraw from combat and assist the second team in reconnaissance. Wang Wu decisively recalled 2 fire points to join the investigation of the hospital building. Buzzing once more, 2 additional reconnaissance drones ascended into the night sky. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the density of the zombie horde had noticeably thinned. Although the Tyre International Hospital was built more opulently than the Provincial Workers' Hospital, the density and number of zombies were far inferior. After all, patients came to the hospital for treatment, not for luxury accommodations, no matter how well appointed the wards. They could not rival the efficacy of medical care, as a hospital mired in a sea of negative reviews. The fact that Tyre International Hospital has not closed its doors is quite remarkable. One cannot expect a large influx of patients, as those who are unafraid of death are indeed a rarity. Seeking medical treatment surely implies a desire to live. One would not willingly court peril. With the frequency of gunfire gradually diminishing, the reconnaissance team, composed of 3 scouts from each squad, completed their external survey of the inpatient building at Tyre International Hospital. Reporting to their captain, the scouts breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that no abnormalities had been detected during the reconnaissance. Understood. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu turned his gaze intently toward the inpatient building, as if attempting to peer through its very walls. He was certain that something lay within. It was entirely plausible that the absence of discoveries was due to the sheer size of the building, if the adversary were to take refuge inside. Relying solely on drones circling outside would yield no results. Unless, of course, they were foolish enough to press against the windows. With an estimated 5 minutes remaining in the skirmish with the horde of corpses, the reconnaissance group was commanded to continue operating their drones for an additional 5 minutes. This directive was not born from Wang Wu's lingering hope of locating the enemy, but rather as a measure of vigilance and deterrence. The entire Firebrand assault team was now entwined with the undead, making them susceptible to ambush. Thus, maintaining the drone's continuous flight would create a sense of movement, serving to alarm and dissuade any lurking threats. It was a message: I am watching you. On the 7th floor of the inpatient building, a few pairs of crimson eyes glowed in the darkness, emitting sounds reminiscent of children weeping, as if engaged in a heated debate while warily observing the drones that occasionally passed outside. After a time, it seemed the argument reached a conclusion, followed by the sound of heavy objects striking the ground. Exercising caution, they abandoned their plans for aerial bombardment. The intimidation faction had lost, and the radical strategy was adopted. They intended to lure individuals inside and eliminate them within the confines of the building. In the narrow, shadowy space, they were the true sovereigns. Most importantly, the armored vehicles could not gain entry. The scarlet eyes once again receded into the darkness, and a sharp sound of metal scraping against the walls gradually faded within the empty floors, returning the interior to an eerie silence. It was at this moment that Wang Wu felt a sudden release of tension. The specter of death that had loomed over him moments before dissipated considerably. Strange, he thought, gazing at the inpatient building, his brow furrowing deeper. The pale exterior of the building bore numerous dark, cavernous windows, chillingly deep, resembling pairs of eyes devoid of whites, exuding an unsettling aura. This place felt decidedly sinister, sending a shiver down Wang Wu's spine. Were it not for Gu Qingyuan's insistence that the Firebrand assault team venture into the city the following day, he might have considered postponing the operation until dawn. However, such thoughts were fleeting. After over a decade of military service, he had encountered countless dangers during missions. If he were to retreat, every time he sensed peril. When would it ever end? From the moment he enlisted, he was resolutely prepared to sacrifice himself at any time, fearing neither hardship nor death. Chapter 133. The CQB mode is activated. As the last zombie collapsed, its skull penetrated by a 5.8mm rifle round. It fell into a heap of corpses, and the entire Tyre International Hospital once again succumbed to tranquility. After a 10-minute respite for personnel to recuperate, we promptly entered the building. Beep! The tactical watch emitted a time signal. Considering that we were engaged in combat against mutated creatures within the confines of the building, I resolved to adopt the active aiming mode. Upon hearing this, the soldiers of the Spark Assault team began to adjust their equipment as instructed, with the most prevalent modification being the attachment of laser pointers to their firearms, calibrated through the coaxial adjustment function. Active aiming, or active aiming, typically refers to a tactical condition characterized by asymmetry, where only our side possesses night vision capability. This allows the utilization of the infrared invisible light mode of the laser pointers in conjunction with night vision devices for targeting and shooting. Of course, this applies in scenarios where both parties are armed. The mutated creatures are unarmed, rendering the opponent's night vision capability irrelevant. This method offers several advantages. Firstly, it expands the observational range, enabling the completion of shooting cycles without the need for aiming devices. The process involves identifying the target, activating the laser pointer to direct it at the target, firing, and then deactivating the pointer. In the context of close-quarters combat indoors, this approach significantly enhances speed, free from the limitations of tunnel vision associated with traditional sights, thereby facilitating easier target observation and transition, as well as suppressive fire. Secondly, it enhances communication. When team members aim using laser pointers, they can ascertain each other's fields of fire through the laser's direction. Additionally, information can be relayed via the laser pointers, such as adjusting different dot functions for target allocation for synchronized shooting, and waving the laser to alert teammates to areas of particular concern based on prior agreements. Both of these points are exceptionally suited for tonight's operations within the inpatient building. Once the equipment was adjusted, some soldiers retrieved high-calorie snacks, such as chocolate and energy bars, to replenish their energy reserves. Close-quarters combat, abbreviated as CUB, demands a great deal from combat personnel in terms of reaction time and stamina, necessitating heightened focus and taut nerves throughout, resulting in significant physical exertion. Thus, preemptive energy replenishment is crucial for maintaining optimal performance. The imposing 15-story inpatient building before us will pose a formidable challenge. However, the good news is that the earlier commotion has drawn a considerable number of zombies out from within the building. Moreover, tonight's mission is not one of extermination. As long as we can successfully breach the top floor and extract the helicopter, the mission will be deemed accomplished. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep, the tactical watch signaled. Stop. With that command, all members of the Spark Assault team immediately ceased their actions, turning their attention toward Wang Wu. Second team, third team, confirm communication status. Second team, all clear. Third team, all clear. Receiving replies from the leaders of the second and third teams, Wang Wu continued, from this moment forth, aside from the squad leaders, all other personnel are to enter radio silence, communicating solely through laser signals and hand gestures. Do you understand? No one responded verbally. Instead, everyone raised their hands or activated their laser pointers to signify their comprehension. Observing this, Wang Wu nodded in satisfaction. Had anyone dared to speak up, he would undoubtedly have delivered a sharp kick to their backside with his sturdy combat boots. First team, engage. Second team, provide support. Third team, maintain vigilance. Move. Wang Wu's voice resonated in the earpieces of each team member. This fully armed special operations unit advanced like shadows, silently infiltrating the outpatient department's hall and making their way towards the hospital staircase. Throughout the entire operation, they emitted hardly a sound, save for the faint thuds of combat boots against the ground and the clinking of their gear. Su Song, serving as the point man of the assault team, distinguished himself from his comrades who donned standard 2-eye night vision goggles by wearing a superior 4-eye variant. The 4-eye night vision goggles offered a remarkable 97-degree field of view, in stark contrast to the 40-degree perspective provided by their 2-eye counterparts. Wearing the 4-eye goggles was akin to activating a wide-angle lens in a video game, significantly enhancing battlefield situational awareness, a crucial skill for an assault point man. Alongside him, a machine gunner from the fire support team also sported 4-eye night vision goggles, as his role demanded an expansive view for effective suppression and coordination. Thanks to the wide-angle capabilities of his goggles, Su Song was able to assess the entire staircase's situation the moment he stepped into the stairwell, merely by shifting his eyes from side to side without needing to turn his head. The remnants of numerous human bones scattered across the stairs and the splattered black blood vividly conjured an image in Su Song's mind, almost allowing him to reconstruct the nightmarish scene that had unfolded. For survivors, fleeing down the staircase had been cornered by a horde of zombies who feasted upon them, tearing at their flesh and limbs. Helplessly, they could do nothing but wail in agony, forced to witness their own consumption. Bang, bang, good night. Would you like to generously bestow upon me a few delightful little gifts, and perhaps leave me a splendid 5-star review? Chapter 134. The upside-down zombie horde at the intersection of the second-floor hallway and corridor through the verdant glow of the night vision goggles. Su Song discerned a wandering zombie with remarkable clarity, his left hand gripping the suppressor of the QCQ. 171 submachine gun, tightened instinctively, activating the laser sight with a swift motion. In the dual view of the night vision apparatus, the laser beam pierced the darkness, striking the zombie squarely. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed as the zombie's skull erupted in a mist of crimson, splattering against the pristine white wall beside him like muddy droplets. In the confined space of indoor combat, and with the threat being zombies, Su Song spared no bullets. The creature's head was shattered beyond recognition. Right behind him, another member of the assault team quickly identified Su Song's shooting direction upon witnessing the tunneling laser emitted from his weapon. Following their tactical training, he dashed to a strategic position. The two formed a barrier on either side of the stairway and corridor junction, opening fire on the zombies that came rushing in response to the commotion. In the enveloping darkness, the laser beams served as a silent communication tool, allowing the two to allocate targets without uttering a word. The illuminated target was assigned for engagement by the teammate, while the unlit ones awaited their turn. The remaining member of the assault team took up a protective stance, his weapon trained on the staircase leading to the third floor, maintaining vigilance. As the initial assault team unleashed their gunfire, the third squad stationed on the first floor also responded with their own shots. The narrow confines of the indoor environment amplified the sound, severely impacting auditory perception. However, thanks to the addition of rifle suppressors and the use of noise-canceling headsets, the disturbance was mitigated, allowing them to maintain awareness of the battlefield and assess the timing of their actions effectively. The rapid succession of gunfire was brief, and soon the hallway returned to a semblance of tranquility. After all, the prior clearing of zombies outside the building had drawn out the majority of the undead within. Following the brief skirmish, Wang Wu's voice resonated through the headsets of the fire team members. Third squad, report. Combat concluded with no casualties. The squad leader responded affirmatively, received. The initial encounter with the zombies inside the building had been relatively straightforward, allowing Wang Wu's previously taut nerves, frayed by the uncertainty of unknown creatures, to relax slightly. Continue moving towards the rooftop. Maintain vigilance. As sporadic gunfire and localized skirmishes persisted, the fire team quickly adapted to the rhythm of combat, accelerating their ascent. At the stairway corner, Su Song executed a minimal outward arc to scout the upper staircase. Having ascended thus far, he circled the stairs, checking the floor markers at each level to ensure he did not succumb to disorientation. 7th floor. After a swift glance at the floor indicator, Su Song proceeded to probe swiftly as he had done before on the lower levels. Nothing? A flicker of surprise crossed his mind throughout his ascent. There had always been one or two stragglers, especially drawn by the gunfire, often descending from above even when the battle below had not yet concluded. Although a silencer had been affixed, the sound of the gunfire was still considerable. These zombies were not deaf, nor were they akin to the husbands in those Japanese films who never awaken. The 7th floor was eerily silent. Could it be that all had been drawn away moments ago? The unusual circumstances on the 7th floor caused Su Song to instinctively focus his attention. As a special forces soldier, he was adept at detecting anomalies, for anomalies signified uncontrollability, and uncontrollability heralded danger. He inhaled deeply, holding his breath, his muscles taut, and aimed his QCQ-171 firearm into the corridor leading to the 7th floor. Su Song was confident that he had entered a state of utmost seriousness, prepared to empty the magazine of his submachine gun at the first sign of trouble. However, the images transmitted by his night vision goggles provoked a greater thrill than an unknown assault. The bizarre scene in the corridor caused him to instinctively gasp, only to be met with an overwhelming stench of decay that made his head spin. Logically, since the onset of the apocalypse, he had traversed numerous corpses and participated in the cleanup at the provincial workers' hospital, where the number of zombies had far exceeded those present now. Yet, the sight before him still induced a profound sense of discomfort. Assault team? Wang Wu, stationed with the support team, noticed Su Song's momentary daze and immediately inquired. As the team leader, he was required to remain centrally positioned, coordinating and commanding the team, which allowed him to promptly recognize Su Song's unusual demeanor. Captain, look. The unsettling scene left Su Song, as an assaulter, at an impasse, unable to decide whether to investigate further or to bypass the area altogether. Regardless of the choice made, safety hazards loomed. He could only report back and let the captain decide. All teams, maintain alert. Following Wang Wu's command through his earpiece, he swiftly approached the corridor's entrance, peering inside. A dense mass of zombie corpses hung from the ceiling, tightly packed together. The highly decomposed bodies were infested with numerous maggots that writhed like a wave, burrowing into the putrid flesh. Thick, yellowish corpse fluid dripped quietly from the upside-down heads, pooling on the floor and nearly saturating the entirety of the 7th floor. Wang Wu instinctively lifted his foot. Through his night vision goggles, he clearly observed the viscous fluid stretching and adhering to his combat boots as he raised his foot from the floor. Chapter 135. Capturing the monster. The bizarre scene before Wang Wu evoked memories of unsettling moments from horror films, sending a shiver down his spine. Wasn't the zombie virus a concept confined to science fiction? Why was it now veering into the realm of the supernatural? If ghosts truly existed, what caliber of ammunition would suffice? Lost in contemplation, Wang Wu casually flicked the corpse water clinging to his combat boots, only to be gently nudged by the 80mm rocket launcher slung across his back. That familiar sensation of being pushed back? All is well. Yet, who could have hung the zombie here? This certainly did not seem like the handiwork of an infected beast. While such creatures are indeed capable of hunting zombies, the notion of suspending a zombie in such a lifelike manner struck Wang Wu as improbable. Based on his prior encounters, infected beasts possessed a modicum of intellect, yet lacked the rationale for such peculiar behavior. Surely, they could not be envisioning a feast of cured meat? Gazing at the horde of zombies, dangling like bats from the staircase to the end of the corridor, Wang Wu inexplicably recalled the scene of his parents preparing cured meat. If it was an infected beast, could it possibly be humans? Having ruled out the impossible, Wang Wu was left to ponder the actions of mankind. In the realm of nature, only humans could exhibit such grotesque behavior. When humanity descends into madness, reason dissipates entirely. For instance, the sources of human pleasure are bewilderingly diverse. Socks, excrement, the odorous sneakers of athletes. What sound was that? Creaking and scratching echoed faintly in the corridor, reminiscent of something gnawing. Following the sound, Wang Wu peered deeper into the corridor and soon identified the source. It was a creature resembling a dog, huddled in the corner, fervently devouring the body of the suspended zombie. Due to the corpse's inverted position, thick, purulent fluids flowed down its decayed form, drenching the zombie's head in a manner akin to a savory sauce. The dog-like creature bit into the gelatinous scalp, effortlessly tearing it away. The separation of flesh and bone remarkably smooth, almost as if it required no chewing, dissolving upon entry. From the gaping holes in the scalp, hordes of maggots erupted, creating a cacophony of squelching sounds as they burst within its mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the sharp report of a submachine gun shattered Wang Wu's focus, prompting both him and Su Song to instinctively raise their weapons and turn. It was the alert personnel from the assault team opening fire. The QCQ-171 submachine gun spat flames, following the laser pointer-S trajectory, ferociously targeting the ceiling above the upper staircase. The walls and dark red blood erupted in shrapnel. Using his night vision goggles, Wang Wu quickly discerned the nature of the creatures being targeted by the assault team. They were identical to the monster that had been gnawing on the zombie's head. Curled in form, reminiscent of a dog, their skin bore a rubbery texture, with sharp ears, slightly swollen legs, and scaled claws. They hung silently at the top of the staircase, barely grazing a team below. Without a moment to ponder, a laser pointer was activated, and the command to fire was given. The sound of gunfire erupted almost instantaneously after the alert, as the well-trained squad members unleashed a barrage of shots towards the ceiling. In an instant, the narrow corridor was engulfed in gunfire, the flames from various firearms illuminating the passage. The eerie wails reminiscent of a child's cries echoed through the air. As one by one, the monstrous creatures resembling dogs were struck down from above, with only a few managing to escape clumsily towards the 8th floor. Chase them. As he caught sight of these grotesque beings, Wang Wu realized the source of his unease from earlier. The threat lay with these creatures, whose appearance defied classification, neither human nor canine. Had it not been for the vigilant assault team discovering the lurking menace above, the consequences of a surprise attack would have been dire. Surely, among them, survival would have been a grim prospect. Their razor-sharp claws could embed into walls, allowing them to traverse upside down. Should they seize a person, it would be akin to slicing through tofu, severing flesh with ease. Su Song, armed with a QCQ-171 submachine gun, pursued the creatures, yet their speed was overwhelming, and he could not keep pace. As soon as they rounded the corner of the staircase, the monsters had already darted into the corridor on the 8th floor. Gazing at the ominous doorway, Su Song refrained from charging in recklessly. Instead, he retrieved a stun grenade from his waist and hurled it inside. With a resounding explosion, Su Song and his team S deputy, who lagged half a step behind, surged forward, taking positions on either side, guns raised. The two creatures trapped at the entrance of the corridor were rendered incapacitated by the shockwave of sound and light. The 170 decibel blast overwhelmed their cochleas, leaving them in a state of disorientation and blindness, despite their dog-like, human-like features. In a matter of seconds, Su Song and his assistant dispatched the two monsters, their heads shattered. At that moment, Wang Wu and his team caught up, and a crash resonated through the air. Opposite the ward, Wang Wu exchanged a glance with Su Song and turned his gaze towards the room across the corridor. Indeed, a series of small, dense pockmarks stretched from the ceiling to the ward, likely the remnants of the creature's ascent. Su Song's deputy swiftly retrieved a wall-penetrating scanner from his backpack, scanning the interior. 3 life signs appeared on the device's panel. Wang Wu gestured to Su Song, indicating to eliminate 2 while leaving 1 alive. From the outset, he had sensed that these monsters were anything but ordinary. Unlike the creatures encountered previously, these exhibited intelligence, suppressing their predatory instincts to stealthily infiltrate above the team. The hanging corridor on the 7th floor was likely their doing as well, if his instincts were correct. The extent of their intelligence and any other anomalies are what Wang Wu seeks to ascertain. Ideally, capturing 1 alive for further study could unveil significant value. Su Song signaled to Wang Wu with a clear gesture, glanced at the wall-penetrating detector to note the last known position of the creature, then swung the QCQ-171 submachine gun behind him and retrieved the 18mm caliber Type 09 shotgun secured at his back. He once more produced a flashbang, carefully selecting his angle before tossing it into the doorway. After a brief moment, as the flashbang erupted with a resounding blast, he surged forward into the room with the swiftness of a leopard, gun raised. Bang! Bang! Su Song fired with precision, relying solely on muscle memory. Without a moment's pause for thought, the two creatures felled by the flashbang were swiftly dispatched, their heads reduced to mere fragments by the tungsten projectiles of the 18mm rounds. Only one dog-like creature remained, which Su Song and the entering Wang Wu managed to subdue. With great professionalism, Su Song knelt upon the creature's neck and retrieved a restraint strap from his tactical pouch, nearly 2 fingers wide. The sound of the nylon strap sliding through the air resonated within the room as the creature's forelimbs and hind legs were bound in a reverse manner, rendering it helpless and at their mercy. Chapter 136. To kill me. Once Wang Wu and his companions confirmed that the creature on the ground had been thoroughly subdued, they refrained from further assault and opted to remain in place, awaiting the arrival of the other members of the Fire Seed Assault team. The situation on the 8th floor remained uncertain, with no knowledge of how many more monsters might be lurking. A rash offensive would undoubtedly be perilous. Moreover, having just endured a brief yet intense battle, it was imperative to rest and recalibrate. Before long, the other members of the Fire Seed Assault team ascended to the 8th floor after eliminating the monsters below. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squads conducted a roll call to ascertain any casualties. The 1st squad reported 3 light injuries and 1 severe injury. The 2nd squad reported no casualties, and the 3rd squad echoed the same. Upon hearing the casualty report, a shadow of gloom enveloped Wang Wu's heart. Although the situation was considerably better than he had anticipated, at least there were no fatalities. The contagious nature of the zombie virus rendered injuries almost as dire as death itself. The torment of transformation, both psychologically and physiologically, was an immense suffering. As the body endured pain, one would have to witness their own form distorting and slipping beyond their control, which was undoubtedly a suffocating ordeal. Wang Wu had repeatedly emphasized to the Fire Seed Assault team what fate awaited those infected during combat, and everyone was acutely aware of the implications. The atmosphere grew heavy with despair. Have the wounds been treated? Wang Wu inquired. They are currently being attended to, came the response. This was Wang Wu's first encounter with such a predicament. He reminisced about the moments shared during training with the entire team. And as he opened his mouth to address the matter of the injured, the words ultimately failed to escape his lips. The 1st squad remained to care for the injured, while the 2nd and 3rd squads commenced a thorough search of the 8th floor, determined to eradicate every last one of these cursed creatures. When issuing this command, Wang Wu's tone dripped with murderous intent. Understood. Understood. The 2nd and 3rd squads, led by their respective captains, ventured into the dark recesses of the 8th floor corridor. Meanwhile, the 1st squad transferred all 4 injured comrades to the infirmary. Sit. Leave 1 at the door for vigilance. All uninjured members of the 1st squad encircled the 4 injured warriors and the monster, forming a solemn circle. A melancholic atmosphere gradually permeated the infirmary. as if each individual bore the weight of a colossal stone upon their hearts, struggling to breathe. They all understood that their captain was awaiting the transformation of the injured. The 4 warriors seated in the center, tears glistening in their eyes, gazed mournfully at the encircling group, their hearts heavy with sorrow. It was unclear who initiated the act, but one by one, they began to silently remove their armor. They treated every piece of equipment with utmost care, as if they were removing the most cherished possessions of their lives. The complexity in their gazes towards the gear was palpable: reminiscence, reluctance, affection, sorrow. The assault rifles, backpacks, tactical vests, and bulletproof vests were methodically removed, resembling dying eagles plucking their own feathers. Outside the corridor, sporadic bursts of gunfire erupted, while inside, the sounds of the bound creatures' struggles mingled with the relentless thud of the gear hitting the ground, echoing like a hammer striking the hearts of those present. It seemed as though the world was reduced to these 3 sounds, suffocatingly oppressive. Remove the armor. Remove the armor. Ultimately, the lives of the 4 warriors were extinguished along with the pieces of their armor. First was Xiangjian, whose leg was brutally severed by the creature. He sustained the most grievous injury, succumbing to the transformation the fastest. His eyes reddened, veins bulging, body trembling uncontrollably, saliva dribbling from his mouth. He desperately attempted to lift his hand to wipe away the drool, to close his mouth, but was unable to do so, failing repeatedly to even touch his face. He sat among his comrades, helpless as a child. As his symptoms worsened, incoherent mumblings began to escape his lips. Ah, ah, ah. Despairing tears fell unbidden, mingling with saliva, obscuring his face and his pride. How proud he had been. He recalled telling his mother before enlisting that he would become an elite soldier, returning home with a room full of accolades to instill fear in those who had bullied them. They would have a man in the family. He remembered declaring to his comrades that he would conquer every competition, forever standing atop the podium as the victor. But now, he struggled to remember. The virus had begun to infiltrate his brain. He writhed helplessly on the ground, shaking like a sieve, laboriously maneuvering his chin in front of his weapon. His increasingly clouded eyes fixed desperately on Wang Wu, a look of pleading emanating from them. Ah, help! Me. Wang Wu's fierce gaze was already brimming with tears. Meeting Xiang Jian's eyes felt like being seared by a hot iron, the pain causing him to convulse. Bang! 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 Little did they know that their final battle together would culminate in the tragic act of self-destruction. Chapter 137. Airbus H-135. The sounds of gunfire gradually subsided. The fierce Team 2 and Team 3 dragged the slain monstrosities from every room, piling them in the corridor like refuse. The bodies were almost entirely mangled, reduced to a gruesome display of flesh and blood, having perished from merciless, vengeful slaughter. Burn them, Wang Wu commanded, his voice hoarse. He was beyond caring whether the hospital would catch fire. His sole desire was to reduce these monsters to ash. Bang! The gunfire erupted, igniting the medical alcohol spilled on the ground into blue flames, which quickly grew and engulfed the heap of corpses. Team 2 is the assault unit. Team 3 is the guard unit. Advance. After issuing the command, Wang Wu tightened the descent rope secured to his waist, drawing the sword strap to his back closer. The other members of Team 1 followed suit, bearing the remains of their fallen comrades as they ascended towards the rooftop. The heavy footfalls echoed in the corridor. They were united by a single conviction: to bring their comrades home. Perhaps the zombies above had been rendered into jerky by these monsters. As the ascent of the Fire Seat assault team proceeded remarkably smoothly, encountering little resistance, swiftly reaching the rooftop of the inpatient department. Bang! The explosion of the breaching charge resounded, welcoming 2 Airbus H-135 helicopters parked on the rooftop of Tair International Hospital to their new masters. The Airbus H-135 measures 10.2 meters in length, 3.51 meters in width, and weighs 1455 kilograms, with a maximum takeoff weight of 2,910 kilograms. Its main rotor diameter is 10.2 meters. Powered by twin turboshaft engines with a rated power of 463 kilowatts. This aircraft can hover in midair, cruising at a speed of 254 kilometers h. With a maximum speed of 287 kilometers h, a range of 635 kilometers, a service ceiling of 6,096 meters, and a rate of climb of 7.62 ms. 2 soldiers from the Fire Seat assault team approached the 2 blue and white painted Airbus H-135 helicopters, retrieving lock-picking tools from their tactical pouches and effortlessly unlocking the helicopter doors to enter the interiors. After a brief exploration, they fastened their seatbelts, and the soldier at the controls skillfully maneuvered the various buttons on the helicopter's dashboard. The instrument lights flickered as they conducted instrument checks, exceeded limit inspections, and activated the onboard battery. They pressed the ignition button. Buzz. The engine entered preheat mode. The helicopter's 10-meter-long rotor blades began to spin, gradually accelerating and producing a piercing sound. The generator was activated, the horizon stabilizer coordinated, the electronic device switches turned on, and the joystick friction released. Upon completing all pre-flight preparations, the soldier inside the helicopter signaled an OK gesture to Wang Wu. Team 1. Load the remains of our comrades onto the helicopter. Wang Wu ordered. He intended to transport the bodies of the fallen soldiers back via helicopter. The Airbus H-135 has a capacity of 7 individuals, meaning that with 2 helicopters, only 14 could be transported, which was insufficient to bring back the entire Fire Seat assault team. Moreover, the 2 helicopters before them had sacrificed some of their capacity to incorporate medical modules, further reducing the number of personnel they could accommodate. A helicopter with 2 pilot seats can accommodate 2 warriors, while the rear holds 2 corpses and an accompanying soldier, representing the maximum capacity of a single helicopter at present. As for the creature intended for experimentation, Wang Wu resolved to assign it a harness for transport. Initially, he contemplated dragging it back with a rope tied to the vehicle, but deemed such an end too merciful. Ultimately, he decided to entrust it to true fiends at the gathering site. It is well known that those engaged in scientific research often exhibit eccentricities, particularly in the field of animal science. Second squad. Attention. Bind this creature securely and hoist it back with the helicopter. Yes. The monster, restrained on a stretcher, seemed to comprehend Wang Wu's orders. Its eyes darting wildly as warriors approached. In no time, it was ensnared with several descent ropes and affixed to the helicopter's lifting rings, resembling a mummy that could entice the Europeans. Confirming complete loading. Captain, we request clearance for takeoff. Takeoff. With the rhythmic thrum of the rotor blades and the whir of the turbine engine, 2 helicopters ascended from the ground, gradually climbing skyward before heading towards the stream area. Standing a short distance from the helicopters, Wang Wu and his comrades stood tall, their combat gear whipping in the gusts stirred by the rotor blades. Salute. At the command, the entire Firebrand assault team adopted solemn expressions, saluting in unison towards the flight path of the helicopters. They maintained their salute until the helicopters vanished into the distance, the flashing red signal lights fading from view before they slowly lowered their right hands. Report, Captain, there is a fuel storage chamber here. Following the direction indicated by a team member, Wang Wu spotted a small building adorned with a no smoking sign on the opposite side of the rooftop. With a series of powerful kicks, the small door of the fuel chamber soon succumbed to Wang Wu's considerable strength, being forcefully pushed aside. So much? Upon closer inspection, he counted 20 half-height green fuel barrels neatly arranged within, each labeled with the words aviation kerosene, each possessing a capacity of 200 liters. The Airbus H-135 utilizes a turbine engine, thus requiring aviation kerosene, whereas a piston engine would necessitate aviation gasoline. Upon further exploration, he discovered 2 sets of brand-new helicopter refueling equipment. In total, the room contained 4,000 liters of aviation kerosene, which should suffice to address the fuel consumption of the 2 Airbus H-135 helicopters for the time being. However, how to transport it down? This was the 15th floor, and each barrel weighed nearly 200 pounds, with only 19 members remaining in the Firebrand assault team. Even if each person carried a barrel, one would still be left behind, rendering the task unmanageable. Nonetheless, for Wang Wu, whether to take a few less barrels or abandon some altogether felt like a significant loss. Seeing them and not taking them would be a grievous oversight. Gazing at the stout, rounded shape of the fuel barrels, an idea struck him. Of course, they could simply roll them down. After all, it was just ascending the stairs. Regarding the issue of the fuel barrels, it was of no concern. Wang Wu swiftly led his comrades to the hospital's lower wards, gathering an abundance of sheets and blankets. They meticulously wrapped the barrels in layers of blankets, ensuring every inch was enveloped in several folds, before tearing the sheets into strips to bind them securely. Before long, a series of freshly wrapped fuel barrels, now considerably bulkier, emerged. Under Wang Wu's command, 2 soldiers gently tipped the barrels over, producing scarcely a sound. Ah, excellent protection. Wang Wu nodded in satisfaction. Forming pairs, they maneuvered the barrels down the staircase. Yes. With that affirmation, the members of the Fire Strike team transformed into diligent beetles, rolling the aviation fuel barrels down with remarkable ease, requiring little exertion to transport the nearly 200-pound barrels from the 15th floor. Chung Feng. Take someone with you and search the streets outside the hospital for any available trucks that can be driven away. Exercise caution. As dawn broke, the weary soldiers concluded their task of loading the aviation fuel. A total of 20 barrels of aviation fuel and 2 pristine helicopter refuelers were loaded into a box truck, which had sustained minor deformation and was missing a door. With a resounding thud, the truck door slammed shut, and the lights of the Hummer 3 armored command vehicle flickered to life, with the second team setting off as the vanguard. Shortly thereafter, a small convoy consisting of 2 Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles and a box truck slowly exited the hospital gates, gradually accelerating toward Hwasher Road. From the 7th-floor window of the inpatient department, a pair of crimson eyes glimmered beside the window, observing the convoy until it vanished into the distance, before retreating once more into the shadows. Chapter 138. Do not turn my indefinite sentence into death. The scene shifts back to yesterday afternoon. After parting ways with the Fire Seat assault team, Li Kuan's convoy had not traveled far along Linqing Avenue before it veered onto Xingfu Road in the Night and New District. While Hwasher Road, though desolate, still retained some semblance of novelty, Xingfu Road was utterly barren, lacking even the effort of planting a couple of trees. It merely bore a sign. On either side of the road lay fields overrun with weeds and patches of exposed yellow earth, with the occasional pond filled with murky water, showcasing protruding steel bars. Suddenly, a zombie, drawn by the noise, lunged forward only to be sent sprawling into the wild grass by the impact of the 048 infantry fighting vehicle. Inside the vehicle, however, Li Kuan remained unfazed, his head unbowed. Such collisions had become a routine occurrence along their journey. Some zombies charged forth on their own accord, while others were met with a deliberate strike from the driver, resulting in a mutual engagement where no party bore sole responsibility. At this moment, Li Kuan was intently studying the map of the Night and Granary. Despite his usual brash demeanor and boisterous personality, which often gave off an impression of being somewhat oblivious, when it came to warfare, Li Kuan could assert that his focus was sharper than the finely honed needle wielded by Grandma Wang from the village for her decades of embroidery. Commander, you've been poring over that map for nearly half an hour. Perhaps you should take a break? I read somewhere that prolonged staring at maps can strain the eyes, suggested the communications officer, Wang Dashing, who sat beside him. Do you understand the intricacies of studying the battlefield? Even if I told you, it would be lost on you. You with your vocational diploma. I, on the other hand, am a proud high school graduate, having even pursued further studies at a military academy for a year. Li Kuan retorted, his chin instinctively lifting in pride. Rounding it off, one could say I am akin to a university graduate. A decade and more ago, I was a bona fide intellectual. Upon hearing this, Wang Dashing lowered his head, murmuring in a somewhat aggrieved tone, "What's wrong with being a vocational student? Brother Chang has said that university students are no better than vocational ones, and besides, there is nothing noteworthy on this map, just a granary with nothing surrounding it." Hey, you. Li Kuan felt a surge of indignation rise within him, his blood pressure spiking as he rolled up the map, ready to strike. Report, Commander. The target granary has been sighted. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the armored infantry company swiftly approached the gates of the Night and Granary. The 048 infantry fighting vehicle came to a gradual halt, its tracks scraping against the concrete ground, 10 vehicles lined up in a neat row, with scarcely any space between them. The soldiers streamed out from the rear doors of the vehicles, quickly gathering behind the armored units. The sound of bullets being chambered resonating all around. The atmosphere was charged with an ominous sense of impending conflict. The sign that once hung at the granary's entrance was now absent, replaced by a new sign declaring it the gathering place of Nighten. The granary's walls appeared to rise to a height of at least 2 stories, with sharp shards of glass embedded atop, alongside rusted iron sheets that bore the threat of tetanus. Additionally, a half-meter-high barbed wire fence encircled the premises. Upon closer inspection of the cement used to bind the bricks of the defensive wall and the scattered debris of construction waste nearby, it was evident that this fortification had been erected not long ago. Had someone already claimed it? Standing behind the 048 infantry fighting vehicle, Li Kuan contemplated quietly, stroking his chin. As the armored infantry company observed the night and gathering, the inhabitants of the gathering were also scrutinizing them. On duty at the entrance today were a few small-time delinquents, their hair dyed red and yellow. When Li Kuan and his companions arrived, 2 of them were hunched over in the sentry box, engrossed in a game of poker with a woman. The game was intense, but the commotion caused by the 048 infantry vehicle was markedly different from that of other civilian vehicles. One red-haired thug couldn't help but peek outside, cursing. Which broke loser from the gathering is driving a tractor. His tone and demeanor reeked of disdain and arrogance. The Night in Gathering, once a granary before the apocalypse, had become the wealthiest stronghold in the region after the collapse. Surrounding it were dozens, if not hundreds, of smaller gatherings that often found themselves at its mercy. Whether it was a shelter of merely a dozen individuals or a gathering housing hundreds or thousands. The leaders of these places would invariably approach the Night in Gathering with deference, which bred a sense of superiority among its survivors. They regarded everyone else as mere beggars. Look, a tank. What kind of hook tank is that? I'm an airplane. 3Ks for a pair of threes. Is it dazed after being hit by me? Haha. Back in the day, Shindaozi won 37 million from just $20 in Macau. Today, I can make you lose your pants. Come, pour me a cappuccino, flower sister. Inside the sentry box, a yellow-haired young man with tattoos picked his nose and grinned at the woman beside him, who had lip piercings and was dressed provocatively. Wait. You guys look. A tank really is coming. The yellow-haired tattooed man and the pierced woman quickly stood up, noticing the red-haired thug's serious expression. Damn. It really is a tank. The troops are here. Upon seeing the menacing armored tank outside, the yellow-haired man's smile vanished, replaced by a look of sheer panic. Despite their current comfortable lives as the elite of a 1,000-person base, they were acutely aware of how they had attained such status. Their acquisition of national assets through sheer force was sufficient to secure them a lifetime of sustenance from the nation, perhaps even with a few peanuts on the side. Hurry. I need to tell Brother Long. The yellow-haired man's voice trembled as he dashed toward the granary. Watching him flee, the remaining two cursed inwardly, resentful of his speed. They lamented that it wasn't them making the hasty retreat. However, before they could devise a response, a voice echoed from outside. Those inside the granary, open the door. We are here to protect you. At this, the yellow-haired tattooed man and flower sister exchanged bewildered glances, frozen in place, unsure of how to react. What did it mean that they were here to protect them? Who had summoned the military? If they opened the door, what if they were arrested? Moreover, Brother Long had not yet consented. If they recklessly allowed them in, Brother Long would surely not forgive them. Should they refrain from opening? Upon glancing at the adversary's line of armored vehicles, an overwhelming desire to breach their defenses surged within. Yet, it seemed futile to ponder whether the gates would open. Weariness enveloped the spirit, prompting a wish for destruction. As uncertainty loomed, a mutual decision was made to crouch down, adopting a stance of feigned ignorance. Report to the squad leader. There has been no response from the enemy. They have concealed themselves. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Li Kuan's anger ignited. Damn it. They dare to defy us. This wretched lot thinks they can ignore the commands of the army? Do they believe that by playing dead, they will escape my wrath? Afraid to open the door? They are clearly guilty. Wang Dasheng. Here, convey the message. If they do not open the door within 1 minute, we will commence a full assault. Prepare the entire squad for combat. Understood. Initially uncertain of the identity of those within, Li Kuan had contemplated a more diplomatic approach, hoping to assess the situation before resorting to violence. Their demeanor was somewhat unruly, but that was reserved for villains, not innocent civilians. The distinction between soldier and bandit was clear to the commanders under Gu Qingyuan's command. The 1-minute ultimatum served as a final warning. Shouldn't ordinary people extend a warm welcome upon the arrival of the army? Shouldn't they feel a sense of kinship? Only the wicked would harbor fear. With a commanding shout from Li Kuan, the entire company of 048 infantry fighting vehicles sprang into action, executing a swift turn. Their turrets pivoting as the 100mm semi-automatic rifled cannon aimed menacingly at the gathering point. Inside the compound, upon receiving the news, Long Qijiangshu had been lost in the frenzy, resembling a plump penguin racing madly down the street. He fervently prayed that his subordinates would exhibit some wisdom and refrain from provoking the army. He hoped desperately that his indefinite sentence would not be transformed into a death sentence. Chapter 139. The ground is chilly. As the tactical watch of Li Kuan inside the armored vehicle emitted a prompt, he was poised to issue an assault command when Long Qijiang, through a series of tumbles and crawls, finally managed to catch up. Ignoring the two yellow-haired men feigning ignorance in the guard post, he urgently shouted, "Military personnel! Military personnel! Do not fire! Do not fire! We are one of you! I am one of you!" With his considerable bulk pressing against the gate, Long Qijiang's rotund figure bounced against the iron door, causing ripples of flesh to ripple outward. He shouted hoarsely, sweating profusely, as he fumbled to unlock the heavy latch on the door. In his prime, Long Qijiang was merely a street thug who preyed on high school students. never daring to extort more than 3,000 for protection. His daily routine consisted of attending legal lectures and studying the latest edition of the Great Zhou Civil Code, meticulously checking for any amendments or alterations in the statutes. As a seasoned miscreant with over 2 decades of experience, he may not have been the most formidable, but certainly, he was the longest lasting. Throughout his 2 decades in the underworld, he witnessed numerous individuals rise to prominence only to fall, often arrested by the police the very next day. Many were more skilled than him in various phases of their criminal careers, yet he ascended to the status of a respected veteran because of his longevity and legal understanding. He firmly believed that knowledge alters fate. Otherwise, how could he have thrived in the criminal world for so long without fading into obscurity? Being a thug with a grasp of the law, he fully comprehended the immense power the military wielded in chaotic times. As the apocalypse approached, the military had entered a state of war. Thus, clashing with them would be akin to a character from a film, thrusting a gun barrel into one's own mouth. While unlocking the door, Long Chi-jiang reflected on the misdeeds he had committed since the onset of the apocalypse and concluded that none were heinous enough to warrant severe punishment. At worst, he anticipated a sentence starting at 3 years. Far from the death penalty, this was his measured assessment based on a plethora of cases. As for Zhang Wenyuan and his companions, they had perished from zombie bites while transporting supplies, with only a few of his subordinates escaping. Could this be deemed murder? It was merely a case of emergency evasion. As the lock clicked open, the 2 yellow-haired men, who had been playing dead in the guard post, rushed out, struggling alongside Long Chi-jiang to push the door open. These doors had taken considerable effort to procure, reinforced with 4 or 5 layers of steel plating for added protection. With the gates swung wide, Li Kuan immediately commanded, "Leave personnel to man the vehicles." The entire company dismounts and prepares to secure the night and grain depot. With a rhythmic thud of boots, the armored infantry soldiers, weapons in hand, swiftly advanced toward the gathering point under the guidance of their respective squad leaders, adopting tactical stances. Meanwhile, the 04A infantry fighting vehicle remained stationary by the roadside, its imposing cannon still trained on the night and gathering site, ready to unleash its thunderous wrath at the slightest hint of abnormality from the opposition. The process of the troops' deployment proceeded remarkably smoothly, encountering virtually no resistance. The security personnel within the base, under various pressures, behaved as docilely as kittens, should the soldiers of the armored infantry battalion wish. They might even roll over to expose their bellies. During the occupation, under the leadership of Deputy Company Commander Zhao Gang, the soldiers initially seized the watchtower and secured the entrance to the gathering area. Subsequently, they ascended the ramp to the wall from the gate, effectively enclosing half of the base. It is referred to as half because the remaining section of the wall was still under construction. Once the last high silo was occupied, Li Kuan descended from the 04A infantry fighting vehicle, trailed by the communications soldier Wang Dashing, who clutched an assault rifle. Li Kuan, with a black 92-style pistol tucked into his waist and his hands clasped behind his back, strode forward with a commanding presence. Dragon Chi-jiang hastily extracted a towel from his pocket and wiped the sweat from his gleaming head. The sound echoed like glass being polished. After drying off, he hastened towards Li Kuan. "Sir, sir." Upon seeing Dragon Chi-jiang rush towards him, Li Kuan furrowed his brow, pointed his right hand, and, with a hint of irritation, commanded, "Wang Dasheng, go, give him a couple of slaps." "Yes." Wang Dasheng promptly complied, striding over and delivering 2 resounding slaps to a bewildered Dragon Chi-jiang. "What the hell? Why are you taking so long to open the door? Did you think you could keep me waiting? Time is precious, and you're risking the lives of the soldiers. How dare you attack the troops? Someone, take him away and execute him." "What?" Dragon Chi-jiang's vision darkened, and he trembled uncontrollably, as if jolted by electricity. I calculated. 3 years to start, maximum indefinite. Why am I facing execution right upon arrival? I haven't even been questioned. This is utterly unlawful." Confronted with Li Kuan's unorthodox approach, Dragon Chi-jiang fell to his knees. "Sir, this is a grave injustice. Although I have committed a crime, my punishment should not be death. Grant me indefinite imprisonment instead. I beg for mercy." With his face contorted in dismay, Dragon Chi-jiang knelt on the ground, weeping profusely, which elicited a chuckle from Li Kuan. "This fellow even understands the law? Wait, bring him closer. I wish to hear his interpretation of indefinite imprisonment." Li Kuan had no intention of executing him. Although he had been somewhat cheeky, it hardly warranted a death sentence. His actions were merely intended to instill a sense of fear in Dragon Chi-jiang. As for whether Dragon Chijiang was good or bad, he remained indifferent. If he were a good man, he would not have faced gunfire, and if he were bad, shooting him would not cause any significant delay. As it appeared, the approach was effective. There was little need for further debate. As this fellow began to confess as if spilling beans, Dragon Chijiang was forced down to kneel before Li Kuan by two burly soldiers. Speak. What do you mean by indefinite imprisonment? If you can't articulate it, I shall execute you on the spot. Wang Dashing fetched a chair from the watchtower, and Li Kuan took a seat, his fierce gaze fixed intently on Dragon Chijiang. Kneeling on the ground, Long Chijiang felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Too intimidated to meet Li Kuan's gaze, in a feeble voice, he endeavored to defend himself, saying, Sir, I assure you, I have committed no wrongdoing within the settlement. I have not bullied anyone, nor have I coerced my subordinates. All interactions have been based on mutual consent. Furthermore, I have generously shared provisions with other settlements, embodying the spirit of humanitarianism, thereby saving countless lives. Oh, so you fancy yourself a living bodhisattva? Spare me your deceit. Li Kuan retorted furiously. If you continue to be insincere, I shall have no choice but to execute you. With that, he raised his foot and kicked Long Chijiang, who fell to the ground, too frightened to utter a sound. Quickly, he scrambled back to his knees. Sir, I truly speak the truth. They exchanged goods, but they were merely worthless scraps, mostly stones from the brains of zombies. While they may be visually appealing, they are inedible and unquenchable. I have amassed nearly 10,000 of them. As he spoke, Long Chijiang felt a pang of injustice. His rare act of kindness seemed to go unrecognized. What? 10,000 zombie brains? Upon hearing this, Li Kuan abruptly rose from his chair. Long Chijiang instinctively flinched, anticipating an onslaught of blows. However, to his surprise, instead of a barrage of fists, he felt powerful hands steady him. Oh dear brother, the ground is cold. Let us rise and converse. Chapter 140. Unexpected Fortune. Alas, Kuan, I merely stepped away for a moment to relieve myself, and yet so many soldiers have arrived? Could it be that I have perished in the latrine? And this is merely the final illusion of my fleeting moments? The young man who let out a startled cry appeared disheveled, wearing a tattered straw hat and a soiled outfit reminiscent of a grain warehouse worker, his entire being cloaked in dirt. Hush, hush. What are you shouting about? I would rather conceal my head within my trousers than endure your racket. Jin Kuan swiftly covered Zhang Bing's mouth, his face resembling a boiled egg, with small, anxious eyes darting about in panic. Ugh, Kuan, do not cover my mouth with your hand. You often reach into your pants, and it reeks. Zhang Bing's complexion turned sour, akin to one who had consumed something foul, as he repeatedly swatted away the hefty hand that covered his mouth. Well, it has been quite a while since I last bathed. Engaged in strenuous labor day in and day out, exposed to sun and rain, and perspiring profusely, of course. It gets sticky. If it itches, one simply scratches. Upon hearing Jin Kuan's words, Zhang Bing resolved not to dwell on the matter further. After all, their sanitary conditions were similarly poor, and it was futile to expect more from their circumstances. His former obsession with cleanliness had been thoroughly cured by the apocalypse. It was not uncommon for him to scratch himself absent-mindedly. One could only say, a miraculous healer, despite the dismal hygiene standards of the night and gathering place, where arduous work was the norm and the construction of massive walls was daily fare. It was a sanctuary of safety and sustenance. Those who had spent considerable time in the Wasteland understood the true value of such a haven. He had conversed with individuals from other gathering sites, and their plight was far more dire, often hearing of smaller enclaves being overrun by zombies. Upon closer inquiry, he discovered that some of those who had previously boasted of their prowess were now among the fallen. Better to live as a dog in peaceful times than as a man in chaotic times. This adage resonated deeply with him. While prosperity may not elevate one's potential, it certainly secures one's foundation. Kuan, I believe Long's group has been apprehended, all kneeling on the basketball court beneath the flagpole, with soldiers guarding them, armed and ready. Surely, they are not about to execute them? By the way, why are you still here? Zhang Bing's gaze shifted to Jin Kuan, filled with incredulity. Where else would I be? Jin Kuan's face flushed. Weren't you the one who volunteered to provide legal assistance to Long? Why do you not join them in kneeling? What do you mean, volunteered? What the hell does that even imply? Do you understand the law? That was coercion, and given the circumstances, I can be exempted from punishment. Jin Kuan fervently suppressed his volume, offering a frantic defense. You were coerced by Hua, weren't you? That's quite a burden, indeed. Even a lawyer of 0.1 tons cannot bear it, Zhang Bing remarked, his expression brimming with mockery. Do not say you have not smoked. Does the end of a cigarette count as smoking? Was it not passed from my hand to yours? Indeed. Splitting the spoils, partner. Bullying the innocent? Unequal distribution leading to internal strife? As Zhang Bing realized he had inadvertently implicated himself as an accomplice with just a few words, he dared not pursue the topic further, fearing that continuing would lead to his designation as the mastermind. I am determined to expose you. Zhang Bing, in a moment of foolishness, opened his mouth to shout, "Hey! Hey! Hey!" Eugene Kuan, feeling a surge of panic, quickly restrained Zhang Bing and crouched behind a pile of building materials. Earlier, when there were many people outside, I knelt down for you. I heard you still have 2 cigarettes left. Zhang Bing spoke with a tone of smugness. So, you also have your day? You've been using me like a dog with your cigarette, but all while masquerading it as a chance for me to savor the remnants of your knowledge? Each time. After smoking, I'm expected to express over 200 words of profound reflection on the experience. Now the tides have turned. The suspect Long Chijiang has given me one. And I still have how many left? You smoke my leftovers without. At this point, Jin Kuan abruptly halted, disbelief evident in his eyes. Fine, fine. I will go get my half, and I still owe you 1.5. This matter must not be mentioned again. The army has arrived, and our new life is about to commence. Let us forget everything. Li Kuan was oblivious to the reactions of the residents in the night and gathering place. Nor did he realize that with the arrival of the army, the existing hierarchy was being dismantled. All he knew was that he, old Li, was about to strike it rich. Li Kuan, accompanied by a squad of soldiers, followed Long Chijiang to the warehouse where the zombie brain cores were stored. The warehouse wasn't large, merely about 30 to 40 square meters, typically used for storing various supplies. Wrenches, saws, shovels, picks, and grass cutters were strewn about, while wooden boxes containing the zombie brain cores were carelessly placed in the corners. Aside from the switch area, the majority of the box surfaces were covered in dust, and not a single lock was in sight. It seemed that, as Long Chijiang had mentioned, these survivors truly regarded the zombie brain cores as mere refuse. Open it, Li Kuan commanded. Long Chijiang swiftly moved ahead of the soldiers, nimbly lifting the lid of the box. Creak, the hinges of the wooden box emitted a sound reminiscent of aged wood. Immediately, Li Kuan beheld a box filled with crystalline, distinctly defined zombie brain cores, which, under the natural light, refracted a subtle rainbow of hues. I am going to be rich. I am going to be rich. Li Kuan's expression was one of exhilaration, already imagining the joy on his superior's face upon receiving these. This large box contained at least 10,000 cores. Long Chijiang, overhearing Li Kuan's murmurs, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Realizing that he would ultimately bear the brunt of it, he could only force himself to pour cold water on Li Kuan's enthusiasm. Chief, these zombie brain cores are truly of no use. They may look good, but in this post-apocalyptic world, aesthetics are futile. They are inedible and cannot be chewed by horses. I should take you to see the grain storage instead. It is filled to the brim with several large warehouses, and food is the real treasure. In an unexpectedly jovial mood, Li Kuan disregarded his remarks and posed a question that left Long Chijiang utterly befuddled. What is your educational background? Elementary school, Long Chijiang replied honestly, albeit unaware of the underlying implication. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Li Kuan erupted into laughter, lifting his chin slightly. You, with an elementary education, dare to command me? A university graduate, a man of intellect? Wang Dasheng. Attention. Would you, in your wildest imagination, suggest that university students are not significantly superior to elementary school pupils? Certainly not. Upon hearing Wang Yosheng's remarks, Li Kuan felt an overwhelming sense of relief, akin to the refreshing sensation of gulping down a large canister of ice water on a sweltering summer day. A single word encapsulating his feeling. Exhilarating. Long Chijiang, somewhat perplexed by the exchange, couldn't help but smile at Li Kuan's delight. He moved aside to retrieve a chair, diligently wiping it down with his sleeve. Please. Have a seat, Commander. Li Kuan settled into the chair, casting a keen gaze at Long Chijiang, contemplating how best to address him. As he walked through the entrance, Li Kuan observed the construction plans for the night and gathering place and inquired about some personal matters regarding Long Chijiang. The latter did not shy away from recounting his experiences in the underworld, detailing his exploits and seizing grain warehouses with clarity and vividness, akin to listening to a captivating storyteller. To be frank, Li Kuan found himself somewhat admiring this individual. Despite his lack of academic credentials, which paled in comparison to his own, he recognized that not everyone can be an intellectual, and one must not be overly demanding. Here was a man who rose from humble beginnings, adept at seizing opportunities and possessing genuine capability, albeit marked by a certain timidity. This was Li Kuan's assessment of Long Qijiang, which could be deemed rather favorable. Timidity is not inherently a disparaging trait, while it may signify weakness in the average individual. In someone like Long Qijiang, it denotes a healthy respect for boundaries. He is acutely aware of where the red lines lie and understands his own positioning, refraining from actions that exceed his station. Although his methods may be unconventional, he harbors a deep respect for authority. Long Qijiang manages the night and gathering place effectively, and his approach of exchanging food for crystal cores is commendable. Li Kuan was inclined to allow him to continue in this capacity, recognizing that any replacement would ultimately serve the leadership. Rather than disrupt the existing arrangement, it was more prudent to let him persevere. However, matters of personnel appointments were beyond the purview of a mere company commander. He could only offer suggestions, with final decisions resting in the hands of the higher-ups. Chapter 141, The Great Contest of the Ages, a vision for establishing a research framework at the athletic field of the West District of Night State University. Yu Chengyuan and his father, both clad in summer military training attire, were engaged in a morning run. Rising at 6 o'clock, they had already been running for nearly 10 minutes. Gu's father was drenched in sweat, resembling someone just pulled from a river, while Gu Qingyuan remained unperturbed, without a bead of perspiration on him. To Gu Qingyuan's eyes, their pace was leisurely, hovering around 4 minutes and 30 seconds per kilometer, more akin to a playful jog than a rigorous workout. It was merely a means to relish precious moments of familial bonding, especially since his father would soon return to the seat of the prime minister. And in a world divided by calamity, their reunions would become increasingly rare as both pursued their respective careers. However, Gu Zhangwo harbored a different sentiment, internally musing whether his son was mocking him by intentionally running at such a pace, perhaps aiming to exhaust him. After all, in the pre-apocalyptic world, he had been an avid runner, and since assuming his duties in Tianzi City, his running prowess had surged dramatically. He had clinched the championship in consecutive citywide marathon events, firmly establishing himself as the leading figure in the cadre's running circuit. Except for the initial year, where fortune played a role, when 3 competitors ahead of him succumbed to cramps, causing a cascade of misfortune for the others, he had consistently led the pack in subsequent years. It was puzzling then why his office had announced a pace of 4 minutes and 10 seconds for him this year, while he felt he was struggling at 4 minutes and 30 seconds today. Could it be that he was indeed a competitor who thrived under the pressure of competition, achieving remarkable results only in official contests? As this thought crossed his mind, a slight smile crept upon Gu Zhangwo's lips. Though he felt on the verge of exhaustion, an inexplicable sense of pride welled within him. What does it matter if one excels in training if they falter in practice? My son, you still have much to learn. Noticing his father's amusement, Gu Chengyuan silently pondered if he was being urged to increase his speed. As someone accustomed to pacing at around 3 minutes and 30 seconds, this slower jog felt like a form of torment, and he found himself unconsciously accelerating, only to hastily rein in his speed upon realization. What a peculiar running version of a challenge. Commander! Zhou Guihong had appeared at the athletic field without his notice. As Gu Qingyuan approached, she promptly reported, internally marveling at the commander's vitality. If she were to ascend to leadership, she mused, her first act would be to indulge in 3 days of uninterrupted sleep. In this apocalyptic era, who still runs? Father, I shall go check on something. Gu Qingyuan offered an apologetic glance to his father before continuing. Yes. Do attend to it. The matters at hand are of utmost importance. Do not mind me. Understood. The father and son parted ways, both feeling a sense of relief, finally. They could cease their running. What is it? Gu Chengyuan inquired, accepting a clean towel from Zhou Guihong to wipe his face. Commander, the battalion has just received a radio message from the Fire Seed Assault Team. 2 Airbus H-135 helicopters are en route to the Night State University gathering site. Oh, it appears that the task has been successfully completed. Have you reported the helicopter's landing point to them? As Gu Chengyuan spoke, he walked towards the military building, with Zhou Guihong trailing half a step behind him. It has already been reported. Moreover, we even brought back a live specimen of a monster. The mission should have gone smoothly, right? Zhou Guihong's mention of the live specimen elicited no interest from Gu Chengyuan. Before the apocalypse, if someone had captured a monster, Gu Chengyuan would have been astonished and exclaimed, "Wow, incredible." However, in the post-apocalyptic world, monsters have become commonplace, and he has grown accustomed to their presence. Yet, The discovery of a wild human would undoubtedly astonish him even more. Beep, beep, beep. Just as they exited the athletic field, the assembly whistle echoed through the survivors' living area. Building 21, male assembly. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The survivors were about to gather for training at the athletic field, prompting Gu Changyuan to choose to walk across to the sidewalk on the opposite side of the road. Otherwise, when hundreds of people approached to greet him, he would face the dilemma of either ignoring them, which might be perceived as arrogance and disrespect, or responding, which would be exhausting after all. They would only need to greet him once, but he would have to reply hundreds of times. It seemed wiser to avoid the situation altogether for everyone's benefit. Initially, he relished the respect he received, but over time, he found it overwhelming when too many people approached at once. Continuing on. Upon reaching the side of the military building, Gu Changyuan casually handed a towel to Zhou Guhong. There have been 4 casualties. The bodies are on the helicopter that was sent ahead. Upon mentioning this, Zhou Guihong's tone grew somber. He knew Xiang Jian, who represented the Spark Assault team and had come to the camp for paperwork. He was a cheerful individual, and it was shocking to learn that he had fallen during this mission. Gu Changyuan pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Acknowledging this emotion, he began to mentally reassure himself. This is the post-apocalypse. Death is inevitable, and such occurrences will become commonplace. I must learn to accept this. This is the post-apocalypse. I too shall one day meet my end. Death is the ultimate fate of humanity. Soon, Gu Changyuan managed to suppress the rising tide of negative emotions. They may grieve, but I cannot. Their sorrow can be directed by me, yet in my grief, there will be no one to guide me. As a leader, Gu Changyuan felt he did not have the luxury to wallow in sorrow. He had contemplated the matter of handling the remains of fallen soldiers during his leisure time. Warfare is an inevitable reality in the apocalypse, which means loss of life is unavoidable. Monsters can kill humans, and humans can kill monsters. He had come to this realization long ago. Therefore, he already had a plan in place for the handling of the remains of the fallen soldiers. They would be cremated and interred in the Academy Grove in the Night West District, which is backed by a small hill and faces the Reading Lake, a location that is quite picturesque. Although the water had been drained due to mutated earthworms not long ago, it would soon be replenished. Regarding cremation, aside from the fear of potential reanimation of the deceased, there is also concern about mutated animals desecrating the remains. Reducing the bodies to ashes and storing them in iron urns should deter any mutated beings from lingering, one would hope. Such a multitude of Europeans. Has the Provincial Workers' Hospital restored its power supply? Report to the chief that it has indeed been restored, relying on the hospital's emergency generator. Therefore, the remains of these 4 warriors shall be temporarily housed in the morgue of the Provincial Workers' Hospital until the subsequent mission of the fire assault team is completed, at which point proper arrangements will be made. Understood. Furthermore, emphasize to the doctors that the warriors' remains must not be disrespected, should anyone dare to wield a scalpel upon them. I shall ensure they are fed peanuts until they are full. Understood. It is no wonder that Gu Changyuan felt compelled to stress this point, as the reputation of the doctors at the Provincial Workers' Hospital is widely known. The entire encampment is aware of these ruthless practitioners who spare not even the zombies. Consequently, survivors, even when ill, hesitate to seek treatment at the hospital, fearing that these doctors might forcibly end their lives in pursuit of dissection material, thus counting them as medical losses for the anatomical repository. Additionally, seek out Kaianshin to inquire whether there are any faculty or students from the School of Life Sciences available to assist with the capture of live mutated creatures. They need not return to their previous labors. Instead, they will return to the college laboratory, where their remuneration will be equivalent to that of combat personnel. Moreover, compile a statistical overview of talent in the field of scientific research and present it to me. Due to the emergence of live monsters, Gu Changyuan intends to reactivate the school's biological laboratory. Although uncertain about the potential outcomes of such research, one cannot expect to yield results without undertaking the endeavor. Furthermore, it would be a tremendous waste to have these knowledgeable scholars and students engage in menial labor alongside ordinary individuals. Talent, as a resource, was invaluable even before the apocalypse, let alone now. Presently, he has begun to regain some capacity, and the framework for scientific research must also be established. Humanity's ability to prevail over the harsh competition of nature, driving former rulers of the earth to either extinction or transformation into enduring protected species, is fundamentally reliant on technology. The impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. Nowadays, these fallen creatures of nature seem to be rising through mutation. Should humanity fail to maintain its technological superiority, they may very well reclaim their place at the top of the food chain. This directly determines who sits at the dining table and who becomes the meal. It is a struggle for survival as well as a contest of power. Chapter 142. Encountering the eccentric researcher amidst the thunderous roar of helicopter blades slicing through the air, Gu Chengyuan, accompanied by a group of individuals, stood solemnly atop the military building, gazing intently as the helicopter descended onto two helipads meticulously painted white in advance. The powerful gusts generated by the rotating wings surged wildly. Yet Gu Chengyuan remained steadfast in his impeccably tailored military uniform, largely unfazed by the chaotic winds. In stark contrast, the doctors from the Provincial Workers' Hospital and the faculty and students from the College of Life Sciences found themselves in a rather disheveled state, their white coats billowing like magical capes, flapping uncontrollably. The gravity of the occasion weighed heavily upon them. They were reluctant to tame their coats for fear of drawing Gu Chengyuan's ire, yet leaving them untamed felt equally absurd. As the coats threatened to whisk them away into the sky, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan transformation from the Dragon Ball series. The awkwardness of the situation left both departments wishing for a crevice in the earth to swallow them whole. Was the world truly determined to be this windy? To make such a spectacle before their commanding officer on their first day of service was a blow to their dignity. Gu Chengyuan's composure stemmed from his meticulous preparation. He had ensured that his military appearance was impeccable prior to the event, as they were to receive the remains of a fallen soldier, thus necessitating utmost decorum. As the two blue and white helicopters came to a complete halt, he strode purposefully towards them, the crowd trailing behind him in a hurried procession. Leading the Provincial Workers' Hospital was Director Wang Jianjun, who had recently been appointed as the hospital's head. Upon receiving the task of retrieving the soldiers' remains, he had insisted on being present personally. The mission saw nearly the entirety of the hospital's elite personnel deployed. Wang Jianjun took the lead as captain, with Director Gu serving as his deputy, and the core team comprised predominantly of robust orthopedic specialists, while the less capable members were deemed unfit for inclusion. Among them were the impressively built Su Daqiang and Su Erqiang. Wang Jianjun, well acquainted with the workings of medical helicopters, pushed the transport stretcher directly towards the rear of the Airbus H-135. With a deft maneuver, he slid the stretcher into the interface at the helicopter's rear, smoothly transferring the soldiers' remains onto the prepared gurney. The faculty and students from the College of Life Sciences were equally determined. Having finally caught the commander's attention and yearning to return to their former expertise, they were reluctant to revert to menial labor. Under the guidance of their instructor, Lu Wenjing, a group of students wheeled a specially equipped transport stretcher, fitted with restraining devices, to the side of the second helicopter. Prior to their arrival, they had been informed of the peculiar method of transporting the creature, allowing them to quickly locate the disoriented live specimen on the helicopter's side. "Teacher, I must say, this little creature resembles a dog," one of the students remarked. Indeed, it was rather unsightly. The students, brimming with youthful exuberance, could not suppress their comments upon seeing the creature. However, Lu Wenjing stood transfixed, staring at the creature on the ground as if he had encountered a ghost. "No, it can't be. It simply cannot be." Noticing their teacher's unusual demeanor, the nearby students couldn't help but inquire, "What do you mean, teacher? This is not a canine at all. It bears a closer resemblance to a human." Ah? Lu Wenjing's revelation left his students in a state of bewilderment. If indeed this creature is human, could humanity transform into anything other than a zombie? "Quickly, swiftly, lift this monster onto the vehicle. Move with haste. We must transport it to our academy without delay." After a brief moment of confusion, Lu Wenjing's demeanor and expression suddenly shifted to one of exuberance, akin to winning a colossal lottery. If this is truly a human, the avenues for research are boundless. For instance, the direction of human mutation, the factors influencing this mutation, the controllability of human mutation, how to facilitate voluntary mutation in humans, and the reversibility of such mutations. My heavens, this is not an apocalyptic scenario, it is, in fact, a golden era for life science researchers. And I, Lu Wenjing, am poised to establish a new field, becoming the pioneer of human mutation studies, a foundational figure. Henceforth, let those lab rats, ducklings, chicks, and bunnies perish. A wholly new door has swung open before Lu Wenjing, as he gazes intently at the bound creature below. As if beholding a rare treasure, he could swear that the fervor in his gaze during his wedding night 30 years ago had never been so intense. A group of teachers and students collectively assisted in lifting the creature onto a specialized transport bed, securing it with the restraints provided. As Lu Wenjing manipulated the lever beside the bed, the monster's 6 limbs were pulled outward in its terrified state, swiftly transitioning from a curled position to an extended one, taking the form of Insa suspended above the transport bed, utterly powerless. Just as Lu Wenjing, fueled by dreams of becoming a foundational figure, was eagerly leading his students to transport the creature downstairs, Gu Qingyuan suddenly called out to him. "Wait, Chief, do you have any instructions?" Facing the former student who was now the leader of the gathering place, Lu Wenjing felt no awkwardness in this shift of roles, smoothly addressing him. As the saying goes, those who achieve greatness are revered. Whoever prospers becomes the ancestor. Professor Lu, please don't rush. I will arrange for a security detail to escort you, which will serve as your lab security force. Given the potential dangers of researching this creature, it's imperative to ensure your safety. Upon finishing, Gu Qingyuan gestured behind him, and immediately a squad of soldiers jogged forward. You are now responsible for the security of the Life Sciences Academy, ensuring the safety of the researchers and students. Yes, Professor Lu, let them safeguard your return. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for your concern. Lu Wenjing's voice trembled slightly. I will not disappoint your expectations. Before the apocalypse, as a professor at the Knight University's Life Sciences Academy, he held only a meager title, never having been recognized as a scholar. While his peers flourished, participating in grand lectures and eloquently addressing audiences, he could only sit quietly in the middle, applauding. In those days filled with mediocrity, how often did Lu Wenjing yearn to take the stage? After 30 years of honing his skills, the opportunity has finally arrived. Good news, a promising project has emerged. Another piece of good news, the competition from peers has been significantly diminished. Furthermore, the base commander has even assigned security for him. Good heavens! In a world on the brink of collapse, a researcher who receives security detail must be an extraordinary individual, a true genius. Who could have imagined that one day he would enjoy such treatment? What merit or capability does he possess to deserve this? Lu Wenjing felt an overwhelming urge to recline in tactical surrender, sensing that he had already lived a life without regrets. Contemplating these thoughts, Lu Wenjing's heart surged with a resolute notion that failure was not an option. He must not let down the commander's expectations. Gu Qingyuan stood still, watching Lu Wenjing's hurried departure, his expression inscrutable, a lingering sense that perhaps he had not assigned enough security personnel. What kind of look did he just have? The request for security detail was made not only to guard against monsters, but also to protect against the faculty and students of the School of Life Sciences. When Lu Wenjing gazed at the monsters, the fiery intensity in his eyes that could sear through flesh was precisely what Gu Qingyuan had observed. To prevent the emergence of a deranged scientist akin to Orochimaru within the encampment, Gu Qingyuan felt compelled to take precautionary measures. Chapter 143. Chief, congratulations on your prosperity. After the personnel responsible for receiving the remains and the live specimens departed, Gu Qingyuan listened attentively to several members of the Spark Assault team who had returned by helicopter. He quickly grasped the intricate details surrounding the incident. The casualties were indeed unavoidable. There was no room to assign blame to anyone's oversight. The soldiers were human, not divine, and could not foresee every circumstance. If one were to assign fault, it would be to this damned apocalypse, rife with unpredictable emergencies. This incident served as a poignant reminder for Gu Qingyuan to exercise greater caution in the future. He should refrain from venturing out of the stronghold whenever possible. Even when leaving the military headquarters, he ought to be accompanied by ample security forces, ideally traveling in an armored command vehicle. Who could predict what dangers might descend from the skies or emerge from the ground? The mutated earthworms were a prime example of such threats. Thus, the lesson derived from this experience was clear. His security measures must be fortified. After concluding his inquiries, Gu Qingyuan instructed the members of the Spark Assault team to return and rest, having fought through the night and piloted a helicopter back. Ordinary individuals would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. He pondered, somewhat whimsically, whether fatigue while piloting could be considered a form of impaired driving. After the team departed, Gu Qingyuan lingered with his security personnel on the rooftop for a while longer. He circled the blue and white helicopter, examining it closely, even venturing inside for a brief experience. He found the helicopter quite fascinating, having never had the opportunity to ride in one before the apocalypse, only having observed them from a distance. His earlier disinterest had been a deliberate effort to maintain an aloof demeanor before the survivors in the stronghold. Now that the outsiders had left, He felt no reservations and thoroughly indulged in exploring the helicopter before contentedly descending to the ground. The placement of the helicopter atop the military headquarters was not a whimsical decision. It was intended to ensure rapid mobility in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Whether it was for the troops to swiftly engage the enemy or to evacuate from an insurmountable threat, the helicopter needed to be operational at a moment's notice. Furthermore, as a prized asset in his possession, it was only natural that he would keep it under vigilant oversight. Just as Gu Chengyuan concluded his inspection of the helicopter and settled back at the command office, the communication device began to ring. He picked up the receiver, and the voice of Li Kuan resonated through. Headquarters. Headquarters. This is Li Kuan from the Armored Infantry Company. Upon recognizing Li Kuan's voice, Gu Chengyuan instinctively furrowed his brow. Could there be an issue in Li Kuan's sector as well? Given the recent casualties with the Spark Assault team, it was only natural for him to harbor concerns. Li Kuan, this is Gu Chengyuan. On the other end, Li Kuan's spirits soared upon hearing Gu Chengyuan's voice. Reporting, Chief. I have crucial information to convey. Crucial information? Listening to Li Kuan's exuberant tone, Gu Chengyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his furrowed brow relaxed. Leaning back slightly in the armchair, I settled into a comfortable position. Speak. Let me hear your good news. Indeed, the Chief's news is splendid. You truly possess remarkable foresight. Li Kuan flattered, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Chief, I must congratulate you on your newfound wealth. Listening to Li Kuan's exuberant voice over the phone, Gu Chengyuan felt a sense of confusion. Why would I be congratulated for wealth? Could it be that the Yian granary holds more than 100,000 tons of grain? Chief, after I occupied the Yian granary yesterday, I discovered 342 crystal cores within. Inside the 04A infantry fighting vehicle, Li Kuan accurately reported the figures, having confirmed the count 3 times to ensure precision. Rising early, he eagerly instructed the driver to bring both the crystal cores and Long Qijiang back, eager to showcase his accomplishments before the chief. What? Over 12,000 cores? Gu Chengyuan's astonishment was evident. Although the blood mine now produced over 4,000 cores daily, accumulating such a number in 3 days resembled a steady paycheck, lacking the thrill of unexpected fortune. Very well, Captain Li Kuan, you always manage to surprise me. Have you brought back the crystal cores? Yes, Chief. They are en route and expected to arrive in about half an hour. Good. Come report to me upon your return, and we shall dine together at noon. I must treat you to a special meal. Yes, Chief. However, there is one more matter I wish to report. I have also brought back a survivor, or rather, the current head of the Yian granary, which has now transformed into the Yian gathering place, housing over 10,000 residents. The head of the Yian gathering place? Over 10,000 people? Gu Chengyuan pondered the implications of Li Kuan's words. Bring them over. Understood. As Li Kuan heard the communication terminate in his earpiece, he let out a sigh of relief. Although the chief would not reprimand him for bringing someone back, there lingered a sense of unease, as he had somewhat involved himself in personnel appointments. It seemed prudent to report his findings first. Half an hour later, Li Kuan's 204A infantry fighting vehicles arrived in front of the military headquarters. The route to the Yian district had been cleared, allowing for a relatively smooth journey. Aside from the sporadic zombies that emerged unexpectedly, Long Qijiang, seated inside the 04A, had seen nothing along the way and had even left an imprint on his face from sleep. Groggily called to disembark. He wiped away drool and was greeted by the sight of the modest red building before him. However, upon noticing the 2 upright guards at the entrance, he felt an overwhelming sense of authority, instinctively becoming more reserved. Before the apocalypse, he had felt like a mouse before a cat at the sight of police officers, let alone a military force that surpassed them in power. Just standing at the entrance made him shiver slightly. What are you standing there for? Follow me. Speak less and listen more. Be sharp, understood? Li Kuan held a certain admiration for him. Thus he offered an additional word of caution. Understood, understood. Thank you, Commander. Long Qijiang repeatedly nodded in agreement. What nonsense, Commander. That is the detritus of feudal times. How many times must I say it? Call me Company Commander Li. Make sure you don't misaddress me before the superior later. If I get punished because of your blunders, you shall not escape unscathed. Understood, Company Commander Li. I assure you it won't happen. I'm quite astute. Very well, it is best to remain that way. I have granted you an opportunity. Whether you thrive or falter depends on your fortune. With that, Li Kuan took the lead, entering the military headquarters, while Long Qijiang cautiously followed behind. His gaze fixated on Li Kuan's back, refraining from glancing anywhere else. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the office door being rapped, Gu Qingyuan, who had been lounging in his chair engrossed in a book, straightened himself. One must maintain a proper image before subordinates, while demeanor can be relaxed. It should not be overly so. Enter. Creaking open, the office door revealed Li Kuan accompanied by a balding, portly man. Before Li Kuan could utter a word, a visibly anxious Long Qijiang blurted out, "Greetings, Commander." Chapter 144, The Experimental Ground for New Currency. Within the exclusive office of Gu Qingyuan, he sat behind his desk, observing with a bemused expression the two individuals before him, who were engrossed in counting ants. Meanwhile, Li Kuan, usually thick-skinned, found himself blushing and feeling an unsettling itch. As if countless ants were crawling upon him, his embarrassment causing him to nearly wear through the soles of his combat boots. Long Qijiang stood helplessly beside Li Kuan, his body trembling slightly, his heart heavy with dread, as if calamity were imminent. Li Kuan had never anticipated that despite his numerous admonitions, he would forget to instruct Long Qijiang on how to address their superior, resulting in the rather audacious title of Great Commander being uttered. The moment was almost too much for Gu Qingyuan's expression management, who nearly burst into laughter. However, being professionally trained, he managed to suppress it. After listening to Li Kuan's report and reflecting on the man's demeanor, Gu Qingyuan suddenly perceived that Long Qijiang was quite an intriguing character. In truth, Gu Qingyuan was indifferent to whom he employed, devoid of any moral scruples, as long as the individual possessed genuine capability and could create value for him, provided they were not inherently malevolent. He had no intention of constructing a grand cathedral like Notre Dame, so why seek out saints? A few minor flaws could even facilitate easier management. Long Qijiang exemplified a person with both conspicuous strengths and weaknesses. He possessed talent, yet was ill-suited for grand endeavors. He was ideally positioned to function as a cog within the vast war machine of the military, were Long Qijiang to excel in every aspect. Gu Qingyuan might have found himself compelled to hold him accountable for his transgressions since the apocalypse. Remarkably, this individual had transformed from a third-rate street thug before the cataclysm to a figure of impressive managerial prowess in its aftermath. While most individuals struggle to comprehend the role of a class monitor, he managed to oversee a gathering of over 10,000 individuals with remarkable order, adeptly navigating relationships with the multitude of settlement groups within the Night Peace District. He understood both the concept of sacrifice and the necessity of making difficult decisions. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, few good-natured individuals survived. When cornered, desperation often led to theft, and displaying weakness only intensified the threat of robbery. While it is simple for one to grasp the notion of sacrifice, the execution of it eludes many throughout their lives. Long Qijiang, without a doubt, excelled in this regard. He not only understood the art of sacrifice, but also managed to divide the survivors outside the granary, preventing their unification. Even when faced with survivor groups far superior in numbers, he was able to maintain his position, effectively using resources to elevate his community above others. It must be said, he is indeed a talent. No wonder Li Kuan chose to bring him before Gu Qingyuan. Having contemplated these insights, Gu Qingyuan devised a plan for Long Qijiang. He resolved to retain him at the Night Peace Settlement, as the latter required no acclimatization and could begin work immediately. Time was, after all, of the essence for Gu Qingyuan. He intended to continue utilizing Long Qijiang's expertise to gather zombie brain nuclei through the allocation of food resources. Such an abundance of grain, if not consumed, will inevitably spoil. The storage conditions for large quantities of grain are quite stringent. Temperature and humidity control are fundamental. Gu Qingyuan does not possess the habit of hoarding grain without limit. Converting grain into strength will yield even more grain. Furthermore, if his father successfully organizes production upon his return, there may be no need for such open warehouse searches for grain next year. Gu Qingyuan harbors high expectations for the grain production capacity in the center of the Chancellor's Assembly. Additionally, he might allow Long Qijiang to experiment by designating the Yiannu district as a testing ground for a new currency system, utilizing zombie brain cores as currency to anchor grain. He wishes to see if this concept can succeed. After all, it is not his own encampment. He fears no upheaval should problems arise, and with his own resources as a safeguard, he could easily subsume all the survivors of Yiannu district if necessary. As for why he does not currently deploy the military to forcibly consolidate and manage them, it is because Gu Qingyuan seeks to explore new possibilities. He does not believe that the encampment model is the optimal way to establish a new order in the post-apocalyptic world. He wishes to observe these survivors to see if a superior model can emerge or if a complementary model to the encampment can be developed. Yian New District. You shall serve as my experimental field. I shall watch your progress from behind. Gu Chengyuan mused contemplatively. The tens of thousands of survivors in Yian New District remained oblivious to the fact that their fate had already been decided by someone several dozen kilometers away in the Stream District, and they were powerless to resist. Li Kun, your handling of this matter has been commendable. I wish to commend you here. Long Qijiang. In light of Captain Li Kun's praise for your performance and his endorsement, you shall temporarily retain your position as the administrator of the Yian encampment. Upon hearing this, Long Qijiang's face visibly brightened with joy, secretly relieved that not only had he passed the evaluation, but he had also secured his position. However, Gu Qingyuan's subsequent words caused his heart to plummet once more. Yet merit cannot absolve wrongdoing. You have done well in establishing the encampment and sheltering survivors. But your violent seizure of national assets is a grave crime. It is a capital offense. Furthermore, after establishing the encampment, I do not believe you have refrained from other criminal acts. You cannot escape the death penalty. Gu Chengyuan's words were laced with a chilling intent, causing Long Qijiang to break into a cold sweat and collapse to the ground. What does the commander mean? Does this imply he wishes to execute me? Merely because of my contributions, I might receive a posthumous title as the administrator of the Yian encampment? Observing Long Qijiang's ashen face, Gu Chengyuan felt it was time to temper the fear he had instilled. Pushing him too far could lead to losing his grip on the situation. As for your death penalty, I shall set it aside for now. You must diligently fulfill your responsibilities as the administrator of the Yian encampment. Should you err again, we shall reckon both old and new accounts together. Upon hearing this, the pallor of Long Qijiang's face gradually regained its color. Having narrowly escaped death, his emotions surged with exhilaration, the stark contrast in his feelings evoking profound gratitude towards Gu Qingyuan. In the fleeting moment when Gu Qingyuan, who had just threatened his life, transformed in his subconscious into a savior, he expressed his gratitude with fervor. Thank you, Commander. I am eternally grateful for your mercy. Henceforth, should you direct me eastward, I shall not venture west. Should you command me southward, I shall not stray north. The strategic manipulation of Long Qijiang is imperative, yet it must be executed with subtlety, ensuring he feels apprehensive and fearful, aware that arrogance could lead to dire consequences. The mastery of political maneuvering over Long Qijiang has been established, with an additional safeguard in the form of stationed troops. As a substantial grain reserve, the garrison houses over 10,000 survivors, prompting Gu Chengyuan's decision to deploy an infantry battalion. Under the dual control of political acumen and military might, he harbors no doubt that Long Qijiang could create any significant upheaval. By the way, I find myself in need of a few complimentary tokens. Additionally, I am seeking suggestions for a book title as I prepare for a literary endeavor. Your recommendations would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 145. Shishan Hotel. As the first five-star hotel in the night market, Shishan Hotel boasts a rich history and is located in the bustling Guanshan district, where elegance meets convenience. The hotel offers expansive vistas, allowing guests to gaze upon the breathtaking Shihuang Mountain and admire the magnificent skyline of Guanshan district. A harmonious blend of picturesque natural landscapes, contemporary design, and classic historical architecture, Shishan Hotel masterfully balances these elements. Spanning a total area of 25,000 square meters, the hotel accommodates 240 scenic guest rooms, complemented by an array of leisure facilities, including a spa and fitness center that alone covers 2,000 square meters. Despite the burgeoning night market economy and the emergence of numerous five-star hotels, Shishan Hotel remains uniquely entrenched in the hearts of night market patrons. It is akin to a radiant moonlight that suddenly illuminates the dimness of the night market's impoverished past. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Shishan Hotel quickly transitioned from chaos to organization. Apart from the unfortunate souls who were in the hotel's public areas during the outbreak, the survival rate of other guests was remarkably high. This elevated survival rate can be attributed to the hotel's lodging facilities, which transformed each room into a natural quarantine zone. The closed doors restricted the movement of the infected, as zombies do not possess the ability to open doors. Thus, once transformed, they remain confined to their hotel rooms. As a luxury establishment, Shishan Hotel typically attracts affluent and prestigious guests, bolstered by a formidable security presence. Dispelling any notion of casual security staff, the hotel employs an elite international security team. The combination of low-intensity zombie activity and elite clientele and robust security has enabled the survivors within Shishan Hotel to establish a safe haven in these dire times. In a small executive meeting room on the 9th floor of Shishan Hotel, a routine daily meeting is underway. 8 individuals. The entirety of the current management team of the Shishan shelter occupy the room, chosen based on their pre-apocalyptic social resources. These individuals represent the survivor community in descending order of wealth and status. Simply put, those with financial means and higher societal standing continue to lead. This unfortunate necessity arises from the inability to quantify human capability, while wealth provides a tangible measure. Wealth equals ability. This formula rarely miscalculates. The 8 individuals in the meeting room are silent, the atmosphere almost oppressive, with not even the sound of shifting in their seats to break the stillness. Lei Jun, seated at the head of the table, clasps his hands together upon the surface, his demeanor calm as he surveys the other 7 present. His voice tinged with fatigue. Have you made any progress utilizing your respective resources? Silence ensues. The other 7 lower their heads, refraining from response, their expressions betraying a sense of defeat. Among them are magnates with fortunes exceeding 1 billion, including 2 whose assets surpass 100 billion. As their leader, Lei Jun's worth exceeds 1,000 billion, establishing him as a renowned internet tycoon and a legend in the investment world prior to the apocalypse. At the onset of the apocalypse, they brimmed with confidence and optimism, believing that their social connections would ensure their survival and ultimately transform peril into safety. Yet, as the end of the world approached its first month, they had exhausted all avenues in reaching out to their pre-apocalyptic contacts for rescue, only to find their efforts falling into a void. Communication networks had nearly collapsed entirely, and the only means of grasping external news was through radio transmissions. Occasionally, they managed to connect with entities that appeared to be official organizations or grassroots groups, while discussions on various topics were met with enthusiasm. Any mention of rescue was met with silence, without exception. In truth, they were all astute individuals, with the relentless proximity to zombies. Merely standing by the window each day made it painfully clear that hope was dwindling. In the face of this collective silence, a flicker of despair subtly emerged in Lei Jun's eyes, his inner thoughts reflecting a profound sense of frustration. If he were in the capital, with his connections, he would have surely been rescued by now. The misfortune of being on a field assignment just before the outbreak plagued his mind. How ironic that he, once hailed by netizens as the god of investment, found himself in this dire situation on his very first visit to the night market, utterly ensnared. Lei, I wonder how things are on your end, inquired a middle-aged man, slightly overweight, his face betraying a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, the others at the conference table turned their eager gazes toward Lei Jun, their eyes glistening with anticipation. They accepted their own lack of power, but believed that the renowned Lei Jun would possess some leverage. Ahem, there are some leads. I've managed to establish contact with the military here, and discussions are ongoing. Is it regarding the Black Wall gathering site that has been broadcasting recently? Surely. What else could it be? Truly impressive, Lei Jun. You certainly have your connections. In an instant, the atmosphere of the conference room shifted, infused with a sense of cheerfulness, as these typically serious individuals appeared almost childlike in their delight. Observing this, Lei Jun could only manage a dry chuckle. He had merely established a tenuous connection. In this apocalyptic landscape, as the CEO of a company in the capital, his words held little weight in the southwest region. Yet, he did not consider himself deceitful. A single line of communication was still a form of connection, was it not? Those who often left messages unread still typed away daily, waiting for responses. He diligently tuned into the Black Wall's broadcasts every day. Sharing this narrative was a desperate measure, a result of mounting pressure. Presently, the Shishan sanctuary appeared to maintain a semblance of order, yet it was essentially suspended by the fragile thread of hope. Survivors adhered to the rules not out of kindness, but out of fear of retribution. If hope were to vanish, order would swiftly follow suit, leaving the elderly, children, and women to fend for themselves at a table of scarcity. The true malignancy of human nature was the real end of the world. Thus, in order to uphold order, he had to provide the management committee with hope, enabling them to instill hope in the populace below. But hope is a reciprocal gift. Who would provide him with hope? Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room, nearly sending the fragile middle-aged men into a state of panic. The door swung open, revealing a girl in a dress, her face pale with fear. Mr. Lei, you must save Caillou. She is in the restaurant, clashing with Li Bingxi. He has dragged her into the kitchen, claiming he intends to assault her. What? Lei Jun sprang to his feet, alarmed. He was aware of Caillou. She was reportedly the daughter of a local contractor from the night market. Her family's influence substantial in the area, particularly in the construction industry, where only the formidable could thrive. He had previously contemplated reaching out for assistance through Caillou, yet their relationship seemed strained, and every attempt to discuss it had been met with a cold reception, preventing any meaningful dialogue. Lead the way. The urgency of the situation left Lei Jun no time for further contemplation. His immediate priority was to rescue her. Chapter 146. The Ember Descends. The city awaits flight at noon. As promised during the phone call, Gu Qingyuan prepared a lavish feast in his exclusive private room on the first floor for Li Kuan. The table was adorned with an array of dishes, poultry, fish, and meats, all substantial delicacies. Given Gu Qingyuan's penchant for spicy cuisine, the dishes were prepared in the style of Suzhou. Each dish contained a quantity of chili that could rival the annual intake of a Cantonese. Additionally, a bottle of renowned Fei Tian sauce-flavored liquor graced the table. Li Kuan, while somewhat indifferent to the sumptuous spread before him, nearly drooled at the sight of the liquor. Although there was no explicit ban on alcohol within Gu Qingyuan's unit, the military remained in a constant state of heightened readiness in this post-apocalyptic world, either on a mission or en route to one, thus discouraging any indulgence in drink. Despite Li Kuan's somewhat reckless lifestyle, he was discerning about his choices, a testament to his rise from an ordinary soldier of modest education to the rank of company commander. Gu Qingyuan found it amusing to observe Li Kuan's unwavering gaze fixed on the liquor as he sat at the table. Is this drink truly that delightful? He jested. Sir, this liquor is distilled from grains, and the more one drinks, the more youthful one feels. I genuinely adore it. Li Kuan exclaimed. Enjoying a drink is no sin. In the future, you can exchange your merits for a drink whenever you desire. Gu Qingyuan replied with a smile, half in jest. Li Kuan's eyes widened at the prospect. Is that true, sir? Does that mean I could drink every day? Indeed. As long as you secure achievements daily, I shall ensure you have your fill. Perhaps we shall even conquer a distillery to cater to you. I will not fail to meet your expectations, sir. Li Kuan declared, standing up straight and saluting earnestly. Let us focus on the meal. Relax. Xiaolong, you should also eat. Indulge in the dishes. Seated beside Li Kuan, Long Qijiang had been salivating at the sight of the abundant food. While the knight in granary had an overabundance of supplies, it was primarily grain. He had not savored such an array of meat in quite some time. Yes. Thank you, sir. Long Qijiang exclaimed, eagerly diving into the feast. Much to Li Kuan's silent dismay. Is relaxing, simply diving in before the leader has even touched his chopsticks? He mused. Gu Qingyuan, however, found Long Qijiang's straightforwardness quite entertaining. Although the array of dishes was plentiful, the portions were not excessive. The three of them, Gu Qingyuan, Li Kuan, and the famished Long Qijiang, soon polished off the entire meal. With Li Kuan needing to return to the night and gathering point afterward, he refrained from indulging too deeply in the liquor, merely sampling it lightly. Outside the military building, standing beside the 048 infantry fighting vehicle, Gu Qingyuan took a moment to issue final instructions to Li Kuan and Long Qijiang before watching them depart. The night and new district served as a vital testing ground and resource hub, adjacent to Yezhou University, underscoring its significance. Gu Qingyuan was currently endeavoring to monopolize grain supplies as a means to exert control over the post-apocalyptic situation in the entire night and new district. Should he succeed, this strategy could serve as a template for replication in numerous other locations in the future. In the military, control over resources equates to control over territories. As evidenced now, a single company could maintain order in the complex landscape of the night and new district, home to tens of thousands of survivors. Should you disobey, your provisions shall be severed. Commander, Captain Wang Wu reports that they will soon arrive at the assembly point, and he wishes to consult you in person. Inquiring if you have time. Inform him that his presence is unnecessary. The fault does not lie with him. Upon his return, he should prioritize nourishment and rest to recuperate. As we shall depart for Shishan Hotel promptly at 6 in the afternoon. Understood. Wang Wu intends to discuss his strategy face-to-face. And it is evident to Gu Qingyuan that he is likely to reflect on the casualties incurred during the mission. In warfare, loss of life is inevitable. If one must reflect upon each death, will we ever engage in battle again? Perhaps we should send them off to write novels instead. The tight scheduling of the mission is unavoidable. Having committed to rescuing Kai Anshin's daughter, it is imperative to demonstrate resolve, regardless of her fate. A leader who prioritizes personal interests over those of subordinates is destined for isolation and betrayal. Regardless, the journey must commence. whether we proceed leisurely or in haste. The outcomes will differ. This explains why some individuals labor to assist others yet receive no gratitude, only complaints. At 6 in the afternoon, the Fire Seed Assault team, well-fed and well-rested after nearly 6 hours of sleep, was rejuvenated. Due to helicopter capacity constraints, only one squad of the Fire Seed Assault team was deployed for this mission, with Captain Wang Wu insisting on leading the second team. Currently, Wang Wu is determined to prove himself. Yet Gu Chengyuan perceives that Wang Wu is entangled in his own thoughts, silently attributing the deaths of comrades to himself. Gu Chengyuan is unsure how to console him. Perhaps only when more comrades have perished will he come to terms with it. Tat 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 on the rooftop of the military headquarters. The blades of 2 helicopters began to spin, entering a pre-flight warm-up state while conducting final checks. Compared to the morning when they returned, significant changes had occurred within the helicopter. The medical equipment, including respirators and stretchers, had been meticulously dismantled by the faculty from the Mechanical Institute. Considering the helicopter's value, the mechanical team proceeded with caution, only completing the disassembly by nearly 5 in the afternoon. Although the work was slower than anticipated, the meticulous approach ensured that no additional or fewer components were removed than necessary. The pre-flight checks proceeded smoothly. However, due to time constraints, reassembly was not feasible. Presently, aside from seating for the 2 pilots, the helicopter cabin was entirely bare. Consequently, each member of the Fire Seed Assault team had to bring their own cushioning for shock absorption upon boarding, though its efficacy was uncertain. It was certainly better than having none. For this mission, the Fire Seed Assault team replaced their tactical packs with larger backpacks to accommodate an increased ammunition supply. According to the law of conservation of energy, a reduction in personnel equals an increase in ammunition. In unfamiliar combat environments, the team felt a lack of confidence without sufficient ammunition. The commandos donned tactical helmets, windproof goggles, and tactical masks, cradling half-height tactical backpacks against their chests. The machine gunners exaggeratedly draped ammunition belts around their necks, resembling scarves. 5 men crammed into each helicopter, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere within the nearly 60 million Airbus H-135, which bizarrely took on the semblance of a minivan. Gu Chengyuan was apprehensive that someone might be jostled out mid-flight. However, once the armed helicopters were airborne, things should improve. Report, Commander. The Spark Assault team is prepared for departure, requesting takeoff. Takeoff approved. The blades were to life, tracing luminous arcs upon the ground as 2 helicopters, one after the other, gracefully ascended into the sky. The setting sun bled crimson hues, casting a golden glow upon Gu Chengyuan, whose military attire was impeccably crisp, his demeanor solemn as he gazed towards the flight path of the helicopters. Standing beside him, Kai Anshin had visibly lost weight since the pre-apocalyptic days. She bowed deeply until the helicopters were entirely out of sight, then laboriously straightened herself, supporting her knees. May heaven bless. May my daughter return safely. Chapter 147. Promotion of the Synthesis Camp Template after dispatching the task force. Gu Chengyuan returned under the escort of the remaining members of the Ember Assault team. By noon, he had issued new orders, relocating the Ember Assault team's base to the military headquarters to enhance their rapid mobility, taking into account the helicopter parking area. He now resided adjacent to several vacant classrooms on the same floor. Chief, I shall take my leave and not trouble you further, Kai Anshin said as she bid farewell on the second floor. Observing her troubled demeanor, Gu Chengyuan offered words of comfort. You have done all that is within your power. Now, leave the rest to fate. Good deeds will be rewarded. Your daughter will be fine. All right. Thank you, Chief. After Kai Anshin departed, Gu Chengyuan found it peculiar that her expression had turned pale despite his attempt to console her. He pondered his own words. Good deeds will be rewarded, indeed. That is what the books and television proclaim. Why, then, did she appear uncomforted? Puzzled, Gu Chengyuan returned to his office. Upon entering, he noticed a black travel bag on the floor, labeled with a date and quantity in yellow. Oh, has the salary been distributed? He immediately recognized that the bag contained today's earnings from the zombie processing facility. The zombies were rather straightforward. After serving them daily, payment was settled promptly. Unlike certain unscrupulous employers who withheld wages and engaged in malicious delays, this realization struck him. His unit was, in fact, engaged in a service industry. Quantity, 4,321 cores. A mere 4,000 cores no longer captured Gu Chengyuan's attention. He glanced at the label without opening the bag and spoke to the system. System. Convert. Ding conversion successful. Money 30,247. Current total, 123641. Wow. I've crossed the 100,000 mark. Gu Qingyuan felt a rare surge of excitement upon seeing the six-figure amount on the system's interface. As he spent more time as the commander, he experienced a rapid transformation from a mere student to a genuine military leader. His temperament matured, his character became more reserved, and his mindset broadened. It was increasingly difficult for anything to rattle him, regardless of the challenges ahead, with his troops at his side. He felt a calmness that stemmed from strength. After Li Kuan departed at noon, Gu Qingyuan converted the over 10,000 crystal cores he had brought into money. Now, with today's earnings added, his total funds had officially surpassed the 100,000 threshold. Surely, this would suffice to complete the remaining structure of the synthesis camp? With his spirits lifted, Gu Qingyuan opened the troop summoning panel. He was now a wealthy benefactor and, with a flourish, commanded the system, Little Commander. Calculate the cost to complete the entire structure of the synthesis camp. Driven by the allure of wealth, the system did not feign ignorance, promptly complying with Gu Qingyuan's orders. Ding. Calculating. The calculation was successful. The current cost to restore the full complement of the synthesis camp is 121,657 currency. Upon hearing the system's quotation, Gu Qingyuan glanced at his total funds, which were just sufficient. Could it be that the opportunity for his promotion from major to colonel was imminent? He recalled the time he first encountered a colonel, back when he was preparing for an inspection by superiors, serving as an aide to the brigade commander. He remembered that day vividly, when he had touched the heads of all the brigade leaders. Indeed, all things are interconnected. It was only reasonable that when he was a private, he could touch the brigade commander's head, and now, becoming a brigade commander seemed equally justified. However, the pace of promotion felt too swift, seemingly detrimental to his personal development. He had yet to spend a few days honing his skills in a grassroots position. Gu Qingyuan's face betrayed his inner turmoil. Without ample experience in foundational roles, how could he shoulder greater responsibilities in the future? Oh system, you are hastening my growth unnaturally. You are truly putting me in a bind. System, restore the complement. Ding. Tank Platoon X2. 48,000 currency. Firepower Company. 45,000 currency. Engineer Platoon. 5,000 currency. Transport Platoon. 5,000 currency. Reconnaissance Platoon. 10,000 currency. Deducting currency. 121,657. Remaining amount. 1,984. The summoned troops will arrive in 10 minutes. Please be patient. As Gu Qingyuan watched the panel refresh, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Wait a moment. The costs for summoning troops are all whole numbers. So why does the total amount include decimals? Damn it, system, are you no longer even pretending? Is this a blatant robbery? Ding. This reinforcement involves an upgrade. Thus, the complete restoration of the unit includes personnel losses and equipment wear of the host's troops, with the additional deduction accounting for wear and tear. Understanding dawned on Gu Qingyuan as he recalled the actual losses his troops had endured, such as the 4 casualties from the Firebrand assault team, which he had yet to replace. Ding. System upgrading, estimated time, 12 hours. Seeing the system fall silent, Gu Qingyuan realized that he would likely miss out on the upgrade rewards for the evening. However, 12 hours was not a significant duration for him, especially since the upgrade had been confirmed. Good things often come with challenges, he thought, leaning back in his office chair, somewhat eager for the changes that tomorrow's system update would bring. Surely it would be a brigade, right? Not a regiment? Of course, a regiment wouldn't be too bad. But if he could leap directly to brigade status, the possibilities would be boundless. In this 21st century, surely the system wouldn't still be categorizing according to the hierarchy of brigades and regiments? Meanwhile, outside the northern gate, the arrival of the army stirred a tremendous commotion on the night road. As the night university gathering grew increasingly renowned within the entire night market sphere, the number of survivors seeking refuge continued to rise daily. The survivor checkpoint at the northern gate has been compelled to transition from a mere daytime operation to a continuous 24-hour 3-shift system. Survivors arriving intermittently queue through the night, awaiting inspection to enter the refuge and secure a safer existence. In light of the safety concerns for these survivors, Gu Qingyuan has decided to reallocate the 5th Infantry Company, originally intended for his father at the Prime Minister's encampment, to the Night Boulevard, where they have swiftly set up tents to establish a temporary garrison. This decision stems from the overwhelming scale of the operation, which has strained their military resources. Flanking the Night Boulevard are brightly lit high-wattage bulbs, illuminating a line of survivors, who, with weary determination, stand in queue. The 5th Infantry Company soldiers maintain vigilant watch at designated posts, while the distant rumble of generators fills the air. Accompanied by the deep, resonant growl of powerful diesel engines, an extensive convoy, stretching several hundred meters, is rapidly approaching along the Creek North Road. This formidable procession, composed of dozens to nearly 100 armored units, including tanks, self-propelled artillery, and transport vehicles, casts a luminous array of headlights that converges in the darkness. Resembling a gleaming sword slicing through the night, advancing toward the Night Boulevard encampment. Chapter 148. The Long Night Parade. My dear, I see you. Why not rest your head on our luggage for a while? Under the dim, flickering lights, old Ding gazed at his weary wife, his heart heavy with concern. Very well. I shall take a brief respite, and then it shall be your turn, she replied, casting a glance at the lengthy queue ahead. Without further protest, she leaned against him and succumbed to a brief slumber. Since the last announcement regarding the night university gathering, the couple had been diligently preparing to flee Town. They ceased to ration their food and abandoned the notion of conserving energy by lying idle. Instead, they consumed ample sustenance daily and engaged in rigorous physical exercise, fortifying their bodies in anticipation of their escape. Today, sensing the moment had arrived, the couple, after a day fraught with peril, finally reached the place that had long occupied their dreams, the beacon of hope for the people in the post-apocalyptic night market, the night university gathering. Amidst the stench of the survivor queue, old Ding surveyed the scene along Night University Road with keen curiosity, enveloped in a profound sense of security. The bright bulbs illuminated a clean environment, the air was fresh, and the soldiers exuded warmth. Hey, raise your hands. Comply with the inspection. A commanding voice rang out, belonging to a soldier from the 5th Infantry Company on duty. I'm not infected. I swear, I'm not infected. It was merely a scrape. A wounded survivor in the crowd shook his head frantically, his speech incoherent, teetering on the brink of emotional collapse. Danger! 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 Witnessing this, panic surged through the surrounding survivors. The ominous word danger seemed to materialize before their eyes in blood-red letters. A wave of chaos ensued as they hastily retreated, lamenting their parents for not endowing them with 2 extra legs, fearing that the next moment they might be ensnared by this suspected infected individual. This was not an act of cowardice. It was a response born from the gruesome lessons etched into their memories. Just an hour earlier, a vengeful infected individual had erupted within the queue, suddenly attacking nearby survivors in a desperate bid to take others down with him before his demise. Although he was swiftly neutralized by vigilant patrolling soldiers, 3 others who had been scratched were taken away, and their fate was all but sealed. Likely a death sentence awaited them. Those fortunate enough to have escaped from various corners of the night market to this very spot had survived against insurmountable odds. Either they were blessed with extraordinary luck or their ancestors had paved the way through countless tribulations. They were now merely a step away from safety. Should they be dragged down by these unfortunate souls, it would spell their doom. With a click, a soldier racked the slide of his weapon, swiftly aiming it. I'll say it again. Raise your hands and comply with the inspection. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I want to let you take me down with you if you refuse to let me live. The survivor, unable to accept the grim reality of his infection, succumbed to madness in the face of death, lunging wildly at nearby individuals. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire echoed sharply in the ears of the surrounding survivors. Those nearest felt the reverberations ringing in their eardrums. The soldier fired without hesitation. The infected suspect lay sprawled in a pool of blood, eyes wide open and expression contorted in a grotesque manner, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit. Several punctures adorned his forehead, and a gaping crater the size of a bowl marred the back of his head, from which crimson and pale fluids flowed, reminiscent of spilled red oil over soft tofu. At that moment, a group of on-duty staff arrived, silent and purposeful, immediately commencing their grim task. With practiced precision, they turned the corpse over, encasing the shattered head in a plastic bag to prevent further spillage of the viscous substance. A small cart was positioned beneath the body. One individual pressed it down while 2 others swiftly grasped a leg and hoisted it onto the cart, while the last member delicately steadied the plastic-wrapped head to avert any jarring that might cause leakage. Once the body was removed, specialized personnel emerged to sanitize the area, washing and disinfecting in a seamless manner, and soon, even the bloodstains vanished. The entire process unfolded with remarkable efficiency, taking less than a minute. Old Ding, observing from a distance, was left in stunned amazement. This is what professionalism looks like. He mused that even sweeping his own home would not be executed with such alacrity. Yet this was a human life, a precious existence. As order was restored, the expressions of the surrounding survivors returned to calm. Some resumed their slumber. Others recounted their adventurous tales, while a few indulged in lewd jokes. Their attention seemed to shift elsewhere, as if what had just been swept away was merely a pile of refuse. Contemplating this, Old Ding felt a chill run through him as he instinctively gathered his sleeping wife closer, seeking a semblance of warmth. Life is as fragile as grass. However, before he could dwell on his melancholy for long, the thunderous roar of a diesel engine shattered his somber mood. At the intersection of Knight Avenue and Shibei Road, before the gaze of a multitude of survivors, a formidable beast, the Type 99A main battle tank, loomed ominously, its massive cannon piercing the hearts of all who beheld it. Its menacing black armor and colossal frame shone brightly amidst the dim streetlights, a beacon of hope and despair alike. It was the chosen one, the singular force. The wall of size that instilled dread in enemies. 1 tank, 2 tanks, 3 tanks. Old Ding gaped as the monstrous machines passed by, rousing his sleeping wife with a start. Wife, look, tanks. Only by approaching could one truly feel the overwhelming presence it commanded, weighing over 50 tons. The sound of its treads grinding against the ground reverberated in the hearts of Old Ding and the other survivors. Yes, a voice erupted from the crowd, igniting a wave of exhilaration that swept over Knight Avenue. Yes, incredible! Long live the nation! In the throng, some understood the significance, while others did not. Some held tears of joy, while others vented their emotions, yet all united in a chorus of cheers for the arrival of this formidable military force. Beneath the disordered beams of light, history and reality appeared to warp. They have returned, accompanied by the fervent battle cries of the survivors. The chaotic, narrow streets of the night seemed to transform into the 10-mile-long thoroughfare of years past. 6 imposing Type 99A main battle tanks. 6 PLL, 05 120mm self-propelled howitzers with their barrels raised, 9 assorted engineering vehicles, 40 SX-2306 military transport trucks, 4 8x8 MRAPs. Along with the M3 armored assault vehicle and the M3 armored command vehicle altogether, 71 armored units and military vehicles surged past the survivors, crashing into the hearts of all present with a raw, ferocious force. The impact of their firepower, evoking both awe and a sense of security, is almost beyond articulation. For those survivors who remain years hence, this scene will be indelibly etched in their memories. Upon arriving at the gathering point, what pulled them from fear and confusion? And what shattered the darkness that obscured their hearts? This event is historically referred to as the Long Night Parade. In the Ministry of Defense building, Gu Chengyuan stood solemnly at the window, gazing toward the thoroughfare. What are they shouting? Reporting to the chief, Kai Anshin just called. He said the survivors, awed by the grandeur of our troops passing by, are spontaneously cheering. He reassured us not to worry. They will soon be quelled. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengyuan's expression softened. His demeanor shifted from cold rigidity to one imbued with a hint of mirth. There is no need to quell them. Let them cheer. It is good for them to vent their spirits. It is rare to see a flicker of defiance. Yet, what if it attracts zombies or monsters? What? Gu Chengyuan turned to Zhou Guohong, whose face bore a look of concern. His tone, usually calm, now radiated a fierce intensity akin to a sharpened blade. I did not toil to develop our forces merely to cower. His voice resonated with an unprecedented firmness. Indeed, Zhou Guohong nodded vigorously. Afterward, Gu Chengyuan looked once more toward the thoroughfare, his tone tinged with reflection, as if speaking to Zhou Guohong and himself in equal measure. It is time for us to raise our voices. Otherwise, this world may soon forget that humanity is its progenitor. Chapter 149. The division of the Stream Mountain Sanctuary. The presidential suite of the Stream Mountain Hotel occupies an entire floor, with every window and door fortified against bullets. It boasts 4 bedrooms, 2 spacious lounges, and an exquisite interior adorned with both antique European wooden furniture and modern Oriental bedding. Lei Jun sat in silence beside the grand Steinway piano, enveloped by the profound darkness beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, which delineated 2 worlds, one inside, the other outside, both shrouded in impenetrable blackness. Clutching a yellow-tipped cigarette, he gazed vacantly into the abyss, his focus dissipating. Reflecting upon his life, he recalled the last time he felt such anxiety, during the nascent days of his entrepreneurial journey. It seemed that the last time he smoked was also then. Seated in the dimly lit room, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Choking, cough, cough, cough. The smoke caught in his throat. He extinguished the cigarette and carelessly inserted the stub into the Steinway, which faced his legs and was now adorned with a multitude of cigarette butts resembling a spiky stegosaurus. What should he do? Today, Caillou had been rescued, yet this act had irrevocably severed ties with the hotel security. The fragile equilibrium he had painstakingly maintained was shattered by this conflict. In truth, he had long anticipated such an outcome. In the post-apocalyptic world, humanity had reverted to a dark jungle, where the paramount determinant of order was undoubtedly brute strength. Their prolonged leadership was merely a facade, a temporary illusion maintained by authority shrouding the truth. No one was a fool. The pack of young wolves had already awakened to their reality. The Stream Mountain Sanctuary had fractured, or rather, he and his current companions had temporarily escaped. Following intense conflict, the sanctuary had split into two factions. One faction espoused the philosophy of survival of the fittest, reveling in the moment. They united the majority of male survivors from the hotel, seizing control through force. They no longer believed that Lei Jun and his cohort of pre-apocalyptic elites could provide any salvation. Their only desire was to prolong their existence, indulging in reckless abandon until their last breaths. The elderly and children became their castaways, while women turned into their prey. The other faction, led by Lei Jun, upheld the principles of order, adhering to the moral standards of the pre-apocalyptic era. They sought to share resources equitably with vulnerable groups, including the elderly and children, and refused to demean women. However, this faction consisted predominantly of the elderly, children, and women, with only a few aged men who barely exhibited any virility. Nonetheless, Lei Jun found solace in the fact that He Guidong, the first to inquire about him that morning, had joined their ranks. A soft shuffling sound echoed behind him, and Lei Jun knew without turning who it was. "Uncle Lei, I am so sorry. My impulsiveness has caused you and the community to descend into this state." In the darkness, Caillou whispered her apologies, her voice quivering as she struggled to catch her breath. Having been sheltered by her father since childhood, she once believed that humanity's greatest evil lay in being pointed at and insulted. Thus, she harbored no fear of anything. To her, the worst that could happen was merely receiving a few scoldings. Hence, today she boldly confronted Li Bingshi without a hint of hesitation. Disregarding her own position of vulnerability and the fundamental nature of human society, survival of the fittest, it was not the benevolence of humanity that had protected her in the past, but rather her fierce father, a tiger in spirit. In the shadows, Lei Jun let out a deep sigh. He did not blame Caillou. The fault lay in this apocalyptic world and in her being a girl. After the conflict, Lei Jun learned that it had stemmed from the crude provocations of the security guard, Li Bingshi, who insulted Caillou and suggested that she should sleep with him in exchange for more food. A more mature woman might have laughed it off, but Caillou, raised in affluence, could not endure such an affront. She retaliated by hurling a plate at Li Bingshi's face, which set off a series of subsequent events. So, could one truly blame her? Could one condemn her for daring to resist an insult? Do not worry, it is not your fault. You have done remarkably well. I often teach my daughter to bravely confront darkness. You are incredibly courageous. Upon hearing those words, Caillou let down her guard completely and sobbed into Lei Jun's back, exclaiming, "Uncle Lei, I am so scared. I am so frightened." Her tears evoked a vivid image of his own daughter in Lei Jun's mind. Instinctively, he began to pat her back, soothing her as if she were his own child. "It's all right. It's all right. Uncle Lei will protect you," he reassured her, his eyes glistening with unshed tears in the darkness. Watching Caillou weep beside him pierced Lei Jun's heart. He couldn't help but ponder whether there would be someone to protect his daughter in his absence. Suddenly, a resounding banging on the door startled both of them. "Mr. Lei, I know you're in there. Open the door and hand over that wretched woman." In the darkness, Lei Jun glanced at the frightened Caillou. Upon hearing Li Bingshi's voice again, she instinctively clutched his sleeve, terrified that he might abandon her. Gently patting her back, Lei Jun finally spoke. "Li Bingshi, what do you want? We have already given you the food. Let us coexist peacefully." A derisive laugh echoed from outside. "Mr. Lei, have you not grasped the current situation? Even a prominent businessman like you can be as foolish as those simple-minded women outside." "Ah, how ridiculous." As he spoke, Li Bingshi seized someone's hair and forcefully slammed it against the presidential suite door. A pained scream from a woman pierced through the air. "You damned old fool. Stop pretending to be a big shot. Come out now and hand over that wretched woman. How dare she slap my face? I will make her pay dearly today." With that, Li Bingshi kicked the door violently, causing Caillou to instinctively shrink back in fear. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Lei Jun understood that their Group S survivors had evidently been captured by the enemy. From the demeanor of the other party, it is evident that reconciliation is a distant hope. Thus, I must resort to desperate measures in an attempt to intimidate the individual, Li Bingxi. This is Zhou Bang. Do you dare to act recklessly without fear of retribution? Haha. Li Bingxi burst into uncontrollable laughter, his mirthful guffaws echoing wildly, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Oh dear. I must say, you old fool, have you truly lost your wits? If Zhou Bang is of any use, why have you not made an appearance in nearly a month? Your words might deceive a child, but not me. You old relic. Come out at once and stop wasting my time. Do not hold on to any hope for your government. Where is it? Where is it? I implore you to let your government judge me. His uproarious laughter reverberated, accompanied by his manic gestures, causing the hotel security personnel who had accompanied him to join in the laughter. Hearing Li Bingxi's derisive remarks, Lei Jun's face oscillated between shades of green and white. How dare this little brat refer to me, a veteran of the underworld, as an old man, a decrepit fool? Yet, now is not the time for such trivialities. My mind is consumed with thoughts of how to break the deadlock. Although the presidential suite is bulletproof, it cannot withstand a determined assault. It is merely sturdier than an ordinary door. Listen here, you old fool inside. I have changed my mind. I shall grant you 5 minutes. Strip the girl inside bare and bring her out with you, or I assure you, I will not let you off so easily. Li Bingxi's voice dripped with mockery, akin to a cat toying with a mouse before devouring it. Having endured the arrogance of elite individuals during his tenure in security before the apocalypse, he was now poised to repay any past disregard with interest. A figure of such immense stature in Zhou Bang? It would surely be amusing to see him grovel before me. Chapter 150. Let him know what true cruelty is. In the inky darkness of night, it seemed as though an endless expanse of thick ink had been smeared across the sky, obscuring even the faintest glimmer of stars. Accompanied by the resonant sound of propellers slicing through the air, a shadow flickering with red signal lights swiftly approached the Shishan Hotel. Due to the absence of satellite positioning, the pilot could only navigate by reference to a map. Fortunately, the Shishan Hotel was exceptionally distinctive, resembling a stout scepter, allowing the pilot to quickly identify it upon entering the Guanshan area. As the helicopter gradually neared the hotel rooftop, the fierce winds generated by the wings sent the netting of the rooftop tennis court swaying wildly, while the long unattended ground stirred up a cloud of dust akin to a sandstorm. With a click, a button was pressed, and a beam of light shot down from the helicopter, illuminating the tennis court below. 4 or 5 wandering zombies, drawn by the sound and light from the helicopter, hurriedly converged. Bam! Bam! The sound of what resembled iron rods lightly striking a table echoed as several zombies met their demise under the searchlight. A few rappel ropes were cast down from the helicopter, extending all the way to the court's surface, followed by silhouettes bearing large packs sliding down from the aircraft. Alert! Wang Wu commanded, and several team members dispersed tactically around the tennis court to search for any remaining zombies, extracting pre-prepared signal flares from their backpacks. Wang Wu began guiding the helicopter for a safe landing. Given the poor visibility and complex environment, landing a helicopter was perilous and required the expertise of trained personnel. Soon, with the collaboration of Wang Wu and another guide, 2 helicopters landed safely. Gather! Wang Wu's voice resonated through the earpiece. The members of the Spark team, having thoroughly swept the rooftop, quickly assembled. The rooftop of the Shishan Hotel had been transformed into a leisure area, so the door leading downstairs was not locked, allowing the team to pass through seamlessly as they made their way down. The Spark team swiftly arrived at the hotel's guest room levels. With a bang, a laser pointer illuminated a zombie clad in a janitorial uniform, prompting a barrage of gunfire. The projectiles pierced through, splattering the hotel's opulent pale gold walls with blood. After efficiently dispatching several scattered zombies, Wang Wu and his team quickly reached the fire escape. The corridor was enveloped in darkness, utterly devoid of light. Peering down the stairwell, a profound abyss greeted them, with a cool breeze wafting from the lower levels, brushing against Wang Wu's stern face, tinged with a faint metallic odor. Assault team, follow me. Fire support team, stand by for assistance. Support team, guard the rear. From initial observations, the density of zombies within the hotel appeared to be low. However, having learned from past experiences, he remained vigilant, increasing his caution. The moment one feels most relaxed is often when they are closest to danger, nearest to success, and simultaneously at the brink of failure. This was a life lesson Wang Wu had gleaned from his previous setbacks. He was no longer the man he had been yesterday. He was now Wang Wu, version super cautious. Having successfully descended to the highest accommodation area of the hotel, Wang Wu gently tugged at the fire escape door, but it did not budge. It appears that someone has been locked inside, yet a faint glimmer of light can be discerned, accompanied by the sound of voices. There are people inside. In the dimly lit corridor, Wang Wu turned to his fellow members of the assault team, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated encountering survivors so swiftly. According to the information provided by Kai Anshin, his daughter Kaiyu resides in Suite 1901 on the 19th floor of the hotel. However, this should only serve as a reference. It does not imply that other floors are to be disregarded, with the 19th floor merely prioritized for inspection. As a special forces unit, they value intelligence but cannot place absolute trust in it, for the living are bound to move, and those who relied solely on intelligence have already perished. Their plan for the floor sweep was simple and direct. Upon entering a floor, they would knock on doors and call out. Such is the straightforward nature of special operations, unembellished, devoid of mystery, emphasizing direct effectiveness. Initially, they had anticipated a monumental task, given that the hotel reportedly boasts 20 floors and over 200 rooms. Yet, unexpectedly, upon opening the first blind box, it seemed they had struck gold. Clattering sounds echoed as 7 burly men gathered outside the presidential suite on the 20th floor. A pale man with a sinister countenance leaned against the door, while the others, differing in skin tones, conversed in various accents of Zhoubang dialect. What sound was that? The 7 fell silent in unison, turning their gazes toward the fire escape. Kaken, go take a look, Li Bingshi commanded a man with dark yellow skin. Why should I listen to you? Do you think you're still the captain from before the apocalypse? The man named Kaken scoffed, harboring disdain for Li Bingshi, whom he regarded as effeminate. How could a former soldier be so preoccupied with makeup? Despite Li Bingshi's explanation that such practices were customary in the South Korean military, Kaken remained contemptuous. It was evident that he possessed far superior strength, yet due to his unattractive appearance, he was not appointed as captain. Absurd? Was security reliant on strength, or merely on charm? With this thought, Kaken regarded Li Bingshi with a peculiar expression. Seeing Kaken's blatant disregard for him, Li Bingshi's countenance darkened considerably, while those around wore expressions of amusement. Had it not been for Li Bingshi's promise to allow them access to the woman inside first, they would not have bothered with such trivialities. The daughter of a billionaire was far more intriguing than the ordinary women below. Hello, is anyone there? Could you please open the door? Amidst the tense atmosphere, a robust voice resonated from the fire escape. Survivors? Li Bingshi felt a slight sense of relief. He understood the disparity between himself and Kaken, and was wary of the Southeast Asian brute, wishing to avoid conflict. Yet, conceding would also tarnish his pride. Just as he found himself in a precarious situation, a twist of fate emerged. Excellent. A new, vulnerable target had appeared. As long as he treated this unfortunate soul who called out with cruelty in front of Kaken and his group, they would undoubtedly fear his ferocity. With this thought in mind, Li Bingshi's expression turned sinister as he raised the rubber baton in his hand. He swore that he would mercilessly strike down the unfortunate soul who had inadvertently crossed paths with his gun's muzzle. He intended to teach these Southeast Asian brutes, who looked down upon him, a lesson in strength. Wang Wu, growing impatient with the prolonged silence, began rummaging through his tactical bag for a detonation cord. Planning to blast the door open, he cursed under his breath, eager to act swiftly and disperse the situation. The door was likely locked from the inside, making it relatively easy to breach compared to demolishing the entire structure. As he extracted the breaching cord and prepared to affix it at the right angle, a sudden bang reverberated as the door violently rebounded outward, causing the cord to slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground. Damn it! You foolish Zhoubang pig! Don't you realize we are in an apocalypse? Shouting like that will only attract monsters. You imbecilic fool! Hearing the insults in clumsy Zhoubang dialect from behind the door, Wang Wu momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He turned to his comrades, seemingly questioning whether he had misheard. Me? Foolish Zhoubang pig. Imbecile? In an instant, Wang Wu and a few teammates who had overheard the derision felt as though a switch had been flipped, their sharp, calm gazes igniting with intense fury and savagery. They were astonished that, decades after Zhoubang's resurgence, someone still dared to utter such a derogatory term. Inside, Li Bingshi, sensing that his adversary dared not retaliate, grew increasingly confident that they were nothing but easy prey. In a bid to showcase his toughness before his comrades, he cursed even more viciously while simultaneously preparing to open the door, as if to repay the grievances he had suffered at Katsuin's hands tenfold. He could hardly wait to reveal to the weak survivor behind the door what true cruelty entailed, demonstrating to Katsuin and his companions what it meant to be a genuine man of the great nation, a true imperial tiger. After a day of researching, I have finally completed my writing. My apologies for the delay. Chapter 151, The Return Journey. Suddenly, Li Bingxi flung open the fire escape door, raising his baton high, prepared to strike down. However, midway through his swing, he abruptly halted, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The atmosphere was eerily silent, to the point where Li Bingxi could almost hear the sound of his own perspiration hitting the ground. Behind the door stood not the pitiful little lamb he had anticipated seeking refuge, but rather a pack of ferocious tigers, poised and ready for action. Tactical helmets adorned their heads, night vision goggles covered their eyes, and black masks, embellished with intricate designs, concealed their identities. Several guns, ominously aimed at him, completed the scene. Special forces. Bang. Impulsive and impatient, Wang Wu unleashed a powerful punch directly to the face of the unfortunate Li Bingxi. The sheer force sent Li Bingxi reeling, his body crashing to the left, stars dancing before his eyes, the world spinning around him. Yet, before he could hit the ground, Wang Wu delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen, the impact bending Li Bingxi into a bow-like shape as he collided violently with the wall behind him. The blow inflicted severe damage to his midsection. A torrent of pain accompanied by a burning sensation coursed through him, making it feel as if knives were slashing at his insides. As he lay crumpled in the corner, resembling a heap of discarded clay, Wang Wu showed no mercy. Grasping Li Bingxi's hair, which was slicked back with hairspray and felt coarse to the touch, he forcefully lifted him. Bang, bang, bang. With one hand gripping Li Bingxi's head, Wang Wu slammed him repeatedly against the wall. You little brat. Scream. Scream again. Before long, Li Bingxi's face was smeared with what resembled ketchup, a grotesque sight. As blood mingled with tears and mucus streamed down his cheeks. With trembling hands, he clung to Wang Wu's leg, his voice weak and pleading. Please, I beg you to stop. I will never do this again. At that moment, several foreign security personnel, drawn by the commotion, approached. Isn't it time to stop? As they rounded the corner of the hallway, all 6 men raised their hands in surrender and gradually crouched down, cradling their heads. You little brat. Don't you enjoy cursing? Wang Wu ignored Li Bingxi's pleas, yanking him by his hair and tearing him away from his leg. Slap. Slap. A series of resounding slaps landed on Li Bingxi's face, leaving him dazed, his mind filled with ringing. Seeing Li Bingxi completely incapacitated and sprawled on the ground, Wang Wu stepped over him. At that moment, the fire team had already subdued the other hotel security personnel and was in the process of interrogating them. Captain, we've got information. These guys are from Southeast Asia. The one who insulted us earlier is from Korea and was a hotel security guard before the apocalypse. Listening intently, Wang Wu's gaze remained fixed on the bloodied figure of Li Bingxi lying on the ground. So he was Korean. Initially hesitant about how to deal with him, Wang Wu's uncertainty vanished. Is there any other information? What were they doing here? Wang Wu immediately discerned that several individuals were not of good character. How could any decent person resort to violence so readily? Let us demonstrate our memory recovery technique to them, he coldly remarked. Upon hearing this, a reporting soldier unsheathed his tactical dagger, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he approached the security personnel. In less than 2 minutes, a warrior who had been actively aiding international friends in treating amnesia approached, his voice somber and laced with anger as he recounted the misdeeds of these individuals. Damn it! Wang Wu, upon hearing the report, felt no joy at the prospect of the mission target. Instead, he uttered an expletive. These foreign scoundrels dare to take advantage of the apocalypse, imposing their will upon the land of Zhoubang? How audacious to trample upon the common folk of Zhoubang. Accompanied by a pack of local traitors, Wang Wu's fury was palpable. Bang! The gunshot rang out as Wang Wu executed the wounded Li Bingxi lying on the ground. He then made a throat-cutting gesture towards the other soldiers. Upon hearing the gunfire, the kneeling Kaken immediately begged for mercy, prostrating himself in a supplicant manner, reminiscent of a whimpering black dog. Do not kill me. I can join you. I will serve you. I once served in the South Asian Jungle Special Forces. I still possess value. His voice trailed off abruptly. Bang, bang. A volley of gunfire ensued as the firebrand assault team executed them all, blood splattering the light golden corridor, soaking the exquisite carpet in crimson. South Asian Special Forces? I only recognized the 9-fingered demon monkey. Knock, knock, knock. Arriving at the presidential suite, Wang Wu knocked on the door, his tone unconsciously softening. He was aware that the mission's target was Kai Anshin's daughter, and he held a certain fondness for Kai Anshin. Is Miss Kai Yu in there? We are here to rescue you. I know your father. Father? In the pitch-black room, Kai Yu and Lei Jun exchanged glances. Skeptical and hesitant, uncertain whether Li Bingshi had concocted a poor lie to lure them out. Such coincidences seemed implausible, a twist of fate at a critical juncture. This was not a film, and they were not the protagonists. While Caillou remained unconvinced, Lei Jun felt a flicker of hope rising within him. He had handled firearms before and had heard gunfire more than once. The sound that had just resonated outside the door was undeniably real gunfire. He understood that hotels in the country that permitted armed security were exceedingly rare. Even if such establishments existed, none would be this one. Nor would they be in the hands of foreign security personnel. Thus, ruling out all impossibilities, it appeared that a turning point had indeed emerged. Do you have any way to prove this? You are aware of our predicament. Lei Jun's voice came forth tentatively. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu pondered briefly before extracting a note from his tactical pouch. With a peculiar expression, he began to read aloud. Ms. Caillou. Director Kai wishes to convey that although he has taken 8 wives and experienced 8 marriages since your mother's passing, his deepest affection remains with her. He merely seeks traces of her within them. If you remain upset, you may confront him at the night university gathering. A sudden chuckle erupted from behind Wang Wu, breaking the tension. It was unexpected for Director Kai, who usually appeared so earnest and reliable, to produce such a whimsical message. With a sudden force, the door swung open, revealing a girl in her early 20s, her cascading red waves framing a fair face that was now flushed. She was visibly agitated. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. Please take me to find that shameless old man. In a flurry, Lei Jun rushed out behind her, anxious that this young lady might unleash her temper upon the rescuers. However, it was evident that Caillou was far from foolish. On the contrary, she was exceedingly intelligent. Having graduated from a world-renowned institution with a seamless progression through her undergraduate and postgraduate studies, she was not someone to be underestimated. She simply had not encountered many worthy of her intellect while standing atop the social pyramid. Very well, let us depart. The helicopter awaits on the rooftop. Wang Wu, having received the mission directive, did not intend to linger. He understood that the uncertainties of this apocalyptic world demanded caution. Retrieving Caillou was merely a step. The mission would only be deemed complete upon reaching the night university gathering. Brothers, may I request to bring Uncle Lei along? Caillou asked cautiously. He is truly a wonderful person. Without his protection, I would not have survived until your arrival. Hearing this, Lei Jun felt a surge of emotion, his heart swelling with hope. To his surprise, in her moment of rescue, Caillou thought first of him. After a brief observation, he was almost entirely certain that the soldiers before him were elite special forces, evidenced by their formidable armaments and the mention of a helicopter. This could very well be his only chance. Lei Jun was unwilling to perish. His daughter needed him. Wang Wu deliberated momentarily, considering that adding one more person to the helicopter was a minor adjustment. He acquiesced. No problem. For Director Kai's sake, Gu Chengyuan's orders were to rescue Caillou. But humanity prevailed. Without contravening the command, Wang Wu was inclined to extend a courtesy to Kai Anshin. Throughout their lives, Kai Anshin had provided these warriors with numerous conveniences, prioritizing them with scarce resources and often going out of her way to assist. It was this bond forged through daily interactions that swayed Wang Wu's decision towards the affirmative. Director Kai? Lei Jun, filled with excitement, etched these 3 words firmly into his memory. It appeared that Caillou's father was quite remarkable. His prowess before the apocalypse was impressive, but to maintain such stature afterward was truly extraordinary. In the realm of special forces, even ordinary military leaders lacked command authority or sometimes even the right to be informed. Subsequently, Lei Jun was suddenly reminded of the woman and child captured downstairs, and a look of inner turmoil crossed his face. He could indeed pretend to be oblivious and simply walk away, feigning ignorance to evade the ensuing complications. After all, they could suffer as much as they wished. If he merely closed his eyes, it would be as if he did not see their plight. But should one truly behave in such a manner? Is this still humanity? Perhaps for those trapped in a hellish existence. The distance to the realm of humanity hinged solely on the courage to speak out. If he continued to remain silent at this juncture, Lei Jun felt that his conscience would be tormented for eternity. Thus, even if it meant risking his chance of survival amidst potential adversities, he decided to speak up. Brothers in arms, I'm not sure if you are aware of what is happening downstairs. He was abruptly interrupted by Wang Wu, who reminded him that they were warriors, not machines, endowed with the emotions of ordinary humans. The terror group at Shishan Hotel had been revealed through interrogation. While they lacked the means to rescue the survivors, aiding in the eradication of the fiends was still within their capabilities. Just a few bullets, something easily executed. At that moment, 3 soldiers from the fire team emerged from the safety passage, guns in hand, reeking of fresh blood. Reporting to the captain, mission accomplished. Wang Wu nodded, then commanded, prepare for boarding and return. Yes. 10 minutes later, 2 Airbus H-135 helicopters gracefully lifted off from the rooftop of Shishan Hotel, their blades whirring as they headed toward the waterway. Chapter 152. Upgrade Reward. Early the next morning, Gu Chengyuan indulged in a brief slumber, opting to forego his morning exercise and sleeping until breakfast time. The system had finally upgraded, signifying his entry into a new phase. A little relaxation and a well-deserved respite seemed quite reasonable. Gu Chengyuan opened the window beside his desk, allowing the crisp morning air to waft in. He then contentedly savored the breakfast freshly delivered by the kitchen brigade, a steaming bowl of beef noodles, accompanied by both a braised egg and a fried egg, alongside a large cup of nourishing soybean milk blended with red dates and mung beans. The prospect of an imminent upgrade lifted Gu Chengyuan's spirits, enhancing his appetite as he swiftly devoured the noodles, leaning back in his chair with a lazy demeanor, sipping the soybean milk in small gulps. Chief, there is something I would like to report, ventured Zhou Guhong, who was collecting the dishes during the lull. Proceed, Gu Chengyuan replied. Report, Chief. Wang Wu and the others completed their mission and returned last night. Since you had already retired for the evening, they did not inform you in a timely manner. That was quick, Gu Chengyuan replied, somewhat astonished, having anticipated at least another night. What about Kai Anshin's daughter? Is she alive? Yes, Chief. Director Kai's daughter is indeed alive and has been taken to the Provincial Workers' Hospital for examination. Along with her, an entrepreneur named Lei Jun was rescued, and he is eager to express his gratitude to you in person, inquiring if you have time to meet. Lei Jun. Gu Chengyuan mused, somewhat surprised. Although he had not utilized the products of Wugu Company before the apocalypse, he was well acquainted with this legendary figure in the country. Unlike those who merely perform for the camera, pretending to have driven prices down, this magnate played the game for real. Take smartphones for instance. The price of balanced scooters is worth mentioning as well. When they first entered the market, they were considered luxury items, fetching thousands of dollars abroad. However, under his leadership, the company managed to reduce the price of balanced scooters to a mere few hundred zhoubang currency, akin to a bargain. Gu Chengyuan found himself quite intrigued by him. Though he held no further aspirations regarding the meeting, he had a tendency to view the world in a compartmentalized manner, separating people from events. He could appreciate a particular song or a work of art without allowing his admiration to extend to the individual behind it. This disposition rendered him indifferent to the phenomenon of idol worship. He possessed no idols. If pressed about whom he believed in, Gu Chengyuan would simply say he believed in himself. No one could disrupt his path, not even his parents. They held only advisory power while he firmly retained decision-making authority. Invite him to dinner, he instructed. Understood. Gu Chengyuan was not a nouveau riche who would disregard others upon acquiring a system. While possessing a system was indeed impressive, he maintained a respectful attitude towards those who thrived without one. Engaging in conversation would not diminish him. He might even glean some wisdom, or at the very least, satiate his curiosity. Entertainment in the post-apocalyptic world was exceedingly scarce, with few things capable of piquing his interest. After Zhou Guihong's departure, Gu Chengyuan began to attend to the affairs of the gathering place. Although he delegated most responsibilities to Kai Anshin, she displayed remarkable understanding and did not naively take on all tasks herself. Significant decisions or regulations that required implementation were first submitted for Gu Chengyuan's review and signature before proceeding. Daily occurrences within the gathering place were meticulously compiled into a report and delivered to Gu Chengyuan's office. To enhance his reading experience and alleviate the monotony of the report, illustrations were thoughtfully included. Each event's cause, process, outcome, and proposed solutions were comprehensively detailed within the report. This allowed Gu Chengyuan to grasp the overall development of the gathering place with minimal exertion each day. Time at work passed swiftly, and soon it was midday. Ding in the quiet office, the system notification echoed, causing Gu Chengyuan to startle. He had finally leveled up. Eagerly, he opened the system panel, which illuminated with a dazzling golden effect. Congratulations, host, you have successfully leveled up. Rewards are as follows: military rank, lieutenant colonel position, company commander brigade commander template, combined company heavy combined brigade upgrade rewards, according to the standards of a heavy combined brigade. Replenish the host's current forces. Current host forces, combined company X1, infantry company X3, fire seed assault team X rewards. Colonel Insignia Attire X2, Brigade Headquarters X1. Brigade Direct Unit X1 3 Rewards? Yu Cheng-yuan bypassed the Insignia Attire reward and turned his attention to the Brigade Headquarters. The Brigade Headquarters included Operations Department Direct, Logistics Department Section, Equipment Department Section, Operations Department, Brigade Staff Section Personnel, 5, Operations Training Section Personnel, 5, Confidentiality Section Personnel, 5, Unit Management Section Personnel, 5 Logistics Department, Financial Management Section Personnel, 5, Military Supply and Housing Section Personnel, 5, Fuel Support Section Personnel, 5 Equipment Department, Equipment Management Section Personnel, 5, Armament Maintenance Section Personnel, 5. Upon reviewing the configuration of the Brigade Headquarters, Yu Cheng-yuan felt a surge of emotion. Was this a complete Brigade Headquarters system being handed to him? Acquiring this reward was tantamount to the system directly constructing the framework for a brigade-level force, allowing him to focus solely on financial investments without any further considerations. What a truly nurturing arrangement. After examining the Brigade Headquarters reward, Yu Cheng-yuan continued to explore the direct unit rewards. The Brigade direct units included Fire Seat Assault Team, Complete Version, X1, Guard Service Company X1, Medical Team, Company, X1. Yu Cheng-yuan understood that the Medical Company was an enhanced version of the Medical Platoon, while the Guard Service Company was a specialized unit responsible for the vigilance and security of important personnel, institutions, or facilities within the Brigade Headquarters. During Yu Cheng-yuan's time as a conscript, he harbored both disdain and trepidation towards the Guard Duty Company, for the Military Inspection Team was affiliated with this unit, tasked with enforcing military discipline. A careless misstep could lead to severe repercussions. In contrast to these ordinary military units, Yu Cheng-yuan was far more intrigued by the so-called complete version of the Fire Seat Assault Team. How could a unit he had established be treated as a reward by the system? It seemed utterly absurd. However, upon opening the introduction page for the Fire Seat Assault Team complete version, he soon realized that his perspective had been rather limited. The Fire Seat Assault Team complete version, a special forces unit forged through rigorous trials and countless battles. It stands as an unmatched sword, a shadowy assassin capable of executing deep assaults and point penetration strikes. While they may not secure victories in war, they can certainly retrieve the minds of enemy commanders. Composition: Special Operations Squad 9 members, X9, Special Operations Support Squad 9 members, X3, Total Personnel 108. Equipment: Warrior 3 Armored Assault Vehicles X12, Warrior 3 Armored Command Vehicles X1, Mountain Cat All-Terrain Vehicles X12. The Mountain Cat, featuring an 8.8 all-time drive, boasts exceptional off-road capabilities. It has a low ground pressure and center of gravity, as well as center steering and amphibious capabilities. The engine is a 1.4-liter inline 4-cylinder, turbocharged, water-cooled diesel engine, accommodating 6 personnel. G-20 Tactical Utility Helicopters, X3. This medium-sized helicopter, with a capacity of 10 tons, is powered by two 1600 kW turboshaft engines. The cockpit is designed for 2 crew members and can transport 12 to 15 individuals. The dual-door design allows for simultaneous deployment of 4 soldiers, significantly enhancing combat efficiency. Helicopters? Observing the personnel and equipment of the Fire Seat Assault Team ahead, Yu Cheng-yuan felt a sense of reassurance. After all, he was now a brigade commander, and such a position necessitated a swift adaptation. Yet, upon seeing the G-20 Tactical Utility Helicopter among the system rewards, he couldn't help but exclaim, "How delightful!" At last, the long-awaited aircraft had arrived. Realizing the helicopter's capacity, Yu Cheng-yuan understood that he had finally turned a corner. No longer would he have to endure that insignificant little aircraft. What was it called again? Oh yes, that trivial Airbus. A true man should command a formidable aircraft. An entire special operations team barely fits within such a contraption. How laughable the mere notion of a small Airbus. Chapter 153, Template, Reinforced Synthesis Brigade. After reviewing the upgrade rewards bestowed by the system father, Yu Cheng-yuan leaned back in his chair for a few moments, organizing his thoughts to calm the excitement in his heart. Firstly, the significance of this brigade headquarters is self-evident. Currently, the sources of personnel are either reliant on the system or derived from soldiers being promoted, such as Jia Sanyu, Huang Jiaqin, and Lu Chong. This method works reasonably well for the grassroots combat units, much like his own experience, although he has not undergone formal training in the system. He has witnessed enough to manage the challenges he faces. However, Positions within the brigade headquarters that require a high level of expertise cannot be adequately filled by merely promoted soldiers. Specialized training and education are imperative for such roles. For instance, the brigade staff officers must be adept at formulating combat plans, mapping out strategies, and constructing sand tables, while also possessing a comprehensive understanding of tactical methodologies. In the midst of battle, they serve as the nerve center of the troops. They must translate a commander's flashes of insight into specific, actionable plans that can be executed as operational orders. If Gu Qingyuan were to suddenly declare an intention to strike in the Shishui area, the staff office would need to devise a detailed operational plan in a short span of time. This plan must encompass the necessary supplies and munitions, the quantities required, the means of transport, the timing of deliveries, the personnel assigned to transport, the transportation routes, as well as the troop deployment routes, attack trajectories, offensive pacing, and coordination, an exceedingly complex and specialized task that untrained soldiers would undoubtedly find insurmountable. Thus, the value of this brigade headquarters, in Gu Qingyuan's eyes, surpasses even that of the brigade's direct combat units. It serves to provide the troops with a cerebral advantage, effectively compensating for his lack of formal training. Nonetheless, being self-taught is not an insurmountable weakness. History is replete with renowned military leaders who rose from humble beginnings. Take, for example, a certain General Li, who orchestrated the Battle of Pingan, leaving graduates from prestigious military academies in tears. Warfare is an art form. While lacking systematic education may result in a weaker foundation, it can also foster a unique intuition. As the saying goes, the formless triumphs over the formed. Moreover, he is not entirely devoid of knowledge, as he has recently dedicated himself to studying the art of war. The combination of a fish stall experience and the art of war could yield remarkable insights. What then would the synergy of a system and the art of war produce? Gu Qingyuan could hardly fathom the heights he might attain. Furthermore, as one ascends the ranks, the competition shifts from specific tactical maneuvers to strategic thought. The limitations imposed by a lack of military knowledge are becoming increasingly trivial as his rank rises. What he truly needs to enhance now is strategic thinking. Considering the issue of personnel promotion, Gu Qingyuan suddenly pondered whether it would be feasible to establish a cadre training program. Perhaps Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin or some exemplary military academy graduates could offer classes to the promoted soldiers, providing them with valuable training. This initiative would not only enhance the combat effectiveness of grassroots units, but also benefit the personal development of the soldiers themselves. The necessity for self-reliance stems from personal prowess. As one ascends through ranks with remarkable ease, potentially attaining the esteemed position of a general in no time. However, others are not afforded such privileges. If they lack the requisite abilities, they shall not be promoted. Thus, the notion of establishing a military training program for grassroots cadres took root in Gu Qingyuan's mind. System. Please access the template interface. Upon opening the interface, Gu Qingyuan was greeted by a plethora of diverse modules. Template. Heavy Armored Combined Brigade Composition, 1 Brigade Headquarters. For combined battalions, 1 Artillery Battalion, 1 Air Defense Battalion, 1 Reconnaissance Battalion, 1 Operational Support Battalion, 1 Logistical Support Battalion, and 1 direct subordinate unit of the brigade. Combined battalions. Infantry Companies X2. Unit cost, 30,000 gold. 146 personnel per company. Tank Companies X2. Unit cost, 150,000. 14T. 99 A main battle tanks per company. Mechanized Infantry Company X1. Unit cost, 60,000. 14 ZBD. 04 A infantry fighting vehicles per company. Artillery Company X1. Unit cost, 60,000. 6 PLZ. 10 120 mm self-propelled howitzers per company. Operational Support Company X1. Unit cost, 30,000. Logistical Support Company X1. Unit cost, 30,000. Remarkably, a standard heavy armored combined brigade encompasses 2 tank companies. This implies that the system's promise of supplementation extends beyond merely filling in fragmented battalions to a full 4-platoon structure, generously bestowing upon me a tank company valued at 150,000 gold. I have finally grasped the meaning of a word worth 1,000 gold. The simplicity of the phrase supplement carries the weight of the system's profound affection for me. Artillery Battalion, Battalion Headquarters, Howitzer Companies X2, Unit cost, 100,000. 9 PLZ, 07 122mm self-propelled howitzers per company Rocket Artillery Company X1. Unit cost, 150. 000 9 PHC 1142 122mm modular rocket launchers per company Anti-Tank Missile Company X1. Unit cost, 200. 000 9 HJ 10 heavy anti-tank missile vehicles per company. Upon seeing the artillery battalion, Gu Chengyuan's eyes widen with longing. A 122mm howitzer? Surely, that qualifies as heavy artillery. And the 122mm modular rocket launcher? Merely the sight of it conjured the stirring melody of Katyusha in Gu Chengyuan's mind. He envisioned a celestial shower of meteoric fire raining down upon a sea of corpses. Air Defense Battalion, Missile Company X1. Unit cost, 200. 000 for units of the Dolem HQ. 17 Field Air Defense System per company self-propelled dual 35mm anti-aircraft companies X2. Unit cost, 200. 000 9 units of the Type 09 35mm dual-barrel armored self-propelled anti-aircraft gun per company Portable Missile Company X1. Unit cost, 60. 000 9 FN 6 portable air defense missile launchers per company. Missiles? They are indeed available? Gu Chengyuan felt a surge of excitement as a modern individual. The might of missiles is universally acknowledged. Yet, before he could revel in this exhilaration, the staggering price of 200,000 cooled his fervor instantly. 200,000 for a set of 4 systems? Averaging to 50,000 each. Never mind, there is no immediate need for air defense, Gu Chengyuan consoled himself. Reconnaissance Battalion, Reconnaissance Company X3. Unit price, 50,000, consisting of 93 personnel, 7 MRAP vehicles, 11 Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles, 2 120mm self-propelled howitzers, 1 VP-22 wheeled armored personnel carrier, 1 Hummer 3 armored command vehicle, and 1 SX-2306 military transport vehicle. Tank Company X1. Unit price, 150. 000 each company comprises 14 Type 99A main battle tanks. Drone Company X1. Unit price, 150. 009 Eagle Falcon. 7 medium-range reconnaissance drones. Operational Support Battalion. Engineer Company. Unit price, 50,000. Transport Company. Unit price, 50,000. Communications Company. Unit price, 100,000. Reconnaissance Company. Unit price, 50,000. The Operational Support Battalion primarily provides essential tactical support required for combat operations, which typically includes, but is not limited to, communication, electronic warfare, engineering, chemical protection, and meteorological observation. Among various specialized technical assurances, such battalion-level units play an indispensable role on the battlefield, offering necessary technical, tactical, and informational support services to frontline combat forces, ensuring the smooth execution of military operations. For instance, they establish battlefield communication networks, implement electronic jamming or defense, construct fortifications, handle nuclear and biological threats, and provide accurate weather forecasts. Logistical Support Battalion, Medical Company, Unit price, 50,000. Repair Company, Unit price, 50,000. Culinary Company, Unit price, 50,000. Transport Company, Unit price, 50,000. Chemical Defense Company, Unit price, 60,000. The Logistical Support Battalion is more inclined towards comprehensive logistical support for daily operations in sustained combat, involving material supply, medical assistance, transportation, and maintenance. Its primary mission is to ensure that various logistical needs of troops are met during training, daily life, and combat operations, including but not limited to food and water supply, ammunition replenishment, vehicle maintenance, and the treatment and transport of casualties. On the battlefield, the Logistical Support Battalion safeguards the lifeline of the troops, maintaining their combat readiness and survival capabilities. Brigade Direct Units, Fire Seat Assault Team X1, Guard Service Company X1, Medical Company X1. Gu Chengyuan meticulously examined the new template panel, feeling a sense of unease afterward. Had the system secretly raised its prices? Why did the total cost of each item exceed the sum of the individual unit prices? Particularly concerning was the tank company. Could 14 tanks truly be sold for 150,000? Was there something different? Gu Chengyuan clicked to view the detailed information of the tank company. Tank Company, comprising a headquarters and 3 tank platoons. The headquarters consists of 2 tanks, commanded by the company commander and deputy company commander, supplemented by a fire support team and combat medical personnel. The total strength includes 62 soldiers, 14 Type 99A main battle tanks, 1 Hummer 3 armored command vehicle, 2 Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles, and 1 SX-2306 military transport vehicle. Having reviewed the detailed introduction of the tank company, Gu Qingyuan understood the reason behind the higher costs. The price was attributed to the system. The current company structure was unlike the previous setup, which was merely a collection of individual squads. It possessed an integrated system of equipment alongside combat gear. For instance, in the past, my tank battalion consisted solely of tanks, lacking any supporting elements. Such a bare-bones unit possesses remarkably low combat effectiveness and sustainability on the battlefield. However, following the system's optimization, a battalion can now function as an independent combat entity, endowed with a certain level of logistical support capabilities. With this upgrade, Gu Qingyuan is confident that his troops will undergo a profound transformation. The unit structure has become more rational and systematic, resulting in enhanced combat prowess. Most importantly, he has now ascended to the rank of brigade commander. Chapter 154, The Arrival of the Brigade Headquarters Closing the System Interface. Gu Qingyuan swiftly made his way to the corner of the office. The insignia of the senior colonel, a reward from the system, had been neatly delivered and was positioned in the corner of the room. Compared to the wooden box that housed his previous gear as a company commander, this packaging was considerably more exquisite. A finely crafted blue box, approximately 30 inches in size, adorned with a matte black Great Wall emblem. With a soft click, he unfastened the lock, revealing a set of insignia featuring 2 golden bars and 4 stars, 4 dazzling pentagrams arranged perfectly between the gleaming bars. Under the light, they sparkled brilliantly, exuding an intoxicating allure. There was also a set of deputy division-level qualification insignia. However, this particular set was rather simplistic compared to the conventional qualification insignia, as it bore only a single small emblem indicating 2 years of service. This likely reflected the 2 years he had served as a conscript before the apocalypse, as otherwise there would be no way to account for it. In addition to the insignia, neatly stacked below were the operational uniforms, dress uniforms, ceremonial attire, and fitness gear, similar to what he had previously received as a company commander, which he casually flipped through before setting aside. Standing before a full-length mirror in the office, Gu Qingyuan solemnly removed his former lieutenant colonel insignia and placed it in a small box beside him. He then meticulously affixed the senior colonel insignia to the collar of his operational uniform, ensuring it was perfectly aligned without the slightest tilt. Before finally standing proudly in front of the mirror, adjusting his attire, he turned slightly and smiled with satisfaction. Becoming a brigade commander is indeed a few notches more impressive than being a battalion commander. Indeed, power was the finest cosmetic enhancement for a man. Knock, 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 report. Come in. Upon hearing the knock, Gu Qingyuan instinctively concealed his smile, adopting a more serious demeanor. As Zhou Guhong entered, his keen eyes immediately caught the change in Gu Qingyuan's insignia, as well as the unmistakable joy radiating from him. As the administrative clerk of the battalion, Zhou Guhong often played a role akin to that of Gu Qingyuan's secretary, acutely sensitive to even the slightest changes in him. In a flash of thought, Zhou Guhong exclaimed, "Brigade Commander, the vehicle for the staff has arrived downstairs, accompanied by the Firebrand Assault Team, the Guard Duty Company, and the Medical Team." "Yes, good," Gu Qingyuan replied, a smile gracing his face. He was not surprised by the arrival of the brigade's direct subordinate units, having witnessed numerous calls to arms. He had grown somewhat numb to the initial excitement. His smile, however, was primarily in response to Zhou Guihong's address of Brigade Commander, which struck a delightful chord within him. To put it plainly, the arrival of the brigade's subordinate units paled in comparison to Zhou Guihong's calling him Brigade Commander. Ha, let's go welcome them. Gu Qingyuan, now the brigade commander, took the lead out of the office. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back and said, "Guhong, over the next couple of days, find a time to transfer your position from the combined battalion to the brigade headquarters and come work as a staff officer. Do you think you can manage that?" "Report." "Sir, I can manage." Zhou Guihong's voice conveyed an uncontrollable excitement. For Gu Qingyuan, a mere sentence from him felt like leaping over the dragon's gate. Although the camp's clerk was seemingly in a higher position than the frontline soldiers, he remained a soldier nonetheless. In contrast, the staff officers enjoyed a significant elevation in status. Transitioning to a cadre system, marking a stark difference in rank and privilege. In simple terms, Zhou Guhong had not only been promoted but had also ascended to a leadership role. With a radiant countenance, Gu Chengyuan, alongside the beaming Zhou Guhong, descended into the lobby of the brigade headquarters. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by a long line of armed vehicles parked by the roadside, as well as the hovering Z-20 tactical helicopters circling overhead, awaiting orders to land. Amid the thundering sound of 3 helicopters slicing through the air, Gu Chengyuan's attention was first drawn to a white bus station prominently at the center of the entrance, surrounded by a formation of approximately 40 to 50 individuals, each carrying a field briefcase and adorned with insignia of rank. These must be the cadre members of the brigade headquarters, arriving by bus, he mused, somewhat surprised. However, glancing at the array of armed vehicles and the helicopters overhead, the situation suddenly seemed reasonable. With such formidable armed protection, even if these officers were to ride skateboards, it would appear perfectly acceptable. As Gu Chengyuan approached, the formation of cadre members immediately straightened up, and a major officer dashed out from the side of the array. Attention! Stand at ease. The major saluted Gu Chengyuan, who returned the gesture. Reporting to the commander, the cadre division is scheduled to have 45 personnel, all present. Please provide your instructions. Gu Chengyuan conducted a brief scan, 9 major officers, while the rest were captains or lieutenants. The majors were likely the heads of various departments. In this initial meeting, Gu Chengyuan refrained from saying much, offering only a few words of encouragement, intending to reserve further remarks for the brigade's cadre conference the following day. The unit had transitioned from a battalion to a brigade, and this expansion was not merely a matter of increased manpower. The internal structural adjustments were equally critical. Gu Chengyuan did not immediately assign the security duties to the incoming guard company, nor did he make arrangements for the fire strike team and the medical unit, preferring to wait until after the cadre conference for a unified plan. Regarding the deployment of various departments and sections, Gu Chengyuan summoned Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin from the Eastern District to organize the arrangements. With subordinates at his disposal, Gu Chengyuan did not feel the need to micromanage every detail. He preferred to spend his time engrossed in the pages of the art of war. Shortly after Gu Chengyuan's departure, Wu Bin hurriedly made his way from the Eastern District, swiftly arriving at the headquarters building. Having spent most of his time in the Eastern District and seldom visiting the headquarters, his first task upon arrival was to ensure that the cadre and soldiers of the direct unit rested in place. He then took the 9 department heads on a tour of the first floor, akin to guiding a house hunting group, as they selected offices. Why choose the first floor? While the second floor was closer to Gu Chengyuan, it was also more intimate to his living quarters. The entire office department has been relocated, which indeed offers convenience. But do the leaders not require a semblance of privacy? Those in subordinate positions ought to maintain a sense of boundaries. With a multitude of individuals working adjacent to the leader's quarters, one wonders about the delicate situation when a leader rises in the middle of the night. Should one don their undergarments or not? If they wear them, it may induce discomfort. If they forego them, it could lead to embarrassment. The phrase is not simply about movement, as work is essential, yet solely toiling away is equally ineffectual. Thus, one must learn. Soon Wu Bin, accompanied by the heads of various departments, designated their respective domains, followed closely by the department staff, who, under the guidance of their superiors, began transporting the necessary office supplies. Computers and printers were disassembled from the teaching offices on the same floor, and the requisite desks and chairs were sourced from the surrounding areas. As the former management school building, the premises were not lacking in office equipment. In no time, the office frameworks of the various departments within the brigade headquarters were erected, and nameplates were affixed to the doors. By nightfall, they would officially commence their functions. The central nervous system of the brigade-level troops is on the verge of completion. Chapter 155. Father had a military dream since childhood, as numerous bureaucratic officials fervently engaged in enhancing the office environment of the department. The broadcasting station on the outermost side of the first floor was equally bustling, with a group of radio staff becoming the spectators of unfolding events. How many batches of troops have arrived these past few days? Is this the 3rd batch? A female staff member exclaimed with palpable excitement. It feels like we can hardly keep count. Our gathering strength has surged so swiftly. I remember when Senior Gu first arrived, he only brought a single squad with him. Guess what I heard while pretending to step out for the restroom? Teased another bespectacled girl, deliberately keeping the others in suspense. The students from Yezhou University, within the gathering, often affectionately referred to Gu Chengyuan as Senior Gu in private, as a way to distinguish their elevated status from ordinary survivors, underscoring their ephemeral sense of superiority. This shared moniker for Gu Chengyuan inadvertently fostered camaraderie among the students and faculty of Yezhou University, manifesting in the sentiment that calling him Senior Gu signified a bond among them. For those holding specific positions within the gathering, they often enjoyed delineating their roles based on their pre-apocalyptic backgrounds. For instance, Zhao Jie, the militia captain, and Lu Shenfu, the head of the Survivor Management Committee's discipline department, were frequently referred to in connection with Yezhou University when discussed informally. "What did you hear?" inquired male broadcaster Huang Juanrui. Unable to contain his curiosity, his delicate appearance and demeanor mirrored that of a girl, and he relished the juicy tidbits of gossip. Earning him the reputation of being the station's gossip king, there was hardly any piece of news he was unaware of. From another perspective, he was also among the most well-informed individuals within the gathering, though the accuracy of the information could be another matter altogether. Who cares about the accuracy as long as we get our fill of gossip? I heard an officer privately refer to Senior Gu as the brigade commander. Well, the small broadcasting room erupted in a chorus of astonished gasps, as nearly everyone was taken aback by Gu Chengyuan's meteoric rise in rank. Senior Gu is impressive. This is simply extraordinary. Even a rocket must have a launch sequence, right? To put it humorously. You could ask me to step on my left foot and right foot in a spiraling ascent, and I still wouldn't rise this swiftly. Having worked within the military building for a period, their understanding of the armed forces had evolved significantly from their initial naivety. Navigating within the system. The fundamental skills they acquired included recognizing ranks, positions, and superiors. Otherwise, one might inadvertently offend someone, leaving them with nowhere to lament their misfortune. Thus, their astonishment stemmed from this understanding. To be so young yet so formidable, only Shobang during the modern founding of the nation could compare, right? Have we not become witnesses to history ourselves? Isn't Senior Gu yet to graduate? A hesitant voice emerged from the crowd, which soon fell into a contemplative silence. 4th year? 2nd semester? The utterance precipitated a wave of lamentation among them. Enough already. We don't need such precision. It makes us seem like dogs. While others in their 20s guard their territories, I, in my 20s, continue to install equipment without regard for risk. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be greater than that between a person and a dog. This statement is not intended as an insult, but, rather, serves to elevate my standing when compared to Senior Gu. While the lively discussions in the broadcasting room ensued, Ai-ku remained quietly seated in the corner. Clutching the radio script she was to present the following day, her knuckles turning pale as they gripped the A4 paper, betraying the tumult within her heart. The commotion below did not disturb Gu Chengyuan in his office. Upon returning, he cast aside such matters. After all, is not a subordinate meant to handle tasks on one's behalf? If one must still concern oneself with trifles despite having subordinates, what purpose do they serve? With this mindset, Gu Chengyuan retrieved a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and began to peruse it. The art of war represents theory, while Romance of the Three Kingdoms embodies practical application. Alternating between the two signifies the unity of knowledge and action. Indeed, when it comes to military strategy, Romance of the Three Kingdoms proves far more engaging. However, just as Gu Chengyuan immersed himself in his reading, a knock resounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Son, it is your father. Upon realizing it was his own father, Gu Chengyuan rose to prepare tea. As Gu Jiangwo entered and gently closed the door behind him, he leaned closer and whispered, "What is happening outside? Why are there so many officers? I overheard them mention something about a brigade headquarters. Are your subordinates planning to relocate the headquarters?" There was no need for pleasantries between father and son. Gu Jiangwo cut straight to the chase. Having witnessed the tumult downstairs, he had feigned passing by several times to gather information before promptly seeking out Gu Chengyuan. He was deeply concerned that influential military figures backing his son might attempt to usurp control. He had seen the cluster of major officers, who were just one rank below his son, clearly indicating that they were beyond the command of a mere battalion leader. "Come, father, have a seat and enjoy some tea. I understand your urgency, but please, do not be hasty," Gu Chengyuan urged as he ushered his father to the office sofa and leisurely served him a cup of tea. As Gu Jiangwo gazed at the steaming cup, he took a moment to calm himself before continuing. "Son, power struggles are exceedingly brutal. Any issue related to power is not trivial, so you must not take it lightly." Having been in politics for over 20 years, Gu Jiangwo had witnessed numerous power struggles himself and possessed an acute sensitivity to shifts in authority. This is not a mere contest where losing results in imprisonment. Losing here could mean losing one's life. He could send his adversaries to trial in the heart of the political arena, and others could do the same to him. He feared that his son, due to his youth and lack of experience, might be gradually ensnared like a frog in boiling water. Before Gu Chengyuan could respond, Gu Jiangwo seemed to formulate a plan, his gaze sharpening and his tone chilling. Son, where is Jia Sanyu's team? I believe both Jia Sanyu and Lu Chong are quite reliable. Why not take advantage of this unstable situation with the superiors and eliminate them directly? After Lu Chong's betrayal, he led his troops directly to the Chancellor's stronghold. You feigned the role of a brigade commander, claiming to be a victim of Lu Chong's insurrection. Amidst the chaos, you seized the opportunity to take control of the entire brigade. Under the pretext of quelling the rebellion, you systematically purged all the disloyal officers, branding them as conspirators of Lu Chong's mutiny. It is imperative to ensure a thorough eradication, leave no survivors, for the dead cannot speak and will not rise again. Yu Chengyuan gazed at his father, who emanated an aura of chilling resolve, feeling an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. Was his father truly capable of such grand machinations? Who, in fact, was the true martial general? Where was the brigade commander? I shall confront Lu Chong and end this. Watch closely, my son. Let me impart this lesson once more. Iron will. Gu Jiangwo believed his son to be soft-hearted and, having relinquished his pressure, intended to don armor and take the field himself. Is it possible that father was once this fierce? Could this be the essence of genuine power struggles? The cunning depicted on television was merely a fade, observing his father maneuver with such ease. It was difficult for Gu Qingyuan to accept that this was his father's inaugural venture into such treachery. Father, the brigade commander is right before you. Gu Chengyuan's tone was laced with an inexplicable urgency as he tugged at the rank insignia on his collar, hoping to draw his iron-willed father's attention. Now it was Gu Jiangwo's turn to be astonished. He stared in silence at the insignia of the colonel on Gu Qingyuan's collar, his mind seemingly reeling from a profound revelation. No, you, my son, surely, you did not simply affix whatever rank you fancied to your collar? Just yesterday, during our meal, you were a lieutenant colonel, and now you are a colonel brigade commander? Gu Qingyuan remained silent, trusting that his astute father would soon comprehend the situation. After a long pause, Gu Jiangwo suddenly exhaled deeply, as if he had unraveled a mystery. His voice softened. Son, do you have any surplus rank insignias? Father has always harbored a dream of military service. Chapter 156. The Technological Revitalization Plan. In the end, Gu Jiangwo departed with a sense of despondency. Gu Qingyuan had shattered his father's military aspirations, primarily because he himself had not attained the rank of a major general. What? A major general? His father truly dared to aspire to such heights. After toiling day and night, risking his life for a month, it was solely through his own efforts that he had gradually achieved the rank of brigade commander. Having once served as mayor, his father was indeed different. He merely voiced a desire for a major general's insignia. If his father could audaciously seek a major general's title, should he not aim for marshal instead? Amidst their playful banter, the sensitive topic was deftly sidestepped. Gu Jiangwo now realized that his son harbored a significant secret. While insignias could be affixed, the genuine soldiers and equipment were another matter altogether. The revelations entangled within this situation likely veiled a monumental secret. Consequently, he instinctively redirected the conversation. Everyone possesses secrets, including himself. Any ordinary person would harbor some mystery, much like no one would willingly strip bare in the public eye. Of course, with certain exceptional groups being the notable exception, whose lack of understanding and respect was palpable. To prevent the emergence of secrets that could create a rift between father and son, Gu Jiangwo intentionally jested to diffuse the tension. And thus, he left, harboring unspoken worries. He did not concern himself with how high his son could soar. His only desire was for the safety of his family. This unexpected interlude passed quietly. In the afternoon, Lei Jun arrived early at the military headquarters. After his identity was verified by the guards and a thorough search conducted, he was granted entry. In the grand hall on the first floor, he did not immediately enter the private room, but chose instead to stand outside, observing the comings and goings of the bureaucratic officials and ordinary soldiers with a keen eye. His early arrival served two purposes: to pay respect to his savior and to gather information. As a seasoned mogul in the business world, his sensitivity to information was acute. In such an unfamiliar environment, his instincts drove him to collect as much intelligence as possible. The overwhelming darkness of the unknown left him feeling rather insecure. After standing for a while at the entrance to the private room and through meticulous observation, Lei Jun gleaned a surprising insight. This was not merely a newly established brigade. It was a unit whose operational functions remained intact, having suffered little damage. To him, The zombie virus seemed indiscriminate. Why had the core of this brigade been preserved so well? Could there be methods to combat the zombie virus? Based on this information, Lei Jun found himself increasingly intrigued by the figure known as Chief Gu. What manner of person could earn the unwavering respect of the settlement's residents? Particularly noteworthy was Kai Yu's father, Kai Anshin, who spoke of Gu Qingyuan with a reverence that, while slightly undignified, resembled that of a devoted dog. This metaphor bore no malice. Even Lei Jun struggled to articulate the expression of loyalty that Kai Anshin displayed whenever Gu Qingyuan's name was mentioned. Loyalty. It was almost inscribed upon his face. As Lei Jun meticulously analyzed and organized the information swirling in his mind, a gentle and youthful voice broke the silence beside him. You must be President Lei, am I right? Hello, my name is Gu Qingyuan. Startled, Lei Jun instinctively extended his hand, which was met by Gu Qingyuan's in a firm handshake. Greetings. I am Lei Jun, and I am sincerely grateful for your troops' rescue of me. Lei Jun quickly regained his composure, clasping Gu Qingyuan's hand tightly and repeatedly expressing his thanks. President Lei, you are too kind. You are a distinguished entrepreneur and a remarkable talent. The soldiers saved you for the people of Zhoubang. Gu Qingyuan replied with humility. The Daga mobile phones produced by your company are truly exceptional. Oh, even Commander Gu uses our Daga mobile phone? Lei Jun's eyes sparkled at the mention. I use Bangwei. Gu Qingyuan hesitated, chuckling lightly. Lei Jun quickly seized the moment to rectify. Bangwei phones are indeed formidable competitors. Your discernment is commendable, Commander Gu. I had no idea that, in addition to excelling in military matters, you possess such profound insights into electronic products. I am genuinely impressed. Haha. Just a bit of knowledge here and there. Gu Qingyuan laughed. President Lei, shall we proceed to the private room? He took the initiative to steer the conversation away from mutual flattery. Whatever Commander Gu wishes. Lei Jun acquiesced readily. As a person who thrived remarkably without a system, Lei Jun was not far from being exceptional in his own right. He had a clear understanding of his position and knew how to navigate survival in challenging times. Before arriving, while it appeared he was conversing with Kai Anshin about Gu Qingyuan, he was, in fact, observing Kai Anshin. He understood that individuals are inherently complex, and attempting to comprehend one person through another's lens is a futile endeavor. For instance, many ordinary Americans still regard Feng Jie as a great beauty. Thus, how could he, in a short span, transform into someone who would endear himself to Commander Gu? The answer lay in observing those who had already garnered Gu Qingyuan's favor. Take Kai Anshin. For example, the head of the Survivor Committee, a leading figure among the survivors. No one could serve as a more fitting template. While other positions might hinge on ability, this one was not merely a seat acquired through merit. Consequently, Lei Jun shamelessly emulated Kai Anshin's approach. What would Kai Anshin do? Loyalty. Loyalty. And once again, loyalty. There were no tricks involved, only unwavering loyalty. Once seated in the private room, Gu Qingyuan seized the opportunity to engage Lei Jun in conversation while the kitchen staff prepared the dishes. The exchange primarily consisted of Gu Qingyuan posing questions and Lei Jun providing answers. For instance, when asked if he would send a lawyer's letter if content creators used him for secondary creations, Lei Jun decisively stated that he would not, as he often found his own parodies amusing, like the famous song Are You OK? As their friendly dialogue unfolded. The dishes were soon served, an elaborate spread prepared by Gu Qingyuan, reminiscent of a ceremonial offering, pork, beef, and lamb accompanied by several side dishes and modest portions, striking a balance between abundance and wastefulness. Naturally, the renowned 53-degree sauce-flavored liquor from Izhou graced the table. Gu Qingyuan abstained from alcohol, primarily reserving it for Lei Jun, whose status before the apocalypse warranted such hospitality. Moreover, Gu Qingyuan's invitation to Lei Jun for a meal was not merely an act of idle boasting. It was entwined with a new initiative, the Technology Revitalization Project. After a few cups of wine, Lei Jun's complexion flushed, and he set down the glass that was just about to touch his lips. Yes, it is indeed the Technology Revitalization Project. Although President Lei had been confined to the hotel since the apocalypse, he must still possess a certain awareness of the external circumstances. With zombies rampant, monstrous beasts on the prowl, and a plethora of mutated creatures emerging, the need for technology, the quintessential weapon for humanity's survival, could never be forsaken. The human body, already in a state of extreme vulnerability, would face annihilation if technology continued to decline. Gu Qingyuan's expression reflected deep compassion, embodying a concern for the nation and its people. While it is undoubtedly important to offer incentives for labor, it is equally essential to discuss ideals. Though interests may be unequally distributed, ideals belong equally to all. Take, for instance, the renowned Master Ma, who frequently speaks of the stars and the sea, often claiming his endeavors are for the sake of all humanity, which justifies his profit. Indeed, as this dynamic continues, the future of humanity appears bleak. Lei Jun nodded repeatedly in agreement. Thus, I wish to appoint you as the head of this technology revitalization project. I wonder if President Lei would be willing to accept such a humble position. Gu Qingyuan gazed at Lei Jun with sincerity. Of course, I would be willing. It is a duty I must embrace for the sake of humanity. Lei Jun's demeanor turned serious, his expression solemn, and his voice resolute, ringing with conviction. Then I hereby appoint you as the director of the industrial park development at the Night University Gathering Place. I will not fail your expectations. Lei Jun raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp. Thus, amidst the mutual desires of one wishing to give and the other wishing to receive, the technology revitalization project was swiftly established. From Gu Qingyuan's perspective, it was a strategic move, while there were those knowledgeable in technology and others adept in management. Finding someone like Lei Jun, who excelled in both realms and possessed a wealth of successful experience, was indeed a rarity, since he had been rescued. It was imperative not to let such talent idle away. He must be given responsibilities. Even if he failed to achieve results, it would bear no significant loss. However, should he succeed, it would be a delightful surprise. After all, the resources committed were merely a fraction of the supplies he had in the Night and New area, over 100,000 tons of provisions, enough to sustain 100,000 Lei Juns. And from Lei Jun's standpoint, his foremost objective was survival. In this apocalyptic era, could there be a safer occupation than serving the military? As for Gu Qingyuan's claims of working for humanity, he believed them, albeit with skepticism. After all, he was a cunning fox seasoned by a millennium of experience, far from naive. It was simply a means to an end. Naturally, he would contribute to the effort, but the extent of his commitment would depend on Gu Qingyuan's attitude. If Gu Qingyuan wholeheartedly supported him, he would strive with all his might, for it would indeed benefit all of humanity. However, if Gu Qingyuan merely spoke to create an atmosphere, he would settle for a meager wage, merely surviving. Why risk it all for just a few bowls of rice? Besides, resources, and even his very life, were in the hands of the other party, making any earnest effort akin to a skilled cook without ingredients. Thus, what strategies truly exist in this world? It is merely a matter of your willingness to strike and her readiness to endure. Throwing a tantrum, rolling about, and banging one's head against the wall in a quest for complimentary gifts. Chapter 157. The Conference of All Battalion Officers. The Shishan Theater is situated in the West District of Night University, encompassing 2 levels and covering an area of 2,000 square meters. The structure, crafted from fiberglass, resembles an inverted bowl, thus earning it the moniker Bowl Theater. This venue is specifically designated for the performance of dramas, operas, musical theater, and various forms of entertainment, primarily consisting of a stage and seating for an audience of up to 1,000. As a newly constructed edifice of high standards aimed at enriching the daily lives of faculty and students, the Shishan Theater boasts opulent features, including state-of-the-art audiovisual equipment, an LED display, central air conditioning, and plush seating, making it exceptionally well-equipped. Upon receiving the notice for the conference of all battalion officers scheduled for the following day, Xiaogang immediately thought of this venue. Without delay, he and the logistics support unit worked tirelessly through the night to prepare the location and transport the necessary materials, completing the arrangements just before dawn. During the setup, Xiaogang deemed the term theater too frivolous and lacking in solemnity. Thus, he replaced the sign for Shishan Theater with Shishan Conference Hall, as the latter conveys a more serious tone appropriate for the occasion. After breakfast, the imposing Warrior 3 armored command vehicles began arriving from various directions toward the Shishan Conference Hall. Outside the venue, the designated coordinators, arranged by Xiaogang, efficiently directed the military vehicles to their assigned parking spots. The battalion headquarters had issued a notice the previous night, mandating that all officers attend without exception unless in extraordinary circumstances. Consequently, even those stationed in the mining area left behind essential personnel to manage operations temporarily, ensuring that all unit leaders arrived by vehicle. Kuan, you made it over from Night and New District this early? Upon descending from the Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle, Li Kuan was greeted by Zhu Jun's teasing voice. Of course, before I enlisted, I was renowned for my speed throughout the region, Li Kuan retorted with a grin, playfully tugging at Zhu Jun's military uniform, intent on wrinkling it. Don't touch, don't touch. It's the first conference for all battalion officers. One must dress impeccably as a sign of respect for the leaders. Zhu Jun exclaimed, evading Li Kuan's grasp. Aren't you also dressed to the nines? Li Kuan countered. I've always feared my humble upbringing, so I only pull out this new outfit when meeting the leaders. Stop with the banter. Let us head inside. Zhu Jun insisted, eager to secure a good seat, pulling Li Kuan along as they entered. Despite their playful exchanges, their camaraderie was evident, as such familiarity indicated a strong bond. Captain Zhu. Captain Li, you both arrived quite early. As the Warrior 3 armored command vehicle of the first company came to a halt, Jia Sanyu stepped out and spotted the two engaged in their light-hearted banter, promptly greeting them. The three had served together in the mining area and often gathered during leisure time to play cards, fostering a strong friendship. Good day, Captain Jia. Upon encountering Jia Sanyu, Zhu Jun and Li Kuan responded with warmth, yet their demeanor unmistakably conveyed a profound respect. Although all three were prominent figures, a discernible hierarchy existed among them. Jia Sanyu was not only one of the earliest followers of Gu Qingyuan, but also held his unwavering trust. Even the critical task of rescuing his parents was entrusted to Jia Sanyu, underscoring his esteemed position in Gu Qingyuan's eyes. A phrase circulated discreetly among the gathering. While Gu was the bearer of the hopes for cultural revival, Jia Sanyu bore the weight of Gu himself, though largely exaggerated. It nonetheless reflected Jia Sanyu's preeminence among his peers. At present, all were of equal standing, but this would likely change post the cadre assembly, with the impending elevation of battalions potentially leading to new hierarchies. Thus, it was prudent to show respect. After all, progress is never unseemly. The trio exchanged pleasantries, with Jia Sanyu inquiring about the latest developments regarding the blood mines in the Yiannu district. After grasping the situation, he subtly took the lead, guiding Li Kuan and Zhu Jun into the Shishan conference hall, followed dutifully by Huang Jieqi, Lu Chong, and other squad leaders from various units. As the clock struck 8:50, the hall was nearly filled with cadres of all levels. In the front row sat the majors from various departments, while the second row was occupied by Jia Sanyu, Li Kuan, and other commanding officers from operational units. Beyond that, the seating arrangement became less formal, with junior officers from grassroots units mingling with staff officers. The lower rank, however, bore its own advantages, granting them the freedom to sit wherever they pleased based on personal relationships. In addition to military personnel, members of the management cadre were also invited to the assembly. Kai Anshin donned an elegant suit, while Lei Jun opted for a relaxed, casual outfit, both unaffected by their surroundings, engaged in quiet conversation and laughter. In stark contrast, Zhao Jie and Lu Shenfu, who also attended the conference, appeared visibly restless, feeling out of place since their arrival. Particularly for Zhao Jie, the situation was quite awkward. As a militia captain dressed in civilian attire, he sat among military officials, attempting to remain inconspicuous, fearful of inquiries regarding his position. Concealing one's title felt akin to covering a tear in one's trousers in a crowded setting. The militia seemed an anomaly. Observing the dapperly dressed military officers, Zhao Jie was overwhelmed by feelings of inferiority and yearning. As 8:55 approached, the atmosphere shifted dramatically with the entrance of Gu Qingyuan and Wu Bin, plunging the hall into a swift silence. Zhou Guhong, clutching a field briefcase, earnestly approached Gu Qingyuan, slightly bowing as he gestured toward Gu's seat. Upon taking his position, Gu Qingyuan was greeted by a striking red nameplate on the desk, inscribed with Brigadier Gu Qingyuan. Beside it lay a bottle of Wanshui Mountain mineral water, a document, and a pen. As his gaze drifted over the table towards the nearly 100 neatly seated officials below, a peculiar sensation welled within him. These are my soldiers, my troops. No wonder so many aspire to ascend. The view from such heights is utterly exhilarating. At 8:58, a major serving as the chief of staff seized the microphone. Attention everyone, please rise. Instantly, the entire assembly of officials sprang to their feet. A line to the right. Face forward. At ease. Stand at attention. The major turned to face Gu Qingyuan and saluted. Comrade Chief, all brigade officials and representatives present are accounted for. Please give your instructions. Gu Qingyuan stood, raised his hand in salute, his expression solemn. Commence as planned. Yes, replied the major, saluting once more before turning to command. Sit. The brigade officials settled into their seats with a resounding thud, sitting upright, hands gently resting on their knees. I hereby declare the brigade assembly officially commenced. Chapter 158. Adjustment of cadre positions comrades in order to effectively establish. Stop, stop, stop. What nonsense is happening in your organization? The major who was presiding over the meeting had barely uttered a few words when he was abruptly interrupted by Gu Qingyuan's wave of his hand. We are in a post-apocalyptic era. We must adhere to the necessary protocols to ensure the integrity and order of our military structure. However, I have little patience for superfluous platitudes and grandiose statements. With a scowl, he spoke directly. Damn it, we are at war. Why indulge in such frivolous rhetoric? This is a cadre meeting, not a cultural performance. Are you planning to bring in a couple of dance troupes as well? The procedures must be followed. But let us dispense with these meaningless words. Our soldiers are still fighting on the front lines. Is it appropriate to waste time like this? Gu Qingyuan's sudden outburst left everyone in the room breathless, and the major, who had been reprimanded, stood frozen in place, drenched in cold sweat. All right, you can step down. Seeing the major's bewildered expression, Gu Qingyuan refrained from further chastisement and instead turned to address the cadre members present. I am scolding him. But all the cadre members, especially those in the administration, should take heed. Do you not know what is appropriate for the situation? It seems we are regressing. At this point, Gu Qingyuan paused, shifting the microphone to his right hand while propping himself up on the table with his left. His gaze swept across the audience. As you all know, our unit has just elevated from a battalion to a brigade. The purpose of this brigade-wide cadre meeting, which some astute individuals might have already surmised, is that with the elevation of our unit level, there are vacancies to be filled, and some positions can be adjusted. This is a good thing. Who wouldn't want to advance, right? Gu Qingyuan made a light-hearted remark to ease the tension that had arisen from his earlier outburst. A few cadre members beneath him smiled appreciatively, their expressions visibly relaxing. What had truly alleviated their tension was not merely Gu Qingyuan's humor, but the fact that he was in a humorous mood. In the military, the morale of subordinates often hinges on the disposition of their leaders. Gathering everyone here also serves as a testament to all cadre members. As long as you possess the ability and competence, I will promote you. Now, let us announce the adjustments in cadre appointments. Due to time constraints, we shall forego any award ceremonies. You are to be informed, and after the meeting, you can collect your respective appointment letters from the administration. Moreover, such minor promotions hold little significance. I hope that the next time I personally award ranks, it will be during a ceremony for those of you who are being elevated to the rank of general. Gu Qingyuan casually painted a vivid picture, and upon hearing this, the eyes of the cadre members below seemed to spark with fervor. It was as if something had ignited within them. Indeed, it was their fighting spirit. General. For those two simple words, every cadre present would willingly risk their lives. What soldier does not dream of the day when others will call them general? Gu Qingyuan's words undoubtedly ignited their ambitions. Those seated below were all meticulously selected cadre members, possessing exceptional capabilities and qualities. They could easily envision the promising future that lay ahead in this nascent military unit. The essence of a startup signifies an absence of constraints, devoid of hierarchical shackles, and untouched by external entities or interest groups that might obstruct upward mobility. As long as the troop size can continually expand, limitless possibilities unfold. Some individuals with more divergent thinking have even envisioned themselves being promoted to the rank of Major General. After taking a sip of water to soothe his throat, Gu Qingyuan opened the files laid out on the table. Now, I shall announce the list of personnel appointments. Wu Bin. Upon hearing his name, Wu Bin, seated beside Gu Qingyuan, promptly stood and saluted the assembly. Formerly Deputy Commander of the Combined 1st Battalion, Wu Bin is hereby promoted to Chief of Staff of the brigade. Following a careful decision by the brigade leadership, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, with Zhu Jun and Li Kuan clapping the loudest. Both had previously served alongside Wu Bin during a guarding mission at the Blood Mine, fostering a close camaraderie, and thus, they were particularly delighted by his promotion. The elevation of their former superior would undoubtedly benefit their own prospects for advancement. Jia Sanyu. With a sudden burst of energy, Jia Sanyu stood and saluted Gu Qingyuan. Although he had anticipated an adjustment, he was taken aback to be the second name announced, causing his cherubic face to flush with excitement. The order of promotions held significant meaning. The higher the ranking, the loftier the position. Formerly the squad leader of the Combined 1st Battalion's 1st Company, Jia Sanyu is now promoted to commander of the Combined 1st Battalion. A ripple of astonishment swept through the crowd. Those present were aware that he had once merely been a squad leader, lacking even formal military academy training. To witness such a swift ascension from squad leader to battalion commander in such a brief span was astonishing. Transitioning from an ordinary soldier to a battalion commander is a hurdle that countless soldiers struggle to overcome throughout their lives. Yet, Jia Sanyu had not only surmounted it but had done so with remarkable speed. The announcement of Jia Sanyu's promotion struck the assembly like a powerful surge of inspiration, invigorating the very lifeblood of the present officers. If Jia Sanyu could achieve this, why could I not? If Jia Sanyu embodies loyalty, am I not equally steadfast? Even Lu Shenfu, the representative of the assembly, was moved. Recalling when he first met Jia Sanyu as just a squad leader, an inspiring tale of grassroots triumph unfolding right before their eyes. The audience's reaction did not escape Gu Qingyuan's notice. It unfolded as he had anticipated. He had contemplated the decision to appoint Jia Sanyu as the commander of the combined battalion for quite some time. The matter of loyalty need not be emphasized. The allegiance of every soldier within the system to Gu Qingyuan was absolute. He held a favorable impression of Jia Sanyu, akin to a mountain, steadfast and silent, exuding the essence of a skilled warrior devoid of ostentation. Although his performance during missions was often unremarkable, even less conspicuous than that of his subordinate, squad leader Lu Chong, he consistently fulfilled his duties with unwavering reliability. Consequently, Gu Qingyuan believed Jia Sanyu to possess the potential of a renowned general and resolved to cultivate his talents diligently. Undoubtedly, the daily efficiency of Jia Sanyu is a contributing factor, albeit a minor one. Zhu Jun, formerly the commander of the 2nd Company of the Combined Battalion, has now been promoted to commander of the Independent Battalion directly under the brigade. Xiao Gang, who was the Logistics Company commander of the Combined Battalion, has now ascended to the position of Deputy Battalion Commander. Ren Lintao, previously the commander of the 3rd Company, has also been elevated to the role of Deputy Commander of the Independent Battalion. Upon hearing about the Independent Battalion, the attending officers were somewhat perplexed, pondering the origins of this newly formed unit. The mention of this independent battalion inevitably brings to mind the gathering place of the chancellors. Presently, Gu Qingyuan oversees 5 infantry companies, yet within the structure of the combined battalion, there are only 2 infantry companies, leading to the establishment of an independent battalion to accommodate the 3 additional companies. This battalion is intended to be deployed to the chancellor's gathering place, serving as a military support to stabilize the situation and facilitate external expansion. Lu Chong, formerly the squad leader of the 3rd Platoon in the 1st Company of the Combined Battalion, has been promoted to commander of the 1st Company. Huang Jieqi, who was the squad leader of the 2nd Platoon in the 1st Company, is now the commander of the 2nd Company. Zhang Anzhong, previously with the Combined Battalion. Wan Hao, formerly. Gu Qingyuan read the list of promotions for nearly 10 minutes. This system upgrade not only encompasses his own elevation but also entails significant personnel adjustments. However, aside from Wu Bin's promotion to Brigade Chief of Staff, the remaining changes largely pertain to positions at the battalion level and below. Positions such as brigade-level leaders and logistics and equipment departments remain unappointed, as Gu Qingyuan has yet to designate anyone for these roles. In terms of brigade-level appointments, currently, only Wu Bin qualifies, leaving no other candidates. Gu Qingyuan has high regard for Xiao Gang in the logistics department, as he has proven to be exceptionally capable in his duties. Yet, the challenge lies in Xiao Gang's relatively low rank. Promoting him by 2 ranks might be justifiable, considering past precedents. However, elevating a captain directly to the position of colonel in the logistics department seems rather audacious. Even Gu Qingyuan, with the system, has never been so audacious, typically allowing for only 2 ranks of promotion at a time. Thus, Gu Qingyuan strategically assigned Xiao Gang, who has performed admirably in logistics, to the role of Deputy Battalion Commander, intending to elevate his rank to Major before later transitioning him to Deputy Head of the Logistics Department, ultimately leading to a promotion to Head. Hence, the source of advancement fundamentally lies with leadership. When leaders desire your elevation, they will invariably find ways to facilitate it. But when they do not, numerous barriers will arise. Chapter 159, Troop Deployment following the announcement of personnel adjustments at the brigade-wide conference. Gu Qingyuan proceeded to declare modifications regarding the operational structure and troop deployment of the entire brigade. Initially, the establishment of the combined 1st Battalion was confirmed, based on the pre-upgrade structure of the combined battalion. The original infantry companies 3, 4, and 5 were removed from the combined 1st Battalion sequence, merging these 3 companies into an independent battalion, with Zhu Jun appointed as the battalion commander and Lin Tao as the deputy commander. Subsequently, adjustments concerning the troop stationing were addressed. With the expansion of the troop size, It was no longer feasible to accommodate all forces in a single area as had been the case when there was only one company or battalion. After deliberation with Chief of Staff Wu Bin, Gu Qingyuan ultimately finalized the troop deployment plan, which was announced by Wu Bin at the brigade assembly. The revised troop deployment was as follows. Wu Bin's gentle and resonant voice permeated the conference hall through the high-quality sound system, reaching the ears of every officer present. The heads of various units straightened in their seats, opening their notebooks in preparation for note-taking. Following careful consideration by the brigade leadership, it was decided that the headquarters of the combined 1st Battalion would be relocated from the current brigade administrative building to the East District Art Academy building. This location, adjacent to the blood mine, would facilitate better defense and command operations concerning the mine, since the brigade's elevation to brigade-level status. The terminology used to refer to the former Management Academy building as the military headquarters was also evolving, gradually transitioning to the designation of brigade headquarters. Previously, the term military headquarters was employed to avoid the impression of insignificance associated with the term battalion headquarters, which failed to command authority. However, now that the status had been elevated to brigade level, continuing to use the term military headquarters seemed inappropriate. Thus, Gu Qingyuan resolved to revert to a more formal terminology. It was essential for the military system to maintain proper nomenclature, as this would aid in command and management. The earlier informalities were merely historical remnants of a specific context. And now, with the opportunity at hand, it was imperative to rectify these undesirable legacies. The brigade medical company would now be stationed at the original provincial employee hospital, which would henceforth officially be renamed the brigade's field hospital, with a provisional designation of regiment level. In reality, only the medical company was affiliated with the brigade, as military-level units typically possessed hospitals. However, the sheer scale of the provincial employee hospital made a designation of company-level seem inadequate. Assigning it a mere company status was akin to a robust individual wearing an ill-fitting garment, quite unseemly. Thus, Gu Qingyuan reached a compromise, designating it at the regiment level. Wu Bin continued with his announcements. The original security personnel of the combined 1st Battalion would be withdrawn along with the battalion headquarters and integrated into the combined 1st Battalion, while the security duties for the brigade headquarters would henceforth be managed entirely by the security service company. Upon hearing this order, Jia Sanyu could not suppress a smile. He never anticipated that the unit previously tasked with protecting the commanding officer would merge into his own battalion. These security personnel were elite infantry squads. And with such a significant number of skilled soldiers, he pondered the possibility of establishing a battalion-level special operations team. The original location of the Spark Assault team would be relocated from the brigade headquarters to the West District Sports Academy Gymnasium. The Spark Assault team had evolved from its former status as a small detachment into a fully formed unit equipped with numerous armed vehicles and even helicopters. Remaining in close proximity to the brigade headquarters had rendered it cumbersome. After Wu Bin finished announcing the orders, Gu Qingyuan felt an immense sense of relief. Prior to the adjustments, the entire brigade had felt chaotic and congested. The deployment of the troops has now been rationalized and dispersed, bringing clarity akin to tidying up a chaotic room. As the conference approached its conclusion, Gu Qingyuan delivered a final summary address, encouraging all cadres to fulfill their responsibilities diligently and strive for new achievements. Thus, the inaugural cadre conference of the entire brigade concluded triumphantly amidst resounding applause. All personnel, stand up, align to the right, face forward, rest, attention. The major, serving as the conference host, saluted Gu Qingyuan and proclaimed, "Comrade Commander, the brigade cadre conference has successfully concluded. Please provide your instructions." Gu Qingyuan returned the salute, his tone solemn, organized the attendees to exit in an orderly manner. Understood. Upon this command, Gu Qingyuan rose and, sharing light-hearted banter with Chief of Staff Wu Bin, walked towards the exit of the Shishan Conference Hall. Zhou Guhong promptly followed suit after securing Gu Qingyuan's documents into a briefcase. It was only after Gu Qingyuan had exited the hall that the major issued the dismissal order. Suddenly, the hall erupted in a cacophony of chatter as the cadres engaged in animated discussions regarding the conference's proceedings. The attendees could be broadly categorized into two groups. 1. The newly promoted cadres, beamed with joy yet remained largely reticent. The other, those who had not received promotions, chattered excitedly, their expressions filled with longing. Kai Anshin and others waited until the majority had departed before rising to leave. In contrast to the previous atmosphere, neither Kai Anshin nor Lei Jun exhibited any change in their demeanor. They were acutely aware of their positions. The commander had summoned them merely to witness the newly appointed military hierarchy, signifying their importance. Thus, they regarded the brigade cadre conference as a mere spectacle, remaining emotionally detached. Conversely, Zhao Jie and Lu Shenfu, who accompanied them, did not share such a composed outlook. Exiting the Shishan conference hall, their emotions starkly contrasted. Zhao Jie wore a mask of despondency, having harbored hopes that the militia would gain formal recognition during the conference. However, both before and after the meeting, the militia remained an extraneous organization. With the expansion of the troop size and the advent of the cerebral core extraction machine, the militia's role appeared increasingly nebulous, leaving even its captain at a loss regarding its future direction. Contemplating these matters, Zhao Jie could not suppress a sigh. In stark contrast to Zhao Jie's gloom, Lu Shenfu radiated enthusiasm, his face flushed with determination. He had absorbed little of the conference's specifics, but was invigorated by the commander's assertion that as long as one possessed capability and talent, promotion would follow. Alongside an extensive list of promotions which included familiar faces who had risen from the ranks. This rekindled the rebellious spirit within Lu Shenfu, previously subdued by Cai Anqing. As a university student, he brimmed with hope for the future, often harboring grand ambitions. At just over 20, he had ascended to the position of head of the Discipline Inspection Department of the Gathering, wielding the authority to oversee the entire complex. Yet, how had he devolved into such a complacent state? How could he still progress? Was progress even possible? Particularly recalling the days when Cai Anqing issued a command. Lu Shenfu could not help but feel a mix of shame and indignation at his own eagerness to comply with the menial tasks. When had he succumbed to such a state? Was it an illusion? How had Cai Anqing managed to domesticate him so quietly? This was utterly unacceptable for Lu Shenfu, who harbored grand ambitions. He resolved to enact change and achieve significant results. The Discipline Inspection Department could only demonstrate its efficacy through the investigation of corruption and violations. Moreover, the cases unearthed must be substantial, and the individuals involved must hold considerable authority. Otherwise, how could he showcase his extraordinary capabilities? And who held the highest position in the locality? The chief? No. Let us not even consider the peril of such an endeavor. Should he investigate the chief? Who would promote him? Thus, it must be Cai Anqing. How dare this old fellow tame him, a man of justice within the inspection agency? Old Dang, I require your assistance in my pursuit. Upon identifying his target, a fire ignited in Lu Shenfu's eyes, burning with determination as he fixated on Cai Anqing's retreating figure. Just as Cai Anqing was sharing a light-hearted moment with Lei Jun, he suddenly felt an intense burning sensation on his back, instinctively turning to glance over his shoulder. What is the matter, old Cai? Oh, it's nothing. Just a slight itch on my back. Oh, I see. It's just like I told you. When I used to go to Peida. Chapter 160, Su Mao, are you pressing my pressure points? After the conclusion of the conference, all units within the brigade commenced the mobilization of troops under the organization of their newly appointed commanders, following Gu Qingyuan's strategic deployment. First to set out was the Fire Seed Assault Team, with all personnel fully prepared and boarding their vehicles. Over 20 armored vehicles, including the M3 Armored Command Vehicle, M3 Armored Assault Vehicle, and the all-terrain Jaguar, rolled out from the parking lot beneath the brigade headquarters, stirring up clouds of dust as they made their way to the West District Sports Hall. Buzzing sounds echoed as the vehicles maintained a safe distance, with any issues to be reported immediately. Wang Wu's voice resonated through the intercom. Received. Acknowledged. 2 Airbus H-135 helicopters and 2 Z-20 tactical helicopters circled above the convoy, accompanying it toward the West District, resembling a scene from a joint air-ground combat operation. Following the departure of the first echelon, the Fire Seed Assault Team, the combined 1st Battalion, led by Jia Sanyu, also sprang into action. 28 formidable Type 99A main battle tanks surged onto the campus road, followed closely by the 05 Model 120mm self-propelled howitzers, M3 Armored Command Vehicles, SX-2306 military transport trucks, and nearly 100 assorted military vehicles heading toward the newly stationed Fine Arts Academy in the East District. This menacing sight caused the survivors in the West District to pause their tasks, their astonishment palpable. What on earth is happening? Didn't they say there would be a conference in the morning? Why are the troops mobilizing right after it ends? Are they preparing for a major battle? Battle my foot. This is troop mobilization, executing the latest orders from Commander Gu. The brigade's forces are being redeployed. How do you know? I was responsible for the transport of human life liquid materials during the conference. I'm just a water carrier. Regarding the troop mobilization, The only indication of it came when the guard unit at the brigade headquarters changed duty, and Gu Cheng-Yuan briefly showed his face before retreating from further involvement. He placed his trust in the professionalism and capabilities of his subordinates, believing that he might not manage the detailed operations of small troop units better than they could. Thus, he wisely refrained from meddling, avoiding the risk of making a fool of himself. While chaos reigned in the brigade, the survivors, although surprised and intrigued, maintained a semblance of calm. The Tourism Management Academy on one side of the brigade headquarters had been repurposed as the office for the Survivors Management Committee, housing various functional departments and offices within. The disciplinary office was located in the central classroom on the second floor, surrounded closely by other committee departments. Offering little in terms of confidentiality, even the faintest sound could be heard from the next room. Compared to its initial vigor upon establishment, it now appeared to be in its twilight years, languishing with only a handful of personnel, including Lu Xinfu, although it was supposed to be a department. Its size paled in comparison to other sections. Lu Xinfu had once aspired to expand, but all attempts ended in failure, as the entire committee's personnel authority remained firmly in the grasp of Cai Anxin. From the very inception of the organization, Cai Anxin had boldly proclaimed her intent to confront her own department, thus it was only natural that she would not yield any favorable outcomes. In her quest to prevent the abuse of power and to guard against potential favoritism, Cai Anxin consolidated all personnel authority within the committee under her command, establishing a dedicated human resources department with Secretary Jean appointed as its head. Consequently, all matters concerning the recruitment, reassignment, and distribution of committee staff fell under the purview of the Human Resources Department. This resulted in Lu Xinfu repeatedly requesting personnel from the department, only to be met with either the arrival of unsuitable candidates, each bearing the weight of untold stories, or being told that, due to a shortage of human resources, priority would be given to departments deemed more in need. In any case, there was a deficit of personnel, yet an abundance of ineffective individuals. At times, Lu Xinfu even harbored doubts about whether the personnel assigned to his department were merely part of a special recruitment initiative by the Discipline Inspection Department. Such a malevolent struggle for power, to inundate a rival department with inept individuals, each one contradicting the other, keeping watch with one eye while the other remained vigilant. It was indeed a challenge for the Human Resources Department, a gathering place for fewer than 10,000, where both exceptional talents and promising prospects appeared in pairs. It is no wonder that Lu Xinfu soon found himself subdued, for he was ensnared by Cai Anxin's regulations, rendered immobile, his spirit all but extinguished. Had he not attended Gu Cheng-Yuan's comprehensive cadre meeting today, he might have continued to languish in ignorance of his own decline. However, today's assembly rekindled the flame within Lu Xinfu's heart. To be compliant and seek mercy? No. Kai Leidinger, I implore you to assist me in my cultivation. Upon returning to the Discipline Inspection Department after the meeting, Lu Xinfu paced thoughtfully in his office, ultimately identifying his target. Su Mao, come out with me. Director? Me? Su Mao replied, taken aback. Yes, you. The choice of Su Mao was primarily based on intellectual considerations, as he was the only one among Lu Xinfu's subordinates who still resembled a competent individual. More crucially, Lu Xinfu greatly valued his straightforwardness. Su Mao possessed a tenacity that recognized only principles, often chastising Lu Xinfu when his sense of justice flared up. Previously, Lu Xinfu found him insufferable for his lack of social grace and frequent retorts, but now, in the face of the formidable and malevolent Cai Anxin, he realized that the only person he could trust was this individual he had once despised. It is somewhat ironic that those who were once the subjects of his clandestine ridicule and scorn for their perceived lack of prospects had become his sole reliance. After Lu Xinfu and Su Mao had stepped outside, the expressions of the individuals remaining in the room shifted from wisdom to clarity, with even the one with uneven eyes regaining normalcy. After a brief exchange of glances, one person rose and exited. On the rooftop, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Lu Xinfu and Su Mao stood by the railing, gazing at the survivors laboring in the distance, constructing walls. Su Mao, do you know why I summoned you? Unbeknownst to him, Su Mao's demeanor was cold and unyielding. He held no fondness for Lu Xinfu, perceiving him as a sycophant who preyed on the weak while fawning over the powerful. In his free time, he would eagerly offer to clean for Cai Anxin. While in the department, he postured with pretentious airs, oscillating between obsequiousness and disdain, eliciting laughter from others. Having served as the head of the Disciplinary Inspection Department for nearly a month, he remained oblivious to whom his department was supposed to oversee. Yet he was intimately acquainted with every individual wielding even a modicum of authority, even recalling the childhood name of Kai Anshin's daughter, who was hospitalized far away in the provincial workers' hospital. Noticing Su Mao's expression, Lu Shenfu revealed a wry smile. Su, I am aware of your disdain for me, your contempt for my ineffectiveness. But how much do you truly understand of the circumstances at play? If given the choice, I too would aspire to be a good person. And yet, Su Mao remained unmoved. The sound of a lighter ignited the atmosphere. I do not smoke. Su Mao declined the cigarette Lu Shenfu offered. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Lu Shenfu reclaimed the cigarette, placing it between his lips and inhaling deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke from both his nostrils and mouth. Do you mind if I smoke? Su Mao was rendered speechless. I once abstained as well, just like you. However, in time, those around me took to smoking, and I found myself inhaling second-hand smoke regardless. Do you realize that second-hand smoke poses an even greater risk than direct smoking? Eventually, I came to a realization, rather than allow them to harm me with their smoking, why not indulge in smoking to harm them instead? Lu Shenfu's gaze turned distant, his head tilted slightly as he looked toward the clouds, as if alluding to something deeper. Would it not be better to keep your distance from smoking? Su Mao could not resist countering Lu Shenfu's flawed rationale. But we are part of society. Where can I escape? Lu Shenfu's eyes bore into Su Mao's as he spoke these words. Su Mao was undeterred, meeting Lu Shenfu's gaze, intrigued to discern what irrationality he might unveil today. So, you summoned me here to teach me how to smoke? Certainly not. Lu Shenfu chuckled, carelessly tossing the cigarette pack over the railing. I wish to inform you that I have quit smoking. Reassessing the man before him, the head of the disciplinary inspection department, Lu Shenfu was illuminated by golden sunlight, and a gentle breeze lifted the hem of his clothing, resembling a flag ascending gracefully. As Su Mao beheld Lu Shenfu's outstretched hand, he was struck by the sincerity of the man's smile, brimming with vitality and enthusiasm. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand in return. What do you wish for me to do? No, it is not about what I want you to do, but rather what we will accomplish together. Lu Shenfu corrected Su Mao's phrasing with intent. We? Su Mao silently contemplated the significance of this word, his expression softening. Very well, what shall we do? I wish for you to oversee Kai Anshin. Lu Shenfu's gaze was intense, as if he wished to burn a hole through Su Mao with it. Without hesitation, Su Mao accepted Lu Shenfu's proposal. Since the day he chose to join the disciplinary inspection department, he had been prepared for this moment, though he had anticipated its arrival would come much later. Very well, but Su Mao's face revealed a look of hesitation. Lu Shenfu, assuming that his companion encountered difficulties in supervising Kai Anshin, promptly offered words of encouragement. Su Mao, if you have any concerns, please voice them. We are comrades now. It is essential to be open and honest with comrades. Speak. Su Mao pressed his lips together and slowly replied, I am to supervise Kai Anshin. Lu Shenfu nodded with a smile, then inquired, and who will supervise Gu Qingyuan? The cacophony of the rooftop ceased, and the flapping birds stilled in midair. Lu Shenfu's mind momentarily faltered. It felt as though a century had passed before he could finally speak, his tone heavy with realization. Su Mao, are you implying that I am the one to be restrained? Chapter 161. The parents' departure in the early morning. A rare mist enveloped the stream area, rendering the surrounding scenery indistinct and hazy. A radiant sun emerged from the eastern horizon, as if the sky were showered with a myriad of rosy rays. In such a picturesque setting, even the formidable convoy of armored vehicles, which nearly filled the entire mechanism road, appeared less menacing, reflecting a soft pink hue under the interplay of light and shadow. How beautiful! Yu Chengyuan exclaimed, standing beside the armored command vehicle, gazing towards the direction of the sunrise. Simultaneously, Gu Jiangwo's voice resonated with admiration. The blazing sun rises over the azure sea, heralding the dawn with brilliance. Ah, goodness. Must you make me seem so uncultured? Gu Jiangwo continued in jest. I truly wish to compete with you cultured folks. His poetic lines almost rendered Gu Chengyuan's earlier appreciation of beauty into mere exclamations. Unlike the father and son, Gu's mother had not cast a glance at this so-called beautiful scenery upon exiting the mechanism building. Her heart and eyes were solely focused on her son. In her eyes, no landscape could rival the worth of her child. As the morning light fell, it adorned Gu's mother with a golden halo, illuminating her gentle, oval face with the glow of maternal love. Her eyes were filled with reluctance, one hand clasping Gu Qingyuan's while the other dabbed at her tears. She incessantly entrusted him with her concerns. My dear, as your father and I embark on this journey, you must take care of your health. With the cold weather, refrain from showing off. Dress warmly, eat on schedule, and avoid staying up late. Work is never-ending. Don't be too kind, my child. You have always been too innocent, easily deceived and bullied. I understand. And remember, prioritize your safety above all. If a situation becomes untenable, simply walk away. You owe them nothing. When you contemplate being a hero, think of your mother. The debts you owe me are accumulating interest. Got it. Listening to his mother's admonitions, Gu Qingyuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The classic maternal concern was in full force. Previously, he and his brother endured this together. Now, he bore it alone. That plane you left on the rooftop, is it prepared for an immediate escape? Yes. No, it's impossible. I don't have one. Gu Qingyuan hastily denied. Enough with your pretenses, my son. This is your admirable trait, always cautious since childhood. At 3. After watching a few episodes of palace dramas with me, you began to show a yielding nature, allowing your brother to eat first. Initially, I thought you learned brotherly humility from historical dramas, only to realize you were testing your brother. Recalling those past moments, Gu's mother could not help but break into a smile through her tears. Time has flown by so quickly, she said, reaching out to touch Gu Qingyuan's face. Her tone filled with nostalgia. Gu Jiangwo stood nearby, having felt he had spoken enough during this time, not intending to ramble on before their departure. However, given the atmosphere, he felt compelled to say something. Otherwise, he might face the wrath of this family's fiery matriarch upon their return. After much contemplation and emotional deliberation, Gu Jiangwo solemnly began to impart his farewell advice to his son. In all matters, anticipate victory but prepare for defeat. You must. Silence. Gumu interrupted sharply, her tone brooking no dissent. Is this the time to discuss work? Work is important, but is your son's health not of greater significance? I see you've become quite muddled. What? Me? Muddled? Gu Jiangwo seethed internally. Throughout his career, from the head of the county to the foremost figure in the city, he had been resolute in his speech. If he chose not to speak, no one else would dare, and if he wished to express something, it would be heard. Did anyone dare oppose him? Yes, but only at the cost of their own position. How dare she silence him? The very thought of being labeled as muddled only fueled his anger, prompting him to turn away and sulk for a brief moment. You think you can silence me? In truth, it is my anger that renders me speechless. Time flowed swiftly amidst Gu Mu's incessant admonitions and Gu Fu's silence, soon reaching the hour for departure. Although the road to the prime ministerial gathering had been preliminarily cleared, the chaotic state of the world necessitated caution. Thus, they preferred to travel during daylight. Delays would only exacerbate the dangers on the road, significantly jeopardizing their parents' safety. Despite her deep reluctance, Gu Mu did not wish to burden her son's subordinates, so she boarded the vehicle promptly when the time came. Old man, why are you still dawdling? Get in the car. Did you prepare the sugar water I asked for? She urged, noticing Gu Jiangwo lingering. Here it comes. Of course, it's ready. Gu Jiangwo cheerfully replied, producing a thermos from his coat with a proud expression. Eager for praise. Look, I was afraid it would get cold, so I kept it close. Ugh, it's already gone stale, Gumu remarked with feigned disdain. Though her fondness was unmistakable, the roar of armed vehicles echoed through the street as they came to life, releasing a plume of humid exhaust. Report, Commander. Are we ready to depart? Jujun's voice crackled through the intercom. Proceed. Yes, sir. With a resounding command, the entire battalion mobilized for departure, destination, the prime ministerial gathering. Understood. A Hummer 3 armored command vehicle led the charge, carrying the deputy commander of the independent battalion, Rin Lintao, who would be at the helm of the first company as the vanguard for this long-distance maneuver. As the deputy commander's vehicle moved, nearly 30 others, including Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles and SX-2306 military transport trucks, followed suit, heading towards the northern gate of the Western District. Due to the excessive number of vehicles, by the time the car carrying Gu Jiangwo and his wife finally set in motion, 5 or 6 minutes had already elapsed. Through the car window, Gu's mother, with tears welling in her eyes, waved goodbye to Gu Qingyuan. As he watched his parents' vehicle gradually fade into the distance, Gu Qingyuan felt an involuntary pang of sadness. He had believed he was mentally prepared for this moment, but the reality of their separation overwhelmed him with emotion. At the northern gate, the staff of the Survivor Management Committee, having received prior notice, had already made arrangements to clear the roads, temporarily canceling 4 inspection checkpoints to facilitate the passage of the convoy. Over 100 military vehicles from the independent battalion surged forth from the northern gate, cutting through the throng of survivors in line and eliciting gasps of astonishment before veering left onto Shibei Road. As the armored command vehicle, Mighty 3, made the turn, Gu's mother could not help but glance back at the red-tiled, white-walled Night State University, tears cascading down her cheeks. She had contemplated staying behind to accompany her son. But what would become of her husband if she did? A man's life is essentially a study of child psychology. Gu Jiangwo, too, is a child in need of companionship. Chapter 162 Joint Forces. As he watched the convoy fade from sight, Gu Changyuan was suddenly overcome by a sense of melancholy, his heart feeling desolate. However, before he could dwell on this sentiment for long, Zhou Guhong hurriedly emerged from the headquarters building. Report, Chief. The internal security unit from the night market has just sent a radio message. Their troops have departed from the Wanfu Villa and are expected to arrive here in an hour. An hour? That is rather swift. In the past couple of days, although there had been no activity regarding the joint operation with the internal security unit, the troops had not been idle, thanks to the communication unit dispatched by Gu Changyuan. The night market's internal security had established a stable radio communication channel with the Night University Assembly area, eliminating the need for the previous reliance on messengers. Any developments could now be communicated directly via radio, significantly reducing communication costs. The final timing for the joint operation was confirmed last night, slightly delayed from the originally planned 2 days of preparation. The explanation from the internal security unit was that they encountered unforeseen circumstances. But Gu Qingyuan refrained from inquiring further about the specifics. Military operations come with confidentiality requirements. Had the internal security unit been inquiring of him, he would likely have preferred to remain reticent as well. With the two units merely beginning their collaboration, it was important to maintain a sense of boundary. He sent a message to Jia Sanyu, assigning the entirety of the combined 1st Battalion to this mission to assess its integration under his command. Additionally, inform Zhao Jia that this mission will involve 100 militia personnel who will accompany the convoy to transport ammunition. Yes, Zhou Guihong swiftly departed towards the operations department. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jia Sanyu had just finished breakfast and was preparing to inspect the deployment of troops in the Eastern District when he received the operational orders from the brigade headquarters. Commander Jia Sanyu, you are hereby ordered to dispatch 1 infantry company and 1 tank company to form a joint task force with the night market's internal security unit to assault the ammunition depot in Chishui town. A printed version of the operational orders will be sent shortly. Please make rapid preparations for the mission, as the internal security unit will arrive at the action site in half an hour. Received. Upon hearing the operational orders, Jia Sanyu felt invigorated. After a moment of contemplation, he took out his walkie-talkie. Dingyo, Dingyo, Dingyo received, came Lu Chong's voice through the walkie-talkie. As the 1st company of the combined 1st Battalion, they were referred to as Dingyo in radio communication. Lu Chong, your company is to withdraw from the blood mine immediately. The defense is to be temporarily handed over to the support company. Can the support company commander hear me? Report. Commander, the combat support company has received. Jia Sanyu was using the battalion-level communication channel, allowing all company commanders to hear the dialogue. Currently, there are 2 communication channels for the company commanders within the combined 1st Battalion, one for battalion-level communications used for receiving orders from Commander Jia Sanyu, and another for internal company communications utilized for operational command. DNS. Commander, DNS received. Prepare for battle in 20 minutes and assemble with Dong Yao at Swezelu, departing promptly for the highway entrance on the north side. Dong Si acknowledges. Dong Yao acknowledges. After concluding communications with Jia Sanyu, Lu Chong immediately switched to the battalion channel. The entire battalion commenced combat preparations, loading supplies onto vehicles, and gathering at Swezelu in 10 minutes. It is imperative to meticulously check all operational materials. Any omissions or errors will not be tolerated. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. The voices of the platoon leaders within the 1st company resonated with an unusual excitement. The 1st company is a well-established combat unit, and enduring the monotony of daily drills at the blood mine is more arduous than facing death itself. Now, with the announcement of a mission, the entire company is exhilarated, bustling about to prepare supplies with unparalleled enthusiasm. After setting down the walkie-talkie and pondering for a moment, Lu Chong retrieved the 2nd walkie-talkie stowed in his pocket. Jiachi. Instructions. Sir. The cheeky voice of 2nd Company Commander Huang Jiechi crackled through the device. This particular walkie-talkie serves as a private line between the two, akin to a leader's exclusive communication channel, primarily used for light-hearted banter during moments of idleness. Not only is he a commanding officer from the same battalion, but he is also part of Gu Changyuan's early entrepreneurial team, which has fostered a profound camaraderie between Lu Chong and Huang Jiaqi. Please send over 2 platoons to take charge of our company's defensive sector. I fear that the troop rotation might be too slow, affecting our pre-battle preparations. And if we do not assemble within the stipulated time, the battalion commander will have my head. Okay, thank you. This time, on the mission. I might just manage to snag you a couple of royal draws. Daily draws for that yellow but scrub and sore throat. What do you know? This is called vocal maintenance. Your flamboyant antics don't even compare to returning my harmonica. That is out of the question. Your harmonica is my trophy. At this, Lu Chong pulled a dark green harmonica from his jacket pocket and deliberately blew into the walkie-talkie. Toot 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 toot, get lost. Huang Jiaqi, flustered, disconnected the communication, allowing Lu Chong to finally breathe easy. It turned out that the 3 companies stationed at the blood mine had combined to form an independent battalion. Now, only the infantry from the 1st and 2nd companies of the synthetic battalion were guarding the blood mine until the troop rotation occurred. He could only allow his soldiers to prepare supplies without daring to make any further moves. The significance of the blood mine within the military structure is widely acknowledged. Should anything happen there, even if he were not executed, he would undoubtedly face dismissal. Despite Huang Jiaqi's momentary fluster, the rotational troops from the 2nd company arrived swiftly. Within 2 minutes, 2 platoons had reached the defensive point of the 1st company at the blood mine. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Assemble and board the vehicles. We're off to seize the armory. Today, we must achieve something grand. Finally, we are free. As Lu Chong passed by, he heard the soldiers' jubilant shouts. He approached, kicking one of them. What do you mean by seize? It's about reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. The soldier who was kicked stood at attention immediately. Yes, Commander. You, young man, refrain from uttering such divisive remarks in the future. Off you go. Yes. Upon hearing this, the private swiftly departed, his expression devoid of any displeasure from the reprimand, for he was well accustomed to Lu Chong's temperament. He was sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted towards his own, while displaying nothing but fierceness to outsiders. Before long, the soldiers of the company were fully equipped, donning bulletproof vests, tactical helmets, goggles, face masks, and shouldering tactical backpacks while carrying ammunition boxes as they prepared to board the vehicles. The roar of the diesel engines reverberated through the air. As the convoy of the company moved forward, the leaves that had accumulated on the ground along the campus road beside the East District Sports Stadium were crushed, swirling and scattering in disarray. On the student road, 1499 A main battle tanks, adorned with desert digital camouflage, lay quietly at the roadside, poised and ready for action. Upon hearing the commotion from the East District, Tank Company Commander Zhao Wu issued a command through the intercom, all vehicle crews. Start your engines for preheating. I am Gu Qingyuan. Bestow upon me a complimentary gift, and I shall receive honors, bestowed with the rank of Major General. Chapter 163, Troop Assembly on the northern bank of the creek. A counterterrorism assault vehicle belonging to the night market internal security was traversing the road, flanked by 3 somewhat antiquated military green transport trucks, making its way towards the gathering point at Night University. Jalei, the chief of staff for the night market internal security brigade overseeing this operation, sat within the confines of the assault vehicle, reflecting on the transformations along Creek North Road. In just 2 or 3 days, the landscape had evolved dramatically. Compared to his previous visit, the road had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Once a dual-directional 6-lane thoroughfare, during his last passage, it had been reduced to a scarcely navigable single lane. However, as he approached the section near Night University, it was now entirely cleared of obstructions, with all previous blockages of vehicles vanished. At this moment, he observed a group of survivors clad in yellow vests, skillfully maneuvering carts, cranes, and various engineering apparatuses to clear the remnants of stranded automobiles from the road. This brigade of yellow vests was the newly established Road Administration Department, founded by Kai Anshin less than 2 days prior, tasked primarily with adhering to the strategic planning of the gathering site and ensuring the connectivity of vital transportation routes. As the arterial route connecting the Night University gathering site to the Prime Minister's enclave and the urban area of the night market, Creek North Road had become the first critical project for the Road Administration Department to tackle. Upon learning of this development, Lei Jun, responsible for the school South Industrial Park, promptly reached out to Kai Anshin. Under the leadership of the Industrial Park, they collaborated with the Survivor Committee to establish a dedicated KK Park for salvaged vehicles, an automobile recycling center. This recycling center, rooted in the Industrial Park, enlisted a significant number of survivors with pre-apocalyptic automotive repair experience, specializing in the assessment of recovered vehicles. After evaluation by skilled automotive technicians, vehicles requiring extensive repairs would be dismantled into parts, meticulously categorized and stored. Those capable of minor repairs would be housed in various parking lots across Knight University according to vehicle type. Within the recycling center, the recovery value of vehicles varied by category. Topping the list were heavy-duty transport trucks and various engineering vehicles, which were immensely beneficial for construction efforts and in high demand within the gathering site. Even if substantial repairs were necessary, every effort would be made to restore them. Following that were rugged pickup trucks and off-road vehicles, known for their power and defensive capabilities, making them suitable for survival in the apocalypse. These would be repaired if only minor work was needed. At the bottom of the hierarchy were luxury sedans and sports cars, which possessed limited carrying capacity, low ground clearance, and inadequate off-road capabilities. Such vehicles would typically be dismantled for parts, though some automotive repair experts might choose to keep them for personal enjoyment within the park. A rather extravagant employee benefit, complete with high-end automobiles and no budget constraints. As for why these luxurious vehicles were not allocated for use by the higher echelons of the gathering site, it was a matter of perceived value. Pre-apocalyptic luxury cars held no worth at Knight University. What was coveted among the upper echelons were military vehicles. Even a humble Jeep commanded more respect than luxury cars worth millions before the world changed. Since time immemorial, value has invariably trailed power. Much like the morbid syphilis worship among the upper echelons during the European Renaissance, which led the common folk to seek out syphilis-infected BYD to deliberately infect themselves. The elite's possessions are deemed superior. In the present day, the most formidable power resides within the military, which wields absolute force and authority, thereby rendering all that the military employs as the latest trend within the gathering. Calling the Great Wall. Calling the Great Wall. The internal security forces are about to arrive at the Knight University gathering. Received, Great Wall. Following Zhao Lei's radio communication, a tactical officer promptly dialed the dedicated hotline linking to the North Gate. The internal security forces are about to pass. Clear a one-way lane for vehicles within 2 minutes and maintain orderly passage. Understood. Upon receiving the directive, the person in charge at the North Gate swiftly disbanded 2 quarantine teams and organized staff to clear a one-way lane for vehicles. This was part of a newly established command system following the military's arrival, which differed from the previous command structure that encompassed only the troops. This system placed the brigade headquarters at its core, with military lines as its lifeblood, connecting nearly all departments within the gathering. Following the establishment of this new command system, the military's authority over the entire gathering was elevated to the highest level. All actions must yield to military orders, and at the sound of gunfire, the entire gathering must comply with the brigade's directives, ensuring that all operations serve the military's interests. This not only reinforced the military's control over the gathering, but also significantly enhanced the overall combat effectiveness, achieving true military-civilian collaboration. 5 minutes later, under the watchful eyes of the queuing survivors, the Internal Security Forces anti-terrorism strike vehicles made their appearance. An antiquated military transport vehicle, 2 old military transport vehicles, 3, 4. That's it. Just this? No tanks, and only 1 armored vehicle? This transport seems older than my grandmother. The queuing survivors were visibly disheartened. Just that morning, they had witnessed 2 grand displays of hundreds of modern armored units in motion, complete with not only armored vehicles, but also tanks, dubbed the kings of land warfare. Thus, when they heard the notification to clear the road once more, their expectations soared, hoping for another grand spectacle. However, to their dismay, after such anticipation, only a few dilapidated military vehicles arrived. This left them feeling as though, after feasting on an elaborate banquet, they were served merely a few stalks of celery. What? I was almost at the front of the line, and now I have to queue again because of these few military vehicles? Damn. If I had known there were only these, we could have just pushed through. Doesn't seem like it belongs to our gathering, does it? Certainly not. Our gathering place is resplendent, adorned with an array of brand new equipment. The paint on that gear gleams with a freshness surpassing even the steamed bun I devoured this morning. It passed by me earlier, dazzlingly bright. Witnessing such a spectacle, I would gladly indulge in lavish feasts every day. Goodness, it's a bounty of both sustenance and spoils. Zhao Lei sat within the anti-terrorism assault vehicle, feeling the gaze of the survivors upon him. Logically, this should be a moment of pride, yet today, an inexplicable unease lingered. There was a vague sense of foreboding that he could not quite articulate. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Who among the survivors would not regard the internal security forces with eyes full of reverence and hope? Indeed, it must be that the resilience of survivors varies from place to place. With such thoughts in mind, the internal security forces passed through the quarantine checkpoint, continuing along the highway toward the north, soon spotting the Knight University gathering forces waiting patiently by the roadside. Not so? Chapter 164. Flesh and blood can pave the way to greatness. What? Is this truly a nation? Surely, even a stepmother would not exhibit such blatant favoritism. Observing the neatly aligned armored units by the roadside, particularly the 99A main battle tanks clad in desert digital camouflage, Zhao Lei felt a chill of indignation. The formidable and menacing armored bodies, the cannon barrels thicker than his waist, glimmered with a brazen metallic sheen under the sun, igniting a simmering fury within him. He despised his choices before the apocalypse, lamenting his decision to join the internal security forces. Now, gazing upon his own troops, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of inferiority that made his head feel several pounds heavier, rendering him weary from the effort of lifting it. He finally comprehended the glances of the survivors directed at him moments ago. How infuriating. There is no such thing as a slow burn. It is merely a lack of passion. When faced with something they admire, their enthusiasm ignites like wildfire. Lu Chong and Tank Company Commander Zhao Wu squatted by the roadside, engaged in conversation, when they heard the sound of vehicles approaching, promptly extinguishing their cigarettes. Lu Chong adjusted his cap, straightened his open uniform, and stood up. The first encounter with Allied forces represented the dignity of his brigade. It was imperative to present themselves well. What a ragtag bunch. Is it possible that the internal security forces have brought militia? Were they not supposed to supply the militia from our side, transporting ammunition to our assembly point before distributing it further? Is there a lack of trust in us? Lu Chong murmured as he observed the dilapidated transport vehicles of the internal security forces. The counterterrorism assault vehicle of the night market internal security unit halted beside the 99A main battle tank, resembling a large toy next to a colossal beast, which caused Zhao Lei, just disembarking from the vehicle, to instinctively feel diminished in stature. Only in proximity to such a giant can one truly grasp its might and recognize one's own insignificance. You must be company commanders Lu Chong and Zhao Wu. A pleasure to meet you. I am Zhao Lei, Chief of Staff for the Internal Security Forces. Greetings, Chief of Staff Zhao. They replied in unison. Zhao Lei's proactive display of camaraderie undoubtedly left a favorable impression on Lu Chong and Zhao Wu. The disparity between rank and capability was undeniably awkward. Should he salute those whose strength surpassed his own, or should he expect them to salute him due to his higher rank? To evade this discomfort, Zhao Lei opted for a casual greeting approach since they did not belong to the same military hierarchy, fostering an atmosphere of equality that alleviated any awkwardness. In a spirit of goodwill, Lu Chong reciprocated, kindly advising, Chief of Staff Zhao. The transportation of ammunition will be handled by our side. As you can see, our militia transport team has arrived. Following Lu Chong's gesture, Zhao Lei's gaze fell upon the 15 desert digital camouflage painted SX-2306 military transport vehicles parked by the roadside. As I gazed at the imposing transport vehicle of the other party, then at my own aging transport vehicle from the last century, a sensation of something shattering washed over me. It was my pride. Thus, you need not bring a transport convoy. Merely a combat unit will suffice, for your transport vehicle's protection is rather inadequate, and danger may well ensue. A transport convoy? Where would that come from? I have none. Zhao Lei wore a perplexed expression, but soon noticed Lu Chong's gaze directed at his transport vehicle. Zhao Lei's face flushed crimson. Feeling as though he were compelled to reveal a sock with a gaping hole in a crowded space, his toe protruding, adorned with conspicuous black mud beneath the nail. What an embarrassment. Such a thin veil, it was over the weaponry. My dignity, repeatedly shattered, ultimately crumbled into dust, ground into oblivion. Zhao Lei's expression tightened, his complexion flushed. A sense of inexplicable tension etched upon his face, until suddenly, he relaxed, as if something had been liberated. He relinquished personal pride and embraced the thrill of life. What does it matter if my equipment is inferior? What does it matter if there's a superior? My inferior equipment means less exertion on my part, while their inferior gear entails greater effort. The benefits remain unchanged. Indeed, my inferior equipment is an advantage. Inferior equipment equates to my victory. Commander Lu Chong, you have misunderstood. That is merely the transport vehicle used by our combat personnel. Even the thick-skinned Lu Chong could not suppress a hint of embarrassment. Having intended to foster good relations with the Allied forces, only to come forth so brazenly. Observing Lu Chong's unnatural expression, and knowing he would still rely on him later. Zhao Lei sought to alleviate the awkwardness. "Commander Lu Chong, the time grows late. Shall we depart now?" Indeed, the awkward atmosphere dissipated, and Lu Chong's fondness for Zhao Lei subtly increased. "Chief of Staff Zhao Lei, speaking candidly, we are indeed of the same family. Considering your actual circumstances, and out of concern for the safety of your soldiers, perhaps your troops could switch to our transport vehicles?" Zhao Wu interjected suddenly, worried that the old transport might falter during the assault. Very well. At this juncture, Zhao Lei had entirely relinquished his comparative mindset and immediately agreed to such a beneficial suggestion for his side. Every soldier in the internal guard was invaluable. Otherwise, he would not personally lead a mere company as the chief of staff of the brigade. This was also Liang Yuming's hope that his troops would sacrifice fewer lives under Zhao Lei's command, leaving behind a greater legacy. The subsequent reinforcements for the internal guard awaited these veterans as their backbone. Soon, the internal guard soldiers, upon receiving the order to switch vehicles, climbed eagerly onto the towering SX-2306 military transport, exploring every nook and cranny with eyes full of envy and wonder. Meanwhile, within the transport vehicle of the militia gathered at the night assembly point, a sense of pride blossomed among the militia members witnessing this scene. "I once thought the internal security forces were quite formidable, yet I never anticipated their current plight. Indeed, observing their expressions of delight as they clamber onto our vehicle, it is evident they are unaccustomed to finer fare." Amidst the smugness of the militia members, He Wei let out a deep sigh. "Captain, why the sudden sigh?" a militia member inquired, puzzled by He Wei's unexpected display of emotion. "Was this not a moment to take pride in their unit? I suddenly feel a profound sympathy for the internal security forces. Just look at their equipment. They are tasked with protecting tens of thousands within the urban landscape." Upon hearing this, the previously jovial militia members fell into a solemn silence. Indeed, what does it matter if their equipment is lacking? What gives us the right to mock those who fight on the front lines for our nation? Was it not a similar group of individuals, armed with little more than rudimentary weapons, who carved a path of glory for our people through sheer sacrifice? So, what exactly are we laughing at? Are we jesting at their courage, standing firm before the masses despite being outnumbered and outgunned? Do we not recognize their valor? Yet, in such dire circumstances, they have never faltered an inch. Who says that mere flesh and blood cannot forge a path to greatness? So, what the hell are you laughing at? Slap. In the quiet confines of the vehicle, someone, unsure of who, struck themselves, exclaiming, "I am truly despicable." Chapter 165. Sense of belonging buzzing. A joint force composed of the Night City Garrison and the Night Market's inner guard traversed the highway leading to Qinghe Town. Bang the 99, a main battle tank, weighing 55 tons, resembled a colossal steel beast as the driver pressed the accelerator. The massive vehicle effortlessly shattered a van that obstructed the road, akin to breaking through a layer of window paper, with the 99A leading the way. Civilian vehicles stood no chance. All notions of structural integrity, whether A pillars or B pillars, crumbled before the might of the tank as if they were mere paper. The distinction between vehicles lay solely in whether they were obliterated without resistance or crushed beneath the tank's weight after a feeble struggle. With the 99A tank platoon paving the way, the convoy experienced virtually uninterrupted passage. This mission, of great significance to the Night Market's inner guard, felt absurdly reminiscent of children on a school bus outing. A sense of surrealism surged through the minds of the inner guard warriors, as they had never before encountered such a stark disparity in equipment. What should have been a treacherous march filled with peril was rendered almost effortless under the tracks of their adversary. It seemed that all challenges could be overcome simply by pressing the accelerator. If difficulties arose, it must surely be due to insufficient pressure on the pedal. Observing the militia seated in the truck ahead, even they displayed no signs of tension. Many inner guard soldiers found themselves secretly wishing for equipment of such caliber. Situated in the heart of the Night Province, Qinghe Town lies on the northern slope of the Miaoling Mountain Range, along the eastern bank of the Yachi River, adjacent to the Night Market. In recent years, the town has experienced explosive economic growth due to the migration of industries from the Night Market. The latest census indicated a population of 150,000 in Qinghe Town. Beyond its economic advances, Qinghe Town is rich in mineral resources, boasting over 30 varieties, including bauxite, hematite, pyrite, coal, and marble. Notably, bauxite serves as a primary resource for the province's aluminum plants. The Malpa mining area spans approximately 80 square kilometers, with a projected reserve of 210 million tons, making it the largest contiguous bauxite deposit known in the region. had the apocalypse not occurred. It is rumored that Qinghe Town would have been upgraded to a district within the night market's jurisdiction within the past couple of years. According to information from the night market's inner guard, the ammunition depot is located on Yongfeng Street, an old thoroughfare in Qinghe Town. The advantages of this site include a sparse resident population, primarily composed of elderly locals who have remained behind, while the more densely populated areas have developed in recent years. However, alongside these advantages, significant drawbacks exist. Firstly, the narrowness of the old street severely limits the maneuverability of large armored vehicles. Secondly, the surrounding structures consist mainly of long-standing self-built homes, whose stability is likely suboptimal. The tremors from artillery explosions could easily trigger a chain reaction of collapses, obstructing passageways. The operational plan has been initially drafted by the brigade's operations department, but the specifics of the combat actions must remain adaptable to the evolving circumstances. After the joint forces disembarked at the expressway entrance of Qinghe Town, they circled around the entire perimeter of the town, comparing the map with the actual terrain. Ultimately, they selected a well-positioned intersection to halt and convene a temporary pre-battle deployment meeting. Present were Lu Chong, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Lei, who gathered for the final confirmation of the combat plan, with militia team leader Zhao Jie summoned to join them. After all, a plan is one thing, while reality presents another. Prior research cannot compare to the dynamic changes on the ground. As the task approached, uncertainty loomed over which company commander would take charge. Zhao Lei, understanding the situation, willingly relinquished his command authority, indicating his desire to abstain from involvement. It was decided that Commander Lu Chong would lead. As the battalion commander had instructed prior to their arrival that if Chief of Staff Zhao Lei did not command, then Lu Chong would take the reins. As Zhao Wu remarked, although Jia Sanya had indeed suggested that Lu Chong lead, he had not specified the latter part. That was purely an addition by Zhao Wu. Intended to save face for Zhao Lei, Lu Chong was a key candidate for promotion within the brigade, and Jia Sanya's assignment of command to him was likely aimed at accumulating experience in joint operations. It is noteworthy that Lu Chong, coming from an infantry background, had a clearer path for advancement compared to other specialized units such as air defense or artillery battalions, which made this an opportunity to gather command experience for composite battalions. Trusting in his superior's judgment, Lu Chong resolved to assert his authority firmly. Before the battle commenced, he stated plainly that once the gunfire erupted, the entire joint force would heed his command. Any disobedience would result in immediate execution on sight. His words carried a chilling weight, directed particularly at Zhao Lei. While their initial interactions had been amicable, there was an underlying uncertainty. A betrayal could prove fatal. Accepting the command meant setting aside personal feelings and taking responsibility for the entire joint force. Yes, yes, yes. In the tense atmosphere preceding the battle, Zhao Jie's voice trembled with excitement. Having served as militia team leader for so long, primarily engaged in logistical tasks, he now felt he was finally stepping into the realm of combat operations. In ancient times, this would be akin to receiving orders in the central command tent. His position, by comparison, elevated him above even the legendary General Sun Sen, who, despite never entering the central command tent, was glorified in his homeland. Zhao Jie mused that if he could achieve the same, perhaps he could even be seen as the progenitor of a war deity. Oblivious to Zhao Jie's fanciful thoughts, Lu Chong had fully embraced his role as commander, even directing Jia Sanya with authority. Now, I will outline the specific combat tasks. Lu Chong gestured at the electronic map. We will traverse through Qinghe Town, shift onto Yuyi Road, and then from the Daio Supermarket on Yuyi Road, we will cut into Yongfeng Road. This is our precise marching route. Is that understood? Understood, came the unified response. Lu Chong, taken aback, glanced at the most spirited responder, Zhao Jie. So, you're quite energized. Now, let me clarify the task assignments. Zhao Wu, your tank company will serve as the vanguard. I grant you complete autonomy with one stipulation. Ensure that the offensive route remains clear. Can you accomplish that? Lu Chong was not well versed in the operational modes of the tank battalion. Thus, he opted to refrain from interference, allowing the opposing side to exercise their freedom as long as they could fulfill his tactical requirements. This indeed reflects the command principles adhered to by units at the platoon level and above, which focus solely on the objectives to be achieved in combat, irrespective of the specific engagements involved. Report. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Chief of Staff Zhao Lei, your internal security forces, as the reserve, will act according to my orders and be prepared to provide support at any moment. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Considering the equipment limitations of the internal security forces, Liu Cheng proactively alleviated the burden of tasks imposed on them, primarily due to concerns that their firepower might not keep pace with the tempo of the offensive. Having assigned the tasks, Liu Cheng unexpectedly noticed Zhao Jie gazing at him with eager anticipation. Perhaps it was time to issue him a command. The typically stern Liu Cheng felt a sudden softness in his heart, unable to suppress the enthusiasm of his counterpart. Even though the operations themselves bore no direct relation to him. Zhao Jie. Here. Zhao Jie responded with resounding enthusiasm. Your militia unit will be responsible for the transport of supplies. Yes, we will ensure the mission is accomplished. At that moment, Zhao Jie felt an overwhelming excitement. Although he was already aware of the militia's responsibilities, hearing it articulated by the combatants imbued it with an entirely different significance. This signified that the militia had finally gained recognition from the troops. Their position within the operational hierarchy was acknowledged, and they were entrusted with responsibilities in combat. No longer deemed superfluous. This sense of validation was fervently yearned for by every member of the militia from top to bottom. Board the vehicles. Chapter 166. Survival. In stark contrast to the sun-drenched Clearwater town, the sky above the southern Guang district, mere kilometers away, was shrouded in gloom, heavy clouds swirling ominously. With lightning dancing across the horizon, the wind howled ferociously, causing the windows of the high-rise in the flower and fruit garden to tremble violently, as if they might shatter at any moment. The oppressive atmosphere in the sky reached a breaking point, and suddenly, with a deafening roar, the thick, ink-like clouds could no longer contain their burden, unleashing a torrential downpour upon the earth. The rain battered against the doors and windows with a fury akin to a torrent of abrasive sand blasting forth from a nozzle. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, Tang Yu wore a smile of defiance against despair. He donned his makeshift armor with agility. Clad in a motorcycle helmet, he secured 2 plastic cutting boards to his chest and back with cloth straps. On his arms and calves, he slipped into knee-high boots borrowed from the shoe cabinet of a neighboring woman, a devoted aficionado of footwear. Fortunately, her collection was vast, allowing Tang Yu to select the perfect fit without the need for alterations. He wrapped the wooden handle of a mountaineering pickaxe tightly with burlap, ensuring it would not slip from his grasp, and finally raised a warped metal lid with his left hand, using it as a shield. The patchwork of his makeshift cyber armor was now complete. Approaching the security door, he pushed it open with a decisive motion, raising the lid to shield himself. Positioning his right leg back and lifting the pickaxe high, Tang Yu's nerves tensed, his muscles coiled, bracing for the anticipated violent impact. He held his breath, the tension palpable as he felt his heartbeat resonate within him. Half a minute elapsed, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared the corridor was devoid of monsters. He felt a surge of gratitude, relieved not to have engaged in a futile contest with the empty air. In this post-apocalyptic world, the instinct for self-preservation was a virtue. His dark eyes gazed out at the relentless rain, a tide of fear roiling within, a pressing urgency compelling him to act swiftly. Supplies had dwindled, and this downpour represented his sole hope for survival. He must seize the moment to gather enough resources to endure until the next rain. He needed to return before it ceased. Slipping the earthy-hued tool bag onto his back, he gently closed the door behind him. The dim, eerie corridor felt like a passage to the depths of hell, with his footsteps echoing in tandem with his heartbeat, sinking deeper into the shadows. Silence. Too much silence. It was so quiet that Tang Yu couldn't help but long to create some noise, yearning to hear more sounds, be it from humans, monsters, or even ghosts. A female ghost would be even better. The cacophony of the rain outside isolated him from the world. It seemed as though he was the only one left, his footsteps and heartbeat the sole indicators of life. In that moment, he was enveloped by a profound sense of loneliness, suffocating him like a weight, as if it sought to drown him. Choking. It felt as though he existed in a realm devoid of anyone else. As he descended to the next floor, a wave of weakness washed over him. The symptoms of low blood sugar beginning to manifest. Gradually intensifying breaths reverberated within the confines of the sealed helmet, the fog of exhaled moisture obscuring his vision. While perspiration poured down like rain, Tang Yu felt as though his entire head was enveloped in a fishbowl of sweat. During this period of extreme caloric restriction, his body had approached the brink of collapse. Surviving. After nearly 5 minutes, Tang Yu descended to the 37th floor, becoming ensnared at the juncture of the staircase and the corridor. Quietly, he leaned against the 2 iron fire doors, pressing his ear against the wall to listen intently. Utilizing the principle of solid-state sound transmission and relying on his experience, he made a rough preliminary assessment. There should be roughly 2 zombies wandering the 37th floor, with no more than 4 at most. Having confirmed the approximate number of zombies, Tang gently closed the 2 iron fire doors and secured them with a slender iron chain. Once he had temporarily sealed off the corridor, he retrieved a power drill from his toolkit and began to install 12 expansion screws into the walls on either side. The sharp noise of metal grinding against the wall quickly attracted the attention of the zombies on the floor. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed violently through the quiet corridor. Danger was swiftly approaching. His heart raced, and his mind screamed in alarm. Thud. The fire doors were struck with a tremendous impact. Even though he was somewhat prepared, Tang Yu's heart skipped a beat from the shock. The sound of scratching claws against the door pierced the air, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending a shiver down Tang Yu's spine. Nonetheless, his hands remained unwavering in their task. Nearly a month into this apocalyptic world, he could not suppress his body's hormones. Yet he had gradually learned to master his physical form. Even if he trembled in fear, weeping and screaming, the ice axe aimed at the zombie's head would not falter by a single degree. His body had become a separate entity, his mind governed the hormones, while his spirit commanded the flesh. Before long, for expansion screws, 2 on each wall, were securely in place, forming 2 sets, one low, at the height of a human calf, and another high, surpassing the height of a human head. From his grimy, earth-toned toolkit, he extracted a bundle of blood-stained fine wire, securing it with the expansion screws to create a taut wire at calf height. Regrettably, he could not find thinner wire. Otherwise, he could have attempted to raise it to neck height, aiming to sever the heads of any emerging zombies. This wire, neither too thick nor too thin, would serve merely as a tripwire for the other 2 sets of screws at head height. He again extended a wire and retrieved a bundle of netting used for securing luggage on cars, laying it on the ground. He tied one end to the lower wire and connected the other end with nylon rope, looping it over the higher wire. Thus, should the situation spiral out of control, he could pull it taut to erect a wall of netting. Capable of withstanding a drag force of 8 tons, the automotive netting would easily ensnare a few zombies. With the setup complete, Tang Yu pulled a piece of fruit candy from his pocket. The cheap plastic wrapper emitted a sharp, crinkling sound as he carefully grasped the somewhat melted candy, parting his dry, cracked lips to place the confection into his mouth. At the very moment he crossed the threshold of the candy entrance, the artificial strawberry flavor, concocted from food additives and industrial seasonings, blossomed upon Tang Yu's taste buds. His long dry soul felt as though it had encountered a long-awaited rain, receiving an unprecedented rejuvenation. In that instant, he felt acutely alive in this world. The influx of sugar alleviated his frail condition, and his movements, once shackled, became remarkably agile. With a resounding crash, as he kicked open the fire door, a sharp light burst forth from Tang Yu's eyes, his spirit soaring to an unparalleled peak. Shield in his left hand and pickaxe in his right, he resembled a formidable deity of war. With a triumphant roar, he was not surprised to find 3 zombies waiting within. As the door swung open, they surged forth like unleashed hounds, driven by an insatiable thirst for flesh. Upon stepping through the threshold, the foremost zombie stumbled, losing its balance and crashing to the ground. A fierce expression crossed Tang Yu's face as he readied his pickaxe. With a swift motion, the pickaxe struck with a sharp, resounding crack. The calcium-rich skull shattered effortlessly beneath the alloy tip, creating 2 gaping wounds with minimal exertion. Holding the pickaxe, Tang Yu appeared as a god of war, rhythmically dispatching the fallen zombies, each meeting their demise as their heads burst open. As the last of the 3 lay motionless, Tang Yu, panting like a bellows, ceased his relentless assault. Without taking a moment to rest, he swiftly activated the flashlight he had previously withheld, directing its beam toward the zombies' heads. After a thorough inspection to ensure no foreign objects remained, Tang Yu finally exhaled in relief and promptly made his way toward the corridor on the 37th floor. Chapter 167. The giant nematode fungus. Upon entering the corridor, fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a residence with its security door ajar, sparing him the effort of forcing it open. Based on Tang Yu's deductions, the presence of these wandering zombies in the corridor was likely due to the unlatched door. Suppressing his excitement, he cautiously advanced into the room, reminiscent of an ancient swordsman with a shield, wielding a metal pot lid. As he stepped inside, a scene of utter devastation greeted his eyes. The glass of the coffee table lay shattered, the floor strewn with blood-stained remnants resembling diamonds. Scattered across the living room was a dark red adult skeleton, while the porcelain white tiles were smeared with dark, dried blood. A toppled fruit bowl, paper tissues, remotes, and candies lay immersed in the sanguine mess, adhering stubbornly to the ground. Distorted crimson fingerprints starkly contrasted with the tiles, tracing multiple drag marks across the floor. To have been devoured alive must have been agonizing, Tang Yu pondered in silence. He gently closed the door behind him, ensuring no danger lurked, before eagerly retrieving a piece of chocolate wrapped in paper from the bloodied floor. Upon tasting it, a rich cocoa flavor accompanied by a subtle hint of oil enveloped his senses. Ah, a superior source of high-calorie sustenance. Tang Yu's eyes gleamed with delight. Aside from a lingering metallic taste, it was nothing short of perfection. However, given that the chocolate had soaked in blood, he felt no further demands for flavor were warranted. After collecting every edible item from the bloodied mess, he savored the candy while continuing his exploration of the room. He commenced his scavenging, accumulating all the consumables onto the living room sofa. Only after confirming that no further provisions remained did he pause. During this time, he had even taken a couple of bites from the male owner's leather hat, belt, and shoes. Damn it, not real leather, but synthetic. Disappointment washed over him, feeling a significant loss. Yet, a glimmer of joy emerged as he discovered a collar from the bedside table in the bedroom, which turned out to be genuine calfskin, a top-tier delicacy. For heaven's sake, the big guy fared worse than the little one. Tang Yu spat lightly in exasperation. The hat upon his own head was synthetic leather. Yet the collar was authentic. A prime source of protein, how could one afford to discard it? As he grasped the calfskin collar, Tang Yu exited the bedroom, only to find his foot had encountered something. He bent down to inspect beneath the coffee table. Oh, a skull. My apologies. I meant no offense. As he picked up the skull, he rubbed it gently, as if soothing a child. Having taken your supplies, allow me to offer a gesture of respect. Tang Yu solemnly placed the skull atop the shattered coffee table and retrieved 3 crumpled cigarettes from his pocket. With a crisp sound, he lit them, placing all 3 in his mouth. A deep inhale sent half of the cigarettes up in smoke. Damn, what a powerful draw. Tang Yu was overwhelmed by the intense scent of tobacco, rolling his eyes in exasperation, nearly fainting from the assault. Shaking his dazed head, he approached the skull before him, uncertain whether it belonged to a brother or sister, considering it had been devoured to the last morsel. Little brother offers you a tribute of smoke in lieu of incense, he declared. I'll take half, and you take half. With that, Tang Yu pinched 3 half-burnt cigarettes and solemnly bowed 3 times. He inserted 2 cigarettes into the nasal cavity of the skull, as the jawbone was no longer present. But where to place the remaining one? Tang Yu pondered, holding the last cigarette in his hand, recalling the elder's words that 3 sticks of incense were required for auspiciousness. Suddenly inspired, he grasped his ice axe, steadied the skull, and muttered incantations. Hang in there, buddy. With a sharp crack, Tang Yu punctured the top of the skull with the axe's tip, creating a small hole. Perfect. Without pausing to admire his handiwork, he inserted the final cigarette into the skull's crown. Suddenly sensing a shift, Tang Yu whipped his head towards the balcony. The rain had lessened. His expression changed dramatically, a deep apprehension flashing in his eyes. It was about to stir. With this thought, he hastily began transporting supplies from the house upstairs, driven by an instinct for survival, pushing his physical limits to the extreme. Hormones, show me your limits. He lugged 25 kilograms of rice, noodles, flour, candy, and milk. 10 minutes later, he lay sprawled on the floor, drenched in sweat, using the coolness of the tiles to rapidly cool down. Lying on his side, face pressed against the icy floor, he surveyed the pile of provisions beside him, filled with a sense of safety and satisfaction. Yet, as he observed the rain gradually ceasing, his gaze turned colder than the floor itself. Shoveling bread and biscuits into his mouth, washed down with milk, Tang Yu scrambled to the bathroom. Inside, a large bathtub filled with water released a sharp scent of disinfectant. Tang Yu, his demeanor tense, quickly stripped off his clothes and without hesitation, stepped into the tub. As he submerged himself halfway, his anxiety seemed to be assuaged, his expression gradually relaxing. Leaning against the edge of the bathtub, he held a large bucket, seemingly awaiting something. Outside, as the last raindrop splattered onto the rough asphalt, shattering and splashing, it merged into the swirling waters of the street below. As the clouds parted to reveal the azure sky, a dazzling ray of sunlight pierced through the overcast, casting a shimmering mist upon the earth once more. At that moment, a restless atmosphere began to brew, and the entire Wagwoyan area became increasingly agitated. In the heart of Wagwoyan, the towering, gray-black wealth tower, standing 132 stories high, was adorned by a more than 30-meter-tall pink umbrella mushroom, slowly unfurling its canopy of over 100 meters in diameter under the sunlight. As the cap opened, the entire wealth tower was enveloped in the shadow of the pink fungus. The entire scene is both bizarre and absurd, reminiscent of a steely, iron-willed man clad in a black suit, unfurling a pink umbrella. The muffled sounds of a piston-like exhaust reverberate, with the waves of sound emanating from the wealth buildings, spreading outward. The survivors, still clinging to life in the various regions of Wagwoyan, upon hearing this familiar sound, are stricken with fear, desperately seeking refuge. In the bathtub, upon hearing the popping sounds, Tangyu presses the timer on his watch. In precisely 1 minute, he will envelop his head with a bucket and submerge himself in the tub. The immense pink fungus quivers with each pop, its apex gradually opening like a volcanic crater. As the popping intensifies, the frequency of the volcanic opening at the top of the colossal pink fungus quickens, soon reaching a critical threshold. With a prolonged and powerful rush of air, the mouth of this giant fungus erupts, releasing a shower of pink spores that scatter like dandelion fluff. Under the sunlight, these myriad pink spores glimmer, creating an ethereal spectacle that feels otherworldly. The spores dance in the wind, twisting like nematodes, adjusting their drifting forms. They seem intent on soaring beyond the confines of Wagwoyan, heading towards distant horizons. Bayun Street, adjacent to Wagwoyan, is soon engulfed by the deluge of pink spores. These densely packed spores settle upon the wandering zombies in the streets, and astonishingly, they possess an incredible penetrating ability, slithering into the undead bodies with serpentine grace. As the spores infiltrate the zombies, they expand rapidly, akin to rehydrated seaweed, burrowing into the very essence of the creatures. The infected zombies convulse in chaos, limbs contorting grotesquely, collapsing to the ground in a twisted heap, resembling clenched fists. As time progresses, the spores appear to gain the upper hand in their struggle against the virus. The dark blue veins on the zombies retreat, yielding to the encroaching pink mycelium, which densely invades until it reaches the neck, where it finally ceases its advance. The virus and the spores seem to reach an unspoken accord, choosing to establish dominion at the neck. Thus, the zombies, with their heads darkened, are adorned with pulsating pink veins. Under the control of the spores, these possessed beings, with stiff limbs, begin to move towards the wealth building. Meanwhile, the virus-controlled heads thrash wildly, emitting frantic roars and futile resistance, yet all defiance proves to be in vain. Thousands of parasitized zombies emerge from various locales, coalescing into a tide of pink and black. Chapter 168, The Song of Steel and Gunpowder. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted as the 99A main battle tank shuddered, stirring a thin cloud of dust. A shell subsequently plummeted into the congested vehicles on Friendship Road. As flames erupted, the immense energy unleashed by the explosion violently hurled several civilian cars, previously intact, into disarray, scattering parts like confetti. The force of these metallic fragments raining down was akin to detonating a bundle of defensive grenades. The surviving zombies outside the blast radius had no time to react before being pierced through by the shrapnel, resembling a hedgehog. A rubber tire, belching black smoke, crashed onto the armor of the 99A tank, leaving a charred impression of melted rubber. Report to the company commander, the obstacle ahead has been cleared. Received. The first tank crew will continue to advance. Understood. Boom. The 99A main battle tank lunged forward with ferocity, shattering the overturned heap of burning cars that lay strewn across the street. Engulfed in flames, the tank resembled a colossal beast ablaze, its massive chassis ruthlessly crushing everything in its path. In that moment, not a single foe on Friendship Road could withstand its might for even half a second. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun mounted on the tank suddenly roared to life, indiscriminately sweeping across everything visible on either side of the road. Bang! Bang! The large-caliber bullets tore through the shops lining the street. Glass shattered, bricks crumbled, and the clouds of cement dust erupted like mist in the wake of the projectiles. At an exaggerated rate of fire exceeding 1,000 rounds per minute, the gun's muzzle seemed to unleash not mere bullets, but an immense laser sword, violently slicing and annihilating everything it touched. The unfortunate zombies caught in the crossfire were obliterated, leaving behind only the evidence of crimson mist lingering in the air. The offensive tempo of the 99A main battle tank was remarkably swift, advancing almost unhindered. The transport vehicles trailing closely behind had to push down hard on the accelerator just to keep pace with the tank brigade on the convoluted streets. Good heavens! In the anti-terrorism vehicle trailing far behind, Zhao Lei watched in as the 99A main battle tank rampaged through the horde of zombies, mercilessly crushing them. His mouth fell agape. Now that is what one calls a military unit. That is what one calls true firepower. With such ease, they had the zombies crying for mercy. Or rather, they were silenced before they could even utter a sound. The explosive scene before Zhao Lei was as shocking as the early 21st century when nations worldwide witnessed the United States decisively overpowering its Middle Eastern counterparts. Is this truly the same world? Is this what it feels like for a high-level player to guide a novice through the beginner's village? Tears of envy welled at the corners of Zhao Lei's eyes. If only we could have that too. Leaning back in his seat, he poked at his lips with one hand, his eyes reflecting a longing desire. Zizizizi report to the commander. The intersection at the corner of Friendship Road and Dayo Supermarket is too narrow for the tank to maneuver. Fire upon them. Understood. The entire tank unit has succumbed to a fervent state of wartime enthusiasm. From top to bottom, even the air they exhale is infused with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening cannon blasts erupted from the 125mm smoothbore gun of the upgraded Type 99A main battle tank, striking the brick building housing Dayo Supermarket with unerring precision. As the shells detonated within the supermarket, it was as though a torrential hail of debris rained from the heavens, with shattered bricks cascading down, clattering against the armor of the Type 99A. The shockwave of the explosion surged forth, igniting sparks as fragments ignited amidst the cacophony. The load-bearing wall could no longer withstand the assault, collapsing sideways, marking the onset of a new wave of destruction. As the leading Type 99A tank could not resist giving it a forceful push, bang bricks flew as flames rained down from the remnants of the walls like a tempest, engulfing the area in thick smoke and drowning out the sounds of fierce combat. Creaking and groaning, the Type 99A tank traversed the rubble-strewn remnants, its tracks crushing the debris and emitting a cacophony of metal clashing against stone. Under the weight of the 55-ton behemoth, the fragile civilian red bricks let out a mournful wail before being mercilessly ground to powder. Accelerate! 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 On the tank unit's communication channel, Zhao Wu's voice rang out, fervent and intense, invigorating the entire battalion. 14 tanks coalesced into a compact torrent of steel, rampaging through the narrow confines of Yofeng Street. Stalls positioned along the street, motorcycles parked at the curb, wandering zombies, even makeshift brick structures, everything, all of it, was swept away by this indomitable tide of steel. The tank unit surged forward like an unstoppable sword, fiercely thrusting into the narrow passage of Yofeng Street. Advance! Advance! The entire joint force became frenzied in this rapid offensive. To hell with tactics. To hell with zombies. To hell with caution. All that occupied their minds was one singular thought. To advance. To advance. To advance. Still advancing. In this moment, each soldier believed themselves invincible, unparalleled. Any obstacle that dared to obstruct their path would be obliterated, reduced to mere remnants. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Who knew that battling zombies could be this thrilling? On board the SX-2306 military transport, soldiers from the Internal Guard unit fired their weapons while shouting to the heavens. It was as if they sought to unleash all the pent-up emotions accumulated during this tumultuous time. They were determined to avenge their comrades who had sacrificed themselves during the urban defense and evacuation battles, reclaiming what rightfully belonged to them. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone was driven to a frenzy. Bang, the leading Type 99A tank barreled through Yongfeng Street. Even as they passed the ammunition depot at the target location, the driver never eased off the throttle. The formidable 99A main battle tank bore the weight of the undead, relentlessly pushing forward over 100 meters to the right of the ammunition depot, finally coming to a halt only after colliding with an off-road vehicle. Zombies emerged from every nook and cranny of Yofeng Street, rapidly converging into a surging tide that violently assaulted this wall of despair. Under the relentless onslaught of the undead, the 99A main battle tank trembled fiercely, firmly anchored in place like a breakwater, impervious to the tempest of rotting flesh that sought to displace it. With a thunderous roar, the improved 125mm smoothbore cannon recoiled sharply, its muzzle erupting in a brilliant blaze. The shockwave stirred up a cloud of dust as a tungsten alloy armor-piercing round carved a crimson scar into Yofeng Street in the blink of an eye. Before the zombies flanking the trench could comprehend the devastation, they were drenched in the blood mist of their exploded kin. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The 12.7mm caliber anti-aircraft machine gun leveled off, its muzzle swaying as the orange-hued belt transformed into a scythe of death, reaping mercilessly. The horde of zombies crammed into Yongfeng Street fell like a line of dominoes, and within mere moments, the tide of the undead was pushed back several meters. A cacophony of explosions resonated like thunder, heralding a magnificent anthem of steel and gunpowder in Qinghe Town. Chapter 169, The armory first squad, secure the street, second squad. Advance and pave the way for the following units. Zhao Wu, taking into account the current situation, promptly devised a tactical plan. Received. Upon receiving Zhao Wu's command, the remaining 3 Type 99A main battle tanks of the first squad pressed the accelerator, pushing forward and clearing the entrance to the armory. The lead tank of the second squad executed a 90-degree turn, its menacing armored front now aimed squarely at the armory's entrance. The Night Market Internal Guard-S training unit, established in the 1990s, was fortified by walls made of red bricks fired in earthen kilns, standing 3 meters high and approximately 30 centimeters thick. Faced with such fragile defenses, the tank driver felt little need to aim with precision. With the accelerator fully depressed, the diesel engine roared to life. Bang! Bricks flew as the iron gate was crumpled and sent sprawling aside, the tremendous impact causing a significant portion of the wall to collapse. At that moment, the once mysterious training unit, a fixture in Yongfeng Street for decades, was brutally stripped of its cover, laid bare before the scrutinizing eyes of the onlookers. Awaiting the entrance of the joint forces. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Lei in the convoy felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids, his eyes reflecting a paternal concern. This was a precious asset of the internal guard. Despite the awareness of the apocalyptic state of affairs, he could not suppress the ingrained frugality instilled within the internal guard. Indeed, it echoed the saying, "What you cherish, others will trample upon." Vroom, vroom, vroom. 1 tank, 2 tanks, 3 tanks, for the remaining units of the tank battalion. Apart from the first squad, swiftly penetrated the interior of the training unit. Upon breaching the walls, Zhao Wu's vision expanded. Before him lay a vast athletics field, approximately the size of 1.5 standard soccer fields, and on the far side of the field, a 400-meter obstacle training course was constructed. Inside the training unit, a dual-lane concrete roadway ran through, flanked by neatly trimmed trees, their crowns uniform in height and width, a sight that would satisfy even the most obsessive-compulsive observer. Shift from columns to rows. Yes, the order was received, and the 2 tank squads began to decelerate and reform, aligning 10 tanks, including those of the squad leader and deputy squad leader, maintaining equal distance and forming a cone-like formation as they advanced towards the armory. The meticulously cultivated lawn was marred by the black tracks of the treads, while the trees, resembling soldiers with crew cuts, were toppled, their roots uprooted. Tap, 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 tap. The 5.8mm coaxial machine guns on the tanks erupted, systematically eliminating the scattered zombies within the training unit. As a training ground for the Night Market Internal Guard to enhance soldier quality, the unit was sparsely populated when not engaged in training tasks. Consisting only of a unit commander, 2 clerks, and about a squad of permanent instructors, totaling no more than 20 individuals. What surprised Zhao Wu was that the scattered zombies approaching were not clad in the uniforms of the internal guards, but rather in various styles of ordinary civilian clothing. Could it be that these were the civilians sheltered and protected by the teaching squad after the apocalypse erupted? With such doubts in mind, Zhao Wu commanded his unit to eliminate these stray zombies one by one. As the tank battalion's 2 companies entered, led by the armored command vehicle, the Mengsher 3, followed closely by 12 Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicles and 15 SX-2306 military transport vehicles painted in desert digital camouflage, the entire joint force moved into the teaching squad's vicinity. Upon witnessing the complete entry of the United Forces, 299A main battle tanks from the tank company executed a rapid turn, heading towards the direction of the oncoming convoy, effectively blocking the zombies attempting to follow from the rear streets. With a series of rapid gunfire echoing from the 12.7mm caliber anti-aircraft machine guns mounted on the tanks stationed at either side of the ammunition depot's entrance, orange-tinted ammunition belts swept through the horde, effectively sealing the zombies outside the defensive perimeter. While the vehicle-mounted anti-aircraft guns unleashed their barrage, the tank drivers remained vigilant, occasionally pressing the accelerator to crush the zombies in front, only to swiftly retreat, reminiscent of a coin-operated ride outside a store. Oscillating back and forth amid the mass of undead, the throng of zombies was dragged beneath the treads, flesh and blood splattering everywhere, with blood spraying like freshly squeezed watermelon juice, soon converging into a trickling stream flowing toward the lower-lying areas. In light of the unclear situation and the absence of infantry combat requirements, Lu Chong refrained from ordering the personnel to disembark, opting instead to advance mechanized towards the ammunition depot. Before long, The lead 99A main battle tanks reached the entrance of the ammunition depot, gradually slowing to a stop. Reporting command. The tank battalion has completed the advance mission. Please advise. Maintain position. Understood. As they neared the ammunition depot, the tank's operational capacity diminished. Facing the storage area containing a vast quantity of munitions, the 99A main battle tanks dared not charge recklessly, let alone breach the gates. A careless trigger of an ammunition detonation could send the entire teaching squad skyward. The United Forces halted outside the ammunition depot, confirming the absence of danger in the vicinity. Lu Chong descended from the Mengshi 3 armored command vehicle, slightly propping the hood with his hands, and swiftly climbed to the roof in 2 strides. First Company. Dismount and prepare for battle. Standing atop the vehicle, Lu Chong struck a commanding pose with one hand on his hip and a radio in the other, exuding the demeanor of a general. With a series of thuds, the doors of the Mengshi 3 armored assault vehicle swung open, and fully armed infantry soldiers from the First Company streamed out, subsequently forming tactical formations under the guidance of their respective squad leaders. Lu Chong retrieved his binoculars, beginning to survey the ammunition depot before him. This ammunition depot was established in situ, utilizing the existing facilities of the teaching squad, enclosed within walls that had been constructed to create the storage area. The grand entrance is fortified with a thick iron gate, while the dark green walls rise to approximately 4 meters in height. Atop the walls, barbed wire and electrified fencing are strung, with an estimated thickness of about half a meter. Each of the 4 corners is crowned with a watchtower, allowing sentinels to maintain vigilance. After a preliminary reconnaissance, Lu Chong quickly formulated a tentative offensive strategy. However, to ensure prudence, he summoned Zhao Lei. Chief of Staff Zhao Lei. Acknowledged, Commander Lu, I am on my way. Zhao Lei swiftly approached the armored command vehicle. Commander Lu, you wish to inquire about the internal layout of the ammunition depot, correct? The interior of the depot consists primarily of 2 rows of storage facilities. The row closest to us is designated for military supplies, which houses essential materials such as field generators, portable seating, and personal gear for soldiers. Conversely, the row adjacent to the training battalion's wall stores our unit's weaponry and ammunition. Within, there are 3 000 newly allocated ZB-01 rifles, 20 ZB-01 light machine guns chambered in 7.62 mm, approximately 2 million rounds of 5.8 mm rifle ammunition, 20 000 rounds of 7.62 mm machine gun ammunition, and around 1,000 various hand grenades. Zhao Lei is intimately familiar with these figures. This batch of firearms had only arrived a month prior, prompting the unit to convene several meetings to deliberate on delaying their deployment, as the older equipment was still functional. In truth, the past hardships of the internal security forces made them hesitant to part with new equipment, treating it as a precious commodity that they were reluctant to distribute for use. Consequently, had it not been for the assistance of brother units, they might never have had the opportunity to utilize them. Upon his arrival, Zhao Lei initially felt a sense of ease in breaching the defenses. However, as the chief of staff for the night market's internal security, he remained acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The ease with which they penetrated the defenses was not indicative of a feeble adversary, but rather a testament to the formidable strength of their allied forces, an organized tank division capable of rapid assaults. What carbon-based entity could withstand such overwhelming firepower? Such a level of fire suppression is unimaginable for many smaller nations, even in peacetime. For instance, a country like the Southern Archipelago with merely 10 tanks in total. Reflecting on this, Zhao Lei could not help but feel a renewed envy for the equipment of their allied forces. How could the internal security unit possibly gain access to such resources? Rather than merely lamenting their situation, Zhao Lei now began to seek a path forward. Chapter 170, The Parasite. Having clarified the strategic layout of the ammunition depot, Lu Chong felt emboldened to devise specific tactics. Engaging in combat within the confines of the ammunition depot was no trifling matter. A single misfire or errant bullet could obliterate their formidable steel battalion that had proven impervious to the undead. By the way, there should be a garrison within the depot, right? Lu Chong suddenly inquired before the impending battle. Zhao Lei paused momentarily, approximately half a company. Upon hearing this, an unsettling sense of vigilance surged within Lu Chong. With such commotion outside, the lack of any response from within suggested a grim likelihood that they had all perished. Yet, half a company would typically comprise around 40 to 50 soldiers, and the personnel assigned to the ammunition depot were armed to the teeth. How could there be no survivors? Contemplating these thoughts, Lu Chong swiftly transitioned to a more prudent strategy. The tank battalion was to withdraw 50 meters, while the infantry's entire first company of the M3 armored command vehicles would retreat in a semicircular formation by 10 meters, encircling the entrance of the ammunition depot. Lu Cheng intended to employ the tactics used for clearing complex zombie-infested areas, leveraging the mindless nature of the undead to draw them from unfavorable terrain into a more advantageous position for execution. This approach would not only enhance the safety of his soldiers, but also mitigate the risk of accidental discharge within the ammunition depot. As for the tank battalion, its role in the forthcoming assault was rendered negligible. It was prudent to create more distance instead of hindering their progress. Understood. Received. With the orders dispatched, the entrance to the ammunition depot was soon surrounded by 12 M3 armored assault vehicles. The entire company established a defensive formation anchored by these armored vehicles. Yes, guided by their squad leaders, the soldiers of the first company swiftly constructed a temporary stronghold around the armored vehicles. Once preparations were complete, Lu Cheng issued the command to proceed. First squad, breach the door. Yes, an elite infantry squad sprinted forth from their formation, arriving at the iron gate. Through the gap in the iron door, squad leader Wang Yuan discerned a bolt secured within, a steel rod as thick as 2 fingers, impervious to light weaponry. Human ladder. Scaling the 4-meter-high iron gate was easily accomplished with a human ladder. The first squad quickly assembled the structure, and Wang Yuan deftly hoisted his QBZ-191 assault rifle behind him. Effortlessly ascending, he peered over the gate, surveying the interior of the ammunition depot. Strangely, the inside of the depot was eerily tranquil, devoid of any sound. And not even a shadow of the undead could be seen. With Lu Cheng monitoring from behind, Wang Yuan had no time for further contemplation. He cautiously navigated over the sharp spikes atop the door, gripping the gaps between the iron spikes, sliding down like an eel. Thud. The sound of his combat boots striking the ground echoed at the entrance of the depot, reverberating ominously. Sensing an unsettling atmosphere, Wang Yuan hastily unlatched the iron bolt and pulled with all his might. The heavy iron door swung open under the force, the rollers gliding along the ground's track, fully exposing the entrance of the ammunition depot. What the hell is going on? Lu Cheng abruptly set down the walkie-talkie he had been holding to his lips. After all this time, was he merely engaging in a battle with the air? Where was everyone? It seemed implausible. Zhao Lei, standing beside him, gazed at the desolate storage area with a look of astonishment. Where were the personnel from the ammunition depot? Whether infected or not, there should have been some activity. Shouldn't he there? How could there be absolutely no sound in the face of such an eerie scene? Lu Cheng took a moment to gather his thoughts before issuing an order. Squad 1, proceed to scout. Yes. Tactical cover in, commanded Wang Yuan. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers of Squad 1 immediately fell into their practiced tactical formation. 3 men forming a combat group, arranged in a triangular formation within each group, while 4 groups moved in a wedge-shaped tactical maneuver. Wang Yuan positioned himself centrally within the support group, connecting the front and rear combat teams for better command during the operation. To the right of the entrance lay the barracks where the ammunition depot's guarding personnel resided, typically providing living quarters for the defenders. The first target for Squad 1 was these barracks. The assault team swiftly approached the first barrack near the entrance. With the butt of their rifles pressed against their shoulders, fingers lightly resting on the triggers, muscles taut, ready to meet any impending attack. Suddenly, the assault soldier He Yang leaned forward, directing his weapon into the room. However, in the next moment, he froze, experiencing a tingling sensation, an unsettling feeling akin to having his scalp pried from his skull. His entire body reacted as if he were having an allergic reaction, goosebumps erupting like pop rocks. Before him, in the barack designed for 12 occupants, stood a throng of naked human survivors, their bodies covered in a dense layer of approximately 10-centimeter long, milky white maggots. These maggots enveloped the survivors, heaped upon one another, swirling chaotically like seaweed. The grotesque sight sent He Yang into a dizzying daze, an uncontrollable wave of nausea rising within him, compelling him to instinctively retreat. His mind felt hazy, as if he were undergoing a profound psychological disturbance. Wang Yuan immediately noticed He Yang's unusual reaction. Alert! He Yang, what's wrong? Captain. As soon as He Yang uttered his words, he could no longer suppress his physical discomfort and fell to the ground, retching violently. The scene within the room was a nightmare for anyone with a fear of crowded spaces. Each person inside had wide, bulging eyes, their faces contorted in agony, muscles twitching and trembling as if they were enduring immense suffering. Were they still alive? As He Yang knelt on the ground, he found himself grappling with a strange thought. Biochemical protection. Upon witnessing Heyong collapse and gag, Wang Yuan immediately shouted orders, fearing Heyong had encountered toxic substances. Many toxic gases manifest initial symptoms of dizziness and nausea, such as with VX nerve agent. Thus, Heyong's sudden vomiting led Wang Yuan to instinctively believe they had entered a contaminated zone. With a rustling sound, the Velcro was torn open, and the entire squad swiftly pulled out their gas masks from the tactical bags at their waists. In a matter of seconds, they removed their tactical helmets and secured the masks onto their faces. The entire procedure, from hearing the command to donning the gas masks, took no more than 5 seconds. In the next instant, 2 members of the assault team, having fitted their masks, seized Heyong by an arm and began to drag him backward. Meanwhile, the other soldiers continued to rummage through their tactical backpacks, retrieving their protective suits in preparation for full-body defense. If toxic substances were indeed present, it would be catastrophic. The advancements in technology have spawned numerous inhumane military gases. Many of these toxins, once they come into contact with the skin or enter the respiratory system, lead to an irreversible demise, akin to the effects of ingesting paraquat. Among the most notorious is the mustard gas utilized by the Japanese during World War II, a lethal agent that has claimed nearly 1 million lives since its inception, leaving even aspiring artists blind as a result. Squad leader, no, it's not gas. Heyong shouted repeatedly, regaining his composure. Chapter 171. Control of the ammunition depot. After dispatching a team to scout the depot area, Lu Chong remained active outside. He picked up a branch and, squatting beside the Mexure 3 armored command vehicle, began sketching a map of the depot on the ground, devising tactics for the impending assault. He even summoned Zhao Lei and Zhao Jie to his side. Zhao Lei, being the chief of the internal guard and well acquainted with the terrain, could offer invaluable insights that would significantly impact both tactical and strategic considerations. As for Zhao Jie, Lu Chong was drawn to his eager demeanor and fervent desire for battle, evident in his bright eyes whenever the prospect of conflict arose. There is seldom a person who does not appreciate someone with ambition. Although Lu Chong's temperament was somewhat wild, it was only directed outwardly. His life philosophy was to unleash fury upon enemies, employing any means necessary to achieve victory. Therefore, he was more than willing to mentor someone like Zhao Jie, whose enthusiasm and aspiration to improve were commendable. After all, the militia was still a military force, and allowing Zhao Jie to engage with command-level concepts would prove beneficial for the future. Zhao Jie, fully aware of Lu Chong's goodwill, squatted nearby, absorbing knowledge with an insatiable thirst, eager to internalize every tactical exchange between Lu Chong and Zhao Lei. As a militia captain transitioning from a student role, he was acutely aware that his greatest shortcoming lay in military matters. Apart from possessing some management skills, he was nearly oblivious to military command. During this time, Zhao Jie was plagued by anxiety, not just about the future direction of the militia, but also about his own inadequate capabilities. Could he truly fulfill his role within the combat formation? This was the question he repeatedly posed to himself, yet he found no clear path to resolution. Military command is a complex discipline, and without a reliable mentor, it is exceedingly difficult to grasp. The superficial knowledge available from external sources was insufficient and often misleading. Armed with such paltry insights, Zhao Jie lacked the confidence to put them into practice. This was not a game where one could simply respawn after demise. These were his classmates and colleagues at stake. "See, Captain. Captain." Hearing Wang Yuan's voice crackle through the intercom, Lu Chong casually tossed aside the stick in his hand and pressed the communication button. "Received. Go ahead. Report, Captain. My team what?" Upon hearing Wang Yuan's report, Lu Chong's voice escalated in urgency, and he sprang to his feet. "Maintain your position and await further orders." His instincts had proven correct. There was indeed something unsettling about this ammunition depot. The 6 accommodation rooms were filled to capacity with vulnerable human survivors. Synthesizing all the information gathered since joining the training team, Lu Chong quickly deduced the trajectory of the post-apocalyptic developments concerning the depot. After the outbreak, it was certain that the soldiers stationed at the ammunition depot had managed to stabilize the situation within the compound and had provided shelter and protection to the surrounding civilian populace. This explained why many of the zombies encountered earlier were clad in the garments of ordinary people. But how had they transformed into their current state? Swarming maggots burst forth from the bodies, with half gasping for air outside while the other half resides within, layered upon one another. The most unsettling aspect is that these hosts still exhibit vital signs. A shiver crawls down Lu Chong's spine at the mere thought of such a scene. The reasons for their parasitism remain unclear, Thus, all conceivable precautions must be taken. Full-body biochemical protection for the entire battalion. Squad leaders, assemble. As Lu Chang's command echoed through the intercom, the soldiers of the infantry company swiftly donned their gas masks and protective suits. The 4 squad leaders, upon receiving the summons, hurried towards Lu Chang while simultaneously putting on their protective gear. Arriving late would surely incur the captain's wrath. Observing the squad leaders hastily donning their gear, Lu Chang remained silent, yet internally, he felt a surge of satisfaction. His troops were meant to be as swift as the wind in the throes of battle. Communications officer Liang Anchuan adeptly retrieved Lu Chang's backpack from the vehicle, extracting the protective equipment and handing it to him. Grasping the protective suit, Lu Chang donned it while outlining tactical plans. Look at the map on the ground. I have marked the points for you. The storage area has 4 watchtowers, 1, 2, 3, and 4, drawn from the central point. Each squad is responsible for its corresponding watchtower and area. Upon entering the storage area, you have but one task: to secure the perimeter. Ensure the smooth execution of the ammunition transport. Is that clear? Clear. Echoed the response from all 4 squads. Move out. Yes. Indeed. The 4 squad leaders silently rejoiced at their understanding of Lu Chang's temperament. Otherwise, they would have foolishly arrived for the meeting. Had they been caught by the captain without their gear, they would surely have faced a reprimand. After the scolding, the captain would curse, "What on earth were you doing? No time, you say? Another round of punishment awaits." In the military, there is only a goal, devoid of process. One could argue this is inhumane. Yet war itself is a struggle against human nature. How can one hope to win a war without confronting the inhuman? Training and preparation are all for the sake of victory. With shouts ringing out, the soldiers of the infantry company, adorned in dark rubber gas masks and jungle camouflage protective suits, their hands clad in protective gloves gripping various firearms, advanced like a silent stream of deep green towards the ammunition storage area. Upon entering, the squad leaders of the 1st and 2nd squads signaled an offensive gesture towards the watchtowers, leading elite infantry teams to ascend watchtowers 1 and 2. No gunfire erupted. The towers stood vacant. After successfully securing the 2 high points on the southern side of the storage area, the snipers from each team swiftly established their vantage points. The relatively less powerful 7.62mm precision sniper rifles were aimed within the storage area, while the more formidable 12.7mm anti-material sniper rifles were positioned towards the exterior of the ammunition depot. The 3rd and 4th squad leaders, accompanied by their soldiers, continued to jog towards the depths of the ammunition depot. They traversed a central open area of approximately 100 meters, and upon reaching the innermost part of the depot, they divided their forces. 1 platoon was dispatched to seize control of the watchtower, while the remaining soldiers spread out to secure their designated zones. Their targets included open warehouses, thickets, and secluded corners, all in search of potential threats that could be neutralized. With a series of muffled gunshots echoing, the infantry company successfully established dominance over the entire ammunition storage facility. In this area, roughly the size of a standard soccer field, armed soldiers clad in full protective gear guarded nearly every corner. Area 1 secured. Area 2 secured. Area 4 secured. Area 3 secured. Upon hearing the reports from the 4th squad, which reached the communication device before him, the 3rd squad leader inwardly grumbled. All right. Not following the sequence, are we? So you think you can show off? Understood. Maintain vigilance. Chapter 172. The Fiery Purification Chamber. The transport team arrives. Advance 6 transport vehicles. Lu Chang commanded over the intercom. According to the information provided by Zhao Lei, there were 2 ammunition storage warehouses, each capable of accommodating 3 transport vehicles simultaneously for loading. To prevent congestion within, Lu Chang ordered the first 6 vehicles to proceed. Received. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers from the Operational Support Company's transport platoon swiftly started their vehicles, with the lead 6 transport trucks breaking away from the convoy and heading towards the warehouse entrance. Beep, beep, beep. The reversing alarm echoed as the massive SX-2306 military transport vehicle maneuvered awkwardly within the ammunition depot. Due to budgetary constraints and the demands of ammunition transport, the design of the internal security ammunition depot had only considered the ingress and egress of small transport vehicles. It had never anticipated the arrival of such a large and cumbersome beast, which strained the narrow passageways of the depot. Fortunately, it was being piloted by seasoned drivers who had mastered their skills. Otherwise, an inexperienced operator might have struggled immensely. Zhao Lei followed Lu Chong into the ammunition depot, and, upon witnessing the familiar surroundings, was overcome with a sense of nostalgia, reflecting on the changes that had transpired. The sound of the diesel generator roared throughout the warehouse. Beep. Beep. The security system of the ammunition depot began to reactivate. Warning. 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 Unauthorized intrusion detected. Report to the company commander. The keys to the ammunition depot. There is also a notebook. Squad leader Wang Yuan delivered a lengthy chain of keys that had been retrieved from the safe in the duty room. For reasons unknown. The safe had not been locked, and it contained a notebook as well. Chief of Staff Zhao Lei, would you kindly unlock the depot door? Lu Chong handed the large set of keys to Zhao Lei. Certainly. The ammunition depot's entrance consisted of 2 layers, with both doors crafted from alloy and nearly 10 centimeters thick. Between these 2 doors lay a 2-meter-wide airlock. The outer door required the simultaneous use of 2 keys to unlock, one held by the warehouse management personnel and the other by the brigade's headquarters. The inner door, however, demanded a password and facial recognition. Any failure to meet these conditions would preclude entry into the ammunition depot, unless one could bore through the half-meter-thick concrete walls. Zhao Lei, who had served as the deputy chief of staff for the internal security brigade prior to the apocalypse, had frequently inspected and accounted for the ammunition, thus possessing the necessary access rights and knowledge of the password. As Zhao Lei made his way towards the ammunition depot, Lu Chong's gaze gradually turned icy. Under Wang Yuan's guidance, he arrived at the entrance of the first room guarded by soldiers. He needed to witness for himself the heap of individuals still exhibiting signs of life, although he had already heard a general account of the situation over the intercom. Seeing it firsthand left Lu Chong feeling nauseated, his sanity plummeting. Can you imagine the sensation of being covered in a mass of writhing maggots? One end protruded grotesquely from the skin, while the other burrowed deeply into the flesh, layers upon layers rolling like waves of white flesh. Merely casting a glance at it sent shivers down Lu Chong's spine, as if something within him yearned to burst forth. Goosebumps erupted across his body. By all that is holy, eradicate them all. Lu Chong trembled, then promptly issued orders. Previously, he had refrained from ordering a cleanup, considering Wang Yuan's report of remaining life signs, but upon closer inspection, he thought it better for them to be dead. It was evident that these individuals were infested by some unknown parasite, akin to squirrels overtaken by fly larvae. While a few parasites could incapacitate a squirrel, this unfortunate soul bore thousands, if not more. Lu Chong found himself at a loss as to what could possibly save them. The only solution seemed to be to eliminate those afflicted. Even if his methods were misguided, he could not be blamed. After all, he had long declared himself a warrior, neither a doctor nor a biologist. Moreover, he believed this approach might serve as a form of liberation for these individuals. Suddenly, Lu Chong recalled having read that certain parasitic species could release special pheromones, influencing the thoughts of their hosts, compelling them to thrive and even protect the parasites within them. It was bizarre and perverse. With the apocalypse looming, one could only wonder if such abilities had become even more twisted. Setting aside the logistics of transportation, should this parasitism occur through some unknown means and contaminate the gathering place upon their return, Lu Chong would face a fate worse than death. It would be far cleaner to incinerate it all. Resolved, Lu Chong began to survey the rows of barracks. The elongated interior featured bunk beds lined along both sides, with windows at either end secured by steel bars the thickness of a pinky finger. Besides that, the only exit was the solid iron door before him. If not for the relatively large windows, the decor, reminiscent of a bygone era, bore striking resemblance to modern prison cells, perhaps even less appealing than an actual prison. After his observations, Lu Chong quickly devised a strategy. Fire. Nothing possesses purifying properties quite like flames. Let the inferno consume all manner of fiends. Through his scrutiny, he discovered that these grotesque creatures were as immobile as wooden stakes, seemingly devoid of aggression. Yet, one could not rule out the possibility of a sudden violent response in the face of danger. Thus, to ensure safety, he planned to seal the door, artificially creating an incinerator. He dispatched a squad from each row to the storeroom to procure gasoline. Soon, soldiers from both rows returned with 2 barrels of gasoline, each containing approximately 45 liters. Lu Chong was not surprised that gasoline could be found in the ammunition depot's storeroom. Beyond fueling military equipment, gasoline had a myriad of applications. For instance, in the realm of sanitation, the grass cutter requires gasoline, and similarly, the removal of ground stains necessitates the same fuel. Any establishment would possess a reserve. This is the assurance that Lu Chong had when instructing them to procure oil from the storage room. Transport squad, bring in a vehicle. Ensure all doors to the barracks are closed and locked. Understood. At Lu Chang's command, the soldiers promptly secured the iron gates of the barracks, reinforcing them with thick iron wire to ensure their robustness. With a hissing sound, a military transport vehicle, designated SX-2306, came to a halt outside the ammunition storage barracks. Hey, bring down the sprayer from your vehicle. Yes. In the military, vehicle operators are typically equipped with sprayers for maintenance purposes, some of which are self-purchased while others are supplied by the unit. Although the vehicle operators were uncertain of Lu Chang's intentions, they swiftly retrieved a sprayer with a long hose from their toolbox, connecting one end to the gas tank beneath the transport vehicle. As they squeezed the trigger, a powerful gust of air erupted from the nozzle, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Chang observed with satisfaction. Now, connect the sprayer's siphon to the fuel barrel and spray gasoline evenly into each room. Ensure it is thoroughly soaked to avoid uneven burning. Yes. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' eyes lit up. They eagerly seized the sprayer from the hands of the vehicle operator. A fiery assault. What could be more cathartic than incinerating repulsive entities? Soon, the soldiers wielding the sprayer directed streams of gasoline through the gaps in the iron beds towards the rooms teeming with parasites. As the mildly corrosive gasoline settled upon the densely packed parasites within, they surged wildly, reminiscent of a tumultuous milky sea. The entire room became a frenzy. Countless pale maggots writhed maniacally upon their host, shedding large masses and extracting severed segments of their bodies from the flesh, exposing a multitude of cavernous pits resembling honeycomb. The explosive scene nearly caused the soldiers, who had just been excitedly spraying, to faint in shock. With a series of gunshots echoing, several sealed barracks filled with parasites erupted into a fiery blaze, and an instantaneous wave of heat propelled the vibrant orange flames through the windows. Taken by surprise, the soldiers who had ignited the flames nearly stumbled back. In response, Lu Chang and the others present erupted into laughter. Suddenly, a cacophony of violent impacts reverberated as the parasitic entities, sensing impending doom, began to violently batter against the sealed iron doors in a desperate attempt to escape. Faced with such fierce assaults, the soldiers from 3 squads promptly pulled their triggers, bracing for action. Meanwhile, Lu Chang remained composed, standing his ground. Even retrieving a cigarette from his tactical pouch, leaning against the increasingly heated iron door. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. As time slipped away, the sounds within the room gradually diminished, until complete silence enveloped the space. Meanwhile, a cigarette pressed against the iron door began to emit faint wisps of smoke. It ignited. His puff clenching the cigarette between his lips, Lu Chang cast a disdainful glance at the other soldiers, with a roaring inferno raging behind him. Yet he remained as composed as an ancient glacier. In that moment, Lu Chang felt utterly magnificent. Squad leader, smoke is rising from your back. Damn. Chapter 173. Return. The ammunition storage facility within the night market is elevated over a meter high, primarily designed to meet waterproofing requirements. A substantial quantity of ammunition is amassed within this facility, where, apart from explosion prevention, water resistance is of paramount importance. Furthermore, this elevation facilitates the loading process, as the height of the concrete platform aligns almost perfectly with that of the transport vehicles. In emergencies, the vehicles can seamlessly connect their beds to the concrete platform outside the storage, enabling personnel to transfer ammunition horizontally, thereby conserving energy and enhancing efficiency. In certain field units, ammunition depots are equipped with retractable tracks that can be extended to the transport vehicles as needed, allowing for the swift loading of ammunition required for initial operations within half an hour. Although the ammunition storage at the night market lacks such tracks, the militia members and internal security soldiers have forged pathways as resilient as steel through their sheer determination and effort. Outside the ammunition storage, 6 transport vehicles are lined up, with personnel arranged in 12 teams, resembling a conga line extending from the depths of the storage to either side of the vehicle beds. Boxes weighing 25 kilograms each, containing 500 rounds of 5.8 mm steel rifle ammunition, are passed hand to hand, akin to a conveyor belt, into the vehicle compartments. Given that militia members lack experience in organizing ammunition boxes, a brief discussion between Zhao Lei and Zhao Jie led to a division of labor. The militia would focus solely on passing the boxes outward, while the internal security soldiers, seasoned in such tasks, would handle the stacking on the vehicle side. With a total of 2 million rounds of ammunition, alongside other munitions, not including weapons, this amounts to nearly 1 for 100 boxes. Considering transportation safety an SX-2306 military transport vehicle can carry approximately 300 boxes, allowing all 6 vehicles to be loaded in a single trip. When the next batch of vehicles arrives, they can directly load ZB-01 rifles and ZB-01 light machine guns. Be careful not to crush your feet, Zhao Lei shouted from the midst of the transport line. The ammunition stored within the boxes is relatively safe. Barring a few meters of height, safety concerns are minimal, with the primary risk being injury during the handling process. If anyone feels fatigued, report it. Do not push yourself. Safety comes first, Zhao Jie echoed from the side. With over 200 personnel comprising both the militia and internal security forces, the 12 transport teams may appear numerous. Yet the actual manpower required is fewer than 200, as the vehicle beds rest closely against the platform, minimizing personnel needs. The surplus serves as a reserve team for rotation. While Zhao Jie holds no concerns for the internal security soldiers, he is primarily apprehensive about his militia members, many of whom were students and office workers before the apocalypse. Despite their extensive training in the harsh new world, handling ammunition boxes remains a daunting task. Calculating at 300 boxes per vehicle, each individual must manage approximately 150 boxes, each weighing around 50 pounds. The militia unit is devoid of combat missions. Zhao Jie's singular focus now is to ensure safety while fulfilling the tasks assigned by his superiors. For the militia, ensuring safety equates to preserving combat effectiveness. In stark contrast, Zhao Lei's mindset is entirely different. He eagerly wishes for the internal security forces to engage more, thereby demonstrating the utility of his troops. Otherwise, he would feel embarrassed to distribute the 40% of ammunition he possesses. Reflecting on today's operation, he observed that the internal security forces had essentially transformed into mere tourists, akin to members of a sightseeing group. As they were guided through Qinghe town by the forces of the night gathering site, they traveled in vehicles not their own, and the few shots fired along the way resembled more of a recreational activity than actual combat, similar to experiencing local customs and traditions. The internal security's firepower was hardly missed. Thus, the thought of having to share nearly half of the ammunition later left Zhao Lei feeling uneasy. He pondered that if things didn't improve, he might as well let the warriors of the night gathering ride over his internal security forces upon arrival, delivering a deserved humiliation to them, which would alleviate his guilt over the ammunition distribution. Tank Company. Tank Company. This is Tank Company, acknowledged. Zhao Wu's voice crackled through the radio. What's the situation outside the training unit? The ammunition depot's condition had stabilized entirely. Awaiting the completion of weapon and ammunition loading, Lu Chong, with his hands free, promptly inquired about the defensive forces status. Noting that a tank platoon was still engaged in combat outside the training unit. This was a crucial retreat corridor. Success could only be claimed if they managed to withdraw. Thus, the exit must remain secure. Report to command. The tank platoon is in good condition aside from insufficient machine gun ammunition. The density of zombies has significantly decreased, and the tank platoon is confident in holding their position. The horde on Yongfeng Street, no matter how numerous, was merely of township scale and not the entirety of the town. This tide of undead resembled middle-aged men. They arrived swiftly but departed just as quickly, having initially shown strength that soon dwindled into feebleness. Due to distance and a complex environment, the horde exhibited signs of fatigue. Understood. Report any developments promptly. Yes. With the response echoing through the radio, Lu Chong felt a wave of relief wash over him. All he needed to do now was wait patiently for the loading to finish, then they could return. In the number 1 watchtower, Qian Qi, feeling rather bored, was operating a Type 1012, 7mm anti-material sniper rifle, peering through the auxiliary site for valuable targets beyond the training unit, currently assigned to a surveillance task. He lacked the authority to engage ordinary zombies, deemed of minimal value. As a sniper, while it is impressive to claim enemy heads from a distance, the opportunities to make an impact were scant. The troops were either advancing or en route to advance, leaving little time for snipers to set their sights. Should he crouch atop a vehicle to take aim, or attempt a snapshot? Reality diverged from the realm of games, as swiftly moving targets proved challenging to hit, and equally, fast-moving snipers found it hard to remain accurate. As he was on the verge of despair, an unusual flying creature suddenly appeared in the auxiliary scope. It was an insect, half a meter in length, resembling both a mosquito and a bee. Its slender body was adorned in black and yellow, with a pair of elongated antennae at the front and 2 pairs of translucent wings. Trailing behind were 3 ribbon-like appendages, one of which was slightly curved and glinted with a sharp, cold light in the sunlight. A surge of excitement coursed through Qianqi. He swiftly locked the auxiliary scope onto the insect's thorax. Given its diminutive head, he opted to target the larger area. After all, with the tight 10-12, 7mm anti-material sniper rifle, regardless of where he hit, the outcome would be the same, utter obliteration. The insect, which resembled both a mosquito and a bee, flew slowly, seemingly searching for something. Holding his breath, he tracked its flight path, aimed, and felt the moment had arrived. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed as the flying insect, over 400 meters away, was obliterated mid-air, releasing a cloud of pale yellow mist. What happened? The squad leader's voice broke through the moment. Nothing. I just casually eliminated a bug, Qianqi replied coolly, his demeanor as unfeeling as that of a merciless assassin. In the next instant, you idiot. The squad leader slapped Qianqi's tactical helmet. I told you to keep watch, and you're out here shooting bugs. When we return tonight, you will train harder. Just as Qianqi was attempting to maintain his composure, he immediately faltered. Squad leader, I was targeting a mutated insect. It was huge. Really? More training tomorrow night too. An hour later, 2 million rounds of rifle ammunition, grenades, and 3.000ZB-01 rifles, along with squad machine guns, were all loaded onto the vehicles. Retreat. With a command from Lu Chong, the Joint Operation Forces began to drive out towards the training unit. Chapter 174, Inspection. Knock, 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 come in. Gu Qingyuan was hunched over his desk, diligently perusing a document titled Short-Term Development Plan for Night University Gathering Area, submitted by the Survivor Management Committee. In one hand, he held a red pin and in the other, a black pin, marking up the document. The black circles indicated uncertainties, denoting items that required further clarification from the committee's staff before a final decision on implementation could be made. The red circles, however, signified outright rejections. As the highest authority in the gathering area, Gu Qingyuan would veto these proposals, annotating the reasons for his disapproval. Despite wielding absolute power over the entire gathering area, Gu Qingyuan had no desire to rule with an iron fist. Such a regime would stifle open discourse, leading to a scenario where everyone recognized the errors at hand yet remained silent, akin to passengers in a vehicle speeding towards a cliff while praising the driver's skills. To avert such a predicament, Gu Qingyuan consistently portrayed an image of willingness to consult during administrative matters. He granted advisory rights to others, yet retained the final decision-making authority for himself. Chief, it is time for your inspection of the farm, Zhou Guhong softly reminded Gu Qingyuan. Oh, I almost forgot. Gu Qingyuan set down his pen. The issue of food security was paramount in the apocalypse, second only to military concerns. He had been attentive to the Survivor Management Committee's initiatives since their inception. Yesterday, upon hearing Kai Anshin mention that the Night University farm in the southern campus had commenced planting, Gu Qingyuan casually expressed his desire to visit. Thus the itinerary for today was established. Let us go. In response, Zhou Guhong hastily retrieved a military uniform adorned with the insignia of a colonel from a nearby coat rack and handed it to Gu Qingyuan. Typically, Gu Qingyuan dressed casually within the administrative building, favoring comfort, his athletic attire often left untucked, and camouflage pants occasionally paired with dress shoes. The leaders were the most fond of regulations, yet simultaneously, they were the least inclined to adhere to them. Regulations existed to impose constraints on subordinates, while breaking them served to enhance one's own authority and uniqueness. Were he an ordinary soldier or officer, such behavior would have resulted in reprimands long ago. However, what could one do? For he was the chief. What? Military decorum? I don't abide by that. Yet, within the confines of the administrative building, Gu Qingyuan was indeed conscious of his image as a leader. This was not merely for ostentation. After all, a leader who does not project an image of authority cannot truly lead. People are visual creatures, and the distinction lies in the willingness to acknowledge this truth or to stubbornly deny it. Otherwise, the concepts of devotion and future recompense would not exist. This, indeed, is the greatest deception in the world of martial arts, where beauty entices the less fortunate. Handsome and charismatic equals kingly presence. Unattractive, yet charismatic equals inherent rebellion. Therefore, as a leader, one must cultivate a commanding presence, particularly as an autocratic figure, as personal charm is essential to inspire unwavering loyalty. A failed art student serves as a perfect metaphor for this principle. Force can instill fear, yet it is charm that compels submission. Before the full-length mirror, Gu Qingyuan stood tall, his physique accentuated by the impeccably tailored military uniform, which reflected the elevated spirit he had acquired through his rise in the post-apocalyptic world, rendering him both deeper and sharper. Outside the brigade headquarters, his convoy was fully prepared, consisting of 5 vehicles arranged in an orderly fashion: a Mars 3 armored assault vehicle, a Mars 3 armored command vehicle, 2 Lynx all-terrain vehicles equipped with 12 7mm machine guns, and another Mars 3 armored assault vehicle. The 2 Mars 3 armored assault vehicles formed an impenetrable steel wall, safeguarding Gu Chengyuan's command vehicle along with the 2 less armored Lynx vehicles nestled securely in the center of the convoy. In stark contrast to the armored Mars 3 assault vehicles, the Lynx all-terrain vehicles offered minimal protection. However, this very sacrifice of defense endowed them with superior offensive capabilities. Their open-top design allowed for instantaneous counterattacks with unmatched speed. In critical situations, one could simply pull the bolt and engage. They served as the rapid response force within Gu Chengyuan's security detail. As they approached the Mars 3 armored command vehicle, Zhou Guihong quickened his pace, opening the door for Gu Chengyuan. "Chief, please get in." "Ah, you." Gu Chengyuan chuckled softly. It seemed that since Zhou Guihong had transitioned to a staff officer, he had become increasingly inventive with his antics, proving that his promotion was indeed well-deserved. Buzzing, once Gu Chengyuan settled into his seat, the vehicle roared to life. "Chief! Chief! Wait for me." "What is that noise?" Gu Chengyuan vaguely heard someone calling out, though the thick bulletproof glass muffled the sound significantly. Turning his head, he spotted Kai Anshin sprinting towards the convoy from across the street, his ill-fitting white shirt clinging to his round abdomen, bouncing with each stride. "Is he hiding a ball in there?" He casually rolled down the window. "Old Kai, what is the matter?" "There is something urgent, Chief. Something quite significant." Kai Anshin gasped, breathless yet determined not to keep Gu Chengyuan waiting. "Your inspection of the farm is a major event. I just received the notification from the brigade headquarters and rushed over immediately." Observing Kai Anshin's panting form, Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but smile. "The headquarters notified me about the inspection at the farm, but they didn't mention anything about you accompanying me. Have all the essential tasks at the gathering place come to a standstill?" At this point, Gu Chengyuan's tone grew increasingly serious. "Oh no, Chief. You're unjustly accusing me. I'm currently engaged in the most crucial work at the gathering place, serving the Chief." Kai Anshin puffed out his chest, standing tall and saluting Gu Chengyuan with exaggerated seriousness. "Ha ha, you." Gu Chengyuan laughed heartily. "Quickly, get in. It's sweltering outside. Look at how you're sweating." Kai Anshin swiftly circled to the other side, opened the door, and nestled beside Gu Chengyuan. "Chief, it's not the weather that is hot. It's my fervent heart." "Ha ha." Faced with Kai Anshin's antics, Gu Chengyuan could no longer contain his laughter. His laughter was utterly delightful. "My dear fellow, perhaps you should consider becoming a crosstalk performer. You possess an extraordinary gift for conversation." "Does the Chief enjoy listening to crosstalk?" Kai Anshin instinctively seized the opportunity to gather insights into Gu Chengyuan's preferences. During moments of ennui, he would occasionally indulge in a few segments. The agency has its own daily management system, with Kai Anshin overseeing the specifics, while Gu Chengyuan primarily concerns himself with significant matters, leaving him with little to do. Thus, he often finds himself ensnared in boredom after completing his duties. "I can learn," Kai Anshin exclaimed. "The Chief likes it, then I must master it." "Ha ha ha. Well then, I shall assess your progress in due time. If I am dissatisfied, there will be consequences." Gu Chengyuan jested, believing Kai Anshin was merely attempting to amuse him. "I assure you, I will fulfill the task." Kai Anshin's gaze was resolute, his demeanor grave, as if taking an oath. He genuinely intended to return and procure some books related to crosstalk, dedicating himself to diligent study. Furthermore, the Chief mentioned boredom earlier. It is imperative to devise ways to bring him some amusement. In life, the two most essential pursuits are sustenance and pleasure. As Confucius stated, food and sensuality are inherent to human nature. However, this endeavor requires careful planning. It must exude elegance and sophistication. It cannot appear vulgar, pandering, or commonplace. Chapter 175. The Night University Defense Plan. The convoy of Gu Chengyuan traversed the roads of the Night University campus. Given the secure environment within the campus, Gu Chengyuan casually rolled down the window, allowing the gentle breeze to flow in. In contrast to air conditioning, he favored this natural, unrefined wind, which invigorated both body and mind. As the convoy passed by the entrance of the agricultural college, Gu Chengyuan suddenly noticed a throng of survivors engaged in construction work at the northern gate. "Stop!" Upon hearing Gu Chengyuan's command, Zhou Guhong promptly seized the walkie-talkie to relay orders to the guard unit. The commander has commanded that the convoy halt. The convoy swiftly came to a stop. And in the next moment, the sounds of car doors opening and closing echoed. Soldiers from the guard service unit streamed out in an orderly fashion. Each team expertly assuming positions to secure the area, fully armed and exuding both professionalism and ferocity. However, Gu Chengyuan had no intention of disembarking. He merely wished to observe. He knew that stepping out would only cause delays and potentially hinder the progress of the construction. He had faith that with the seasoned architect Kai Anshin overseeing the defense system, there would be no significant issues at the gathering site. Old Kai, how's the progress on the defense project at the gathering site? Gu Chengyuan had reviewed Kai Anshin's defense plan, which was impressively ambitious. The ultimate goal of the project was to erect a wall 50 meters high and 10 meters wide around the Night University. This wall would encompass survival and military functions, incorporating barracks for soldiers, weaponry departments, and decontamination units, among other facilities. It would essentially serve as a large-scale military fortress. The top of the wall, with a width of 10 meters, would be akin to a dual-lane road, allowing virtually all vehicles and equipment to ascend. This would significantly enhance the efficiency of material transport. Self-propelled air defense systems, missile launchers, self-propelled artillery, radar vehicles, and more could all be stationed atop the wall. The long-term vision for the Night University Defense Project aimed to transform the gathering site into an impregnable superfortress in the post-apocalyptic world. Naturally, this monumental task could not be completed in one go. It was divided into several phases. Currently, the wall under construction stood at a height of 20 meters and a width of 4 meters, barely qualifying as the first phase, more akin to a temporary measure. The actual 50-meter wall would commence only after the completion of this transitional defense structure. This approach stemmed from practical considerations, as the groundwork for a 50-meter wall would entail an enormous amount of excavation, requiring a foundation at least 10 meters deep, a clear indication of a long-term endeavor. In light of the pressing need to enhance the defensive capabilities of the Night University gathering site, the existing wall was woefully inadequate. Standing at less than 2 meters high and merely a flimsy layer, it would have been considered insufficient even before the apocalypse, offering defense only against well-mannered intruders, let alone in this age of rampant chaos. It served more as a psychological comfort than a practical solution. The construction site buzzed with fervor, the sounds of industrious labor filling the air. Pour it, pour it, pour it. Good. The rumbling sound reverberated as the heavily laden truck emptied its construction materials. Transport team, move quickly. A group of robust men, each pushing a wheelbarrow, hurried forward to deftly load the sand and transport it to their designated areas. Once the sand was deposited in the specified location, the mixers, long prepared, began to blend the cement, which was soon whisked away towards the city wall. The wall-building teams typically comprised 2 individuals. As the perimeter rose higher, one would toss bricks from below while the other expertly laid them above. The exchange occurring with remarkable fluidity, akin to a graceful acrobatic performance. Over time, such collaboration often fostered a mystical bond, enabling them to catch bricks even with their eyes closed. Yet, in moments when this bond faltered, one could easily suffer a painful blow to the head. Adjacent to the wall builders was the foundation crew, which operated with a higher degree of mechanization, primarily employing excavators for the heavy lifting. Human labor was reserved for the meticulous finishing touches, as the urgency of the project precluded excavators from indulging in delicate tasks. Upon entering the encampment, Lin Xiao was assigned to the foundation team, tasked with refining the edges after the excavators had completed their work. Reflecting on his arrival at the encampment, he had initially harbored high hopes of joining the ranks of the encampment's elite, especially when he presented his credentials as a veteran soldier, emphasizing his status as a special forces operative during the registration process. However, he was taken aback by the rudimentary classification of survivors, intellect or brawn. Unsurprisingly, as a retired soldier, he found himself categorized among the laborers. After receiving his quarters in the encampment, he was promptly handed a shovel and, still in a daze, was dispatched to the construction site. Was it not absurd? How could a man accustomed to wielding a rifle now be reduced to gripping a shovel? Yet, the site supervisor swiftly imparted a valuable lesson, enlightening him on what it meant to be a requisite member of the encampment. Digging foundations is still digging foundations, he reassured himself. After all, hadn't he frequently dug fortifications in the past? His skills were still relevant, with no means of resistance. Lin Xiao could only console himself with the thought that at least he was alive. The food was decent too, with meals featuring oil and meat. Compared to those who had perished, he was doing quite well. So why indulge in self-pity? Xiaoge, it's time to get to work. A voice interrupted Lin Xiao's reverie. With the shovel poised like a lance, he plunged into the freshly excavated foundation, throwing himself into the labor. A soldier's spirit never fades. Here, there were no illustrious returns of Special Forces heroes, only the diligent worker Lin Xiao. Inside the vehicle, Yu Chengyuan gazed out momentarily before redirecting his attention to Kai Anshin's report. The construction of the perimeter wall might represent the post-apocalyptic existence of many survivors. And as the night defense plan fully unfolded, it could very well define their lives. Yet, for Gu Qingyuan, this was merely a fragment of his domain, and his interest in it was no more than a fleeting glance. Report, sir, the defensive wall has now reached 1/10 completion of the western campus. With the continuous influx of new survivors, the labor force is increasing, and the speed of wall construction is steadily accelerating. Having transitioned from the accommodation sector, Kai Anshin possesses an almost encyclopedic knowledge of the key projects within the base, rendering him unfazed by Gu Qingyuan's inquiries. His apprehension lies not in being questioned, but rather in the silence of the interrogator. Each interaction with Gu Qingyuan feels akin to an examination, a sensation that invigorates him. He is nearly compelled to exclaim, "Test me, Chief. Please, test me." Indeed, the immediate priority for the gathering site is to focus on constructing the perimeter wall, thereby providing a secure environment for the survivors. Only in such a haven can they wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to production and generate greater value for the community. Understood, Kai Anshin affirmed, noting that the defensive engineering project swiftly ascended to the forefront of his priorities. He resolved to personally oversee its execution, prioritizing it above all other tasks, regardless of their significance. In discussing defensive engineering, Gu Qingyuan suddenly contemplated the issue of securing the gathering site. The construction of the wall necessitates a vigilant guard, otherwise, its very purpose would be rendered moot. The system soldiers are the sharp edge of their arsenal, and Gu Qingyuan intends to deploy them not for defense, but for the purpose of exterminating zombies, thus creating even greater value. With these thoughts in mind, he seems to have begun shaping a vision for the future role of the militia. Chapter 176. Night Agricultural Farm. If Night State University is situated in the outskirts of the Stream District, then its southern campus undoubtedly represents a desolate expanse within the suburbs. Upon exiting the southern campus gate, one is greeted by a prominent warning sign. The capture of wild animals is strictly prohibited. Violators will be held accountable under the law. The unfortunate reality. Education is meant to liberate one from the mountains, yet here one finds themselves ensnared within them. The silver lining. The law prevails even here. It is precisely due to its remote location that Night State University was able to boldly acquire over 2,000 acres of arable land to serve as experimental fields for the students of the College of Agricultural and Forestry. It is rumored that each summer, students are required to till 2 acres of land as part of their unique summer assignment. As a student experimental field, it is clear that Night State University cannot afford to equip it with high-tech agricultural machinery. Instead, a plethora of experimental apparatuses is available, while research can thrive here. Conventional farming remains reliant on manual labor for the foreseeable future. The Agricultural Revival Project at Night State University is a food security initiative of paramount importance, with the highest number of survivors allocated to the farm. Currently, nearly 1,000 survivors are engaged in laboring the fields, with more expected to arrive. This urgency arises from the need for rapid planting as October approaches. According to the guidance of the College of Agricultural and Forestry's faculty, there remains a fleeting opportunity to engage in the urgent planting of potatoes. Potatoes, as a high-yield crop, not only offer substantial yields and satisfying nourishment, but also store well and boast delightful flavors. Their versatility in preparation, whether steamed, sautéed, fried, boiled, or baked, renders them an ideal culinary companion. In addition to staple crops, the farm also includes a special vegetable basket initiative tailored for Gu Qingyuan. Due to the mountainous terrain of the south, Night Agricultural Farm does not resemble the vast, flat fields of the north. Rather, it comprises variously shaped and sized plots of farmland, fragmented and disordered by surrounding hills. The over 1,000 survivors have been organized into 3 large groups. The harvesting group, dedicated to reaping previously planted crops such as rice. The tilling group, responsible for weeding and preparing the soil for subsequent planting. And the sowing group, tasked with planting potatoes after the tilling group has completed its preparations. The potatoes primarily originate from nearby supermarkets and small agricultural markets. These three groups operate in a tiered arrangement at the field's edge, with the harvesting group at the forefront, the tilling group in the center, and the sowing group at the rear. This tripartite system functions cohesively, akin to a well-oiled machine, propelling productivity across night agricultural farm. Land once overrun with various crops and weeds transforms into neatly organized potato fields through the diligent efforts of this human-powered agricultural system. Today, in a departure from the ordinary, Secretary Jean arrived early at night agricultural farm, preparing for Gu Cheng Yuan's inspection. Presently, the farm's overseer is Secretary Jean, although he holds the title of Director of Human Resources. The actual responsibilities of the department are managed by Kai Anshin, rendering Jean little more than a FAA for Kai's control over personnel matters. In truth, the night agricultural farm is the enterprise that truly belongs to him. Therefore, upon receiving the news that Gu Cheng Yuan would be coming for an inspection, he immediately began preparations. Old Wang. Minister, do you have any instructions? A dark-skinned, middle-aged man approached with a fawning expression. Wang Jinsheng, prior to the apocalypse, was the village head of Dahu village in the southern district. His knowledge of agriculture and some management experience led Secretary Jean to select him as the specific affairs manager of the farm, effectively making him the de facto head of the night agricultural farm. When Secretary Jean was absent, all farm tasks fell under his purview. The primary reason Secretary Jean granted him such authority was his own lack of understanding of agricultural production, coupled with Wang Gunxing's absence of connections to the upper echelons of the military. No matter how well he performed, he posed no threat to Secretary Jean's position. In fact, the better he did, the more advantageous it was for Secretary Jean. The higher-ups were only aware that Secretary Jean was managing the farm, unaware of anyone named Wang Jinsheng. I wish to adjust the formation. This sewing arrangement seems rather chaotic. I fear that when the chief arrives, he may perceive it as a failure in our management. Having served as Kai Anshin's secretary for many years, he had encountered numerous leaders, including some military officials, all of whom possessed obsessive tendencies and detested disorder. They favored categorization and meticulous organization. It was precisely this experience that made Secretary Jean apprehensive about Gu Cheng Yuan potentially assessing his work based on appearances. Leader. Adjustments can be made as long as our three-stage operational method remains unchanged. There should be no issues. Very well, then adjust it. Let the faster ones slow down a bit, and the slower ones speed up. I recall there's a method in military formations called the Yuguang Biaoqi Fa. Let them employ that. We need not seek perfection, just avoid utter chaos. Understood. Listening to Secretary Jean, Wang Jinsheng felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. In his eyes, Secretary Jean was a significant leader, typically visiting infrequently and never arriving early. This was the first time he had seen the man so solemn. Rumor had it that this Chief Gu was a high-ranking military official overseeing the entire settlement. In television dramas, he would be akin to a great general. The thought of potentially meeting such a figure made Wang Genshin's legs tremble uncontrollably. The resonant roar of a diesel engine echoed across the fields as a Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle sped through, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its military-grade suspension allowed it to navigate the complex terrain with ease. They're here. With a stern expression, Secretary Jean, leading the entire farm management team, instinctively checked his attire. His ordinary administrative suit was speckled with freshly kicked-up soil, and a stray blade of grass had become entangled in his meticulously arranged hair. The Warrior 3 came to a halt in the farm's operational area, sending a plume of dust swirling towards Secretary Jean and his entourage. Cough, cough. Secretary Jean was momentarily choked by the dust but felt no displeasure. Rather, he could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. It's as if the heavens are assisting me." Given his current disheveled appearance, does the chief not realize the weight of his responsibilities? Thud, thud. Thud. The soldiers of the security service swiftly dispersed according to their routine drills, commencing a thorough inspection of all potential threats to Gu Cheng Yuan. In front of Long Jianlin, a QCQ-171 submachine gun hung prominently as he and his squad of soldiers marched purposefully towards the awaiting crowd. Secretary Jean, fully aware of the security measures at play, calmly raised his hand to assist with the searches. In contrast, the other farm managers exhibited a palpable anxiety. Those who had ascended to such positions were primarily individuals well-versed in agriculture. Among them, aside from a few students majoring in agronomy, most were simple farmers who had never encountered such a scenario. Rest assured, this is merely a protective measure to ensure the chief's safety. Everyone should cooperate. Secretary Jean promptly reassured, sensing their unease. His words quickly assuaged their concerns, and upon learning that it was for the chief's safety, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Just as Secretary Jean completed his own inspection, Gu Chengyuan's vehicle arrived at the operational area. Observing this, Secretary Jean hurriedly jogged over, flinging the door open, his previously dust-covered face now illuminated by a sincere smile. "Welcome, Chief, to oversee our work." Chapter 177, The Golden Sun of the Gathering Place. Chief, behold, this is our potato cultivation area. Under the introduction of Secretary Jean, Gu Qingyuan walked towards the fields, with Kai Anshin trailing half a step behind, accompanied by a group of managers from the Night University farm at various levels. In order to enhance efficiency, we have ingeniously developed a segmented planting method. As you can see, the survivors currently working in the fields are divided into harvesting groups, tilling groups, and sowing groups, each with their distinct roles. Simultaneously, we took into account the survival rate of the potatoes once planted, opting for whole potato cultivation without cutting them into seed pieces to prevent rot after planting. As they walked through the fields, Gu Qingyuan listened attentively to Secretary Jin's explanations, occasionally nodding and bending down to inspect personally. Zhou Guihong handed her briefcase to Pu Guangqiang, raising her camera and searching for angles to capture the moment, snapping photos incessantly. These images may very well become invaluable historical records in the future. After touring the fields, the group arrived at a small mound of earth. Gu Chengyuan stood atop the mound, hands on his hips, surveying the surroundings. Everything was orderly, and the construction processes appeared aesthetically pleasing. Secretary Jean was indeed a capable individual. Initially, Gu Qingyuan had suspected that Kai Anshin's motives were self-serving, thinking she had appointed Secretary Jean, who had no prior connection to agriculture, to oversee the farm for personal gain. However, after conducting an on-site inspection today, he recognized that Secretary Jean had managed the entire farm with remarkable organization. Indeed, one should not presume without investigation. Conclusions should be drawn only after thorough inquiry. Secretary Jean, you are doing splendidly. Standing atop the mound, Gu Qingyuan casually brushed off the grass clippings from Secretary Jin's head and patted him on the shoulder, his tone imbued with sincerity. In response to Gu Qingyuan's commendation, Secretary Jean felt a surge of excitement within, yet maintained an outward demeanor of humility. "Chief, you may call me Xiao Jin or Jinzi. I have not received guidance from you, so how can I truly be considered a secretary? The progress of the Night University farm is not solely my achievement. It is primarily due to the platform you provided, Director Kai's leadership, and the collective efforts of the staff below that have resulted in the current positive situation. I merely play a minor role in this endeavor." Ha ha ha, Lao Kai, this little Jean must have learned from you, right? Gu Qingyuan suddenly turned to Kai Anshin with a playful remark. Upon hearing this, Kai Anshin felt a slight tension within. While the comment seemed lighthearted, it concealed a latent threat. Everyone at the gathering place was aware that Secretary Jean had been her secretary prior to the apocalypse and was now in a position of authority, which could easily be construed as her exploiting her power to cultivate a faction. Although this was indeed the reality, Secretary Jin's earlier words subtly signaled to Gu Chengyuan that he had drawn a clear line between himself and Kai Anshin. Hoping that Gu Chengyuan would refrain from labeling him as Kai Anshin's associate in the future, Gu Chengyuan's question to Kai Anshin was, in essence, a probing statement, ostensibly praising Secretary Jin's eloquence while actually inquiring about whom Secretary Jin truly served. Kai Anshin reacted slightly, almost instinctively exclaiming, "The chief is not wrong. Both Minister Jin Yuxiang and I are subordinates under the chief, learning from each other and promoting mutual growth." By uttering this sentiment, Kai Anshin indicated an equal standing with Secretary Jin, dismissing any notion of hierarchical subservience, as they both serve the interests of Gu Chengyuan. "Haha. You certainly possess the gift of gab." Gu Chengyuan chuckled, prompting a sigh of relief from Kai Anshin, who felt he had successfully navigated that moment. Indeed, as the saying goes, to serve a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger, and he believed he had significantly elevated Gu Chengyuan's favor. Yet he had come alarmingly close to a misstep. The others present were oblivious to the nuances of their exchange and found it lacking in humor. Yet they all forced smiles in response. If the chief laughs, shouldn't you? Is it not the case that your happiness is contingent upon the chief's? Having achieved the desired effect, Gu Chengyuan turned away, resuming his appreciation of the natural beauty of the Night University farm. As though the earlier just had been but a fleeting whim. Subordinates require a firm hand, much like raising a dog. Excessive indulgence can turn a good dog into a spoiled one, emboldened to snarl at its master. Was Gu Chengyuan unaware of Secretary Jin's circumstances? Surely he was cognizant of Kai Anshin's firm grip on the Survivor Management Committee? And how could he not recognize that Lu Xingfu had been sidelined? Yet, it mattered little, for Kai Anshin possessed an uncanny ability to bring him joy. The fields stretched wide and clear, with distant mountains cascading like a green tapestry, reminiscent of an oil painting. Chief, I have a humble request. I wonder if you might oblige. Secretary Jin ventured cautiously from the midpoint of an earthen slope. What is your request? Gu Chengyuan turned back, somewhat taken aback. Today marks your first inspection of our night university farm. Would you consider sharing a few words with our staff? They have long admired you and wish to hear from you. Isn't that right? Secretary Jin turned to the gathered farm management personnel. Yes, Chief, please say a few words. Indeed, Chief, we would love to hear your thoughts. Chief, please share a few words. The group of a dozen farm managers, upon being called upon, erupted in enthusiastic shouts. Their collective fervor echoed as if it were a crowd of hundreds, particularly amplified by a few spirited young voices, unmistakably the exuberant students from the Forestry College. Is this a raucous display? Then I shall not tire easily. Share a tale, Chief. The comrades below are eagerly anticipating. Very well, I shall speak a few words. Gu Chengyuan raised his hands, gently pressing down, and the crowd quickly settled, quieting their exuberance. Chief, please, one overly enthusiastic student exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. It was as if a group of nude swimmers had donned their garments just before the tide receded, yet one remained unabashedly flailing about, feeling the collective gaze upon him. Particularly the piercing stare from Secretary Jin, Zhang Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Oh no, this has gone too far. This is certainly not the summer job of the pre-apocalyptic era. Will I be facing the consequences? As Zhang Yu began to contemplate the 100 ways he could meet his demise, Gu Chengyuan took the initiative to rescue him from his predicament. You are a student from the College of Agriculture and Forestry, are you not? Quite spirited indeed. Yes, sir. Zhang Yu replied repeatedly, feeling as though the immense weight on his shoulders had been lifted, and he was revived anew. Indeed, Gu Chengyuan chuckled inwardly, recognizing that such a naive demeanor could only belong to a university student. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd, he decided to share a few words. Facing the agricultural managers standing below the earthen mound, he raised his right hand slightly. Comrades, a robust agricultural foundation is the cornerstone of survival and development in our gathering place amidst the chaos of the world. Meeting the living needs of survivors, achieving high-quality development, and solidifying the safety of our community cannot be separated from agricultural advancement. Ensuring the stable and secure supply of food and essential agricultural products remains the paramount task in building a formidable gathering place. I hope you all can remain humble and diligent, continue to deepen your roots in agriculture, seek development, and make new contributions, thereby offering your strength towards the construction of a powerful community. With his speech concluded, the audience erupted into warm applause, their faces aglow with joy. The notion of ensuring a stable and secure supply of food and essential agricultural products was indeed the foremost priority in constructing a strong community. Secretary Jin silently mulled over this statement, contemplating printing it out to display in visible locations throughout the night university farm. Bathed in the golden sunlight, Gu Chengyuan, clad in his crisp uniform atop the earthen mound, was enveloped in a hazy golden glow. Click! Zhou Guihong found the perfect angle and pressed the shutter, immortalizing the moment. Commander Gu! Commander Gu! Commander Gu! Soon, Gu Chengyuan waved as he was surrounded by numerous agricultural managers, making his way to the armored command vehicle, the Brave 3. The vehicle hummed to life, and the convoy of officers gradually set off, accelerating away from the farming area. Yet, even as the convoy ventured far into the distance, every time Gu Chengyuan attempted to close his eyes, the echoes of the enthusiastic calls of Commander Gu reverberated in his ears. Chapter 178. Research Progress. Seated in the rear of the armored command vehicle, Kai Anshin attentively adjusted Gu Chengyuan's seat, reclining it slightly. The chief had stood for an extended period at the farm, and his waist must be weary. Lowering the seat would alleviate the pressure on his back. Chief, please have some tea, she offered, presenting him with a thermos cup containing honeysuckle tea, soothing for the throat after his lengthy discourse. Indeed, thank you. Gu Chengyuan accepted the thermos, inhaling the delicate fragrance of the honeysuckle while savoring the breeze wafting through the window, his eyes closing in contentment. Ah, the essence of summer. Meanwhile, seated in the front passenger seat, Zhou Guihong discreetly returned her half-empty thermos to her field satchel. She still had practice to undertake. Just look at Director Kai. Now that is professionalism. However, Gu Qingyuan's brief moment of enjoyment was interrupted by the communications module aboard the vehicle. With the support of the communications platoon, the entire brigade's mobile units had nearly completed networking the communication modules, enabling real-time communication within a 50-kilometer radius. As per the directive outlined in the guidelines for advancing equipment informatization construction, the next step would be to enhance battlefield situational awareness. This is Gu Qingyuan. He spoke into the receiver he had taken from Kai On-shin. The brigade's command knew this was his seat, so it was clear they were reaching out to him directly. Chief, this is Duty Officer Xiang Tao from the operations room. We have just received significant news from the School of Life Sciences regarding our research on ghouls. It has been confirmed that ghouls are the result of human mutation, retaining cognitive abilities and even memories from before their transformation. The officer's tone was filled with astonishment. What? Ghouls still possess their former memories? Gu Qingyuan reacted with surprise. The term ghoul referred to the grotesque creatures captured alive from Tyre International Hospital, named so by Lu Wenjing due to their repulsive appearance and their penchant for consuming corpses. He had never imagined that his earlier casual decision would yield such findings for Lu Wenjing's research. The notion that these mutated creatures preserved human thought and memory was astounding. If this were merely an isolated case, could it not suggest a profound narrative akin to that of a dystopian protagonist? A surge of curiosity enveloped Gu Qingyuan. How do these beings, endowed with human cognition and memory, perceive their own identities? Do they consider themselves a new race, or do they view themselves as mutated, ailing humans? What implications would their existence have for the apocalypse? Notify the convoy to head to the School of Life Sciences. Understood. Kai On-shin, seated beside him, had clearly overheard the conversation between Gu Qingyuan and the operations room. Other concerns did not cross her mind. Her thoughts were solely focused on how to manage the ghouls in the future, as long as they possessed human thought, regardless of their form. Their inherent nature should be akin to that of livestock. What tasks should be assigned to them? Perhaps establishing an ethnically themed restaurant? She recalled that they seemed to favor rotting flesh. How convenient, as it was readily available everywhere. A veritable source of inexpensive labor. The School of Life Sciences is situated at the entrance of Knight State University, overseeing several key experimental projects co-developed with provincial and ministerial support. This discipline, alongside mechanical engineering, constitutes one of the twin stars of Knight State's engineering faculties. Within the School of Life Sciences, multiple biosafety laboratories are established, ranging from the most numerous Level 1 biosafety laboratories designed for student education to the singular, world-class Level 4 biosafety laboratory, into which substantial investments have been made. Since the ghouls were relocated back to the School of Life Sciences, the administration, led by Lu Wenjing, has placed significant emphasis on their study, unanimously deciding to transfer the ghouls to the Level 4 biosafety laboratory located on the second basement floor for research purposes. Initially, the School of Life Sciences lacked a Level 4 biosafety laboratory. As a standard key university's life sciences department, there was no pressing need for such a sophisticated facility. Even a Level 3 biosafety laboratory would have sufficed. This laboratory was constructed a year prior, supported by the university, in a bid to secure a national-level research project. At that time, Lu Wenjing had modestly envisioned that once the laboratory was officially operational, he would be content to serve as a researcher within it. However, the onset of the apocalypse turned his fortunes unexpectedly favorable. Seated in a position among his peers, utilizing the laboratory to study his contemporaries was exhilarating. Beep beep beep, the communication system within the laboratory chimed. Clad in a pressurized protective suit, Lu Wenjing pressed the connection button. Instructor, the travel agency has responded. The Commander's convoy is en route. Understood. I cannot step out at this moment. You are the foremost disciple of our human mutation school. Represent our faction and greet the commander with utmost competence. Do not vex him as you often do with me. Whether I can become a foundational figure, and whether you can be the esteemed disciple, all hinges upon Commander Gu. Yes. Hearing his mentor formally refer to him as the school's leading disciple filled Wang Wei with unparalleled elation. To be addressed as the primary disciple of the school. Will he not be immortalized in textbooks? Will students not recite his theories? Although he has yet to propose any significant theories, that does not hinder his daydreaming. Lu Wenjing was, however, compelled by circumstances. The stringent decontamination requirements of the Level 4 biosafety laboratory demanded considerable time for entry and exit. His own inconvenience was one matter, but the delay would keep the higher-ups waiting. Thus, he had no choice but to delegate his esteemed disciple to oversee external matters while he managed the laboratory's inner workings. As the saying goes, when the master and disciple share a common purpose, their combined strength is formidable. Apart from the experimental apparatus, the safety and protective measures within the Level 4 biosafety laboratory are of utmost importance. The entire laboratory is divided into 2 levels of barriers and management systems. The first barrier necessitates the wearing of pressurized protective suits and is equipped with Level 3 biosafety cabinets. The second barrier includes open laboratory benches, hand-washing stations, autoclaves, and features a physically separated zone, complete with a double-door airlock, a core negative pressure area, directed airflow, and designated air supply and exhaust systems for isolated sections. The management system encompasses a myriad of intricate operational protocols, laboratory regulations, and entry-exit procedures. Buzzing sounds heralded the arrival. Upon hearing the car's approach, Wang Wei instinctively adjusted his attire, smoothing out the creases on his lab coat. However, a gust of wind soon rendered his efforts futile, leaving the fabric wrinkled once more. The leading armored assault vehicle, the Mengsher 3, arrived first, with Long Jianlin and his team proceeding to conduct a thorough search of Wang Wei to ensure everything was in order. Only then did Gu Chengyuan and his team disembark from the vehicle. "Welcome, esteemed leader, as if a celestial deity has descended to guide our work." Gu Chengyuan's expression was peculiar, while Kai Anqin struggled to suppress a laugh, and Shou Guhong felt a sense of relief within. Was this a jest? Did he really think of himself as a celestial being? Unbeknownst to Wang Wei, he remained oblivious to the underlying issues, instead bending slightly to gesture invitingly, his outstretched hand nearly grazing the ground, leaving one to wonder if he was attempting to pick up some errant bee droppings. Chapter 179. We must never allow the wild ghouls to become untamed. Ultimately, Gu Chengyuan chose not to dwell on Wang Wei's words. After all, for a science student to articulate idioms was quite commendable. What more could one expect? Zhou Guhong, following closely behind, wore a smile that alleviated her stress, her spirits soaring. This, indeed, seemed to be the authentic visage of the world. How could there be so many cunning individuals? Wang Wei beamed throughout, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum, almost as if the word flattery were inscribed upon his forehead. This was the first time since the apocalypse that Gu Chengyuan felt repulsed by excessive adulation, almost nauseated. It appeared he was so eager to advance that he felt compelled to praise, even if it was insincere. "Classmates, is your laboratory situated here?" Gu Chengyuan found himself escorted to a space akin to an observation room, furnished with several rows of soft chairs. At the forefront loomed an enormous LCD screen, where a modestly dressed female student in a lab coat was calibrating equipment. "Report, Commander. For your safety, the mentor will present the information through this screen. Rest assured, it is secure within." A soldier from the security detail swiftly checked the area before reporting back to Gu Chengyuan. "Very well," Gu Chengyuan replied, confidently stepping inside and seating himself in the center of the observation hall. Much like attending a film, one must not sit too far forward or backward. The experience is optimal when seated centrally. "Hello, can you hear me?" came the somewhat muffled voice of Lu Wenjing through the surrounding audio system. "I can hear you, mentor. The equipment is ready," the female student confirmed. "Excellent. Thank you, Shiyu. Your efforts are appreciated. Has the commander arrived?" "Mentor, the commander is already seated inside. My sincerest apologies." "Commander, due to a minor issue with the transmission system, I am currently unable to view the observation room's footage." Lu Wenjing's apologetic voice resonated through the speakers. Gu Chengyuan glanced up at the ceiling, noticing the audio equipment installed there, eliminating the need for a microphone. "Not to worry, Professor Lu. Please proceed with the presentation of the experimental results." Initially, he had intended to engage in further conversation, but Wang Wei had thoroughly dampened his mood. The sycophancy made him want to slap him, yet he feared the possibility of Wang Wei licking his hand. Detecting something amiss in Gu Chengyuan's tone, Lu Wenjing suspected he might have been too verbose, inadvertently causing displeasure to the commander. "Yes," with Lu Wenjing's affirmation. The 4K LCD screen in the observation room split into 2. One side displayed Lu Wenjing himself, while the other provided a perspective from the laboratory observation room. The observation chamber was encased in a robust silver metal of some sort, exuding an air of formidable security, save for the side facing the camera, which was composed of an opaque glass that appeared reassuringly thick. At the heart of the observation room sat today's focal point, the ghoul. This marked Gu Chengyuan's first genuine examination of the ghoul. Previously, he had regarded them merely as mindless pests, destined for extermination like refuse, thus deeming them not worth observing. Now, with the newfound understanding that these creatures possessed human-like consciousness, he felt compelled to regard them with a more discerning eye. This can indeed be considered a manifestation of humanity's inherent arrogance. When confronted with other species, regardless of what is verbally expressed, there is always an underlying inclination to look down upon them. Can they be consumed or not? The ghoul's body is curled, exhibiting canine traits, its skin reminiscent of rubber, reflecting a unique luster under the sterile white light of the isolation chamber. Its ears are pointed, akin to those of elves, and it possesses slightly swollen limbs and scaled claws suited for hunting. Beside the ghoul lies a basin of red pigment, and before it, a stack of white paper, half a meter wide. The experiment commences. Were you once human before your transformation? The voice of Lu Wenjing reverberates through the communication device into the observation room. The ghoul extends its scaled forepaw, dipping it into the red pigment, inscribing a Chinese character onto the paper. Yes. This scene causes Gu Cheng Yuan's hair to stand on end. Not from fear, but from a sense of wonder. Even in such a transformed state, it retains human cognition. The sensation is akin to witnessing a stray dog on the street suddenly exclaim, "Dinner time, brothers. What caused your mutation?" After a brief pause, the ghoul takes its time to write, as its physical structure has dramatically altered. Devouring the brains of zombies? Observing the crooked red characters on the white paper, Gu Cheng Yuan's expression reflects a sense of realization and relief. He recalls the early days of the apocalypse when he too sought various methods for utilizing crystal cores, even entertaining the notion of consuming them, but ultimately his reason prevailed. With a system in place, why risk one's life? If one could become Iron Man, why choose Spider-Man? Only those without a system would need to rely on mutation. They may be formidable, yet surely they cannot rival the strength of my artillery. They may possess resilience, but they cannot surpass the durability of my armor. If you dare to evolve, then I shall upgrade my caliber. However, as the military advanced, facing zombies and monsters became a mere exercise in dominance, and the pursuit of supernatural powers naturally faded away. Yet, unexpectedly, a small genius emerged from the night market, putting into practice his initial ideas. From a practical standpoint, although the process was fraught with challenges, the aim was ultimately achieved. They have become less aesthetically pleasing, yet undeniably stronger. While they remain ineffective against firearms, considering their ability to suspend zombies for consumption is indeed a remarkable turnaround. Lu Wenjing's inquiries persist. Are there others who share your experience? Yes. Apart from Tyre International Hospital, are there any larger groups? The ghoul hesitates, a momentary lapse that Lu Wenjing keenly detects, promptly chastising through the microphone. Do not think about lying. They will eventually be discovered, and you wouldn't want to be treated as I have, would you? Upon hearing this, the ghoul visibly shivers, quickly scribbling down a response on the white paper. Yes. Witnessing this, Gu Cheng Yuan suddenly finds himself stifling a laugh. When it comes to perversion, one must commend those engaged in scientific research. Initially, these ghouls dared to attack fully armed soldiers. In just a few days since Lu Wenjing's release, he has become utterly timid, trembling at the slightest elevation of Lu Wenjing's voice. One can only imagine the harrowing experiences he has endured during this time. Will future scientific talents find their employment opportunities in interrogation? Gu Cheng Yuan's thoughts began to wander, for the terrifying nature of this group has indeed been validated by the ghouls. Where is your clan? Baiyun District, Qianda Shopping Mall. Why have you come here? To escape control. The interrogation lasted a total of half an hour, during which Gu Cheng Yuan attentively listened to the dialogue between Lu Wenjing and the ghoul, ultimately constructing a fundamental understanding of the ghoul's condition. A definitive conclusion emerged. Humans who consume the cores of zombie brains undergo a grotesque transformation into ghouls. The success rate of this transformation hovers around 50%. If successful, one becomes a ghoul, while failure results in a catastrophic dissolution into a mere puddle of flesh. The ghoul before them hails from the ghoul population at Qianda Shopping Mall in Baiyun District and has been forcibly transformed. This particular ghoul clan has been systematically capturing human survivors, coercing them into consuming zombie brain cores to breed new members and expand their numbers. They perceive their transformation as a glorious evolution, enhancing human intellect and physical prowess. Regrettably, ghouls lack reproductive capabilities, devoid of the necessary organs. Lu Wenjing, having examined the ghoul thoroughly with his students, found no suspicious organs whatsoever. The surface was unremarkable, devoid of protrusions or indentations. At present, the only means of producing ghouls is through human transformation, akin to the ruthless enhancement and forging of equipment in certain unscrupulous games. Success leads to evolution, whereas failure results in complete disintegration. With such a vast night market and expansive world, how many ghouls, whether voluntarily or forcibly transformed for survival, must be lurking in the shadows? Contemplating this troubling question, Gu Chengyuan felt a twinge of unease. Regardless, the priority must be to eliminate the ghoul presence at Qiandao Plaza. Wild ghouls must not be allowed to run rampant. Gue Hong, please inform Chief of Staff Wu Bin to convene a strategic meeting in the operations conference room of the agency in half an hour. Chapter 180, The War Conference. Departing from the College of Life Sciences, Gu Chengyuan's convoy swiftly arrived at the brigade headquarters building. Kaianqing, aware of the significance of Gu Chengyuan's forthcoming tasks, discreetly excused herself under the pretense of work. Gu Chengyuan hastily made his way to the war conference room on the second floor, and upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by a room full of brigade operations staff, led by Chief of Staff Wu Bin. Stand up, Wu Bin called out as Gu Chengyuan entered. Taking his seat at the head of the table, Gu Chengyuan gestured towards a 4K ultra-high-definition LCD screen that had inexplicably appeared before them. Once all the staff were seated, Gu Chengyuan signaled for Zhou Guihong to connect the USB drive he had brought from the College of Life Sciences to the main computer, initiating the playback of the audio material titled Ghoul. Avi. Throughout the entire presentation, the war conference room remained enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the sound of pens scribbling on paper. Prior to Gu Chengyuan's arrival, the operations staff had already been informed of the ghouls' retained human consciousness, so they were not taken aback. Their current task was to distill and summarize the information presented. As the video concluded and the 4K screen reverted to black, Gu Chengyuan spoke. Now, let us discuss your thoughts on this newly emerged ghoul. Report. A captain staff officer immediately stood to address him. Officer Huang, please proceed. Gu Chengyuan was quite familiar with this officer, having reported to him on 2 occasions. His eloquence and professional competence were commendable. Report, sir. I believe the ghoul must be eradicated. From the video, I discerned a crucial point. The ghoul lacks reproductive capabilities and can only arise through the aberration of humans. With a notably low success rate, the manner of its emergence dictates an inherently adversarial relationship with humanity. It either harms humans or awaits extinction. To be frank, even if humans could coexist with zombies, it is utterly impossible to coexist with ghouls. Zombies merely require flesh and blood, not necessarily that of humans, whereas ghouls are bound to human hosts. Report. My exposition is complete. Good. Sit down. Gu Chengyuan nodded in approval. The theory of struggle teaches us to first discern friends from foes, and Officer Huang had astutely identified the crux of the matter. Just moments ago, Gu Chengyuan had contemplated whether the ghoul possessed any potential for unification, considering its human-like cognition might allow for communication. He even entertained the notion of controlling them to form a ghoul battalion for special missions. However, after hearing Officer Huang's analysis, Gu Chengyuan's thoughts began to wane. Yet he refrained from hastily reaching a conclusion and continued to listen to the suggestions of other officers. Report. Another officer rose to speak. Report, sir. I concur with Officer Huang's assessment, and I believe that not only should the ghoul be eliminated, but it should be done so expeditiously. As indicated in the video, the ghoul population in Baiyun District is actively expanding by preying upon survivors. If left to develop unchecked, it would not only pose a significant threat to the lives of survivors, but also severely impede our future efforts at reclamation. My exposition is concluded. Report. I partially concur with Advisor Huang's perspective. Ghouls indeed warrant extermination, yet distinctions must be made. The supplementary materials indicate that many survivors have been forcibly transformed into ghouls. And in the footage, one ghoul claims that their entire squad managed to escape, suggesting that not all within the ghoul ranks are inherently antagonistic to humanity. The more agreeable factions may possess strategic value. Ghouls, at their core, share a common lineage with us. Their physical prowess and agility, coupled with their resistance to infection, might allow for the enlistment of those still sympathetic to humankind for our purposes. Report. I must disagree. Advisor Zhang seems overly presumptuous. Those outside our kin surely harbor divergent intentions. Our strength is already considerable, and we have no need for the superfluous ghouls. If they were truly formidable, they would not find themselves within our laboratories. I advocate for their outright annihilation. The speaker represents the hawkish faction within the brigade, advocating for the extermination of all non-human entities in this post-apocalyptic era, more specifically, the eradication of non-Gu Chengyuan entities. Report. This debate on how to address the ghouls has persisted for nearly an hour, with Gu Chengyuan and Wu Bin merely listening, offering no opinions. The truth becomes clearer through discourse. which is why neither has expressed a stance thus far. The advisors present, all top-tier military talents, have spent a decade honing their skills in reality. The clash of their ideas has provided Gu Chengyuan with numerous new insights. Why is the approach to ghouls not as immediate as that toward other monsters? There are two primary reasons for Gu Chengyuan's caution. First, because they were once human, which raises the question of what defines humanity. Gu Chengyuan defines a human as possessing a human soul, namely, thought and cognitive patterns, rather than mere physical appearance. If we were to judge humanity solely by appearance, then Marvel films would not depict superheroes defending the world, but rather monstrous entities doing so. After all, they feature spiders and ants among their ranks. Beyond the definition of humanity, the second consideration is the inevitably vast population of ghouls in the future. The ability to consume zombie cores and transform into ghouls grants them self-preservation abilities while retaining human consciousness. In dire circumstances, how many individuals would opt to become ghouls? What extremes would one go to for survival? It is merely a transformation, not a death sentence. Some might even revel in the change, perceiving it as striking. After all, even in times of peace, there are those who voluntarily alter themselves into dogs, let alone in this desolate apocalypse. Thus, when addressing this potentially formidable new species in the post-apocalyptic landscape, Gu Chengyuan must proceed with caution. Should we adopt a blunt approach, exterminating them indiscriminately, killing one upon sight, wiping out a group without hesitation? Or should we differentiate between the good and the bad, exterminating one faction while embracing another? This is a matter that Gu Chengyuan, as a leader, must contemplate with foresight. A one-size-fits-all approach equates to engaging with a branch of the human race, and this is increasingly the case. This touches upon long-term policies regarding the undead and even influences the trajectory of humanity's future. Moreover, in a certain sense, ghouls can be considered survivors of humanity, albeit they have persevered through unconventional means. However, regardless of how we choose to treat the ghoul population in the future, the ghoul community in Bayun district must be eradicated. They have crossed the threshold of humanity's tolerance. Gu Chengyuan does not find any fault in becoming a ghoul for the sake of survival. Had he lacked a system, he might have made a similar choice. Yet, the act of forcibly distorting survivors is clearly anti-human. This constitutes pure terrorism and must be met with resolute opposition. Having come to this understanding, Gu Chengyuan gently tapped the table, halting the ongoing discussions among the advisors. Comrades, both the Chief of Staff and I have taken your opinions to heart, but I believe we should refrain from hasty conclusions. The ghouls represent a collective, yet they also possess individual components. We must approach this issue with discernment and avoid sweeping generalizations. Our knowledge of the ghoul population is scant, and labeling them now would not align with scientific methodology. Therefore, we shall postpone the decision on how to handle the ghoul community. The immediate priority is to deliver a decisive blow against the malevolent anti-human forces of ghouls in Bayun district. We must curb and eradicate their merciless and chaotic expansion in this area. I hereby declare the following orders. I am determined to dispatch the Spark Assault team tomorrow to deliver a devastating strike against them. The Operations Department must produce a detailed and actionable combat plan by the end of today. Is that clear? Clear. Chief of Staff, do you have anything to add? After speaking, Gu Chengyuan turned to Wu Bin, who sat beside him. Sir, I have nothing further to add. Very well, then this meeting is adjourned. Chapter 181. The United Forces return at the northern gate of the West District, following a series of malicious incidents where infected individuals deliberately retaliated against society. The Survivor Management Committee promptly initiated reforms. The once lengthy queue along the night road has been condensed to 5 inspection teams, with a 1-meter yellow line established between individuals to enhance the spacing among survivors. Every 2 meters along the roadside, a soldier stands guard, endowed with the authority to fire upon anyone deemed to have crossed the line without cause. The implementation of this policy has significantly clarified the expressions of the survivors, instilling a newfound caution in those who habitually cut in line before the apocalypse, those who managed to escape to the night gathering place from various locales. Besides possessing extraordinary physical prowess and remarkable luck, are undoubtedly fierce individuals. Survival in this world is a game for the brave. Even the most resilient of youths cannot withstand the onslaught of zombies. A sharp sound of slaps resonated through the air. Jude stood amidst the queue, his face filled with disbelief, while the surrounding survivors cast curious glances in his direction, intrigued by the unfolding drama. How dare someone strike me? Another 2 resounding slaps echoed as the soldier barked. Dare to glare again? Faced with the prospect of another slap, Jude chose to bow his head. There is an ancient adage that states, "Those who adapt to circumstances are the wise," and I shall endure. Jude lifted his flushed and swollen face, casting a puzzled look at the soldier as if questioning why the assault persisted. Do you not understand my meaning? Are you seeking to defy me in secret? The soldier's arrogance surpassed Jude's comprehension, awakening a sense of familiarity within him. Was this not the very essence of his former self before the apocalypse? Very well. I shall endure once more. With tattered clothes, Jude attempted to muster a ghastly smile. Sir, I submit. Humph. Submission is all I wish to hear. I care not who you were before the apocalypse. This is the night gathering place, not a domain for your recklessness. Should I catch you disrupting order again? I shall ensure you receive a thorough lesson. After delivering his warning, the soldier returned to his post. From the moment Jude joined the queue on the night road, he had observed this disheveled, rotund figure, reminiscent of an African refugee, whose attire was in tatters as he shamelessly cut in line, his demeanor reeking of arrogance. With a bold attitude, he brashly accused Yang Kong of being a vile creature and threatened to have him dealt with upon encountering their superiors. Yang Kong, exhilarated by the audacity of the situation, seized the opportunity. Rumors circulated within the brigade that Captain Lu Chong had ascended through the ranks by delivering slaps, transforming from a mere soldier to a man of promising prospects. Eager to seize a similar opportunity for advancement, Yang Kong saw fit to administer a few resounding slaps to Jude without restraint. Jude, bewildered, pondered whether his arduous escape from the internal guards was merely to further exert his influence in this new realm. Though the situation at the Wanfu gathering place was rather dismal, it primarily stemmed from the indifference of the old curmudgeon Liang Yumming. The others remained courteous. How was it that here, even before reaching the entrance of the base, his head was already buzzing from a slap? If conditions here were worse than those at Wanfu, how could he possibly escape unscathed? It must be that the soldiers were of lower rank, unaware of the dreadfulness of his background. Once inside, everything would be fine. After finally shaking off the mad monk and the maniac, having narrowly escaped disaster, he was bound to reap future rewards. As Giadio engaged in this mental rehearsal, he kept his head down and obediently queued up, already engraving the face of the soldier who had struck him into his memory. Just wait. Once I enter the gathering place and meet the higher-ups, I, Giadio, shall reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. While Giadio indulged in his daydreams, a wave of astonished gasps arose from the front of the line. Goodness! A tank. So massive. I love it. Where could it have come from? The tracks are drenched in blood and even embedded with flesh. That direction must be Qingatown, right? Wang Ge, isn't your mother-in-law from Qingatown? Indeed. Are you suggesting my mother-in-law has been rescued? No. I mean perhaps there's a part of your family in those tank tracks. How delightful. Under the command of Lu Chong, the joint operational forces successfully arrived at the gathering place of Yezhou University. The convoy paused momentarily in the northern part of Yeda Road as staff swiftly cleared the tents obstructing the path. The diesel engines roared like thunder as the formidable steel giant, the 99A main battle tank, rumbled through the northern gate, its armored grille shimmering with an enchanting metallic luster under the sunlight. 1499A main battle tanks, 14 Mengshur 3 armored assault vehicles, and 15 fully loaded SX-2306 military transport trucks, along with a few old transport vehicles whose names eluded recall. The massive convoy rolled into the Yeda gathering place, once again showcasing to the waiting survivors what true Yeda strength entailed. Adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, the militia and internal security forces, under Lu Chong's command, followed the meticulous guidelines to load every possible item from the internal ammunition depot. Field generators, portable furniture, battlefield lighting equipment. Over 1,000 sets of various internal security uniforms, a plethora of engineer shovels and picks, and high-end dog food and snacks for the internal security canine. The dog food and treats were meant for the brigade's sole military dog, Xiao He, lovingly prepared by class leader He. Both he and Lu Chong could be considered comrades of the same era, having served together since their arrival in this world. Unlike Lu Chong, who was steadily ascending the ranks, class leader He currently held no official position and bore no combat duties, making him arguably the most leisurely soldier within the entire troop structure of Gucheng Yuan. This rugged man truly regarded Xiao He as his closest peer. Whenever a mission arose, he would always think of bringing back something delicious for him, often instructing his soldiers with a simple, load it up, bring it back for my class leader He's treat. Due to the convoy being laden with munitions, equipped with tracks, and the tires smeared with remnants of flesh, Lu Chong commanded his troops to maneuver the vehicles onto the basketball court of the Western Campus Gymnasium. Adjacent to the court flowed a large channel, ideally suited for cleansing the equipment. Remove the field generator from the vehicles. Where are the water guns? Let us commence with a thorough cleaning of the gear. Through the intercom, Lu Chong issued his orders. In the office of Chief Guqin Yuan, Zhou Guihong knocked and entered, reporting, "Sir, according to Lu Chong's report, the joint forces have successfully completed the ammunition collection mission and have now returned to the assembly point." Upon hearing this, Guqin Yuan set aside his copy of The Art of War and instructed the cooking team to prepare a meal. Let them whip up some delectable dishes, especially meat. It is imperative that the soldiers dine well and are well nourished. We must particularly ensure the welfare of our comrades in the brother unit. I have heard they have been experiencing considerable hardship over in the Wanfang Villa area. A smile graced Guqin Yuan's face, though his tone held an enigmatic quality. He harbored certain thoughts regarding the internal security forces, as they seemed to present a potential entry point for the strategy of revitalization. You are impoverished, are you? Then allow me to show you the abundance I possess. Chapter 182, A Jolt for the Brotherhood. After approximately an hour, dozens of armored vehicles belonging to the joint forces underwent a preliminary cleaning, concurrently utilizing 6 washing units. The bloodstains on their bodies and the remnants of flesh in the tracks were thoroughly washed away with high-pressure water guns. The subsequent lubrication and maintenance would be conducted later at the artillery base. The soldiers, having just emerged from battle, were not inclined to engage in the laborious upkeep of their vehicles. What they truly needed was rest. Chief of Staff Zhao Lei received a notification from the brigade headquarters that the mess hall had prepared meals for them. "Shall we go as well?" Zhao Lei inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. With around 100 of them, they had contributed little during the day's skirmish, aside from the waste of weapons and ammunitions. Was it appropriate to join for a meal? The thought made Zhao Lei's cheeks flush. How much food would that consume? The hardships faced by the internal security forces during the apocalypse had transformed this once vibrant deputy chief of staff into a shadow of his former self. The gathering place of Wanfu had always been a grim affair. The internal security unit of several hundred had the daunting task of sustaining tens of thousands. They were not only responsible for maintaining internal order, but also for the perilous collection of supplies. Situated near the urban area of Jinyang District, each supply run was a life-or-death endeavor, fraught with danger. Initially, survivors eagerly volunteered to assist in transporting supplies, but as accidents occurred, the number of willing participants dwindled. Aside from the necessary internal security personnel stationed at the gathering place, only 200 to 300 could venture out to procure supplies. These individuals were tasked not only with combat but also with transportation, resulting in inefficiencies that were all too evident. The internal security forces lived frugally, only able to eat their fill before embarking on external missions, while other times, they barely managed to satiate their hunger. "Indeed," Lu Chong exclaimed, pulling Zhao Lei closer in a friendly manner. "War is a catalyst for camaraderie among men. After this joint operation, I have developed quite an admiration for you, Zhao Lei. You possess integrity and an understanding of human affairs. As for the rank of colonel," Lu Chong expressed his bemusement, "it was all trivial, my friend. Rest assured, if you join our brigade, the commander will treat you splendidly. A grand feast must be arranged." "What? Join your brigade?" Zhao Lei pondered, uncertain whether Lu Chong was being playful or sincere, allowing his subconscious to explore the implications of the statement. If he could indeed accompany the field army, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. At least fewer brothers would perish. Come on, don't dawdle. If you're not eager to eat, there's something wrong with your head. Form up." Upon hearing the mention of food, the soldiers of Guqin Yuan's unit displayed expressions of delight, while the internal security troops revealed a palpable urgency in their eyes. After leaving a squad of soldiers from the transport platoon to stand guard, Lu Chong led the Joint Force S soldiers towards the mess hall with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei approached the squad leader of the internal security unit and whispered, "Pass it down. When we eat later, let our internal security eat a little less. We didn't contribute today, receiving equipment without effort, and now sharing their rations. It's simply unreasonable. We, as internal security, must uphold our dignity." Upon hearing this, the squad leader's expression darkened. He was preoccupied with the thought of whether his soldiers would be able to have a decent meal. They had risked their lives, and surely they deserved some form of benefit. These were young men in their 20s, many of whom had perished in battle without even having had the chance to enjoy a full meal. Yet, he understood the chief of staff's words to be true. Others could have chosen not to provide ammunition to the internal guards, yet they still allocated resources. This was loyalty. The internal guards had to uphold their dignity. "You all relay this back. Eat less later. We, the internal guards, must have integrity," the squad leader instructed, his words passing quietly from the front of the line to the rear. "Pass it back. Eat less later. We, The internal guards must have integrity. Relay it. Eat less. We should gnaw on bones. Pass it on. Less vegetables, more bones. Under Lu Chang's leadership, the joint forces swiftly entered the sports hall of the West Campus. Upon entering, one could gaze up at the soaring dome, illuminated by hundreds of high-wattage lights, resembling a starry sky. Goodness, how much electricity must this consume daily? The Wildfield Army brothers are truly extravagant, Zhao Lei mused silently. Much like a child from a poor family who instinctively becomes sensitive to prices. Zhao Lei was acutely aware of resource allocation. There are too many of us. The mess hall cannot accommodate everyone. And the leaders are concerned about us being exposed to the sun, so we've been directed to dine in the sports hall. This statement evoked a pang of sorrow in Zhao Lei. The internal guards' meals were so meager that a single hand could grasp a serving, consumed in mere moments. Since the separation of military and civilian provisions, each unit had been responsible for its own rations, be it the direct subordinates of the brigade headquarters, the combined battalion, or task forces like Li Kuan's unit outside. The mess hall, located on the first floor of the brigade headquarters, simply could not house such a large number of troops, necessitating the relocation of dining to the sports hall. Another reason for this arrangement was to allow the internal guards to witness the lifestyle of their comrades. Hey, pass the ball. Clear out. I'm going for a solo shot. I'll crush you. The sound of basketballs bouncing and shouts echoed from the adjacent court. Zhao Lei looked curiously at Lu Chong. These are our brigade's soldiers playing basketball. It must be the rest period for the unit. Lu Chong casually explained. The entire sports hall has been converted into a recreational center for our soldiers. During their off time, they can come here to unwind, play basketball, volleyball, badminton, and even engage in board games or use the internet CAF in the barracks. Zhao Lei remained silent as the internal guards passed by. They could not help but turn their heads towards the basketball court, their envy nearly palpable. Upon arriving at the volleyball court, even before entering, a rich aroma of meat mingled with various spices wafted out. Gurgle, gurgle, few the scent of meat. That particularly enticing aroma. Just the smell alone brought tears of happiness to the internal guards. No wonder the chief of staff advised to eat less and gnaw on bones more. With such an abundance of meat, I might as well forego the rice entirely. I feel as though I could burst from overeating. Upon entering, I noticed that all the nets in the badminton court had been removed. The venue was adorned with nearly 50 tables, while the logistical support team, alongside soldiers on official leave, busily pushed food carts, distributing dishes to each table. The tables were nearly overflowing with hearty fare, including whole braised chicken with fragrant mushrooms, pork stewed with vermicelli, twice cooked pork, and farewell my concubine, a dish of chicken stewed with soft-shelled turtle. The latter being a delicacy sourced from a supermarket during the early recovery efforts, and frozen in Gu Qingyuan's warehouse. Unfortunately, Gu Qingyuan had little taste for it. Thus, it was presented as a reward for the soldiers, primarily to bolster the morale of the internal security forces. Their essay saying about pursuing a girl online, when she is naive, expose her to the splendors of the world, when she has endured hardships. Take her for a ride on a carousel. The same principle applies to the internal security forces. Their lives are often austere, so it is vital to enrich their supplies. They are soldiers, but also human beings. Similarly, while they serve as internal security, they can also be considered part of our own ranks. Is there a conflict? If one were to absorb the internal security, wouldn't that significantly resolve the issues surrounding one's official identity? It is akin to the practice of many companies seeking to go public through reverse mergers. Moreover, given the apocalyptic context, the operational complexity is remarkably diminished. To waste everyone's time, let us examine the sentiments of those who are discontented. Chapter 183, For Humanity. In this moment, the warriors present were indulging in their meal with great delight, especially the internal guard soldiers, who were utterly enchanted by the flavors. Zhao Lei was too preoccupied to notice. As he savored the food, his mouth glistening with grease. Those who have never experienced hunger could never comprehend the allure of animal fat. Lu Chong, observing Zhao Lei's state, felt a pang of sympathy. If the chief of staff was in such a condition, how dire must the situation be for the internal guards? Damn it! Lu Chong felt a deep sense of empathy. As the meal reached its conclusion, Gu Qingyuan arrived punctually, having ensured that provisions were distributed, as it was essential for him. As the leader, to make his presence known, soldiers must be aware of who provided their sustenance. With a flourish, Gu Qingyuan entered, accompanied by Zhou Guihong, who carried a field briefcase while a squad of armed guards surrounded them. As he stepped into the badminton hall, a system soldier spotted him and called out, "Attention! Upon hearing this, the entire assembly rose in unison, with the system soldiers standing at attention almost instantaneously. The internal guard soldiers were slightly slower, some hastily swallowing the food in their mouths, while others clutched the fatty meat they had been savoring, their lips and chins glistening with grease. Continue eating. Do not mind me. Gu Chengyuan waved his hand. I am merely here to express my gratitude for your hard work on this mission. You need not speak. Just keep eating and lend me your ears. At this point, he directed a reprimand towards Captain Lu Chong. Your communication was lacking. You failed to inform us in advance about the timing, which left the cooking team at a disadvantage. Otherwise, the meal could have been even better and more varied. We owe it to our brothers who risked their lives. I hope no one holds this against you. I have arranged for some beverages for everyone. In accordance with our military tradition, it is essential to relax properly after a mission. Please feel free to partake and enjoy yourselves. The accommodations for the internal guards are already being prepared. We will return early tomorrow morning. It will not delay our operations. In this apocalypse, safety is paramount. And the night is growing late. I have but one request of you all. Eat well, drink well, enjoy yourselves. After a long day of fighting, it is time to unwind. With that, Gu Chengyuan gestured, and several soldiers from the logistics support unit entered, pushing carts laden with refreshing beverages, ready to distribute them. The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Thank you, Commander. Thank you, Commander. The internal guard soldiers clapped more fervently than the system soldiers, their faces flushed with excitement. As they glanced at the warriors from Gu Chengyuan's unit, their eyes sparkled with envy. They did not have to gnaw on stale bread or endure duty rotations upon returning from their mission. They could actually relax all day, enjoying delicious food, delightful drinks, and engaging in leisure. Why, amidst this apocalyptic battalion, were the internal guards suffering so? As these thoughts crossed their minds, a wave of melancholy unconsciously surged within the hearts of the internal security warriors. How I wish I were part of that battalion, enjoying such splendid provisions and having enough to eat each day. Humans naturally engage in comparisons. Why, when undertaking the same mission and defending our homeland, is my treatment so starkly different? Brothers, your brigade commander is truly remarkable, young and genuinely cherishing you. At the dining table, one internal security warrior could not help but express his sentiments to the infantry soldier. Indeed, our commander is unparalleled. The system soldiers immediately exhibited unwavering loyalty. I envy you all. You combat zombies and protect ordinary people, while we in internal security struggle to fill our stomachs. If only my brother were still alive. Before he passed, he longed for a bowl of braised pork. If he were here, he would surely be overjoyed. The internal security warrior's tone gradually dwindled, his eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. The once lively atmosphere at the table became somber. Other internal security members also fell into contemplative silence. Indeed, each time before a mission, the meager rations we receive barely compare to the regular meals of others. Simply for consuming an extra couple of buns, we are often subjected to the incessant complaints of a group of survivors at the gathering place. As the soldiers resumed their meals, Gu Chengyuan approached the table where Lu Chong was seated. Greetings, Commander. Zhao Lei stood up, sincerely bowing with gratitude etched upon his face. Zhao Lei's previous respect for Gu Chengyuan stemmed from the circumstances being stronger than the individual, rooted in a recognition of power. However, now he held a genuine, heartfelt respect for Gu Chengyuan. In the face of the apocalypse, he not only rescued survivors but also developed the gathering place so admirably. This is a true testament to capability. Reflecting on the internal security's declining circumstances, it is impossible for Zhao Lei not to admire such competence. Furthermore, Gu Chengyuan selflessly aided their internal security. This embodies righteousness. How could one not hold reverence for such a capable and benevolent leader? Oh, it is wonderful to see you again, Chief of Staff Zhao. Please, sit down. Your internal security forces are indeed the unsung heroes. Upon hearing Gu Chengyuan mention this, Zhao Lei felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks, recalling the instances during the joint mission when the internal security had merely coasted through. Not at all. This time it was Commander Lu Chong and Commander Zhao Wu who charged ahead, while the internal security merely provided support, lacking even that. Zhao Lei did not shy away from acknowledging this reality. It is a matter of sentiment, and it must be recognized. Chief of Staff Zhao, do not underestimate yourselves. The internal security forces have always been an exceptional unit, albeit hindered by inadequate equipment. To be candid, I have heard about the plight of the internal security, and my heart aches for the warriors whose potential is stifled by subpar gear, which diminishes their effectiveness. Upon discussing this, a look of poignant reflection crossed Gu Chengyuan's face. As if lamenting the situation, were it not for the relentless battles necessitating the maintenance of such a vast operation. I would genuinely wish to provide the internal security brothers with better equipment. Suddenly, Gu Chengyuan hesitated, as if steeling himself for a significant decision. Very well. I shall take the initiative. I will allocate an additional 10% of the original ammunition distribution to the internal security. This is the utmost limit of my capabilities. I hope you can comprehend my predicament. As I uttered these words, the conflict between the interests of the settlement and the agonizing struggles of the internal guards was vividly portrayed on Gu Chengyuan's face. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei's lips quivered as he contemplated refusal, yet the memories of fallen comrades and the precarious state of the settlement silenced him. The internal guards were in dire need. He felt he had no right to reject, on behalf of his entire unit, due to personal pride. Perhaps, with an additional bullet, a comrade from the internal guards might not have perished. Therefore, I shall express gratitude on behalf of the internal guards and the tens of thousands of survivors of the Wanfu settlement for Commander Gu's magnanimity. Zhao Lei's eyes reddened, and his admiration for Gu Chengyuan soared to unprecedented heights. Such benevolence! What a compassionate commander! Despite managing a large settlement with numerous troops to sustain, he was still willing to allocate additional ammunition to support the internal guards. What else could this be but virtue? In that moment, Zhao Lei felt himself utterly captivated by Gu Chengyuan's charismatic persona. With the objective achieved and the admiration fully cultivated, after some pleasantries, Gu Chengyuan excused himself under the pretense of attending to official duties. What is a mere 100,000 rounds of ammunition? Merely 200,000 rounds. My own military factory can produce 100,000 rounds daily, a mere 2-day supply, and with the system's exchange capability, as long as the zombies persist. My ammunition supply is effectively limitless. However, supplying the internal guards with this 200,000 rounds is an entirely different matter. Gu Chengyuan was acutely aware of the internal guards' predicament, and even the operations department of the brigade had analyzed that ammunition could not salvage the internal guards. An additional 200,000 rounds would do nothing but jeopardize them further. The internal guards still adhered to the protocols established before the apocalypse, overly protecting ordinary citizens, and due to the inertia of their disciplinary constraints, they could not bring themselves to be ruthless with the common populace. Presently, the internal guards, numbering in the hundreds, resembled a severely weakened squirrel, infested with thousands of parasitic larvae. Without this ammunition, in dire straits, perhaps the internal guards might be compelled to adopt a more stringent policy towards ordinary citizens, potentially allowing them to endure. Yet, this batch of ammunition is a poison, for it instills a false hope in the internal guards. As long as hope exists, substantial change is unlikely. Just as with humanity, only when forced into a corner can one attain profound enlightenment and a transformation in character. Otherwise, how could one ever speak of gaining insight between life and death? Thus, what Gu Chengyuan was doing was to continue numbing their reactions with ammunition, granting the Wanfu settlement a little more time amidst its deteriorating atmosphere, allowing the survivors to grow accustomed to the so-called high welfare of the apocalypse. The moment the internal guards falter again will coincide with the utter collapse of the Wanfu settlement. It is akin to encouraging the indolent citizens of a welfare state to strive for effort. Is that feasible? They would rather parade with Molotov cocktails and fight against the government than engage in work. In this scenario, Gu Chengyuan wagered on human nature. Is it cruel? Gu Chengyuan deemed it an act of kindness. The collapse of the internal guards model was inevitable. He merely acted in accordance with the prevailing circumstances, guiding them towards a better existence. At the very least, under his command, they would not suffer hunger, and their equipment would be amply supplied. It is, after all, a blessing. As for the catastrophic collapse of a gathering of tens of thousands, the toll of lives lost is not a concern for Gu Chengyuan. The relentless tide of time surges forward, rendering such losses trivial. Human cells undergo a complete renewal every 7 to 8 years. Has anyone ever spoken for those expired cells? Everything is for humanity. All manner of evils can be borne upon my shoulders. Chapter 184. The recovery plan for Qinghe Town. After dinner, Gu Chengyuan, accompanied by Zhou Guhong, took a few laps around the playground in the West District. Once he had finished digesting his meal and returned to his office, a staff officer knocked on the door. The staff knew well of Gu Chengyuan's post-dinner routine, and even his timing for returning was well understood, which allowed Lieutenant Huang to arrive precisely on schedule. Chief, this is a recovery plan for Qinghe Town drafted by our operations department. Please review it. This afternoon, we incorporated the battlefield experiences of Captain Lu Chong for final revisions. stated the officer as he handed a thick file to Gu Chengyuan. The file bore the words top secret, indicating that its disclosure would have serious consequences for many. All right. You may leave now. I will call for you if there are any questions, Gu Chengyuan replied. Understood. Lieutenant Huang turned and gently closed the door behind him. Gu Chengyuan opened the file and began to meticulously peruse the comprehensive battle plan. The initiative for the Qinghe Town operation had commenced on the very day Wu Bin assumed the role of chief of staff. Although Qinghe Town possessed potential prior to the apocalypse, its proximity to the provincial capital rendered it rather unremarkable. Moreover, it had become a repository for some of the underperforming sectors of the night market, resulting in a struggling economy and a deteriorating environment, both of which were subject to considerable criticism. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, these so-called obsolete industries transformed into coveted resources in the eyes of Gu Chengyuan's forces. Qinghe Town was rich in bauxite, hematite, pyrite, coal, and other abundant minerals. It had absorbed the heavily polluted steel and chemical industries from the night market, thus becoming a vital asset. In military terms, steel and chemicals are nearly synonymous with ammunition. Those familiar with the production of bullets and shells understand that components such as lead azide for primers and nitrocellulose for propellant are derived from chemical processes. The casing of bullets requires steel, though copper, due to its malleability and ductility, would be ideal for enhancing storage and prolonging the lifespan of firearms. Unfortunately, the copper reserves in Zhoubang are limited, and given the circumstances of the apocalypse, the storage of ammunition has become nearly impossible. Merely keeping pace with consumption is a blessing. Therefore, based on these considerations, Qinghe Town became a target. Securing Qinghe Town swiftly and resuming production to acquire the necessary raw materials for ammunition would enable the military factories concentrated in the night market to operate at full capacity, significantly reducing reliance on external systems. The permanent population of Qinghe Town hovers around 150,000, and as a township, its level of urbanization is relatively low. The operation plan estimates that approximately 80,000 individuals reside within the town, while the remaining over 70,000 are distributed across numerous villages under Qinghe Town's jurisdiction. The main transportation routes consist of 3 horizontal and 2 vertical lines, with the industrial park housing the steel and chemical industries located at the terminus of one of the vertical lines, Yunling Road, adjacent to Qinghe Town and in proximity to the expressway leading towards Wanhe. Ideally, heavily polluting factories should not be situated in such proximity to Qinghe Town. However, Qinghe Town, in its pursuit of convenience for its residents, hastily located the highway entrance too close. The industrial sector, heavily reliant on infrastructure, found itself in a bind. To mitigate the production cost of these industrial enterprises, Qinghe Town reluctantly acquiesced to this planning. Do not mistake this for exaggeration. The more fundamental the industrial enterprise, the more stringent the cost control becomes. Sometimes, a mere penny difference in cost can determine whether a business thrives or falters, whether it survives or perishes. This underscores the necessity of seizing the industrial park and engaging in a confrontation with the zombies of Qinghe Town. Of course, beyond the practical necessities, Gu Chengyuan also sought a suitable challenge to gauge the combat prowess of his troops. Previously, one could only boast online, but to truly ascertain their capabilities, a real test was imperative. It was essential for both himself and the command to have a clear understanding, ensuring that future strategies would be executed with greater precision. This was to avoid miscalculating one's fighting strength, akin to certain great powers that mistakenly turned invasion campaigns into defensive battles for their capitals, which would lead to considerable embarrassment. Regarding Qinghe Town, Gu Chengyuan's strategy was simple: flee if defeated, and reap substantial rewards if victorious. Even if he provoked them, what could they do? The zombies of Qinghe Town could hardly chase him into the territory of the night market. After nearly an hour, Gu Chengyuan finished reviewing the recovery plan for Qinghe Town prepared by the operations department. Many people watching television might perceive warfare as straightforward, akin to gang brawls, where upon a command to fight, the troops simply brandish their weapons and charge. Yet, in the reality of combat, the importance of preparatory measures is no less significant than the battle itself. In fact, it is often more critical. As the saying goes, before the troops march, provisions must be secured. The operations plan submitted by the department dedicated almost 80% of its content to preparation, the initial supply logistics, the types and quantities of materials needed, transportation methods, the number of personnel required for transport, the routes, and the provisions for sustenance during combat, including who would ensure these needs were met and how. Only about 20% pertained to the actual combat strategy, which merely outlined the command structure and defensive direction, along with a few tactical objectives to be achieved. This is due to the ever-changing nature of the battlefield. No amount of planning can keep pace with the dynamics of combat. Thus, the true test lies in the on-site commander's ability to adapt and respond. For the recovery operation in Chinatown, following recommendations from the operations department and Gu Chengyuan's approval, it was decided that the task would be delegated to the combined 1st Battalion. The entire brigade was eager to witness the true combat capability of this so-called combined battalion. Closing the operations plan, Gu Chengyuan casually locked it away in his desk drawer. The familiar interface of the system materialized before him. 3 days passed, and the total funds within the system neared the threshold of 100,000, reaching 94,523. As time progressed, the revenue from the blood mine approached a bottleneck. Daily earnings hovered around 30,000, with a clear deceleration in growth. Additionally, reports from the station troops indicated a potential decline in zombie density within the blood mine region. In the creek area, with millions of zombies, how much had he truly gained? What is the true nature of these zombies? Is it unbearable? Can they still be dealt with? This thought troubled Gu Chengyuan, raising a sense of unease within him. Could it be that something unusual had occurred in the Shishui district? System, summon 3 infantry battalions. Ding -90,000. The summoning was successful. The 3 infantry battalions would arrive in 10 minutes. For the time being, Gu Chengyuan intended to focus on infantry as armored vehicles, missiles, and anti-aircraft artillery, while alluring, were not feasible due to his severe shortage of manpower. The 1st Regiment was dispatched to Qinghetown, creating a vacancy in troop strength, which the 3 infantry battalions would aptly fill. As the primary benefactor of Gu Chengyuan's system, the blood mine could not afford to be neglected. Every minute the blood mine was idle represented a significant loss for him. Stationing the formidable 1st Regiment at home was indeed a waste. Gu Chengyuan resolved to deploy it elsewhere without plans for its return. The next step for the 1st Regiment would be to serve as a field force, tasked with cleansing the small towns and villages surrounding the night market, thereby accelerating the accumulation of wealth for his troops. With the arduous initial accumulation finally completed, Gu Chengyuan could gradually find his footing and hasten his development. Chapter 185. Xiong Yuding Awakens. In the Qinghua Street area of the creek, a power outage has plunged Yonghui Supermarket into darkness. The survivors lie scattered on the floor, listless and disheveled, surrounded by a plethora of refuse. An indescribable stench mingles with the fragrance of heath flowers, creating a suffocating atmosphere of despair and despondency. In the shadowy recesses, a primitive form of activity unfolds, with participants unabashedly exhaling low moans. From the initial spark of hope ignited by gunfire to the profound despair of awaiting rescue that never arrives, they find themselves ensnared in this lightless prison, oblivious to the passage of time. The survivors of Yonghui Supermarket have succumbed to utter hopelessness. No coercion is necessary. They revel in their final pleasures as they teeter on the brink of death. This place has devolved into a realm of unbridled desire, devoid of distinctions of age, wealth, beauty, or even gender. In the darkness, mere contact ignites a game of matching, a flower of equality blossoming in the blood-soaked soil of the apocalypse. A veritable utopia of true egalitarianism. In the lounge, Zhang Chao perceives the commotion outside, disdain flickering in his eyes. The throng of oblivious individuals has descended into madness. Gunfire, once a stimulant for this crowd, now serves as their aphrodisiac, inciting them into frenzied cries. Zhang Chao harbors an equal disdain for all forms of love that are not pure. He vows that had it not been for Yuding's awakening, requiring fresh sustenance, he would have already extinguished the lives of these bloodthirsty beasts outside. They are primitive creatures unworthy of existence. He ponders whether, upon Yuding's revival, he should seek new sources of blood, deeming the outside world too filthy to serve as nourishment for her. Why has Yuding not yet awakened? Zhang Chao gazes at her with a contemplative expression. Recently, she appeared to show signs of awakening, only to slip back into slumber, her body undergoing continuous healing. Decayed tissue is shed, giving rise to new flesh, while her once-torn lips have mended to their former state. Moreover, her ethereal beauty, enhanced by an air of somberness, exudes a unique and chilling allure, reminiscent of a resplendent poppy, both deadly and enticing. This evokes an uncontrollable impulse within Zhang Chao whenever he gazes upon Xiong Yuding. Yet he is swiftly engulfed by guilt. How could he entertain such impure thoughts about her? Thus, when the first wave of sinister desires surged within him, he punished himself by stabbing his own basket, a gesture of atonement for his sacred feelings. This is a tissue she used. This is a powder puff she touched. This is Yuding, the lipstick used by Yuding. Oh, Zhang Chao would incessantly rummage through Xiong Yuding's backpack daily, extracting her belongings one by one. Intoxicated by their scent, inhaling deeply as if he wished to absorb her past into his very lungs. He would even take the powder puff and the lipstick, applying them to himself with an expression of sheer ecstasy, gaining immense psychological pleasure from the act. It was as if he had claimed her history, even her fragrance. When he reached the last item, Zhang Chao's face, adorned with a layer of white foundation akin to that of a geisha, contorted into a ghastly visage. His facial muscles twisting grotesquely like a shattered mirror, his eyes filled with brutality and madness. Who is this? Who are you? Gazing at the man in the photograph, Zhang Chao, who just moments ago had been lost in reverie, suddenly descended into hysteria. Why are you in Yuding's bag? I will kill you. I will flay you alive. Staring at the photograph in his hand, the malice on Zhang Chao's face seemed ready to drip from his features. The angle of the photo was clearly that of a surreptitious capture, a tall and robust young man clad in black, holding a long-handled black umbrella, stood upon the creek bridge, his gaze seemingly lost in contemplation of the distant mountains. Each time Zhang Chao laid eyes upon this picture, his fury nearly combusted his lungs. In his mind, he had concocted no less than 20 narratives, and the moment he closed his eyes, he envisioned Xiong Yuding in the role of an adoring admirer. No. 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 Not like this. It cannot be true. Wailing, Zhang Chao's words tumbled forth, a lamentation spilling from his lips. Yuding. Yuding. I beg you. Please tell me this is not real. It cannot be real. Tell me he is merely your brother. Even if there is no blood relation, Yuding, my Yuding, oh. As Zhang Chao lamented in disarray, in the bathtub, Xiong Yuding quietly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of violet orbs filled with a desire for destruction and consumption. With a sudden motion, she sat up, the hardened earth covering her fracturing like shattered plates. The coins strung upon her mask clinked against one another, emitting a chilling, eerie sound akin to wind chimes stirred by a midnight breeze. Yuding. Zhang Chao's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Yuding has finally awakened. Suddenly, with a crash, Xiong Yuding's violet eyes turned towards Zhang Chao, her pale arms swinging out with force. In an instant, the door splintered apart, and Zhang Chao was engulfed in darkness. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying amidst the collapsed, twisted iron shelves. The surroundings were in disarray. He had lost control of his body, as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, his bones feeling as though they had shattered, having been hurled from the lounge into the supermarket hall. He crashed into 2 or 3 shelves before coming to a halt. Gagging, Zhang Chao violently expelled a mouthful of black blood mixed with shattered entrails. Struggling to push himself up from the ground, his hand inadvertently pressed against a pile of excrement, which was disturbingly runny. With a slip of the hand, he once again crashed to the ground, his sinister visage thrust upon a heap. I will kill you, Zhang Chao muttered intermittently in the darkness. The sudden turn of events left the surrounding survivors in a state of astonishment, some even moving instinctively. How could everything have escalated so quickly? Bang! Xiong Yuding kicked out, shattering the bathtub into a million pieces. She rose, leaving an unmistakable shallow dent in the tiled floor. Her exquisite, enchanting face was adorned with a mask of copper coins, the red threads cascading down like the regal headdress of an ancient empress. Her pallid skin contrasted sharply with her torn pleated skirt, which split to her thighs, revealing long, muscular legs exuding strength. A prominent vein snaked along her slender neck, extending down to her exposed decolletage. Gulping, Zhang Chao struggled to swallow in the face of this oppressive scene. Yuding was breathtaking. Xiong Yuding appeared to be acclimatizing to her body, moving stiffly yet deliberately toward Zhang Chao. Bang! As Xiong Yuding passed through the doorframe, she inadvertently brushed against it, akin to piercing through a foam board. Debris erupted, dust and lime swirling in a white cloud. With each step, her gait became increasingly graceful. Yuding, before you perish, may I ask you a question? Zhang Chao sensed the familiar aura of murderous intent and hunger emanating from her, yet he felt no fear. Instead, a morbid excitement surged within him. To be consumed by Yuding would surely be a blissful fate, allowing him to remain eternally by her side. Yuding, who is this man? Cough. Another spurt of dark blood escaped Zhang Chao's lips as he trembled, lifting the photo in his hand, now a manifestation of his inner demons. He yearned to understand. Yuding could not possibly be the pure goddess he envisioned. How could she be reduced to someone else's lapdog? His Yuding must be different. Suddenly, her footsteps halted. Xiong Yuding stood still, her hazy purple eyes reflecting confusion, swiftly followed by chaos and struggle. The Yonghui supermarket had transformed into a hellish nightmare. Dismembered limbs piled upon one another, even organs from various bodies grotesquely intertwined. Waste and blood mingled in a horrific tableau. Xiong Yuding departed, and a blood-soaked figure staggered out through the broken entrance of the supermarket, collapsing to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. After a fit of violent coughing, Zhang Chao struggled to rise, propping himself on his knees. Bang! He crashed against the roller shutter, producing a thunderous sound. He had exterminated all the survivors within the supermarket, because he had lost Xiong Yuding and that damned photograph. Yuding, why? Why didn't you consume me? Do you not understand how desperately I wish to be with you? Next time we meet, if you strike me again, I shall not fall. Zhang Chao murmured, consumed by a morbid obsession. Chapter 186. Pre-war preparations. At the break of dawn the following day, Jia Sanyu awoke to receive orders from the brigade's operations department. The reclamation plan for Qinghe Town sparked immediate exhilaration within him. Zhayu, inform all company and above officers in the battalion to convene at the camp headquarters in 10 minutes. Understood. Soon. All company-level officers from the combined 1st Battalion hurried to the headquarters, located at the Academy of Fine Arts. This institution, renowned for its artistic pursuits, was constructed with lavish elegance, characterized by its glass wall structure and modern design. Judging by its exterior alone, the annual tuition fees for art students exceeded those of their peers in cultural studies by 3 to 4 times, signifying that every penny was well spent. Within a predominantly silver-hued, modern conference room, Jia Sanyu's resonant voice echoed through the space. The brigade's operations department has granted us a day for pre-war preparations. Tomorrow morning, our battalion will set forth towards Qinghe Town. Comrades, it is imperative that we finalize all preparations today. Reflect on any deficiencies. If you require anything, report it promptly. There is still time today. Should you wait until the onset of battle tomorrow to inform me of needs, you shall face military discipline. The meeting's agenda was straightforward. Jia Sanyu refrained from lengthy discourse, merely reading the combat plans issued by the brigade, emphasizing the timeline and the necessary preparations for each company. Is everyone clear? Clear. Report to the battalion commander. Lu Chong is absent. Should we convey the information to him separately after the meeting? Huang Jiechi inquired. No need. Lu Chong has other tasks. The Infantry Company 1 will not participate in this mission. Understood. Regarding Lu Chong and Infantry Company 1, the headquarters had already notified them that they would represent the entire brigade at the Wanfij gathering point for friendly exchanges with the internal guard. In reality, this involved negotiating for zombie brain nuclei. Last night, Gu Qingyuan suddenly recalled that the internal guard might possess a substantial stockpile of these nuclei, which would likely be of little use to them, and he sought to explore the possibility of trading food for them. However, the method of exchange was crucial, requiring a clever and decisive individual. Gu Qingyuan deemed Lu Chong exceptionally suitable for this task, possessing both compassion and the ability to be resolute. He was indeed a remarkable talent. Thus, Lu Chong was appointed as the ambassador for this free trade mission, accompanying Zhao Lei to the Wanfij gathering point to glean information about the internal guard. With ambitions of annexing the internal guard taking root, it was essential to gather more detailed intelligence. Report to the battalion commander. Our company requires ammunition replenishment. Report. Our company also needs it. Report. Aye. All right. I will submit a request for ammunition to the brigade. Due to transport capacity constraints, we will initially allocate 2 standard units of ammunition. Subsequent supplies will be replenished as we go. Are there any further issues? If not, return to prepare for combat and report any further deficiencies. Yes. The brief pre-war preparation meeting concluded, and the company commanders exited the headquarters with expressions of excitement, returning to their respective units. In the combined 1st Battalion, the spirit of anticipation for battle was palpable. This was not merely a matter of duty. It was deeply intertwined with their interests. How could one garner military achievements without engaging in combat? And how could one advance without such accolades? After breakfast, the entire composite battalion began mobilizing. First, the 3 infantry companies exchanged by Gu Qingyuan last night arrived at Bloodmine, completing the rotation with Huang Jiechi's Infantry Company 2 and the Combat Support Company. The defense of Bloodmine now rests upon your shoulders. Huang Jiechi saluted the newly arrived company commanders before swiftly boarding the Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle. The three company commanders exchanged glances at Huang Jiechi's hurried departure. They understood the urgency of the task, but couldn't shake the feeling of being in a rush. The infantry company, too, consisting of 13 Warrior 3 armored assault vehicles, withdrew from the East District Gymnasium, proceeding to the designated location in formation. "What is going on, Captain He?" someone exclaimed. "It feels like the entire composite battalion is mobilizing. Are we preparing for a major battle?" Inside the gymnasium, militia members clad in full protective gear were assisting He-Wei in dragging a half-decayed zombie body, head facing forward, placing it onto the conveyor belt. Of course, if the entire composite battalion is mobilizing, it must be for combat. That officer with the large head and dark face is the commander of Company 2. Gu Chengyuan recognized that most of the troops under his command, apart from the armored units, had rotated through Bloodmine, and as a veteran of the site, He-Wei could identify them all. However, he had not seen the newly arrived 3 company commanders before. They must be from a new unit. "Captain, impressive. How did you know they were company commanders?" a rookie militia member asked. "Look at their insignia. A single line crossing through the star indicates a second lieutenant. 2 lines on either side denote a captain. 1 star represents a first lieutenant, 2 stars signify a captain, and 3 stars indicate a major. Just remember these formulas," he explained. "Oh, so these 3 are first lieutenants." The rookie's face lit up, as if he had acquired valuable knowledge. "You're a teachable child, haha. Formulas are indeed quick to grasp, right? Since the installation and formal operation of the semi-automatic brain core extraction machine, the militia members working at the zombie processing plant had gradually regained their vitality. Although the scenes of machinery at work remained bloody, it felt significantly different from handling the gruesome tasks themselves, and everyone's spirits had notably improved, shedding their previous lethargy and gloom. Buzzing on the campus road inside the north gate of the West District, a convoy composed of over 20 military vehicles was warming up by the roadside. Warrior 3 armored command vehicles, Warrior 3 armored assault vehicles, SX-2306 military transport trucks, etc. The gray exhaust mingled with engine vibrations, slowly billowing from the exhaust pipes. Lu Chong, tall and robust, took long strides, covering as much ground in 1 step as others did in 2, exuding an imposing presence. Approaching the transport vehicle, he casually flipped the brim of his cap back, securing it at the nape of his neck, and nonchalantly inquired, "Zhao Can, have all the supplies been accounted for?" "They're all accounted for." "You, acting like a soldier delinquent." Lu Chong's demeanor elicited a chuckle from Zhao Lei. The internal guard ultimately received a substantial allocation of 1 million rounds of 5.8 mm caliber rifle ammunition, 500 grenades, 1,500 ZB-01 rifles, 10.7, 62 mm ZB-01 light machine guns, and 10,000 rounds of 7.62 mm machine gun ammunition. The bountiful acquisition rendered Zhao Lei positively beaming with joy. With these munitions, the internal guard could finally catch its breath. Particularly, the 1,500 ZB-01 rifles, when expertly wielded, would allow the internal guard's strength to return to its zenith. However, the recruitment of soldiers must be approached with caution. Prioritizing the absorption of retired veterans is essential, as reckless expansion could lead to chaos within the ranks, potentially diminishing combat effectiveness instead of enhancing it. Zhao Lei pondered. Akin to a diligent worker finally receiving a year's wages, delightfully planning how to allocate the funds. Given the carrying capacity of the internal guard's Doding transport vehicles, this batch of armaments would be transported by the SX-2306 military transport vehicles of Gu Qingyuan's troops. "All aboard. Depart." The voice of Lu Chong resonated through the communication channel as the entire convoy slowly set in motion, exiting through the northern gate. Perhaps it was due to acclimatization, but Colonel Chief of Staff Zhao Lei felt no sense of disquiet. It seemed entirely reasonable to be directed by Lu Chong. Chapter 187. The Spark Assault Team takes action. The Spark Assault Team is currently stationed at the West District Stadium, merely a street away from the Academy Street, which has been cleared by Gu Chengyuan. The West District Stadium stands out among the various sports facilities of the campuses, constructed with a unique design seemingly to optimize space. Its athletic field is situated atop a 2-story building, with only a few basketball and badminton courts located on the ground, due to the mountainous terrain of Night State Province. The building's first floor serves as a parking lot, while the second floor houses various indoor sports arenas. Upon relocating, the Spark Assault Team made some simple modifications to the existing environment. The parking area was transformed into a vehicle depot. specifically designated for the storage of the team's armed vehicles. The formidable M3 Armored Command Vehicle, the M3 Armored Assault Vehicle, and the all-terrain Panther vehicles are neatly parked inside, shielded from the elements. The second floor has been converted into a living area for the soldiers, furnished with numerous recreational facilities, an armory, a reading room, a billiards room, a gym, and shower rooms, all catering to the daily lives and leisure of the team members. The third floor has been designated as a helicopter landing pad. During construction, special reinforcements were made to accommodate the weight of the athletic field above, allowing for the parking of a dozen helicopters without issue. At this moment, a row of elite soldiers from the Spark Assault Team, burdened with tactical packs nearly as tall as themselves, adorned with various attachments on their firearms, and carrying tactical duffel bags, are loading combat supplies onto the Z-20 general-purpose tactical helicopter. 5 helicopters are stationed on the athletic field, 3 Z-20 helicopters and 2 Airbus H-135 helicopters. For this mission, the Z-20 helicopter stationed on the rooftop of the administrative building has been temporarily dispatched by Gu Qingyuan. According to the intelligence gathered, the Qingda shopping mall in Baiyun district is infested with nearly 200 ghouls, necessitating a substantial deployment of forces. However, due to the limitations of air transport capacity, this operation can only deploy 4 Spark teams, comprising a total of 36 combatants. Nearby, several skilled welders are working on the Airbus H-135 helicopter, installing expansion racks, which will allow each helicopter to mount 2 7mm rotary machine guns for heavy fire support. This modification is a pragmatic approach, as the Airbus H-135's capacity for military use is somewhat awkward. Rather than cramming a few personnel into the aircraft, it is far more effective to transform it into an armed helicopter and a firepower platform, fully stocked with ammunition. When the 2 7mm machine guns are unleashed, leveraging the Airbus H-135's hovering capability, it may very well replicate the firepower suppression of an A-10. Gu Qingyuan stands at the entrance of the athletic field, with Zhou Guhong following closely behind, accompanied by Wang Wu, while a squad of guards is strategically positioned around them, vigilant against potential threats. Have you reviewed the mission details? Gu Qingyuan inquires, taking in the surroundings with keen interest. After Wang Wu moved to this location with the Fire Seat Assault Team, this marked his first visit. Wang Wu is undoubtedly a man of practical living, having conducted a brief tour of the entire base of the Fire Seat Assault Team. It is evident that operations are conducted with remarkable organization. Given the current scale of the base, accommodating a battalion of the Fire Seat Assault Team should pose no problem. But the real concerns lie in necessity and funding. Indeed, expensive items, aside from their costliness, rarely exhibit other disadvantages. The soldiers of the Fire Seat Assault Team, with their advanced special operations gear, present a formidable sight. Tall and robust, their muscles fill their combat uniforms, resembling powerful leopards. While their muscular dimensions may not rival those of professional bodybuilders, they are nonetheless aesthetically pleasing, exhibiting a harmonious proportion of muscle to body that conveys an undeniable aggressiveness, far removed from the clumsy physique of typical muscle-bound individuals. Report to the commander. I have conducted the review, Wang Wu announced. This time, I plan to deploy a platoon of the Fire Seat Assault Team as ground assault forces, with an additional squad providing aerial vehicle operation and fire control support. I studied the relevant materials dispatched by the brigade's operations department last night and discussed specific tactics with several squad leaders. Wang Wu extracted a layout of the Qianda Mall from his tactical bag and unfurled it, stating, "Our plan involves utilizing 2 Airbus H-135 helicopters for fire cover, while the soldiers aboard the Z-20 multi-role tactical helicopter will deploy via rappel to seize the rooftop of the Qianda Mall, establishing a temporary supply point, and then systematically advance downward from the top floor." Gu Qingyuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Wang Wu's strategy. The brilliance of this tactic lies in its simplicity. Leveraging powerful modern technology and firepower, the ghoul, despite possessing a slightly enhanced physique, holds no significant advantages, provided that preparations are thorough and serious errors are avoided. Engaging the ghouls will not be more challenging than hunting hyenas in the savannah with a shotgun. With such overwhelming superiority, there is no need for elaborate special operations. Especially since there are no hostages to rescue, a methodical descent from the rooftop will suffice. As for the issue of escape, Gu Qingyuan remains unfazed. The very conditions that allow for the existence of ghouls dictate that they cannot be eradicated. As long as humanity endures and zombies persist, ghouls will continue to emerge. Thus, The essence of this battle is not one of annihilation, but rather a matter of scale control, akin to mitigating evil. If total eradication is unfeasible, one must simply contain it within manageable limits. The objective is to disrupt and weaken this tribe of ghouls in the Bayun district, which would fulfill the tactical goals set forth by the brigade's operations department. The mission's primary aim is to inflict damage on the targets while prioritizing personal safety. Ghouls are but a trivial nuisance, incapable of stirring significant turmoil, while your safety remains paramount. Gu Qingyuan turned to Wang Wu, his expression earnest as he advised. The threat posed by ghouls is indeed minimal. Although they possess human-like intelligence, their physical distortions prevent them from wielding human tools, which fundamentally limits their potential in technological realms. They are merely beasts endowed with human intellect. They may pose a threat to unarmed, ordinary survivors, but against an elite military force, their fate awaits them, massacre. Indeed. Wang Wu solemnly saluted Yu Qingyuan, his eyes reflecting profound emotion. At this moment, the preparations for the Firebrand assault team's boarding were fully complete. The 5 helicopters on the playground whirred their blades into a rapid spin as their engines entered a state of warm-up. The wings sliced through the air, generating powerful gusts, which swept across the soccer field's turf, creating swirling eddies centered around each helicopter. Go forth. Ensure a triumphant return. Guarantee the completion of the mission. With that, Wang Wu turned and, against the roaring wind, made a brisk dash towards the helicopter. Report. Boarding of Helicopter 1 complete. Report. Boarding of Helicopter 2 complete. Report. 3. Report. Helicopter 5 boarding complete. Received. Ready for takeoff. The 5 helicopters, varying in size, left behind fleeting shadows as their bodies gradually lifted off the ground, ascending into the sky. After reaching a certain altitude, the formation of 3 G-20 general-purpose tactical helicopters and 2 Airbus H-135s accelerated towards the cloud-laden horizon. Yu Qingyuan stood rooted in place, gazing until the helicopter formation dwindled into mere specks and ultimately vanished from sight, before finally averting his gaze. Let us return to the command center. Chapter 188. Everything is God's Will. The Qinda Comprehensive Commercial Plaza in Bayun District, introduced as a benchmark commercial complex years ago, sprawls over an extensive area. The mall comprises 7 floors, with the first 3 dedicated to beauty and fashion, showcasing numerous premier domestic and international brands. Particularly on the first floor, which occupies a prime location, one finds an array of high-end international luxury brands such as Donkey Brand, Leishbao, and Chow and Ima, earning it the moniker of one of the 3 great gold mines of the night market. It is said that no woman leaves here disappointed, nor does any boyfriend return with a smile. However, this once resplendent place has now become the most gruesome and dilapidated area in all of Bayun District. The foot traffic at Qinda Plaza has become alarmingly sparse. The apocalyptic outbreak occurred so suddenly that scarcely any survivors emerged from its depths. This terrifying locale has now transformed into a paradise for ghouls. Inside the dimly lit Qinda Plaza, hundreds of ghouls roam the premises, yet hardly any walk upright. Not due to inability, but rather unwillingness. Their deformities render them incapable of standing. Instead, they slither along the ground like ecstatic lizards, devoid of any semblance of advanced humanity. A veritable affront to civilization. Thus, these ghouls prefer to take circuitous routes, scaling walls rather than walking, at least resembling a Spider-Man in their agility. The ghouls bustle about, darting in and out, scaling the eaves and walls, dragging corpses of their kind that drip with blackened blood, as if wielding ink-soaked brushes to paint upon the once pristine walls of the mall. The entire interior is marred with dense stains of blood, evoking an air of despair and carnage. Perhaps inherited from their former lives, these ghouls have developed a habit of hanging the corpses upside down, akin to smoked meats, creating strings of dangling bodies. Through their relentless efforts, the 3rd and 4th floors of the mall have become densely populated with tens of thousands of suspended corpses. The rationale behind this macabre practice stems from the ghouls' distorted taste buds, which have developed an insatiable craving for decay. The more putrid, the more delectable. These inverted corpses are viewed by them as aged fine wine, with longer aging and higher levels of rot yielding the most exquisite flavors. Particularly prized are those carrion infested with plump, wriggling maggots, deemed a culinary delight due to the explosion of juices upon chewing. The sweet nectar of the maggots bursts like pearls in the mouth, mingling with the putrefied flesh, creating an experience that is nothing short of divine. Yet, all of this is utterly beyond the human palate to appreciate. The 4th floor of Qinda Plaza, referred to by ghouls as the Evolution Chamber, is a prison for over 100 human survivors, abducted from various corners of Bayun district. Each survivor appears gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. Many exhibit signs of lung infections, and the oppressive atmosphere is punctuated by the relentless sounds of coughing echoing through the confines. Wang Zihao lies helplessly on the floor, soiled with excrement, and whimsically smears a handful of the moist filth across his face, intending to defeat magic with magic. The entire shopping mall was filled with 2 floors of highly decayed corpses, the air thick with an unbearable stench of rot that relentlessly tormented the nerves of all survivors. Many suffered from respiratory infections attributed to this foulness, commonly referred to as corpse poison. Wang Zihao felt he had lost his sanity. Otherwise, how could he so thoughtlessly smear a lump of excrement across his own face? The most troubling part was that the excrement was not even his own. Yet, what did it matter? Surviving in such dire circumstances was already an accomplishment. Recently, his digestive system had been troubled, resulting in a dry stool that scratched his skin and applied unevenly. This peculiar remedy, rumored to combat corpse poison, had inexplicably gained popularity among the survivor community. Its origins lost to time. Damn it! Which fool stole my excrement? Can't they produce their own? Did your father give birth to you without an anus? The exquisite concoction I produced was a true masterpiece. Cursed be this plight. In the darkness, a coarse voice, straining to suppress its volume, emerged, revealing the owner of the excrement to be in a state of utter despair. Wang Zihao inhaled deeply, detecting a hint of plant-like aroma. Could it be that the excrement was a product of plant-based remedies? Such thoughts were not unfounded. The layer they occupied had become damp due to the incessant activity of survivors, with moss occasionally sprouting in the corners. This moss, influenced by the folk remedy, was rumored to possess remarkable efficacy against corpse poison. A sharp sound echoed as something scraped against the wall, and the survivors fell silent, their weakened bodies collapsing to the ground. Wang Chong descended from the wall, his tail wrapped around a human thigh dripping with yellowish corpse fluid. Still not recovered? Crunch. Pop. Pop. Contemplating this, his tail delivered the human thigh to his mouth, lined with dense rows of sharp teeth, as he began to chew with a loud crunching sound. The succulent maggots bursting with each bite, yellowish, viscous corpse oil dripping from the corners of his mouth. Wang Cheng emitted a satisfied murmur. Delicious. I shall return tomorrow. He turned and scuttled away like a gecko. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of many survivors, including Wang Zihao. According to their observations, these creatures were particularly attentive to their physical conditions, targeting only those survivors in good health. In fact, they would even provide human food to aid in the recovery of the survivors' health. This was why Wang Zihao could afford to use excrement as a luxurious facial mask. Their food supply was sufficiently ample, rendering the consumption of feces unnecessary. These monsters were rather discerning. Even more so than humans when it came to food safety, unhealthy individuals were not consumed. Having discovered this peculiarity, survivors opted to feign death as a means of survival. Wailing echoed from the 5th floor of the Qingda shopping mall, reminiscent of a baby's cries. This was the unique language of the ghouls. One ghoul, roughly the size of an adult water buffalo, lay amidst a pile of bones in a lingerie store, where dim light illuminated various models of undergarments, hanging limply, exuding a strangely religious aura. Draped in a white bedsheet of uncertain origin, adorned with a prominent logo from a bedding store, the figure shimmered with an array of stolen jewels from a goldsmith. Its rubbery skin was coated in a kaleidoscope of hues, suggesting that even the makeup store had not escaped unscathed. Alas, esteemed priest, the bodies of those inferior humans have yet to show improvement, failing to meet the requirements of the evolutionary rite. Alas, alas, these foolish and cunning inferior beings must be feigning ignorance, trembling before the glorious evolution. And you, imbecile, why did you not knock before entering? The ghoul priest let out a loud snort. My apologies, esteemed priest, but there are no walls here. I could not find a door. Wang Chong's voice buzzed, sounding rather dim-witted. As he spoke, saliva dripped from his mouth, causing the ghoul priest's eyelids to twitch in irritation. We can wait no longer. If we continue to delay, when shall our White Cloud tribe establish a divine kingdom for the new humanity in this fallen world? Evolution is the divine will. This apocalypse is God's final test for mankind. Only the pious shall receive the glorious evolution. The ghoul priest's voice was filled with fervor. The end of the world. Evolution. These concepts resonated deeply with the tenets of religion. As the collapse of civilization allowed faith to rise anew upon this land tainted by technology. When human understanding falters, people often attribute the cause to the ethereal whims of the divine. However, What shall we do about the leader? He shall not acquiesce. That being, still showing pity for the inferior humans, has already chosen death. He is rejecting the divine will. I declare him unfit to be leader. At this point, the priest seemed overwhelmingly enraged, sweeping away the scattered bones with a claw, the gold ornaments adorning his body clattering with every movement. But just days ago, you said the divine decreed him worthy. Wang Chang's insightful roar pierced the air, as though he had delightedly uncovered a flaw in the priest's argument. It was as if a student had successfully rebutted a teacher, usurping the role of the rebellious disciple. Upon hearing this, the priest's crimson-slit pupils fixated on Wang Chang, scrutinizing him to discern whether he was a traitor in disguise. Wang Chang gaped, drool stretching from his mouth to the ground, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Well, this is quite absurd. The ghoul priest relented. Aha! I have heard the divine will. The deity has declared that he is no longer worthy. You are to represent the divine and judge him. Me? Wang Chang's dog-like visage displayed profound confusion. Me? To judge a leader who is half again my size? Chapter 189. The Ghoul Leader, alas. The esteemed leader, it appears that the priest is once again stirring up trouble. He seems to be growing impatient. On the 6th floor of the mall, a ghoul, as large as a yak, lay sprawled over a heap of silvery electronic devices. Upon hearing the report from its subordinate, it merely shifted its bulk slightly, crushing numerous tablets, phones, and laptops beneath its weight, distorting them grotesquely. Oh, that old charlatan is at it again? With a crunching sound, the ghoul leader extended its tongue, curling it around a handful of translucent zombie brain cores from a basin, and devoured them with great enthusiasm, as though savoring candy. What era are we in, still promoting such feudal superstitions? Even as biological evolution progresses, they remain obstinate? The disdain in the ghoul leader's tone was palpable, as if mocking a decrepit relic of the past. Prevent them from taking action against the survivors. Their bodies are far too frail. Any reckless attempt to evolve their genes would lead to their collapse. The rate of evolution is far too low. The ghoul leader commanded its subordinates decisively. It was aware that its relationship with the priest was merely one of mutual exploitation for their own interests. Initially, they had allied due to the priest recognizing the leader's strength, while the leader valued the priest's ability to manipulate minds. Much like a military dictatorship, the priest was responsible for legal matters, and together they executed tight control over the ghoul tribe. After all, as a ghoul, one must believe in something, be it brute force or ideology, right? Yet now, the rift between them was widening, and their struggles were becoming increasingly overt. The leader attributed the discord to the priest, whose former identity was that of a religious cleric. After the apocalypse, the priest, having deceived the ghouls for so long, had begun to believe his own fabrications, proclaiming daily that there exists a deity in this world. What utter nonsense! Recalling this, the ghoul leader's fury intensified, nostrils flaring with indignation. How dare he? What is the circumference of a god's arm? With a furious swipe, the ghoul leader shattered the tempered glass of a shop, venting its pin-up rage. Suddenly, chaos erupted from downstairs. The ghoul leader immediately sprang to its feet, exerting force that caused sparks to fly from the electronic devices beneath it. Smoke billowing upward, such sordid deeds are beyond even the most newly evolved ghouls. Indeed, these inferior humans must embrace evolution to attain redemption. Divine love encompasses all humanity, granting this singular opportunity. My mission, therefore, is to guide these wayward lambs to bravely take that first step. Alas, I can scarcely breathe. A robust ghoul lay prostrate, restrained by 2 painted ghouls. The anguished cries of this ghoul went unnoticed by the priest. Clearly, divine favor does not extend to it. A thunderous roar erupted as a colossal shadow descended from above. The ghoul leader, with a fierce sweep of its tail, sent the 2 kneeling ghouls crashing to the ground, shattering the porcelain tiles beneath them and creating a spider web of fractures that spread outward. Alas, priest, you have gone too far. The ghoul leader exhaled hot breath, striving to contain the tempest of rage swelling within. Unlike the zealots, it weighed the stakes. Now was not the time for conflict. Internal strife would render the past month's efforts futile. Woe is me, you heretic! You hinder the arrival of the divine realm. Behold the city's malevolent power. Even our sustenance has begun to evolve, while we remain stagnant. The priest clambered to the window, shattering the tempered glass with a flick of its tail, allowing the howling wind to rush in. Peering through the breach, a massive black mound loomed in the distance, reminiscent of an anthill. The ghoul leader recognized it, the zombie mother nest. This nest could incessantly cultivate a myriad of zombies, producing them according to various needs. Before its emergence, zombies were merely sustenance for ghouls. the city was predominantly a ghoul-esque playground, as long as they did not provoke any formidable infected entities. Ghouls held dominion akin to hyenas on the African savanna. Yet, the unfortunate arrival of the zombie mother nest heralded the debut of its first creation, the corpse hunter. Resembling a giant lizard, the smaller ones measured 4 to 5 meters in length, while the larger could reach 6 to 7 meters. Not only could they scale walls with ease, but their strength also significantly surpassed that of ghouls. 3 to 5 ghouls were necessary to defeat a single corpse hunter. True to its name, it was born solely for the eradication of ghouls. Suddenly, a buzzing sound resonated. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the ghoul priest and leader were locked in confrontation, a thunderous noise shattered their stalemate. The multitude of ghouls present raised their heads, akin to a serpent lifting its gaze, collectively turning towards the source of the sound. Under the guidance of the priest and leader, the ghouls scurried towards the rooftop of the Chinda shopping mall, eager to uncover the origin of the noise. Their sudden departure left behind a chaotic zone, where survivors were left in disarray amidst the stench. Could it be that the sound resembled that of a helicopter? A figure adorned with remnants of golden mushrooms upon its head spoke with a tone imbued with hope, akin to a colossal stone cast into a lake, stirring tumultuous waves amidst the pervasive atmosphere of despair. A military unit? Someone ventured cautiously, seeking affirmation yet hesitating to fully commit. The survivors shared a silent understanding, their hearts gradually quickening. They dared not even speculate. With spirits as parched as dead wood, they pondered that if extinguished once more, all would be lost. Instinctively, they held their breaths, as if a long-blocked riverbank had been breached, hinting at some brewing revelation. Could it truly be? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. The survivors counted, awaiting the verdict of fate, much like the oppressive darkness before dawn. Suddenly, a thunderclap sliced through the clouds. Bang, 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 bang. The relentless staccato of heavy machine gun fire erupted without warning. The dam had burst. A surge of emotions cascaded, breaking through the despair that had gripped their hearts. The army has arrived. Oh my God, the army has truly come. Salvation is at hand. Finally, I am saved. Amidst the tears of joy and despair, the horde of ghouls descended with a swiftness surpassing their earlier ascent, including the ghoul priest, whose eyes brimmed with panic. They could only lament that the divine had not granted them 2 more legs for their evolution. Chapter 190, like a sledgehammer. At the pinnacle of the Chianda shopping mall, 5 helicopters hovered in the air, among which 2 blue and white Airbus H-135 helicopters unleashed torrents of orange bullets, mercilessly striking the panicked horde of ghouls below. With a thunderous roar, gunners operated their formidable 12 7mm rotary machine guns, sweeping away the ghouls that had scrambled onto the rooftop. Caught off guard, dozens of ghouls suffered devastating blows. The bullets, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, tore through their bodies, erupting in clouds of crimson mist and scattering limbs in all directions. These ghouls, who had previously rampaged through the Cloud District, now appeared as fragile as porcelain dolls in the face of modern weaponry, shattering upon impact. In the presence of the metallic tempest, the ghoul priests and leaders displayed no trace of fervor or strength. Their eyes, once filled with madness, now reflected clarity. The red glow extinguished. At this moment, the long-standing feud between the traditionalists and the technocrats within the ghoul community reached an unprecedented truce. The supremacy of caliber emerged as the singular truth, overshadowing any notions of divine hooks or advanced technologies. Observing the ghouls, who had just ascended to the rooftop only to be ruthlessly dispatched, Wang Wu chuckled, as if he could see through their every move. Such clumsy baiting of the enemy, did they truly believe they could outsmart him? What purpose did their charge serve, other than to be mercilessly mowed down? Yet, they still surged forward. Surely they weren't so foolish as to recklessly offer themselves to the heavy machine guns? Thus, the truth crystallized. The enemy feigned defeat, aiming to lure him in. Allow me to shatter their illusions. The mistakes of the past would not be repeated by Wang Wu. With this thought, Wang Wu adjusted his gas mask and commanded, "Ground assault team, move out." As the words left his lips, 3 Z-20 General Tactical Helicopters hovering above Qiandao Plaza released several ropes, from which descended the elite Spark Assault Team, warriors clad in tactical helmets and gas masks, burdened with half-height tactical backpacks, swiftly gliding down to the rooftop. "Clear the area." Wang Wu's calm voice echoed through their headsets. The soldiers, armed and poised in tactical formation, advanced in triangular formation. Bam, bam, bam. Gunfire erupted. The ghouls on the rooftop had largely been dispersed by the 412 7mm rotary machine guns aboard the Airbus H-135S, leaving only those wounded and incapacitated, lying helplessly on the ground. The soldiers executed precise follow-up shots on these immobile ghouls, sparing no mercy until their heads were obliterated. Their combat style was chillingly meticulous. Any hint of danger was swiftly eradicated. This exemplified Wong Wu's command style, infused into his troops, steadfast. Perhaps it would soon become the hallmark of the Spark Assault team. As the 3 assault squads safely landed, the helicopters began to lower operational ammunition. In this operation, considering the sheer number of zombies, in addition to the ammunition carried by the Ember Assault team, the helicopter transported an additional base amount of ammunition as supplies, establishing a temporary resupply point on the rooftop. Report to the captain, the helicopter squadron has completed its mission, requesting to return. Return permitted. Unlike the Qingda Square, the rooftop of the Shishan Hotel lacked a spacious area suitable for helicopter landing. After unloading, the 5 helicopters ascended into the sky, heading towards the gathering point. While there may have been suitable temporary landing spots for helicopters in the vicinity, the absence of adequate manpower for protection rendered landing akin to an eagle descending to the ground, transforming from aerial predator to a vulnerable target. Moreover, as the sole aerial force at the night gathering site, the helicopter was not indulged in taking unnecessary risks. Thus, it would return directly after delivering the Ember Assault team, only to return again as the mission neared its conclusion. As they prepared to enter the building, the vanguard of the assault team, Su Song, led the charge, using a breaching explosive to blast open the door lock leading from the rooftop to the shopping mall. Upon entering the interior of the mall, the members of the Ember Assault team remained vigilant, meticulously scanning the ceiling and every nook and cranny repeatedly to ensure they would not be ambushed. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, accompanied by the trail of blood on the ground, revealing an injured ghoul. The soldiers of the Ember Assault team did not stifle their footsteps. This was no longer a special operation. It was a full frontal assault. Ghouls below. A commanding voice rang out as several gunners positioned their QJB-201 light machine guns against the railing, quickly locking onto the fleeing ghouls below through the threefold QMK-171 white light scope mounted on the rail. Bang! 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 The machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire, the orange-yellow shell casings clattering to the ground. The glass shattered in a cascade, following the trajectory of the bullets. As ghouls clinging to the glass walls of the 2nd and 3rd floors were struck, bursting forth in clouds of blood mist, the hit ghouls plummeted to the ground like dumplings falling into boiling water. At that moment, the QLU-130-135mm grenade launcher was quietly positioned, with the grenade operator swiftly locking onto the fleeing horde of ghouls on the 1st floor. Bang! The stock recoiled against the shoulder, and a 35mm grenade soared directly into the crosshairs of the grenade operator. Boom! The explosive force unleashed a shockwave that engulfed 4 or 5 ghouls crawling in the same direction, silencing their screams before they could even utter a sound. Consumed by the blaze of the grenade's explosion. Run! At this moment, whether it was the ghoul shaman or the leader, their minds were consumed with this singular thought. They had been thoroughly terrified by modern weaponry. From their initial encounter to now, the Ember Assault team's offensive had been relentless, instilling a sense of hopelessness in these ghouls. Empowered by human intellect, these formidable beings could navigate the apocalypse with ease, yet their overwhelming cleverness had also stripped them of their fighting spirit. To confront an army with bare hands? One must indeed be reckless. Regardless of their ferocity in the post-apocalyptic world, or how they disregard the lives of ordinary individuals, it remains an undeniable truth that they are fundamentally ordinary themselves. They possess neither extraordinary combat skills nor an unwavering fighting spirit. Consequently, when faced with the onslaught of the elite Spark Assault team, their only recourse is to flee in terror, not daring to look back, let alone mount a counterattack. Bang! 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 The air was pierced by a series of muffled gunshots, unleashed by several snipers within the Spark Assault team. As soon as they took aim, the snipers from the 3 squads almost instinctively locked onto the same target. It was a ghoul, significantly larger than its counterparts, adorned with various gleaming gold ornaments. Draped in a colorful black cloak, resembling a billowing white sheet as it crawled. Such an ostentatious ghoul was undoubtedly a prized catch. With a resounding thud, the sound of flesh and bone shattering echoed as the ghoul priest was simultaneously struck by 3 rounds from the 10 Type 12 7mm anti-material sniper rifles. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere. Its massive, buffalo-sized form almost instantaneously succumbed to a violent disintegration. Chapter 191. Unexpected Fortune. Bang! Kata! Another resounding explosion was immediately followed by the crisp sound of a bolt being drawn back. Damn, how fortunate for them. Wang Wei lamented with a hint of regret while chewing gum. Through the scope, he witnessed the astonishing moment when the target unexpectedly shifted slightly. Had the cooked duck flown away? The ghoul leader, gripped by trepidation, glanced back at the spot where it had just stood, now marked by a fist-sized crater. Had he hesitated for even a fraction of a second longer, he would have likely met the same fate as the priest, entangled in a grim demise. The priest had just been obliterated before its eyes, and the overwhelming feeling of impending death sent shivers down its spine, leaving it restless and agitated. Phew. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, the ghoul leader let out a wail, shattered the glass wall before it, and fled outside without looking back, becoming the first among the ghoul tribe of Baiyun to break through. In the ensuing chaos, the disoriented ghouls seemed to have found their guiding beacon, frantically following the ghoul leader's path. This spectacle brought immense joy to the soldiers of the Spark Assault team stationed on the top floor. The erratic movements of the ghouls could have posed a problem, yet now they boldly converged toward a single direction, apart from a few warriors assigned to guard. The remaining members of the Spark Assault team swiftly redirected their firearms towards the ghouls' escape route. In an instant, a relentless barrage of metallic projectiles rained down upon the first floor, resembling a meteor shower, effectively obstructing the ghouls' path to freedom. Tat 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 bang. Bang. Boom. Boom. Faced with the gathering mass of ghouls, the soldiers of the Spark Assault team ceased their aim and simply pulled the triggers with abandon. Rifle rounds, machine gun fire, sniper bullets, grenades, hand grenades, all rained down without restraint. Over 20 tons of fire flickered in the dimly lit Qingdao Mall, resembling a downpour of laser beams. The ghouls on the first floor appeared to have fallen into a meat grinder, mercilessly slaughtered amid the torrential metallic storm. Whoa, help. Whoa, why are we being slaughtered? We are humans too, cries of despair echoed throughout. The ghouls that were struck but not killed writhed in agony on the ground, only to be swiftly pinned down by the relentless barrage, subsequently reduced to mere pieces amidst the explosions. The scene was nothing short of horrific and blood-soaked. Though the breakthrough point was merely 2 or 3 meters away, an easily traversable distance for a single ghoul under normal circumstances, it had transformed into an insurmountable chasm between life and death today. With victory assured, Wang Wu stepped back from his shooting stance, observing the grim spectacle below. The corners of his mouth, concealed beneath his mask, involuntarily lifted slightly. It seemed the brigade, including himself, had overly estimated the combat capabilities of the ghouls, considering only their human-like intelligence while neglecting their inherited fear of danger. Once a crushing advantage was established, the enemy crumbled without a fight. In retrospect, they appeared to be easier to handle than zombies. With zombies, unless you eliminate them completely, firearms are futile. Even nuclear weapons would be ineffective. What needs to hit you will still hit you. It is as straightforward as that. What was anticipated to be a thrilling game of cat and mouse turned out to be akin to a lineup for execution. One must ponder, does the transformation into a ghoul truly leave the mind unscathed? In a shopping mall replete with potential escape routes, why did they choose the very path that the ghouls had traversed? Wang Wu found himself perplexed. Could it be the phenomenon of a leading sheep effect? Soon, as the last remaining ghoul was reduced to a pulpy mass, the gunfire gradually subsided. Out of a horde of hundreds of ghouls, only a few managed to slip through the net. The survivors, stealthily peeking over the 4th floor railing, were left in utter disbelief. Is this the might of a modern army? So formidable, so dominative, rendering the ghouls utterly powerless? They lacked even the courage to retaliate? We are here. Military uncles. We are here. Finally, you've come to rescue us. I want to give you monkeys. As the dust settled, the survivors excitedly waved their hands, releasing the pent-up emotions of their miraculous survival. Observing this, the soldiers of the Fire Seed Assault team exchanged bewildered glances. Just moments ago, when the first survivor revealed themselves, Wang Wei nearly shot them on impulse. Is this truly a human? The survivors appeared grimy, their clothing unrecognizable, their bodies smeared with excrement that had fermented into a foul stench. Give you monkeys? A gesture of gratitude, perhaps? Speak. The soldiers of the Fire Seed Assault team felt a sense of tension rising. Survivors? It appeared there were quite a few. An unexpected turn of events. How could these ghouls not have transformed these individuals at the first opportunity? Team 3, proceed to assist the survivors. Teams 1 and 2, search the upper floors for any new discoveries. Understood. Understood. Although this mission lacked a plan to address the presence of survivors, it was unthinkable to abandon them. In this apocalypse, we are all human, and if we have the capacity, we must rescue them. Before long, the report from Team 3's captain echoed through the communication channel. Report, Captain. The third and fourth floors, much like the last time at Tyre International Hospital, are filled with the bodies of zombies. Preliminary estimates suggest at least 10,000. 10,000? The captain's report ignited a spark within Wang Wu. 10,000? That implies there are at least 10,000 zombie brain cores. Are the zombie heads intact? Wang Wu inquired urgently. Report. The heads of the zombies have all been shattered. All shattered? Wang Wu stroked his chin thoughtfully. A couple might be deemed accidental. But if all are destroyed, it indicates that the brain cores must have been extracted by the ghouls. Remarkable. They have even spared the effort of digging. It seems the ghouls are not solely agents of destruction, but also embody a certain level of productivity. Team 3's captain continued his report. The number of survivors stands at 112, the majority of whom are in precarious health, displaying varying degrees of lung infections. Additionally, nearly all the women have contracted severe gynecological diseases. The issue of the survivors' poor health did not come as a surprise to Wang Wu. Can one expect anything less when humans are mingled with excrement? First, assist the survivors in cleansing themselves, and then await further arrangements. Indeed, prior to the arrival of the helicopter, Wang Wu's primary concern for the survivors was to address their hygiene. At the very least, they needed to wash themselves clean. With numerous dining establishments within the mall, water should be in ample supply, and the cosmetic shops are stocked with shower gels and shampoos. Attention all teams. There is a strong suspicion of a significant number of zombie cores hidden within the building. Be sure to conduct a thorough search, leaving no corner unchecked. Wang Wu commanded over the intercom. Understood. Upon hearing this, nearly all the soldiers felt an increase in their heart rates. Where there are zombie cores, there is bound to be the presence of Gu Jun. Communications officer, use the radio to inform the battalion of the discovery of survivors, totaling 112 individuals, whose health is critically concerning. The battalion's field hospital must be prepared for their reception. Acknowledged. After relaying his orders, Wang Wu leaned over the railing, surveying the entire mall, contemplating if there was anything he might have overlooked. ZZZ report, Captain. A substantial number of zombie cores have been located on the 5th floor. Report, Captain. A significant quantity of zombie cores has also been discovered on the 6th floor. Received. Quickly compile the statistics. After concluding the communication, Wang Wu clenched his fist tightly, his expression radiating joy. Initially, this was merely a task of clearing out the area, yet unexpected rewards have surfaced. The collection of these cores will surely delight the higher-ups. Report, Captain. The count of zombie cores on the 5th floor stands at 4,721. Report, Captain. The count on the 6th floor is 3,842. Over 8,000 cores. Wang Wu swiftly calculated. It was likely that the others had been consumed. Although not as many as anticipated, the total was still entirely acceptable. Now, it is merely a matter of awaiting the helicopter's arrival, and this mission will conclude perfectly. Chapter 192. The bond between fish and water. The clouds hung heavy in the sky, like dark ink spilled upon a pristine sheet of white rice paper, casting a somber shadow over the entire expanse above. What on earth? How is it that the weather turns gloomy the moment we enter Jing'an District? Sitting in the passenger seat of the Warrior 3 armored command vehicle, Lu Chong absent-mindedly scratched his ear, cursing the weather out of sheer boredom. A gloomy day is quite nice, really. It's rather refreshing. Zhao Lei, seated in the back, surveyed the interior of the Warrior 3 and chimed in. Isn't it true that field units are extravagant? This vehicle is equipped with several onboard computers and brimming with communication modules and a myriad of incomprehensible buttons. Just think of our own antiquated anti-terror assault vehicle, which produces static even when playing music. It truly exemplifies the adage that some appear affluent only superficially. Upon closer acquaintance, one discovers they are far wealthier than they seem. This revelation brought a subtle astonishment to Zhao Lei regarding the Warrior 3 armored command vehicle. Isn't it perplexing? What kind of unit is the internal guard that a colonel has to subsist on mere scraps? How is it that a mere captain in a field army is granted such an extravagant chariot worth nearly 10 million? Zhao Lei mused enviously, seizing a moment of respite. He shamelessly switched seats, not only to bond more closely with Lu Chong, but also to gather intelligence about this peculiar unit. The Night University Assembly area housed a force that was undeniably strange, remarkably elite, with distinctive combat uniforms, advanced weaponry, and exceptionally trained soldiers and officers. All these elements combined evoked an inexplicable sense of reverence within Zhao Lei, akin to gazing through a mist at a colossal entity, instilling within him a profound admiration for these elite forces. In the military, where strength is revered, it is entirely natural for ordinary troops to envy their elite counterparts. This may be why Zhao Lei could set aside any grievances regarding rank disparity and willingly foster an egalitarian friendship with Lu Chong. In his eyes, any discrepancies surrounding Gu Chengyuan's unit could easily be attributed to the enigmatic nature of special reaction forces. He had never doubted that this was a unit devoid of formal structure. The essence of military spirit cannot be feigned. They are not merely a group of fortunate civilians who stumbled upon an arsenal and wield a few firearms, capable of blustering their way through deceptions. It is a challenge to mask the core of one's being. The essence of a military force lies not in its equipment, but in its spirit. The only aspect Zhao Lei found himself questioning was whether this unit maintained a stable communication channel with higher command. Otherwise, how could one explain the transformation of Gu Qingyuan from a lieutenant colonel during their last encounter to a full colonel now? Surely, one cannot simply affix whatever rank they desire. Having spent an entire day at the Night University Assembly area, he had not merely indulged in idle banter. He had diligently collected intelligence. Although he refrained from roaming freely out of politeness, certain changes were glaringly apparent. Compared to their last meeting, the opposing force now boasted an additional brigade headquarters. If this expansion were merely in manpower, Zhao Lei would not have been taken aback. As long as the equipment was adequate, given the number of survivors at the Night University Assembly area, enlarging their ranks would merely be a matter of distributing arms. However, the brigade headquarters is distinct. For the military, it serves as a central institution with a high degree of specialization. It cannot simply be established by a few brawny individuals. It necessitates professionals with military expertise. Zhao Lei had seen a few cadre members from the night gathering site from a distance, all of whom were genuine officers holding ranks. The sudden emergence of so many ranked officials can only indicate one thing. There must be higher authorities continuously supporting them from behind. This explains their possession of advanced equipment and the ever-increasing number of troops. Yet, Zhao Lei dared not inquire directly. The sudden appearance of a previously unseen force in Zhoubang, coinciding with the onset of the apocalypse, suggested that the underlying reasons were certainly complex. Perhaps they were shouldering some earth-shattering secret mission. Could it be a quest to save the world? Such plots often unfold in films. As these thoughts cascaded through Zhao Lei's mind, he was engulfed by an overwhelming chill and darkness. Was the outbreak of this apocalyptic virus merely a coincidence? Was it a natural disaster or a man-made calamity? What level of struggle or conflict was at play? His Zhao Lei instinctively inhaled sharply. Could a mere colonel like himself truly glimpse such profound secrets? He felt as though the entire world had darkened. It was an impenetrable darkness, the kind where one could not see their own hand before their face. He could not dare to contemplate further in the presence of such monumental secrets. He felt insignificant as a mere speck of dust. Brother Lei, do the survivors in your gathering site not engage in any work? Lu Chong suddenly inquired with curiosity, interrupting Zhao Lei's mental tempest. Indeed, in the face of disaster, they were all victims, and the duty of protecting the homeland lay with the internal guards. Mentioning this, Zhao Lei could not help but display visible pride. Although the internal guards were impoverished and lived in dire straits, they had not failed the expectations of the people of Zhoubang. Even with the apocalypse upon them, they had managed to protect everyone well. So, what do they do all day if they aren't working? Lu Chong queried, somewhat perplexed. Would it not mean they merely ate and slept daily? Were they being coddled like young masters and mistresses? Such a scenario would be unimaginable in the night gathering site. Lu Chong was well aware of his superior's temperament. If the survivors dared to act like aristocrats, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Not only would they have to bear the repercussions, but they would also need to express gratitude for their superior's hard work. Such is the nature of leadership. One could only marvel at its terror. Lu Chong's remark momentarily rendered Zhao Lei speechless. Indeed, they seemed to eat and sleep daily without much else to do. This question had genuinely gone unnoticed by the internal guards. The entire internal force was preoccupied with worries about what to eat tomorrow. Who had the time to monitor the survivors? As long as no heinous crimes occurred. The internal guards maintained a nearly laissez-faire approach towards the survivors within the Wanfu gathering site. They were free to do as they pleased, provided they did not disrupt the order. After all, they were busy with their own pressing tasks. The responsibility for the survival of tens of thousands of survivors rested squarely on the shoulders of the internal guards. The weight upon my shoulders is nearly unbearable, leaving me no room to lift my gaze and observe their activities. Regardless, the organization of recreational events is intended to enrich the lives of the survivors, coupled with psychological counseling to mitigate potential post-disaster mental health issues. Lu Chong turned back, revealing a peculiar expression. Zhao Lei suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. Did Lu Chong think we were insufficiently attentive to the survivors? Yet, in our approach to the survivors, we undeniably fall short compared to the Night University settlement, where each survivor seems imbued with vitality and devoid of resentment. Zhao Lei silently reflected. The spirits of the survivors in the Wanfu settlement were indeed diminished, burdened with grievances. However, what could be done? Our internal guards lack the formidable strength of the field troops. Unable to provide the survivors with the favorable conditions enjoyed by those in the Night University settlement, their discontent seems rather unavoidable. Brother Lei. Lu Chong hesitated between scolding and restraint. Zhao Lei's demeanor, which appeared to blame himself for not providing a better life for them, prompted Lu Chong's frustration to surface. How could several thousand individuals rely on a mere few hundred internal guards? Did these individuals not feel a pang of conscience? If only they contributed a little, life for the internal guards would be significantly eased. Observing his own settlement, where numerous non-combat tasks were being handled by the survivors, Lu Chong couldn't help but develop a diminished fondness for those in the Wanfu settlement, mentally labeling them as parasites. After a moment of silence, Zhao Lei seemingly sought to salvage the image of the internal guards, asserting that they had not neglected the settlement. He suddenly added, "Our internal guards share a strong bond with the survivors. A deep, affectionate connection." Lu Chong felt a surge akin to a rush of blood to his head. Oh, it must be high blood pressure. While protecting ordinary people is certainly commendable, the paternalistic nature of such protection felt burdensome to Lu Chong. In conjunction with Gu Qingyuan's parting words, a sudden epiphany washed over him. Chapter 193. The Gathering Protest. Liang has a prototype. There is no deliberate dumbing down. A certain figure from modern history in a parallel universe demonstrates that reality is often more fantastical than fiction. Those intrigued may delve into further research. A low-pressure atmosphere envelopes the entirety of the Wanfu's Villa district, devoid of even the slightest breeze. Frustration and oppression permeate the air. Within the dimly lit office, a suffocating odor of smoke lingers, making it difficult to breathe. Liang Yuming's eye sockets are deeply sunken, bloodshot, and his hair appears to have turned noticeably grayer, rendering him exceptionally haggard. Outside his office window, a sea of ordinary citizens engaged in a sit-in protest blankets the ground, resembling a swarm of crows poised to feast. This uproar was ignited by Liang Yuming's decree mandatory participation of adult males in the collection of supplies. The moment this order was issued, it acted as a catalyst for the aggrieved survivors within the encampment. Since the apocalypse, various discontented sentiments had found their outlet at this moment. Distorted and slanderous narratives took flight among the populace, claims that the internal guards intended to use ordinary people as cannon fodder, that they sought to diminish the ordinary population to alleviate the pressure on the encampment, and that they might even employ ordinary citizens as bait. Whispers of a research facility outside, where the internal guards planned human experiments, and rumors of a sorcerer involved in sacrificial rites proliferated. Regardless of how absurd these rumors became, they found a receptive audience. The survivors, no longer concerned with the truth, simply sought an avenue to vent their frustrations, even when faced with irrationality. They compelled themselves to accept the veracity of these tales. Otherwise, how could they justify their grievances against the internal guards? Did they truly believe themselves to be lesser than mere beasts? It was the internal guards who were at fault, having cultivated the discord. And amidst the embellishments of those with ulterior motives, ordinary people willingly transformed into spears aimed at shields under the illusion of righteousness. Did the chaos within the encampment concern them? They were indifferent and reluctant to ponder such matters, prioritizing their immediate gratification. Some even believed that their current plight was a direct result of the internal guards' oppression. Only through disorder could the power dynamics be reshuffled. Thus, amidst a convergence of well-meaning fools, malicious simpletons, and self-proclaimed clever individuals, a grand power-seizing movement, composed of a rabble, commenced. As a military officer, Liang Yuming possessed no experience in civil governance. Having spent the majority of his life in the military, his thoughts revolved solely around warfare and strategies for combat. The sudden surge of public sentiment caught him unawares, leaving him uncertain of how to defuse the situation. He could not comprehend why the initiative to gather food, which should ostensibly benefit everyone, had instead become a focal point of backlash. How long could the lives of tens of thousands, who contributed nothing to production, continue to thrive off the blood of a mere few hundred internal guards? The consumption of tens of thousands has compelled the internal security forces to operate beyond their limits, resulting in an increased frequency of external missions. This excessive strain on external operations exacerbates the casualties within the internal security, leading to a diminished efficiency in resource collection. Consequently, the decline in efficiency necessitates yet another escalation in external mission frequency. This creates a relentless cycle that has driven Liang Yuming and the entire internal security force to the brink of despair. With the recent deployment of a battalion for resupply missions, how many will return? Liang Yuming, feeling utterly helpless, has resorted to mandating the survivors to participate in resource gathering. To this day, he cannot fathom why the soldiers, who face life and death without flinching, seem to perceive the simple act of moving supplies as a matter of life and death. Can they not see that the gathering point teeters on the edge of collapse? If it falls, everyone is doomed. Ordinary individuals can certainly recognize this reality, but what difference does it make? What concern is it of mine if I am to sacrifice my meal of 2 buns for the greater good? Why should I toil for the base? Only to benefit others? Such thoughts are inconceivable. If we are to perish, let us perish together. Do not expect me to sacrifice myself for your sake. Unbeknownst to Liang Yuming, the atmosphere at the gathering point had long since deteriorated. His excessive egalitarianism had birthed a generation of absolute conformists, where even the degree of sacrifice must be uniform. Otherwise, there is no hope for consideration. Commander, the survivors outside are nearing their breaking point, reported Deputy Chief of Staff Sunday. What shall we do? Lieutenant Staff Officer Luo Qing entered, his voice heavy with concern. The survivors have presented 3 demands and insist on speaking with you. Liang Yuming sighed deeply, trembling as he rose from his chair. This resolute soldier, who had endured for most of his life, felt as if he had become a withered tree overnight, akin to a wounded tiger. He did not descend, but instead approached the window, where the view was clearer. He wished to observe how those he had sheltered would judge him today. Straightening his wrinkled uniform, he endeavored to appear more composed. Stepping onto the balcony, Liang Yuming announced, "Comrades, I am Liang Yuming, having not had water for an extended period." His voice came out somewhat hoarse. At his words, the silent survivors below lifted their heads. In their eyes, there was no longer peace or support, but a fierce anger, skepticism, and condemnation. Their gazes toward Liang Yuming were as cold as steel, scrutinizing him as if he were an enemy, a criminal who had devoured their interests. Faced with thousands of piercing eyes, Liang Yuming instinctively faltered, struggling to maintain his footing. Lieutenant Luo quickly reached out to steady him, but he was brushed aside. Have I truly committed an unforgivable crime? Why do they unite in such fierce animosity against me, perceiving me as a foe? Liang Yuming's aged, frail hands trembled slightly as he clutched the balcony railing, striving to steady himself. Commander, your arrogance is remarkable. If it were not for the thousands of survivors gathered here, we common folk would likely never have the chance to see your face. A man with slanted eyes stood up from the crowd, dressed in exceedingly simple clothing. Liang Yuming felt a flicker of recognition but knew that the current circumstances left little room for contemplation. Indeed, those in power have never regarded us as human. Now that we have united, do they finally feel a sense of fear? A chorus of sardonic voices rose from the crowd, seemingly reveling in what appeared to be a triumph of ordinary people rallying against tyranny. Commander Liang, we humble citizens understand that your responsibilities are immense. So I shall succinctly present our demands. A figure with slanted eyes produced a megaphone from somewhere and recited the collective demands of the common people gathered here. There are 3 demands in total. First, we call for the retraction of the conscription order. We seek assurance for our own safety. Second, we demand oversight over the internal guards to prevent corruption within their ranks. Third, we assert our right to bear arms in the face of impending doom. We have the right to defend ourselves. As these words resonated, it was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped in a square filled with thousands, igniting a surge of fervor among the crowd. Yes, we should indeed have the right to self-defense through arms. The conscription order is an infringement upon our freedom. Teacher Ma is right. He is the true voice of the people, advocating for our cause. Only by holding the weapon in our own hands can we feel secure. Adjust your mindset for the next phase. Chapter 194, Uprising. You may disregard the lives of ordinary people, but there are those who hold them dear. Master Ma, well done. You have maintained the dignity of the common folk. Amidst the surging tides of public opinion, Liang Yuming resembled a precarious breakwater, teetering on the brink of being engulfed by the vast ocean of ordinary humanity. He raised his hand slightly, yet his gesture went unnoticed. Waves of flattery surged towards Ma Liang, as if he were on the verge of being sanctified by their praise. Stop, Ma Liang commanded. The survivors, centering around him, gradually fell silent until the entire square was enveloped in stillness. Everyone eagerly awaited this brave hero who dared to voice their concerns. Captain Liang, the will of the people is inviolable. Ma Liang, holding a megaphone, spoke seemingly with humility but delivered words that pierced the heart, nearly naming Liang Yuming as a warlord who trampled upon the heads of ordinary people. However, at this moment, Liang Yuming had regained his composure and was not swayed by Ma Liang's insinuations. The incident had unfolded so suddenly that he lacked a megaphone and could only raise his voice to respond. First, the first demand I cannot acquiesce to. Granting your request may preserve this gathering for now, but it will surely lead to its demise in the future. The chaotic scene did not cloud Liang Yuming's judgment. Even under immense pressure, he made the most rational decision. The moment his words fell, the crowd of survivors erupted in uproar. Nonsense. With the military obtaining the power of conscription, what hope do we ordinary people have? If we offend the military, won't a mere word of conscription lead us to our doom? Is this not a blatant disregard for life? Are you not wielding the fates of ordinary people in your hands? This is the true end of days. No matter how vile the zombies may be, they cannot match the depravity of mankind. I fear the zombies, yet they have harmed me not. I do not fear humanity, yet they have left me battered and bruised. Liang the traitor, please treat your fellow countrymen with kindness. Liang Yuming paid no heed to the tumult below and continued. Second, the oversight authority may be granted to you, but it shall pertain solely to the monitoring of daily life, specifically the corruption issues you raised, and must not interfere with the military's normal operations. This represented Liang Yuming's concession to the survivors, allowing them to witness the reality. The internal security forces, who tirelessly fought for them while enduring hunger daily, were they truly as corrupt as the rumors suggested? Internal security is corrupt. This sentiment resonated within the survivor community, as they asserted that absolute power inevitably breeds corruption. Tales of internal security personnel consuming half their rations and discarding the rest, engaging in exploitative transactions, and assaulting girls within their ranks spread throughout the base, fueled by those unwilling to reveal their identities for fear of retribution. The reputation of the internal security forces had been tarnished by these myriad rumors, to the extent that now, even if a bun were divided in half for combat personnel and half for ordinary people, others would assume the latter contained the meat. I vehemently opposed the third point regarding the legal possession of firearms, as it would wreak havoc on the public order of gathering places. Setting aside the fact that the internal security forces lack sufficient firearms, even if they did, Liang Yuming would never acquiesce. The issuance of weapons serves only to diminish the deterrent effect of regulations, offering not a single advantage. I have heard of enforcing strict measures during chaotic times, but never of distributing blades amidst disorder. In this era of moral decay, humanity has begun to erode its ethical foundations, leading to increasingly reckless and frenzied behavior. And now, to distribute firearms? Will the honest and law-abiding individuals have a chance at survival? Upon finishing his response, Liang Yuming observed a quick escalation of agitation within the crowd. Amidst the turmoil, voices erupted with fervor. Why not distribute firearms? Is self-defense a crime? Is the desire to survive a fault? Are you feeling guilty? Do you fear the consequences of your misdeeds? I knew it. I may not understand the internal security, but I comprehend the people. Ha ha ha, look. I knew it would be futile. Only you dimwits believe that dialogue can resolve issues. Yes, we should follow my lead and overthrow him. Whoever stands above the common man shall be toppled. Everyone, calm down. I will be calm, you. Let us take down this traitor. Speaking on behalf of the elite, someone was knocked down. The intense physical conflict ignited a powder keg of emotions. Boom. The situation began to boil over, as if water was brought to a rolling boil. Everyone appeared to have found an outlet for their pent-up emotions, witnessing those around them engaged in the fray. They joined without regard for the reason. Ouch. Wrong target. Wrong target. That guy started it. But no one was listening. The blows intensified. With some even leaping into the fray, unleashing skills, war tread, cries of agony, curses, blood, adrenaline surged to its peak, plunging into absolute madness. Humanity, the most violent and brutal of creatures throughout the ages, was fully manifested in this moment. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. As the crowd descended into chaos, Liang Yuming instinctively chose to issue a command to quell the violence. As a leader, the acquisition of power also entails the acceptance of responsibility, compelling him to suppress personal feelings in front of the collective. Therefore, even if mere moments ago these individuals had cursed his ancestors, he still had to order the rescue of those in peril. Swiftly restoring order and minimizing casualties was paramount. Yes. Second squad, maintain order immediately. Remember to exercise restraint. Understood. A squad of internal security soldiers sprinted toward the crowd, intent on rescuing those being beaten on the ground. Cries of anguish, screams, curses, roars. The soldiers of the internal security squad entered the chaotic throng as if thrown into a washing machine. The surging crowd jostled these soldiers, scattering them and sweeping them along with the tide. Suddenly, from within the crowd, an unknown assailant struck a blow to the head of an internal security soldier. The assaulted soldier felt a sharp pain as blood quickly enveloped half of his darkened face. Damn it! Fight! 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 Eliminate these wretches! With a sudden outburst, several hands reached out from the crowd, raining down upon the internal security warriors. The situation had spiraled into chaos. The assailants began to assault the internal security personnel who were striving to maintain order. A solitary warrior, advancing through the throng, was violently yanked back, losing his balance and tumbling into the sea of bodies, where he was instantly met with a deluge of fists and kicks. Another internal security warrior, bending to assist a besieged civilian, was seized from behind, his throat locked, and he was thrown to the ground. The onslaught against the internal security forces came so suddenly and uniformly, as if it had been meticulously orchestrated. A dozen warriors, caught off guard, were felled to the ground. Unable to resist, reduced to feebly shielding their heads, incapable of rising, entirely overpowered by the throng. Bang! One internal security warrior fired a warning shot into the air to save his comrade. After a brief lull, an unknown voice in the crowd cried out, "Murder! The internal security is killing people! Damned internal security! Return my brother's life! The internal security has opened fire? How dare they shoot at innocent civilians?" The crowd, once somewhat rational, was now completely swept away by emotion. The internal security warriors clad in ink wash-patterned uniforms appeared like fireflies trapped in a dark abyss, starkly visible amidst the tumult. The frenzied mob descended upon them like ravenous zombies, throwing punches to seize their firearms, each warrior swarmed by enraged assailants. Among the assailants, the internal security warriors were battered and bloodied, with at least a dozen fists raining down upon them every second. It felt as though they were ensnared in a whirlpool of the ocean, utterly unable to escape. "Commander, issue the order to suppress them," beside Liang Yumming. Captain Luo Cheng's voice brimmed with unrestrained ferocity. Chapter 195, Is the Sound Louder? Major Revision, Suppression? Liang Yumming's face revealed a trace of hesitation. In the current situation, both the survivors and the soldiers had lost control of their emotions, each wishing to annihilate the other. If he dared to issue a suppression order, it would undoubtedly lead to indiscriminate bloodshed. Even Luo Cheng, known for his composure, had turned red with fury. What of the other internal security soldiers? A throng of irrational soldiers clashing with a group of emotionally charged civilians. What catastrophic outcome could ensue under the influence of adrenaline? The collapse of the gathering place had already become a grim reality. After being stained with each other's blood, could the internal security and the survivors ever trust or coexist again? A complete breakdown. Everything had shattered. Liang Yumming regretted it all. He lamented his indecisiveness. The spark he had allowed to smolder had ultimately ignited everything. The entire gathering place was ablaze. He had underestimated human nature and its insatiable greed. Luo Cheng gazed at the still hesitant Liang Yumming, disappointment etched deeply in his eyes. His comrades below were on the verge of being slaughtered by these marauding thugs. Even at this critical juncture, what was he still hesitating for? Did he intend to wait until all his brothers were dead before giving the command? Luo Cheng had no understanding of the grand scheme. He only knew of the brothers in internal security, those who fought alongside him, sharing life and death. They were under siege by the very people they had once protected. "Captain, why do you not retaliate?" "Why? They are greedy demons, not the ones the internal security should safeguard." The grotesquely distorted supply-demand system of the Wanfu gathering place had long bred discontent among the internal security forces. But out of respect for Liang Yumming's authority, they had suppressed their grievances. Protecting ordinary people? Well, that is commendable. Being treated the same as ordinary people? All right, a sacrifice. Being slandered and vilified by the survivors? Very well, I endure. But now, by what right do they attack my comrades? With the lives we saved. Feasting on the food we provided, they dare to raise their fist against us? If they possess such courage, why not confront the zombies outside? As these thoughts coursed through their minds, the internal security personnel could hardly contain their heavy breaths, their chests heaving with explosive fury. They awaited a command. Once an order was issued, in an instant, this gathering place, built with their lives, would be obliterated. "Captain, please give the order." Luo Cheng, once refined, now bore a fierce gaze, his eyes blazing like twin red suns fixed intently on Liang Yumming. This was less a plea and more a demand, a final ultimatum. Luo Qing could no longer concern himself with hierarchy. Should Liang Yiming dare to refuse, he could not fathom what he might do. His hand had already moved to the pistol holstered at his waist. Meeting Luo Qing's fierce gaze, Liang Yiming felt as though his heart had been pierced by a searing iron rod, an unbearable pain coursing through him. This familiar gaze. He has only seen it in the eyes of survivors before. Why does no one understand him? Why do they all force themselves? Can they not see clearly that the sole outcome of this path is mutual destruction? The most tormented are those who are awake, akin to knowing an earthquake is imminent. Yet when you call out to every member of your family, they dismiss you as jesting, even believing you to be mad, and they lock you away. You can only silently count down, watching helplessly as your family, along with yourself, is engulfed by rubble. The situation is beyond redemption. Liang Yiming painfully closed his eyes, struggling to utter the command that would unleash the tiger from its cage. Damn it! This is outrageous. Those wretches. A deafening horn blared. It resonated like thunder on a clear day. The entire scene momentarily faltered in terror. Of course, it was only for a moment, as chaos resumed almost immediately. Liang Yiming and Luo Qing turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, drawing the attention of some survivors who had not yet succumbed to the frenzy. As Lu Chang's convoy arrived at the entrance of the Wanfu gathering place, they learned that a riot was unfolding within. Abandoning the transport vehicles, they swiftly led their troops straight to the small square, witnessing a scene of utter devastation before their vehicles had even come to a halt. Is this what you refer to as the bond between fish and water? Lu Chong glanced at Zhao Lei, whose eyes were now bloodshot. Indeed. It is a bond of fish and water, yet these guards clearly cannot swim, nearly drowning in the chaos. Zhao Lei, anxious and sweating, was about to speak when Lu Chong gestured slightly. Brother Lei, this gesture does not signify refusal, but rather an indication that there is no need for further words. Subsequently, Lu Chong issued a direct order, surround the entire small square. With a rumble, under Lu Chong's command, accompanied by the thunderous roar of diesel engines, a fleet of military green steel beasts surged forward, propelled by gusts of wind, charging directly at the rioters. Witnessing this scene, the survivors at the fringes of the crowd were paralyzed with fear, abandoning their attempts to incite the crowd, scrambling away in a panic, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. Just as the vehicles were about to collide, the drivers of the armored assault vehicles sharply turned the steering wheels, executing a 90-degree drift, causing the convoy to split, much like wolves encircling their prey, deftly controlling the rhythm of the encirclement. At this moment, the survivors caught in the chaos, unable to evade, shut their eyes in despair. As for such extreme maneuvers, were the drivers not afraid of errors? The infantry drivers expressed unwavering confidence, not in their skills, but in Lu Chong. Even if they collided, so what? Perhaps the commander would commend me for a job well done. Such a tremendous commotion finally caught the attention of some survivors in the midst of the crowd. The overwhelming roar, the formidable and unyielding silhouette of the armored vehicles, with heavy machine guns mounted atop, commanded respect. No carbon-based life form would dare to ignore it. With a resounding clang, the armored convoy of the Warrior 3 halted around the vast assembly of survivors, and one by one, fully armed warriors emerged from the vehicle doors. The sound of gunbolts being pulled echoed ominously, rounds chambered and ready. Those daring enough to breach the perimeter would face immediate execution. Over the radio, Lu Chong's voice resonated with a steely resolve. What the internal guards dared not do, he would accomplish. He would take the lives that they hesitated to claim. Snipers, seek advantageous positions, came his command. Affirmative. The vehicle-mounted machine guns elevated to a 45-degree angle. In that moment, Lu Chong had ascended to the rooftop of the Warrior 3 command vehicle, casually chewing on dental floss while meticulously assessing the situation and issuing orders with unruffled precision. The chilling mechanical clicks of the 12th 7mm heavy machine guns filled the air, their cold sheen glinting ominously as 13 guns pivoted toward the direction of the rioters. A palpable tension hung in the atmosphere, akin to someone nervously swallowing. The boundary established by the Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle grew ever more foreboding. The closer the survivors drew to the frigid 12th 7mm caliber weaponry, the more rapidly the temperature seemed to drop. Just moments ago, the survivors had been in a frenzy. But now they stood still, their gazes towards the Warrior 3 filled with trepidation and clarity. Only those trapped deep within the crowd, entirely consumed by their emotions, remained oblivious to the unfolding dread. Sniper team, eliminate those still moving. Lu Chong's tone was laced with a fierce intensity. Do they think my gunfire's candy? Received, replied the sniper team, their voices as calm as ever. The sharp reports of gunfire rang out, bang, bang, bang. A cascade of crimson mist erupted, akin to blossoms of life bursting forth in fury. The rioters, who had been mid-kick just a moment prior, shattered in midair, their gore splattering across the faces of those nearby. The survivors, momentarily stunned by the grotesque spectacle, took a second to comprehend the horror that had unfolded, before unleashing wails resembling that of slaughtered pigs. "Ah, they're killing people!" they screamed in terror. Witnessing this, Lu Chong, seething with fury, brought the radio closer to his lips. "Is the sound too loud for you? Damn it! Open fire!" Chapter 196, Suppression. The cold, hard exterior of the armored assault vehicle, the Warrior 3, erupted in a cacophony of gunfire as 13-12 7mm machine guns discharged simultaneously. The dense hail of bullets was perilously close to the survivors in the square, the explosive sound echoing in everyone's ears like a haunting melody of doom. "Ah, Ahid, they are killing us. Help! Woe is me! They are killing us. Help! Help!" A sudden metallic tempest engulfed the scene, the acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with the piercing sounds of gunfire, penetrating the minds of all present. The specter of death had never been so vividly manifested. The panicked survivors screamed in desperation, unleashing the depths of their abject terror. Awakened, all those in the square were jolted into awareness, no longer frenzied, no longer enraged, and no longer fixated on aggression. As the fervor faded, their once passionate gazes were replaced by a desolate landscape wrought from sheer fear. They screamed in horror. Crumpling to the ground in disarray, they scrambled like maggots, disregarding the threat of being trampled. What did a few kicks matter in the face of bullets? The same rioters, who mere moments ago would have dared to challenge even the highest authority, now wished for nothing more than to bury their heads in the safety of a bulletproof refuge. Yet, amidst the chaos, no one dared to seize the rifles from the infantry, let alone approach them. Even a mere exchange of glances felt perilous. They feared that in the next heartbeat, they might meet their demise. The scattered crowd rapidly condensed, all striving to retreat in a frenzy. Some survivors, overwhelmed with dread, trembled as they inadvertently released warm substances from their trousers. "Brother, please stop pulling. I'm terrified. Retreat. Retreat. Why are you pushing forward, you fool? What time is it? Damn it, if you don't back off, I swear I'll beat you senseless. I'm begging you, brother. Please retreat. I bow to you. I'm about to be trampled." The survivors caught in the turmoil were utterly disoriented, resembling a swarm of headless flies. The terror of death rendered their minds exceedingly unstable, oscillating between intense fear and overwhelming rage. Naturally, they could only vent their frustrations upon fellow survivors. Instinct drove them to distance themselves from the encirclement, away from these soldiers, armed to the teeth, who were starkly different from the internal guards. Their intuition warned them that approaching the perimeter would surely summon unspeakable horrors. The roaring heavy machine guns acted as a sobering wake-up call, forcibly restraining thousands of frenzied beings. However, the survivors' dread did not satiate Lu Chong. Instead, he coldly ordered the snipers to eliminate all armed rioters. As his command echoed, a series of crisp gunshots rang out. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of sniper bullets leaving the chamber resonated like the tolling of a death knell, with each shot erupting in a mist of crimson, followed by the harrowing screams of the survivors amidst the bloodshed. Imagine, mere moments ago, you were jostling against someone, each unwilling to yield, even drawing an axe to strike you, and then, in an instant, they are reduced to a mere half. The sheer terror of witnessing life dissipate before your eyes far eclipses the most extreme scenes found in blockbuster films. For those with a fragile psychological constitution, such an experience might drive them to madness. Yet, these considerations were far from Lu Chong's mind. In the avalanche, every flake of snow bears its own guilt. Regardless of the reasons, they do not justify the chaos they unleashed. As the blood mist among the survivors began to dissipate, the gunfire gradually subsided. The vehicle-mounted machine guns ceased their relentless fire. Observing the scene, the survivors huddled in extreme distress. Trembling, Lu Chong finally issued the ceasefire order. It was not out of fear of collateral damage. It was simply that a group of individuals who contributed nothing had no right to waste ammunition. In Lu Chong's eyes, these survivors were nothing but parasites, their contributions to humanity even less than that of the zombies. At least the zombies, when slain, could yield brain matter. What of these people? They were left with nothing but a ground littered with filth. After the ceasefire, the square fell silent, akin to a field blanketed by a night of snowfall. "Look, Leica, how docile," Lu Chong said with a raised eyebrow, a teasing tone directed at Zhao Lei. "In terms of military experience, I may not rival you, but when it comes to handling mobs, I am quite the seasoned veteran." Zhao Lei was equally astonished. How is it that someone with such little military experience can act so decisively? At the moment, Lu Chong ordered the machine guns to be aimed at the crowd of survivors. Zhao Lei thought Lu Chong had gone too far in his dealings with the undead, intending to wipe out this group of survivors as well. Strangely, however, instead of a desire to intervene, Zhao Lei found himself filled with immense satisfaction. He nearly shouted for the guns to fire. It was as if some internal restraint had been shattered, and a profound sense of liberation washed over him. Reminiscent of birds soaring freely in the sky and fish leaping joyfully in the sea. Chief of Staff. Chief of Staff. Just as Zhao Lei was racking his brain to find the right words to commend Lu Chong, a voice filled with surprise interrupted their conversation. Both Zhao Lei and Lu Chong looked up to see a young officer with the rank of captain rushing towards them. Chief of Staff. Thank goodness you arrived in time, Luo Chung exclaimed with delight. Had Zhao Lei arrived a moment later, he might have been compelled to take matters into his own hands. Fortunately, everything was still salvageable. He had not yet committed a grave error. Chief of Staff, please send someone to rescue our comrades among the mob. Comrades? Both Zhao Lei and Lu Chong were momentarily taken aback. When they arrived, the members of their internal security had already been beaten down, and they had not even noticed. They initially thought it was merely a survivor riot, not realizing it was a violent uprising against their own security forces. Realizing this, Lu Chong's expression darkened immediately. He had been too lenient. He had only ordered the execution of a few armed extremists. No wonder the sniper reported gunfire. It turned out they had seized the weapons from the internal security forces. Charge. Zhao Lei gazed at Lu Chong with an expression that conveyed both a plea and inquiry. It is worth noting that this incident has severely tarnished the reputation of the internal guards. Despite his earlier bravado while conversing with Lu Chong, he returned home nearly facing an upheaval. Observing the unfolding situation, it is difficult to fathom the chaos that would have ensued at the Wanfu gathering place had it not been for Lu Chong's presence. Following Zhao Lei's gaze, Luo Chung noticed the imposing figure of the tall officer standing nearby. Indeed, he was quite tall. Standing at approximately 1.90 meters, Lu Chong possessed remarkably solid muscles, and his military uniform accentuated his formidable stature, exuding a potent air of intimidation, akin to that of an adult grizzly bear. Those who navigate the corridors of power are not lacking in intellect. They were merely swept away by the tumult of the uprising. He was nearly rendered insensible by the fury of the team leader. Now, realizing the principal figure was present, and with Zhao Lei having already spoken, Luo Chung felt it inappropriate to continue. Yet he could not refrain from casting a hopeful glance towards Lu Chong. Following this incident, team leader Liang Yuming had become unreliable in his eyes, for he had allowed the assailants to unleash violence upon the internal guards. Should the virtuous be threatened at gunpoint? Is there no law or sense of justice remaining? Akan, come here. A lieutenant squad leader responded loudly from the makeshift encirclement of the infantry company. This individual stood around 1.75 meters, possessing a robust physique reminiscent of an inverted triangle. Wang Kan, previously a squad leader under Lu Chong when he served as a platoon leader, had exhibited remarkable insight following the cleansing incident at the Chancellor's gathering place, earning Lu Chong's favor. In him, Lu Chong saw a reflection of himself, which prompted him to recommend Wang Kan for the position of 3rd platoon leader upon his promotion to company commander. Retrieve our brothers from the internal guards within the crowd. Do I need to instruct you further? Lu Chong's voice carried an icy undertone. I will ensure the task is accomplished. A determined expression reminiscent of Lu Chong's emerged on Wang Kan's darkened face. Chapter 197. No apologies, Class 7, follow me. Upon returning to his designated area, Wang Kan immediately raised his voice. Class 7 was his former unit, and he felt comfortable working with them. Yes, in no time, the soldiers of Class 7 completed the handover of the defense line and stood at attention. Comprising 12 robust individuals, this elite infantry squad was impressively tall and muscular. Do you remember what the company commander taught us? Wang Kan bellowed. At his command, the soldiers of Class 7 surged with enthusiasm, rallying under their leader as they shouted their motto in unison. Remember, passive resistance, use the rifle butt. Active attack, squeeze the trigger. Excellent spirit. Wang Kan beamed with satisfaction. Remember this mantra, now. Follow me into the fray and drag our brothers from the internal defense out. Yes, as his words echoed. The formidable Wang Kan led his squad directly into the throngs of violent rioters, numbering in the thousands. 13 against 10,000? The soldiers hesitated not. Only excitement and trepidation coursed through them. The infantry soldiers of Class 1 regarded the dense crowd before them as inconsequential, for in the eyes of these fierce warriors, the rioters resembled mere ants. By heavens, This young man possesses the spirit of my youth. Lu Chong laughed heartily, watching Wang Can, who boldly entered the fray with just a squad. His admiration was palpable. Lu Chong relished ferocity and action. The soldiers under his command were to embody such audacity. Unafraid of any foe, every soldier in Class 1 was expected to possess a tiger-like mentality, charging forth amidst millions without hesitation. There were no cowards in Class 1. No timid souls. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei and Luo Cheng observed in astonishment. A tiger wolf brigade. This phrase, once encountered in books, now found a vivid embodiment before their eyes. While others dared to confront the throngs with but a dozen men, their own squadron soldiers were helplessly subdued. Though the absence of orders from superiors played a role, fundamentally, they lacked the same fierce spirit compared to this formidable unit. With a resounding crash, as they broke through the encirclement, the soldiers of Class 7 descended upon the panicked crowd like tigers among sheep, instilling chaos and fear. Leading the charge, Wang Can showed no discrimination, neither young nor old, male nor female. He violently raised his rifle with great force, after striking a survivor to the ground with the butt of his rifle. Wang Can planted his heavy military boots firmly on the man's chest, preventing any escape. The fallen survivor felt as if the world were spinning around him. His vision clouded with stars, blood on his forehead unheeded as he weakly pointed in a direction. Over there. Damn it. You were involved, weren't you? How else would you know so clearly? Without warning, Wang Can erupted like an enraged gorilla. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of continuous blows echoed, blood splattering everywhere. Wang Can unleashed a flurry of strikes with the butt of his rifle, raining down 7 or 8 blows on the young man's head. Soon, the lad lay amidst a pool of crimson, lulled into an infant-like slumber by Wang Can's intervention. Observing the mutilated figure beneath his feet, gasping for breath, Wang Can finally relented and pressed onward into the throng of people. Bang, bang, bang. Oh. The rhythmic thuds of blunt force accompanied by pained cries resonated like a barbaric symphony heralding the approach of the 7-man squad. Grabbing another middle-aged man who had collapsed to the ground, Wang Can posed the same question once more. Sir, I don't know. I was just here to watch. Please spare me. I have nothing to do with this. The man, with a balding head now stained red, wept openly, clutching Wang Can's khaki boots in desperate supplication. Yet Wang Can ignored the man's pitiful visage, instead fixating on his bloodied fists. Clearly, this individual was yet another who, while outwardly submissive, struck with ferocity behind the scenes. Oh, you don't know? Everyone else claims to know, yet you insist you are innocent? Wang Can barked, raising the rifle but to an unprecedented height. Bam! A resounding thud echoed as the man's head struck the ground. Instantly, he was knocked unconscious, his body twitching involuntarily, blood frothing from his mouth. Wang Can spat at the man, dared to act but not to bear the consequences? If you truly had the audacity to resist, I might have regarded you with a modicum of respect, perhaps even tossing you a peanut, yet here you are, too afraid to move. What about your cruelty and courage against others? Speak up. A gulp echoed in the tense atmosphere. Centered around Wang Can, within a meter radius, the area had transformed into a no-man's land for the survivors. Faced with such a living embodiment of death, all the survivors were frantically retreating, desperate to distance themselves from Wang Can. However, it proved futile. The crowd had already condensed to a significant density, leaving no room for further retreat. In that 1-meter vacuum, some still crawled over others to escape. Oh, it seems you all fear me? Wang Can paused, casting a disdainful glance at the survivors around him, finally resting his gaze on one who had perched atop another's head. Do you enjoy being high? Hanging from a streetlight should suffice, right? I am sorry. I truly don't know. The survivors were nearly paralyzed with fear. Those previously interrogated by Wang Can had met a fate that was all too evident. The least affected among them still lay on the ground, convulsing and spewing blood. Apologies? Upon hearing this, Wang Can's expression hardened, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung the butt of his rifle towards the apologetic survivor. A resounding thud echoed as the elegantly contoured but stock, propelled by Wang Can's immense strength, struck with the force of a battle blade. The survivor's face was obliterated, collapsing lifelessly onto another. I detest when others utter apologies. When you say you are sorry, it only confirms that you have wronged us. Misdeeds warrant punishment, and those who err must stand ready to face the consequences. After this declaration, Wang Can cast a glance at the survivors lying rigidly on the ground. They seemed to exhibit a satisfactory attitude of remorse, thus he refrained from delivering further punishment. Meanwhile, in a courteous manner, Wang Wubin led a group of soldiers from the 7th Squad as they swiftly gathered the injured members of the internal guard from the crowd. Regrettably, As the rescue efforts unfolded, the condition of the wounded was dire. The majority had succumbed to brutal beatings, their bodies unrecognizable. Dragging them out often resulted in revealing mere corpses. Only a few were retrieved with their nostrils still exhaling. Yet, given the virtually non-existent medical resources available to the internal guard, this was scarcely different from being deceased. In light of such circumstances, Wang Can and the soldiers of the 7th Squad grew increasingly silent, their methods towards the survivors becoming ever more ruthless. Gunfire erupted sporadically in the background. Chapter 198. Preparations for reception. An inexplicable atmosphere hung heavily in the air. After Wang Can's departure, Lu Chong and his companions remained silent, waiting anxiously for the outcome. Zhao Lei and Luo Qing were preoccupied with thoughts of how the submerged soldiers of the squadron were faring, while Lu Chong pondered why the leadership of the internal guards had yet to make an appearance. Logically, with the situation ostensibly under control, they should have emerged by now. Shuntive? He felt compelled to voice his thoughts, but the words caught in his throat. Though Lu Chong had a bold disposition, it did not imply foolishness. He understood that in such circumstances, it was wiser to say less. However, observing the current predicament at the Wanfu gathering place, it seemed unnecessary to even unload the ammunition from the vehicles. Reflecting on the secret instructions previously given by Gucheng Yuan, Lu Chong could only marvel at how astutely his superior had anticipated the situation. Had he foreseen this as well? Lu Chong subtly signaled to the dazed communicator Liang Anchuan nearby, urging him to report the situation to the brigade through the communications node vehicle network. All brigade equipment outfitted with communication modules could maintain real-time communication within a 50-kilometer radius, and Lu Chong's Warrior 3 armored command vehicle possessed this capability. Yet, Liang Anchuan's expression as he surveyed the crowd was markedly more anxious than Zhao Lei's, the chief of staff. He appeared lost in thought, worry etched across his face, prompting Lu Chong to cast a concerned glance at him. Reluctantly, Lu Chong discreetly nudged him. Liang Anchuan turned to Lu Chong, his eyes reflecting confusion. Go report to the brigade, Lu Chong mouthed silently. Report. Liang Anchuan's distinct accent was laced with incredulity. Like a thunderclap breaking the silence, the tension was shattered. Lu Chong, Zhao Lei, Luo Cheng. Come on, buddy, with a stature like yours. We've been trying our best to ignore your little antics, but with such volume, how can we play dumb? Realizing his blunder, Liang Anchuan immediately lowered his voice, casting furtive glances at Zhao Lei and Luo Cheng. Zhao Lei's gaze was filled with concern as he intently stared in the direction of the crowd, while Luo Cheng mirrored his unease. Squad leader, what are we reporting? Liang Anchuan mumbled to himself, mistakenly believing he was being discreet. The scene resembled a farcical play reminiscent of a Japanese film. The lady with the golden voice and her deaf husband. This sensation of being caught in a moment of betrayal caused Zhao Lei's gaze to flicker, almost betraying his composure. At this juncture, feigning ignorance would be impolite. Lu Chong decided to lay his cards on the table. Listen up. I'm telling you to report the current situation to the brigade. Understood. With that, Liang Anchuan, a soldier of the communications corps, dashed into the Warrior 3 armored command vehicle like a whirlwind, swiftly beginning to relay information to the brigade. Speaking of Liang Anchuan, Lu Chong felt a mix of admiration and exasperation. He respected his determination to excel in all tasks. Lu Chong would never forget their initial days in the unit. Racing 400 meters for the first time, when Liang Anchuan had rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth, displaying the fierce tenacity of a daredevil. It feels as though I am conversing with myself. On this 400-meter track, only one shall emerge victorious today. The source of my frustration lies in Liang Anchuan's excessive straightforwardness. He often struggles to navigate the complexities of the situation. Had Wang Can been in his place just now, a mere blink of his eyes would have conveyed his intent to retreat. Ahem. What was I going to say? Alas, what can be done? It is already a challenge to encounter a woman who understands me, let alone a man who does. Thus, I shall simply muddle through. We are all comrades from the same year, having endured training together. As long as those around me do not offend me, it is tolerable. For I have grown accustomed to it. Brother Lei, our unit has regulations stipulating that any discharge of a weapon necessitates a report of the incident. So I must inform the commander, Lu Chong explained, attempting to ease the tension in the atmosphere. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be aired in public. While one may quietly endure it, confronting it directly is rather brazen. I understand. Your unit possesses formidable combat capabilities, and thus your discipline must be stringent. If you are willing to assist us, it would greatly alleviate our burden. We would all feel remorse if you were penalized for this. Zhao Lei expressed. his face reflecting comprehension. Indeed, Captain Liu, you have truly turned the tide. Luo Qing added, his admiration for Zhao Lei nearly spilling over. Lu Chang's decisive action was undeniably impressive, demonstrating his unwavering resolve. Not only did he protect his own, but he also shielded the members of the internal security team. Luo Qing felt overwhelmed with gratitude. The feeling of having support was exhilarating. Observing the soldiers of the 7th Squad wreaking havoc among the rioters, the pent-up frustration within Luo Qing dissipated entirely. What a remarkable return of the Dragon King, rescuing the beleaguered internal security team. What a thrill. Luo Qing's vexation was nearly obliterated. Were it not for Zhao Lei's presence, he would have been unable to restrain himself from inquiring whether there were any vacancies in Lu Chang's unit. Even a demotion to a platoon leader in Lu Chang's company would be far more engaging than this bureaucratic position. This is what the military ought to be, a guardian of ordinary people, not their servant. If one regards me as insignificant, then I shall perceive them as an adversary. The soldiers in the military are straightforward men, devoid of convoluted schemes. They simply act. I am well aware of Liang Yuming's perspective. However, as the saying goes, one's position influences their thoughts. No one is exempt from this norm. Understanding is one thing, accepting is another. It can only be said that the valuation of this matter diverges between the two parties. As a junior officer, Luo Chang prioritizes the interests of his peers, for it is his brothers who bear the wounds and sacrifices. Conversely, Liang Yuming, in his upper echelon role, considers the broader picture, emphasizing the overall benefit as advocated by Gu Chengyuan. Unfortunately, Liang Yuming's finesse is lacking. He is too soft-hearted and fails to act decisively when necessary, resulting in the present predicament. The situation has deteriorated to the point of mutual disdain between the internal security and the survivors, leaving them stranded in a no-man's land. Thus, whether as an individual or a leader, one must possess a resolute stance. Those devoid of conviction are inevitably opportunists. While such individuals may reap short-term gains, their decisions often reveal a myopic and foolish perspective in the long run. Nonetheless, despite his myriad faults, one cannot deny that Liang Yuming possesses a genuine affection for the people of Zhou and fulfills his duties as a soldier with sincerity. As a military man, he undoubtedly meets the standards of his role. However, as a leader, he is woefully negligent. This raises a pertinent question, which poses a greater danger: an incompetent honest official or a capable corrupt one? These are reflections that Gu Chengyuan contemplated upon receiving the news. Seated in his office, Gu Chengyuan meticulously perused the urgent intelligence dispatched by the Operations Department, titled Internal Security Collapse. Although he had anticipated such an event and had even devised specific measures to subtly influence the situation, he did not expect the collapse to occur so swiftly. After reading the report, he placed it on his desk and took a sip of the brewed honeysuckle tea. Recently, his temper had been rather volatile. Gu Chengyuan mused, indeed, human nature remains the most unpredictable variable. He had thought that the Wanfajuti could endure for a while longer, yet it had crumbled unexpectedly. Now, both he and the agency had their work cut out for them. The collapse of Wanfajuti may seem straightforward, but the ramifications for him and the agency were far more complex. With such an abrupt failure, how could they manage a reasonable and comprehensive takeover? Moreover, how should they handle the survivors of the uprising? It was imperative to devise a feasible plan without allowing this opportunity to slip away. In addition to this, he instructed the agency to respond to Lu Chong with the command: lead the suppression, advance gradually, and prioritize stability. The crux of this 12-character directive lay in the words lead and gradually. The intention was for Lu Chong to seize the initiative in Wanfajuti amidst the chaos while also allowing time for the brigade to react adequately. Lu Chong, will you live up to my trust? Surely you will not betray my confidence. Chapter 199, Secret Conversations in the Shadows. Brother Ma, what shall we do? A mysterious force has emerged from who knows where, suppressing the survivors we painstakingly organized. The speaker's voice was laced with panic. Within a dimly lit villa near the Wanfu Square, four middle-aged men sat silently in the dark room. Click! The sound of a lighter pierced the silence, illuminating a faint flicker of flame. The anxious expressions of the four men were cast in a dance of light and shadow. Among them was Ma Yang, who had fervently advocated for the people's cause before the uprising. Advocating for the people does not mean sacrificing oneself. As the anticipated uprising unfolded, Ma Yang had quietly slipped away. Why panic? It's just suppression. They are not targeting us. We have been dutifully residing in this villa. A portly man with a pig-like face said, nonchalantly rolling two walnuts in his hands, his voice dripping with malice. Zhang Ziqiang had amassed his wealth through gray industries. Willing to dabble in anything for profit, to him, human life was of little value compared to financial gain. Navigating the shadows. He understood societal rules better than any legitimate businessman. To break the law, one must comprehend the law better than those who abide by it. His confidence rendered him the calmest among the four. Brother Chong, those who attacked the internal guards were arranged by you, right? They won't trace it back to you. Will they? Yuan Zhengjiang asked cautiously. What do you mean, arranged by me? At these words, a fierce expression instinctively crossed Zhang Ziqiang's heavily fleshed face. But the darkness of the room diminished its impact. Those are the thugs from above. Do not tarnish my reputation with unfounded accusations. And remember, it's not about them tracing it back to me. It's about them tracing it back to us. You bastard, trying to shift the blame onto me? Zhang Ziqiang seethed inwardly. He finally understood why his gray industry was so lucrative. Risking one's life and fortune was still less profitable than what the others were pulling off. Wasn't he the most profitable business written in the law? It turned out these scoundrels lacked conscience. In the midst of laughter, they sought to cast blame upon him. Brother Chong, you're being overly sensitive. This is merely contingency planning after a setback. We are all in this together, like grasshoppers on the same string, sharing our trials. Wang Stauman interjected swiftly to mediate, recognizing that the temptation to shift blame was enticing, yet Zhang Ziqiang, with his background, was not one to be trifled with. Missteps could lead to catastrophic consequences. You need not worry about my end. Those who acted are my loyal subordinates who have been with me for years. They are quite adept at dealing with the authorities. You should be more concerned about Ma, who has already exposed himself. If the military investigates, he will be the first on their list. The earlier probing had evidently created a rift in Zhang Ziqiang's demeanor. Yet he had indeed struck a chord with the others. Though the current plot was grand in scale, the four of them remained hidden in the shadows, with only Ma Liang pushed to the forefront. As the words fell, in the enveloping darkness, Ma Liang felt the piercing gaze of 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. An undeniable sense of bitterness welling within. This time, he could have remained in the shadows, but alas, he was blinded by the allure of profit. If the plan succeeded, it would undoubtedly elevate him to the status of a leader among survivors, a far more delectable prospect than merely feasting in obscurity. Yet, Ma Liang harbored no regrets. From the trajectory of events, it appeared he had indeed placed his bets wisely. Unfortunately, fate had dealt him a poor hand. As an external force had arrived at a most inopportune moment. This battle was not of my making, but rather a cruel twist of destiny. However, this was not the time for lamentation. Ma Liang was acutely aware that there were no virtuous souls within these walls. If he could not present a compelling argument that would assure everyone of their safety, he would find it impossible to exit through that door. After all, wolves gather not to be beaten but to feast. The 4 individuals, once powerful in the world before the apocalypse, had united to resist the impending upheaval of authority that had followed. The protective nature of the inner guards may have seemed beneficial for the survivors, relieving them of concerns for sustenance and labor. Yet, it suffocated their power. With every need met and no shortages to contend with, how could they wield the resources from the pre-apocalyptic world to spread their influence and extract new power from the vacuum of authority? The gluttony of the inner guards was simply appalling. They monopolized everything, leaving no opportunity for shared power. The essence of authority lies in demand. Without it, why would anyone submit? When currency becomes worthless and all resources are controlled by the inner guards, the power they sought to forge loses its foundation. The world is materialistic. Even the most idealistic monk rides in a Rolls-Royce. How can mere mortals expect to command respect when their very existence relies on the 2 buns issued by the inner guards? Why should they heed his commands? Have you dined on delicacies, only to presume to order me about? Certainly, the deeply entrenched impressions of authority from the pre-apocalyptic era would not crumble overnight. But they would dissipate more swiftly than a sand tower in a tempest. What could be more despairing than those who had grown accustomed to their lofty positions, witnessing their power disintegrate and descend into the mundane? Thus, while the remnants of the old order still clung to their waning authority, the 4 factions conspired to reshape power through this reckless gamble. As for the collapse of their gathering, the demise of survivors, who truly cares? In the grand tapestry of Zhou Bang's thousands of years of history, the number of the deceased is incalculable if they do not exploit this moment. Their ultimate fate is but death, silent and devoid of worth. To utilize their lives as a foundation for their own rights can be seen as a testament to their value. They should be grateful to those who have redefined the significance of their existence. 5 minutes later, the door to the dimly lit room creaked open, releasing a faint scent of blood. The trio, led by Zhang Ziqiang, emerged with an air of calmness, leaving Ma Liang forever confined within. It was evident that in this ruthless game of power, Ma Liang's eloquence did not align with his ambitions. After a self-serving monologue, he was cast aside by 3 members of the group. With the threat neutralized, everyone was safe. The principle of collective responsibility was nearly a consensus among all in Zhoubang. The bridge connecting the unrest to the 3 of them had been severed, quite literally. Ma Liang's cervical vertebra had been broken by their combined strength. Zhang Ziqiang couldn't help but reflect on the earlier scene. The frail Ma Liang, in the face of death, had exhibited an unexpected vigor. Alas, he had encountered 3 individuals equally resolute in their will to survive. No matter how fierce one's desire to live may be, it cannot surpass the collective will of 3 united souls. The strength of a single arm pales in comparison to the might of 3 legs. One would think that this would mark the conclusion of the matter. There have been over 10,000 instigators. Considering the drastic population decline in the post-apocalyptic world, even prior to the cataclysm, the authorities could only prioritize appeasement in the face of such mass unrest. With these thoughts in mind, the 3 departed, their expressions relaxed.